A long time ago, there was a famous blacksmith who lived in the area. He owned his own shop and sold equipment that was all handmade. One day, he was fortunate enough to start selling everything he produced to the kingdom of Cairo. Amidst an endless war, that was the perfect opportunity for him to elevate his status. With the end of the conflict, this same blacksmith was granted the title of Baron. And this man is the owner of these lands and the father of the young master Romain, who is the protagonist of this story. We see an old man telling this story to a seated boy. Meanwhile, a mustached man standing behind them wonders why the boy is paying so much attention to something that everyone already knows. However, the story then takes us back a few hours. The young man asks if he is the eldest son of the Dmitri family, if they are in the kingdom of Cairo on the Salamander continent, and if the Murim world really doesn't exist. The mustached man affirms this while thinking that the young man has always been odd, but today he really seems out of his mind. Perhaps he's been using some of those strange drugs that have become popular among the rich these days. The mustached man then mentions that a young lady from the Lawrence family is coming to visit them. But as he says this, he reflects on how the young man has been wasting his life over the past 25 years. That's why he's known as the Dmitri family's trash. The man tries to explain the importance and values of the girl, but Dmitri interrupts him, saying there's something more important. He asks for the oldest person in these lands to be brought to him, someone much more important than this young lady, because he needs to learn how to live in this current world. The mustached man is confused as to why a 25-year-old would say something like that, but as a servant, all he can do is obey. The story then returns to the present. The old man says that's all he knows about these places. Dmitri thanks him and says he will give him a reward, but the old man simply responds that it was an honor to speak with the young master. Now Dmitri knows that everyone knows him as Roman Dmitri. However, his true name is Bak Jong-kuk. He's a person from the Murim world who lived a life of wars, conquered everything he wanted, and died in peace at the end. But for some strange reason, he woke up in this body. He doesn't know if this is the will of the heavens or a punishment for not accepting ascension. Suddenly, they hear a noise outside and someone yells for a bastard. A boy gets kicked in the face while everyone watches. Surrounded by thugs in front of a small shop, he bleeds and can't respond, while the men keep calling him a filthy bastard and continue to beat him mercilessly. Dmitri's servant approaches to take a look but is immediately shocked. He recognizes that red fang tattoo all too well. Beside him, someone asks what's going on. Dmitri orders him to answer quickly. The servant explains that these are the Blood Fangs, a group known not only in Dmitri's territory but also in the nearby regions. It seems the boy on the ground owes them something. The servant tries to tell Dmitri not to get involved because it will only cause trouble. However, the young man has already disappeared from his side and orders the thugs to stop. As Dmitri calmly approaches, the servant desperately tells him not to do anything. But Dmitri continues to walk forward. A bald man appears, recognizes Dmitri, and laughs in his face, warning him to stay out of it and not to think he has any authority just because he's of noble birth. Everyone says it's better if he doesn't interfere because it's none of his business. The servant continues to insist that they won't gain anything by going against the Blood Fangs. But Dmitri simply calls for Hans. He doesn't know the rules of this place, so he wants an explanation. Who broke the rules of this land and who should be punished? Hans hesitates for a moment, swallowing hard with fear before speaking. He says that if the boy really is in debt and didn't pay, he is guilty. However, the Blood Fangs don't have permission to punish someone like this. Worse still, they disrespected the eldest son of the Dmitri family, which in itself is a crime punishable by death. According to the rules of this place, it wouldn't be strange if they were executed for this. The thugs just stare, while Hans wonders if he should have said that. Dmitri then asks if they heard the explanation. He picks up a stick from the ground and declares that as the eldest son of the Dmitri family, he will have to punish them all. The bald man tries to explain that Dmitri is a noble and doesn't understand how the world works. He tells him to look at their shoulder tattoos and warns that if he continues acting like this, everyone will be in a difficult situation. Dmitri only says that this proves what he wanted to know. The bald man, now confident, asks what Dmitri is talking about. The young man explains that from what he can tell, they are nothing but trash since they speak this way about the lord of this land. He advances, saying that he doesn't care about the reputation they have in this place. The thugs are taken aback because they didn't expect the boy to actually attack like that. But now he will have to defend the honor of the Blood Fangs. And he slashes at Dmitri's neck. However, he immediately feels something strange. Dmitri had already plunged that branch into him. Without hesitation, Dmitri pulls it out and turns toward the other two thugs, but they only curse him, calling him a bastard and vowing to take revenge for their leader. Hans warns Dmitri to be careful, pointing out that the thugs are far better armed than he is. Yet Dmitri easily dodges their attack. He lands a swift kick to one thug's shin and follows it up with a punch to the face. The servant is bewildered. He had no idea that the young master could fight like this. To him, it doesn't even make sense that this could be the same Master Roman. The first thing Beck saw when he opened his eyes was a farewell letter on the floor and scattered drugs. The kingdom of Cairo, always at war, had to choose a representative from each of its noble houses to serve in the army. Roman was chosen to be his family's representative. However, he chose to take his own life instead. Beck reflects that it was a pathetic life, regardless of what Roman went through. But the current owner of this body is the leader of the celestial demon sect, and now he will live as he pleases. And boy, with just a stick, he painted the entire town red. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to censor this part because the boy is just too cruel. Behind him, someone calls him a monster. One of the last remaining Bloodfangs tries to flee, but Dmitri grabs him by the hair, slams him to the ground, and declares that the law must be obeyed. He warns that this last one will be allowed to live as a warning of what happens when the law is disobeyed. He gathers everyone in the town and declares that his name is Roman Dmitri. If anyone disagrees with the punishment he has dealt to these people, they can come find him at any time. Back Jong-hyuk. He reached the pinnacle of the Mirim world with incomparable strength. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists were defeated and massacred by him. When the blood of his enemies formed a river, everyone recognized that the celestial demon sect controlled the Mirim world. But now in this moment he has to exert himself just to deal with street rats. He calls for Hans and instructs him to notify the guards about everything that happened and to have someone clean up the place. The servant simply replies that he will do it immediately and runs off. Dmitri reflects on how weak and useless this body he inhabits is. He needs to accelerate his efforts to gather information on how to strengthen himself. Just then, the boy he had saved earlier gets up and thanks him for saving his life. Dmitri remembers that this was the boy who was being beaten but tells him that what he did was not intended to help him. The Bloodfangs broke the law and were punished, and that's all. Now the boy will have to explain his situation if he wants to keep his tongue. The poor boy, having just tried to express his gratitude, receives a threat instead. However, he says he will explain. His relatives borrowed money from the Bloodfangs to complete the purchase of some land and start farming. They would have easily been able to repay the amount they borrowed by selling their crops. But the damn Bloodfangs went to the land and destroyed all the crops so that they couldn't pay back the debt. Only later did the boy discover that they did this to blackmail his family and take his younger sister. The boy screams that the world isn't fair because even though they didn't have much, they never harmed anyone. The only thing he begs for is for Dmitri to save his sister. But Beck just observes the boy's eyes. That look reminds him of the Mad Demon, one of the 4 superior kings and someone he also met in a place as wretched as this. He then asks the boy his name, to which he replies, Kevin. With that, Roman says he will look into the situation and take care of everything. The boy shouts his thanks, while Dmitri senses that he will have a long relationship with this boy. The scene shifts to a carriage approaching. Someone inside informs Miss Flora that they are nearing the Dmitri estate. The blonde sighs, saying she understands. It seems she will have to meet this Roman Dmitri. A month earlier, someone shouted in a castle, demanding to know why there is an arranged marriage with the Dmitri family. Her father tries to remind her that their lands have been in terrible condition due to the ongoing war. However, Flora is confused, questioning whether the marriage was decided this way, and worst of all, it's with the Dmitris, a family full of old miners and a bunch of blacksmiths. She tries to explain something, but her father interrupts, saying all he can do is apologize for being so pathetic. Back in the present, the man in the carriage announces that they've arrived. Flora had hoped that at least the marriage would be with the second son, who seemed to have a promising future. But even that was ruined because Roman himself begged his father for her hand in marriage. She knows very well the reputation this man has for living a life of luxury and pleasure, and now she doesn't understand why they drenched him in so much perfume. As she walks through the corridors, she thinks that no matter how much her father needs this, she won't accept it, and she needs to make that clear. At that moment, she turns to Dmitri and says she wants him to forget about this marriage. Radiantly, he replies that it's indeed a great idea. At this point, the poor girl is utterly confused. Dmitri explains that he thought better about this marriage and realized it's foolish for someone as amazing as her to marry the idiot of the Dmitri family. Flora is left bewildered, wondering if he's being serious. He then tells her that something very important has come up and he needs to speak with his father immediately. However, she stops him, asking what's going on. She had heard that this marriage was only happening because he asked his father for it, but now he's suddenly canceling it without hesitation, which leaves her perplexed. Dmitri simply asks her if she really wants to marry him, and when she replies no, he tells her that in that case, they no longer need to cause problems for each other, and he'll take care of everything. He reassures her that she doesn't need to worry because he will take full responsibility. Since he's already called the idiot of the Dmitri family, he doesn't mind being called the divorced one as well. She can't understand why he seems so determined. Is this really the same idiot everyone talks about? The door then closes behind him, and from inside, she hears a heated argument. Someone yells, asking what's the meaning of canceling this marriage. However, Dmitri calmly informs his father that he's just letting him know because he's already told the girl. His father calls him an idiot, pointing out that everyone already calls him the fool of the Dmitri family, and what he was trying to do was secure a good relationship for the boy. It was the only thing he needed to do, as it would guarantee noble status for their family. All Dmitri had to do was marry a beautiful girl whom he himself had begged for. Dmitri apologizes, but his father grabs something from the table and throws it at his head, demanding to know if he thinks an apology will fix this. He had been planning to do something about sending him to the battlefield for the next 6 months, but now that seems inevitable, and he asks if Dmitri has anything to say. Dmitri simply replies that he has nothing to add. His father then mentions that he heard Dmitri got involved with the Bloodfangs and even punished them, but he doesn't believe it. He should know that even he can't go against that group. So now Dmitri will have to deal with his own problems. His father won't help him at all. Watching the boy remain silent, his father expects him to kneel and start crying, but Dmitri just responds that he understands and will handle everything on his own. Confused, his father stands up and asks what he means. But Dmitri simply says that the problem was caused by his actions, so he will resolve it and only return once everything is fixed. With that, he closes the door and begins to clean his face. Someone nearby asks if he's going crazy. Dmitri turns to see Flora and questions why she's still there. She tries to warn him that he's going against the Bloodfangs, who don't even fear nobles. If they see him as a threat, they'll probably kill him. She advises him to return to his father, beg for forgiveness, and give up on this. But Dmitri only asks why he would do such a thing. She explains the reasons, but Dmitri interrupts her, stating that it seems she really doesn't know her place. The scene shifts to a few hours earlier, when Hans was dousing Dmitri with perfume to try to mask the smell of blood, and Dmitri was eager to take off the tight-fitting clothes. However, the servant explained that this was the only way to show respect. But Dmitri was thinking about this marriage. He's still adjusting to this world, and this would only complicate his understanding. The servant suggested they go downstairs to handle the situation. Dmitri thought that since the girl had never done anything against him, he had no reason to disrespect her, which is why he intended to end things with as little offense as possible. But now he realizes that the girl never planned to show him any respect in the first place, which gives him no reason to do so either. He then tells her that from his perspective, she seems very arrogant. However, it's ridiculous for her to show concern now when she didn't consider any circumstances while trying to break off the marriage. But when he told his father that he would take full responsibility, that's when she got anxious. He accuses her of wanting to appear like a good person after putting him in this situation. But she needs to understand that at no point did she interfere with his decision. They will now go their separate ways and each will take care of their own lives. He told his father that he would take full responsibility to prevent people from thinking that this was a consequence of the end of their relationship and because he wanted no further involvement with her. This was the first and last time they would see each other. Later that same night, someone tells another to stop drinking. It's Lehana, Dmitri's mother. His father confesses that today, unfortunately, he used violence against Roman again. This is because after becoming nobles, he never wanted his son to go through that situation again. Lehana tries to reassure him, saying it's alright and that their children have grown up healthy. The father acknowledges this, but admits that he still doesn't understand why the boy is like this, especially since Roman was the only one who went through hard times with him. He's at a loss for how to handle Roman. Lehana tells him it's okay. They may have made mistakes as parents, but that's part of life. Yet, even so, they are still the only ones who can correct the boy's wrong behavior. Lehana expresses confidence that the Romero she once knew will help their son get back on the right path. Her husband asks if she's referring to the issue with the Bloodfangs. She nods, saying she surely spoke out of anger, but since he can be a bit headstrong, it might be wise to talk to Captain Jonathan to help the boy out. He then calls for the servant and instructs him to summon Captain Jonathan. The next morning, Roman is walking through the town and Hans is trying to stop him, warning him that the Bloodfangs will likely try to take revenge for what happened yesterday. But Roman simply asks when Hans thinks these men became so powerful. Hans admits he has no idea. Roman explains that in war, fame is what generates fear. Because the Bloodfangs are ruthless, that fear has made them more efficient at completing their missions. Hans then asks if Roman is saying they aren't dangerous or that they are weak. Roman responds that they are only as weak as the amount of fear they can instill in him. The scene shifts to a restaurant where someone delivers a feast they had ordered. Hans is delighted, saying the food looks delicious. However, Roman stands up and says he's going out, but instructs Hans to stay behind, telling him that he'll continue the investigation, but that it would be too dangerous for Hans to accompany him. Hans jumps up, desperately insisting that he cannot allow something like that. Even if it means putting himself in danger, he must remain by the young master's side. Ronan pauses for a second and then asks Hans if he really considers himself one of his men. Hans confirms, saying he will always follow the young master. Ronan then tells him that he'll withdraw because he can't afford to lose someone as valuable as Hans in such a foolish way, and reassures him that he'll be back soon. The poor Hans is left standing there, unsure of what to say but somewhat touched by the boy's words. As Hans runs off, he mutters that now is not the time to dwell on such things. He needs to inform others about this. Roman has realized over the past few days that the Bloodfangs aren't as strong as they seem. The problem is that because they operate in various small groups, it's difficult to eliminate the entire organization. They won't want to punish him publicly, and he can't locate them easily. But if that's the case, he just needs to make them come to him. That's why he deliberately walked through the city with Hans. Besides, today is a Dmitri Knight's training day, so the streets aren't heavily patrolled. This means that if they plan to seek revenge, this is the perfect opportunity. At that moment, a few men call out to Roman Dmitri from behind, and one of them jumps forward, declaring that this is their revenge and that he will pay the price for getting involved with the Bloodfangs. But then someone calls for the captain. A man with messy hair turns around. It's Hans, running towards Jonathan, calling out his name. Jonathan approaches the servant, asking why he's so frantic. Struggling to catch his breath, Hans tries to explain what's happening with Dmitri and urges Jonathan to find the boy immediately because he's in danger. However, Roman effortlessly dodges the first attack, lands an elbow in the attacker's stomach, making him drop his dagger, and then catches it midair with his other hand. Before the man can react, he's already been struck. Everything happened too fast, and the man retreated, unsure of what had just occurred. The other thugs, seeing their comrade fall, are equally confused. This Dmitri was entirely different from the one they'd heard about. Ronan simply asks what they're doing and invites everyone to come at him at once. Back with the soldiers, Hans is frantically explaining the situation with the Bloodfangs. The soldiers exchange glances, saying it doesn't make any sense for Dmitri to be taking down the Bloodfangs. Hans insists that it's true, and that the boy has now gone up against all of them, making it very dangerous for them to just stand by. Jonathan recalls Romero mentioning all of this and asking for help. He just wants to know why Dmitri, who doesn't even know how to hold a sword properly, is getting involved in such matters. But he gathers everyone and tells them to grab their weapons, warning that they can't let anyone harm the young master. However, he'll be furious if the boy has actually caused trouble with the Bloodfangs. But the poor Bloodfangs were already on the ground. They attacked Dmitri, calling him a bastard, but he easily ducked under one swing and jabbed another in the stomach. Another bald man tried to come at him from the side, but Dmitri simply dodged and landed a kick to his belly. The fool collapsed, and Dmitri asked if it was just the three of them. The man tried to threaten him, saying he wouldn't get away with killing the two of them, but Roman just laughed, asking if he didn't realize that three of them would die. Roman then lightly stroked the man's thigh, telling him that it would be best to answer his questions, starting with who their leader was. The scene shifts to another part of town at the same bar from earlier. Suddenly, everyone inside is startled as Roman returns. The bald man at the counter turns to welcome him. He greets the young master, who responds with a cheery wave. The man wonders why Roman is acting so strange today and why he's even there. The bartender decided to ignore Roman's odd behavior and asked what he wanted to drink. Roman asked for a Tear of the Dawn. The bartender explained that they didn't serve such a drink there and asked if he wanted something else. Dmitri then requested the strongest drink they had because he had something to take care of in the morning. Earlier, someone had mentioned that everything was connected to the Dew of the Dawn at a bar in the middle of the city where they took on all their missions. All they needed to do was pass the special code. Roman asked what that code was, and the man had given him the exact code Dmitri had just used. At that moment, everyone fell silent. The bartender called out to the others in the bar, and just as he was about to give the order to attack, he was struck in the face. Everyone was shocked that the young man would do something like that in front of everyone, and they got up, shouting to kill him. Meanwhile, the townsfolk fled the bar to call the guards, but it was a quick strike to the back of one's neck and a chokehold for the others. A bunch of men were on the ground, bewildered, wondering what had just happened. The so-called idiot of the Dmitri family had taken down 3 people before they could even register what was going on. In the world of Murim, the strongest aspect is that one can strengthen themselves with breathing techniques. In a short time, Bake had managed to improve Dmitri's body. Of course, he was far from what he used to be, but these men no longer pose any threat to him. A little later, the bartender began to get up, trying to understand what had happened. Ronan commented that he had gotten up just in time, as he was about to finish everything. The bartender, a chubby man, asked why Roman was attacking their establishment. Dmitri called him an idiot, pointing out that he knew the bartender had sent the men to attack him. However, there were some things he was very curious about, so they would need to have a little chat. Sometime later, Jonathan arrived at the scene and questioned whether this was really something the young master had done. At that moment, a soldier appeared on the second floor, informing Jonathan that it seemed the young master had gone to the Lawrence estate. Jonathan was confused and wondered why. The soldier reported that it appeared the base of the Bloodfangs was located there. An hour earlier, Dmitri had told the bartender that it would be better if he confessed everything immediately. At this rate, he would be running out of fingers before he told the truth. The bald man warned that he had nothing to say to the boy, that Dmitri might kill him, but the Bloodfangs would take revenge. Roman then smiled, saying that now he liked the man's attitude. The people who resist the most before telling the truth are the ones he enjoys making talk the most. The old man commented that it was a waste and urged Roman to kill him already, but Roman responded that this was what they were there to find out. He then stated that it was time to resolve this and that he would need to test whether the man really wouldn't say anything. Roman held up a photo of the man with the boy beside him and asked what would happen if, by chance, he found the boy in the photo and killed him. The bald man claimed that wasn't his son, so it didn't matter. But Roman remarked that he was a terrible liar since the boy was the spitting image of his father. The man cursed at Roman, asking how a noble could dare use family as a threat. Roman replied that he had learned that the Blood Fangs members often sacrificed their lives for revenge because the group itself usually corrupted people by using their families. They used debts and threats to corrupt others as well, and Roman believed that the easiest way to make someone do what you want is to use their family. The bartender insisted that it didn't matter even if Roman knew the truth, the Blood Fangs would still kill him. Roman warned him to be more careful when deciding where to place his bets. He was serious when he said he would kill the man's son, and it was a vow he would make in his name. But before sending the soldiers to hunt down the boy, he would give the man one last chance to tell the truth. Now he had to choose whether to bet on the Blood Fangs and watch his son suffer or bet on Dmitri and let him take care of the men. But the choice was his. The scene shifted to a house in the middle of an alley. Someone asked if it was really true. The man confirmed that the entire division in the middle of the city had been wiped out by Roman alone, and if the knights got involved, they would truly be in danger. A grizzled old man with a resemblance to Wolverine remarked that he hadn't expected the boy to have such courage. But it didn't make sense for an entire division to be killed by a boy who had been rejected by the Swordsmanship Academy. The man asked where Roman was, and the other replied that he had just left the Dmitri region. He asked if the boy was alone, and the answer was yes. The man commented that it was good, as it seemed Roman intended to attack the entire place by himself. He then ordered everyone in the group to gather with the goal of killing Roman before they had to face the Dmitri Knights. After that, they would stretch the boy's body out in the town so that everyone would know what happens when you go against the Blood Fangs, thereby reviving their infamy. The scene then shifted to another castle. Someone asked what the Barco family was up to. It was a meeting of elders, and they were discussing how that family had borrowed a lot of money, which likely meant they were preparing for a war. And if that was the case, they would need to consolidate their forces before these men grew stronger. The blonde man remarked that it seemed war would be inevitable, something he never expected to happen. A bespectacled man added that the central government also appeared to be supporting the Barcos. The old man in the red suit slammed his fist on the table, declaring that they couldn't afford to lose any territory since the Lawrence family relied entirely on fertile land. Another tried to argue that the documents proved past debts, but the man dismissed this as lies. Someone interrupted the discussion, telling everyone to be quiet. The blonde man emphasized that they couldn't give up the territory, or they would lose the rest to all the other families. Since the Barcos wanted to oppose them, they would have to resist with all their might. That's why they had arranged the marriage with the Dmitri family. The men smiled, agreeing that the Dmitris were indeed wealthy and that their weapons were top-notch. No matter how much money the Barcos borrowed, they would never have more wealth than the Dmitris. The father reiterated that this was why he had pushed his daughter to marry that idiot, as he surely wouldn't refuse her. Another man reassured him that he couldn't blame himself as a father, as it was the best choice for everyone. Outside, someone had been eavesdropping, Flora. Now she had no idea how she would break the news to her father. She couldn't imagine his reaction when he discovered she hadn't agreed to the marriage. But she also couldn't accept that her entire life would be sold to a man like that. The problem was that this wasn't just her father's plan, it was also the future of her family. But no matter what, she decided she would speak the truth. As she steeled herself to explain that she wouldn't marry someone she had no feelings for, a man arrived, urgently calling for the Lord. She turned confused. The man greeted Flora and then approached the door, calling for the Lord, shouting that it was an emergency. Flora was left utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone was pounding on a door, demanding that a bastard open it. It was Jonathan trying to enter the Lawrence territory, but the guard insisted that he follow the proper procedures. Jonathan warned that if Roman was harmed because of the delay, they would pay the price. At that moment, another man arrived at the gate, informing the captain that they were facing trouble. It seemed the Lawrence Square was also in chaos. Jonathan feared the worst and threatened to break down the door if they didn't open it. Back at the square, people were terrified by what was happening. Someone was hanging, and they were unsure whether they should intervene. It was the old Wolverine figure begging for someone to spare his life. He had been confident that defeating a single noble idiot would be simple. All they needed was anyone from the gang to handle it. But in reality, they had multiple armed men. He had been sure there was no way they could lose, or at least that's what he had believed. That is, until he saw everyone dead in front of him. Then he knew he was going to die too. He began to stumble over his words, pleading not to be killed, terrified of losing his life. Stuttering, he begged for mercy, grabbing Roman's leg and asking not to be killed. But Roman simply threw him into the middle of the city in front of everyone. The man pleaded, saying that if they spared him, he would serve as a dog for the rest of his life. Roman coldly responded that if he wanted to offer to become a dog, he should have done so before showing his fangs. He then announced to the city that this man was the leader of the Blood Fangs, and everyone knew the kind of person he was. They had threatened the Dmitri family and used dirty tricks to deceive people. The crimes committed by this organization were clear, and Roman declared that he would destroy the entire organization along with the evil they had spread. As the crowd stood in shock, Jonathan approached the square, and the scene left him speechless. There was no need to describe what happened to the leader. The scene then shifted back to the earlier meeting where someone asked if it was true. A soldier confirmed that he had allowed Roman Dmitri to enter because he was the future husband of Miss Flora. However, half an hour later, Roman had appeared, dragging a man through the middle of the city, claiming he was the leader of the Bloodfangs and executed him in front of everyone. The father was left speechless, and everyone else questioned whether this made any sense. The bespectacled man pointed out that killing and punishing someone without the Lord's permission was something that couldn't be ignored. However, the Lord was not overly concerned with the series of problems that were emerging. He was more curious about the fact that the man who was to become his son-in-law had single-handedly wiped out the Bloodfangs. He then ordered that Roman Dmitri be summoned, as he wanted to speak with the boy himself. Sometime later, Roman was escorted in along with the man who had let him in and Jonathan. As a renowned knight, Flora's father immediately recognized Jonathan, which led him to believe that Roman had only managed to defeat the Bloodfangs with Jonathan's help. The eldest son of the Dmitri family then introduced himself. The father decided to ignore the explanations and directly asked why Roman had done something so violent. Roman explained that a few days ago, the Bloodfangs had committed a crime and beaten an innocent citizen. That's when he executed everyone in that very place. Outside, Flora was trying to eavesdrop on the meeting. She called a knight over and asked him to come closer. She questioned if he had really taken Roman Dmitri inside, and he confirmed it. She then asked why Roman had gone to her father's room. The knight hinted that she might be one of the last to find out, which understandably left her alarmed. Back in the meeting, Roman continued, explaining that was why he had to invade the Bloodfangs base and kill their leader. That was the summary of everything that had happened. However, the Lord pointed out that Roman didn't have the authority to execute someone on Lawrence land. Roman acknowledged this but doubted their ability to handle such men, given that the Bloodfangs were infamous in the region, abusing the local citizens while nothing was done about it. That's why he took matters into his own hands, because he couldn't trust the Lawrence family to do it. The two servants on either side were shocked and drew their attention to Roman. But Roman expressed disappointment, saying he had expected to be called here for praise for doing the job they had ignored. He then asked the Baron if what he had done was truly wrong. The Baron asked the man beside him if he knew about Ben Miles. The man responded that they were aware he wasn't a good citizen, but they never imagined he was the leader of the Bloodfangs. At that moment, the Lord concluded that was enough, deciding there was no point in continuing the discussion since it wouldn't have been a problem if the Lawrence family had taken care of the man themselves. He then said he would reward the boy and allowed him to leave. With that, Roman departed. The room fell silent, broken only by the Lord's laughter. The man beside him even wondered if the Lord had gone mad. The Lord seemed impressed, never having imagined that this was the true Roman Dmitri. The advisor attempted to argue that they couldn't leave such actions unpunished, but the father dismissed his concerns, saying that it was fine since Roman was going to be Flora's husband. He knew that only someone with such courage could achieve great things. The advisor tried to continue, but the father cut him off, saying he didn't want to hear any more and was pleased that the boy was perfect for his daughter. He then ordered Flora to be brought in so he could discuss everything with her. Meanwhile, on the way back to Dmitri territory, Jonathan remarked that Roman shouldn't have told the whole truth because even though they had gotten rid of the Bloodfangs, a lord seemed to have been left angered. But Roman simply replied that all he did was show that the situation had escalated due to their negligence. And since the lord still didn't know about the canceled marriage, he wouldn't punish his daughter's husband. Jonathan quickly realized that Roman had planned everything, leaving him puzzled as to who this person before him really was. It was clear he was no longer the Roman Dmitri they once knew. A voice echoed in Roman's mind, calling him by his true name, Bak Jong-hyuk, and reminding him that, as the son of the celestial demon, he would have to prove he was qualified to succeed him. First, he would have to survive hunger, cold, and the hard ground. But his father had warned that if he died, it wouldn't matter since he could simply have another son. The only way to prove his worth was to rule over everyone. Of course, Bak had already been beaten down. A chubby kid laughed, saying he thought Bak would be stronger as the son of the celestial demon, but in the end, he was just an arrogant brat. Bak stood up only to be struck in the face again. The poor boy couldn't do anything. The other children, who stayed out of it, just thought he was an idiot. While most children were protected by their families during childhood, Bak had been forced to live in a world where only the strong survived. Back in Dmitri territory, Roman was now relaxing in a bathtub, enjoying a peaceful bath. He couldn't believe how exhausted his body had become from such a simple task. However, it was undeniable that since waking up in this world, he had experienced many things. To defeat the Bloodfangs, he had to kill everyone who stood in his way. Yet he had no regrets, as it proved that he hadn't changed as a person. If necessary, he would torture those who crossed him and eliminate anyone who sought to end his life. This was the life he had always lived, and nothing would change just because he had become Roman. The only problem was that it was becoming increasingly dangerous to go out as he had, and he didn't fully understand how this world operated. Not to mention, his true strength had diminished significantly, and he would need to think carefully about how to act in the future. Suddenly, someone called for the young master from the door, informing him that the Lord wished to speak with him. In the room, Romero asked if the boy had really done all that. Jonathan confirmed it, noting that Roman had changed a great deal. The father remained curious, but the knight insisted that this young master was not the same person they knew. Romero admitted that Roman had always been his greatest challenge. The only son with no notable characteristics, that the only one who had endured the hardships when they were poor. A long time ago, Roman had handed his father a candy. When asked what it was, the boy had simply replied, "It's a sweet." Romero was working in the mines when he saw his son approaching and asked why he had come to such a dangerous place, reminding him that it wasn't safe. But the boy just smiled and said that his father worked too much, so he brought him a sweet to give him energy to work faster and come home sooner. All Romero ever wanted was for his son to be happy. That's why he always favored him and gave him money so he wouldn't be called poor. He never imagined that this would lead Roman down the wrong path. Part of him had already given up on the boy, but hearing that he had taken down the blood fangs filled him with a renewed sense of hope. At the door, Roman asked to enter. Romero thought to himself that regardless of how Roman had achieved it, he had managed to eliminate the blood fangs. If that was the case, he was ready to do anything for his son. This would be his excuse for having failed as a father before. When Roman entered, Romero remarked that he had heard that Roman had taken down the blood fangs by himself. Bake, now inhabiting Roman's body, observed the boy's father. He could see that the man was anxious and full of hope for what he was about to say. Buck knew that if he told the truth, he would be seen in a completely different light. The problem was that accomplishments beyond expectations always came with a price. If he downplayed things now, he might buy himself more time to develop further. As his father continued calling out to him, Bake debated whether to tell the truth or lie. Hiding the truth seemed the more rational decision. Back's thoughts flashed back to when he was being beaten as a child. The bully taunted him, asking if that was all he had. But then Bake grabbed a rock from the ground and smashed it into the bully's face without mercy. The boy was badly hurt, falling to the ground, and Beck stood up, picking up another rock to finish him off. From that day on, everyone was afraid of him. That was when he learned that in a lonely world, the most powerful always reigns. He declared to everyone that the boy he had killed was the former leader of their group, meaning that now he was in charge. Demonstrating superiority was the only way to ensure total victory. That's why Bake, now Roman, decided to say, "Yes, I was the one who took down the blood fangs." He and the celestial demon didn't know how to hide their superiority. Sometime later in the city's training grounds, the young trainees were practicing their swordsmanship when someone ordered them to stop and show respect to the lord who had arrived. Everyone immediately bowed, and a blonde boy in the group looked surprised, wondering why Roman Dmitri was there. The trainer announced that they would be testing their swordsmanship against Mr. Roman and invited anyone who wanted to participate to step forward. Strangely, everyone was sweating, and no one wanted to volunteer. The blonde boy couldn't understand why everyone seemed so afraid of Roman, or more accurately, why anyone would want to fight the idiot. An hour earlier, when Roman had confessed to his father that he was indeed the one who had taken down the blood fangs, his father asked how he had managed to defeat them. Needing to avoid raising suspicion, Roman explained that he had been secretly practicing swordsmanship. His father asked why he had kept it hidden, assuring him that he would have given him all the support he needed. Roman replied that he was tired of wasting his life and wanted to prove that even the idiot of the Dmitri family could accomplish something on his own. However, Romero found it hard to believe, saying it was impossible for someone to learn swordsmanship on their own to the point of killing those men. Roman explained that the Blood Fangs maintained their operations through threats, which was why he set a trap to lure out their leader. His father asked how he did it, and Roman explained that the Blood Fangs always retaliated against weaker nobles, so he used himself as bait. Romero said it was very risky because if they sought revenge, it would be easy for them. But Roman explained that most of the members were kept in line through threats, and he knew that if he could kill the leader, no one would want to save someone who had threatened them. Romero thought to himself that it was an extremely well-thought-out plan, and Roman had shown a lot of courage to follow through with it. Impressive would be an understatement for what he had done. To think that Roman was capable of such a thing. His father then asked if he could request a favor, and Roman agreed. Romero said he wanted to see the swordsmanship that Roman had been practicing with his own eyes to understand how much he had changed. Now back at the training grounds, Romero was startled by the fact that no one was volunteering. The blonde boy thought that whoever hit Roman would be expelled, and whoever lost would also be expelled for being so bad, making no one want to participate. Meanwhile, Jonathan was thinking that they needed someone who could defeat Roman easily to demonstrate the knight's skills. He announced that if no one volunteered, he would choose someone himself. As the master, Jonathan couldn't participate, so there was only one other option. He called out the name Chris, telling the boy to step forward, which shocked him. Chris was the vice-captain of the Dmitri Knights. The first time he had met Roman was the previous year, when they had gone to a bar where people were complaining about a drunk causing trouble. There, they found someone shouting and demanding to know if they were trying to make a fool of him. The boy had asked if they really wanted to shut down the place. The attendants apologized and didn't quite know what to do. However, it was the drunken Roman who said that trash like them shouldn't even speak, and he ordered the guy to come over to him once again. They tried to say something, but he threw the bottle against the wall. That's when Chris told the boy that enough was enough, but he just asked who they were. Chris reached out to grab his wrist to get him out of there, telling him he was embarrassing himself. But he received a slap in the face, and Roman asked how a lowly knight like him had the courage to lay his hands on him. Well, with just that slap, Chris already knew that this boy had never trained a day in his life. His strength was at best below the average of a man. He felt sorry for the Lord for having a son like that guy, and he was absolutely certain that this was trash, better off dead. So why were they telling him to have a duel with this Roman? He tried to tell the captain that he didn't think it was a good idea and that there might be other more suitable people for it. However, Jonathan warned that the boy had taken down the blood prisoners, so it had to be him. Chris was about to say something, but Jonathan just cut him off. So he said he understood. Everyone was eager to see the duel, and the two calmly observed each other. Jonathan told them to wait, but at that moment, Chris said he had a request. He warned that he had a vow to be merciless in a duel, regardless of who it was. If they accepted this request, he would then participate in it. He was certain that this idiot wasn't the person who had defeated the blood prisoners. Jonathan and Romero seemed to agree, and Roman, of course, smiled, which did not make Chris happy at all. Jonathan said that by the laugh the boy had accepted, and then he told both sides to get ready. While Chris was consumed by anger, Roman was just smirking. The second Jonathan gave the signal, Chris immediately launched himself, while the boy stood still, waiting for him. He quickly observed one of the movements, and Chris delivered a full strike that the boy defended against. The people who trained with Chris immediately realized that he was giving it his all. However, Jonathan was already impressed. The boy had actually blocked it. Chris retreated immediately. He could tell the boy's strength just by the way he defended himself. Not to mention that his stance still seemed completely stable. It wasn't exactly how he expected this duel to go, but he didn't care about that. He would only be satisfied when he crushed this guy. He tried another slash, but Roman simply sidestepped. However, Chris saw this movement. He spun his body to hit him from the side, but the boy defended again. Roman seemed calm, observing the attacks. When Chris found an opening at his back, for him the match was won now. It was just a matter of landing this blow and it would be over. But Roman simply crouched. He saw an opening, and at that moment, Chris knew he was going to get hit. The attack brushed past his face, and the guy even got a new haircut. Terrified, he retreated. He realized how dangerous that had been, while the Lord and the captain couldn't believe it. For the people who trained with Chris, it made no sense that he was losing, and he himself wondered if this was really the skills of Roman Mitri that he knew. From defense to evasion or attack, nothing was lacking. Could it be that he had really defeated the blood prisoners? Because if so, at this pace, at that moment he said he was overthinking and Roman was still the same idiot as before. But that's when Roman said that was enough warming up, and he said that this time he would go first. And the poor guy hadn't even reacted yet. Too late when he realized it. He managed to defend himself the last second by sheer luck. While he couldn't believe that the boy was that fast, he made a move backward, but Roman kept closing in. All Chris could do was defend bit by bit, and the people around were scared by this sequence of attacks. Chris was having to give it his all just to manage to defend himself. He had to at least find an opportunity to end this, but then he took a hit to the arm that knocked him sideways. He realized he needed to step back, but that's when he noticed Roman was coming at him with an overhead attack. The movement seemed long and slow, and the middle of his chest seemed like the perfect opening, and he didn't hesitate to strike with full force. But it was just a trap from Roman, who easily dodged. He gave a little smile, and at that moment, Chris realized he had fallen into a trap. He knew there was no way he could win at this rate, and the worst part was losing to Roman. That's when he gripped his sword, and an aura emerged from it. Jonathan shouted and told him to stop that. But Chris had already activated the one-star aura. Of course, even Bake was surprised by that, and the arena exploded. The people around couldn't see anything. Romero was worried about what might have happened to Roman. He let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Roman had narrowly avoided getting hit by that aura-infused sword. Chris, disoriented after accidentally using the aura, was promptly struck on the chin for his troubles. Naturally, neither Jonathan nor Romero expected Roman to win, but there was Chris, lying on the ground. Everyone always asked who this new young prodigy of the captain was. The others would respond that he was one of the best they had ever seen. Despite being so young, he was already a 2-star knight. Rumors circulated that he had started sensing mana after just 6 months of training and had reached 1 star in less than 3 years. Moreover, his swordsmanship was said to be incredible. The women were all curious, wanting to know the boy's name. After practice, Jonathan would often say that was enough for the day, but Chris would get up and ask to practice just one more time. That kind of determination excited Jonathan because the boy not only had talent but also worked hard. To him, Chris was a genius. But there was his genius now being thoroughly beaten by Roman, who cruelly watched him lying on the ground. While Chris lay unconscious, Romero called out to Jonathan, asking what had happened as he had heard that Chris was a 2-star knight. The problem was that not even Jonathan could grasp how strong Roman had become. What Roman had displayed was the skill of someone who should have had years of training. Considering that just a month ago he had been doing nothing but complaining, it seemed impossible that he had changed so much. But nothing made sense, so Jonathan simply told Romero that Roman was a genius in swordsmanship. Roman, meanwhile, was just laughing as he looked at Chris, who was still unconscious. He was impressed by how aggressive and focused Chris was. With the skill he had shown, Chris could easily have taken down the Blood Fangs as well. It was easy to see why Jonathan was proud to have him as a protege. But to the Celestial Demon, Chris was one of the weakest. Even the weakest warriors of the Celestial Demon sect were stronger than this. However, that strange power Chris had displayed at the end had really caught his attention. As another Joker started to emerge, Romero began laughing like a madman. Once again, everyone was confused. But of course, Romero said it was great to see this. To him, it was incredible to have a son who was a genius in swordsmanship. He asked Jonathan if he was sure. Jonathan replied that it was impossible for someone to have evolved so much without being a genius. Naturally, the father was all smiles. He called Roman over, telling him to come closer. Romero said it had been a long time since he had been this happy and that he wanted to applaud his son. To him, Roman deserved whatever he wanted, so he could ask for anything. Roman smiled and mentioned the war that was going to happen in 6 months. His father was already certain that Roman would ask not to go and asked what it was. However, Roman's request was the right to choose whoever he wanted to go with him. Romero was confused and even a bit stunned. He tried to suggest that Roman could return to Flora and back out of this, but Roman simply said that he wanted to go. This surprised his father, who then said he understood. Roman would have the right to take whoever he wanted to that war and anything related to it. Roman then said he had one more request, and his father told him that as long as he acted properly, he could ask for anything. Roman made his second request while looking at Chris, who was still unconscious. When Chris awoke, he asked why he had to teach Roman about aura. Jonathan simply replied that it was the master's order. However, Chris protested, saying this was too much. He didn't even know Roman, and after having been in a coma for so long, it was embarrassing. Now, on top of everything, he had to teach aura to this guy. He said he would rather have his head cut off. Jonathan interrupted and made a proposal. If Chris could use the opportunity of teaching Roman to learn why Roman had changed so much, he would gain the right to learn any technique Jonathan had been hiding from him. Immediately, Chris got up, excited, asking if it was true, and Jonathan confirmed it. Now Chris was eager because he was certain this would be easy, and he would definitely receive the secret to becoming a 3-star knight. Of course, he didn't want to seem too enthusiastic, but he told Jonathan to keep his word. Inside the castle, someone called out to Roman, saying they had heard about the incredible duel he had today. It was Hans who remarked how amazing it was that Roman had defeated a 2-star knight. Roman asked if he knew what this 2-star aura business was. Hans admitted he didn't know much but said it was related to the ability to use mana. Our protagonist then mused that it seemed to be called mana in this place. He was sure the power Chris had used was a key explosion, but the way they utilized it was completely different from how it was used in the mirror world. Here, it was called aura, and one detail he had noticed was that it was a total waste. Even though he didn't understand why they used ki in this way, he knew he needed to learn more about this power and how people utilized it. But during tomorrow's training, he was confident he would get the answers he needed. The next morning, Roman stood face to face with Chris, who was clearly not happy. However, Roman wasn't much different, until the boy let out a little chuckle, which immediately made Chris angry. He tried to calm himself down and said he would explain what aura was. He explained that aura was nothing more than the use of mana from a knight's perspective. Mages also use mana, but they create circles and spells to do so, while knights use it around their bodies. The first person to explore the use of mana was Emperor Alexander. He was the first to discover that it was possible to use mana to strengthen the body, and aura was the ability to release it instantly. This allowed someone to use much more strength than normal. However, Chris mentioned that the history wasn't very important since only a few people could use mana. 1 in 1,000 could become a knight, and 1 in 10,000 could become a mage. That's why discovering whether you have the affinity is the most important thing, as the minimum talent required to become a knight with aura is the ability to at least sense mana. He said that it took him half a year, but achieving it in a year was above average. Roman acknowledged this and asked Chris to explain how to sense this mana. Chris agreed while thinking that Roman was full of himself after winning that fight. However, it was a shame, as talent in swordsmanship and in mana were two completely different things. Now Roman would experience the harsh reality through this training. But the premise of this training was flawed from the start. Roman had already sensed the mana of this world, and using the techniques he learned as the celestial demon, he was storing part of it in the center of his body. He was only here to understand why they did things this way, even if it wasn't the right way. He wanted to comprehend why they did things this way. Chris started walking around and told Roman to feel everything that came into contact with his body. Once he got used to sensing the mana, he could start thinking about trying to manifest it. When he succeeded in manifesting it, he would become a 1-star knight. However, there were various ways to manifest aura. It could be applied to a sword or, for example, cover the body. He was about to continue his explanation when he noticed something. Roman was already standing beside him with his mana activated. Poor Chris didn't even know what to say. The boy was actually manifesting aura, but Roman could only think that he knew very well that the way people use ki in this world was garbage. In his world, you purify the energy and concentrate it within your body, whereas in this world, they simply expect mana to naturally accumulate in their bodies. In the Mirim world, mana is scarce and dense, meaning it's difficult to accumulate but also doesn't move much. Here, however, mana is abundant but extremely light, causing it to escape the body as easily as it enters. The two methods weren't even comparable since in Mirim, you usually strengthen both the exterior and interior of your body. In this world, the exterior isn't strengthened and mana isn't accumulated. Not to mention that spreading energy everywhere is completely inefficient. If Roman used such a method, he wouldn't reach the top 10 even in 100 years. Shocked, Chris asked how Roman had done it. Roman replied that Chris probably already knew the answer. Chris insisted that this was exactly why he was asking, since it took him at least half a year. He demanded Roman tell the truth, accusing him of pretending not to know how to use mana just to show off now. It was starting to make sense why Chris had lost. Roman commented on Chris' assumption that he was hiding his powers, saying that Chris was just assuming what he wanted. But poor Chris was struggling to understand what was happening, knowing it took him 10 years to reach 2 stars. Suddenly, Roman started laughing and Chris asked what was so funny. Roman just remarked that Chris was amusing. Chris, now more upset, asked if Roman was saying that his efforts were funny. Roman then asked if, in all those 10 years of climbing the ranks, Chris had ever once questioned the methods he was being taught. Chris was about to respond, but Roman cut him off, saying that ordinary people are like that. They assume that what has been passed down through countless generations is always correct. When he was learning aura, he wondered why people were so fixated on this method when it clearly had flaws. Was it because they didn't know any better? Or was their faith in Captain Jonathan too strong? But the truth is, people follow it because it's the easiest thing to do. Ronan continued, saying he wouldn't deny that Chris had worked hard for 10 years, but he found it really funny that Chris had never questioned the purpose of what he was doing. Ronan then walked away, saying that nothing in this world reaches a perfect state. Even things he once held as certainties were different in the past and changed over time. Roman knew that questioning oneself like this leads to suffering, especially when, after countless attempts, you end up failing. That's when you have to go against everyone's criticism and your own despair. However, even if that's the case, change is necessary. That's how Roman ignored his father's teachings and created his own art. He then told Chris that they would end the training there. At that moment, Chris called out to Roman and asked him what he should do from now on. The scene shifted to a flashback. A man asked a boy if he was going to continue suffering or if he would admit defeat. From now on, the Blood Demon sect would follow Bake. The only thing the man wanted to know was how he could become as strong as Bak. He was determined to dedicate his body and soul to him as long as they both became stronger, but he needed to know what he should do from now on. Roman recognized this as someone who had let go of their pride and said that it was interesting. The Blood Demon was someone so powerful that he unified all the sects. As someone who dominated the Miram world, it was inevitable that he would eventually face Bak, and in the end, after a long battle, he was defeated. Roman remembered that the child from the past had swallowed his pride and asked for guidance. The desire to become stronger at the cost of one's pride reminded him of the Blood Demon. He told Chris that he was asking about ways to become stronger, but unfortunately, he didn't know what to say to that. Confused, Chris asked what he should do then. Roman replied that he had already given the answer. The only thing he couldn't do was blindly follow what he had been taught. If Roman taught him anything, Chris would be following another lesson blindly. So what Chris needed to do was seek the answer on his own. The only hint Roman gave was to stay by his side from now on. In 6 months, Roman would go to the battlefield, where Chris would see him defeating countless enemies and becoming stronger. And if in 10 years Chris was still by Roman's side, Roman was sure that by then, Chris would have found the answer. That same night, Chris lay isolated in bed. He recalled everyone saying that the right thing to do was to train until he began to feel human. He remembered the teachings passed down to him by Jonathan, even the time when he was told he had become a 2-star knight. But Roman's laughter, mocking him for never questioning, filled him with anger. Someone asked what this was all about. Jonathan wanted to know if Chris was sure, as Chris had just said that he would go to the battlefield in 6 months with Roman. Jonathan asked if something had happened, and Chris confirmed that something had. They locked eyes for a moment, and the captain admitted that it seemed Chris had a reason for doing this. From now on, Chris would no longer be part of the Dmitri Knights. No matter what happened, Jonathan hoped that Chris could protect Roman on the battlefield. Chris simply thanked him. But at that moment, Jonathan realized that Chris was no longer the little boy he had found on the battlefield, desperately clinging to a dead woman. Jonathan said that if the Chris he knew really wanted to follow Roman, then it seemed that Roman was no longer an idiot. He told Chris to follow him, as from now on he would be prepared. If Chris wanted to survive on the battlefield, he would need a secret weapon that he could call his own. Now the knight was excited. The scene shifted to the city, where everyone was talking about a certain rumor that the idiot of the Dmitri family had wiped out all the blood fangs. Kevin, from the beginning of the story, was there listening to people saying that Roman had really kept his word. He believed it might be true, as he had seen Roman take down 3 men with just a stick in his hand. But could it really be that Roman did this because he had kept his word? Kevin concluded that no, Roman wouldn't go that far just for someone like him. At that moment, his boss asked why he was standing there thinking and told him to get back to work. Kevin thought about how all he wanted was to be strong enough to protect his family. He knew that there were still dozens of people like the Bloodfangs in the world. But as a peasant, how could he become stronger? Training wasn't an option. He wouldn't even get a chance. Just then, someone called out to him, causing the crate he was holding to fall to the ground. It was Roman, who said that it had been a while since they last saw each other. Kevin asked what Roman was doing there, but then quickly corrected himself and threw himself to the ground, thanking Roman for saving his family. Roman asked if things had improved, and Kevin confirmed that they had. The Bloodfangs were no longer pursuing them, and he had even found a job. The only thing Kevin didn't know was how to express his gratitude. Ronan told him not to worry because there would be an opportunity as soon as Kevin heard his proposal. His family would never have to worry about money again. Additionally, they would have a house and good food. They wouldn't need to work in exhausting places anymore. Kevin's entire family could be blessed with this new life, but the price was that Kevin would have to swear loyalty and live for Roman. Kevin was silent for a moment before he bowed his head to the ground, saying he would live for Roman. He would die if Roman asked and kill if Roman commanded. If Roman promised to take care of his family, that would be more than enough. Roman saw that Kevin was the kind of person who showed loyalty with his own blood. In his past life, the Mad Demon was someone who could wipe out entire clans with just one word. Maybe that's why as soon as he thought of summoning someone, Kevin's name came to mind. It was truly worth it to see the boy again, and Roman said that from this point forward, Kevin was his. Back at the Dumitry Castle, Roman handed Kevin over to Hans and asked him to help the boy adjust. Roman mentioned that he would return later, and Kevin expressed his gratitude for everything. With that, they left, and Roman headed to the library. Roman began studying the path of the Aura Knights. The first stage was the manifestation, which qualified someone as a 1-star knight. To reach 2 stars, one would need to cut through steel with their aura. At 3 stars, one transcended logical comprehension and was treated as someone special in any kingdom. On the Salamandra continent, there were a few 6-star knights, but no one had ever heard of someone reaching the 7th rank. Even among the 10 strongest in the world, not all were 6-star knights. Roman mused that given Chris's strength, Jonathan must be a 3-star knight, and that 6 stars in this world were practically incomprehensible. The aura of someone like that could reach 12 meters in height and impact the entire world. Currently, there were only 12 6-star knights in the entire world. Roman realized that these individuals were indeed powerful, especially if they could achieve such feats in an inefficient way. On the other hand, there were the so-called Archmages, a title given to a sorcerer who reached 7 circles. In this world, they were considered half-god, half-human, as they could bring destruction wherever they went. A single spell from someone like that could split the sky in 2. Unfortunately, magic was something that didn't exist in the Mirim world, and now he at least had some idea about it. As unlikely as it was, he knew he couldn't afford to make an enemy of someone like that for the time being. The fact that he couldn't predict anything about them made everything more dangerous. But Roman wasn't someone who could live in a bubble. He enjoyed experiencing everything and reading overall. This would indeed be interesting. Now it was time to truly begin. The scene shifted to Hans opening a room. Roman asked what it was for. The servant explained that it was the old forge, and no one had access to that place anymore. Roman remarked that it was the perfect place to train. He told Hans that he would be staying there for the next week and that no one should enter or bring him food. Roman made Hans swear that unless his people were in grave danger, he wouldn't let anyone inside. Hesitantly, Hans agreed. With that, Roman was left alone. He noticed that the room was filled with straw because Hans had put it there to make things more comfortable. Roman appreciated the gesture but preferred to do without it. All these days, he had been accumulating energy in the center of his body, but it was time to start developing the techniques he used in his past life. He activated the first stage of the Celestial Demon's Art. First, he would circulate all the energy to remove impurities from his body. The cultivation process was aggressive, with blood pouring out everywhere. Ronan knew this would happen, which is why he had accumulated the right amount of energy. He didn't have time to waste and needed to regain his past strength as quickly as possible. The first stage of this technique was called the Human Stage, and it was the first step toward his goal. The scene then shifted to a week later. A bald man offered to bring tea and drinks for Count Lawrence and Miss Flora. The Lawrence entered and asked where Roman was. The bald man explained that Roman was currently handling some business and then closed the door, leaving them inside. Lawrence remarked that it was clear they weren't welcome there. He told his daughter they would have to wait and instructed her to sit down. He then called her by name and explained that he had arranged this meeting to reverse the mistake she had made. Flora replied that she understood perfectly. Back in the moment when he had shouted upon discovering that she had broken off the engagement, Flora explained that she had already discussed her situation with Roman and even tried to follow her father's advice. But he interrupted her, calling her by name and reminding her that he had always believed she was an intelligent child, so he hadn't expected her to do something like this. She needed to understand that the Barco family had borrowed a large sum of money from the bank, which meant that a war would soon begin. The marriage with the Dumitry family wasn't just a decision. It was inevitable because they were the only family capable of standing against the Barcos in this region. Flora argued that the Lawrence family wasn't weak and questioned why they thought they couldn't win without the Dumitrys. Her father explained that the government had approved all the documents without even checking anything. And if the bank itself had lent so much money, it showed that this matter had already escalated beyond these families. This battle was designed for them to lose, and they would use that defeat to take everything they had. He would lose the land, the honor, and even her, who was known as the flower of the Lawrence family. In the present, Flora reflected that she knew all of this. She understood the decisions and why her father had made them. Yet she had ignored it all for selfish reasons. She needed to wake up to reality since she couldn't live like a flower forever. Meanwhile, Renzo was wandering around, wondering what he should do. As soon as Roman appeared, he would have to tell him that Flora had been waiting for him since the morning. The problem was that it was already late afternoon, but at the same time, Roman had also told him not to disturb him. Finally, the door opened. Renzo, all radiant, called out for the young master, but he was in for a shock. However, the scene shifts back to Lawrence. He already expected this treatment because of Flora's mistake. He knows that the Lawrences need this political marriage, but even so, this didn't sit right with him. Suddenly, he stands up and Flora calls out to him. He announces that he's going to sort this out and find Baron Dimitri on his own. Someone calmly takes a few notes. Then suddenly, Lawrence opens the door and asks why he's making a visit and waiting so long. If he's dissatisfied, he could have just said so. He never expected the Dimitris to be so petty. However, Romero is just standing there observing. He says he understands what he said, but asks if today's meeting was scheduled in advance. The Baron mentions that he understands that he showed up unannounced, but it's been a week since he's been asking to speak with Roman. If, at least, they had refused from the start, they wouldn't have been offended. However, Romero asks why he would refuse a visit from the Lawrences. But now, he wants to know if that's all he has to say, and if really he barged into this room to complain about being tired of waiting until noon. On the day Flora visited, Roman himself said he wanted to end that marriage. Even though they argued with the boy, he is sure Flora didn't want that marriage either. Even if it was a disgrace to the Dimitris, he decided to say nothing and stay quiet like a fool. After all, it was she who came there just to say it wouldn't work out. Even though, at the beginning of it all, it was the Lawrences who were pushing for it to happen. And now he's there, barging into the room and complaining just because he had to wait for a while. Even worse, for a meeting that wasn't even scheduled. And he has the nerve to complain as if it's his fault. He then reveals that not long ago he received a message from the Barcos. It was an offer for a political marriage where they would gain connections with the central government and a piece of the Lawrences' land. Even so, he decided to refuse that offer and asks him why he thinks he did that. Lawrence, who also questions this, wonders because to him, it would obviously be more advantageous to ally with the Barcos. Roman says the reason is simple. The Dimitris have enough power for him to choose whatever path he wants. And since his eldest son liked the young lady from the Lawrence family, that was the reason he opposed the Barcos. At that moment, Lawrence realizes he messed up because of his foolish ego. The father says he understands his son's reputation for being an idiot, and that the fame of the two doesn't match. But even so, he needs to keep in mind what kind of family they are. Ronan's name completely changes the moment the Dimitri family is associated with him. And that's why those who should be desperate for this marriage aren't them, but, in fact, the Lawrence family. Or perhaps, did he misunderstand something? Suddenly, Flora remembered the days she used to go to the academy when she was younger. That was the place where many children from renowned families went to build their knowledge as nobles. However, there was one family from the north that had only one person there. The boy was so quiet that one could question if he really existed. That was the son of the Joel family. In a place where the children believed they were treasures born into this world, he was distant. Until one day, he made a small mistake. For the other children, that wouldn't mean anything, even if they made big mistakes. However, in his case, it resulted in a disciplinary committee. And on the day the teacher scolded him, a father approached and apologized. He begged for his son to be forgiven and said he would teach him better. At that moment, from a distance, she could only think of one thing. She felt sorry for him. However, right now, all of this seems funny to her. The Viscount apologizes and says he has nothing to say. Meanwhile, Flora realizes she had no right to feel sorry for that boy. And the Viscount says his daughter made a mistake out of immaturity. At that time, Joel was weak, and this is the same case for the Lawrences today. Once again, the father apologizes, saying that his entrance was disrespectful, and Flora understood that the weak had no choice but to bow to the strong. It was then that she began to lean forward to apologize to Romero. However, at that moment, someone entered. From the door, they announced that Master Roman had arrived, and Flora realized she had learned this lesson too late. Roman had dyed his hair white, and he was all dark now. He entered the room and announced that Roman Dimitri greeted his father. Everyone was confused, and the father asked if he had finished his training. He said yes, so he replied that they could discuss it later. He was called there to discuss the marriage with the Lawrences. All of this had started because of a decision he made, so he would respect any choice he made. Roman quickly understood what he was trying to say. He knew the significance of the alliance between those two families. At this moment, when the Lawrences are in danger, the wealth of the Dimitris would serve as protection. The father asks if he requested this marriage even knowing that. Roman said that at the time he thought that was enough of a reason. However, everything changed when he met her for the first time, and she immediately talked about canceling the engagement. She had certainly heard the rumors and decided she wouldn't marry someone like him because of that. This means that all of her decisions were based on what others said. Regardless of how society judges them, he wants to be with someone who only believes in what they experience and see. And it is for this reason that he votes to end the engagement. At that moment, the room fell silent. Lawrence thought that now it was the end of everything, as this marriage was the last card they had. No other family would accept a political marriage in this situation. This means they would have to solve their problems with their own power. The problem is that if the Dimitris and the Barcos really combined forces, it wouldn't stand a chance. He needed to do something to at least prevent that. He then bowed and said that the Lawrences took full responsibility for this. As an apology, they would no longer collect any taxes from a Dimitri merchant passing through their territory. He knew this wasn't much for someone as wealthy as they were, but it was a way to show they were sorry. Romero said he couldn't accept that, as the Dimitris couldn't profit from his son's future. All they would need to do is announce that it was Flora who canceled, and they wouldn't join forces with the Barcos. Lawrence simply thanked him. Of all his fears, this was the greatest. And with that, they left the room. Not before he looked back just to see Dimitri standing there. If he had known the potential of this young man a little earlier, he would have been more assertive when he spoke with Flora. In the end, he too had made a big mistake. Romero then called Roman and asked what had happened to him in the past week. In that training, all he did was remove impure energy to advance the human state. This is the basis of the techniques he created, and it's nothing impressive in the Miram world. The problem is that, since this place has abundant mana, it accumulated in the body, and the purification of something like that created a miraculous effect. From his outward appearance, like the skeletal changes, it was evident that he had become a different person. He then simply tells his father that he achieved an awakening on his own, and that this change occurred because he started to feel mana flowing through his body. Romero was startled since this was supposed to take years. He had heard of a natural phenomenon where mana starts to circulate, but it had happened to very few people. However, the boy was achieving one feat after another since he managed to take down the Blood Fangs. All of this defied logic, but he couldn't forget that the boy was still his son. Romero then said that regardless of the challenges he faced, he would not leave him alone. And the boy should never forget that his name is Roman Dimitri, because his father would always support him. At that moment, Baker recalled a flashback. On one of the days when he was being trained, his father always thought he was a pathetic bastard. The man in front of him wasn't cold or cruel. He didn't even push him to the brink of death. He then thanked Romero, while thinking that it wasn't so bad after all. When he left the room, someone called out to him. It was Flora, all awkward, not knowing what to say. She apologized for judging him so hastily and causing trouble for both families. He simply walked away, saying she didn't need to apologize. After all, he hadn't planned on accepting it from the beginning. She continued, saying that she understood he didn't like it. Even though it was something meant for both of them, she was the one who decided to break that promise. However, there was something she wanted to say while she still had the chance. The reason she broke off the engagement, it was at a social gathering in the north where the nobles gathered. The moment they found out she had been promised the Dimitris, they started spreading all sorts of terrifying rumors. And the worst of all was discovering that he and Roman Dimitri used drugs. This one came from Dare. She knew that drugs eat away at reason and intelligence. She just wanted him to know this. She didn't know if they were true or false. It's just that she couldn't ignore it. Roman cut her off and said that whatever happened didn't matter since it didn't change the relationship they had. She didn't need to worry about him anymore. The poor thing was left there abandoned. Later that night, she had a conversation with Hans. He found it strange that she mentioned drugs since he didn't feel anything like that in this body. Even though there were some impurities, that metamorphosis had already removed all of that. He then called for Hans and asked if he had ever heard of him using drugs or doing anything like that. The guy was all confused, unsure if he should answer or not, but Roman said he wouldn't reprimand him. He was just trying to understand better the choices he had made in life. Hans, excited, said that not with his own eyes. However, there were moments when he thought the boy's behavior was a bit strange. Roman then asked when that was. Hans explained that the last time was 15 days ago when he saw him returning from a social gathering. Nothing major happened at that place, but the moment he returned, he seemed to be in a strange state. After that, he seemed to have lost the will to live and stayed in his room all day. Not to mention that every night he asked for an excessive amount of alcohol. This was one of the reasons Hans suspected he was using drugs. But now that he thinks about it, it really seems like a foolish idea. He remembers Flora mentioned those noble gatherings and asks who organized that party. Hans says it was the eldest son of the Barcos named Anthony. Roman begins to realize that all of this is very suspicious. The moment others find out he's going to be her fiancé, he suddenly takes his own life. Now he has a rough idea of what happened. There were some things that bothered him about Roman's death. In the message, it only said that he was afraid to go to battle, and that's why he took his own life. However, at that time, the marriage to Flora had already been decided, but he didn't mention anything about it. Not to mention that it would have been extremely easy for him to avoid the war with this marriage. But even with all of this, he took his life out of fear. Something about it didn't make sense. Roman then asked if he and this Anthony had always been close. Hans said they had been friends for a long time, but recently things didn't seem to be going well. It started when that marriage proposal with the Lawrences came up, because that would create a huge obstacle for the Barcos who wanted to conquer the Lawrence lands. And the quickest way was to prevent that marriage from happening. This confirmed to Roman that these guys were behind that letter. Hans then mentions that a few days ago, another letter with an invitation to a Barcos party arrived. This makes Buck curious. Hans explains that he didn't deliver it because Roman was in isolated training and asks what he should do with it. Now Roman laughs because it seems these guys are underestimating him. And that's one of the things the celestial demon hates the most. He asks when the party will be, and Hans says in 2 weeks. With that, Roman orders him to inform him that he will definitely attend. The scene shifts to the next day. Kevin is being guided to speak with Roman. However, Hans had already warned him not to be surprised by his change in appearance. He entered and asked if Roman had called for him. Roman turned and confirmed, but at that moment, Kevin was startled and asked what had happened to the young master. Beck ignored this and asked if he was adjusting. Kevin said yes, that the place was very good, and he had no problems. However, there was just one detail. He was still trying to understand what his role would be in this place. He offered to live for Roman's sake, but he didn't know what an ordinary and commoner like him could do. Roman simply said that he would be used as one of his swords. Kevin asked what that meant. Roman once again ignored him and said that it was impossible to choose someone's path for them. So he would give him 3 options. If he was afraid of killing, he wouldn't be a sword, but instead the hands and feet. He would learn everything from Hans to become a loyal follower. The second option was to become the sword and protect him by his side. Kevin interrupted, saying he had never used a sword, so it was impossible. Roman said he had already figured the boy would say that. He explained that if he chose this option, he would have to go through skeletal contortion. Obviously, the boy wanted to know what that was. Roman explained that it was a process where the pain caused would make a person feel as if their bones and muscles were being broken. In this way, he would prove his determination and potential through pain, not words. He drew his sword and said that the last option was for him to take it and cut off his own hand. If he could endure causing pain to himself and withstanding it until the end, he would become stronger than anyone. Beck remembered that even the mad demon who knew nothing of martial arts became a king. All of this depended solely on his own willpower. Ronan told him to choose because, regardless of the option, he would make it worthwhile. The only thing he was choosing was how he would be used. In an abandoned cabin outside Dimitri Castle. That was where Kevin was born. He was young and had to work to survive. Since he always had to help with everything, there was nothing he didn't know how to do. However, his life changed. No matter how much effort he made, there was always someone to take what was his. That was the life of someone weak. And that's why he couldn't forget what he saw. The overwhelming strength of Roman that day. He couldn't understand what cutting off his hand would explain. Nor this business of destroying one's own body. However, if that meant becoming as strong as Roman, he said he would do it. The boy Roman was just watching, and Kevin prepared to make the cut. He took a deep breath and raised the sword. At the moment, he shouted and went to make the cut. Meanwhile, outside, Chris was talking about how he decided to follow the young master. But right after that, he decided to enter isolated training. He found Hans and asked where Roman was. Hans said the boy was training with Kevin but warned that no one was allowed to enter. Chris had never heard of this kid and asked who this Kevin was. Man, I thought he wasn't going to cut it. But the boy really did it, and Roman just stood there watching. But at night, Hans saw the sword and asked why it was covered in blood. But the boy only said there was nothing to worry about. That blood wasn't his. The truth is, Roman planned to put the boy in an illusion. That was the charm of the demon's illusion. The problem is that he made the cut before he could activate it. If he hadn't done something, the boy wouldn't have really cut off his entire arm. There were still 2 weeks until the party, and 6 months until the war. But Roman was eager because he had a lot of people to teach. Soon he would be very busy. In a room, he said that the mana cultivation technique he was going to teach was very dangerous. Kevin asked if he was really going to learn about mana. Roman simply said yes, but in reality, what he was going to teach was a technique from the mad demon himself. It was a spiritual art that consumed the user's mind in exchange for power. However, that could only be used by someone who could withstand extreme pain. And it was by putting the mad demon through that process that he managed to make him useful. If the boy didn't hesitate even to cut his arm, Roman believed he could learn it. He warned that it was a technique that would make him stronger. However, the pain would be much greater than yesterday. Even with all that, there was only one reason he was teaching it. Not only was it the fastest way for an untrained teenager to grow stronger, but it was also a technique that would allow him to protect whoever he wanted when he reached his peak. Kevin got excited and called for the young master. He said he couldn't express how grateful he felt, but he just didn't understand why Roman trusted him so much. He might have sworn loyalty, but nothing would stop him from running away after learning it. That's why he wanted to know why Roman trusted him so much. But the boy just said he trusted him because he did. Obviously, that left the boy even more confused. But Roman ignored him and told him to rest because the training would start tomorrow. Still, he thought that the mad demon had asked the exact same question. But unconditional trust is only received when you believe in the person. However, he knew Kevin wouldn't betray him. As soon as he became stronger, he would realize how dangerous it is to betray the celestial demon. It makes sense, right? Who would dare betray that guy? The next day, they were already practicing. Roman was teaching him the step-by-step of swordsmanship, how to maintain focus on each movement. Meanwhile, Chris was watching everything from the side. He was dying of boredom and didn't understand any of it. Why was Roman teaching swordsmanship to a guy who seemed to have no talent at all? Or worse, why wasn't he learning anything? He thought he'd get stronger if he followed this guy, but he was being treated like he didn't even exist. Maybe it would be better to go back to his master and ask to be accepted again. But he decided that for now, he'd wait a little longer. And so a few days passed. He threw his gloves on the ground, walked up to Roman, and called out to him, saying it had been 2 weeks since he decided to follow him. In the first week, he did the isolated training, and now in the second, he was there being ignored while he trained Kevin. He apologized for how he acted in the beginning, but he wanted to learn anything. Roman looked at him and said that he had already told him to learn just by watching. Obviously, Chris had no idea what he was talking about, but Roman warned that everyone has their own way of learning. Kevin didn't know anything, so until he reached a certain level, he needed to train. However, on the other hand, Chris was different, and no matter what Roman taught him because he had been defeated, he would accept any teaching without questioning it twice. Chris asked if he was really just going to keep observing. Roman said no and tossed a sword to him. He warned that he needed results to accept the truth, and that's why there would be a duel against Kevin. The poor kid was malnourished, but he would have to take a beating to develop his technique. Roman explained that he would teach Kevin how to defeat Chris, and Chris had to defeat him. If Chris truly believed he was right after this duel, then Roman would teach him personally. Poor Kevin was in shock, realizing he would have to fight a real knight. And Chris, of course, didn't want to duel with a novice. But once again, he got angry and wondered what Roman thought of him. But he decided that fine, he would show that he wasn't that weak now. With that, the two faced each other. Kevin said that no matter the situation, it didn't make sense for him to fight a 2-star knight. Ronan said it was obvious he was at a disadvantage, but he had nothing to lose by being defeated. There are countless people in this world who are stronger than him. Just as his family was oppressed by the Blood Fangs and Chris was trying to oppress him. Is he always going to back down when he encounters someone like that? Kevin, determined, said that he would try once. That made Chris even angrier, seeing a novice thinking he had a chance to win. He couldn't understand what Roman thought he would gain from this fight. But whatever, a duel is a duel. The second Roman gave the signal, Chris was already in front of him. There was no way he could lose to this beginner who had only a week of training. And with that, he landed the first attack squarely. Kevin noticed something and thought about making a move with his sword. However, Chris immediately knocked his arm aside and landed a hit right on his stomach. The poor kid was thrown far away, and he landed all twisted on the ground. Chris even thought it was weird that the boy was so weak. He thought there was a reason behind this duel that Roman would help with, but he was just standing there doing nothing. He couldn't understand what that madman was thinking. But either way, he was going to end this. Time passed, and our boy was just smiling, while poor Kevin was being beaten. Once again, he fell to the ground. Chris admitted that he was much better than he had thought, and for someone without mana, he really did much more than expected. But it was time to give up. After all, in the attacks he blocked, Chris hadn't even used all his strength. He could have split the boy's head in half, but in a duel, he avoided doing that. However, Kevin didn't seem very inclined to give up, and Chris said he would warn him one last time. If he planned to keep fighting, he wouldn't take responsibility for any broken limbs. But Kevin just laughed. Ronan smiled and Chris was confused, and the boy replied that he wanted to see how this would end. Roman once again told them both to prepare, when suddenly Kevin heard someone tell him to concentrate because he was about to take a surprise attack. Ronan gave the signal for the fight to begin, and Chris lunged, but this time Kevin blocked the first strike. The voice told him to step aside and aim at Chris's chest, but he got tangled up and stumbled. With that, Chris once again knocked his arm aside and landed a hit on his stomach. Kevin fell to the ground, and the voice told him to get up. That's when he noticed that strangely, it seemed like he was hearing Roman's voice. Roman explained that this was a mana fluctuation technique that allowed sound to be transferred. He was using small particles near his ear so that only he could hear. Kevin had no idea something like that was possible. And at that moment, Roman told him to dive to the right. He did so, and Chris missed the attack. Roman then told him to turn and aim at the left side of Chris's chest. He went to make the strike, but Chris dodged and landed a hit squarely on his ribs. Kevin realized what he lacked was speed. The voice told him to block the overhead attack and wake up, and he barely avoided another hit to the stomach. The voice told him to escape to the right, but once again, he took a hit to the face. The boy was really getting beaten, even with instructions. Chris remained impressed that the kid wouldn't give up, and Roman realized that the boy didn't stand a chance, since he couldn't respond quickly enough to the commands. However, for Roman, the situation was quite interesting. This was because Kevin was smiling, thinking that Roman was omnipotent. Even though Chris was a 2-star knight, Roman could give him the perfect commands to win. Kevin knew that the problem was his own body. If he had been following the tips correctly, he would have been winning. He realized that the true person being manipulated in that fight was Chris. He received a tip and once again dodged. At that moment, Roman told him to advance and try a counterattack, which Chris barely managed to dodge as well. But then Chris retaliated with a punch to his face. Chris began to realize that he was no longer able to knock the boy out and was only landing weak blows. And Kevin realized that even the esteemed knight, whom everyone thought was a genius, was extremely weak compared to Roman. For Kevin, that was the type of person he wanted to serve forever as his lord. So even if Roman said something that made no logical sense, he would just follow the orders blindly. For someone like him to become a true sword, there was only one answer. He would have to do it through sheer willpower. Some time passed. Kevin was still in the same situation, and Chris warned him for the 10th time, the last time, that if he continued like this, he would have to take responsibility if he got injured. But once again, Kevin smiled, and the scene repeated itself perfectly, with Kevin saying he wanted to see it through to the end. But then Chris lost his temper, calling him insignificant. If that's really what he wanted, he would give him what he was looking for. He would leave the boy with a crippled arm, and he would regret this moment. But Roman warned him to take a step forward and stop the attack halfway. The strike had to carry all the force he had, and Chris soon realized he had put himself in a bad position. However, he managed to move aside. Chris couldn't believe the kid had the courage to step forward in such a situation. And Roman told Chris to calm down because it wasn't over yet. He had to turn and go forward once more, and there he was obeying blindly. But Chris got angry because the attack was slow and full of openings. But he was startled. Once again, Kevin had set a trap and dodged, and now it was Chris who had no way to dodge. And with that, the strike was made. Roman was just smirking, and Chris couldn't believe it. He had almost been defeated by a boy who had been training for a week. Angry, he got up and struck Kevin's hand, making him drop the sword. Exhausted, the boy fell to the ground. Roman was just standing on the side, watching. He was impressed that Chris had really noticed that the second attack would be a feint. Chris only thought that the boy was a crazy fool. But Roman walked over and said that indeed Chris had won. So if he wanted, Roman would personally teach him from tomorrow onward. But the choice to learn would be up to him. Sometime later, Chris was worn out. He had no idea why he accepted that fight. He had nothing to gain from it and almost lost in the end. That last move was strangely similar to the one Roman used in their first duel. But what if he hadn't had that experience with Roman? Maybe he wouldn't have beaten Kevin without using mana. With that, yet another wild card in the story started laughing, saying that the day had matured with just that one experience. The next day, Roman asked what he would do. That's when Chris said he didn't want any more teachings, because he would grow stronger just by being by Roman's side. That duel taught him a lot, since Kevin's decisions were always the right ones for each situation. He thought the boy hadn't received any instructions, but in reality, he was wrong. Just by trying to understand Kevin's decisions, his mind was already filled with a wealth of teachings. He didn't know what had happened. But Roman was on a level that even Captain Jonathan couldn't reach. If that's the case, until the moment he becomes stronger than Roman, he will observe everything. While our boy smiled, Chris was there looking at him with pure hatred. But Roman simply said that today they would continue with the training. A few days passed, and the date for the Barcos social gathering arrived. A week before that, observing a painting, someone asks if they heard about it. The fact that Roman Dimitri canceled the marriage with the girl from the Lawrence family. A guy comments that apparently it was Flora's mistake. But people seem to believe that her father just felt sorry for her when he saw the appearance of that Dimitri idiot. Owen says that's crazy, considering they're about to go to war with the Barcos. And the man next to her responds that it just proves the eldest son of the Dimitris is worse than they thought. A maid mentions the fact that he supposedly defeated the Bloodfangs. But another says that's probably a lie just to cover up the end of the marriage and avoid embarrassment. Meanwhile, someone is dying of laughter, saying he can't believe it's so easy to manipulate the boy into breaking the marriage. He asks the butler if the boy will attend the party, and he confirms it. It's Antonio Barco, who says everything is going exactly as he planned. He's very excited for the coming week. On the day of the social gathering, Roman is questioning whether he really has to wear something like that. Hans says that since it's the first meeting after breaking the engagement, he must wear something amazing. He tells a long story about how incredible and expensive those clothes are, but he already knew the boy wouldn't wear them, even if he had spent his whole life preparing that outfit. Roman smiles at this. He says that if Hans puts so much effort into it, then he will wear it. Meanwhile, in front of the carriage, Chris says the boy is taking too long. At that moment, he comes running, apologizing. It's Kevin, who now indeed looks like a child, saying he didn't know how to put on armor. Chris asks why he's like that, and Kevin explains that there was no armor that fit him perfectly. Chris, however, couldn't forget that he almost lost to this kid just because he received help from Roman. The poor boy was all clumsy and didn't even know how to put on a helmet. But at that moment, Chris told him to pay attention. They were not only Roman's escort, but also the face of the Dimitris. This meant their reputation also depended on the actions they took. Kevin said he would keep that in mind. Sir Knight. Chris loved being called a knight and beamed, saying it was good to know Kevin had learned. The scene then shifts to a castle. Inside, many nobles were gathered, all from the most distinguished families in the region. One of them, holding a glass, asked if it's true that Roman will really show up. It's really funny that he's showing up after breaking the engagement that he himself wanted, especially knowing that the Barcos are targeting the Lawrences. A girl says that's why everyone considers him an idiot. Now the Dimitri's position had become completely ambiguous, all because of Roman. Another commented that at least he was going to participate, apparently to try to clean up the mess. The blonde girl asked what this Roman Dimitri was like. The guy next to her just said that he leaves a terrible impression since he's not powerful, not handsome, short, and weak. Another comments that any woman would try to break the marriage if forced into it. At that moment, the butler coughs in the middle of the room and announces that the eldest son of the Dimitris was arriving. With that, our boy appears, obviously shining with his platinum hair. No one could recognize him. The girls were all flustered, wanting to know if that was the Roman Dimitri. It didn't make sense for him to look so different, since he was shorter than everyone before. Not to mention that even his hair was different. The blonde girl was now standing there, taken aback, and immediately headed toward him. She said it was an honor to meet him and introduced herself as Sophia from the Gristle family. She said that perhaps he hadn't heard of her family since they were small, but her father dedicated his entire life to the kingdom of Cairo. Roman said he indeed knew them, and she was impressed. Ronan mentioned that it was impossible not to know a family with a history of hundreds of generations. Some time before, Hans had given him a book about all the families in the northern region, but he questioned Roman why he wanted that out of the blue. Roman responded that it was the least courtesy to know a little about the people he would meet. He would know the legacy of each person there and where they came from. That was an effort required for him to win the favor of others, especially for him, who was considered the Dimitri idiot. The boy studied extensively because he even knew they were famous for the quality of the wood they produced, and that one of her brothers recently learned to sense mana. He said he truly congratulates them on these achievements. People were just observing the conversation, wondering what on earth was going on. At that moment, another man introduced himself as the magnate of the Volt family. Roman said it was a pleasure to meet the eldest son of that family. He knew that Viscount Volt had achieved various victories in recent battles. The young man replied that he was grateful that Roman fought that way. Another person with pink hair came to introduce herself, saying that he had changed a lot. But the young man said that Lady Eris was as beautiful as ever. With that, a lot of people continued talking to him, all with smiles. Another approached and said he had judged him wrongly until now because he always thought he was drunk. Roman said he had been thinking of drinking, but if that was the case, he would abstain for a bit. Suddenly, the butler called for Roman and informed him that the young master was calling him to the back room. Finally, Roman was about to discover who was causing trouble for him. Outside the gathering, it was full of knights. Each of those families had brought their soldiers. Kevin asked what the deal was with this social party. Chris told him not to be interested as he would never attend one and ordered him to fix his helmet. A knight was watching what was going on, and one with green hair said that was the Dimitri escort. Kevin was innocently adjusting his helmet when someone burst out laughing and loudly said that it was a joke. He knew the eldest son was abandoned. He just didn't imagine he would bring a child who didn't even know how to hold a sword. Chris just told Kevin to ignore it. However, one of them asked what could be expected. Was that really the level of the Dimitris? The scene shifts to Roman a long time ago. At one of the social gatherings, he saw something. Flora for the first time. That's when Anthony approached and asked who he had his eye on. Roman asked if he knew the blonde-haired girl. His friend replied that she was Flora, known as the flower of the Lawrence family. Obviously, the boy fell in love. And now here's our Roman entering the room. All excited, he asks how much he's changed since they last saw each other. Roman was just observing. Anthony said he knew he had changed, but not this much, and told him to sit down and tell him everything that happened. Roman immediately noticed traces that some other people had been there. The fact that he made everyone leave as soon as Roman arrived meant he had a secret to share. Since Roman decided to make the guy comfortable, Roman then said that he wasn't sure either. He spent a fortune to make some changes in himself, and now, even he had lost track of how much he had changed. But in any case, it was good to see his old friend. Anthony was just observing, and said that indeed, it could be seen positively. He didn't know what the boy was thinking back then. Roman asked what time he was talking about. Anthony mentioned the time he was caught sleeping with his cousin, when he was already promised to the Lawrence daughter. It was truly an incredible time. He found it crazy that he would go so far with his future marriage considering that happened. But if he was here today at this party, it meant he wanted to accept the proposal. And he assured Roman not to worry, that he would keep it a secret. They should discuss his marriage to the Barco family. That was information Roman had no idea about, when suddenly, he felt something strange, and seemed to recall a memory. He remembered betraying Anthony Barco, and begging his father to create a political marriage with the Lawrence family. But even so, he didn't want to avoid his friends, and would use this chance to rebuild the relationship he had with them. That day, Anthony introduced him to Emily Barco. He asked if it was okay for her to drink with them there that day. Roman said Cindy here was part of the family. Anthony told them to serve Roman, but he said he knew how to serve himself. At that moment, the guy changed and asked if he was getting full of himself just because he was going to get married. Roman was confused, but Anthony said he was joking, since they didn't even care about that family anymore. Roman was happy to know there wouldn't be a problem then. And of course, Anthony told him to drink as much as he wanted. And so the poor guy did. What happened next you already know. The boy woke up the next day in bed. He had no idea where he was or what was going on, when suddenly someone burst into the room and shouted his name. It was Anthony, furious, asking what he had done. Roman had no idea because he had just passed out. He didn't remember anything. Sometime later, Anthony said he didn't care who the boy slept with, but this time it had been with Miss Barco, and he couldn't let the matter slide easily. He gave the boy the chance to end that marriage unilaterally, or he would have to marry a direct descendant of the Barco family to improve relations between them. Even though he was furious, he would forgive him because they were friends. However, he would have to give an answer. Back in the present, Back now knew exactly what happened. If what happened that day were discovered, the honor of the Dimitris would be ruined, and Roman didn't have the courage to face his father and confront his anger. On the other hand, he couldn't break the marriage because he truly loved Flora. Since it had been forced by him, it would defame the princess. That's why his decision was to take his own life to resolve the situation. A weak man who never achieved anything with his own hands. That was Roman Dimitri. Truly a miserable and pathetic life. Anthony asked why he was hesitating so much and said that the union of their two families would create something extremely powerful in the region. No one could stand against them, and together they would have all the power in the north. But Roman simply asked if that was the only reason. Confused, Anthony stood still for a moment, and Roman asked if he had to accept this political relationship just because of that reason. Anthony tried to remind him that this wasn't a choice. If he refused, everything that happened that day would be exposed to the world. At that moment, Roman simply put his foot on the table and said that apparently Anthony had forgotten, so he would say it again. Dimitri had no reason to accept the Barco's proposal. Meanwhile, outside, the gathering was going on smoothly, until something caught Sophia's attention. Of course, it was Roman again, and she asked where he had been. He replied that he had something to resolve, and unfortunately, because of that, he would have to leave. She looked sad, saying she wished he could stay a little longer. He said it was urgent, but everyone was asking him to stay, saying they wanted to talk about many things. But Roman just excused himself and left, until he heard someone telling another to take back what they said. He recognized the voice and tried to get closer. That's when he saw something he didn't expect. A helmet hit the ground, and one of the knights had hit Kevin.
Kevin looked at the knights with fury. They said that this was in keeping with the level of the Dimitri family. The deputy captain looked indifferent. He told the boy to be patient and ignore. The redhead frowned and agreed. The men exchanged sly glances. They came closer and deliberately tried to irritate the young man. The brunette smirked. How could they even think of bringing a child to guard? His friend noted that even the helmet did not fit him. The provocateurs surrounded Kevin and continued to discuss his armor and the level of his family. The blonde frowned and crossed his arms. The brunette looked at him with a smirk. Chris wondered if the Knights of Barco really practiced barbs instead of swords. He smiled and hit the boy on the helmet. He replied that they did not even need to train to surpass this child. The man said that this is why his master was called a fool. The redhead clenched his teeth. The ill-wisher looked at him. The young man demanded that he take his words back. He said that the young master did not deserve such words. Kevin pushed his hand off the helmet and looked at the man with hatred. The boy called him names and demanded that he take his words back. The brunette got angry and hit the young man. The redhead got hit in the face. The helmet flew off. The blonde frowned and grabbed his sword. He partially exposed the weapon and thought that at the moment the Dimitri family was in conflict with Barco. The deputy captain was ready to arm himself and looked at the rivals. The guy narrowed his eyes. If they made a noise here, then not only the young master, but the whole family could have problems. Kevin got up from the ground and looked at the offender. He said that he was his master's knight. The boy frowned and said that he was not going to mess with painted knights like such idlers. The man grinned. He looked at the young man with hatred and swung. The opponent shouted that he would see how long he could keep his pride. His hand was stopped. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Roman held the enemy knight's hand. The boy looked at his master in surprise. The hero looked at the man with an icy gaze. The brunette did not have time to say anything and received a slap. There was silence. The man was shocked. He frowned and looked at Roman. The knight thought in surprise that he had been slapped and could not react in any way. The brunette tried to say something again and received a second blow. His eyes widened. He stood up again. The guy looked at him calmly. Another blow. The knight raised his head again. The next blow was stronger. The man touched his face in surprise and looked up. The nobleman turned to him. Roman looked down at him gloomily and demanded that he raise his head. Anthony was sitting on the couch. He was sweating. His face expressed fear and anxiety. He did not understand what had happened. The guy remembered the conversation with Roman. The aristocrat looked at his interlocutor. He said that the hero should be held accountable for touching the lady of his family. Therefore, he offered him marriage not with a lateral, but a direct line of kinship as an act of care. The blonde crossed his arms and grinned. He replied that he was already being called a fool, and one new rumor would not change anything. But the other man should watch his behavior. Anthony looked at the blonde man in surprise and asked again. Roman looked at the guy and said that he had broken off the marriage agreement by his own decision, not because of threats. However, one way or another, Dimitri had turned away from Lawrence, so Barco's goal had been achieved. The hero looked seriously at the green-eyed man and said that in order to at least deal with personal hatred, he could help Lawrence and upset Barco's plans. Anthony looked at him with fury. The hero had already conducted an investigation into Barco. Their power of influence from connections with the central government definitely could not be ignored. But this was a power based on connections. If we take into account only wealth and combat power, then the influence in the northeastern region was in Dimitri's hands. The hero asked the other man what he would do. Anthony was furious. He lowered his head and clarified that the guy would not interfere in their affairs with Lawrence if they ended it now. Roman answered affirmatively. The green-eyed man replied that in that case the case could be considered closed. The guy continued to sit in the room. He was worried and thought about the fact that Roman had changed. He was no longer a simple fool. His actions, look, manner of speech were overwhelming, as if he were a completely different person. Anthony leaned on his hand. There was a knock on the door. He shuddered and demanded that they leave him alone. The butler said that Mr. Roman and a knight from Barco's guard were outside. The guy looked at him in surprise. It was getting dark. The aristocrats and knights watched what was happening in shock. The man crouched down on the ground and trembled. The hero stood over him. The knight begged him to forgive him. Kevin and Chris approached the gentleman. The boy looked at him worriedly and said that this was enough for punishment. The blonde supported the young man and noted that they needed to think about their connections with Barco. The hero looked down coolly and said that he would decide for himself when the punishment was enough. Even if he died, it would only be the price he paid for his words and actions. Anthony approached them. He exclaimed anxiously, "What was going on there?" The guy pointed his finger at the hero. Roman and Chris turned around. The newcomer said that even if the hero was the eldest son of the Dmitri family, he could not let him get away with something like this. He demanded that he apologize for his rudeness right away. The warrior looked at his interlocutor and asked why he should apologize. The man on the ground was shaking. Tears were streaming down his face. The hero said that this knight had slandered him and dared to hit a man of the Dmitri family in the face. He asked if Anthony really thought he was guilty. The interlocutor shuddered. The guy replied that he had crossed the line. Anthony sweated and looked tensely at the blonde. The hero said that the relationship between the two of them, based on hatred, could develop into a relationship between families, so he had better watch his behavior from now on. The aristocrat was horrified. The hero came close to him and said threateningly that his patience was not so strong. The interlocutor clenched his teeth and remembered their recent conversation. Anthony lowered his head and said that he was right, and in his place he would have punished the knight in the same way. Roman grinned. He stepped back and said that he knew that they would understand each other. The guy approached the knight on the ground. He flinched. The hero swung to strike and advised the servant to grit his teeth. The sound of a slap. The blonde stood with his back while the ill-wisher was carried away. The former Roman, even with the influence of the Dmitri family in the northeast behind him, was just a fool for the others, looked down on. The guy wiped the blood from his palm. His knights looked at their master. He said that they were returning. However, everyone who was there had no choice but to admit the truth. The fool they knew was no more. Sunset. The knights rode in the carriage with the master. Kevin looked upset. He bowed his head and apologized to the master for being insulted because of him. The deputy captain bowed his head and apologized too, because the Dmitri family line was humiliated, and he did nothing, even when the boy was hit. The hero looked at them silently. They looked at the nobleman in surprise. The boy said that it must have been difficult to restrain himself. He thanked them for being patient and waiting for him. Roman looked at them carefully and said that carelessness leads to anger. Their choice helped avoid the worst outcome. He frowned and said that this was not the answer he wanted. At the very least, in the entire northeastern territory of the kingdom, there was no one who would dare to touch the Dmitri family line. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that even if they had to restrain themselves, they should look their opponent straight in the face. At least their gaze should be filled with anger. The hero looked at his interlocutors coolly and crossed his legs. He was not the type to tolerate anyone towering over him. He would throw everyone at his feet, and if they wanted to follow him, they would have to get used to his method. The knights looked at him seriously. The carriage drove on. Dmitri's estate. Hands handed over information about the Barco family line, ordered from the Black Moon Information Guild. The hero sat at the desk and read the papers. The butler waved his hand and said that, according to the Black Moon, their current position was worrisome. The blonde looked thoughtfully at the document. The Barco family line settled in the northeast over 100 years ago. Their power in the territory truly flourished since a man of their line entered the service of the central government. Roman flipped through the report. The servant stood in front of him. The hero noted that he was right and their military power was not that great. Hans said that he was surprised. He thought that due to their status, Barco had a powerful military force. The boy continued to study the documents. He replied that this was more than compensated for by the enormous power of the central government. The Salamander continent consists of 2 empires and 6 kingdoms. Among them, the Kingdom of Cairo is a small state. With the exception of the mountain ranges in the northeast, all other state borders are in contact with other countries. Therefore, there have been many attempts to capture the kingdom since ancient times. Too many dangerous enemies have accumulated outside the country. So, in order to survive, all that was left was to concentrate forces in the central government. In this way, the central government naturally gained strength. In particular, the right to conscription by the central government had absolute power. If someone resisted conscription, he was called a rebel and troops were immediately sent to suppress him. As soon as the rebel was suppressed, the territory returned to the kingdom. After which, all the local lords who took part in the punitive operation received a piece of land as a reward, and the rest of the participants became the new obedient nobility. Such a system of power gives a kind of abstract power to the Barco, connected to the central government. Hans nodded in surprise and noted that everything was so serious. The hero frowned. He agreed and said that thanks to this, they were able to borrow a huge amount from the gold bank. The guy looked at the document. He suspects that they took this loan without any special collateral, on one guarantee of creditworthiness, and the money received was invested in the mercenary group Burge. This group includes more than 100 people led by an rank mercenary, Burge. The main task of the organization is to suppress rebellions in the territory of the estates for money. The butler looked at the gentleman. He said that, judging by the mass conscription of the people of their estates, they are going to attack Lawrence presumably within half a month. The blonde noted that the Barco had finished their preparations. The butler looked at the boy with concern and asked if there would really be a war. He suggested that Lawrence could hardly count on winning. The hero replied that even if they simply defended themselves, they would last a month at most. The blonde put his hands to his chin and thought. Although he had told Anthony that he would not interfere in their affairs with Lawrence in order to continue living under the name Roman Dmitri, he could not ignore the Barco that were threatening him. No matter what they did, they would not be able to resist the Dmitri family. The hero narrowed his eyes. He thought that if he borrowed the strength of the family line, it would be easy to punish them. But then it would lose its meaning. Regardless of the fact that the Dmitri family came from the common people, the aristocracy of the northeastern region did not see Roman as a particular threat. Now, he needed an indisputable reason to break through, just like then. The guy turned to the butler and got up from the table. The man looked at him questioningly. The blonde said that he had to see his father right away. He looked at his interlocutor seriously and explained that it was time to fulfill the promise he had once made. There were clouds in the blue sky. The townspeople turned around in surprise. A soldier in bloody armor was walking down the street. He sighed and took off his helmet. It was a guy with a scar on his cheek. He was sweating and looked ahead tiredly. The guy said that both then and now, Dmitri has not changed at all. This is B rank's mercenary, Lucas. A forge. There is worn armor on the table. The bearded blacksmith looked cheerfully at the guest and noted that, judging by his appearance, the battle was especially hard for him. The guy scratched his head and nodded, as if these idiots have nothing but shit in their heads. They just went and pounced on him. He almost said goodbye to his life. The pumped-up old man looked at the sword. He noted the poor quality of the equipment and asked where he bought it. The man exhaled and said that he found out about the new shop and almost lost his only life because of it. The blacksmith said that Dmitri had the best iron and equipment. How stupid of a mercenary. The guy stood up and said that that's why he relied on the local craftsman. The man said that it would take a long time to make a full set of weapons. Lucas headed for the exit and said that he was staying in Dmitri for a while anyway, to heal. He looked ahead and explained that he was sick of the battlefield. There was a crowd of people in front of the notice board. The guy looked in that direction in surprise. He squinted and wondered if the war had really started. Although he had decided to leave business for a while, he couldn't overcome his curiosity. The man made his way through the crowd. He looked at the board. There was a call-up notice. They were looking for soldiers. Requirements: healthy body, strong ambitions. Number of seats: 30 people. Salary: 8 pieces of silver per month. The mercenary frowned. An ordinary family of 4 people spends on average about 5 pieces of silver per month. 8 pieces of silver are not bad conditions, even taking into account the risk premium. If not for this point, you will be subordinate not to the Dmitri family, but specifically to Roman. They wanted to hire only those people who were ready to sacrifice their lives for Roman Dmitri. There was a man standing next to the mercenary. He said that if he was thinking about signing up, he shouldn't even hope. There were already more than a couple hundred people willing to sign up. The guy with the scar smiled and replied that he hadn't even thought about it, because he was a B-rank mercenary. If they had offered at least 50 pieces of silver a month, then he would have thought about swearing allegiance to the aristocracy. His eyes widened. He turned to the man and asked again if there were really a couple hundred people willing to do so. He answered affirmatively. Lucas asked if it was really worth it. He looked at his interlocutor and said that his employer, Roman, was that same fool. The mercenary said that no one knew what suffering they would have to endure if they became his soldier. Everyone present turned around and fell silent. The guy looked at the man in surprise. He explained that the mercenary did not yet know all the circumstances, and the young gentleman was no longer that fool. Lucas looked at the man with disbelief. The interlocutor said that the hero had defeated the Bloodfangs, and also valued and cherished his people. The man looked at the warrior and said that they did not believe him at first either, but changed their minds after hearing Clark's story. The mercenary asked who it was. The man replied that Clark's son had become Roman's man, after which their poor life had changed radically. His son's name was Kevin. The red-haired youth came out of the bakery with fresh bread. Dimitri's estate. The red-haired youth looked at the master in surprise and asked again. The blonde looked at his subordinate and replied that he was giving him 3 days off, starting tomorrow, so that he could have a good rest and return to training. Before leaving, the hero turned to the boy and said that he had had a hard time, so let him have a good time with his family. Kevin looked after him in surprise and agreed. It was sunny outside. The boy changed his clothes. He thoughtfully adjusted his t-shirt. It was unusual for him, because before he had to work every day to somehow feed himself. The youth left the room. He had not seen his family for a long time since he entered the castle and hoped that everything was fine with them. The butler called out to the boy. He handed him a stack of things and smiled. The man said that the young master had prepared clean clothes for him so that he would appear to the family in a normal state. The butler put a bag on top and explained that this was money for gifts for his family. From now on, he would be paid 30 pieces of silver a month. They could be spent on gifts or luxury items. Hans wished him a good time. The young man was surprised and silent. Kevin walked with a bag of baked goods and hummed to himself. He put on a new shirt and was amazed that such soft clothes existed. The boy bought a lot of fragrant fresh bread for the family. The red-haired man smiled and thought that Mary would like this. She wanted to spread whipped cream on fresh bread. The boy smiled at the loaf of bread that he had finally been able to buy, because freshly baked bread costs twice as much as cold bread. The young man remembered how bandits broke into their house. He frowned and thought that he would definitely become stronger under the leadership of the young master, and his family would not have to go through such a thing again. The boy stopped in front of the house in surprise. His parents were drinking tea, and his sister was smiling and looking at the flowers. The boy looked at his family in shock. It seemed strange to him that he was sent not to a poor area, but to the outskirts of the castle. The girl looked in his direction and called out to her brother. The husband and wife turned around at her voice. They noticed the young knight. Everyone ran up to him. The mother hugged the young man. In surprise, he dropped the bread. Kevin asked in surprise about the house. The father explained that Hans had come to them and said that young Lord Roman had ordered to give them a house and land for cultivation. The knight was surprised. The mother added that the hero had helped a lot so that they could settle in the city. In the last few days, they had really started to live. The red-haired man looked ahead with wide eyes. He began to cry and smile. The boy was so grateful to the young lord. The man looked at his son in surprise. He noticed a bruise on his cheek and asked if Lord Roman had hit him. The boy looked at his father and assured him that he had not. The mother looked at him and demanded to tell him honestly if they were treating him like that. The young man moved away and said that the young master was not that kind of person. The woman asked what was wrong with his cheek. Kevin told them what really happened. Later, his father was sitting in a tavern and telling his friends what happened to their family. They did not want to believe it. The man told the townspeople that Roman slapped the knight Barco, defending his guard. Is there an aristocrat in the world who would do this for his man? The interlocutors looked at the father of the young knight in surprise. Rumors of the generosity and nobility of Mr. Roman quickly spread among the townspeople. Everyone wanted to become like Kevin and his family. Roman Dmitri values his people. If you gain his trust, you can live a completely different life. The mercenary stood in the crowd and looked at the announcement. The man next to him said that this is why many expressed a desire to participate in the recruitment. Lucas looked shocked. He could not believe that the gentleman he knew had defeated the Bloodfangs and behaved like that at the reception. The mercenary crossed his arms. He smiled and said that he wanted to see for himself. Knight, preparations for the exam are going smoothly. Dimitri's estate. The voice said that they would only provide minimal control. The young gentleman decided to take charge of the exam himself and sort everything out. The head of the family frowned and noticed that it was already so late. The captain of the knights looked at the gentleman and said that now was the last chance to cancel everything. He said that hiring soldiers for personal use was a very dangerous business. Romero poured a drink into a glass. He turned to the knight and said that when he heard that his son was going to attend a social reception at Barco's, he decided that he was planning to team up with them to displace his second son from the line of succession. However, Roman, in front of the entire aristocracy, slapped the knight despite all the persuasion from Anthony. Someone like Anthony would side with the second son with a heart full of revenge. This could be an irreversible threat to Roman's right of succession. The man put down his glass. He said that for decades, the hero had been described as a fool. But since the incident with the Red Fangs, he had begun to live his own life. Romero smiled and decided that, as a father, he only wanted to support his son. Jonathan nodded. The leader put down the bottle and asked how many volunteers had signed up. Given Roman's reputation, it would be good if there were at least 50. The captain looked at the gentleman and replied that there were more than 500. Romero shuddered and looked at his interlocutor in surprise. The next day, Castle Dimitri, a crowd of volunteers had gathered in front of the gate. Among them was the mercenary Lucas. Chris went into the tent and called the gentleman. He was sitting with his back to him. The deputy captain said that everything was ready for the exam. The day before the exam, the tavern, the mercenary took a sip. He smiled and said that Dimitri's dark beer still wets the throat perfectly. The guy frowned and thought that so many people had already gathered the day before the exam. There were even more participants than expected. The tavern was full of visitors. The mercenary noticed a noisy table with 3 guys in the very corner. He saw that they had C-rank mercenary ID cards, and the 3 guys at the bar, although they did not look like mercenaries, were experienced in combat. Lucas sat at the table and thought that there were 5-6 good guys and just 1 in. The level of those who wanted to join was much higher than he thought. The guy looked at them in surprise and wondered why they had all signed up. If they were not driven by curiosity, then he did not know the reason. He put down his mug. The guy behind him approached another table. The man turned to a certain Henderson and asked if he was going to become a soldier of the Lawrence family. Lucas turned around. There was a guy sitting at the table. He said that he had planned it that way because this was his homeland. The red-haired guy looked into his mug and said that he changed his mind when he saw Roman defeat the Bloodfangs in Lawrence. Perhaps those who were not there will not believe him. But that day, he saw with his own eyes how Roman Dmitri, covered in blood, dragged the leader of the Bloodfangs by the hair. A young gentleman from a noble family came to a foreign land to punish the Red Fangs who caused suffering to his people. Henderson will never be able to forget what he saw. He was overcome with awe. People at the neighboring tables looked at the storyteller. The guy said that he himself felt that the hero was not a weak fool, as rumors say about him. The red-haired guy slammed his fist on the table and declared that Roman was a real leader who was ready to fight for his people. And this recruitment is a good chance to become Roman's man. Henderson said that he wanted to pass the exam and get a residence permit in Dimitri's territory. Lucas looked at him thoughtfully. He did not believe that someone like Roman deserved to give him his loyalty. However, suddenly this excitement was not a coincidence. On the day of the exam, Dimitri's training area, a crowd of candidates moved towards the entrance and laughed merrily. Lucas walked thoughtfully along with everyone. He was thinking about what he should choose if everything he heard turned out to be true. Some participants also hesitated because of doubts about the veracity of the rumors. As soon as Roman's true nature was revealed, then the moment of choice would come. Silence reigned. The mercenary looked around in surprise. Someone stepped behind them. The people parted and bowed their heads. Roman walked in front, followed by the knights. The hero looked calm and cool. He walked through the crowd. Lucas ducked with everyone else and stole a glance at his master. The guy noted that no one had given an order, but everyone unconsciously bowed their heads, making way. The rumors were true. The hero was climbing the steps. He stopped and ordered them to raise their heads. The people looked at him excitedly. The blonde man stood in front of the crowd. The guy said that today he would choose 30 soldiers here who would fight for him. However, he had a few words before he began. The hero looked forward resolutely and said that he, Roman Dmitri, was not going to live, whiling away his time on the outskirts of the kingdom. He would always fight to rise to a place higher than his current one, and in the process, deadly battles would not be avoided. Therefore, those who took the service under his command lightly can retreat at least now. Everyone looked at the master in shock. He stood above everyone and continued that later, having given their lives on the battlefield, they would feel regret. But not because of hatred for him who drove them to fight, but because of annoyance that they could not be there and see how he would rise to the top of the continent. The recruits looked at the leader in shock. The mercenary stared in surprise. He thought that even the hero's position in the family was shaky, so what top of the continent was he talking about? There must be a limit to arrogance, but for some reason he felt that this was quite possible. The hero's face was unwavering. Chris stepped forward and said that he would now tell about the method for conducting the first stage of the exam. The blonde looked at his partner and said that the participants would have to stand in the designated place. The archer present would shoot 3 arrows at the participant. The arrow will be shot almost point blank and can either pierce the boards behind the back or pierce the participant's body, causing a fatal wound. The deputy captain narrowed his eyes and said that only those who do not move until all 3 arrows are released will earn the right to pass the first stage. The exam is held in the order of the named queue. He began to call out by name. The archer prepared his weapon. The first participant came forward. The man was nervous and thought that where would you find a psychopath who would conduct the selection of soldiers through death. The guy pulled the bow. The man thought that the shooter must have incredible skills and would never make a mistake. The man released the bowstring. The arrow pierced near the participant's neck. The guy was scared. The next contender thought that this was a mental battle. You need to endure, believing that nothing will happen. The archer prepared to shoot again. The next shot pierced the guy's leg. Everyone was shocked and scared. The guy screamed in pain and fell. Chris ran up to him and called a military doctor. The wounded man was carried away on a stretcher. Everyone was surprised. The blonde called the next one. The name was called. The man's eyes filled with fear. He looked at the bloody trail from the previous participant. The man thought that if it had been not the hip, but the head, it would have been instant death. A man in the crowd muttered that this was madness, and he took part in order to get a chance to become a knight through a soldier. Chris looked away and thought that everything was as the gentleman said. The blonde said that the behavior of the second participant would be considered a refusal. The trembling man headed off. The deputy captain reminded that it was not too late to give up if someone was afraid of catching an arrow. Those who, gritting their teeth, continued to endure even with an arrow wound would earn the right to pass the stage. The hero watched attentively. Chris frowned and declared that all cowards should immediately get off the site. Yesterday, Roman said that he would explain their roles once again. Several soldiers stood in front of him. The hero said that tomorrow, during the first stage of the exam, they would actually be hit by an arrow. Roman crossed his arms. An archer stood next to him. The hero said that the shooter was famous throughout the area and his arrows would not cause fatal wounds. The guy assured that he would not make a mistake. The deputy captain approached the 4 men. Roman said that they would receive their next reward for this. Chris opened the chest with gold coins. The soldiers were happy. The hero looked at them carefully. He said that a military doctor would also be on duty nearby. The wounds would not cause serious harm. But, one way or another, they would be hit by an arrow. The guy asked if they agreed. The man looked resolutely at the gentleman and agreed. When they left, the blonde looked worriedly at the owner and asked why such measures were necessary. The hero sat down at the table and took out the documents. The deputy captain stood before him. Roman replied that he would not be able to find the people he needed by threatening them with danger and words. In order for the truth to be revealed, their lives had to be put in real danger. Even if only 1 out of 100 arrows missed, there was a 1% chance that most of the volunteers would be overcome with fear. The blonde asked what conditions had to be met to become Roman's man. The hero looked at him carefully and replied that he needed people with an unbending will, namely those born with the heart of a wild beast. Chris asked again in surprise. The guy looked at him and explained that those with the heart of a wild beast would quickly become stronger, even if they had to start from the very bottom. And only such people would be able to be with him. Today, someone exclaimed that this was an abnormal exam. The crowd was leaving the castle. People were discussing their refusals. The blonde looked at them carefully. About 100 people had dropped out. The deputy looked at the gentleman and turned to him. The hero looked ahead thoughtfully. The heart of a wild beast is an innate talent. Like Kevin, who took up a knife without hesitation, having received an order to cut off his hand. Or Chris, who, after a shameful defeat, asked the winner for a way to become stronger. Such criteria can indicate a person born with the heart of a wild beast. And no matter how strong those who cannot do this are, they will never win in a fight with a creature that is different from them in origin. The exam should identify people of this category. The hero looked at the participants and ordered to continue the exam. Clouds floated over Dimitri's castle. The guy was breathing heavily. The mercenary looked at him, looking into the crowd. Lucas remembered that he was at the inn yesterday. Henderson stood on a wooden platform. His words were sincere. He did not leave, although he was shaking like an aspen leaf. The guy bit his lip. Tears came to his eyes. He thought that this was a chance to swear allegiance to Roman. The guy can't just give up without a fight. The archer pulled the bowstring. The first arrow hit the contestant's head. He looked at it in tears. The shooter prepared for the second shot. The guy thought about whether he should give up, because with death everything would lose its meaning. The second arrow flew near his shoulder. His eyes widened. He might as well give up now. He started to speak. The archer fired. The guy froze in horror. The arrow pierced his thighs. The contestant collapsed to the floor, exhausted, and exhaled. Chris announced that he had passed. The mercenary chuckled and thought that the young man was lucky because he had almost given up himself. So he passed the first stage without any problems. Excluding those who gave up, there were 400 contestants in total. 120 people passed the first stage of the exam. Roman looked at the soldiers, crossing his arms. The first stage helped decide which of them could still be useful. There are those who tremble all over after the test, and those whose faces are imperturbable. The hero looked at them carefully. In his opinion, the difference between them is not that great. What matters is the courage that can suppress one's own fears. Everyone has their own story and their own goal, and he needs to choose an uncut diamond from them. Those who, even when faced with it, will not experience fear but awe. Roman looked calm. He announced that they had passed the first stage of the exam. This text proved their value as warriors, but he would only let 30 people through. Therefore, he would test them again during the second stage of the exam. In the crowd, a long-haired man with a scar on his forehead smiled. The hero continued that if they suddenly passed the exam and became his people, they would be able to live their lives as predators. Lucas looked at the leader in surprise after this phrase. Roman began to descend. He said that it was time for the second stage of the exam to begin. The method of conducting it was simple. Wooden swords of different shapes are prepared here. The type and quantity do not matter. The hero touched the handle and took out the sword. He ordered them to choose a sword they liked and prove their worth in a duel with him. The volunteers whispered in surprise. Was he really going to fight 120 participants alone? Roman looked at them coldly and said that he did not expect them to win. The one who could withstand him for at least a minute would immediately count the stage and be given conditions at a position higher than the existing ones. A bald man with a scar on his eye stood out from the crowd. He wanted to try first. The rivals stood opposite each other. The participants formed a circle. The hero looked at the participant and asked his name. The bald man called himself Vulcan. The master looked at the weapon in the opponent's hands and asked if this sword would suit him. Vulcan replied that it was no problem. He looked at the hero and thought that Roman's ego had pierced the sky. Maybe the rumors that he had single-handedly destroyed the Bloodfangs were true, but even so, he would not be able to defeat the bald man in 1 minute. The deputy captain took the hourglass and told him to get ready. Vulcan thought that he would pass if he held out for just a minute, but he was not going to do that. Although he might become his master in the future, here and now, the participant must clearly imprint what he is. The blonde turned the clock over. Let's go. The bald man swung and moved towards the hero. He did not move. The opponent swung and cut the air. His eyes widened. The master dodged and looked at the bald man from the side. The blow missed. The man tripped over the nobleman's leg and fell. He turned sharply. The hero had already put his sword to his throat. Roman looked down at him and said, "Next." The mercenary watched in amazement. He didn't understand how he could move like that. The guy dodged with such a light and fast movement that it seemed completely different. The first stage of the exam was nothing compared to this one in terms of difficulty. The hero radiated an overwhelming aura. At the very moment when Vulcan lost to Roman, everyone had one thought: Roman is strong. However, it seemed to them that if the fights continued, over time the hero would begin to run out of steam, and it would become easier to resist him. An hour had passed since the beginning of the second stage of the exam. The sword spun in the air and flew off. The 60th fight. The man fell to the ground. 60th loss. The protagonist pointed his sword at the participant and said, "Next." Roman did not even show signs of fatigue. The words he said before the start now made sense. Roman is a predator who decides for himself how to live in a world dominated by natural selection. You only have to look at him to believe that Roman's words are coming true. Now he is still considered a fool of the Dmitri family, but right now everyone is given a fateful chance to become his man. A chance that may never come again. But how can one stand up to this monster? The volunteers hesitated and egged each other on to go next. Chris said that if the next participant did not go, everyone present would be expelled. The mercenary responded that he was coming. He chose a sword for himself and went out onto the platform. The guy resolutely looked ahead. The 61st participant is Lucas, a monster. Roman Dmitri is a monster. Even without taking into account his amazing power, he is overwhelming with just his aura. The mercenary looked at the hero. He is completely different from how Lucas remembers him. As Lucas himself said, Roman is no longer the one who will rot on the outskirts. An eagle circled above the guy's head. It is obvious that one day the hero will subjugate the continent. The mercenary armed himself with a sword and a blade and prepared for a duel. He thought that he didn't care whether it was 8 pieces of silver or not. The guy decided to give himself just a year to see if Roman's words were true. Chris turned the clock over. They began. Lucas rushed to the attack. First, he needed to pass this test. The blonde watched carefully. The opponent rushed forward without hesitation. Except for the first participant, no one managed to hold out. Besides, this method of attack was familiar to the deputy captain. Aiming for the head with the sword, aiming for the heart with the dagger. The mercenary struck. The hero parried it. Lucas narrowed his eyes. He analyzed. The master dodged the dagger, taking a step back, and lunged with his wooden sword. The guy threw the dagger and swung his sword at the same time. The hero raised his weapon and parried the attack. The mercenary moved back. He frowned and thought that he knew it wouldn't work. Usually, if you keep pushing, there will be a gap in your opponent's defense, but Roman is like a solid wall. However, the guy can't stop. Just one delay and he's finished. In order to last a minute, he must maintain the lead in attack. Lucas went on the attack again. The hero smirked. He thought that his opponent was not bad. Roman narrowed his eyes and smiled. Not the best choice on the battlefield, but a suitable solution for a duel. The hero thought that the guy clearly had developed instincts. In this case, Roman was not going to leave him alone after a minute. The warrior pushed off. 1 minute is the limit. The opponents crossed swords. The purpose of this test is to hammer into the heads of the participants in the first meeting how majestic the leader they will follow is. Roman dodged the blade strike and lunged. He resolutely looked at the mercenary and thought that it was time to end this. Lucas sweated. He noticed the approaching attack. The blow hit the target. The boy fell. A B-rank mercenary is the ultimate in effort. If an ordinary person puts in all their efforts, putting their life on the line, they can obtain the B-rank qualification. But without mastering mana, the A-rank realm is inaccessible to them. Starting from the A-rank, one must have a powerful force that surpasses others. And the main condition for this is the flowering of mana. Therefore, Lucas has reached his limit. No matter how much he struggles, he cannot escape the B-rank realm. and yet he survived. On the battlefield that takes many lives, time after time. And in the process, he realized one thing. To survive, to win, one must use all methods and tricks indiscriminately. The mercenary threw a bag of sand at his opponent. Chris watched in surprise. He only needed to hold out for a minute. There were no further rules. Lucas fell to the ground. He quickly grabbed the dagger and stood up. The boy rushed at the master. His eyes widened. Roman was standing in front of him. His eyes, reddened by the sand, looked straight at the mercenary. The guy smiled nervously and laughed. He dropped his weapon. Lucas lowered his head and surrendered. Heavenly Demon Sect. In the sect, before actually starting to master martial arts, the very first training is this: a way to keep your eyes open. If you blink just once during an exchange of blows, you can say goodbye to life. Just as the sequence of breathing is important during the circulation of Kai and Nigong, so in combat, impeccable calculations are important, right down to blinking. For this, they were trained to keep their eyes open in any conditions. We are talking about absolutely any situation. The hero was handed a flask of water. Roman washed his eyes with water. The mercenary stood behind him. He bit his lip and thought that he would not have used sand if he had known that this would happen. He held out for a minute, using any means and methods, and as a result, he received a pass. The boy clenched his fists and thought that this was a miserable outcome. The hero looked at the participant. The participant thought that the master was disappointed with him, although he must have had no hopes from the very beginning. The boy thought that the leader would take out his anger on him or maybe even punish him. Roman turned away and called the next one. Lucas looked at him in surprise. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The young master did not get angry and did not even ask why he used the forbidden move. Roman frowned. He knew about Lucas's plan in advance. When he jumped and dodged, the hero saw his hand reach for the pouch. But the nobleman wanted to see everything he was capable of, so he deliberately did not dodge. Lucas is an experienced fighter, hardened by difficulties. It is unknown how much blood he had to see, but the spilled blood that the hero had to see during the time of Junghyuk is enough for an ocean. And this was done by a heavenly demon. Roman narrowed his eyes and asked if there was anyone else. The clock turned over. The fights continued. Chris frowned. A precedent called Lucas had happened. Now the participants use any methods and means to hold out for a minute. The hero kicked one of the contenders in the face. The mercenary watched from the side. He thought that unfair methods were not a condition for exclusion, but once they crossed the line, there was no hope of getting off easy. The contestant grabbed his face and screamed. The master called the next one. The mercenary assumed that if he had not given up in the middle, he would have ended up the same way. A whole 2 hours had passed since the exam began. This was already the 100th fight, and Roman did not even lose his breath. The guy looked at his opponent with cold blood. When playing with death, you do not get a break just because you are exhausted. If you can't control your breathing, your movements will slow down, and then you'll become one of the corpses scattered on the ground. Therefore, you must learn your own fighting method. Inhale once, and exhale again. The hero inhaled and exhaled. Natural mana obtained through breathing, which consists of a number of processes, circulated throughout the body, removing fatigue from the body. Together with moderate control of the physical body, strengthened by changing the bones, the guy kept the body in its original state. The master repelled another attack. During the time of the conquest of Muram, he even had to fight continuously for 4 days. Such an easy duel will never exhaust his stamina. Roman calmly looked at his opponent. Chris shouted for all the participants to gather. The blonde looked serious. He said that there were 0 people who passed the second stage of the exam. The participants shuddered. The deputy guards crossed his arms and said that this did not mean that no one passed. Among the 120 present, 30 people will be selected and their names will be announced later. Everyone can leave. Light from the window fell on the grass. The hero handed his subordinate a sheet of paper with a list of those who passed. He assigned Chris to take care of their training. The blonde took the list and nodded. The guy studied the names in surprise. Falcon was among them. The master must have appreciated his courage to be the first. Henderson was also listed, although he seemed rather ordinary. The deputy frowned. He looked at the master sitting at the table and said that Lucas had also passed. The hero asked if there was a problem with that. The blonde admitted that the mercenary had worthy qualities. However, he resorted to a dirty trick and then immediately gave up before the fight was over when he thought he had already lost. The knight frowned and said that such a guy would be poison on the battlefield. He was a typical mercenary. He would leave his honor, comrades, and do anything to survive. Roman smiled and said that was why he chose him. The deputy looked at him questioningly and clarified. The master said that Lucas was a cowardly guy who didn't care about honor. However, in a situation where no one even thought of using a trick, he found a real way to resist the hero and put it into action. This type, on the contrary, will shine on the battlefield. They will always find a way to survive and open a way out for everyone. The nobleman asked a question in return and asked if Lucas's cowardly way of attack meant that he would abandon his comrades. The blonde looked at the master, stunned. The knight remembered the words of Jonathan's mentor. The captain said that those who survive on the battlefield are not knights who can use aura. Those who always cold-bloodedly assess the situation and calculate their actions on the verge of death can survive until the very end. Those who act silently behind the back and wait for the right moment can strike down even a strong knight at any time. Chris frowned. He thought the mercenary's solution was effective. The boy narrowed his eyes, thinking too narrowly again. He turned to the master for clarification. Roman crossed his arms and listened to his subordinate. The deputy said that there were still 5 months before he was going to the battlefield. Moreover, aristocrats were not dragged to the front lines just because they were called up for service. The blonde wondered what the reason was for recruiting soldiers so early. The hero became serious and said that someone must be announcing it right now. An official statement from the Barco family. They remembered the previous promise and had been waiting for Lawrence's decision all this time. However, they disgraced the honor of the aristocracy and undermined the trust of Barco. They endured for a long time, but finally decided to draw their sword. Lawrence's guilt is obvious. They did not pay the debt left by their ancestors and showed the utmost disrespect by not wanting to give up the lands left as collateral. Thus, with this statement, Barco notified the people of the Kingdom of Cairo. If Lawrence did not pay the debt or give up the lands left as collateral within the next week, then the Barco family line, with the approval of the central government, would declare a feudal war with Lawrence. Chris looked at the master with alarm. The hero smiled and replied that from now on they were preparing to intervene in the war between Barco and Lawrence. Flora abruptly woke up from a nightmare. She was haunted by the words of her father and young master Dimitri. She sat up in bed, breathing heavily. The girl grabbed her head and muttered what she had done. Lawrence estate. The maids looked at the door to the mistress's bedroom and discussed how she had not come out since her visit to Dimitri's estate. They gossiped about the upcoming war with Barco. The blonde sat on the bed. She looked out the window. The girl thought she had a bright mind. She graduated from the advanced course of the academy with honors, and looking at her father's happy smile intended for her, she considered herself a good daughter. But the reality is that without the support of her family, she thought of herself as a useless hothouse plant. She remembered Roman, whom everyone called a fool. Flora sat gloomy in front of the window and thought that she was the only fool here. The aristocrat bit her lip. She did not have the courage to look her father in the face. The girl closed her eyes and thought about what Roman would do in her place. If you think about it, he is the complete opposite of her. No one demanded anything from him and did not place any hopes on him. He single-handedly, with his own strength, defeated the gang of Bloody Fangs, decisively acting in the name of his family line. The blonde folded her hands. She did not understand how he managed to do such a thing, and since when he was so strong. The boy could do this only through sheer determination. The girl bit her lip. The butler knocked on the door and announced that they had brought food. No one answered. The servants exchanged glances. The blonde went out into the hallway. The butler looked at her in surprise. The girl gathered her hair. She looked at her subjects indifferently and said that she needed to go to the library. Her father was doing everything possible to enlist the support of other families, but in the current situation there was no place where they could help. The girl opened the book. She decided that they themselves should find a way to resolve this problem. The man turned the pages. The servant reported that the Mardell family had rejected their offer. The master ordered to contact the Vastra family. The butler looked at Viscount Lawrence and replied that they had also rejected their offer. They said that they would support the construction of the circulation channels they had always asked for, but they could not help in this matter. The leader jumped up from his seat. The servant looked at him with concern and said that, one way or another, due to the pressure from Barco, it would be difficult to get outside help in the current situation. The man slammed the table. The advisor looked at the lord and said that there were rumors that those who tried to interfere in this northeastern conflict would definitely face Barco's vengeance. The herald read out the contents of the declaration of war. The girl closed her book. She sat dejectedly at the table. Flora covered her face with her hands. There was only a week left until the war. The lord slammed his fist on the table. The man frowned. He was indignant that before the conflict everyone was bending over backwards to curry favor, and now they were pretending that they did not exist. The chief asked if there was a response from the Golden Bank. The servant replied that they would consider the offer of land as collateral, but most likely it would not be limited to a week. Given their huge investments in Barco, they decided that it would be more profitable to help them. Lawrence covered his face with his hand. Could it be that everything they had achieved with sweat and blood really meant nothing? One of the advisors suggested that it would be better to surrender. The long-haired brunette looked down and said that because of Barco they were deprived of outside help, and the difference in forces was obvious. Therefore, if they surrendered and did as they wanted, they would protect innocent soldiers and be able to save at least part of the family lands. Everyone was silent. The leader was gloomy. He frowned and said that there was sense in these words. A knock on the door. The butler announced that Mrs. Flora wanted to see her father. The man said he was busy. The girl entered the office. The lord looked at her questioningly. The blonde looked at him seriously and said that she had something to talk about. Roman calmly looked ahead and said that he planned to involve the Dmitri family in the battle. He sat in a chair opposite his father. The leader asked if he understood what this meant. The son answered affirmatively. The man forcefully put down his teacup. He exclaimed that the war between Barco and Lawrence was a legitimate battle approved by the central government. Romero looked at his interlocutor with displeasure and said that after the termination of the marriage agreement with Lawrence's eldest daughter, their reputation was gone. The leader said that if Dmitri interfered, the aristocrats of the northeastern part would break their agreements with them, and in the worst case, the central government could send an army to defeat Dmitri. The man put his hand to his head and said that if the guy decided to help Lawrence because he was just coming, then it would be better to stop. The hero interrupted him. He asked his father what he would like his future life to be. Romero looked at the young man with displeasure and exclaimed why he was asking about this. The guy looked at his father seriously and said that his desire to interfere in the war was not at all due to a simple whim. He said that recently the elder Anthony Barco tried to threaten him. This was done because they were afraid that Roman's marriage could interfere with their plans. The hero has no evidence to prove what happened that day, but he has an idea. Even though people consider Dmitri to be the real power in the northeast, Barco thinks that they have already subjugated them. The man shuddered. The boy said that even with his strength and power, his father does nothing. They must think that he is completely satisfied with the current situation. The hero looked at his interlocutor confidently and said that he was different. He wants power and is not going to silently watch as not only Barco, but anyone else denigrates Dmitri's name. The boy was calm. Roman said that there are enough reasons. Just as Barco came up with a non-existent reason to declare war. For those who have power, a reason is nothing more than a joke. New life. The hero still feels like he is crossing an ocean, but he is sure of one thing. His true nature has not changed at all. His life must be filled with power. Roman looked at his father and said that he was not asking to borrow the power of the family line. His intervention was dictated by a personal reason, so his father can simply observe what steps he will take and how he is going to live his future life. No matter how much you climb, you cannot change your origin. Romero looked thoughtfully out the window. He said that no matter what feats you perform, no matter how much wealth you accumulate, even if you have land in your domain, you will still remain a commoner. Rihanna sat on the couch and looked at her husband with a smile. She said that in the capital he collaborated with other aristocrats. The man sat down next to her and grinned. He said that you can immediately tell from their eyes that they are looking at him. That is how they look at an aristocrat who is not their equal. The woman smiled and asked if he wanted to change that. Romero grinned and said he was happy with his current life. He didn't want to go out of his way to get anything else, but he hoped his sons would be different. The man wanted his children to go beyond their status and aim for a higher place, unlike him, who was content with small holdings on the outskirts. The hero looked at his father carefully. The man shuddered. His son's gaze said that he could not stop him. The leader looked thoughtfully at his hand. He dreamed that this moment would come someday. At some point, his sore finger had grown so much. Romero said that the boy could do as he saw fit, and he could tell him if he needed help. The hero watched silently. The leader clenched his fist and declared that he was his son, and he, Romero Dmitri, was his father. Whatever the boy did, he would not have to bear the responsibility alone. The hero smiled. Day, forge, the sound of anvils being struck. The guy stopped and looked up. The words about Dmitri's forge being the largest in the kingdom were not empty words. A workshop where several blacksmiths could work at once, and there were as many as 30 such workshops on this street. The hero looked around. He kept wondering how Dmitri could have accumulated such wealth, but this sight dispelled all questions. The iron mine on the outskirts of the estates was considered the largest in terms of deposits in the kingdom. Dmitri's blacksmiths possessed great skill, which allowed them to sell the iron they personally mined at a high price. For this reason, the aristocracy of the northeastern region of the kingdom had no intention of spoiling relations with Dmitri. It was not that they were simply afraid of Dmitri's influence. If the kingdom of Cairo stopped receiving iron weapons forged from Dmitri's ore, this alone would deal a crushing blow to the kingdom. Roman narrowed his eyes. There is a man here who can even be called a symbol of the Dmitri family line. Master Blacksmith. Yesterday's conversation. The guy said that he plans to settle everything on his own, but he needs his father's help with something. The man folded his arms across his chest. The hero said that he needs the combat weapons of his soldiers. The father took the cup and advised him to go to Master Hendrik. The leader looked at his son and said that he used to solve all the problems of the forge himself, but with the receipt of the title, the master with whom they worked together began to do this. He is responsible for all iron production. The man said that if you convey that this is his request, the master will provide everything necessary. The guy looked at his father and thanked him. Romero looked seriously at his son and warned that the Dmitri blacksmiths have strong self-confidence. They will not be faithful just because the young man was born in the Dmitri castle. Only someone who understands iron and has the skills to manage it will be able to earn the trust of true blacksmiths. The man looked at the hero with displeasure. The boy narrowed his eyes and thought that everything was as his father said. He walked forward and reasoned that such an attitude did not seem strange at all, given the behavior of Roman in the past. A bearded man in a bandana looked down at the boy and asked what brought him here. The hero looked at him and assumed that this was Hendrik. Roman said that he knew that his father had told him in advance the reason for his visit. The man put his hands on his hips and said that he heard that the boy needed equipment for 30 people. The blacksmith frowned and said that he thought that they had run out of money for entertainment again and the boy had come to steal something to sell. The hero looked at him in surprise. He looked at the mountain of armor. The man said that this was enough to equip 30 people. Let him take it and leave. The boy looked at them coldly and asked if the blacksmith was offering to take it. He answered in the affirmative. The man crossed his arms over his chest. Roman asked if this was all the master could do. The blacksmith told him to get lost if he wasn't satisfied with that. The young man grabbed the hilt of his sword and turned to the master. The boy took the sword and looked at his interlocutor. The hero said that it seemed that Dmitri's iron products were undeservedly reputed to be the best in Cairo. He asked if the master was passing off this trash as weapons for soldiers. The man shuddered. The young man asked again if that was the blacksmith's limit. He clenched his teeth. The master frowned and said that he swears that Dmitri's iron products are of the best quality in the kingdom. He added that a young man who hasn't shed a single drop of sweat in front of a red-hot brazier does not dare to evaluate their products. The blacksmith said that if it weren't for his father's request, he wouldn't have given even that. The boy looked at his interlocutor and listened. Hendrik said that the hero's younger brother Rodwell carried out his orders for several years in a row. Being the heir, the eldest son chased skirts and wasted his life. The blacksmith declared that Roman was even more irreparable trash than the things lying on the ground. The man pointed at the boy and exclaimed that he could not do anything, being the eldest. The hero looked at him calmly and replied that he could understand his anger. However, this sword has a tint as if it was simply held in the sun, and in the process of forging the sword, the master failed to distribute the force evenly. He raised the blade up. The boy assumed that this was the result of unsuccessful forging by an inexperienced blacksmith. He looked at his interlocutor and said that this cannot be called a product of Dmitri. The master cannot deny this, so we will decide to criticize the boy with his help. The blacksmith looked at the gentleman in surprise. The hero swung the sword and turned to the blacksmith. The boy said that his soldier had just died because he could not cut the enemy with this trash sword. The blade with an uneven surface could not perfectly cut the flesh, and the soldier, who could not remove the sword stuck in the muscles, lost his head with a confused expression on his face. The boy asked how unfair it was. The blacksmith looked at him dumbfounded. The boy said that the soldier did everything possible to survive, but because of the trash that the trash gentleman gave him, he had no choice but to die. The boy picked up the chainmail from the ground. The man flinched and asked what he was trying to say. The hero asked the blacksmith why he thought the boy was wearing armor. The gentleman picked up the armor and looked at the master. The boy said that in order to protect the body from an enemy attack at least once, the armor must withstand its bulky weight. He threw the object on the ground and added that a soldier who put on such a chainmail would be betrayed by his equipment and killed. A warrior may believe that tightly woven pieces of iron will protect his body, but an experimental product of a nameless blacksmith will not be able to stop an attack. The man frowned and asked what the man was trying to tell him. The boy thought that his anger was justified. The eldest son had never been interested in the affairs of the forge, and here he came only when he needed help and began to evaluate the products. He understood his thoughts, feelings. However, the blacksmith crossed the line. The boy stuck his sword into the chainmail and frowned. The hero said that if the master had not suddenly recognized the trash in the products lying on the ground, his loyal soldiers would have entrusted their lives to trash, unaware of anything. Roman said that this was not something to avenge personal petty grievances. The lives of 30 people depended on it, and even if he did not know it, he turned his back on the truth. The boy clutched the sword and asked if the man could safely call himself a master representing the Dmitri family line. The boy approached his interlocutor and exclaimed that innocent people almost died because of the trash he gave him for personal reasons. The master was shocked. He tried to justify himself. The young man said that his intentions did not matter. The purpose of the weapons and armor was crystal clear. The hero asked for Romero Dmitri on behalf of his father, and in the end he received this trash. Roman looked at the man with displeasure and asked if this could be considered disobedience to his father. They stood opposite each other. The boy said that he knew that the master simply did not want to give him good equipment. but this problem in itself could be considered disobedience. The hero frowned and noted that this was not just his personal request. The owner of this land ordered to equip him with good weapons and armor. Hierarchy. The moment the line between master and servant is erased, hierarchy and order collapse. Both the loyal servant and the one who is like a friend must be punished to the fullest extent if they cross this line. The young man looked at the blacksmith coldly and asked again whether the actions towards him could be considered as disobedience to his father. The man answered that such a thing could not happen. The other blacksmiths left. The boy asked to explain why the master gave such equipment. The hero looked away. The other masters looked at him with displeasure and said that the boy should not dare to pick on Hendrik. They noticed the sword in the boy's hand. The blacksmiths got angry and decided that he wanted to do something to the master. The men wanted to grab him. The hero narrowed his eyes. Hendrik shouted at them to stop. One blacksmith wanted to object, but the man stopped him. He closed his eyes and apologized to the master, admitting that what had happened was his mistake. The blacksmith remembered his youth, how he was kicked out of the forge and punished. The young master was collecting firewood and complaining that he was not allowed to do real work. He turned around at the noise. The young man held out one coin and said that he wanted to buy a sword. It was all his savings. The guy promised to pay him back 10 times more later. The blacksmith crossed his arms and chased him away. Young Hendrik watched this. Then he caught up with the guy, holding the sword in his hands. The young man looked at the weapon and was surprised that he was just giving it away. Hendrik looked at the guy and said that he had heard a story in the workshop. He offered to take at least this weapon. The interlocutor offered him a piece of silver. The guy replied that he did not need the money because he was going to throw it away anyway. The interlocutor was surprised. Hendrik said that he himself should be grateful that the sword made by his hands was at least useful somewhere. The young man smiled and thanked him. Later, Hendrik found the young man dead. The master ran away in horror. People were talking about how the young man had taken on the defense of the trade guild and died himself. They said that his sword had broken in a fight with a bandit. Hendrik began to cry, the same as if he had killed that man. The blacksmith clenched his fist. From then on, he swore that it would never happen again. The man lowered his head. He thought that it was only because of his dislike for Roman that he was going to repeat the events of that day. The master said that he would pay for his actions. The others were shocked. The boy said that he would not ask anything more if the man repents of what he did. The hero threw the sword on the ground and decided to get back to the main thing. The master looked at him in surprise. The young man looked at him and asked him to make uniforms for 30 soldiers. He repeated that he did not think that he intentionally disobeyed the order. Most likely, it was because of disgust for the master, and he more than understood the feelings of the blacksmith. The hero said that he wanted to bury the mistakes of both of them. All he needed were swords and armor that would protect the lives of his soldiers. The master was amazed. He did not understand how the master could change so much. Hendrik exhaled. He realized that this was not the same Roman anymore. The man looked resolutely at the aristocrat and apologized again for what happened. The blacksmith promised that this would not happen again. The young man smiled. As an apology, the master would prepare armor and swords from the best iron, which Dmitri was proud of. He ordered everyone to return to their places and get to work. Coal was burning in the furnace. The blacksmiths were actively working. The guy asked if he really stole the sword of the master Hendrik. The hero stood behind one of the blacksmiths. He replied that the young man probably did not remember anything because of alcohol. It was 3 years ago. The lord deprived the young master of his pocket money, and in order to get it, he secretly snuck into the forge and stole the master's sword Hendrik. Then he sold it to a roadside merchant for a pittance. That sword was the master's greatest creation. It took only half a year to draw it, and then the master spent 3 months in the forge to finish it. The man said that the young man did not know what it was like to have your best creation sold for next to nothing. The boy frowned. It turned out that the previous Roman had crossed the line. He left the forge. He was called. Hendrik approached the aristocrat. The hero looked at him. The man said that he had not fully forgiven him for that offense. Because of his mistake, the master will fulfill the request, but he still cannot allow his eldest son Dmitri to interfere in the affairs of the forge. The foundation of Dmitri is laid in the forge. Hendrik said that if there came a day in the future when the master produced even a single trash sword, he might look at it again. The hero smiled and said that he would return when the equipment was completed. The boy opened the door of the workshop. There was an anvil there. Roman smiled and said, "Long time no see." This was where his secluded training took place. As ordered, it was in perfect order, and all the equipment was there. Time to get started. A fire was burning in the furnace. Time spent in Murim. The hero was 18 when he became determined to personally forge a sword. During the period when the successor of the demonic sect was not approved, a bloody war broke out between his brothers. That night, he again could not sleep a wink due to endless assassination attempts. His 11th elder brother, Baek Chang-hun, suddenly attacked the hero, intending to take his life. Although the difference in fighting skills was not great, Then the sword that he protected like the apple of his eye could not withstand the attack and broke. The hero smashed his brother's face with the broken sword, and, freed from the feeling of near death, he thought that he needed a sword that would not break during the fight and could ideally convey his current abilities. He needed his own sword. From that very day, unlike the other brothers, the hero sought out blacksmiths and learned the technique of forging a sword. And, on the eve of the decisive battle, he always forged a sword that matched his current strength. So he fought hundreds, thousands of battles, changing his sword every year. The 39th sword he forged then, he called the Heavenly Demon Sword. It became a treasure that could not be bought for any money. And from that moment on the eve of the upcoming war, it was time to create his own sword for a new life. The hammer on the anvil. Roman hit the hot metal, following a certain rhythm, applying a certain force. The hammer hit the workpiece, repeating the same movements. The guy looked down carefully at the moment of obsession with a given goal. Breakthrough. From the force of the blow, rays flew everywhere. The hot metal was reflected in the eyes of the hero, who thought, what is he living for? He remembered how he sat by the cliff in his past life. In order for the heavenly demon to become a father, he had to live in a world where the strong eats the weak. Having experienced many turning points, he was called the strongest master in the world, and he does not think that this is bad. The man smiled. Roman thought that now is the same, he is just true to the present. He reached out his hand to the workpiece, thinking that his current level does not allow him to withstand all the changes. In other words, he can only temper himself stronger. Roman imagined the dragon and worthy people, thinking that the world of Roman, which is unfamiliar to him, strong opponents that he does not know. Standing by the blazing flames, he thought that defeat was unacceptable. The guy breathed fire from his mouth. The hero with the hammer was engulfed in bright flames, using the divine breath of flame skill. Surrounded by fire, the hero struck the anvil with a hammer. The technique of the followers of the demonic sect, using the power of scorching flames, was called the Demon of Flame and helped accumulate mana in a short period of time. The fire was burning in the furnace. This is the most he can afford in such a pitiful state. A bright ball glowed in the flames of fire. Its frequent use will harm the lungs and other internal organs. Roman's eyes were burning. He thought that now he needed the power that resists all the twists of fate. A voice was heard from a white building with a blue roof, which said that at the moment Flora folded her hands in front of her and said that they had reached a dead end. Looking ahead, she continued that there was no outside help in sight and the difference in power was obvious. She stood at the head of the table. People were looking at her. She said that there was an opinion that by surrendering they should keep the family land. With a determined look, the girl said that she believed that they should never do that. Her hand slapped the table. Her father frowned, saying that instead of getting involved in a war they knew they would lose and let countless soldiers die, they could choose to surrender for the sake of everyone else. He imagined a silhouette shaking hands and said that, using their connections with the central government, Barco had borrowed money from a gold bank. The girl continued that most likely this loan was given to them without collateral. The men at the table whispered among themselves, discussing how without collateral. She imagined an arrow leading to a bag of gold. Flora said that loans without collateral always had a high interest rate. Looking at her father, the blonde said that in this war, it was not only Barco that was aiming for profit. The man looked down. The girl presented a picture of the coat of arms and said that the Barco who borrowed money and the gold bank that issued the loan in order to get a benefit that would satisfy them. She presented a torn map, saying that both sides after the occupation of Lawrence would tear this land apart. Father and daughter stood opposite each other on different sides of the table. The Viscount sat down and asked how she proposed them to act then. Folding her hands in front of her, Flora said that there was only one way, a fight to the death. With a determined look, she declared that this was the only way that would allow them to survive. The man slammed his fist on the table, repeating that she was saying a fight to the death. He looked down thoughtfully, thinking that at some point. He looked at his daughter, thinking that he was filled with hope looking at Flora's bold statement. The girl in the dress stood opposite him. He thought that Flora, with her ability to see through the situation, would suggest an extraordinary way. The Viscount closed his eyes, thinking that in the end he remained within the bounds of the ordinary. He imagined the gates of the fortress and heard the question. That in fact the best he could offer was to lock the fortress gates. The girl looked at him seriously, with the words that she told them to just be patient. She imagined a blazing space, saying that they should abandon this year's harvest and give the fields over to the flames. Imagining a storage with cans and sacks, she said that by collecting maximum reserves of provisions they would be able to hold out. The mountains were covered with snow. Flora continued that until winter came. Lawrence frowned, repeating, "Should we hold out until winter?" The girl standing at the table said that yes, although the Barco family was able to borrow a huge amount thanks to connections with the central government. But that was all. The interest on the loan would grow every minute. The blue eye looked ahead carefully. She imagined the bank logo, thinking that great power, its influence was capturing the entire continent, a gold bank. She imagined a hand reaching out to the frightened man and thought that if the war did not end quickly and time dragged on, the Barco family would be pressed with interest. The men sitting at the table heard that the gold bank was not a power that could be intimidated by close ties to the central government. She imagined warriors with flags saying that mercenaries acted for money, and this money came from the gold bank. With a determined look, Flora said that when winter came, it was not a good time to siege a fortress. Looking with blue eyes, she finished that they would exhaust themselves. Her father looked at her in amazement. The men began to discuss, saying that they did not think there was such a way. Someone said that it made sense, another confirmed that it was true, it would be a fight against time. Lawrence sat listening to these words. He imagined his daughter playing with birds and thought that when the incident with Dimitri happened, he decided that he had spoiled his daughter too much. However, the reality was different. He looked at the blonde and thought, when did his daughter manage to grow so much? The man clapped his palm, standing up. With a determined look, he declared that Flora's words were true. From now on they would begin to prepare for desperate resistance. The men heard that they would hold out to the last. The blonde declared that they would preserve the legacy of the Lawrence family. The daughter standing in front of him heard that even if the fortress walls collapsed and death awaited them, they would fight to the very end and show themselves. The girl looked forward resolutely. Roman looked down intently. In front of him, several blades lay in the water. Clouds floated in the sky above the house. The hero walked out of the workshop with a sword in his hands. For a person, any event that happens for the first time will be considered special. The sun illuminated the blade. He thought, the first sword. The blonde raised the weapon up, thinking that this was a sword that would perfectly suit his current powers. Clutching the golden blade, Roman said that he would take a name for it from this world. The hero's eye glowed. He decided to call him a salamander. The man walked forward along the path. He stopped in front of the fortress gate. On his fluttering cloak was a coat of arms. The knights above looked at him excitedly. The man with the mustache grinned. He unrolled the scroll and read that as a representative of Viscount Barco, he gave them 3 options to choose from. The first was to open the fortress gates and surrender. The knights in armor heard that only surrender was their only way to save their own lives. Viscount Lawrence stood next to the knights on the wall, hearing that the second was to march against them in a large-scale war. He looked at the messenger, who said that under the supervision of a central government judge, they would go out onto the plain and determine the winner accordingly. A duel of mighty warriors was also possible. The man with the mustache read that any method would do to determine the winner. Barco were willing to agree to the method they proposed. Viscount Lawrence frowned at him. He said darkly that they did not consider that the pretext under which he stepped forward, continuing that the Barco declared war on them was fair. The evidence of the debt of their ancestors was falsified. Stopping at the fence of the wall, the man shouted that moreover, he was not going to sacrifice the people of Lawrence. The man frowned, shouting for him to return and tell the Viscount that no matter what they chose. The messenger interrupted him, saying that the third option was to forget about the pride of the noble family line. The man standing at the gate finished that and locked themselves in the walls of the fortress, defending themselves to the death. He turned his leg, saying that the Barco family line accepted their decision. He turned away, saying that he would wait for retribution for the blood spilled during the siege. The knights, trembling, looked at him. Viscount Lawrence watched tensely. In front of the messenger were groups of knights. The war had already begun. The order to shoot was heard. The warriors pulled the bowstring and fired. They heard the order to move forward. The arrows hit the shield. The order to not retreat was heard. The warriors from the fortress wall shot at the enemy with a bow. The man cursed. The helmet flew to the floor. The man angrily clenched his teeth, cursing at these arrogant people. Behind him stood a dark-haired warrior. The man thought that the army prepared by the Barco family was more than 3 times larger in number than the Lawrence soldiers. However, the brunette sullenly closed his eyes, thinking that he expected victory within an hour. He imagined a diagram with the designations of the troop movements. The course of the battle was contrary to expectations. An abandoned helmet lay on the floor. The brunette looked at the Viscount and said that one way or another, Lawrence was fully prepared. A moat with water was dug near the wall. He said that they dug a deep channel, not allowing the soldiers to get closer. There were many arrows stuck in the ground. He continued that judging by how boldly they shot a huge stream of arrows at the very beginning, they got a decent amount of military supplies. Viscount Barco clenched his fist in anger. There was a map of the battle and figures on the table. He thought what had happened this week for Lawrence to choose to fight to the end. He slapped his palms on the map, thinking that according to their calculations, they should have capitulated if they even slightly wanted to protect their land. But in fact, the man frowned at the diagram, thinking that they locked the fortress gates, unafraid in the face of the death of the entire family. From what point did everything go wrong? He looked at the captain, who asked, "What will they do?" Looking at him with displeasure, he said that he was still asking, "Let them prepare it immediately." The brunette's eyes widened in surprise, but he did not object. The Viscount smiled, thinking that Lawrence was not so persistent. He recalled the image of Flora, thinking that he would not be able to withstand the pressure of Barco. just like he sold his great treasure to Dimitri's family. The man frowned. Looking forward resolutely, he thought that in the face of danger he would tremble like a true coward. On the ramparts, an order was heard to hurry. Viscount Lawrence angrily shouted at the knights that it was unknown when Barco would attack them again. They should gather their courage and quickly raise their weapons. The man turned and called Flora, saying that she was right. He told the girl standing behind that Barco was confused and called off the soldiers. How did she come up with that? The girl in armor walked forward, saying that she realized that there was no point in waiting for everything to resolve itself. Flora resolutely clenched her fists, saying that she needed to become stronger herself. Looking forward, she said that from now on, this is how she was going to live. Tears appeared in her father's eyes. He stood opposite, apologizing for forcing her to marry Dimitri. Then it seemed to him that the only way to save their family line. The man with the mustache continued, however. He approached his daughter and said that now, no matter what happens, he believes that she will make the right choice. Flora looked at her father with a smile. Suddenly her gaze became surprised. They saw a powerful explosion. Part of the fortress wall was broken through. Flora looked down, thinking that the fortress wall had collapsed. Really? The warriors stood at the weapons with the seal at the muzzle. Flashes. The knights looked from the wall, shouting that they were going crazy. Barco prepared a flash. Flora stared in shock at the flare, a catapult-type magic weapon that was being thrown at the fortress walls. Looking ahead in fear, the blonde thought that it was a huge explosion magic. The catapult had a glowing magic seal. Since it was a strategic resource that required tens of gold to fire, it could not be used without permission from the central government, no matter how rich the owner of the weapon was. The girl clenched her fingers into a fist, thinking that even with the huge loan, she did not think that Barco had the power and connections to rent the flare. Flora looked down, thinking that there were only two ways to stop the flare: counter with a magic weapon of the same level, or open the gate and go out ourselves to destroy the flare manually. Looking down in fear, the blonde thought that both ways were impossible. She closed her eyes, thinking that now she could only give up, but her thoughts were interrupted by a call. A maid came up from behind, saying that a magic message had arrived. Flora asked again in surprise. Clenching her fist, the maid reported that Roman Dimitri told her to tell her that he had a way to help, so let her take the message. Flora looked at the woman in surprise. She remembered the image of the white-haired guy. Flora looked ahead, saying that a way to help Lawrence in a moment of danger. What does he mean by that? In front of her was a hologram with an image of Roman. Looking at her, the guy said that he would say it directly. For personal reasons, he plans to take revenge on the Barco family. The girl was surprised to hear that the decision was made. The only question was at what point he would commit his revenge. If suddenly she agreed to follow his plan. The girl listened tensely to him moving his lines and immediately stepping out to destroy Barco. She stood in front of the crystal with the hologram and asked what was required of them to carry out this plan, and heard that everything was simple. The girl standing in the center of the seal heard that if Lawrence sacrificed themselves first and provided a battlefield, he swears by the name of Dimitri that he will use all his strength to help them. The wind blew through the armored girl's hair. She thought, sacrifice. Flora clenched her fist, thinking that he must have suggested this. Knowing their situation, there is no choice. Even if he so shamelessly tells them to sacrifice themselves. Standing by the hologram, the blonde said that she promises she will do anything if only it can protect her family. The guy raised his finger, saying that there is one more thing. He said to give him a reason so that he can enter the war. A group of warriors approached the fortress wall. Roman said that he needs a reason since the marriage contract has already been dissolved. Looking at him, Flora asked how she will create a reason. The white-haired man in the hologram answered Barco. Let him announce that he harassed her. Flora's mouth opened in shock. She imagined a man surrounded by chains and heard that although they had never crossed paths, she needed to report the harassment that had caused her to break off her arranged marriage with Dimitri. She imagined herself sitting on the floor, and people behind her were discussing her. Perhaps her value in the eyes of the aristocracy would sink below the baseboard, and she would decide to sacrifice the beautiful reputation of the Lawrence flower. However, if she, as the daughter of an aristocrat, gave up a lot. The silhouette of a bird broke the chain. The guy continued that she would be able to get a good reason that would resolve the crisis of the Lawrence family. The white-haired man from the hologram said that this reason would allow him to shrink during the war. The trembling girl pressed her hands to her chest. Roman looked at her and said that if she said anything, then let her say that he harassed her to break off the engagement, because at that time she was still his person. The blonde looked down, hearing that he never forgives those who touch his people. Flora bit her lip, thinking, his man. There was a bright flash of an explosion. Warriors were burning in the flames. Knights approached the burning part of the wall, shouting that it was destroyed. Let him quickly install an iron fence. Stones fell from the ceiling. The girl repeated that she had already said that she would accept any of his conditions. Lona closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and screamed for him to immediately deal with all the damned Barco. Hooks were caught on the wall. A cry was heard not to let them cross the fortress wall. Viscount Lawrence put out his hand, shouting that it was necessary to protect the fortress wall. They must hold out. An enemy warrior climbed the wall. He attacked the man with a sword. A cry was heard calling the Lord for caution. The blade was approaching the man's face. Suddenly the enemy was knocked down by a bright beam. The girl held a bow in her hand. Lawrence turned around, recognizing his daughter. Flora looked at him seriously, saying that they should open the fortress gates and confront Barco head-on. Father looked at her in amazement and exclaimed that she meant to say open the gates. The blonde explained that Roman promised to help. She introduced the guy with the warriors standing behind and said that if they opened the gates and went out, it would distract the enemy and then Roman would appear with his army and destroy the outbreak. Father repeated in surprise and asked why. Flora replied that there was no time to go into details, but she was absolutely sure. Resolutely looking forward, Flora said that Roman was not one to throw words to the wind. There was a communication crystal on the ground. The guy in the red cloak stood next to it. He was looking down. Chris, who was standing behind, asked if he was going to attack right now, to which he heard the answer no. The blonde warrior exclaimed that if they pulled any longer, Lawrence could be destroyed. Chris stood next to the guy and said that the flash was a powerful weapon capable of destroying an entire fortress wall if he really planned to help Lawrence by disrupting Barco's plans. In the distance, a smoking fortress wall was visible. The blonde said that they needed to immediately attack the enemy from the rear. Turning to him, Roman asked why he should do that. Chris's eyes widened in surprise, and he heard that the question was not whether Lawrence would be destroyed or not. The white-haired man called Chris. He imagined an army lying in blood and said that compared to the death of a few hundred strangers, it was more important to him that none of his men shed blood. The hero imagined a dead fighter, saying that many of Lawrence would die because of this war. Blood and tears were streaming down the man's face. The hero said that their problem was that they followed an incompetent leader. A trail of blood trailed towards the standing Roman. He said that unlike them, he was not going to senselessly sacrifice those who had sworn allegiance to him. Frowning, the blonde agreed. Standing behind, he said he understood. The drawbridge slid back as the order was given to open the fortress gates. It fell to the ground. Opening, someone said that they would punish the cruel villains of Barco. The Viscount shouted, giving the order to attack. The soldiers marched forward in formation. They were approaching the enemy army. The man with the red beard grinned, saying that they had come out without even knowing their place. The blow left a bright mark. The warrior smiled predatory. It was a squad of Burge mercenaries. The warriors were amazed to see the torn-off limbs. They trembled with fear, looking at this, and then they ran, screaming and begging for help, saying that they were finished. Flora, standing on the wall, pointed with her hand and shouted for them to stand to the last and not retreat. She looked down in fear, thinking that if they could not even play the role of bait, he would never appear. Dust rose from the hooves of the running horse. There were tents of troops on the plain. Viscount Barco turned and asked what was that. Roman was approaching him on horseback. More knights were riding horses. The moment when the soldiers had to put their lives on the line had come too soon. Chris looked ahead with concentration. Worry. Kevin looked scared. Anxiety. The white-haired man looked ahead, thinking about the reality that they would have to experience on their own. If they managed to survive under the banner of his army, he would give them the promised life of predators. But whether they survived or not would be determined by their own strength and will. The riders rode behind the leader with the sword. Standing in front of them, Roman stated firmly that their primary objective was to attack Barco from the rear and destroy their assault weapons. The hero stood in front of the army, saying that perhaps Lawrence would not be able to play the role of ideal bait. He did not expect much from them in the strategy. Looking ahead, the white-haired man said that he would take the front line. He would run ahead and cut down the opponents, clearing the way, and they should follow with one and finish off the remnants of the defeated army. The warriors looked at Roman, who told them to remember that their main objective was to destroy the assault weapons. The mercenaries looked at the approaching horsemen. Viscount Barco frowned, telling them to look at their appearance. How were they going to resist them? Walking away, he ordered the soldier to immediately prepare to meet the crazy guests. The warriors put out shields and spears. Roman approached them. He decisively raised his sword. Bright purple marks remained from the chopping blows. Once upon a time, the Murim people belonging to the Orthodox clan said. The weapon pierced the black horse. It fell to the ground. At the forefront of the demonic sect, there is always a heavenly demon. The hero pounced on the opponents from above. He swung his sword, attacking the enemy. The sky demon is invincible. Roman looked down. Facing him face to face was akin to suicide. People were puzzled why even after becoming a sky demon, he always took on the most dangerous role. The soldiers looked at him in surprise. The guy thought that then and now the reason was always the same. The soldier trembled in fear. The strongest warrior on the front lines must completely undermine the enemy's fighting spirit. Roman was surrounded by a purple glow, saying that if he does not attack, they will attack, then he will. The soldier clenched his teeth, and closing his eyes, he shouted the order to attack, "Let them follow the master." Chris looked back. The soldiers on horses looked at him. The riders rushed forward amid splashes of blood. A spear pierced the horse. The rider angrily looked at the enemy. Blood splashed near the helmet. The guy struck the enemy, shouting to follow the master. The eyes were a little crazy. Chris, with a sword surrounded by a blue glow, thought that just a little more. He quickly cut the enemies, thinking, even closer to the master. Roman approached the enemy line, who thought that they should stop this monster. The hero swelled the soldier's head. He resolutely looked forward, thinking that this thing was the goal of their plan. He continued to move towards the magic weapon, saying that this was a flash. The captain of the mercenary squad birds looked forward in amazement, asking, "What is this, Roman?" He imagined a chest of gold, thinking that a huge amount was at stake in this task. Since the fate of the mercenary squad birds depended on it, he would personally sort it out completely. Surrounded by fire, Burge took out his sword, saying that he would personally sort it out completely. A red trace remained under the rapid movement. Roman approached the man from above. Burge is recognized a rank mercenary throughout the kingdom. A bright flash arose from the clash of swords. Unlike B-rank mercenaries, A-rank mercenaries must be able to control aura to obtain their rank. The flaming sword collided with a sword that glowed purple. The red-haired man was engulfed in flames. He is a swordsman with a 2-star aura. The eyes in his helmet were angry. He thought he could not even move. Roman looked at him calmly. Sparks appeared from the movement of the sword. Roman quickly attacked, leaving a bright flash. Burge looked at him in amazement, thinking that he could go crazy. He is the strongest of the strong. The white-haired man attacked with a bright purple glow. The man angrily clenched his teeth. A red beam appeared next to him. He fell to his knees, and Roman walked away. 5 seconds. The headless body fell to the ground. That's how long a rank mercenary could hold out against Roman. The soldiers looked at him in amazement. His squad members looked joyful. Barco pointed his finger and angrily wished for death, shouting for them to kill that man immediately. The soldier held the angry Viscount back, shouting that it was dangerous. He should take cover first. Roman looked forward seriously. His gaze was resolute. He thought that the flash was a creation of magic that was not in Murim. The white-haired man stood in front of the catapult with the round seal. Black flashes appeared around him. He thought that it was the unique merit of the heavenly demon. The silhouette of the demon appeared above the tip of the sword. Heavenly demon sword technique. Swift movement. First formation. The black beam was surrounded by purple flashes. Barco and his troops opened their mouths in shock. Half of the catapult fell to the ground. Roman stood next to the broken weapon. Opening his mouth, he shouted, ordering them to listen to him. He is Roman. The boy raised his sword, shouting that he destroyed Barco's assault weapon. The Lawrence troops on the wall and in front of it rejoiced. Flora covered her mouth with her hands. She looked ahead with tears in her eyes, saying that he really succeeded. Smoke rose from the broken weapon, the destruction of the flash. Having lost the central power, Barco had no choice but to retreat. Roman heard the army with white flags shouting that they would still see. There was blood on the guy's armor. In this battle, Chris used the aura in a slightly different way than before. Surrounded by a blue glow, the blonde held a sword. His hands squeezed the handle of the shining blade. He tried to concentrate the aura as much as possible, as Roman does. As a result, even in a fierce battle, the mana consumption was small. Everyone around laughed. Why was he trying to repeat after Roman? But Chris continued to progress. Behind the guy surrounded by the glow lay bloody bodies. The blonde smiled, thinking that now all that remains is to admit. Smiling, Chris hid his sword, thinking that the master had used the right method. His gaze became surprised. His comrades were sitting on the ground and breathing heavily. The guy looked at the soldiers in surprise, thinking that, gritting their teeth, they rushed after the master, trying to keep up. Naturally, they were tired. The blonde looked at the others contentedly, thinking that nevertheless, not a single one of the 30 soldiers broke away and no one was seriously injured. The warriors bowed their heads, breathing heavily. Chris thought that this was why the master chose them. The guy in armor looked forward tiredly, thinking that they were able to survive only for one reason. Roman in a red cloak walked towards them, a monster going beyond common sense. The soldier looked at him in surprise. Roman looked at the army, saying that he saw that they successfully survived. Chris thought that it was all thanks to him. The hero said that their role was over. The drawbridge near the fortress was lowered. Roman with the soldiers walked along it. He walked inside and looked around. The villagers surrounded him, shouting their gratitude that he was a hero and that Lawrence would never forget Roman Dmitri. The man looked at the white-haired guy, thinking what a pity. The Viscount looked ahead, thinking that he knew he was unusual from their first meeting, but to destroy the outbreak with his own hands. Roman waved his hand as if he had a halo around his head. The man thought it was an overwhelming talent. He imagined a beast surrounded by radiance, thinking that Dmitri gave birth to a tiger. If everything had not gone wrong, this tiger would have become his son-in-law. He imagined how the predator approached him. The man clenched his fist, thinking that it was a pity, but now it was in the past. Throwing up his hands, he said that Roman was a great hero who came to them from Dmitri. Extending his palm, the Viscount said that he was glad to meet him again. Roman smiled. The heroes shook hands. The walls were decorated with columns. The white-haired man stood at the door. A girl came up from behind and said that she, Flora, folded her fingers and thanked her timidly. Standing nearby, the girl said that they could not adequately play the role of bait, but even so, they did not turn away from Lawrence in a difficult moment and helped. The blonde looked at the guy standing by the door and said that she wanted to sincerely thank him. Looking at her indifferently, Roman replied that the speech played its role as promised. He looked at the girl saying that they played their roles exactly as he planned. Holding her hand to her chest, Flora said that this is how, and yet she wants to repay him for his favor, although she thinks that he does not need to accept her gratitude, but as a representative of Lawrence, she will definitely. The guy nodded, hearing that if he wants something, he can safely ask for anything at the meeting. Timidly folding her hands, Flora promised that she will definitely listen to him and reward him. The guy smiled. Looking at her, he said that if she was not going to change her mind, there was no point in him refusing. He put his hand on the door handle. Opening the door, he invited the girl to go into the meeting room first. The men were sitting at a long table and talking. Roman touched his chin, hearing their words that this was their chance. If he offered Barco to end it here, they would definitely agree. Someone said that Barco truly still had impressive fighting force. Instead of needlessly raising a stir, bringing trouble upon themselves, they should bury the past and find peace. Flora stood next to her father at the head of the table. Roman looked ahead, thinking that the name was herbivores. The Viscount looked ahead, saying that they were arguing correctly. This time they were helped to avoid a catastrophe, but their strength alone would not be enough to hold back Barco's onslaught forever, so now they would send. Touching his chin, Roman interrupted, asking if he could speak out. The table became silent. There was a voice saying, "Speak up." The guy stood up, thanking them. He stood at the edge of the table, saying that Barco was suffering from the oppression of the money issue. The guy went forward, saying that in order to pay off the huge debt, they could only defeat Lawrence by any means necessary, and even destroying the outbreak would not change anything. This was just his guess. The white-haired man looked down and said that they would most likely receive the messenger's bloody head in return. The man coughed into his fist. The long-haired man was silent. Viscount Lawrence concentrated on hearing that the soldiers outside were now carrying corpses. Looking at all this, did they not feel anything? He remembered the soldiers removing the bodies and said that Barco should not be forgiven. They must clearly show the whole world how Lawrence was taking revenge on the monsters. Walking further, Roman resolutely continued that they dared to touch them. Rising, Lawrence asked. He thought they did not understand this, but what else could they do? They did not have the necessary strength. Without turning around, Roman said he would say one thing. He approached the Viscount. Behind him were the eyes of a monster. He decisively declared that there was a way. The man looked at him in fear. Roman thought that the only thing left for herbivores was to become food for predators. A scream was heard from the tent under the sky. Viscount Barco slammed his fists on the table, shouting to Roman under what pretext he decided to interfere with them. Grimly bending over the map, the man said that in order to change the unfavorable situation, there was only one left. Gritting his teeth, Barco and calm Roman simultaneously said a duel of great warriors. On the scroll was written a duel of great warriors. 1. The battle determines the victory or defeat of the family line. 3 swordsmen enter the battle. 2. The place is considered sacred and has received the blessing of Valhalla. Both families must submit to the result. 3. The authority of the person in charge is extremely important. As soon as both parties come to an agreement, the decisions are sent to the central government. After the decision is approved, the duel is held. Viscount Lawrence frowned. It had been a long time since the Great Warrior duel had changed to a battle of connections and wealth. Their opponent was Barco. They had connections in the central government, and with the amount borrowed from the gold bank, it was scary to imagine what kind of master they would invite to come out for a duel. The hero said that he understood what he meant. He smiled and said that he would give them confidence in victory right now. Everyone present was silent. The head of the clan looked at the young man in surprise and asked again. Roman looked at his interlocutor and said that there was no better way for them than a duel of warriors, if only they were sure of victory. The boy said that, first of all, Barco had a 3-star swordsman. Most likely, he would come out as the first warrior. Everyone present shuddered. The hero looked at his allies with a smile and said that he would participate in the first duel on behalf of Lawrence. Whether his opponent was the knight Barco or a visiting master, the boy would guarantee with absolute certainty that he would bring the first victory. The Viscount looked at the boy and shuddered. The hero continued that no matter how outstanding the talents of the enemies were, but against 1 victory and 2 defeats, it lost its meaning. The third duel would be completed by his man, Chris. Despite the fact that he had 2 stars, he possessed the genius that could lead to victory in a battle against a 3-star opponent. Roman looked at those present and asked if that was not enough to consider the battle won. If they won the warrior duel, Lawrence would be able to regain its lost reputation. The boy turned to Flora. He smiled and asked her to make a decision. The girl looked at him in surprise. She remembered how she promised to fulfill his every request at the meeting. The blonde frowned. Apparently, this is what he wants. The girl looked at the hero carefully. He whispers that he will take part in the warrior duel, but in return Lawrence must bear responsibility in case of a change. The young man smiled. Indeed, he is a dangerous man. Flora closed her eyes and declared that she supports the warrior duel. By agreement of both parties, the warrior duel was approved. Everything was decided within a week after the order was given. The day of the duel. In the judge's place sat a dark-haired man with a beard, Count Ertz. He said that the warrior duel is a sacred place, blessed by Valhalla. Viscount Lawrence sat in a chair. Behind him stood his daughter and the main character. The judge reminded that, whatever the results, both family lines must accept them. If this rule is violated, they will be judged, putting the honor of the Kingdom of Cairo on the line. The head of Barco grinned. Count Ertz spread his arms and announced that both families must now present 3 of their warriors and hand in a schedule of duels. Wine was poured into a glass. The enemy of the heroes was chatting amiably with the judge. The boy noticed this. He narrowed his eyes. Roman leaned over to Viscount Lawrence and said that they needed to change the schedule. The man was surprised because they had set it up a week ago. The hero replied that this week was the problem. The more time passed, the more interest would have to weigh on Barco. Roman frowned and noticed that it seemed like the enemies were deliberately stalling for time. They didn't look like they were in a hurry at all. The man turned in that direction and assumed that they had managed to find strong masters during this time. The legs of the chair creaked. A soldier was sprawled on the chair. The hero looked at the sleeping man. The Viscount looked at the boy with alarm and asked what they would do. Originally, Roman was supposed to go first and snatch an unconditional victory. The knight Lawrence was supposed to go second, and Chris was supposed to be the last one, ending the series of fights. The hero declared that the blonde would go first. The leader and his daughter looked at the boy in surprise. The young man smiled and declared that he would go second and fight the map prepared by Barco. They changed the plan to suppression. The crowd was noisy. Chris stood on the platform and looked at his opponent. In front of him stood Jansen, a swordsman of a 3-star aura. The blonde looked closely at his opponent and also introduced himself. The spectators were discussing him as Jonathan's disciple. The boy narrowed his eyes and thought that in order to become stronger, one must endure danger. This is the reason why he climbed out of the well and followed the master. Begin. The banner fluttered. The opponents pushed off from their places. Jansen swung and quickly struck with a fire sword. Chris learned one thing the first time he fought the master. The boy dodged. No matter how strong your aura is, only by mastering it can you give it meaning. The enemy attacked again. The blonde quickly moved from one place to another. He gritted his teeth. He had to dodge again and again to wait for his only chance. The 3-star knight struck again and asked how much longer the boy would run. The enemy swung. He was surrounded by red energy, a wide-range aura. The blonde looked at the enemy hanging over him. Chris froze in shock and thought that he could not dodge and needed to think of something urgently. He remembered the words of his master. The hero advised him to break free from the usual laws of the world. The knight frowned. An indistinct splash of mana would never show the full power of the aura. The boy clenched his sword. A blue light appeared around him. Just like the leader showed his greatness with a grain of mana, from a plane to a beam, from a beam to a point. The knight concentrated the power of the aura in one point. The enemies glared at each other. The blonde landed behind his opponent. Jansen lost his head. The crowd howled. Chris had won. The guy was breathing heavily. He, a 2-star swordsman, had defeated a 3-star. The hero looked at his subject with satisfaction. The judge announced the next duel. The spectators were shocked by the result. The head of Barco clenched his fist until he was shaking. He did not believe that Jansen had been defeated. The man frowned and clenched his teeth. He had planned to snatch victory in the second duel, but now the last one would be decisive. The Viscount bit his lip and thought that there was no need to worry about the second duel. After all, he had an invincible ace up his sleeve, which was worth a lot of money. The guard approached the second participant. The man woke up and asked if it was his turn already. He went up to the platform and yawned. The blue-haired man with a scar on his nose scratched his head and introduced himself as Homeros. He was a swordsman with a 4-star aura. The head of Lawrence, Flora, and Chris were shocked and scared. Everyone was talking about the wandering swordsman. Many were seeing a ranker in person for the first time in their lives. The man sighed indifferently. He was here at the request of the guild master. 49th place in the ranking. The ranking originates from the Valhalla Empire, a sacred land where all those who died a heroic death in battle go. They put their lives on the line to get to Valhalla and wanted to get proof of their strength. All the results of victories and defeats were recorded. The names of brave warriors were immortalized on documents. This was the origin of the ranking. It belonged only to the Valhalla culture, but with the expansion of the Empire's influence, it spread throughout the continent. The top brass of the Valhalla Temple personally select the people for the top 100 places in the ranking. Viscount Lawrence was horrified. Who would have thought that Barca would be sent to duel the warrior Homeros? There is no one in Cairo who does not know about his reputation. Wandering all over the kingdom and enjoying duels with strongmen, he received the nickname of the Wandering Swordsman. The spectators were nervous. Everyone shared rumors about the warrior and assumed that Lawrence would now refuse to participate, even though they managed to win the first duel. Homeros yawned again. The hero smiled. He crossed his arms and looked ahead. The boy had been tracking Barco's actions with the help of the Information Guild, but he had only managed to obtain information that was already on display. So this is the secret map hidden with the help of information warfare. The young man moved to the site. He was impatiently waiting for the duel. Just as the opponent hid his strength, they also failed to find out what the hero was like. The boy would give them a chance to witness a battle of strongmen they had only read about in books. Flora grabbed the boy's hand and worriedly advised him to refuse. She looked at her ally and said that his opponent was ranked 49th. He was considered a great warrior who would rise above 30th place in the future. The blonde looked at the boy nervously and asked him to refuse the fight, at least to save his life. The hero turned to her. The girl said that they would sincerely pray that victory would be on their side in the next duel. Homeros looked at his opponent. Absolute superiority was clearly visible in that look. Roman frowned. He did not like this guy. Flora stood next to the hero and said that it was time to pay for the change. They would put out their night. She frowned and blushed, saying that there was no reason to risk his life in a duel she was sure she would lose. The guy pulled his hand free. The girl looked at him with concern. The hero said that he didn't want to put everything in its proper place and advised her not to interfere. He stepped forward and walked up to the platform. The guy looked forward with determination and introduced himself. Roman took the sword. The opponent did the same. Homeros looked at the opponent and thought that if he could destroy the Flash, then at least he had a 2-star aura. The man frowned and thought that he was supposed to challenge Fernando at 30th place in the rankings, but he had to fight with Small Fry. He muttered that he should end this quickly. The swordsman suddenly took off. Chris and Kevin watched in surprise. His speed was incredible. The enemy struck quickly. His sword emitted an aura. The hero deftly parried. The opponent moved behind him. Homeros smiled and thought that the guy was interesting. The hero swung his sword. His weapon emitted a dark aura. The blue-haired man's face distorted with excitement. He asked what method the guy used to release the aura. Roman frowned. The young man had been waiting for a serious fight for so long, and his opponent thought he was weak and did not fight at full strength. Homeros extended his sword. A pillar of blue energy appeared around him. 3-star aura, the summit. The man said that he would deal with the young man with all seriousness. Whirlwinds formed around, small stones flew. The spectators clung to the fence. His aura was too overwhelming. Roman stood and looked at his opponent. He was surprised that such a guy was in 49th place in the ranking. Longing, the hero narrowed his eyes and decided that there was no point in dragging out this fight. He took a step towards the enemy. Powerful energy emanated from the guy's sword. The warrior looked at his opponent and suggested that he hold out. The sword technique of the heavenly demon has no equal. The man stepped on the water. Everything around lost its colors. A black wave was coming towards him. Homeros smiled with admiration. Just think, the guy controlled such mana. The wave swallowed him. This formation has no name. The enemy was cut in half. The hero turned around and walked away from him. He calls this technique by the order of execution. The boy's hair began to darken. He became a brunette again. Heavenly demon sword technique. The third formation. Homeros' memories. The guild leader looked at him seriously and said that he knew the man was looking forward to the fight with Fernando. However, he asked him to understand the situation, because this was a duel of great warriors between families of the borderlands. The blue-haired man put his feet up on the table. He looked at the ceiling and thought that since receiving his rank certificate, the man had rejected all orders and was busy wandering around the kingdom, fighting strong warriors. He had no reason to refuse. Blood on the court. Flora looked on in shock. All the spectators were silent. A talented warrior who entered the rankings even before reaching 4 stars. The man was lying face down. The rising star of Cairo, who was aiming for 30th place, died with one blow. The hero left the court, leaving behind a corpse and clots of mana. He looked back coldly and thought that the boy who could not conquer the peak dared to show arrogance in front of him. Roman judged everything by the standards of another world. The boy put his sword in its sheath. In his past life, Nirim was like a galaxy filled with the most talented masters, unlike a place where, if you were careless, you were always ready to meet death. The mysteries of the teachings here were ineffective and more like garbage. The boy looked away and asked the judge to announce the results. Count Ertz was horrified. He said that the winner of the second duel was Roman Dmitri from Lawrence. The guards shuddered. No one understood how this was possible. Everyone looked at the duel site in shock. The blonde clenched his fist. He looked at it in amazement. So this is his master's true strength. Chris was shocked. The swordsman wondered if the hero had this strength during their duel, or if he had made an unimaginable growth spurt afterward. Then the master certainly did not have abilities superior to Homero's. But too little time had passed for the second option. It defied common sense. He looked at the descending master. The boy froze. Having defeated Jansen in the first duel, the knight believed that he would never surpass his master. The blonde looked closely at the brunette. What a hasty conclusion. Lawrence's victory. The red flag fluttered. Since there was no longer any point in wasting human resources, in a duel between warriors with a predetermined outcome, an allowance was made for the possibility of changing the list of names. The judge frowned and said that both families could consult and send a new warrior. The head of Barco lowered his head. He was shaking. It was over. The man was terrified. He didn't understand how Homeros could lose. He was a 4-star swordsman. Unlike all the riffraff of the northeastern region, the man was a real swordsman, of which there were only a few in the entire kingdom. Perhaps the mercenary guild had sent him a fake. The man was furious. The guard approached the lord and said that their side must field a warrior. The leader replied that they could no longer lose fighting power. The viscount ordered Benson to be sent. The soldier flinched. The lord decided to give the loser a duel to pay for the loss of Barco's dignity at the social ball. The man bowed and replied that he would carry out the order. Benson was a nameless knight. It was the same as saying, "Go and die." The man came out onto the stage and introduced himself. He was scared. The spectators were discussing that they were seeing him for the first time. Chris looked at him in surprise. Kevin approached the lord and asked to be allowed to fight the man. His eyes were shining. Roman looked at his subordinate carefully. In a world where the strong devour the weak, the only thing that follows defeat is death. Even a nameless knight is a difficult opponent for Kevin. The young man must want to prove his usefulness. The hero smiled and agreed. The boy turned around and said that he would be back soon. The sword in the man's hands was shaking. How did he end up in this situation? Benson was shaking all over. Thanks to his father's knightly status, he walked along the smoothly laid path without any worries. His eyes darted from fear. The man looked at his shadow. For Barco, he gave it his all. But the price for his loyalty was death in a warrior's duel. He looked forward in surprise. The young man stepped onto the platform. His gaze was determined. The knight's face was distorted by a smile. The brunette thanked the lord for such an opponent. The opponents stood opposite each other. Benson covered his grin. He looked at the young man and asked if he wanted revenge. The man said that they were both abandoned by their masters. His gaze was wild. It turned out to be lucky for him. The boy calmly looked at the enemy and replied that he was only a sword protecting the master. The man rushed towards him with a scream. Kevin dodged and pointed his sword at his opponent's throat. The brunette kicked him and knocked him to the ground. The redhead flew back. Blood dripped onto the floor. The boy leaned on the sword and stood up. Blood was flowing from his mouth. The young knight's gaze was crazy. The blonde narrowed his eyes. The difference in their physiques was colossal. Chris glanced sideways at the owner and wondered what he was guided by when he sent Kevin. The blow landed in the young man's chest. He clenched his teeth. The enemy continued to attack. The boy's eyes showed a thirst for revenge and murder. The young man remembered the words of his master. The hero told him that since the day he personally cut off his hand, the mastery of the phantom demon settled in his head. The young man must awaken the phantom inside himself. Energy emanated from the boy. His eyes were burning and the veins on his face were bulging. A voice warned him of danger from above. Kevin noticed an attack to the head. The young man jumped back. The blow hit the floor. The redhead immediately crouched. The opponent turned around. The boy touched his head. The voice laughed and whispered that his head was almost smashed. He wanted to tear this bastard to shreds. The young knight wanted to become a sword that would be useful to the master even more than Chris. A feeling of inferiority, loyalty to the master. He was sucked into a whirlpool of feelings. The young man's eyes were burning scarlet. He was smiling, the skill of a ghostly demon. The boy squeezed the hilt of the sword and rushed sharply towards the enemy. The voice called for killing. The brunette recoiled. He noticed an aura around his opponent. The blade pierced the armor. The man cursed and swung his sword. The blow hit the guy in the shoulder. Benson looked at his opponent in horror. He did not stop. The boy was beside himself. His blade pierced the man. The blonde flinched in surprise. The spectators were shocked. The boy knocked his enemy to the ground, plunging the weapon into his chest. Kevin smiled. He continued to plunge the sword into the body. Blood spurted everywhere. Viscount Lawrence and his daughter watched in horror. The young man stood up, walked down the platform and knelt before his master. He said that he had returned. Roman looked at his subject with a smile and praised him. The boy smiled happily. Kevin was covered in blood. A duel of great warriors between Lawrence and Barco. 3 victories out of 3. Lawrence's undisputed leadership. And at the center of it all was Roman Dmitri. Like the tales of heroes that have been told since ancient times, truth and fiction were mixed in rumors. Here and there, people began to praise Roman's exploits. The man put his mug on the table and asked if the other had heard that story. The other replied that Barco would have a hard time. They made such a fuss, and in the end they lost Lawrence. Another city dweller joined in the conversation. Roman became none other than the savior of Lawrence. Single-handedly, he exterminated hundreds of Barco soldiers at once from behind, and also destroyed the Flash with one blow. The entire tavern was filled with these conversations. Roman Dmitri is a hero, and heroic stories about his adventures began to accumulate one after another everywhere. Barco Castle, a stack of books on the table. The Viscount sat at the table, clutching his head. He muttered that this was definitely the end. A written reminder from the Golden Bank about interest and principal. The fee for hiring Homeros from the Mercenary Guild and compensation. The man looked at the papers on the table in horror. He slammed his fist and cursed. The sheets fell to the floor. When the Barco had influence in the northeast, everyone sought out meetings with them in droves. And now they turned their backs. The leader's face was distorted with anger. He muttered that if only Roman had not intervened. The Lord shuddered. The man straightened up and thought that all this happened because of the hero. He did something that should not be done in high society. The leader bared his teeth. He thought of one last chance to save Barco. A few days later, a meeting of the Barco family. The leader smiled and thanked the true aristocracy who visited their estate. The people present were nervous and asked to get to the point. The man smiled and said that just as Barco attacked Lawrence for a good reason, the reason plays a very important role in high society. Everyone listened attentively. The leader frowned and said that this war was meant to make the ancestors pay. Even the central government thought it was right to single out a judge. However, Roman Dmitri intervened in this war without any reason. Because of his unexpected attack, Barco lost their Flash. Moreover, even at the warrior duel, there was not a single person from Lawrence. The leader slammed the table and said that this defied explanation. He frowned and noticed that the two families had broken off their engagement. This meant that Roman was a stranger to Lawrence and had crossed the line. The others supported this thought. The Viscount grinned and thought that this should be enough. If he could only pin the blame on Dimitri's family and get a huge payment as compensation, he could solve the issue of the money borrowed from the gold bank. There was a knock at the door. The protagonist entered the room. He smiled and said that he had heard that they had complaints about him. The Barco leader looked at him in surprise. The guy looked at the Viscount confidently and asked him to voice all the complaints in person. A little earlier, Chris looked at the owner with alarm and asked if he was really going to Barco. The hero was saddling his horse. The knight looked at him and said that this was akin to suicide because the Viscount would not leave him alone. The brunette turned to his subject and asked how he thought his relationship with Barco would develop. The blonde shuddered and said nothing. He frowned and said that for them the hero was a sworn enemy. The knight believed that it was better for them to avoid each other if possible. The hero objected. Roman turned to the blonde and said that if you start something, you need to see it through to the end. It was no secret that Barco had a grudge against him. The brunette mounted his horse. The knight looked at his master in surprise. The hero looked at him and said that now, when the enemy's position was precarious, it was best to nip their revenge in the bud. He smiled and said that he would go alone. The guy stood in front of the meeting table. The brunette asked why they had gathered everyone here. The leader gritted his teeth. The man was angry that a boy who had not even inherited the title dared to ignore the difference in positions. The leader looked at him gloomily. He said that, apparently, his low birth had not taught him the laws of the nobility. The Viscount frowned and said that in the kingdom of Cairo, it was forbidden to interfere in a war without a reason. Barco announced the reason, in accordance with the laws of the nobility, received approval from the central government, and only then declared a feudal war. He looked angrily at the young man and asked if he thought that this rule appeared because the aristocrats were stupid. It was all for the sake of preserving each other's good name. The brunette calmly looked at the leader. He slapped the table and said that ignorance of the laws was no excuse. He shouted at the boy that because of him, the Dmitri family would have to endure a severe insult. The hero remained calm. The Viscount jumped up and exclaimed that because of the misdeed of one son, they could not avoid the reproaches of all the nobility of the northeastern region. Silence fell. The young man asked if his interlocutor had finished. The leader shuddered in surprise. The boy bared his teeth and said it was his turn to tell the reason. The Viscount looked at him in fear. Roman looked ahead and said that Lawrence and Dmitri had originally been bound by a marriage agreement, but now he had turned into a fool rejected by his bride. Everyone tensed up. The warrior asked what they thought was the reason for the agreement being broken. The boy said that the rumors about his reputation and his escapades with women were not true. He pointed ahead and said that the threats of Barco's eldest son, Anthony, were to blame. The leader jumped up in surprise. The hero walked slowly around the table. Being on friendly terms with Anthony, he had attended a party at his invitation before marrying Lawrence, and there he had fallen into a trap. When he came to, he found himself in the same room with Emily Barco, and then Anthony threatened the hero to break off the engagement. Only then would he keep it a secret. The guy narrowed his eyes and said that he had carefully thought out a trap to separate Dmitri and Lawrence. Those sitting at the table exchanged glances and discussed what they had heard. The brunette smiled confidently. The moment weakness is exposed, it ceases to be one. The Viscount looked at the young man angrily and exclaimed that no one would believe such nonsense. The warrior grinned and said that he knew he would say that. The hero looked at his interlocutor and named another reason to interfere in the war between Lawrence and Barco. The man tensed up. Anthony Barco had crossed the line. He had harassed Flora, with whom he had an arranged marriage. His actions had shocked her so much that she had ultimately decided to break off the engagement. Roman looked seriously at the Viscount and said that the girl herself could confirm this. He narrowed his eyes and thought that Anthony had lured him into a trap with a lie. The hero would pay him back in the same coin. The guy clenched his fist and said that the only thing he could do for her was to take revenge. The young man stretched out his arms and asked again if those present thought he had no reason to intervene in the war. Everyone was silent. That was how Roman had destroyed Barco's arguments and found his own reason. The Viscount leaned on the table. There was no point in fighting for the truth of the reason now. He needed to buy time. The man sat down in a chair and exhaled. First, he had to settle this situation and find a new solution. He said that he didn't think the guy was telling the truth, but he would check the veracity later. The hero turned to him. The Viscount shuddered. Roman stood in front of him and offered to either end with Anthony being punished for his personal insult, or to blow this incident up into a family-level problem. The brunette looked at his interlocutor predatorily. The aristocrats looked at him in amazement. The young man said that if the leader didn't make a choice right now, he would return home and tell his father everything. The man was horrified. He could not choose war with Dmitri under any circumstances. One way or another, a clash with them in the current crisis would lead to the collapse of Barco. The Viscount squeezed the arm of the chair and thought that this was a very cruel boy. The leader lowered his head and said that at his command, Barco's eldest son would kneel before the hero and ask for forgiveness. The guy looked at his interlocutor and said that he did not ask to put Anthony on his knees. The leader flinched. The brunette folded his hands behind his back and said that he would choose the punishment himself. The voice of Barco's eldest son was heard from behind the door. The Viscount closed his eyes and apologized. The guy was kneeling before him and exclaiming that he did not want any refereeing duel. Was the leader really going to hand his son's life over to someone else's hands? Anthony was crying and trembling, saying that the guy would never spare him. The leader shook the young man and demanded that he come to his senses. He stood over his son and said that from that moment on, he, the boy, took the place of the successor. His duty became to share his life with the fate of the family. The man looked at the young man with rage and resentment and ordered him not to forget this shame and to be ready to give one hand for it. He passed by, leaving his son on the floor. Anthony remembered the main character with horror. The aristocrats watched in shock. Viscount Barco frowned. The eldest sons of the two families stood opposite each other. The sword trembled in his hands. Anthony looked at his opponent with tears in his eyes. He made excuses that he liked Flora and, apparently, he briefly lost his mind from the realization that they would get married. The brunette looked gloomily at his rival. The opponent apologized. The hero took out his sword. Anthony shuddered in fear. He panicked and begged to spare him just once. If Roman spared his life, the guy would pay for his mercy all his life. The nobles watched with pity. The Viscount was angry. The brunette looked at his rival and asked how he would pay. The hero approached. He asked if the boy had the strength to pay off the debt to the gold bank. Even the vaunted connections with the central government could not cover up the atrocities they had committed. Roman waved his sword and said that the Barco family line was finished. He approached the boy closely and reminded him that he had been humiliated in front of everyone and lured into a trap. So why should the hero forgive him? The head of the family looked at the duel with horror. Roman plunged his sword into his opponent's stomach, saying that he had no reason to forgive him. He looked at the boy coldly. He coughed up blood. Junghyuk had once waged a bloody feud in order to survive. He had withstood the attacks of his older brothers, who tried to kill him every night. And instead, he had plunged a sword into their hearts, taking their lives. Then the older brother Bikoyel said that the boy did not know how to compromise. Once he sees an enemy in his opponent, he dives headfirst into the situation. The hero does not show even a bit of generosity to his opponent. Bikoyel was not just a strong warrior. He fought off enemies one after another, but he had the generosity to gather them under his command. But the hero replied that his method was to trample and destroy the creature that showed hostility towards him. Only death, the only way to eradicate all variables. The death of Anthony Barco. The hero drew his sword. No one could have foreseen such an end. The opponent fell. His father rushed to him. He screamed and ran to his son. The Viscount looked at the fallen Anthony in horror and screamed, panic in his eyes. The brunette turned around and asked if there was a problem. He smirked and explained that the death of a criminal in a judicial duel was quite common. The Viscount turned and shouted for someone to quickly kill the demon that dared to do this to his eldest son. The knights shuddered. He looked at Roman. How could they defeat this monster? The leader, with tears in his eyes, turned to the boy and muttered that he had planned this from the very beginning, and his visit was only a way to pretend that the hero intended to show generosity. Roman looked down at him and said that from the very day Anthony intended to threaten him, he could no longer live under the same sky with Barco. He turned around, and here it was, the result. The boy looked at the frightened nobles. They shuddered. The youth said that if there were still people who could not break the already leaky connection with Barco, they would have to face him. The hero's eyes flashed menacingly. The Viscount looked at him and exclaimed that he would not get out of this unscathed. The boy headed for the exit and asked what the point of his loud statements was. His figure was moving away. From now on, he would observe the life of the Barco family and attack until they suffered complete collapse. The boy walked through the doors. That was all. The Viscount held his son's body in his arms and watched him go. They had hit too dangerous an enemy. A few days later, Viscount Barco, unable to pay off his debt to the Golden Bank, tried to escape in the middle of the night, but his body was eventually found on an unnamed hill. The Barco family, which had once spread influence throughout the northeastern region, their end was extremely pitiful. Night. Hans looked questioningly at the figure in the corridor and asked where his master was heading in the middle of the night. The boy stepped into the light and smiled. His clothes were covered in blood. He replied that the moon was shining so brightly today that he wanted to take a walk for the first time in a long time. The butler shuddered. He took the dirty suit and said that everyone had been very worried lately. The hero changed his shirt. Hans looked at him and said that they were extremely happy that the young man had received recognition. However, he was getting involved in such dangerous adventures as war. The man looked at his master worriedly and asked him to be careful. The brunette looked seriously at the butler and reminded him that he was his man. They looked at each other. Having defeated countless enemies, Jung-hyuk had killed so many that there would be enough blood for an ocean. The only rule that allowed him to become a heavenly demon was to protect his people. Hans looked at the young man questioningly. One person behind the fence was more important than hundreds, thousands of enemies. The brunette smiled and said that he would do everything possible to protect himself and his people. This was more than enough. Around the same time that the hype around the Barco case was supposed to flare up, the Melik family clan organized a social gathering. An outdoor tea party. The woman smiled and covered her eyes with a fan. She noticed that even the wives of former Barco supporters, usually slow to rise, had come in a crowd. This was the wife of the head of the Melik house, Helena Melik. The woman narrowed her eyes. From now on, power in the northeastern lands was concentrated in the hands of Dmitri. For the Melik family, which had long supported Dmitri, this was an exceptional chance. A woman approached her. Helena looked at her and said that she had been impatiently waiting for her to come. The newcomer smiled and thanked her. This was the wife of the head of the Dmitri house, Rihanna Dmitri. Other ladies began to join them and start a conversation. Rihanna smiled and answered everyone politely. Usually, the wife of Baron Dmitri spent time with the wives of aristocrats, recruiting supporters of the family. An amazing talent for diplomacy and politics, which Baron Romero did not possess. Perhaps, if Rihanna had not laid the path in advance, the Dmitri family, under the onslaught of Barco, would have fallen even before it strengthened its position. Rihanna stepped forward and thanked everyone for coming. She looked at the ladies decisively and explained that she had gathered everyone here today because she thought that as neighbors they should understand and get to know each other better. The woman said that of course, up until now, not everyone had the same goals. The two women winced at this. Rihanna continued that since the situation had changed, they needed a new point of reference. Subtext: the Baroness smirked. She would give all those who supported Barco a good hard time and at the same time be generous and accepting. The ladies shivered under her gaze. The greenhouse, the tea party. One of the ladies stood up and addressed Rihanna. She asked her what she thought of Veronica. The woman with the short red hair winced and turned around. Helena smiled and said that her daughter would be a great match for Roman. She looked at the Baroness with a smile and said that her son was already 25. For the sake of the future, he should quickly find a wife and start a family. Rihanna looked at her interlocutor in surprise while she was telling how well her daughter would suit the hero. The red-haired lady and the blonde looked at Helena with displeasure and reminded her that her daughter had already accepted an offer from another family. The Baroness calmly drank tea. The interlocutors suggested that she and her son drop by their estates. She looked at the cup of tea. The women talked about all the young girls and their families. For these 6 years, Roman had been a fifth wheel in high society. The reality in which he, the eldest son, could not inherit the leadership of the family tied his hands and feet. But his potential as a 4-star swordsman. This alone is a guarantee of a prosperous future, and if he also inherits Dimitri's family, a more suitable groom cannot be found. In an instant, he turned from a fifth wheel into a dream man. Rihanna put down her cup and said that she was pleased that the ladies spoke so flatteringly of her son. She added that he had already been hurt very much once. The woman smiled and said that she hoped that her son would meet a girl he would truly love, and not one that his family was forcing on him. The interlocutors shuddered. The Baroness explained that there was no point in talking about political marriages. The women were glad that this meant only one thing. The one who took possession of him first would win. Night, the Lawrence estate. The blonde was reading at the table. In order to survive in the world, strength is necessary. The girl was focused. In fact, Lawrence lost to Barco. Although she said that if they held out until winter, they would have a chance to win, there were too many variables in the reality that met her. Flora frowned. Roman foresaw absolutely everything and boldly rushed into battle, saving Lawrence. She blushed and thought about what she had to do to become like the main character. She shook her head and convinced herself that she didn't like Roman Dmitri at all. After all, he was an arrogant egoist who cared only about his own benefit. The girl leaned on her hand, embarrassed. She wanted to get to know him better. The blonde slammed the book shut and decided to go get some fresh air. Flora went outside. She leaned on the railing and thought about the fact that the engagement was already broken off and that nothing connected them anymore. The lady thoughtfully looked at the sky and thought that she had neither the way nor the reason to meet Roman again. Someone called out to her. The girl turned around. A lady with blonde hair and red eyes ran up to her. Her name was Sylvia Lawrence, from a sideline of the family line. The blonde ran to her father's office. She exclaimed that she had heard that the Lawrences were responsible for holding the ball on Dimitri's estate. The girl frowned and asked why she had not been told. The Lord turned around and said that this incident had opened his eyes to many things. In a situation where no one could make a decision, the daughter had shown intelligence by pointing out the right path. Flora looked at her father in surprise. He came closer and added that because she had led Roman to the battlefield, they were able to win this war. The leader put his hands on the girl's shoulders and declared that he would not repeat the mistakes of the past, belittling her value, and would support any initiative. Therefore, from now on, he would no longer force her to do family business. The blonde looked at the leader in shock. The man told her to live for her own dream. He smiled, and the girl looked away and thought that this was all, of course, touching, but she wanted to go to the ball. Flora frowned and asked why Sylvia was invited to the ball. Considering that she had come all the way from the capital, her visit had another purpose. The man replied that it was his whim. The girl turned pale and thought that with the help of her sister, they wanted to restore the connection with Dmitri lost due to the breakup of the engagement. The blonde smiled confidently and declared that since she owed Roman for his favor, she would follow Sylvia and take on the role of her escort. Her father shrugged and said that she did not have to interfere, since he could make it so that she would not have to deal with her family. The girl clenched her fist and looked demandingly at the head. The capital of the kingdom of Cairo, Kairos. The temple of Valhalla, a branch of Cairo. The man unrolled the scroll. He sat at the table and read how the son of a provincial noble, 25 years old, killed a 4-star swordsman with one blow. The priest smiled. If this was not a nonsense rumor, then a terrifying genius was born. He chuckled and decided to verify everything himself. Willis, the priest who awarded the ranks of Valhalla. The planned ball will be held in the evening. The daughters of the nobles arrived in Dimitri's lands in advance. Carriages were entering the city. All the girls were dressed up. Sylvia looked around and noticed that Dmitri was really sad. The ladies were walking down the street and discussing that anyone would understand that this was a land of blacksmiths. Sylvia covered her nose with a handkerchief and said that the owner of the land was far from art. The blonde watched her sister. Sylvia's father, the younger brother of Viscount Lawrence, settled in the capital as a merchant. The girl smiled and thought that, of course, if you compare it with the capital, both Lawrence and Dmitri are a village. A group of people appeared ahead. The red-eyed girl thought they were miners. The men were carrying sacks and picks and chatting cheerfully. They passed by the girls. The aristocrats moved away and discussed how only the mine workers could safely walk down the street. The girls grimaced and said that this was the problem with these lands. The blonde frowned and said nothing. She passed by one of the miners. Her eyes widened. Flora turned around. Roman Dmitri was walking among the miners. A butler was running down the street. The man began to wipe the gentleman with a handkerchief and ask him to take care of himself a little. The hero stood patiently. Hands wiped the gentleman's face and said that he had only wiped it a little, but the towel had already turned black. The aristocrats turned around in surprise. The butler complained that the gentleman returned every day covered in dust, and his servant's heart was breaking into pieces. The girl's eyes lit up. Could it really be Roman Dmitri in front of them? Sylvia smiled slyly and thought that the guy was more handsome than she expected. And he also had a stunning body. The girl licked her lips. Everyone said that there was a high probability that his second son would take his place as heir. However, what aristocratic family would entrust their son with work in a mine? These were definitely lessons in raising an heir. This meant that the hero's latest actions had raised his prestige. The girl turned to her companions and said that they needed to come up and say hello. The boy turned towards the voice. Cousin Flora stepped forward and started a conversation. She curtsied and introduced herself, adding her gratitude for the burden helping her family. The aristocrat smiled and said that he was a wonderful man, as they said. The brunette agreed indifferently and turned around. The girl froze in shock. The blonde laughed. He hasn't changed at all. The gentleman was putting on his shirt as he walked. The butler hurried after him and asked if the master could treat the lady more kindly. The hero replied that he would have done so if they had any value. However, they ridiculed Dimitri's mining business. Hans looked at the boy and asked how long he planned to work in the mines. The lord did not even give orders, and the hero worked hard all day long. The brunette narrowed his eyes and said that the foundation of their family was the forge. Going further, it was iron ore mining. Iron ore, mined with the sweat and blood of miners, melting in the flames of huge braziers, turning into iron. This is the essence of Dimitri. The hero buttoned up and said that it was impossible to coexist with the people of this land if they were understood only in words. He wanted to be in solidarity with them, having gained experience together. The guy walked forward. The butler looked after him with tears in his eyes and wondered when he had managed to grow so much. He declared that for the sake of the master he would wipe off any dirt. Training ground. Soldiers swing their swords. They were led by Chris. The experience in the war with Barco had cultivated reckless loyalty in the soldiers. To all the warriors who went through the war after Roman, he gave the basic teachings of the demonic sect, the spiritual instructions of the Asura and the technique of the Asura sword. This knowledge was a real treasure, capable of revealing the potential of the swordsmen of the aura. With this, they were able to master the basics of combat power, but this was still not enough. The hero watched the training. He needed a personal reconnaissance force that could get all the enemy's background information. The guy narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms. The problem was that creating a reconnaissance army required the appropriate money and talent, and he didn't have that kind of freedom yet. The brunette called Chris. The blonde approached the master. He asked how the training was going. The knight smiled and replied that everyone had amazing enthusiasm and a high learning speed. Progress could be expected in the near future. The guy was serious. He said that it was time for the blonde to learn a new technique. Chris looked at his master in surprise. They stood opposite each other. The hero noted that the knight's starting point was different from the others. He had already built his own world. It was difficult to accept new knowledge in such a state. The brunette smiled and said that his interlocutor was ready to receive something new. The warrior looked closely at his subject and said that he was going to teach him the lightning technique. The knight was shocked. The lightning sword that once subjugated all of Murim. It was at this moment that Chris inherited the deadly technique that earned its owner the nickname of one of the 10 greatest masters. The ballroom. The arrival of young Master Roman Dimitri was announced. All the girls turned to look at the door. The brunette entered with a confident smile. The aristocrats blushed. They crowded around, asking why the guy left during the day. The hero smiled and replied that he had just finished work and wanted to appear before them in a more dignified form. The brunette turned to Sylvia. She came up and admired that the heir of an aristocratic family worked equally with the mine workers. The girl smiled and said that perhaps if she met such a husband, she herself could change. The guy bowed and thanked him for the exaggerated praise. The girl blushed. Roman actively communicated with the guests. The hero went out onto the balcony and exhaled. It was night. He shuddered when he heard the voice. Flora came up to him. She stood next to him and said that she thought the guy didn't care about human connections at all. The hero looked ahead and replied that in another time, everything would be exactly like this. However, his parents and all these guests were invited here. This was different from everyday life. He turned to his interlocutor and noticed that their first meeting had happened exactly the same way. She was surprised. The girl adjusted her hair and smiled. The blonde was thinking about what kind of life one must live to be so unwavering in one's own principles. Flora stood opposite the hero. She asked why he was doing mining work, since it made no sense for an heir. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked her opinion on how Lawrence managed to rise to their current position. The blonde asked again in surprise. The guy looked at her and said that people believe that Lawrence was reborn thanks to fertile lands and agriculture. However, in fact, the Lawrence family line succeeded in business. By selling their own crops or bartering, they created the current Lawrence. This also explains the reason why the Viscount's younger brother became a merchant in the capital. The girl looked at him in shock. She herself had only recently learned about the origins of her family, and he described everything with such precision. Flora leaned forward and asked what this had to do with being a miner. The guy answered that Dimitri's origins were in iron ore mining. If there were no miners who spent their days tinkering in the dust, extracting iron, Dimitri would not have been able to rise to his current level. The brunette looked at his interlocutor resolutely and explained that time spent in the mines would greatly help to understand and share their feelings. In his opinion, this was the duty of a person inheriting the Dimitri fortress. The lady was amazed. The hero said that it was time for him to return. The girl was left alone on the balcony. She looked up and smiled. Flora had made a decision. Even after the war, her thoughts continued to wander in her head, but now she seemed to have seen the light, and everything fell into place. The noblewoman smiled and muttered that she had made the right choice, that she had met him. A few days later, Flora left Lawrence and headed to the capital. a greenhouse plant. The moment came when the Lawrence flower finally left the greenhouse and came out into the real world. The man with the bottle smiled. He was the chief iron miner, Jacob. The miner sat opposite the chief blacksmith. The master asked him how work was today. The miner replied that everything was as usual. No matter how much of this damned ore you mine, there is no end in sight. The man leaned forward and added that they had only mastered the foot of the mountain. A few generations would pass and the Dmitri family would survive for hundreds of years, but the veins of the Iron Mountain would not dry up. Jacob, who had lived his entire life as a miner, was sure of it. Hendrik took a sip and asked if Roman had calmed down. A couple of weeks ago, everyone was talking about him taking up work in the mine. Jacob smiled. Half a month ago, the miners were carrying loads and discussing how from that day on the Lord would work in the mine. They assumed that he would pretend to try and then leave. Morin, a veteran miner, crossed his arms and declared that Lord Dmitri had completely lost his touch. He said that he should have done this earlier if he had planned to raise his son as an heir. Until now, only forges were held in high esteem and miners were avoided. The man was indignant that even the third heir, Dmitri, had been taught blacksmithing since childhood, but had never been taught iron mining. The men shuddered. Morin said that this was direct evidence that the Lord neglected them. Another miner asked if he had jumped too quickly. The man frowned and exclaimed that the Iron Mountain was the foundation of Dmitri, and the blacksmiths took all the laurels for themselves. He raised his hand and agitated the miners to show the young master how hard and responsible the work in the mines was. The hero stood in front of the workers. Jacob announced that he would now work with them. The men showed no interest. The guy looked around. The boss raised his hand and reminded that the most important thing in the mines was safety. Everyone quickly began to disassemble their tools. The brunette narrowed his eyes. Complete disregard. But he did not care about their behavior. The city of miners Dmitri, how his people live, what power they have, and what he can do on this land. The gentleman resolutely looked ahead. To implement the future plan, he must find out all the ins and outs of Dmitri. The boss was driving a cart with coal and shouting at the workers not to relax because they were still far from the daily quota. The guy took the bag. He straightened up and noted that everything was systematized. The hero watched the miners. Roman thought that the responsibilities were clearly distributed and the mine shaft was quite safe. Why does the iron of Mount Dmitri attract everyone's attention? The miner wiped his sweat and said that it is not only that it is perfectly suited to processing in forges. The iron ore itself is of the highest grade, which is why people recognize its real value. Iron ore mining in other areas causes great losses to trade. The man smiled and added that Dmitri can make up for all stages of the process on their own territory. This is where such a large profit comes from. The hero listened attentively. The miner laughed and said that it is not for nothing that their family is called billionaires. Both the supply of material and the turnover of goods are feasible within the boundaries of the estates. Bearing the title of the city of blacksmiths, Dmitri makes a premium and the prices are higher compared to other iron. This has been going on for decades. Perhaps the wealth Dmitri had accumulated was much more impressive than the hero had assumed. The boy shuddered. The voice said that this was no place for idle chatter. Morin slung his pick over his shoulder and asked not to disturb the others if the gentleman was not planning to work. They looked at each other. The brunette apologized and offered to get back to work. The miner was surprised. Roman slung his sack over his shoulder. The man watched. A week later, there was lunch on the tray. The hero chewed bread and watched the others. They had worked together for a whole week and they only spoke to him when he asked questions. The brunette squinted and wondered if this was some kind of local hazing. A man approached him. Morin sat down opposite him and said he wanted to ask a question. He had been watching the gentleman for a week and could not figure it out. The miner looked at the guy and asked why he was working here at all. Even the apparent heir to the family, Dmitri, the second son of Rodwell, had never shown his nose in the mine. And now the eldest son, Roman, showed up, supposedly to teach the heir lessons. Naturally, Morin thought that he didn't value the miner's work at all, so he worked nearby specifically to watch him. But he turned out to be more diligent than the miner expected. Or rather, he worked even harder than the others, fulfilling his assigned quota. The men discussed what they had heard, that the Lord had not ordered the young master to work in the mine. It turned out that this was his independent decision. Morin looked closely at the aristocrat. The guy smiled and asked what answer he wanted to hear, the ideal or the truthful one. The man wanted to hear both. The hero grinned and decided to start with the ideal. Dmitri is a mining town. The mine feeds all its inhabitants. The guy wanted to understand the inhabitants not just by statistics, observing them from afar, but to personally try to live their life. The miner looked at the gentleman and asked if there was any need for that. The brunette looked at his interlocutor decisively and replied that as long as his last name was Dmitri, he had to do it. Morin admired. These were the ideal words that one would like to hear from a ruler, and the image of nobility that they dream of. The hero looked seriously at the miner and said that the real reason was that he was not Dimitri's master. Even though the family had accumulated a huge fortune, it all belonged to his father. Roman frowned and said that he had come to the mine to find out what he could do for his land, to fairly request his share. Morin left. The guy looked at him silently. The miner thought that the gentleman had come only to compete for the place of the heir. The man thought that the young gentleman had come not to the forge, but to the mine to lay the foundation. This meant that he understood how important their work was. Morin smiled happily and said that he was ready to tell about everything that interested the aristocrat. The man diligently answered the endless stream of questions. The hero was able to get some amazing information from him. Dimitri's mine is the largest in the kingdom. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the largest on the continent, especially the unexplored lands behind Dimitri, nicknamed the edge of the continent. An endless mountain range. If they master everything up to this place, the wealth of their family will know no bounds. The miner thoughtfully rubbed his chin and said that the production volume is not that great for the conditions that Dimitri has. The workplace is too dangerous, which reduces the speed of ore extraction. Ultimately, this leads to a decrease in production. Morin noted that the Lord provides all kinds of support to ensure safety, but the entire mining industry is one big danger. Earthquakes often occur in the mountains of the northeastern region. The man added with a smile that ordinary people cannot prevent a natural disaster. At these words, the earth trembled. The guy shuddered. Everyone jumped up. Morin ran up to the workers and asked what was going on. The man turned to him and said that the 8th shaft of the mine had collapsed and buried one laborer. The team stood in confusion in front of the pit. The hero looked down and said that he would go. The miner looked at him worriedly and objected, because he was the eldest son of the Dimitri family. Even if he was an Aura swordsman, if the shaft collapsed again, he would be in danger. Morin said that they needed to scout out the situation first. The guy looked sternly at the miner and said that it would be too late then. The man looked at the gentleman in confusion. The aristocrat said that people with the last name Dimitri should bear this responsibility. He stood near the hole and ordered to prepare to receive the wounded man. The hero quickly went down. After some time, he grabbed the edge with his hand. The miners immediately noticed this. The guy lifted the worker on himself. Everyone was glad that the guy saved him. Roman bandaged the injured man's leg. Morin watched this and noted that the gentleman was a master even in treating injuries. The brunette turned around and ordered the worker to be taken to the doctor. He had already given him first aid. The guy added that if elixirs were needed for treatment, he would cover their cost. The two rushed to carry out the order. The hero asked for attention. He said that he was sure that they were taking the accident that had happened today for the miner's fate. The men looked at him in surprise. Roman stood in front of them and said that even with impeccable preparation, no one was immune from unexpected disasters. He crossed his arms and declared that there was a way, albeit a difficult one. The boy promised that he would use all means and methods to try to resolve their difficulties. Morin looked at the young master with admiration. The hero looked forward resolutely and said that perhaps it would not take that long. Romero sat at the table. His son stood opposite him. The leader asked if he was injured anywhere. The boy assured him that he was not. The man asked what he was thinking when he stuck his nose in there. The Baron frowned and said that even being an Aura swordsman, the boy could not be insured against natural disasters. He slammed the table and added that because of his recklessness, he almost lost his son. Romero looked at the hero darkly and said that if it were anyone else in his place, he still could not allow 2 lives to be lost in order to save one. The hero calmly looked at his father and replied that he was only doing what he had to. The man shouted out his son's name. The brunette looked at his interlocutor seriously and said that even if he returned to the past, his decision would not change. There was an accident in the mine, and he believed that, as the person responsible for the Dimitri family name, the guy had made the right decision. The man sighed and asked him to leave mining for now. He had not told his firstborn to do something like that and could not understand why he had made such a choice. If the guy had taken up blacksmithing, his father would not have stopped him. The hero narrowed his eyes and replied that he had to work in the mine to better understand Dimitri. Their family had become famous thanks to the technology of forge smelting, but most of the inhabitants of the lands worked in the mines to feed themselves. The aristocrat looked resolutely at the head and said that his only path was not the forge, but the mine. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what he had managed to understand. The guy folded his hands behind his back and replied that he had been able to understand the difficulties people endured. Romero shuddered and asked again. The brunette extended his hand and explained that his father cared deeply about the workers' conditions and safety, for which they respected him greatly. However, even these efforts were not enough to avoid the dangers of the mining industry. Roman said that it was impossible to predict when an earthquake would happen and a mine shaft would collapse, and collapses like today happened so often that it was impossible to remember them all. The leader frowned and said that he knew about it, but it was impossible to prepare for and prevent it. The hero objected that there was a way. He looked closely at his father and said that magical innovations could be introduced. Romero frowned. He praised his son for his desire to secure the mine shaft, but said that the artifacts would cost an astronomical amount. The brunette looked at his interlocutor and agreed. The guy added that the air shield artifact had a limited duration. The father asked if the young man was really still proposing it after that. The hero narrowed his eyes and explained that by installing the artifacts, the volume of iron ore mining would increase and there would be no need to slow down the development of the untouched part of the mountain. This was an opportunity cost. The swordsman clenched his fist and said that if they spent an astronomical amount on equipping the artifacts, but earned a large amount, it could no longer be considered a loss. And after they introduced separate workers responsible for security, thereby reducing the risks, part of the increased profit could be used for the welfare of the laborers. The hero asked his father how he liked the idea. The leader smiled and asked how much he should invest. He also warned his son that he should be prepared in case his decision was hasty. In the world of Murim, where natural selection reigns, there are two organizations famous for their ability to manipulate information: the Beggars and the Hao clan. The Beggars collect conversations overheard by vagabonds scattered throughout the world, and the Hao clan uses socially vulnerable groups as ears, like young men from entertainment establishments. Instead of a forge, the hero chose the workers of the mountain mine. They make up the entire Dimitri, and with their help he will be able to obtain information about everything that is happening in the northeastern region. With his father's money and a pressing reason, he is going to embody a clan of information lords in this world. The guy looked at the map. This is not enough yet. He squinted and thought that he did not need an information guild limited to the northeastern region. The hero must go further and take possession of informants from the entire continent. The brunette thoughtfully touched his chin. Workers do not specialize in obtaining information. He will have to filter the knowledge he receives. Looking ahead, he needs to establish connections with the Dimitri Trading Guild and find a person from the outside who will collect information. The guy smiled. He has someone in mind. At the end of the war, the soldiers heard unthinkable words. Chris said that he was going to teach them mana cultivation techniques and swordsmanship. It was a gift from the master to the soldiers. The mercenary looked at the knight in surprise. Everyone was shocked. The blonde said that they should treat the training with all passion and diligence. Mana cultivation techniques, what is it? If you systematize the features of mana management methods, it stops being trash from the market, representing a pathetic parody of teachings, and turns into an invaluable treasure. Lucas frowned and thought that they would tell some nonsense from books scattered on the ground in the market. The guy was sure that even though they swore allegiance to Roman, he did not trust them enough to throw away treasures. The blonde looked seriously at the soldiers and announced that the technique was called Asura's spiritual instructions. Asura is a demon of the battlefield. The mercenary shuddered. He could not believe it. The man felt mana. It had only been a few days of training, but his senses had become extremely acute, and he could even feel the wind tickling his skin. The Asura sword technique, which contained 108 methods to fight the enemy, was an invincible technique that perfectly embodied the power of spiritual guidance. The mercenary held a cloud of mana in his hands. Who was this Roman Dimitri? If Lucas had gotten his hands on Asura's spiritual guidance and the Asura sword technique, he would not only not have shared them with the soldiers, but would have kept them a secret even from his family. He, who had once spent all his property on learning the mana cultivation technique, spent every day with the feeling that this was the biggest turning point in his life. Lucas was happy. The guy looked at the master and said that he wanted to be by his side. The brunette folded his hands behind his back and looked at the soldier, a well-connected opportunist who had proven himself during the exam and a veteran mercenary who had been through thick and thin was a perfect fit. But he refused. The guy looked down and explained that if he took over the information guild, he would have to leave his master. The mercenary excitedly hit his chest and asked not to send him away. The hero smiled and mentally noted the worthy acting. The nobleman asked why he taught them Asura's spiritual teachings and Asura's sword technique. Lucas looked at the master in confusion and said he didn't know. The guy explained that it was a gift for their loyalty. The brunette grinned and asked what the other man thought of him. Was he a man who would give everything he had to thank the soldiers for their loyalty? They looked at each other. Roman said that he didn't need unreasonable loyalty. It was just payment for putting their lives on the line by following him to war. The hero grinned and asked what he would give to a man whose value was higher than a soldier. The mercenary shuddered in surprise. Could it be something more than Asura's spiritual teachings? Lucas bowed and declared that he would follow the order and create the best information guild on the continent. The heir looked at his subject carefully. The mercenary was calculating and realistic. He was the best fit for the position of the leader of the Information Guild. The entrance to the mine. The workers looked away in surprise. They happily greeted the young master. The boy approached them. The miners thanked him for the fact that the aristocrat was so worried about their safety. The old man stepped forward and said that thanks to the hero he could be calm about the life of his only son. He fell to his knees and declared that he was ready to risk his own life to repay. Roman smiled and thanked him. Since that day, the faith of the people Dimitri was riveted to the eldest son. and such a situation plunged Baron Romero into deep thought. At some point, a whole month flew by since the end of the war with the Barco family. At the table sat men, a regular meeting of the Dmitri family. They discussed that now, with the fall of the Barco family, the power capable of limiting the Dmitri family has disappeared. Even former influential henchmen expressed a desire to form an alliance with the family. The old man looked forward, talking about this. Then he looked up and said that as ordered last time, they refused to talk to the authorities, that they were closely connected with the Barco, showing excessive hostility. On the table lay papers. The man asked what to do with them in the future. The head of the family raised his head and said that getting mixed up with those who had inflicted unforgettable wounds on them was not condescension, but arrogance, and there was no reason to form an alliance with them. He sat in front of them and said that he would make it clear to them what it meant to make an enemy in the face of Dmitri. Everyone looked at him, after which the men said that they should move on to the next topic on the agenda. The young man to his right said that in this war, Barco had secured support from outside, demonstrating what changes this could entail. He presented the seal and added that if the family encountered Barco, changes such as flares and Homer would expose them to great danger. The boy presented the knight so that, along with expanding combat power, able to withstand unforeseen situations. The knight turned and said that he would like to acquire a magical weapon, military force. Romero lowered his head and thought that there was no more reliable stabilizer than this, and the boy added that thanks to young Master Roman, their budget can afford it. They presented the magic seals. A lot of money was spent to install artifacts throughout the shaft of the mine. He pointed to the document. This led to an increase in production volumes by 30% in the shortest possible time. The old man turned around and said that with such a growth trend, one could soon expect that the production result would be twice the previous volume. The head of the family folded his arms and answered, "What about the money spent on artifacts?" One of the men turned around and said that they had enough money to cover them thanks to the increased profits. The miner continued to work. Roman's decision turned out to be correct. He independently, without following someone's instructions, decided to mine iron in the mountains, personally encountered the problems that arose during the case. Stones were smashed against each other. The guy found the most rational solution. This case finally allowed to dot the i's. The men smiled, and Roman's reputation, which had undergone drastic changes from the outside. A servant turned to the Lord. How was he going to solve the issue of the future successor? The Lord frowned and wondered if it had really begun. The guy looked at him and added that 3 years ago he appointed young Master Rodolol as the future head of the family. Then the behavior of young Master Roman and the natural abilities of the younger master indicated that they were not able to take on great responsibility, but the current situation has changed. The sun was shining outside. The brunette was standing on the street, the war with Barco, the safety problem in the mine, the genius talent of a swordsman. There was a picture on the wall. The conversation continued. In the current actions, the young master shows the quality of a competent ruler. Everyone said that this is true. They also think so. The old man looked at them and answered, although they have not yet made an official statement, he believes that fair competition is necessary. They introduced two brothers, the rivalry of the heirs of Roman and Rodolol. This sent ripples across the quiet surface of the Dmitri family. The man folded his arms and thought about his sons. In a short period of time, the eldest had proven his worth, but the middle one, a young man, had taken on the responsibilities of successor. However, would it be right to belatedly pit them against each other? He continued to think. Then he raised his head and said that first of all, he would observe the situation and think about what decision to make. The Lord clenched his fists. He was sitting in his office. The question of the heir must be decided by the consent of key figures, personal officials, the owner of the mine, and finally, the owner of the blacksmith Hendrik. The man threw back his head. At least a third party must agree, so that the Lord could arrange a rivalry between them, even if it would raise a ruckus. Then he ordered to call hens. The servant stood in front of him and said that he did not understand what the man was talking about. He looked at him and replied that he asked him if Roman was suitable for the role of successor to the Dmitri family. The subordinate was shocked. He put his hands behind his back and answered that if he had been asked this question 3 months ago, he would have answered that no, well, the current young master is different. His eyes widened and added that he had been watching him, and he had grown into a man worthy of being called a successor. Romero asked him to tell him more. Hans looked at him and said that the young master said that he went to work in the mine to better understand the people of the land of Dmitri, to unravel their souls. Bowed his head. He imagined how the guy walked with the other miners and worked hard, probably with others, to come face to face with the reality of Dmitri. Then he put his hand to his chest and said that the guy was thinking about the responsibility that the name Dmitri placed on him. The Lord replied that he understood him and let him go. When the servant left, he told him to call the owner of the mine now. He wants to ask him about the collapse. When they arrived, the man thought who was standing behind Jacob. The man lowered his head and said that he was told the Lord would like to hear about what happened in the mine, and he brought the one who was there at the time of the collapse. He patted him on the stomach. He said that his name was Morkan from the mountain mine. The gentleman thought about it. For him it was a familiar name, asked to tell in more detail about what happened. The guy introduced himself and other miners. The accident happened a week after the young gentleman appeared in the mine. The shaft of the mine collapsed and buried one of the workers. Due to the danger of a subsequent collapse, they had to choose a safe way as dictated by the management, but then Roman. The guy remembered his crazy eyes. He said that he could save the worker on his own. The worker looked up and said that despite persuasion, he went to the site of the collapse and called the victim. Then he lowered his head and added that, to be honest, at first, he did not like the young gentleman, but now he understands how stupid he was if he thought so. The servant looked at the Lord and said that at the time of the incident, the young master said that he was Dimitri's eldest son, and that he was responsible for solving the people's problem. Saving one of the workers was entirely Roman's decision. He remembered how the young man said that he would go himself. Then he bowed his head. If the Lord suddenly asked how they assessed the young master, he would say that the guy was Dimitri's true successor, whom he would like to follow faithfully. Romero listened attentively and thought that everyone was saying that the young man was suitable for the role of successor, but even so, it was still impossible to make a decision. The most important opinion of the forge remained. Meanwhile, in the forge itself, the young man entered the room and said that the young master's uniform had been sent. What should be done with it? The master replied that it should be accepted. The young man was surprised. The man turned and asked if his ears were clogged. He said to accept. Hendrik lowered his head and thought that, frankly speaking, he would gladly refuse, but after listening to the stories from the mine, he felt guilty that he had been plotting against him in vain. The workers looked at the mountain of equipment, everything in disarray, how much training it took to bring them to this state. Suddenly they saw a shining sword. What was that? The owner of the blacksmith raised it up. The smooth blade and hardness were just right. The chiseled handle felt like art in his hand. The man looked at it and thought, such a good sword is hard to find even in Dimitri, which can be called the heart of blacksmithing. Asked where the guy got such a thing. Everything around began to burn. The blacksmith realized that Mana was reacting in a special way. He came closer, thinking that such a result, although he did not even pour mana into it, the swordsmen of the aura would simply lose their heads. He lowered his head and thought that he was sure that his ironworking technique was the best on the continent, but high resonance was a completely different matter. It was still worth asking in person. In front of them, a mountain of armor was still lying around. The blonde looked at it and asked if they had finished it yet. He thought it would take at least 2 weeks. The worker looked at him and replied that he thought so too. There was work for 2 weeks, but the master seemed to have gone crazy. He harnessed all the blacksmiths to do it. The young man turned his head. Hendrik approached him and asked where he got this sword. Then he came closer and asked who the master was who forged it. He had to tell everything he knew. Roman smiled and thought that he expected this. He replied that he had not gotten it anywhere. The blacksmith was shocked, asked again what the guy meant. The young man put his hand to his chest and said that he forged this sword himself. The man looked at him and asked if the guy really was offering to believe this, because in front of him now stood the master blacksmith of the Dimitri family. He frowned and said that he was still making fun of him, so all the rumors were lies. But Roman smiled and said that he was telling the truth. He called the only sword in the world a salamander in honor of the name of the continent. The blacksmith approached him and said that the bastard was trying to deceive him to the last. Well, the young man interrupted and said that he would show him personally. It is better to see once than to hear 100 times. He lowered his head and said that as a master blacksmith representing the family mouth, the man should understand everything as soon as he looks at how the young man wields a hammer. They went to the forge. The boy approached the anvil, preparing for the fight with Barco, decided that he needed a new sword which he could trust his life to. After that he faced the flames of the brazier alone, tirelessly pounded the iron, and at some point this forge turned into a sacred place. The man listened to him attentively. The boy turned and added that he thought he himself was very familiar with this feeling. He extended his hand to the furnace. Soon he would have to fulfill his duty to defend the country, so he began to forge a sword that would best replace the salamander. The young man put the ingot on the anvil and said, Master Hendrik should see the process of its forging. Then the boy took off his shirt. The blacksmith thought that he was going to work without defenseless equipment. He folded his hands, thought that he did not even know the basics of a blacksmith. There was nothing more to see here. Sparks flew in different directions. The boy began to work. The master was very surprised. He started forging. This world and Murim, in both numbers iron is controlled differently. In this world they do not know how to ideally control mana, so a lot of effort was put into the sword itself. On the contrary, in Murim the main condition for forging is unhindered control of Kai energy. The guy imagined a warrior, a sword capable of revealing the maximum efficiency of Kai. It was such a sword that received its glory there. He imagined many balls, the leader of the demons, spending his whole life on the battlefield, forged countless swords for himself. Fire enveloped his body, sparks flew in different directions, self-forgetfulness. The blacksmith looked at all this in shock, thought that it cannot be, this is really Roman Dmitri, the way he handles metal, the speed of blows, the sound of the hammer colliding with steel, every detail is perfect, the Baron at the peak of his powers immediately comes to mind. He looked at the young man, imagined his father, after all, blood cannot escape. It was getting dark. Hendrik bowed his head and said that the boy was the true owner of that sword, apologized to him. The young man smiled back and said that he was giving the sword to him. The master was shocked. The boy looked at the new sword and said that as could be seen today, now the process of creating a new sword is underway. Besides, in the past he arbitrarily sold the man's sword. Y handed him the sword and said that he hoped the master would accept it as a gift. 3 years ago, the day of the manor, the master shouted in rage that he was asking the Lord to finally wake up. So what if this guy was the eldest son, if he was destined to drag the future of the clan over the bottom? The blacksmith raised his hands and shouted that you can ask anyone what kind of person Roman is, and 10 out of 10 will answer that the young man is a fool, and the Lord wants to make him his successor. The Lord listened carefully to him while the man shouted that there should be alternative solutions. The old man put his hands on the table, talking about his second son. Here not only from childhood he learned blacksmithing, but also achieved recognition of his talents in the capital. Romero looked at the glass and thought that 3 years had passed, his eldest son had changed, but he was worried, would he be able to convince the blacksmith? Hendrik said with a smile that he agreed, Roman fully deserved the right to be the successor. The gentleman was surprised and asked if the man was serious now. He put his hand to his chest and answered, how can you lie in such a situation? He remembered how the young man managed the anvil, worked in sweat and blood, where no one saw him. Then he lowered his eyes. To be honest, when last time they ordered to equip him with weapons, because of hostility to the guy, he gave him low-quality equipment. Well, the guy's answer that time amazed him. He imagined a mountain of swords and armor. The young gentleman reproached him for committing murder by arming soldiers with such trash. That night he carefully analyzed the guy's actions, came to this conclusion. He sat on the bed and thought, Roman has insight inherent in the Dmitri family line. He also said that, in addition, today he had a chance to personally observe the guy at work in the forge. His father was very surprised by this. Again he imagined the young man's Erede. Watched how, faced with the scorching heat of the furnace flame, he selflessly devoted himself to work, and as a blacksmith, he could not help but fall in love with this image. The man picked up the sword, said that it was gouged out personally by the young gentleman, and the Lord would not have difficulty determining its value at first glance. Romero looked at the sword and was surprised. He examined its details. How could the guy forge such a sword? Hendrik came closer and said that the master blacksmith, he believes that the decision made 3 years ago should be reviewed. The gentleman pulled out a drawer. Inside was a letter. He opened this letter. In it the middle son wrote to him that not long ago in the Royal Academy he was promoted to S-class. From now on he moves from theory to practice, will gain experience in the field of a commander in a real battle. The man stood near the table. It was also written there that he will graduate from the academy with the highest score, will become a son whom the father can be proud of, at all costs, will show Dmitri a new future. The Lord stood by the window and thought, Roman and Rodwell both have extraordinary abilities. He introduced your sons. Even Rodwell, recognized as a genius, does not compare with the current Roman, who is able to build a reputation not only in the kingdom, but also on the entire continent. He presented a map. When Rodwell graduates from the academy, and Roman serves in the defensive troops, the real struggle for the legacy will unfold. Several days passed, a day, an estate. The priest of Valhalla Yalas, distributing ranks, arrived. They entered the fortress of Dmitri. At the threshold they were met by the Lord and introduced himself. Did you hear that you came from the temple of Valhalla? They answered that it was so and introduced themselves. Then the man added that he had heard rumors that Roman had killed the ranker Homer. The priest took off his hood and added, since the matter was exceptional, it was profitable to meet him personally, after which he would decide whether he corresponded to the rating. If you present a coat of arms, a guarantee of rank, a family name, the family of which the ranker is a part, even a low rank will, thanks to this fact alone, receive a reputation as a famous family. The Lord smiled, apologized to the priest, but his son had been working in the forge for several days. Why not let him rest from the road today and meet him tomorrow? At the same time he will be able to stay in the city. The priest agreed. The Lord said that in this case he would assign a guide for him. They walked down the corridor. Hans said that the Dmitri family company owns the largest iron mountain in the kingdom and produces the highest quality iron products. You can see it yourself by looking around, but all the buildings are made of iron. While the servant was saying that even the fortress gates say that the earth. The priest turned around and heard some sounds. He saw that warriors were training outside, asked if he could take a look at the training. The man replied that only from afar. Swords were hitting each other. Sparring was taking place. One of the guys raised his head and said, "Does his opponent think that he will remain in one piece if he ignores defense like that?" Kevin looked at him and replied that first you need to win, and then talk. They looked at each other with wild eyes. It's worth checking. The priest was shocked. He watched the battle. Both soldiers were aura swordsmen. There was a crowd of soldiers. Among them there was not a single aura swordsman. Roman folded his hands and said that the guy was born with a warrior's build. Then he scratched his head and asked again. Until now no one could understand the meaning of the words spoken, and after a couple of weeks, one fine day, Bucky looked at the sword in surprise. Successfully awakened mana. Since then the soldiers' attitude to training has changed dramatically. They worked hard to become stronger. To break through the barrier, they put their lives on the line. Swords clashed with each other. The guy shouted for him to try to fight back. Then he struck a very strong blow. His opponent became wary. Bucky screamed that the young man was a bastard, and he looked at him with burning eyes. The man also tensed up. Then he jumped back. He began to scream. Did he really have to go that far? Kevin replied that he should take it more seriously and struck again. Then he presented a knife to his throat and said that if they were on the battlefield, his head would already be rolling on the ground. The priest looked at it with horror and thought about what he had just seen. All the soldiers were using the same style of fencing, and their achievements ranged from precise to ideal, and this was not a provincial army. The man became wary, as if he was looking at the Valhalla Empire in miniature. He continued to watch and thought that he was sure they were not simple soldiers. It must be a knightly order, returned with blood and sweat. Dmitri, since when have they had such power in their hands? The question. At that moment, the soldiers looked at each other. The priest imagined them on the battlefield. He admitted that the family company had influence in the northeastern lands. However, this could not be called an army of backwater lands. His assistant turned and asked if the Reverend was sure that the city of Dmitri was focused only on the mining industry. He replied that he himself had now begun to doubt what he had seen. He took a step forward and added that one thing was clear: they were not simple soldiers. The priest looked at the meadow and said that it must be the knightly order of Dmitri, subordinate to Baron Romero. Hans smiled and replied that this was not a knightly order at all. Those they were seeing now did not belong to the family line. This was the personal army of the young Master Roman. And he smiled embarrassedly. Yalas looked at him and asked in surprise if it was true that these were ordinary soldiers. He grabbed the servant by the shoulders. He approached him and began to shout, "How can you treat aura swordsmen like ordinary soldiers? Maybe they were hired for a lot of money, or are they recruits preparing to join the ranks of the knights?" Hans replied in fear that he did not know for what purpose the man was asking this question. But if he meant these two, then not so long ago the guys were not aura swordsmen. She remembered how Kevin came to the young master, a man from a poor family, whom the guy personally sheltered. Introduced Bucky. He was a mercenary with the rank of simply. They became stronger after the teachings of the young master. Introduced the soldier. Incredible, isn't it? As the future successor, the young master has an innate insight and is able to discern other people's talents. In fact, a real blessing. Dmitri. The servant introduced Roman. The priest turned around, wondering who this guy is. The next day, the man put the mug on the table and said that it was finally time to meet. He looked at the floor and thought about the young master. Who is he? A genius who has not yet received a chance to prove himself, or a fake hero? The door opened. The young man arrived. He walked towards him with firm steps. The guy looked straight into the eyes of the priest, a gaze calmly looking down from above, and a measure of relaxed expression on his face. The man tensed up. This man is accustomed to the life of a warrior. Roman came up and said that he was glad to meet, then introduced himself. The man extended his hand forward and asked if it was true that the young man killed Homeros in battle. He replied that it was true. The priest said with a smile that it seemed he did not yet realize what he had done. He was not just the 49th ranker. He had reached the 4-star level, preparing to rise in the ranking, and a guy who had barely reached the age of 25 had defeated such a person. The young man listened to him attentively. The man introduced the star, asked if the guy understood what it meant. He would not be mistaken if he called the young gentleman the most talented warrior of the kingdom of Cairo. Roman replied with a smile that the man was speaking so veilingly that what he had done defied common sense. It was worth skipping this part and going straight to the point. The priest tensed up. To establish the truth, he needed to talk about the ranking rules. Introduced the pyramid. The battle for assigning a rating is divided into official and unofficial. For an official battle, the guy must get permission from the temple, prove his strength by defeating the enemy in front of observers. Victory and defeat in an official battle directly reflect the place in the rating, after which a status certificate is issued confirming the rank. But if someone unexpectedly defeats a ranker in an unofficial fight, the place of the defeated one is vacated, and after a year, the main rankers move up a level. Introduce the fight. Winning an unofficial fight will never assign him the rating of the defeated ranker. Yalas looked at him and said that if he proves his qualifications, the winner of the unofficial fight will be awarded the last place in the rating. The young man listened carefully and thought that in other words, he can rise to the 100th place in the rating if he proves his strength. The man continued to say that the temple only believes in what he personally confirms. He put the device on the table and said that in order to confirm the qualification of the winner of an unofficial duel, an aura meter is used. Then he raised his head and said that the method of proof is simple. If the aura meter confirms that the youth meets the established standards, the council will decide that the youth is worthy of receiving the last place in the ranking. While, unlike an official fight, a certificate is not issued, and in the case of a 100th place, there is a high probability of being fed to another contender, so they give time. Roman looked and asked what is the reason for such a desire to get into the ranking. The priest raised his head and replied that the whole world will know about him as a swordsman. Even without a special reward, are words not a sufficient reason to risk his life? The guy thought about it, then turned to the man. Then it is easier for him to defeat a high ranker in an official fight, is not it? Yalas was shocked. What, in his opinion, is a fight for the award of a rating? He replied that of course a fight for the award of a rating is the best proof of ability, but holding a fight is not such an easy matter. He put his hands on the table and said that the official fight is obliged to comply with many conditions, since initially there are no rankers in the northeast of the kingdom. Holding a battle to award a rating is basically impossible. The guy said that it was a shame. The priest suggested starting to conduct a check, moved the device and said that the method is simple. You need to pour mana into the aura meter, it will change color. He imagined a warrior shrouded in energy. 1 star is red, 2 stars are orange, 3 stars are yellow, and starting with 4 stars, it will glow green. The man came closer. For reference, since the guy killed a 4-star aura swordsman, he must prove that he has at least 3 stars. The guy agreed. Then he put his hand on the ball, a progressive world of magic, unlike his world, a device that can easily measure the combat strength of a warrior. Who are these magicians? He looked down and thought, someone like spellcasters, or not celestials who have reached the god's domain. He imagined his past incarnation. He absolutely cannot ignore the magical power. The priest said to begin. The young man looked at the ball. The foundations of both worlds are different. I wonder what will happen if he releases mana using the method here. The guy smiled and thought that well, it is worth experimenting. The whole room was filled with an aura, purple. Everything around was shining. The priest came closer. He was simply in shock, did not understand what was happening. The guy touched the ball. Suddenly it changed color to red. The priest watched in shock. Red? No, already orange. Usually it takes about 5 minutes to measure. After some time, the ball turned yellow. Yalis continued to watch. Even if the young man is a 4-star swordsman, for the color to change so quickly. Roman looked at the meter with a smile. Apparently he reached the limit according to the laws of this world. Then now we should try, as is customary in Nurum. Suddenly his eyes lit up. The ball turned bright green. A moment later, the meter cracked. The priest was shocked, crazy. This can't be. If you imagine a sphere, what is an aura meter? It is the quintessence of knowledge, the creation of which was contributed by all the highest minds of the contingent. So strong that it can accurately scan even the mana of a 5-star swordsman. Green is the limit, but if the mana still exceeds the permissible amount, there will be no failures in the meter. He also imagined a knight with a meter. Roman looked at him and asked if the device was defective. He answered that this was impossible. The priest came closer and said that such cases are an exception, so he cannot give a clear answer, and thought that right before it cracked, the aura meter definitely lit up green. The man looked at the ball and concluded that Roman Dmitri was a 4-star swordsman. He looked at the young man. He was glowing like a demon, not a hiding dragon that had not yet had time to fly, an already developed monster. Just think, such a monster in the Dmitri family, the appearance of a ranker in the arena who has the potential to rise to 6 stars. Yalas lowered his head, thinking that this guy would turn upside down not only the kingdom of Cairo, but also the entire continent of Salamander. In front of his eyes was the young man. The priest adjusted his glasses and apologized. Then he took the device. This is his first time, so he cannot make hasty decisions. He will transmit the results in the coming days. He looked at the crack in the ball, thought that the purpose of the empire, with which the Temple of Valhalla was built on the territory of the Kingdom of Cairo, must be fulfilled, said that he deviates with his permission. Leaving, the man thought that he needed to know more about this man. Yalas was sitting at the table. Roman, who or what is he? After 25 years, his life has changed dramatically. Can a person change so much? Then he picked up the document. From the extermination of the Bloody Fangs to the war with Barco, he worked cleanly everywhere. The audacity that allows him to risk other people's lives for the sake of implementing his own plans, and the ability to implement them into reality. The man frowned. The guy not only has the fighting strength of a monster, but also has a head on his shoulders to use it. He continued to study the paper. There was no problem with the aura meter. It remains only to think that it darkened and cracked because it was damaged by an incomparable force. The normal result is green. The priest slammed his hand on the table. After all, it is worth reporting this immediately. Yalas approached the communication device, introduced himself and said that he was putting forward Roman as a candidate for hiring. The Valhalla Empire, its warriors, are not barbarians obsessed with battles. The fighter stands in front of the priests. The empire knew how to prevent, to gain status, and came up with a way to lure foreign talents to themselves using the so-called rating system, tradition. A squad of knights, a warrior of each country, considered it an honor to get into the rating and nurtured a dream of becoming a ranker, thanks to which the Valhalla Empire could find talents, even without having large human resources. The man in the cloak said that the boy was definitely worth getting, that he needed to be promoted to a rank and that a way to recruit him would be found. He turned around and said that he was repeating that when recruiting warriors from abroad, safety was the first priority, and that he needed to make him feel the soul of Valhalla as casually as possible. The priest replied that it would be done. He bowed his head and added that he would tell Dimitri's family that the aura meter had malfunctioned, that Roman had 3 stars instead of 4, and would end by unofficially assigning him the 100th place. Yalas smiled sarcastically and said that in a small kingdom like Cairo, there was quite a fuss just because someone had made the list. The boy stood in his armor. The next day the kingdom of Cairo was turned upside down by the priest's announcement, and the youngest ranker was born. Day, the capital of Cairo, Kairos. The man wrote and asked if it was true. The servant stood in front of him and replied that yes, Yalas from the Valhalla temple personally visited Dimitri and confirmed that the young man was a 3-star aura swordsman, and that he had indeed defeated Hamer, but in his opinion, the man was careless and was defeated before he could manifest a 4-link aura. Benedict lowered his head. He is an influential person in the central government. He looked at the servant and asked how old the young man would be this year. He replied that he was 25 years old. It was a clear day. The nobleman replied that by the age of 25, a suspicious nugget would appear on the outskirts of the star level. He frowned and asked what about the movements of other forces. The servant presented a map. Everyone immediately took action. The empires were especially active. Benedict was furious. Damned imperial authorities. This talent appeared in Cairo, but they have the audacity to get to him before them. If you imagine a map, the current kingdom of Cairo is divided into 4 factions: the royal faction that governs the country, the aristocratic faction whose core is Benedict, the faction of the close associates of the Kronos Empire, and the faction of the close associates of the Valhalla Empire. This was the reality of the small state of Cairo. The man thought he must hurry to send people so that other authorities do not take Roman away from them. Then he scratched his chin. He was especially worried about the royal family. He must not allow the guy to fall into their hands. Night, a fortress, the front line in the west of the kingdom of Cairo. Map, in the west the kingdom borders on the Kronos Empire, and in the south on the kingdom of Hector. There was a fierce battle. The Kronos Empire, which owned the 2 largest mountain ranges of the continent and was the homeland of the emperor, demanded that the kingdom of Cairo become part of it, and had been resolutely attacking the borders for several years. Shells flew one after another. Cairo soldiers were dying on the front lines, and inside the country, traitors to the motherland, being supporters of Kronos, urged everyone to surrender. Mountains of corpses lay on the ground. Damned imperial dogs. The guy threw his hands behind his neck and said that they fought for the country, but they did not have the right to even a normal funeral, then asked if Rodwell was okay. The young man lowered his head and replied that he was already used to it. After all, not a day or 2 had to stew in this. His comrade stretched and said that he did not know that the realities of the front were so terrible. 10 times a day he thinks to send this academy diploma to hell and return to the motherland. The boy threw the torch onto the corpses. The 2 of them watched as the bodies burned. Rodwell watched and thought, this is the pitiful reality of a small state. Because of the external forces targeting Cairo, there was not a single day that would pass peacefully on the western front line. A comrade turned to him and asked if he heard the news about his brother. Roman rose to ranker. The young man frowned. He clenched his fist and thought that he really rose to the level of 3 stars. No, his brother from his replenishment was simply not capable of this. Then he turned and said that this was all nonsense. He did not know what kind of trick his family was using. Roman not only became a ranker, he could not even protect himself. The boy continued to look at the fire. The truth would be revealed very soon. Day, estate, a foreign guest arrived to the eldest son. The boy ordered everyone to retreat. The man sat down opposite him and said that he would get straight to the point. He serves His Majesty King Cairo, and the reason for his visit is. The ambassador folded his arms and said with a smile that he wanted to choose the boy as a royal knight of Cairo. The young man looked at him. The 4 factions of Cairo began to take immediate action. He also introduced the face of Benedict. Their goal is to get the dragon Roman hiding on the outskirts. The guy was pleased with himself. The masked man held a sword. Being in the royal guard protecting the king of the country is the highest honor allowed to a knight. The man folded his arms and said that he would tell the truth. It is an extremely rare case when someone is personally offered to become a royal knight. Usually such an honor can only be awarded after passing a rigorous selection controlled by the royal family. Then he smiled and added that Mr. Roman was an exception. If he moved to the capital now and swore allegiance to His Majesty, he would be able to join the guard without any tests. The young man asked if that was all. The ambassador frowned. Was the young master really going to refuse? And the young man looked at him and asked, wasn't it obvious? As the eldest son of the Dmitri family, he was happy with his life and did not experience any hardships, so why should he move to the capital, complicating his life, and become a royal knight? The man leaned forward and said that by becoming a royal knight, the guy would receive a personal estate in the capital, and the Dmitri family would be granted a higher title. But to this the guy asked, is this the maximum of the royal family? The man was shocked. He asked again. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, it seems to him, the young strong lord is mistaken. His Majesty wished to get the guy into the ranks of the guard, because he highly appreciated his future potential. He continued to shout, the title of Royal Knight, a new title and an estate in the capital, in the current situation, and such a reward is already an unaffordable luxury. Roman looked at him and menacingly said that he was mistaken here, not the guy. The man asked what it was about. Then the young man believed that 5 days ago a man of Count Gregory came to him and promised him an estate in the capital, thousands of pions of land and a mountain of valuables, if he swore allegiance to them, also wished to become related through political marriage. The ambassador was shocked. The bastards from the Kronos Empire faction had already made their move. The young man continued to tell, 3 days ago the family named Enro wished to become his patron. He thought that this family belonged to the Valhalla faction. The guy leaned forward and said that he had also met with a man from the Benedict family the previous evening, and they had made a much more astonishing offer, promising to triple what the other families had promised and make Dmitri a Viscount family within a month. The ambassador sat and thought that it was all over. He clenched his fists. They were only one step too late. Then he began to shout, could Yura still choose them? All those mentioned earlier were terrible traitors who only dreamed of swallowing the kingdom whole, at least thanks to the captain of the Royal Knights. Nicknamed the First Sword, they were still able to suppress attempts at rebellion. He introduced a man in armor and added that the royal power was already occupied. The young man listened to him attentively. The man added that the laws were deaf and blind to them, and it was difficult for the royal family to fix this. The ambassador lowered his head and said that Cairo was a small state. To tell the truth, even their proposals could cause discontent among the nobility, and the only thing that could be promised was the position of a royal knight. Well, stepping on his pride, the man still begged him. He put his hands on the table and said, could the boy share his strength for His Majesty the King? The youth smiled. 4 forces against 1 kingdom. For him, the 12th son of a heavenly demon, an extremely unfamiliar situation. Then he folded his hands and said that the proposals of the previous 3 ambassadors and the royal power did not sound tempting to him at all, so he was not going to accept any of them. He also added that he did not plan to compromise his moral principles right now. The man smiled and thought that there was still hope. Roman stood up and said that he had better leave for today. The man agreed. Then he bowed and said that he would wait for the day when the boy swears allegiance to His Majesty. The young master stood up and thought, 4th offer, 4th refusal. He did not plan to kneel before any of the authorities. He lowered his eyes and thought that if they were to become enemies anyway, it would be better to drag out the time. Keeping his distance with all his might, this was the only right way. Training was underway. The boy raised his hand. Someone approached him and asked permission to introduce himself. One guy stood there, introduced himself as Meekin from the Valhalla Intelligence Agency. The young man was surprised, because this man was wearing the uniform of his family's servants. He looked at him and asked what was the matter. Then he lowered his sword and said, wasn't his opinion about the Dendra family expressed a couple of days ago? The servant smiled and said that first of all, he wanted to apologize for using such an unsightly way to meet. Then he bowed and said, then because of the looks of others around, they had to abandon the generally accepted methods, and therefore it can be considered that Valhalla is serious. The family has fallen in love with the potential of the master. The young man extended his hand and said that however, citizenship is an issue that is not so easy to solve. Moreover, it will be difficult to leave the family that has accumulated significant wealth. Along with the title of Viscount, the family will grant him fertile lands, including a mountain with iron deposits. Then he will be able to preserve the traditions of blacksmithing. Roman looked at him and thought that continuing the business of the family line, a good offer. After which the ambassador smiled and said that the most valuable thing for him, as a swordsman, is the opportunity to become stronger. Introduced a sealed door. Access to the first level storage will be granted in a special order. The young man was surprised. In the personal storages of Valhalla collected spiritual teachings, sword techniques, and other legacies of past generations. Introduced sealed books and chains. The storages are divided into several levels, depending on the value of the contents. With the exception of the special level storage, the first level storage is considered the highest. The servant came closer and said that in the future, Valhalla will conquer the entire continent and rise to the top as the only empire. Staying in the kingdom is the shortest way to say goodbye to life. Then he narrowed his eyes and added that Valhalla has a brilliant future. It is worth joining their ranks, a significant reward and a suitable threat. A wise man will definitely accept their offer. The guy looked at the ambassador and refused. He was simply shocked. Roman took the sword and explained that he refused not because he was not satisfied with the conditions or because of loyalty to the country. The man asked why then. The guy turned away and said that he had received many offers recently, and he was thinking about how to increase his own value without making any choice. He imagined all the supreme empires. Think about the current situation of the Cairo kingdom. He does not just need to fasten his loyalty to one of the four forces. He needs to decide for sure what his future steps will be. It was like a game of chess, and now, standing at the crossroads, he does not need verbal offers. He wants to personally test with time whether it makes sense to risk his life. The servant was shocked. The protagonist smiled and thought that he needed to present himself in the eyes of others as an honest person, completely and utterly devoted to the country. In the eyes of Meek and Roman seemed like a person who is difficult to make bend his knee. But if he gives his heart, he will be faithful to the oath until the end of his days. The guy smiled. It touched him, even though he did not know that this was completely intentional. Then he raised his hand and said he did not know how the young master planned to test the value of Valhalla, but they could not wait too long. Then he nodded and said that he hoped the young man would be reasonable and would not delay in answering their offer. He smiled and answered in the affirmative. While the young man was leaving, the servant added. He looked at him and said that he had prepared a gift in the name of the future of communication. He looked at the young man sarcastically, advised him to beware of the southern front line. This place is like a time bomb that can explode at any moment. The parents stood in front of the young man and said that he had decided to leave them after all. Roman looked at his father and said that he would return safe and sound. Then he turned around and left. Rihanna looked at our husband and said not to worry so much. This is not the western front line, bordering Kronos. Afterwards she raised her hand and said that their son had been assigned to the quiet southern lands. She was sure the young man would return safely. The man frowned and said that he knew, but it was his son. He could not calm the excitement in his chest. The parents' gaze followed the boy to war. He went out into the street and said that it was time to go. Soldiers stood in front of him. They agreed. At that time no one knew how Roman's march to the southern front line would turn out. Some time passed. They reached the final stronghold of the southern front line. Today they would rest here. Tomorrow at dawn they would move to the southern barracks. They walked along the street. The soldiers were carrying supplies. The gentleman had rented a guest house and a yard for them, and the rest of the aristocrats were distributing their soldiers to camps. The young man took the paper, but someone distracted him. He had to go down to the first floor and heard someone shouting at the soldiers that they were pathetic ragamuffins. Did they know who he was? The man raised his hand and said that this gentleman was the second son of the Albert family order. In front of them stood a short guy, Henry Albert. Roman read a letter, which said that the man had heard the news that the young man was performing military service, understood his desire for selflessness in the name of the country, but could not watch how the one who could become his man in the future fought in a foreign land, risked parting with life. The young man sat in his room. It was also written there that this man pulled a few strings so that he was assigned to the southern front. He must remember, the Benedict family will always be waiting for him. The guy lowered his head. He looked at many letters. Several months have passed, but they are still persistent in their luring, most likely. The head of the aristocratic faction will not want to let him go, because there is no one who could better than him repel the royal knight. He continued to think, let his head down, the southern front, unlike the Marquis, who thought it was quiet there. The Valhalla intelligence service responded to the southern front as a time bomb that would explode at any moment. He smiled and thought that he would understand himself when he personally encountered it. And then there was a meeting with Henry Albert. The young man stood and smiled. The blonde listened to him as the descendant of a famous family of the kingdom told them that he would stop at the inn. How dare they, rootless scum, resist him? The young gentleman approached and asked what was the matter. The blonde turned and replied that this wed claims that he must occupy the inn and the yard, tells them you are an imitation from here. But he answered him that they rented the entire building. But he continues to insist. The young man frowned and thought that the Albert family no longer had a reputation, talking too much, using past merits, although it didn't matter if this guy was famous. After which the young lord came closer and asked why they had to leave. The guy pointed his finger at him and asked if he was the owner of these soldiers. He answered that everything was correct. Henry began to shout that in that case they should open their eyes to the situation. He came closer and said that he didn't know what family the young man was from, but since they were heading to the southern barracks, they should understand that they shouldn't expect anything good from him if they angered him. Then he looked down and added that he was giving them exactly 10 minutes to pick up their trash and get out of sight. At that moment, the young man got angry, thought that this was the reality of a provincial family, said that he was not going to leave the inn and the yard. after which he began to take out his sword and said that there was an easy way to solve such a problem. He pointed the sword forward. They should have a tournament. The young man looked at his opponent. If he defeats him, he will gladly give him the inn and yard. The man got very angry and asked how dare this guy talk to him like that. His servant suddenly realized. He ran up to the master and said that it was better to stop immediately. This man is Roman. The guy began to shout that the young lord recently entered the ranking as the youngest ranker. The man thought, this boy is that same Roman. He looked at his burning eyes. The youngest ranker, Cairo, during the war with Barco, right in front of the corner family, killed his eldest son. The young man looked like a demon who knows no mercy. This is that same Roman Dmitri. After which the main character asked why the man did not draw his sword. He looked at him in fear and thought that all his days were numbered. He looked at the burning eyes of the guy, thought that he would die as soon as the sword was taken out of the sheath. Then he looked away in fear and said that he had completely forgotten that he had agreed to meet. He rubbed his forehead and said that he should consider himself an apology for this incident and that it was time to end it. He looked at the guy from under his brows and added that if he had his way, he would sit down for his family there. At that moment Roman came even closer to him. The man was very scared and quickly left the inn. The young lord looked at him and thought that this was the reality of the southern front. 3 similar situations had happened that day. He remembered the faces of the sons of noble families. As soon as they heard the name Roman, they were immediately blown away like the wind. The girl at the bar lowered her hand and said that this happens here often. Unlike the western front, the southern front is not so dangerous due to the complicated relationship with the Hector kingdom. Then she turned and added, that is why all the sons of the aristocracy who could not avoid military service are going out of their way to get to the southern front. Nicknamed the resort, no one bothers with training and nothing threatens life. This is the best place for military service and aristocrats. The young man listened to her attentively, and then he looked at the map. 48 days ago, the Hector kingdom's intelligence crossed the state border. The guy carefully studied the map. The intelligence immediately returned as soon as they checked the situation on the southern front, but even after that, they were seen checking the southern front 3 more times. It is not yet possible to confidently say that they are planning to start a war. He stood in his room. Even judging by the latest fragmentary information, the current southern front is not so safe. Roman smiled and thought that since the war was on the tip of his nose, he could smell the familiar smell of blood. The man stood in front of the soldiers and said that he was the commander, Viscount Bale Frank. In the South Barracks, the soldiers assigned to the southern front would be trained in military basics, and after 3 weeks of training, they would form a reserve army. Everyone stood and yawned. They would spend the rest of their service in this army, regardless of their title before service. Within the walls of the barracks, they were just soldiers performing their military duty. The protagonist also listened attentively. If someone violated the regulations, deciding to act arbitrarily, they would be sent to the Western Front as punishment. The man was speaking from his stand. The guy smiled and thought if this was really called punishment, who would do so much? Then he suddenly noticed the other guys standing in horror. Seconds continued to say that in the evening they would be informed about the training schedule. Now they could go unpack their things at their new place of residence. After which one of the knights approached the young man and said that the commander would like to meet him alone. The man smiled, told him to pass quickly and asked if the road to the southern lands had tired the young man out too much. He replied that everything had gone well. The Viscount raised his hand and told him to make himself comfortable. Then he put a cup of tea on the table and said that he was very excited to learn that the guys had been assigned here. Roman was the youngest ranker in the kingdom of Cairo, and the news that an undiscovered genius had appeared in the family had excited him. They were sitting opposite each other. To be honest, the man had called him separately to clarify something. He moved closer and asked if it was true that the vile Benedict had fussed over the young man being assigned to the southern front. While he was drinking tea, he replied that he had, although he had not asked for it, but he had heard that the Marquis had said so. The man smiled sarcastically and thought that the vile diplomat was trying to curry favor with the guy, but if he established a relationship with him in advance, there would be a chance to get into the central government. He introduced the city. Then he raised his head and said that he would get straight to the point. He wanted to prove himself to Benedict. The man leaned back. The southern barracks were also quite good. Well, it did not compare to the luxurious life of the central government, so while the young man was here, he would take good care of him so that he would not feel lacking in anything. But in return, when later the young master met Benedict, I must say that Viken from the southern barracks provided him with all the comforts. That would be enough. The guy smiled, quite a frank statement, and there was no particular reason to refuse. At the moment the young lord left the room, a man shouted at him. Henry came closer and said that the young man touched the wrong person. His relative on his mother's side, just the Frank family line. Then he pointed his finger at the door, back in his uncle. Now it is worth realizing what a mistake he made. The brunette lowered his head, asked what now, that his uncle is the commander of the barracks. Henry began to shout that the guy does not understand the situation. He ran to the door and shouted that it is necessary to stand here and wait, let's see if he can remain as confident as now, and called his uncle. He met him and asked what happened and so upset his beloved nephew. The guy, almost in tears, answered, what would he do if some blockhead from the Baron's family threatened his life? The man shouted what bad person intimidated him. The protagonist just stood silent. The commander was furiously asking who dared to touch his nephew. His uncle will now raise him to the ground. And the guy walked happily and said that this man was right outside the door. They both left the office and saw the protagonist, after which the man struck, but he only hit his nephew. The young man ran to his uncle. The man greeted him joyfully. He picked him up and started spinning him around. He and his uncle had been very close since childhood. He had fulfilled his every request. There was a time when he loved his uncle even more than his parents. And now he was sitting on the floor and did not understand why he had been slapped. He looked at the commander with tears in his eyes. He turned around and thought that his opponent Roman, a vile Democrat, was telling him, and it was unknown what heights he would reach in the future. He turned around and said that this was bad luck. A strong one was apologizing. He approached the young man and added that he should have approached his nephew's upbringing properly. Let him apologize instead of him. The young man looked and said that for his sake they would turn a blind eye to what had happened. They, camp, the young man asked to be excused. After which the Viscount began to shout at his nephew, what a fool, this guy was being looked after by the vile Democrat himself. What was the benefit of having such a person as an enemy? The boy held his cheek and replied that he didn't care what he was hit for. The man knelt down and asked when his nephew would grow up. If he behaved here like in a family, the commander wouldn't be able to protect him. Suddenly, something distracted him. He stood up with a smile and said that today could have left a bad impression on the young gentleman. So now, from training to the formation of the reserve army, the boy would be paired with Roman. He also added that he could do whatever he wanted, but he had to make friends with him. The young man was shocked. He still had to remember that if he didn't listen to his uncle, he would send him to the Western Front. Was that clear? The boy was horrified. Meanwhile, in the room, the young lord approached the table and thought that it was a private room. The Viscount had tried hard. It was quite easy to manage people who didn't hide their ambitions. Why did he look ahead? Life in the South Barracks promised to be good. Night, barracks. The young man looked at the documents and could not believe that now the training of aristocrats for war games belongs to him. It was 3 years ago. The chief instructor of the Southern Barracks, McBurney, was sitting at the table. He remembered himself on the battlefield. Only loyalty to the kingdom prompted him to volunteer for the Western Front. For 10 years the guy survived dozens of battles, defending the kingdom of Cairo. He remembered himself in battle, starting from the very bottom, rose to the rank of commander, leading an army of 10 people, but only a moment separated him from falling into the abyss. During the battle, the guy's hand was cut off. Defending the Western Front, he lost his right hand, in which he held a sword. At that moment the boiling pain tormented him more than the realization that the life of the warrior was ingloriously cut short. The boy sat in front of the commander, who said that in recognition of his exploits in the military field, he was going to appoint him as an instructor in the Southern Barracks. The warrior lowered his eyes and listened to how, although he would have to leave the battlefield, they hoped that the young man could continue to work for the good of the kingdom there. It was painful for him, but he decided to accept reality. He closed his eyes and said that he would obey. However, the training system that met him upon arrival at the barracks was in complete disarray. The man looked at the recruits. In the Western Barracks everyone trained equally, but the aristocracy of the Southern Barracks was completely exempt from training. He watched them through the window, clearly planned out the training system, starting with 3 weeks of basic and endurance training. But what was the point if the aristocrats commanding the soldiers did not want to train? The guys frolicked in the street. The man watched them and thought, what was the point of all this? He took a step forward. He should at least pretend that training was going on. The aristocrats were sitting under a tree, discussing that they would come to visit their estate, show him what real pleasure was. They promised the guy would always be glad to see his brothers. The trainer passed by them. The man closed his eyes and thought that such idleness, despite the fact that they were on the front lines, how tired he was of this place. Why did he suddenly open his eyes? He saw standing soldiers waiting for the command. They were standing under the scorching sun. The men did not understand that here, in the Southern Army, someone lined up in perfectly even rows. There was not a single incorrect formation, and in front of them stood the commander, the main character. The trainer thought, is it possible that the guy is not yet familiar with the Southern Barracks? He came closer and said that the Southern Barracks does not force aristocrats to train. Then he closed his eyes and added with a smile that if they wanted to rest, they could sit in the shade with the others and watch the training. The guy turned to the side and asked if this was really happening because of them. In the background, there were young men resting in the shade. The trainer replied that it was true. But the young gentleman lowered his head and said that an enemy attack on the battlefield does not divide people by status, And war does not only take place on the plains. He imagined their lands, a river, mountains, a swamp, and so on, so that the commander could fulfill his duties regardless of the landscape. At least he must not be inferior to his soldiers in strength. Then the guy took a step forward and added that it follows from this that the commander, in whose hands the giving of orders is also required to undergo training. In addition, training is supposed to be a process that helps soldiers reveal their potential and gain experience. The trainer listened to him attentively and was shocked. The man stood and thought that the young man had a perfect understanding of the purpose of training. After which Roman added that therefore there is no need for these ingratiating smiles in front of him. He is ready to drop his status and go through any training that the coach orders. The man clenched his hand into a fist. In his memory, this is the first aristocrat who expressed his readiness to follow the training regularly. People risk their lives for those who are ready to admit them. He was also going to offer a compromise during training, but not now. He went towards the podium. He moved forward and thought that he would give it his all in these 3 weeks. After he climbed up, he exhaled. Then he raised his hand and said that they would begin the first week of endurance training. The guys ran. The determination of the coach opened the door to training hell. The main character was the leader. Everyone else ran behind. The purpose of these trainings is to prepare for the start of a sudden war so that they can always and everywhere react quickly. The brunette raised his hand and shouted that from now on they will not run uphill every day, regardless of the weather. Somewhere in the distance, the rest of the soldiers were walking and discussing who these guys were. They were lagging far behind. It was getting on for the evening. The training continued. The coach walked by and said that this was a mental battle in which no one knew when the war would end. Everyone repeated the same actions. The men said that with the help of training, having swung unlimited in quantity, they should go beyond their limit. To everyone who gave up in the middle, the man should extend the training, reducing the time for sleep. Even the young gentleman was shocked. Night fell. The guys discussed that now they could live. They said that in the South Barracks there was freebies. It was all a lie. The young men sat by the river, discussed that no one warned that from the very first day they would be driven so hard, and thanks to someone it became tougher. Suddenly a guy intervened in the conversation, asked not to overdo it, to moderate their ardor. Besides them there were others here. The brunette raised his head and said that they, unlike them, were called up for service. If they had enough time, they could do the same. It is clear that due to the short training period, there is a big difference between them. At this point, a man entered the dialogue, clarified about the short period. He came closer and asked how long these guys trained. It was Henderson. Another soldier looked at him and said that they had only been training for a year. Of course, they would be inferior to them, who had been training for several years. To which the young man objected that he had misunderstood something. Their first training began 3 months ago, and he says that he could not prepare, and due to lack of time, there is no need to make up excuses. Then he looked at him menacingly and said that these guys just do not give it their all. Henderson stood in a crowd of people. That day, when he saw the announcement of the recruitment of soldiers, he firmly decided to become a man Roman. He lowered his head and thought that the recruitment was for personal soldiers. It was unlikely that serious qualifications would be needed, but this was his huge mistake. He saw the rest of the guys, veterans among the mercenaries, like Lucas and Pucky, fled to stunning conditions. The guy at that moment was surrounded by predators, turning into a herbivore. It was as if he was among a pack of wolves. He frowned and thought whether he could, at least for something in this place. He approached the blonde and said that he did not think he was worthy of accompanying the master. He looked at him and asked why he decided so. The young man answered that an ordinary newbie, who did not really know how to hold a sword in his hands, this reason is known to everyone. After which he lowered his head and added that he had been engaged in agriculture all his life. It was too arrogant of him to decide to follow the young lord. Well, the man looked at him and said that he surrenders to someone who is inferior to others in level. The boy replied that he is. Chris lowered his head and said, when he first met Kevin, this guy had nothing but malice in his eyes. To be honest, he did not understand why the master picked up a boy from a poor family. The young man listened to him attentively. He added that it was worth looking at the boy now. Imagined a good warrior. In such a short period of time the guy turned into a soldier that no one dares to ignore. Funny, but he was the same. He remembered their fight with the master. At the first meeting with blindly attacked him, almost lost his front teeth, then he was no better than a frog stuck in a well. The man raised his head and added that there, like Kevin, he changed thanks to the instructions of the young lord. Then he ordered to listen to him carefully, to accept him into the ranks of the soldiers. It was Roman's decision. Let him look pathetic now, but he can grow up like him and Kevin, because their master is the one who will give him this opportunity. The guy listened to him in shock. After which he clenched his fist and said that, frankly speaking, he couldn't believe himself. But if this man had chosen him in a crowd of 100 volunteers, then there must be reasons for that. He remembered his life. Frankly speaking, it's still hard to imagine how a simple farmer could become stronger. He looked at the captain. As he said, he would rely on the foresight of the master. After which the guy began to train hard. Since then his life began to change. For the last few months he had been giving his all to training. He was sick, fainting, but despite everything, he tried his best to catch up with his comrades. He ran with all his might in any conditions. Then the guy lowered his head and said that in the end he was able to become who he is now. What is war for them anyway? He looked at another soldier and said, when he stands on the border between life and death, where you can only survive by killing, will he also say that he can't fight because there was little time to prepare? He frowned and added that, realizing their weakness, they not only do not try to become better, but also drag others down with them. Then he put his hands in his pockets and added that he saw no reason to fulfill their pathetic request. Everyone around him fell silent. Henderson, leaving, added that they were pathetic idiots. In their hearts, Roman soldiers had already started the war. They ran through the forest. Tough endurance training continued. With each passing day the difficulty only increased. Someone had weights on their legs. The protagonist's soldiers, gritting their teeth, went to the very end. They ran through force without stopping. At this time, the aristocrats sat in the shadows and discussed why these guys were going out of their way so much. They would still understand if this were the Western Front, but isn't the Southern one far from the war? One of them grinned and said that those people were wasting their energy where it wasn't necessary because of their pathetic origins. If they didn't do at least that, where would Dmitri even be able to get recognition? They laughed and said that it was true. Henry sat aside and thought, damn it, how could he get his favor? He watched the brunette. It was wonderful to communicate with the same aristocrats, to be friends with them. He frowned and thought, although what to expect from a commoner. After which he yawned and thought, screw it all, it will somehow work out. The commander of the Ranger squad, Jackson, knelt down and reported. He said that over the past year, the Ranger squad had infiltrated the Southern Front a total of 48 times and studied the 5 lines of defense. According to the study, all forces were thrown into defending the Western Front in the confrontation with the Kronos Empire, and the Southern Front was ignored. He looked at the king and said that he guaranteed that the attack on the Southern Front would be carried out without difficulty. The king of the Hector Empire listened to him earnestly. The kingdom's crest, it was once a powerful state comparable to the Kronos Empire. Thanks to its enormous military power, it expanded at an incredible speed, but suffered a cruel defeat in the war with Valhalla, sank to the very bottom. The tiger and the eagle were in conflict. The prestige of the Hector kingdom fell to the level of Cairo. It has now become one of the 6 kingdoms on the continent and is forced to bend under the empire. The principal approached and asked to allow him to speak. The father allowed it. Edwin looked at his father and said that for the last 5 years, the kingdom had been experiencing a crop failure unprecedented in history. He lowered his eyes and added that the money borrowed from the gold bank to solve this problem had turned into huge interest rates. They were choking them. The kingdom no longer had the strength to hold on. He imagined an empty treasury. If this continued, Hector would lose the meaning of being called a kingdom. The king grabbed his head and said that he understood this too, if only his ancestors knew what the result of the unleashed war would be. Then the son came closer and said that having lost the war, the kingdom had distanced itself from further wars and from this history so as not to make the same mistakes again. He looked at his father and said that now everything was different. They had prepared enough last year. The young man raised his head and said that for the sake of the desperate people, for the sake of their kingdom, he had to make a decision. The man looked at his son. War, a word that they dare not say out loud here, although the guy is his son, but does not at all look like a weakling like his father. Then he looked ahead and asked if his son was sure of what he said. He replied that if he was not confident, he would not have started this conversation at all. The father replied that it was fine, closed his eyes. Then from now on all power in the war transfers to the only prince of the kingdom, Edwin. The young man lowered his eyes and said that he listens and obeys. At the same time, in the South Barracks, a 3-week training came to an end. The soldiers stood in a row. The commander smiled and said that from today he assigns them to the reserve detachment on the 5th line of defense. Then he coughed and added, maybe he heard and knows, but everyone literally sings about how they want to get there. I had to pull the strings a little, for his sake. The young man thanked. They discussed all this in the office. The man said what gratitude there could be between them. He could always contact him if he needed anything. The trainer bowed and said that he was grateful for this time. He raised his eyes, looked at the guy and his squad. Thanks to them, he realized what he was working for, and in the future he would be able to train new cadets with greater pleasure. He handed over a piece of paper and said that it was a trifle, but they could use it. He collected information about the Southern Front and the local landscape. He extended his hand forward and said that the paper would be useful in case of war, although of course they would have to spend 2 years of peace, but I still wish him to demobilize safe and sound. The guy smiled and thanked him, after which the man frowned and thought that if he had his way, he would follow them. During those 3 weeks of observing the young man, he realized that he deserved to have his whole life dedicated to him. He looked at the young gentleman. Then he lowered his head, but Mr. Roman had already gathered outstanding talents around him, and there was hardly a place among them for an armless cripple who couldn't even swing a sword. In front of him stood a whole squad of warriors. Surely if he went with them, he would only be a hindrance. He bowed, smiled, and left. The young man unfolded the map and thought that he had heard that it took a lot of pain to collect this. He looked after the man and thought that he deserved respect, at least for his sincere good nature. Meanwhile, the soldiers stood at the fortress, the first defensive line of the southern front. Suddenly, the guy saw something. The enemy was approaching them. The enemy was advancing. Henry stood and remembered his uncle's words. He had assigned him in a special order to the same reserve detachment with Roman on the 5th line of defense. He told him to remember that during these 2 years, he must win the guy's friendship by any means. 2 detachments were approaching the fortress, the 5th line of defense, the military camp of the reserve army. The young man walked and thought, why should he get closer to him? And yet, it's good that he got to the 5th line of defense. Suddenly, something surprised him. They started shouting, "Alarm! The kingdom of Hector declared war! Everyone prepare for battle." The guy got scared. War? Battle? What the hell does this mean? Everyone around ran away. There was no one in front of him. The battle began. The fortress gates were broken. After the kingdom of Hector declared war, the first line of defense came under attack. But those who were most threatened with defeat turned out to be the troops of the 5th line of defense. The battle continued. Everyone was shouting and fighting, ordering to stop them. Some soldiers were climbing the fortress on ladders. The commander of the 5th line of defense, Baron Bruce, shouted that it was all over. He remembered the tavern, the 5th line of defense, nicknamed the Paradise of the Southern Front. This place had long since lost its appearance as a front line. The aristocrats who arrived to serve were not forced to fulfill their military duty, and a rather comfortable life awaited them, and all because the responsibility for this lay on the man who happily accepted their requests and bribes, filling her own belly. The man was sorting through gold coins. This man was Bruce, rotten to the bone. He frowned and thought that it was suicide to defend the 5th line of defense to the end. He approached the edge of the fortress and shouted that they must hold the line to the last. If they break through, innocent people will be in danger. He shouted to his soldiers that they must not retreat under any circumstances. And at that moment he himself turned around and ran from there. One of the soldiers asked where he was heading. He turned and ordered to delay time. He was going to report this directly to the king. Roman raised his head and shouted to the whole squad to immediately move to the 5th line of defense. In chorus they answered that they understood everything. They ran forward, despite the fact that the southern front as a whole has low defense capability among all the defense lines. It is the 5th one that has the oldest equipment, a rabble of soldiers, and, on top of everything else, a useless commander. The guy ran and thought that, in other words, the defense line has the worst combat power. He presented a map. Just think, place a reserve army in case of an emergency. 2 hours from the move from the defense line, they have a maximum of an hour to get to the defense line. He raised his fist and clenched it. The commander ran towards him. He was glad that the reserve detachment had finally arrived. He ran up and stopped in front of the young lord and asked if he was the commander of these soldiers. First of all, they need to protect him and take him to the rear. Now the most important thing is not reinforcements for the 5th line, but the safety of its commander. The royal family needs to be informed of the danger. The young man looked at him and thought, so this is the commander of the 5th line? Then asked what the man is doing here without soldiers. He raised his hand and started shouting that the young man was impudent. If he was from the reserve army, then at most he belonged to the junior aristocracy, and he still dared to poke. Roman was tired of this conversation. He saw no point in listening to the man any longer. Then he grabbed him by the neck. He pressed so hard that he began to choke. If the commander was here now, it meant only one thing. He lifted him up and said that nevertheless the commander abandoned his soldiers and escaped. Then he looked him straight in the eyes and added that according to military regulations, a deserter, regardless of his title, can be executed on the spot. Does he understand what that means? The man said that the guy would not. Well, at that very second the young man chopped off his head and said that he would. If the commander had retreated with the army, then at least he would not have died from his hand. The head fell to the ground. The detachment continued to move forward. Meanwhile, on the 5th line of defense, there was already a mountain of corpses. One of the few surviving soldiers stood and thought that he knew that someday this day would come. He fought bravely. Just think, the commander ran away, leaving his soldiers, the fucking bastard, suddenly got shot in the stomach. Blood poured out from everywhere. The guy fell to his knees. He watched as the enemies attacked him and thought that this was the end. But at that very second they were eliminated. The body literally flew into pieces. The guy turned around. A young gentleman addressed him. The young man came closer and said that the commander was dead, looked at him and said that from now on he was responsible for the defense line. Roman looked at Stephen and thought that his name was on the list that Lucas gave. He remembered a conversation with his subordinate. how he said that the only one who was valuable on the 5th line of defense was this guy. The brunette looked at him and said that he should trust his many years of experience serving on the 5th line of defense. He should answer if there was a way to protect this place. The young man listened to him attentively. The young lord added that if he said that there was no hope, then he, Roman Dmitri, as the one responsible for the reserve army, would order all soldiers to retreat. The guy raised his head and said that he would be honest. Their military situation had already deteriorated significantly. Retreating would be the right decision, but then they would give the enemy an advantageous position. He presented a map. If the kingdom of Hector occupied one of the 5 lines of defense, he would have a route at his disposal along which provisions could be delivered, and in this case the war would drag on for a long time. They exchanged glances, then there was only one way left. The brunette turned away and thought that it was necessary to use an iron fence to prevent the enemy from passing through the fortress gates, adding that from now on he would gain time to install it, and Stephen should immediately take the soldiers and prepare the fence. The young man looked at him in shock, having agreed to such a reckless plan with such ease. He raised his head and shouted that it was very dangerous. Even now the enemy continues to be on the territory of the fortress. If they do not isolate them, they will not be able to guarantee that they will survive at all. The young gentleman said that he understood his concerns. At that moment he was attacked from behind. The young man was very surprised by something. The brunette took a step to the side without turning. The opponent did not hit him, but he is not a fool who is ready to part with his life, knowingly considering the plan impossible. Then with one blow he cut the enemy in half. The soldier was very surprised, because he did it without even seeing the attack. The squad ran up and shouted to him. The young man turned and said that from this moment on, they had to ram their way to the fortress gates with the entire army and follow him. Everyone put their hands to their chests and obeyed without question, and Stephen continued to be in shock. There was not a drop of fear in them. Was such a strong relationship between a master and a subordinate really possible? After which the young master turned to the guy and said that he had been preparing. The war was beginning. The young man watched them, looked at the warriors' faces, and now he understood that their loyalty came from respect for the master. The entire squad headed forward. The main character killed opponents and wondered whether he, even with his 5th love for this country, should expose himself to danger for its sake. After all, war is a game where the weak have no choice but to sacrifice themselves. Now that the kingdom of Cairo has recognized his value, received special privileges. He looked ahead and thought that there are many ways to avoid war. The guy dodged the blows, but the circumstances were more complicated. The reality of a small state, from such nasty realities, the blood, on the contrary, only boiled in the veins. A copy was flying at him. Well, he was able to reflect each blow, right? The young man yearned for life at war. He was just happy. His loyal soldiers ran after them and shouted that they must follow the master. They also skillfully coped on the battlefield. They killed one enemy after another. Each step Roman inevitably led to death, reflected blows with their shields. When the young master killed 10, cut in half, the soldiers of the Hector rushed into battle, trusting each other. After which he began to kill harder, killed already 12. The soldiers realized that the enemy was stronger than they expected. His ball was dripping with blood, and when the number of brutally killed exceeded 50, the young man stood on a mountain of corpses. The faces of the enemy soldiers were distorted in horror. They looked at him in fear and said that this man was a monster. They had to run, they had to retreat. Their commander watched as people ran from there like rats. Baron McCleary thought, just recently, having rammed the fortress gates, they were confident of their victory. But at some point their forces began to push back. Could this really be that man? He saw a brunette running towards him. The young gentleman and the commander crossed eyes. The man was simply furious. He did not understand how the guy caught his gaze from such a distance. After which he continued to attack. The Baron looked at this and thought, was the young man really going to kill him alone? What arrogance. He raised his hand and ordered to kill the boy before he got even more furious. There was only one enemy. He had to be stopped. A crowd of knights began to attack. The young gentleman's eyes lit up. The enemy commander was too careless. He ran forward and thought that the strategy of lightning war, it can be learned by going through countless battles. As soon as the head of the enemy commander flies off his shoulders, the enemy line immediately begins to fall apart. He ran and cut off heads, one after another. No matter what, he must kill the commander. Roman continued to move forward rapidly. Soldiers attacked him one by one, everyone's roads. They thought that they would deal with him. Magic energy, the second formation, the guy was thrown aside. A huge crack in the ground appeared between him and the soldiers. People looked at this and did not understand what was happening. Yu, the boss, was also in shock, and the main character was heading straight for him. The man took his sword and said that he was a Hector Ram. He looked the guy in the eyes and said that he personally, but before he could even finish speaking, he lost his head, and the young man raised this head up. He showed everyone around and shouted that the warriors of the kingdom should listen to him. The guy raised his head and said that the enemy commander was dead. But if they spared the rest now, they would definitely become embittered and return again. Even if they had to shed their blood, they had to put their lives on the line and punish their enemies. Everyone listened to him attentively. Henry watched all this in shock and did not understand what was happening. In the distance he saw a young gentleman. Now he understood why his uncle ordered to get closer to him by any means. Some time passed. Having lost their commander, the Hector soldiers scattered in all directions, and thanks to the courage of the young lord and soldiers, the fifth line of defense was protected. Chris stood in front of Roman and said, 30 people. Besides him, there were no casualties. The whole squad looked at the commander. He said that this was an excellent job. Then he took a step forward and said to use the elixir to heal the wounds. Everyone heard. Stephen watched everything from the side and wondered if he really supplied all the soldiers with SRs. If you imagine a bottle, an elixir, this healing potion developed in the magic tower, it is known for its boss class price even for the lowest rank. If by the elixir hand, overwhelming force, reckless decisions, and generous attitude to soldiers. Standing aside and thinking that the trust between the young master and the soldiers is not just a formality, if such a person says to jump into a fiery pit, everyone will believe and obey. Then Roman turned to the guy and told him to tidy himself up after the battle and prepare for the second wave of attack. Then he came closer and said that he needed a soldier who was well aware of the topography of the southern front. The guy asked if the young lord was really going to leave immediately. The brunette looked at him and said that everything is right, the war is not over yet. After some time, a young guy came up. He is a local here, he can be used as a guide. The guy introduced himself. His name is Kabu. Then the young gentleman came up to the table and said that this was a map of the southern front, asked what was the shortest route to the rear. The boy suggested one of them. The guy put his hand on the table and said, as far as he knew, this route would take 5 hours. They needed the shortest route that would take no more than 2 hours, the boy thought. Suddenly it dawned on him that the young lord could not have known that the mountain path would take 2.5 hours. He looked at him. The young man was surprised. This was not just an assumption. The guy had studied the topography of the southern front to some extent. He said that he did not know that the young lord was so familiar with the area. Then he thought, why then was he chosen as a guide? The brunette raised his head and said that when Stephen received his assignment, he most likely decided that he was not familiar with the southern front at all. Then he took a step forward and explained that he had studied the basics in case of an emergency, but did not understand everything thoroughly, so his help would be needed as a local. The boy was surprised. Roman was different from the aristocrats who came to the southern front for a carefree army life. With his help, the southern front will have hope. The young gentleman went outside. Only 10 minutes passed. The meeting did not take long. The captain of the knights turned and said that he had finished preparations. The young man was distracted by something. A guy approached them. He asked what he was doing here. The young aristocrat was a little scared. Henry stood in front of Roman. Roman repeated his question. The guy lowered his head. If he said that for the sake of rapprochement, he would immediately drive him away, so he said that first of all, he apologizes for his past mistakes. He bowed his head and said that it would sound shameless, but he wanted to follow them and help. As an aristocrat of the kingdom of Cairo, he cannot stand aside, he can only order. The young lord looked at him and said that to follow him or not is his will, but he must first clarify one thing. He lowered his eyes and asked if suddenly this man wanted to interfere with his plan, he would abandon him without hesitation. The lawyer was scared. The group ran through the forest. At the head of them was a guide, and the young aristocrat ran behind, constantly lagging behind. Suddenly, something surprised the boy. He stopped. In front of them lay a soldier dying. It was a soldier in the southern barracks. Having seated him on a tree, the guy asked what happened. He answered that the southern barracks was attacked. Then he lowered his head and began to ask for help. The young gentleman stood up and wondered if they had attacked not the front line, but the southern barracks of Chalu. Apparently the soldiers had fled, having managed to get to this place. Everything was on fire. There was a high probability that the attack had happened no more than half an hour ago. Then it turned out that the kingdom of Hector had attacked 5 defensive lines. He presented a map, at the same time using the rapid response army. Suddenly it dawned on him, could it be that? Then he decided that he first needed to get to the southern barracks. The man held his sword tightly. 2 opponents stood in front of him and discussed whether it was worth leaving him, and without this the soldier would not last long. Maybe it was time to surrender, then they would kill him painlessly. But the one-armed coach stood and shouted for them to go to hell. He put his sword forward and asked if they really thought that he would die here alone. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would definitely take one of them with him. It was worth the risk of attacking. Then he looked at his hand. Damn, if only his right hand was still there. The man gritted his teeth and thought, I wonder what happened to Mr. Roman. He imagined the young man, the only one on the southern front who never let his guard down for a second. Even though he heard that he was assigned to the 5th line of defense, he thought the young master had done something. He imagined the eyes of the young lord. Then he tensed up. What a guy, on the threshold of death he was remembering this guy. This means that he still can't part with the battlefield. The wall behind the nicknames began to renounce. Then an explosion thundered, stones flew in different directions, they turned around and did not understand what was happening. Had Cairo already sent cover troops? The young man put his foot on the stone. The soldiers looked at him and asked who he was. Reinforcements? How did he know where to come? Then one looked more closely and realized that this man was Roman Dmitri. The young man looked at the coach and was surprised that he was still alive. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was going on. The blonde shouted that they needed to destroy the enemies and save the survivors right away. The soldiers ran forward, but they were met by the young master's warriors. And the brunette himself was there too. An order was given to attack him. Literally in an instant, he pierced each of them with his magic. These are worth taking alive. He raised his hand, and energy emanated from 2 fingers. The guy looked at the paralyzed soldiers, pressed on the points. Even if they woke up, they would not be able to move for some time. Their comrade ran back and shouted that they needed to report to the top as soon as possible. The man grabbed him by the collar. Then he threw him to the ground and began to strangle him. He said that he would definitely kill at least one. He was suffocating, his eyes were red, and after some time he was dead. The man fell to the ground without strength. The young lord came up and said that McBurney had done a good job. The rest should be entrusted to him, and he himself could rest for now. The coach relaxed and thanked him. After some time, Roman and Chris were standing in the tunnel. The blonde said that they had dealt with 12 soldiers of the Hector kingdom, saved 5 survivors, also according to the survivors' testimony. He came closer and said that the Viscount was wounded during the battle with the Hector soldiers and fled to the mountains. The young man exhaled and thought that the main forces of the kingdom attacked the southern barracks and moved somewhere further. The number of troops, at least several hundred soldiers, asked what about the Hector soldiers. The man came closer and replied that everyone was locked in one building. The young lord ordered from now on not to let anyone inside until he allowed it. This is an order. The door opened slightly. The kingdom certainly had a reason to use the tactic of a deceptive maneuver. The young man went in there with burning eyes. He needed to find out everything. Inside sat tied soldiers. Starting from this moment, the young general gives them 3 minutes. He came closer and explained that if they answered his question correctly, he would kill them painlessly. Otherwise, they would suffer terrible torments until the very last moments of their lives. In response to this, the men began to shout to just kill them, do it quickly. Roman looked at them and asked the first question, what is the purpose of the kingdom? One of the soldiers smiled and sent him to hell. Then the young man asked the second question, what are they doing in the south barracks? He again asked to just kill him. The young gentleman said that the 3 minutes were up. He touched his shoulder. The man began to scream, spitting blood. Roman raised his hand and said that they call it the method of separating tissue and squeezing bones. You will feel the pain of twisting muscles and bones throughout the body. This way you can meet a very slow and painful death. I am sure they should have been prepared for torture, but they definitely experienced something like this for the first time. The rest looked at this in shock. One of them even dared to shout that this would not change anything. Even if the guy heard the plan for the kingdom of Hector from them, it was too late to stop them. The young man with wild eyes leaned over and said that this was exactly the answer he was waiting for. Then he stood up and added with burning eyes that from the very beginning he did not expect to hear the truth from them. He just wanted to see how he would react. It seems he was right. Their true goal is in the rear. The soldier did not understand what was happening. Then the guy pressed on his forehead and said that it was time to die. And the barn was heard screams. The young lord came out of there and thought that the simultaneous attack on several points of the southern front was a distraction. If suddenly their plans are successful, it can be considered that the southern front has already fallen. He walked forward and thought. Then he introduced the prince to the kingdom of Hector. Roman went to the trainer's bed and asked him to tell what happened to the southern barracks in more detail. The man lowered his head and said that 2 hours ago the kingdom of Hector attacked. He remembered the attack, how he usually prepared for horse riding training, how suddenly the soldiers of the kingdom appeared and attacked them, quickly gathering warriors. They fought back, but because of too great a difference in strength, they were simply cut out, and he still does not know if the barracks commander is alive. He introduced him, giving orders. Then the guy came closer and asked if there was something special in the appearance of the enemy. The trainer replied that they were lightly armed, and the face of the man who seemed to be the commander was covered in scars. The young man folded his arms and thought, a face covered in scars and lightly armed. He lowered his head and said that it must be a squad of rangers. The man looked at him in surprise. Then the young gentleman introduced the squad and explained that he had heard that the leader of the squad valued the scars on his face, received in countless battles, no less than orders and medals. The man turned and said that he did not understand why they attacked the southern barracks. Then he added that if they had planned an advantageous hill, wouldn't it be better to use this advantage and destroy the front line? He presented a map. They were not aiming at the front, but at the rear, so they attacked the southern barracks. The young lord leaned on the wall and added, since the southern barracks are located on the way to the rear, there was nothing left but to attack. The coach looked and asked the guy what he wanted to say, and he replied that the Hector kingdom was currently using a deceptive maneuver. He lowered his eyes and added that the attack on the defense line was just a distraction. Their true target was located in the rear. Roman came closer and explained that this was a teleportation gate. The coach was very surprised. The teleportation gate is a magical solution to compressing space. Since the gate allows you to cover a huge distance at a time, capturing them during the battle has become an important strategic move. As a result, this not only leaves the enemy without reinforcements, but will also pave the way for a counterattack if you set new coordinates for the captured gate. He introduced the core. For some reason, in case of a counterattack, a self-exploding device is installed in the teleportation gate. After which the young man turned around and said that in this war, the Hector kingdom was full of firm confidence in its decisions, a win-win strategy that would definitely lead to victory if successfully implemented, and this strategy was to conquer the teleportation gate. The man began to shout that then we must immediately go to help the rear. But the boy folded his arms and said no, asked if he had received a request for help and rear. The coach clutched the blanket and said really. The young man presented a map. The kingdom's ranger squad had left the southern barracks an hour and a half ago. Now the teleportation gate should have already been conquered. The enemies were present. They were now both on the defensive line. He presented the rangers and in their rear. He also said that the entire fighting force of the southern front, including them, was completely isolated. The young master looked down and said from now on they would have to survive on their own, without help from the kingdom. Meanwhile, the state border of the Hector kingdom, a subordinate approached the prince and said that he was reporting he received a message that the soldiers had overcome the southern barracks and were now almost at the rear position. The prince stood at the teleport, repelling an attack on the defensive line. The Cairo kingdom was completely unable to figure out their strategy. The soldier knelt down. The guy looked away and said that it was too early to relax. He approached the portal, talking about an attack on defense. In those places where the enemy was not going to surrender, time would inevitably drag on. He also said that their goal was to destroy not the fortress wall right before their eyes. He imagined his hand hovering over the fortress. If the strategy succeeded, they would be able to take over the entire southern front in the only way. The young man looked ahead and thought that the key to the success of the strategy was security. They had been studying the structure of the southern front border for about a year, introducing a detachment of rangers into it. If they had put all their efforts into the attack from the very beginning, they would have been able to crush everything in just 4 hours. He stood in front of his subordinate and thought that at the moment the most important thing for them was the existence of teleportation. There were the same ones behind him. The principal looked to the side. In case of the worst outcome, it is necessary to be ready to destroy these gates. If the plan fails, it will be necessary to destroy the teleportation gates and switch to the background. The soldier listened to him and thought that this was a terribly rational judgment. It is not for nothing that the prince is called the star of the kingdom of Hector. The teleport was activated behind the young man. The existence of this man will revive the kingdom again. The man killed the soldier. From this moment the battle with time begins. He looked at the allies. Before the enemy revealed the plan, we must hurry. We must successfully restore communication. A year before this, the prince sat at the table and told Jackson that they no longer had the strength to hold on the further. The more pressing the interest of the gold bank is, if next year there is another crop failure, the state treasury will lose its last savings. He looked at the man and said that therefore he wanted to make him an offer. He extended his hand and asked how he felt about trying to conquer the southern front of the Cairo kingdom with him. After which Hector spread a rumor that the prolonged crop failure was a curse from God, in a situation where the country could collapse at any moment. Edwin, nicknamed the best genius in the history of the kingdom, became a hero, like fate, born in troubled times. The man looked at the prince. So during the year, the Hector kingdom penetrated the territory of the southern front 48 times, and using spies, dug a tunnel to the rear. Secretly penetrating through the finished tunnel, a squad of rangers was able to seize the teleportation gate. Their leader showed that they must move quietly. One of the rangers sat on the floor and said that the connection was successfully established. Everything around began to shine. Everyone began to greet Prince Edwin, who was walking along the corridor. The boy turned and addressed one of his subjects. He entrusted him with the 1st Division. It is necessary to deal with the remnants of the defeated army of the rear, and firmly strengthen the defense in case the kingdom of Cairo sends reinforcements. He listened and obeyed. Then the leader of the rangers knelt down. The principal looked at him and said that the connection with the baron in charge of the 5th line of defense was lost. It is necessary to find out everything about it. The man lowered his eyes and said that while they are figuring out what happened, but this is the 5th line of defense, there is no reason to worry. He introduced the baron, their squad. It is known as the most problematic on the entire southern front. It was decided that a small squad would be enough to crush it. After which the young man raised his head and said that he remembers telling them that they should not attack, but rashly, no matter what the situation. No. The man agreed. The young prince clenched his fist and said that when the plan was completed, the ram would receive a separate punishment, regardless of achievements. He lowered his head. He did not notice that despite the detailed plan, 2 variables were still formed in it. Meanwhile, the first line of defense, people walked around the fortress and shouted that they needed to repair the wall before the enemies attacked again. A soldier came up and turned to the commander. The man turned around. A message came from the South Barracks. He was surprised. Count Donald approached the communication device. Roman introduced himself and said that he was from the reserve troops of the 5th line of defense. The man asked what made him contact him in the current situation. The young man looked at him and said that he would get straight to the point. It seemed that the Hector Kingdom had used a feint, capturing the teleportation gate located in the rear. Before the Hector Kingdom surrounded them from all sides, they should abandon the fortress and take refuge in the mountains, ordering all the remaining forces in the south to gather there as well. The man listened to him. The mountainous landscape of the south is so complicated. Is the guy really just saying this as advice? While the guy was trying to convey the information to him, he waved his hand and said that they would figure it out themselves. That was all. And he simply hung up. The young lord turned around and thought as he left, since this had happened, he should abandon all the remaining lines of defense except for the 5th. He walked up to his soldiers and ordered them to pack their things. He frowned and added that they were heading to the mountains right now. The transmission reported that the base in the rear was not responding. The man began to bite his fingers. Damn it, were the guy's words really true? He grabbed his chin, thinking that even if the lands closest to the southern front promised to send reinforcements, the road there would take them at least half a month. Is there really no way? No. He lowered his head and thought that if the fortress holds out until reinforcements arrive, then they too will have a chance to win. 4 hours later, the troops stood on both sides of the fortress. How is this possible? They are completely isolated. The man was shocked but watched all this and thought that they occupied all the teleportation gates. Adding to the military power, the first line of defense was also blocked from all sides by Hector's soldiers. Everything around was in smoke. But no, he needed to calm down. The fortress walls were completely patched up. The soldiers were loading cannons on it. They also took apart materials for the defense of the fortress so as not to repeat the mistakes made in the first battle. There were people in armor at the edge. The man began to panic. They would be able to hold out. Everyone needed to prepare for the attack. He looked down. The soldiers of the first line of defense must listen to him. The kingdom of Hector recaptured their teleportation gate. They listened to him attentively. Because of this, they were surrounded on all sides. It was impossible to hope that help from the kingdom would arrive at any moment. The man continued to shout. However, as in the first battle, they had to trust him, and then they would definitely survive. The knights began to turn around and discuss what that sound was in the background. The count also turned and asked what was going on there. People began to shout that there was a flash. A huge cannon stood next to the fortress. A seal suddenly appeared on it, after which a fiery projectile was launched. Explosions began to thunder. The fortress was under attack. Burning people ran everywhere. The count did not understand what to do. At that moment, Donald remembered the words of the young man. Until the kingdom of Hector surrounded from all sides, they must abandon the fortress and hide in the mountains, ordering all the remaining forces of the south to gather there. The man was desperate. The boy was right. The bastard. Another shell flew in. They attacked from behind. And now the count's head was already in their hands. The prince went forward. Thanks to the fact that they suppressed the main line with a flash, the fortress was taken without major losses. If this continues, they will be able to capture the entire southern front very soon. The guy turned and said that time was on their side. He looked at the captured soldiers. They need to arrest all the surrendered soldiers, lock them in one place so that no new surprises arise. They will need a lot of weapons to usefully negotiate with the kingdom of Kaifro. He also added that depending on the situation, they need to use the hostages as a pretext for a deal. The ranger captain said that he understood everything. The prince frowned. The plan was perfect, but where did this anxiety come from? What the hell was he missing? He looked ahead, his cloak fluttering in the wind. One of his subordinates ran up from behind and shouted that things were bad. He introduced himself and said that they had reported that the Baron had died on the battlefield, and that was why the connection had been broken. The heir to the throne turned and asked who had passed on this information. If he was alive, he should be brought there. The young fighter sat and said that he was sure at first. He lowered his eyes. The fifth line of defense looked like it was completely unprepared for war. There were several survivors in the room. As soon as the battle began, they successfully rammed the gate, and the Baron ordered to destroy the fortress. Then he grabbed his head and began to say that that was when that monster appeared. The guy asked again what kind of monster he was talking about. The soldier introduced the young gentleman. His power was so great that you can't even believe your eyes. The monster single-handedly dealt with many of his comrades. He only had to blink a couple of times, as dozens of soldiers immediately fell from his blade. His eyes were burning, even the aura swordsman fell from one of his blows, saying goodbye to their lives in the blink of an eye. The young man said in horror that the mere presence of this monster turned the entire battle into nothing. In principle, he asked again, but the soldier could no longer answer anything. Turned around and thought that he heard that the youngest ranker got to the southern front by distribution. Walked and thought, this year they had conducted ideal training. But an unexpected variable appeared, Roman Dmitri. They moved along the corridor, the prince ordered to report the situation. Jackson replied that they checked the 5th line of defense, but did not find Cairo's soldiers. Then he came closer and said that it looks like they ran away to the mountains. If he orders, the rangers will immediately form a detachment for pursuit. The guy raised his hand and said that no, the situation has already deviated. They captured the southern front. It is time to begin negotiations with the kingdom of Cairo. Meanwhile, the royal castle of Cairo. The king asked when the guests will arrive. The servant replied that he asks for forgiveness, one way or another. The news is sudden, everyone will need a lot of time. He slammed his fist on the table. He presented the council. The king cannot make a decision alone. The army can only be moved with the consent of the aristocrats who have powerful authority. He sat at the table and thought. Then he raised his head. Voices were heard in the corridor. The aristocrats entered the room and said that they were a little late. The carriage broke down on the way here. Then the remaining 2 entered. Everyone gathered at the table. By the way, is it true that the kingdom of Hector attacked the southern front? The king lowered his head and said that the kingdom of Hector crossed the state border and unexpectedly attacked the defensive fortresses. If this continues, the southern front will be in great danger. The old man looked away and said that it will be enough to send soldiers there right now, right? The guy raised his head and thought that he was impudent, replied that then it is necessary to consider this consent and immediately send troops to the southern front. After which they were reported that the teleportation gate was captured. This news did not please anyone. If you imagine a map, the territory of each of them, ultimately the system of governance, divided into 4 factions, only exacerbated the problem. The king slammed his fist on the table and shouted how they planned to fix this situation. He jumped up and shouted that if they had given in and allowed at least the king to make the decision alone, the southern front would never have been in such danger. Then he pointed his finger at them and said that what happened was entirely on their conscience. A knight ran into the room and shouted that the kingdom of Hector had contacted them with a magical transmission. The prince said that they were demanding retribution for the war. He looked at the king and explained that they were demanding an assessment of the cost of the southern front and compensation for it in gold. The old man was shocked. Did they really think they had the right to make such a statement, cutting the war without a reason, impudent bandits? But the young man turned away and said that he was giving only 3 days. If by that time their demands were not met, the southern front would be annexed to the Hector's domain. Then he frowned and explained with wild eyes that if it seemed that they were stalling for time under the guise of consent, none of the hostages of the southern front would be able to return alive. After that, they disconnected the connection, and the young man remembered his country, poor and hungry, the protracted crop failure and tempted the treasury of the kingdom, and the interest from the gold bank was also accumulating. He folded his hands and thought that for the sake of the suffering people, he was ready to become not the star of the Hector, but the most cruel demon in history. His eyes were filled with horror. To save his people, the prince was ready for anything. The king lowered his head and said that from the moment the teleportation gate fell into the hands of the enemy, they were left without a choice. He squeezed the tablecloth. Paying the compensation demanded by the kingdom of Hector, they would at least reduce the losses. The old man said that if he did so, they would definitely ask for a huge amount. He broke down and began to shout, do they have a choice? Well, they can offer another option. But everyone lowered their eyes. They remained silent. No one had any arguments. The king gritted his teeth. It wasn't even funny. They had recently been at each other's throats, dividing power in this tiny country, and when faced with a real threat, they immediately dropped their hands. He calmed down, sat down and said that it was decided then, they would accept the conditions of the kingdom of Hector. At that moment, Count Gregory intervened and said that he was against it. The king was furious. The man raised his head and explained that there was Roman at the southern front. He looked away, introduced the young man. According to the report he had just received, he had won the 5th line of defense, if only they could change the current state of the war. He raised his head and said that they had a serious chance of winning. Daniel was surprised and said that he recognized that the young man was an outstanding swordsman. He lowered his eyes and said that the star swordsman, who had barely reached adulthood, was a blessing for the kingdom of Cairo, but he would not be able to influence the course of the war alone. Benedict turned and said that it is true, the guy is the future of the kingdom of Cairo, then to use a dubious adventure, having lost a talented person in a foreign land, it is better to minimize the losses of the kingdom in the first place. Gregory turned away and thought that as expected, not everyone suspects the true strength of the young man. He himself was able to get the information only because he belongs to the faction of the close associates of Valhalla. He remembered how the priests handed him the scroll. Also the guy's face, his skills and abilities are superior to the 4-star swordsman. The young man is the only variable that can defeat the enemy. He read the letter with the report. He does not need to share this information with others. Then the man raised his hand and said that if everyone thinks so, he will not insist on his own either. He raised 3 fingers, only 3 days. He was a little embarrassed. How about waiting 3 days? If during this time there is no change, then the kingdom of Hector will accept the offer. The king looked at him and said that they will do so. He raised his head. From this moment the kingdom of Cairo will begin to prepare for 2 outcomes, for war with the kingdom of Hector and for reconciliation. Henry looked down in horror. The first line of defense, everything was on fire, everything was over, this was a complete defeat. He turned around and shouted that we must retreat behind the mountains now. The hero of the war, he did not need any honors. He turned around and ordered his soldiers to move alive. They ran through the forest. The guy was only thinking about the fact that it was better to survive first, and then he could see. Suddenly, he heard some movement in the bushes. A man with burning eyes jumped out at him. He put his sword to his throat. It was a blonde man. He would have ordered him to quietly explore behind him. They went further into the forest at a calm pace. The guy looked at the commander and wondered what the knight Roman was doing here. Weren't they heading to the rear? Branches hit him in the face. I wonder what they forgot in the middle of the damned mountain. Suddenly, something surprised him. There was a camp. It was unclear when these guys managed to set it up in the middle of the forest. Chris came up from behind and said that the gentleman thought that the base in the rear had already fallen. This was his secret camp for emergencies. Henry started shouting. If the base in the rear had already fallen, they needed to run. Why did they have to set up a camp in this place? The blonde with glowing eyes replied that the war was not over yet. He came closer and said that they stayed here to protect allies like them and to fight the enemies climbing the mountains. If the guy was a man of the kingdom of Hector, they would have already lost their lives. The commander looked at the guy very frighteningly. He was scared and thought that the man was a monster. The only question was, how did the Dmitri family manage to get hold of such monsters? Then he raised his head and asked where Mr. Roman was now. He had not been seen for a long time. The blonde looked at him and replied that the gentleman was now personally dealing with the enemies on the front lines. The young man clenched his fist. That's how it is. Their commander is a real monster. People ran screaming through the forest. One after another they died, fighting each other. Adjutant of the first line of defense Brant fought and thought at least those who remained should survive. Donald is a bad commander. The battle continued. Knights died because their commander was hasty in making decisions. The soldiers of the first line of defense are doomed to death. Suddenly he was thrown aside. The guy landed on the ground. He opened his eyes and the enemy was already standing on him. Was this the end? But a moment later the man's face twisted. It was Roman who came to the rescue. Everyone around started shouting that they had to kill him. It was the enemy. The young gentleman made several moves, capturing all the enemies on the battlefield. The young man raised his head and thought that he was in hell. He looked at the brunette and thought who the hell he was. After which the young gentleman turned around and introduced himself, the reserve squad of the 5th line of defense, Roman Dmitri. Brant was surprised. Was this really the same man who advised them to retreat? He did not run away, but came to save them. Then he stood up and said that the first line of defense was already broken. The kingdom of Hector moved towards the second line of defense. It is worth expecting that it will not hold out for long. The young man turned around and asked if the soldier was offering to surrender. He was scared and replied that he admits that the gentleman is a strong swordsman. Well, this is a war between kingdoms. It is impossible to resist the kingdom of Hector alone. The young man lowered his head. A great famine, a sudden attack, a war. The kingdom's actions do not correspond to its current situation. He lowered his head and thought in that case, their intentions. The young gentleman moved forward and said that Hector was going to capture the southern front with one blow, because the kingdom did not have the strength to wage a long war. The soldier asked what the young man wanted to say. He introduced the heads of the kingdom, a map, Hector's goal, to eliminate the crisis in his country with the help of war. Only by conquering the entire southern front, they will convince the royal power of Cairo to resort to cooperation. He continued to move forward and thought that if this is so, then one can understand the prince's actions. The guy smiled. They are now taking a big risk, putting the fate of the entire country at stake. The second line of defense of the southern front. Jackson pointed forward and ordered to shoot. There was an explosion. The fire spread. Edwin looked at the fortress. He thought that the death of the Baron was not in his plans. He looked ahead and thought that the 5th line of defense was the weakest on the entire southern front. The prince thought that if the testimony of the defeated soldiers was true, and the power of Roman was beyond imagination, he frowned and wondered if his strength was enough to withstand the entire army of the kingdom of Hector. Although he would have to suffer with him, he would not bring fatal changes. The red-haired frowned and thought that his kingdom was not so weak that just one man could knock the ground out from under their feet. A soldier ran up and shouted that they were in trouble. They lost contact with the first company sent to deal with the remnants of the enemy army. The guy frowned and said that this was not all. Edwin looked at him in shock when he said that neither the second nor the third company was in contact. He thought that the bad feeling that had been lingering in his mind all this time was because of Roman. The prince asked Jackson to report the situation. The soldier bowed and said that immediately after the first line of defense had fallen, the 3rd Battalion had been ordered to deal with the remnants of the enemy army. But about an hour ago, communication with the companies that belonged to the 3rd Battalion had been cut off. He looked ahead and said that they were most likely killed. The prince frowned and asked what the estimated casualties were. He replied that there were about 300 people. The red-haired man looked down and thought that his worries had become reality. He was sure that this was the work of Roman. He pursed his lip and thought that he had not fled behind the mountains at all, but had remained on the southern front, choosing the path of resistance. Jackson looked at the ruler when he said that if Roman was ignored now, he would cause even more trouble later. The brunette knelt down and said that he was just a minor deviation. If they followed his lead and failed in the assault, they could not guarantee the success of his plan. He looked ahead and said that now it was important not to catch the rat of the Dmitri family, but to destroy the remaining defensive fortresses. The prince said that now it was important to deal with the rat that had ruined the plan. His pupils narrowed and he said that they needed to withdraw the soldiers from the second line of defense right away. Jackson sweated. He agreed and wondered why he was so fixated on him. The squad moved forward. The commander said that according to reports he was hiding on this mountain. Edwin looked ahead. He had dedicated the last year to developing the plan. He could instinctively sense that Roman was a dangerous element. The prince looked at the soldiers and said that he understood what they were thinking now. Everyone looked at him when he said that as a military leader, he always had to be prepared for the worst outcome. The soldier frowned when he said that the remaining unconquered lines were the least of the evils. Edwin said that the worst thing was the existence of Roman Dmitri, who had caused unforeseen changes. Jackson nodded his head when he thought that Prince Hector always had ironclad logic in his decisions. All that was left was to trust him. The soldiers stood at attention and shouted that they were ready to carry out the commander's orders. The red-haired man looked ahead and said that now was the time to hunt rats. The mountain ranges to the south were wide. A torch was burning. Rushing thoughtlessly to search could lead to missing the enemy, so it was decided to place the army at the foot of the mountain, gradually surrounding it from all sides. 2nd Battalion, 3rd Company. The soldier looked to the side and said that as soon as they spotted the enemy, immediately blow the whistle. He said that if they slowly drove the enemy into a dead end, they could deal with everyone without great losses. The young man's face distorted. The commander looked to the left and asked what was going on. The subordinate replied that there was no change. His eyes widened. He was gone. The commander looked to the right and asked what was going on. They replied that there was no change. He looked to the side. There was no one around. His pupils narrowed. The man took out a whistle. A hero appeared behind him. He broke his neck. The commander fell. Roman looked to the side and thought that the Hector kingdom was more determined than he expected. He planned to make the most of it while they were attacking the defensive lines. But they were so fired up by the idea of eliminating him that they even abandoned the second line of defense. He thought that their commander was definitely not mediocre. Someone shouted that an enemy had appeared. They needed to check their comrades nearby. The hero killed another soldier. The guy looked to the side and said that they should gather together, blocking the retreat route. Roman killed him. He smiled and thought that he hadn't felt this way for a long time. The 12 sons of the heavenly demon, who rose from the bottom, were forced to constantly prove their abilities just because they were the offspring of the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon looked down and told Jung-hyuk that from now on, he would live as a dark demon for a year. His first mission was to hunt down and exterminate the low-ranking followers who ran away after causing trouble in the demon sect. He successfully dealt with all of them in 3 days. However, the missions became more and more difficult each time, even to the point where it was impossible to win in a direct duel. Therefore, the hero had to look for other ways. In the storage of the demon sect, he found the Dark King's combat technique. The Dark King was once a petty thief. He mastered the way to use darkness on his own, after which he achieved unprecedented power and became famous as a great robber. Although he met a terrible end because he coveted the heavenly demon's vault, he still managed to make his mark on the history of his world. Jung-hyuk learned all the methods of the Dark King and carried out the mission without hesitation. A year passed. The hero killed 38 famous masters, was called the ghostly shadow of the demon sect. The Dark King's martial art was the very embodiment of darkness. Someone shouted where the hell he was. The knight clutched his sword and said that they would take the front position. The Aura Knight Order shouted for everyone to retreat. The hero frowned and thought that he would make them regret setting foot on the mountain covered in darkness. He approached the company commander. Someone shouted that the first company commander was dead. The guy cried and thought what the hell was going on. He needed to report this immediately. He opened the communication device and told the commander that there was a ghost and soon they would all die. The hero appeared behind him, the guy asking for help. Edwin frowned. He brought the communication device closer and told him to concentrate. The enemy was just using the darkness. Thompson shouted that no matter how much he checked, he could not see the enemy. He looked ahead and said that the soldiers were dying one after another, but he could not calculate where and how the enemy would attack. The man frowned and said that it was impossible to resist a formless ghost. The redhead frowned and thought that Thompson was an aura swordsman. He thought that an aura swordsman, whose senses were many times stronger than an ordinary soldier, could not detect even traces of his presence. It was simply impossible. The prince clenched his jaw and thought how likely it was that this was magic. He thought that invisibility magic, making the body transparent, or magic like concealment, of course existed, but magic initially took a long time to recover and it could not be used for a long time. Edwin said not to let the darkness blind him. He was heading towards them now. Thompson clenched his teeth and thought that there was no point in cowardice. The allies were spread out around the area. They only needed to hold out for a little while and they would be able to completely surround this area. They needed to hold out until the prince arrived. He looked to the side and told the soldiers of the first company to listen. The enemy was now targeting their lives. They needed to form a defensive line or repel the enemy's attacks. He put away the communication device. He clenched his sword and mentally told the enemy to attack. The man looked to the side and thought that he was here. He made a strike. Thompson looked up. On his sword was his soldier. He thought that the enemy was using an ally as bait. Roman appeared behind him and said that no matter how much he hunted enemies in the dark, they all thought the same. The captain waved his sword and said, "Stop hiding like a coward, let him show himself." He looked ahead. Roman came out of the shadows and said that it was a huge mistake to think that you can win by finding an enemy you couldn't see. He asked why everyone made that mistake. The hero looked ahead and asked, did he really think that if he just found him, he could defeat him so easily? Thompson rushed forward and thought that he would have to snatch victory. Their swords crossed. The brunette hit his opponent. The captain was bleeding. He fell to the ground. The man screamed to run here, the enemy is here. Roman said that it was useless. He said that he blocked the sounds with mana. His voice would not reach the soldier's ears. He plunged his sword into the soldier. The guy made another strike. He looked down. Thompson was lying on the ground. Roman took the device from his pocket. He turned it on and asked if they could hear him. He said that he knew what they were thinking at that moment. That now, when the inhabitants of the country were dying from an unprecedented famine, the question was why their kingdom risked their lives to attack the southern front, from which there was nothing to gain. The hero looked down and said that there was only one correct answer to solve the country's problem with war. He looked down and said that he was sure that they were going to shake a huge amount of money out of their kingdom, using the southern front as a hostage. The miscalculation was that he knew about this plan. He said that they did not have time. With such a shortage of provisions, they would not last even 3 months. He would interfere with their plan until the very end. Roman thought that his goal had been achieved. They could no longer ignore his existence. The voice from the device asked if he was Roman Dmitri. The hero smiled and thought that he had appeared. Edwin frowned and said that he would not deny what he said. The Hector kingdom was experiencing a severe famine and they could no longer borrow money from outside. He said that in order to free themselves from the shackles of endless debts, they had only to make this decision. The hero asked if he was asking him to understand his situation. He said no. The prince frowned and said that this was to explain how desperate they were. The fate of their kingdom depended on this war. He said that he was right in noting that they had no time. But this did not mean that they could retreat, even if they had to go under the corpses of their fallen comrades. Edwin said to tell the royal family of Cairo, if suddenly they failed to get anything, then they would spray the corpse poison of the necromancers everywhere and turn this place into a land of death. He frowned and said that his name was Edwin Hector. As the prince of the kingdom, he was ready to do anything to save his people. Roman looked at the device when he asked him what his choice would be. The prince asked if he would go with the kingdom that was driven to the edge of a cliff or would he agree to cooperate. The hero looked at the device when he was told that the life of the Cairo kingdom depended on his choice. Roman thought that he had often come across his name while studying the southern front. He remembered that unlike his useless father, he, thanks to his outstanding abilities, took the place of the central core of the kingdom, received recognition both at home and abroad. He thought that he was the one entrusted with the command in this war. The guy frowned and thought that he could not help but recognize his abilities, but he did not dare to threaten him. He stabbed the sword into the soldier. Edwin frowned and asked what he was doing. The hero held the sword and said that his sword had just pierced his thigh. The prince said that it was better to kill, even if it was an enemy. Why resort to torture? The brunette looked down and said that this was a very touching reaction. He did not care at all about the circumstances of the Hector kingdom. He was hurting the captain. The hero said that the war had already begun and that they were the ones who had crossed the line first. They had no right to ask him to show humanity. Edwin frowned when he said that he would do what he thought was right. Roman pulled out his sword and said that they should try not to get caught by him. He would not leave a single one alive, and even if they decided to run away, raising a white flag. He thrust the sword again and said that he would follow them to the last and stab them in the back. The brunette frowned and said his name. He smiled and said that if he chose desperate resistance, they would meet soon. The prince frowned. He thought that Roman Dmitri was more dangerous than he had assumed. Jackson entered the tent and asked what he planned to do. The prince said to immediately mobilize all military forces, create a tight encirclement around the place where the signal came from. He frowned and said that in the name of revenge for Thompson, who died in agony, he would personally cut Roman Dmitri into pieces. Edwin said that even if an ally was defeated, let all the soldiers from other areas climb the mountain together and block the enemy's escape route. Roman placed a stick in the ground and said that their eyes would hardly be able to see anything right now. He looked ahead and said that it was an insignificant grain by human standards, but every stone and leaf of a tree contains natural mana. He looked at the knights and said that if this mana was artificially redirected, it would distort space. Chris looked at him in shock when he said that the enemy would feel as if all 5 of his senses were blocked. He just remembered that he was right in front of his eyes. Suddenly, as if for someone's amusement, Roman Dmitri hid his existence. He said that this technique was called formation. The soldier frowned and said to sacrifice his flesh to obtain the bones of the enemy. Chris killed him with one blow. He smiled and thought that as the Lord said, the Hector soldiers did not notice their presence. Is this information? The knight looked to the side and said to attack the enemies. The soldiers began to fight and did not understand where they came from. After the duel of warriors, Chris was reborn as a completely different person. In order to become stronger, he worked tirelessly in joint training with Roman. Just one short delay could prevent him from fully absorbing Roman's teachings. Therefore, he stubbornly leaned on training, even if he fell dead after it. As a result, the swordsmanship of one of the 10 strongest masters standing on the top of Miram appeared in this world. Chris killed the enemies one after another. He stopped. The knight thought that by the order of the Lord, all the enemies were killed until more Hector soldiers ran here. He looked to the side and shouted to retreat. He thought that he needed to get to another point. At the same time, in another area, a battle was also unfolding. Someone was shouting that it was the enemy that needed to be stopped. Kevin looked ahead. His comrades had nicknamed him the monster that evolved the fastest. He thought that by taking his place next to the master, he had been observing how to deal with the enemy all this time, and he would pursue the values that the master aspired to. He smiled and thought that the master's methods were absolutely correct. At the same time, elsewhere, Vulcan completed the mission. Bucky smiled. The lightning attack of the army that was divided into 4 groups for each branch was carried out simultaneously, and the strategy was successful. The soldier frowned and said that there was definitely a magician in the Cairo camp. He knelt down and said that soldiers suddenly appeared from the empty darkness and attacked them. Jackson looked at the prince and said that it seemed like the enemy had set a trap. Edwin frowned and said that there was no magic that could teleport a large group of people. He said that it was only possible with a magic scroll, but the high circle scrolls were strictly controlled by the magic tower. It was unlikely that the southern front, which was on a tight budget, would have such luxury. The redhead frowned and said that in that case, there was still the possibility of a mage, but would there be a high-level mage in the south? He looked down and said that it couldn't be. Mages were even more valuable than Aura swordsmen, and most of them were part of the neutral organization Magic Tower. The Magic Tower operates throughout the continent, and everyone who is naturally endowed with mana dreams of joining its ranks. The Magic Tower is a storehouse of knowledge, so there is no other path for a mage. Edwin frowned and thought that because of this, each country has only a small number of mages. This is not magic. If he goes personally, he will be able to figure out what kind of trick they are using. He thought that the soldiers are now dying for their kingdom. It is not time yet. He must wait until Roman Dmitri falls into his trap. Someone was pierced with a sword. The soldier coughed. He smiled and said that the hero was finally caught. He looked at him in shock. The light began to turn on. The sound spread through the forest. Someone shouted that it was Roman. He ran deeper into the forest. The soldiers shouted to surround him. Fragments of light scattered in all directions after the explosion of the artifact. They covered Roman's entire body like a firefly, giving away his location. The soldier held up a communication device and said that Roman Dmitri was heading north and had just changed direction in the opposite direction. He shouted to the second company that the rat was heading their way. The soldiers looked at him and said that they had to avenge the death of their comrades. The hero used the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. He knelt down and thought that his stamina was almost at its limit. The soldier lay on the ground and said, "Does he really think he can get out of here alive?" Thousands of soldiers surrounded this place. No matter how strong he was, he would still die at their hands. Roman smiled and asked, maybe he should have thought about why he personally jumped into this trap. The soldier coughed up blood and asked what he meant. The hero stood next to him and said that thousands of soldiers were flocking from everywhere to pursue him, pursuing the idea that they needed to hold him back by any means necessary. Even for 30 seconds, they were reckless enough to communicate here, stupidly risking their lives. He looked at him and asked if it wasn't fun now they couldn't act rationally like never before. He said that he wanted to see how far they could go. It was still a long time until dawn. The soldiers were lying dead. Jackson appeared behind him and told him to stop. The guy turned around and thought that he had light weapons and a face covered in scars. He realized that this was the commander of the Ranger squad, Jackson. The hero thought that his energy was at least 4 stars. Hector hid some information. The guys looked at each other and clashed in battle. Jackson frowned and said that he was finally caught. Even though Jackson is a 4-star swordsman, his name is not in Hector's ranking. Outside the kingdom, it was only known that he was the commander of the Rangers, but since his name did not appear in the rankings, no one could say for sure how strong he was. Energy emanated from the fighters. The blue-haired man frowned and thought that he did not even flinch from his attack. He thought that they underestimated Roman Dmitri. In the world he is known as a 3-star swordsman, but this is all a lie. Jackson thought that a level starting with 4 stars is already a disaster in itself. Now he understood why the soldiers suffered an inglorious defeat. They struck with swords. The guy clenched his teeth and thought that his opponent was strong. The hero emitted a glow. The opponent struck with swords again. Jackson thought that he was giving up ground. He admits that he is an outstanding warrior, but he has no chance to escape. The blue-haired man retreated. He took a whistle and whistled into it. The soldiers shouted that they need to surround Roman, help Commander Jackson. They surrounded the hero. The commander told him to surrender. The prince smiled and said that it was a funny offer. It seems they still do not understand the situation. There was some misunderstanding. A purple glow began to emanate from him. Roman said that, firstly, he could not be captured by some fragments. The military man looked at him in shock. The fragments fell to the ground. The hero clenched his fist and said that, secondly, he was sure that he could break through any encirclement. Even if he was pinned down from all sides, they would still. He disappeared and appeared behind the commander. Roman said that there was no way they could catch him. He went forward and said that if he was the commander of the Rangers and a talented warrior of the Hector kingdom, now here, it means that there was no one near Edwin Hector. Jackson turned around and thought that this could not be. There was no one behind him. He shouted to quickly follow him. The prince was in danger. Roman flew forward and thought that there was only one way to end the war with a small number of soldiers, that was to kill the enemy commander. He thought that if he read the direction of the mana of the communication device that Edwin Hector used, he could find out his location. Hector's camp at the foot of the mountain. The soldier turned around. The hero appeared behind them. He killed them both. He swung his sword and turned to the prince. He smiled. Roman looked at him in shock and thought that he had a different method of using mana. The prince called the Inferno spell. He shot at the brunette. He dodged. Edwin's eyes lit up and he asked where. He called the fetter spell. Roots appeared from the ground. Roman cut them off and said that such magic could not stop him. A warrior appeared from the side and shouted how dare he attack the prince. The warrior aimed a spell at him and said that his arrogance had crossed all boundaries. The brunette looked at him and thought that he had an unexpectedly powerful aura. Who is he? The man took the hood. He was the second in the ranking of the Hector kingdom, the captain of the royal guard. He took off the hood and said that Roman will not escape anymore. He turned around and thought that you were expected. The prince had originally prepared to catch him. Edwin looked at him and thought, no matter how much he struggled. The hero looked at the prince. He thought that he could not stand against the union of a 4th circle mage and a 5-star swordsman. He thought that this time he would take his life. Edwin called the wind blade spell. Butler swung his sword and told him to die. Roman frowned in shock. He was attacked from both sides. He clenched his teeth and reflected both attacks. The artifact glowed. A strong beam of light began to emanate from it. An explosion occurred. The hero was on one knee and thought that he expected that there would be a trap. Edwin looked at him as he thought, who would have thought that Prince Hector would be a mage and bring a 5-star swordsman under the guise of an ordinary soldier? He smiled and thought it was interesting. His eyes and thought that now, balancing on the edge between life and death, he finally felt alive. Butler frowned as he thought that he was at a level that could withstand their joint attack with the prince. Moreover, he was only in his early 20s. Where did this monster come from? Roman stood up. The knight thought that fortunately he had not yet reached his level. The prince frowned and shouted why he was hesitating. He was exhausted now, and called a double spell. The hero attacked him. He smiled and used the technique of the heavenly demon sword. The warrior rushed forward. He stood in front of the prince. The dust settled. Butler turned around and asked the prince how he was. The prince replied that he was fine. Roman looked at him and thought how he parried such a blow. It was not for nothing that he was a 5-star swordsman. He had already used the heavenly demon sword technique twice. His strength was at its limit. It was a pity that now he could only retreat. Edwin's eyes widened in shock when he told him to remember. Roman extended his finger forward and said that when they met again, he would no longer be able to survive like today. The hero had disappeared. Hector's army had been routed by just one man. They had even almost lost their commander, a reality that was completely impossible to accept unfolded right before their eyes. The prince clenched his fist and thought that this was all because of him. He had been too self-confident. He judged that the flaw in Roman's face could be corrected. He thought that a fleeting decision had led a plan that seemed like the least evil to its worst outcome. In this battle, Hector had lost. The prince frowned and thought that this was his loss. Someone shouted that the bodies of their comrades had been brought. Their souls needed to be soothed by the flames. Let them enjoy a long rest. The fires were burning. Edwin, without looking up, asked for forgiveness and said that it was all because of his mistaken decision. The soldier frowned and asked what he was talking about. It was not his fault at all. Jackson looked at him and said that none of them blamed him for this, it was just that the enemy was too strong. Edwin's pupils narrowed. The captain approached him and told him to keep his head up. The prince looked at him when he said that they still believed in him. The soldiers looked at him. The redhead smiled, thought that Jackson was right and said that if it seemed that his orders were again leading them down the path of defeat, let them close their eyes to the hierarchy and tell him directly about it. He looked ahead and said that from now on they would throw their forces into destroying the defensive fortresses of the front before the main enemy forces arrived. They had 10 days for everything. He said that after that they would use the rear as a stronghold and begin to prepare for desperate resistance. Butler looked at him and asked what he thought Roman would do. He said that he admits that he is a dangerous enemy, but unlike the mountains, which have the advantage of terrain, a battle on the plain is a different matter. Edwin's eyes widened and said that he plans to take advantage of this. He thought that although he lost, Hector has not yet been defeated. Jackson frowned and asked if he is sure that he can extract compensation from Cairo with just a desperate resistance. The prince looked at him and said that there is no need to receive compensation from them. They will offer a deal to the Kronos Empire. The royal castle of Cairo. Ager said that over the past year they have already invested a lot of money in the Western Front due to Kronos' frequent provocations. With the current state of the treasury, they simply cannot accept all of Hector's conditions. Daniel was sitting at the table when he said that if all their demands were met, the kingdom's treasury would be completely empty. He asked what about increasing the taxes. The count replied that they had already been raised 6 months ago, and if they increased them again, a rebellion might break out. The king thought that the only way to solve the problem was to use the property of the Cairo aristocracy, but in that case, he would again give them a reason to weaken the king's power. He exhaled and said to immediately contact the central government aristocracy. A guy ran into the office and said that a message had come from the southern front that the enemy attack had been repelled. The blonde man's eyes widened in shock. The man was sitting in a chair and asked if it was true. The brunette looked to the side and said that Hector's army numbered about 10,000 soldiers. How did he manage to repel the enemy attack with a small detachment? The blonde man frowned and thought it was Roman. He looked down and wondered if he had really managed to resolve such a difficult situation. He turned on the device and said that he would contact the southern front immediately. A hologram appeared. Daniel looked at the image of the man, asked who he was, what his status and affiliation were. Henry frowned and said that he was the second son of the Albert family. Someone said that he did not know such. Benedict smiled and said that he remembered that in the past his family line raised many outstanding talents and even held a place in the central government. The guy confirmed. The old man frowned and asked why he took the call and not Roman. He answered that he joined the squad under his command. The man looked at the hologram. The guy said that Roman was supposed to hold the connection, but he said that he needed to be alone and left him, the only aristocrat, as his representative. He began to tell their story with the hero, but Benedict stopped him and asked if he really decided to retell everything from the beginning. He said to get straight to the point. Henry clenched his fist and thought that he was sure that Roman would earn glory not only in Cairo, but also on the entire continent. He frowned and thought that he needed to get into a relationship with him now, before he revealed his true value. He said that the success of this plan rested entirely on Lord Roman. The boy put his hand on his heart and said that as soon as he learned of the Hector Kingdom's attack on the southern barracks, Lord Roman immediately guessed that their target was the teleportation gate. He said that he immediately went up to the mountains and set up a secret base. Henry pointed out that if the commanders of the southern defense lines had listened to Lord back then, the southern front would not have fallen so easily. By denigrating fools, he was raising Roman's feet to the top. Knowing that Roman's subordinates were nearby and listening to his words, Henry deliberately raised his voice. He frowned and said that until dawn they fought under the Lord's command, standing to the end. There were no more than 200 of them. But when he took command into his own hands, they managed to resist the enemy, which outnumbered them by tens of times. The guy clenched his fist and said that they managed to win the victory. He and his comrades are ready to resist the Hector Kingdom in this war to the last. After a while, Daniel looked ahead and said that they were weak. He smiled and said that Roman fought to the victorious end. despite the hellish conditions, but the so-called Cairo upper crust had already decided to surrender in advance. Benedict said that His Majesty was right. From the moment Hector captured the teleportation gate, they had already mentally admitted defeat. He raised his hand and said that this proved that the Cairo warriors have an unbending willpower. Now that a hero named Roman appeared on the southern front, it was their turn to use the chance given to them to counterattack. The brunette hit the table and said to immediately send additional forces to the southern front. It is necessary to teach a lesson to Hector, who has entered the state borders. The king frowned and said that he will break the agreement with Hector. From now on they will direct their forces to return the pride of the kingdom. They stood up and said to immediately gather the servants of other families and collect all the information about the southern front. On the surface, it seemed that the aristocrats of the central government were trying to protect the southern front, but after the meeting, their ultimate goal focused on one thing: Roman Dmitri. At that moment, they were overwhelmed by the desire to get him. This call convinced them even more. After the end of the war, Roman will definitely join the central government. Henry thought that if he enlisted Roman's support, he could move up the career ladder. He held out the dried beef and said that Chris must be hungry, he can treat himself. He refused. The guy ran after him and said that it was very tasty and he can just take it. The knight turned around and asked if he really thought he didn't understand what he was up to. He looked at the pink-haired man and said if he really wanted to get recognition, he better not try to curry favor with them, but show that he can be trusted with your back on the battlefield. Henry looked at him in shock. His eyes widened. The guy looked at Kevin and asked if he wanted to eat. The royal palace gave an order to the southern line of defense. It asked to help Roman until the main forces of Cairo arrived in the south. The commander approached the soldier. Vasily looked away and said that Hector's army was defeated by an army that did not have even 200 soldiers. It turns out that Hector's armed forces are weaker than they thought. The soldier looked at him and said that he thought so too. Moreover, there was a rumor that the enemy had been suffering from a prolonged famine in recent years and was about to fall. They only take numbers. In fact, nothing special. The baron frowned and thought that he had been rotting on this outskirts for 3 years. Perhaps this was his chance sent by the gods. He looked down and wondered if he should help Roman and stall for time. If the boy could take command, then he could too. He shouted to call the army immediately. He would use a guerrilla attack to teach the kingdom of Hector a lesson. In order to deal with the defensive fortresses as quickly as possible, the Hector army divided its forces and attacked. Among them, the army aimed at the third line totaled 3,000 people. In an effort to rip off the honors, the baron hid and attacked them from behind. But contrary to his expectations, they were not met by a scattered rabble ready to fall from one blow. Vasily darkened and said that it was simply impossible. Hector's soldiers, overcome with anger, acted cold-bloodedly, and the soldiers of the southern front, languid from comfort, could not resist them. Victory in the mountains could only be achieved thanks to the protagonist, and it didn't take long for the Cairo commanders to realize it. The baron's eyes widened. He had been killed. The soldier bowed and said that the commander of the third line of defense, Baron Vasily, had died during a fight with the enemy. Another soldier came running and said that the third and fourth lines had fallen under the enemy's onslaught. He said that a message had come from the second line of defense. The man in the hologram said that at this rate they would not be able to hold out for 10 days. He begged to save them. The king frowned and asked if the entire defense line had really fallen in just 24 hours. He looked down and thought that if the Cairo warriors were strong, it did not mean that the Hector warriors would be weak. He thought that it turned out that a person named Roman had led the kingdom to a stunning victory. He clenched his fist and thought that he had been careless. He asked where Roman Dmitri was now. The hero thought that there were still many things he didn't know in this world. For example, magic. If Miriam cultivated fighting power based on the use of natural energy, then this world created a new realm called magic. He thought that if Edwin Hector was a more outstanding magician, he wouldn't be able to escape from there. He still hadn't reached the level of magic he had as a heavenly demon, and a hasty decision could drive him to the edge of a cliff. Prince Hector predicted his attack and waited, spreading his spider web. Roman looked down. He remembered that there was a powerful pillar of flame at the beginning. He thought about what would have happened if he had suffered damage back then and attacked Edwin. The hero imagined using a lightning discharge on him. Their swords clashed. Butler parried his attack. He thought that his current strength was not enough to defeat the union of a magician and a swordsman. Roman supposed that maybe this was what he was waiting for, a victory for which he would have to put his life on the line. This was a new challenge for him, a new strong opponent. He thought that he was not able to live a comfortable life. He imagined possible battle scenarios over and over again. The prince was wounded in the side. He fell to the ground. The hero looked at him and thought that the preparations were complete. Henry frowned and asked if Master Roman had said when he would come out. He looked at the knight and said that he did not know what he was doing now, but the royal palace was desperately looking for him. Chris looked down and said that until the master came out, no one could disturb him. The nobleman widened his eyes and asked why such extremes. What was he doing there alone? A silhouette appeared in the cave. Roman walked forward. The guy asked what was wrong with his appearance. Chris folded his hands behind his back and said that as he thought, in just one day, the third and fourth lines of defense were destroyed. The second line was also significantly inferior to the enemy in level. He said that yesterday Hector had gathered all the ammunition and had settled in the fortress in the rear, most likely preparing for a life and death battle. Henry turned and said that the entire Cairo royal court was on edge right now. They were eagerly waiting for him to contact them. The guy frowned and said that they had done all they could. Why not leave the rest to the main forces? The hero did not look at him and told him to connect him with the king. A hologram appeared. The hero said that they were reporting from the southern front. The king frowned and said that he had received news that all the defensive fortresses of the southern front had fallen, and what had he been doing during this time? Roman said that he had reorganized the battle group within a week. Daniel looked at him and said that he had made outstanding achievements and he did not want to judge his decision, but in this time the entire southern defense line had fallen to the enemy. He frowned and asked if he could provide them with at least a little help. The hero said that he had good luck in the battle with Hector. He frowned and said that if it was a battle on the plains where there was no advantage of the mountainous terrain, even he had no way to help them. He said that in this war, Hector had bet his life. Butler, the second ranked of the kingdom, had joined the battle, and the enemy prince commander-in-chief had confirmed that he was indeed a mage. The king frowned and asked if a 5-star swordsman and a mage were fighting against them. The hero said that everyone knew that a mage's full potential was revealed on the plains. He was thinking about how he would have to fight when the main forces of Cairo arrived. Benedict looked away and thought that Roman had made the right decision. Now the southern front did not have the strength necessary to win. The nobleman thought that Butler himself was participating in the war. The Hector kingdom had really bet everything. Benedict looked away and said that he didn't see the point in interrogating the war hero anymore. Calco grabbed his head and said that he wouldn't continue questioning. He told Roman that the main fighting force of Cairo would soon arrive to him. He removed his hand from his face and said that Hector had already settled in the rear fortress. Once the main army finished all the proper preparations and attacked, the hero should join them and provide assistance. The boy looked down and thought that even if Hector broke the agreement with Cairo, he had not given up on continuing the war. He thought about what the best choice the enemy could make and what the worst thing for them would be. The hero said that time was not on their side. The king frowned and asked what he meant by that. He said that they had a maximum of 3 days after the main force arrived. If they couldn't destroy the rear fortress in that time, Hector would definitely involve an outside force like the Chronos Empire. Daniel's eyes widened and asked what they should do. The hero smiled and said there was only one way. He looked ahead and suggested that they destroy Hector's army before that happened. The Count of the Chronos Empire smiled and said that crossing south of Cairo and the gate was quite a tempting offer. He said that it would be difficult to accept the terms of the Hector kingdom right now. Hadid leaned back in his chair and said that having the young front was certainly nice, but what reason did they have to suffer the wrath of Cairo on their own skin? Edwin looked at him in shock when he said that if they held out in the rear for the next month and did not let the fortress fall, they would agree to a deal with them. The prince thought that even in this situation, they intended to take advantage. Hadid smiled and asked what they thought. The redhead pursed his lips and thought that it was unfortunate, but they had no other choice. He said that he accepted the offer. He turned to the knight and told him to contact the Hector royal family immediately. He bowed when the prince said that they needed to deliver men and ammunition, which should be enough to hold out for a month. Edwin thought that it would take at least 3 days to establish contact with the Hector teleportation gate. He thought that if they held out all that time, they could survive. He would return to Hector at all costs and give them hope. The commander of the main forces, Count Fadius, looked at the fortress and said how dare they plant their flag on their territory. He frowned. Some time later, in the camp, Baron Talls, the commander of the main forces of the Chronos Empire, sat with his arms crossed. Baron Brahim, the commander of the main forces of the Valhalla Empire, looked at him. There was silence. Hadid frowned and thought that despite the lack of benefit in this war, the big shots of the central government came here in person. This proved how necessary it was to enlist the support of Roman Dmitri. The guard announced that he had arrived. The hero entered the tent. The count stood up and greeted him, saying that it was an honor to meet the hero of Cairo in person. Roman looked ahead. Benedict looked at Fadius and said that he did not care what happened to the southern front. His first priority was to gain Roman's position. He raised his hand and said that if the war with Hector was lost, the responsibility could be shifted to the shoulders of the royal family. But if Roman was taken away by another faction, it could upset the balance of power. Fadius frowned and thought that this was the eldest son of the Dmitri family, famous throughout the northeast, Roman Dmitri, although he was worried about the fact that the family came from commoners. But he was barely over 20. If he could attract such talent to his side, the Marquis would begin to trust him with more serious matters. The Count pointed to a chair and invited the hero to sit down. He put his hand on his chest and said that he served Marquis Benedict and heard that the Marquis personally connected him with the southern barracks. He smiled and said that the Marquis asked me to tell him that although he did it with the best intentions towards him, he felt guilty that everything turned out this way. The hero sat down and said that everything was fine, no one could have predicted this. Talls frowned when the Count asked for a moment alone with him, as the Marquis had prepared a special gift for him. The Baron looked at the guy and said that Count Gregory was also waiting for him to contact him. He said that he had extremely useful information for him. Graham turned and said that Count Dendra sent soldiers from the family's private estate. Roman frowned and asked what they were doing now. Talls looked at him in shock. The guy looked ahead and said that he was not so naive as to not understand why they sought a meeting with him. He said that right now the enemy was marking their territory with its flag under their noses. Holding his head high, he did not think that in the current situation it would be right to discuss his position. The hero said that after Hector was crushed, he would challenge the Rankers to become the strongest sword Cairo. He folded his hands and said to be patient until then. He would prove his worth and dedicate his sword to one person. Everyone looked at him in shock. Roman suggested that they focus on the current situation. The situation was settled by Roman's suggestion and a full-fledged meeting began. In the end, that war was a battle for who would destroy the castle. Opinions on this matter varied greatly, but there was no clear decision. The hero said that in order to use the teleportation gate connection, Hector needed to win at least 3 days. They would most likely drag their feet, immediately responding to their attacks. He raised his hand and said that in that case, Hector's military force was no more than 10,000 warriors left. They brought 20,000 soldiers here. Don't they have enough advantage to win even in a head-on clash? Roman looked at him and said that thanks to the support of the main forces, they outnumbered them. But as long as the mage Edwin existed, he could not claim that the advantage was on their side. He smiled and said that it did not mean that there was no way at all. The soldier shouted that the enemies were advancing. The main forces of the Cairo kingdom had arrived. The Earl looked forward. The hero took a step forward. He shouted for the Hector soldiers to listen. He raised his sword and said that he was a warrior representing the Cairo kingdom. He was challenging the butler to a duel. The prince looked at him in shock and thought, what is he up to again? The guy frowned and said that he did not want any more senseless sacrifices. He looked up and said that if they were to win this battle, Cairo would humbly accept Hector's offer, but if he were to win, they would leave their territory. Edwin frowned and thought that with his current strength, Roman would not be able to defeat Butler, yet he stubbornly insisted on a duel. Was this some kind of trap? The hero gripped his sword and said that if they did not accept his offer, he raised his sword and said that he would crush the rear fortress, even if it meant losing his life. The prince looked down and thought that this was a dilemma. Butler frowned and said that he would fight. Edwin looked at him and said that was out of the question. The knight raised his head and said that he needed to believe in him. He would cut Roman's throat and find a way for Hector to escape. Red jumped up and shouted that it didn't mean he didn't trust him, but they had lost 700 men in just one night, falling for his provocation. He said he could still smell the soldiers' scorched flesh. The boy frowned and said he had faith in him, but Roman was definitely up to something. Butler frowned and said he was sure he could crush him to smithereens, no matter what he had prepared. The knight said he had dedicated his life to serving him. Did he really look like a coward in his eyes, unable to accept a challenge for fear of falling into a trap? Red bowed his head and asked him to promise him just one thing. Butler's eyes widened when he said he didn't want to lose him. If he sensed even a hint of strangeness, he should run immediately. He walked out of the gate and said he would be back soon. He came out of the fortress and said that he had met many psychos in his life, but one like him was the first. The man frowned and said that he did not know what kind of trap he had prepared, but he would do his best. Roman looked at him and said that at the very moment when they clashed swords in the mountains, he wanted to see what the outcome of their battle would be. There was no trap. He hoped for a demonstration of true abilities. The guy smiled and told him to do his best. Killing him here would give him what he wanted. The knight smiled. They clashed in a duel. Having reached the level of 5 stars, you can prove your strength to the entire continent. Just one person is enough to change the course of the battlefield. Butler capable speed. I drove an aura through my body. Since the honor of the Hector kingdom was at stake, he did not plan to drag out the fight for long from the very beginning. The man frowned and thought that he would finish him with one blow. The hero looked at him in shock. The ground beneath them began to crack. Edwin looked at them in shock. Thaddeus frowned. The crystal glowed. Butler struck. He jumped. Roman frowned. A swordsman appeared behind him. He managed to block the blow. The shockwave cut through the ground. The crack extended far. Thaddeus frowned and thought that, wanting to curry favor with Roman, he reluctantly agreed to this duel, but if he lost now, all their efforts to recruit him would lose all meaning. Talls frowned and asked, he won't lose, will he? Butler was advancing. Roman gritted his teeth. The guy clenched his fist. The soldiers encouraged the swordsmen. They closed their eyes and shouted at him to avenge his comrades. The blow occurred. The hero parried the blows in shock. Butler thought that his counterattacks were becoming faster. He smiled, and the swordsman thought that he was not just parrying, his sword was repeating the path of his sword. He frowned in shock and thought, is he really studying him? Roman frowned and thought that he could finally understand what his position was in the new world. He was enough to defeat a 4-star Homer with one blow, but he could not defeat a 5-star swordsman. He thought that the current him should look up to Butler with respect. His sword glowed. He jumped back. He looked up and thought that he would break through this wall and rise to a new level. The man screamed. The hero thought that he was using an aura explosion. It is obvious what disadvantages an uncontrolled release of Kai has. Those who are called aura swordsmen do not control mana with pinpoint precision, but spew out power like an explosion. In other words, the power covering all parts of the ball is not balanced among themselves. He thought that if the tip of the sword exposed 120% of the aura power, then the blunt side carried only 80% of the power. The hero decided that if he counted the mana flows, he could calculate the weak points. He struck the sword with mana. Butler frowned. Roman's eyes lit up. He knew where to attack. A pillar of darkness appeared in front of the swordsman. He looked at it in shock. Even the 5-star swordsman was pushed back. The people of both sides were in shock. The soldier raised his eyebrows and asked how this was possible. He shouted that Roman was a 3-star swordsman. How could he fight equally with a 5-star swordsman? Edwin gritted his teeth and thought, did he really want a fair fight, without any traps? If Butler suddenly lost to him, the worst outcome you can think of. He thought that not only would they lose the kingdom's strongest warrior, but they would also be forced to abandon the rear fortress. He frowned and thought that he could only trust the swordsman. He had not yet used his full strength. The man gripped his sword. He thought that this boy was truly crazy. Butler coughed up blood and thought that he had assumed that the duel would be an excuse to lure him into a trap, but he was absolutely trying to seriously crush him. He thought that their seemingly perfect plan was starting to crumble because such an incredible person had suddenly appeared on the youth front. The swordsman thought that if he were to let him go alive, their kingdom might one day encounter a monster that they could not withstand. He frowned and thought that he must kill him at all costs. Butler said that he would spare no effort. His eyes were shining. He raised his sword. Until now, only 2 people had been able to repel this attack from Butler. The first one became the strongest sword in the kingdom, and the second one entered the continental ranking. The warrior thought that it was all over. He performed the secret technique of the sun strike. The fireball was approaching the hero. He opened his eyes and thought that if he faced this secret technique at its current level, he would definitely die, in which case he should only focus on defense. He thought that if this was Butler's most powerful attack, then he had the strongest shield in the arsenal of the heavenly demon. The brunette looked forward and put up a shield. The ground cracked. The prince frowned. The hero mentally told the enemy to attack. He smiled and thought that either his spear or his shield would win. An explosion occurred. The smoke cleared. Roman took a step. Edwin looked at him in shock. There was a hole between the hero and the swordsman. The brunette smiled and thought that even a 5-star swordsman could not repel this attack. He smirked. Butler frowned and thought that he had used too much mana for this blow. He screamed and thought that he couldn't give up so easily. He jumped. The opponents clashed swords. Butler swung. He looked ahead and thought, how was this possible? He had been through fire and water on the battlefield. How could he be pushed back by a 20-year-old boy? He parried the blow and thought that he couldn't give up so easily, even if he died right here. Roman grabbed him by the face and slammed him into the ground. The man screamed and thought that he had to take this monster with him at all costs, whose existence threatened the prince's life. He began to glow. There was an explosion. Roman raised his sword and said that he would remember his will. The man looked at him in shock. The boy frowned. Edwin began to cast the spell and shouted at him to stop. There was a flash. Roman looked up and jumped back. The prince shouted for the soldiers to save the commander. Hector gave up hope of winning the duel. He gave up his reputation in the world community and chose to save Butler. Roman looked to the side and thought that they had finally opened access to the fortress gates. This chance should not be missed. Phaedius looked ahead and said that even if a miracle did happen, what would be his next move? The hero looked ahead and said that he had been watching them from afar. He said that even after a sleepless night of fighting, they came down from the mountain to take care of the bodies of all their fallen comrades. He noted that despite the fact that they needed to hurry and crush the remaining defensive fortresses on the southern front, they mourned and burned the corpses of their comrades. He said that Edwin was such a sensitive commander that he even gave time to say goodbye. He planned to use this side of him. Phaedius looked at him. The hero said that Butler would be a push that could break his judgment. He smiled and said that if he crushed Butler, it would completely satisfy the conditions of the first plan. He said that he did not plan to kill him with one blow, but to make him no longer able to fight. The guy looked down and said that if Edwin decided to save the swordsman, then they would begin the second plan. The soldiers shouted to attack him. They needed to buy time to save the commander. The brunette frowned. He killed soldiers and thought that Edwin was a good ruler, but he had no place in the war. The soldiers approached the man and said to save him first and buy time. The archers said that he had mixed with the allies and they could not attack. Phaedius frowned and thought that everything was really going as the hero had said. He looked ahead and said that it was just like magic. He smiled and thought that Roman was the most talented warrior in the history of Cairo. Now he understood why the Marquis did not shun any means and ways to recruit him. The man thought that it was enough to get Roman to deal with both the incompetent king and the puppets of the two empires. He pointed his hand forward and ordered the army to attack. The warriors screamed. Edwin looked down and thought that his rash decision had led to this situation. He lowered his head and thought that as the commander-in-chief, he should have kept a cool head and a clear mind until the last. He exhaled and thought that seeing Butler's defeat, he had lost his mind. The prince thought it wasn't over yet. If only they could save the swordsmen and close the fortress gates, there would still be a chance to win. He cast a spell. A fireball hit the ground. The mages began casting spells and told them to help the prince. Explosions occurred. Phaedius frowned and told them to spread out along the perimeter and go on the assault. If they missed their chance while the gates were open, they would lose even more lives. Kellen punched. He thought they needed to close the gates quickly. A soldier shouted that Mr. Butler was inside. Roman gritted his teeth. The prince shouted to cast a protective spell on the gates as they closed. Kellen looked down and shouted that Roman was approaching. The hero smiled. The soldiers stood up to defend themselves. The boy screamed. There was an explosion. The smoke cleared. Roman looked ahead and said that the fortress gates were open. Phaedius frowned and shouted to defeat the rest of Hector's army. The warriors ran to attack. The battle began. The warriors shouted. Roman thought that the plan to open the gates had failed. He looked ahead and thought that now there was only one goal left. He went forward. The boy looked ahead and thought that Edwin was left alone. The prince thought at what point everything went downhill. He looked ahead and thought that the fact that they attacked and captured the fortress in the rear proved the correctness of his decisions. Apparently his plan was perfect until Roman showed up. He looked at him. Edwin was fired up and thought that it was his fault. He remembered that because of him they failed to capture the fifth line of defense, and lost about 1,000 soldiers fighting against the guerrillas in the mountains. The prince thought that if God existed, he wanted to ask him, why did he make him, the star of the kingdom Hector, be born, and why did he send Roman? The hero said that they finally met. The magician's eyes lit up and he said that even if he were to die today, he would definitely drag him to the next world with him. He began to cast a spell. The prince frowned and called for a wind blade. Wind emanated from it. The hero cut it with his sword. He frowned and looked ahead. The soldiers ran to them and said that they needed to protect the prince. They attacked the hero. His eyes lit up. He killed them all with one blow. Suddenly, a root flew up to his neck. The fetters engulfed him. Edwin called for an inferno spell. The fetters began to burn. A sword appeared from the fire. Roman cut the fetters. The prince thought that he was not the kind of opponent who would fall after such a thing. He struck his opponent with lightning. He smiled and wondered if it really worked. The hero took a step forward. He appeared behind the prince and said that he recognized his strength, but this was the end. Edwin turned around. His eyes widened. Kellen sacrificed himself. He began to cry and told him to run. The prince began to cry and scream. He fell to his knees and screamed. The boy raised his head. A sword appeared next to him. The hero said what a pity it was. He looked at the red-haired man and said that he would soon follow him. Soldiers ran towards them. They prepared their swords. Roman looked at them. He fought off their blows. Jackson saved the prince. He screamed at him to come to his senses. Did he really plan to die here? He ran forward and screamed that even if he was given the nickname of a cowardly loser, he must live to the last so as not to devalue. The captain frowned and screamed that he must, so as not to devalue the decision of everyone who sacrificed their lives for him. He screamed to leave the fortress and for everyone to retreat. The soldiers screamed that they needed to stop the hero and buy time. The soldiers frowned and screamed that the prince must definitely live. There was an explosion. The prince opened his eyes. Roman was killing soldiers. Edwin thought he was the devil. The hero gritted his teeth. One of the knights looked at him and said that he had already won this battle. Maybe he would retreat already. The guy came up to him and said that he had warned that the next time they met, he would kill them all. He looked at the knight and said that they were the ones who started this war. He looked down and said that they should stop whining like they were the victims. He beheaded the soldier. The warriors shouted that Hector's army had retreated and that victory was theirs. Phaedius entered the fortress and wondered where Roman had gone. They looked ahead in shock. The person who had turned the outcome of a once-losing war around. Roman's value, which had reached unprecedented heights, had skyrocketed with the help of this war. The hero smiled and said that he had been waiting for them. The streets of the city were illuminated by the bright sun. A grand victory for Cairo. The news of this had not yet reached the capital. Someone was heard talking. Did you hear someone talking? What was going on? The army of the kingdom of Hector crossed the border and is now attacking the southern front. People were sitting at tables in the establishment. According to the merchants who had come from the south, the situation there was extremely tense. The man raised his mug. His interlocutor felt that they could be forcibly conscripted into service. He calmed him down. Nothing happened when the Empire attacked them, and now they will be conscripted because of an attack by some kingdom. The other guys were standing close to each other. I hope they don't raise taxes again because of the war. There were large barrels on the shelves of the establishment. Is it possible to live peacefully for at least one day in this damned country? His fault is that he was born in a small kingdom. Where is it heading? The walls of the building were decorated with golden ornaments. The Royal Academy of Cairo, Class D rank. Next, William and Lauren. The boys stood opposite each other holding wooden swords. The instructor gave the start to the sparring, shouting for them to begin. William took a step towards his opponent. Lauren was able to block the attack. The wooden swords made a loud click, but his brother continued the onslaught. It was difficult for the dark-haired boy to hold him back. He screamed at the top of his lungs. He rushed to attack, but missed. William was glad of his mistake, saying that he was weak, and hit him hard on the back. The boy fell to the floor in pain. His brother was pleased with himself, as expected of William. Lauren, the teacher said. He crossed his arms looking at the young man. He claimed that by entering the Royal Academy, he would study the art of fencing. But he himself could not even keep track of his opponent's sword, squinting his eyes in fear. The man frowned looking at his student. What a pitiful sight. The boy looked at him in confusion. If he did the same during the exam, he could start preparing to transfer to Class E. He clenched his fists. If he transferred to a class of 15 at 18, no one would take him seriously. A little later, he was sitting on a bench in the garden. His brother and his friends were passing by. They noticed him, and he came closer. Oh yeah, funny, right? Teacher Rodwell from Class C was so surprised that he caused everyone to admire him. He put his hands on his belt and smiled. Because of this, when he was a child, he thought that all people from the Dmitri family were outstanding warriors. But what do we have here? He imagined a man in a red uniform against the backdrop of an estate. It seemed that he briefly forgot that there was such a thing as a lineage limit. It was a miracle that a man like Mr. Rodwell was born into a family of no birth. The guy continued to speak, as if mockingly. Miracles do not happen to the same family twice. Lauren lowered his eyes and listened silently. And so it always is. The name Rodwell haunts him constantly. The other two laughed at what was happening. It was not interesting. The second one agreed. He asked if it was true that Roman had defeated Homeros. William turned his gaze to them, saying that he was sure that these rumors were spread by the Dmitri family. It was necessary to somehow resolve the issue with the firstborn, who had become known as a fool. He casually looked at the young man whom he continued to bully, offering to look at him and everything would become clear. The useless third son of the Dmitri family. Heels clicked with every step. Is the news about brother Roman true? Lauren walked along the street thinking. Although in his memories he was not a bad person, but, as William said, he did not think that his brother had defeated Homeros. This thought outraged him. Anyone would say that it was a lie. Something caught his attention. He saw many people looking at something. What was this crowd? People in the crowd were discussing something. What was the truth? That's right. The man in the light shirt was telling his friend. What a relative living in the south told him. Hector almost didn't take the entire southern front, but miraculously managed to recapture it. But there is something that is even more shocking. He imagined a warrior with a red fluttering cloak and a bloody sword in his hand. Roman made the biggest contribution to this. The sunlight fell on his brown boots. The young ranker who defeated Homeros. That's right, he is the one. They say he forced the kingdom to retreat, having only 200 soldiers under his command. But that's not all. They imagined how the guy defeated a warrior with a huge sword. In a duel, he defeated a 5-star swordsman. It is so unthinkable that he himself could not believe his ears. The young man looked at the crowd in surprise. Are they really talking about the brother he knows? The guy continued to listen to the crowd's conversations in shock. He repelled the attack of Hector with an army of 200 people, and on top of that defeated the swordsman of the Aura Hector. This is already blatant nonsense. A man in armor and a blue cloak shouted at the crowd, ordering them to part. The heroes of the southern lands are coming. A horseman and knights behind him walked along the stone road. The crowd looked at him in amazement. The hero noticed someone among the people. Brother Roman. Later in the palace, the king sat on his throne. He was glad to meet them. Roman knelt down in front of him, greeting him. In the throne room, in addition to them, there were several servants. Daniel wanted to sincerely thank him on behalf of the entire kingdom. He showed Cairo's true will. The king slightly leaned towards the hero, asking what he wanted. He was ready to fulfill any of his wishes if it was in his power. Roman silently looked at the king. He was looking for a successor to the strongest sword and captain of the royal knights, Count Nicholas. The king bowed his head and smiled. If he wanted, the log would grant him the title of vice captain and grant him free entry to the royal family treasury. He would also be exempt from the remaining military service. The hero sat silently on one knee. The king bared his teeth. Daniel, due to the imminent death of the previous king, ascended to the throne at an early age, becoming the Scarecrow King. The young king clenched his fists. If Roman became his man, the aristocratic faction would no longer dare to oppress him. The king imagined the people bowing to him. They called him the Sissy King, but this could not go on any longer. He heard someone address him. It was a gray-haired man with a beard and mustache. The aristocratic faction Benedict. When had it ever been a reward to shoulder another's debt? The man frowned. The king was only forcing a young talent, who was guaranteed a brilliant future, to sacrifice himself, and demanded to revoke the order. The man and the knight were in front of the steps to the royal throne. He agreed to give him access to the royal family's treasury, but anything else was too much. The gray-haired man was surprised by the answer. The king had already made his decision. He pointed at the hero with his hand. Now he had to make his own choice. The aristocrats were unhappy with this. Roman thought about it. After all, he had royal blood in him, but he had no reason to help the royal family. Roman closed his eyes and gave an answer. It was indeed a great honor for a swordsman to receive the title of royal knight, but there was something he wanted to do before deciding on his future. The king was surprised and intrigued. What was it? The hero presented a map of the continent. This war made him realize that he was just a frog stuck in a well. Outside the kingdom, the current him was nothing. The hero looked into Daniel's eyes. Therefore, he needed time to prepare to go out into the big world. And as soon as he was ready, a magical glow appeared around the hero and he smiled. He would challenge the official rancor battle, trying to rise from 99th to first place to test the limits of his abilities. The king asked again. Two warriors fought against each other. The official rancor battle meant an endless series of challenges, clashes until defeat. A fighter fell before the opponent who defeated him, and when the opponent fell to his knees, his place in the ranking passed to the winner. The king looked at the knight. He was determined. The official rancor battle was dangerous. At the slightest provocation you could lose your life. This was not something you could talk about so simply. He knew it. Daniel looked at the hero with displeasure. He could have received great fame and fortune, but he gave it all up for the sake of a new challenge. Amazing self-confidence. The aristocrats were pleased. They discussed what they heard. As expected of a hero, incredible determination. He had defeated the battler from Hector himself. Who could stop him? Benedict thought as he looked at the hero. To reject the offer to become the king's knight. He said that he wanted to prove his own worth, and there was no reason to stop him. Two people were thinking about it. Roman was only in his early 20s. With the help of an official rancor battle, they would be able to assess his true abilities. The guy walked across the field among the defeated enemies. Very soon, he would show everyone who he really was. He was kneeling in front of the king, and then he would decide which path to take next. There was a smile on his face and confidence. When the rancor battle was over, he would not be someone's sword, but the master of a new territory. Red was clearly filling a glass. The man sitting in the chair picked it up and brought it to himself. He found the fate of a man funny. There was someone else sitting at the table next to him. Worried about his safety, he sent him to the southern front and Hector had to declare war at that moment. Roman brought the glass up to smell it, to think that he was the one who stopped them and became a hero. The guy looked at the contents. He said that thanks to the interlocutor, he gained good experience. Benedict was surprised. Good experience. The hero remembered his battle. The war helped him realize that the world is much bigger than he thought. So he will challenge him to the official rancor's war. He stirred the contents of the glass with a wave of his hand, to see for himself how strong the kingdom is, when, ultimately, there will be no one above him. He will go out into the world and become the strongest on the entire continent. The interlocutor looked at the guy. The strongest on the continent. He once had a similar dream. The man remembered his enemies. Unlike him, he chose to be content with his current life after realizing how big this world is. His voice became lower. He said that he has a daughter. Benedict folded his arms. Since the child lost her mother early, he raised her with exceptional care. Roman did not expect to hear this. He wants to give his daughter to the hero. The man looked at him. He had heard from Fabius that the guy was far from simple, and today, looking at how he said that he would challenge the battle of rancors, Benedict mentally transferred to the past. He remembered the monsters he met on the continent in his youth. They laughed at him. Although he was not their equal and was not born with outstanding talents, at least he had the ability to recognize. He looked closely at the interlocutor, believing that Roman would reach such a height that he could compete with them on equal terms. There was a candle burning on the table. He knows that his engagement is broken off and is not going to impose it on his daughter. However, he will organize a meeting. The girl had long white hair. If sympathy arises between them, then good. He will only be for their relationship. Benedict extended his hand. He doesn't say that he has to meet her right now. He just wanted to say one thing. both in the past and now. The man made a serious face. He is always ready to cover the hero's back. Roman looked at his interlocutor carefully. If he ever said that he was ready to tie the future with them, he would be able to get everything he wanted in this kingdom. There were broken scales behind the hero. Roman, his existence upsets the balance of power, and whoever takes possession of him will swallow the entire kingdom. Castro smiled and extended his hand. The 4 ruling factions of Cairo. The interlocutor folded his hands. They were very eager to take possession of Roman. The subsequent offers from the counts were also amazing. However, the Sky Demon and Roman. He stood on a mountain of corpses of defeated enemies. He was a man who was unable to live under someone else's rule. The moon illuminated the night sky. The light was on in the house. Suddenly someone screamed, "Young master." Hans was very worried about the hero, examining him. He asked if he was okay and if he was hurt. The servant grabbed his red cloak and spoke through tears. The guy can't imagine how his humble servant's heart trembled when he received news from the southern front. What a blessing that he returned safe and sound. He calmly replied that he was okay. There was a cup of hot tea on the table. A few days later, Roman was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. A servant approached him. He was slightly nervous, asking to meet with young Master Lauren. Right after Roman entered the capital, Hans was surprised to see a man in front of him. The capital estate of the Dmitri family. Young Master Lauren. The young man smiled, looking at the servant. They discussed something for a long time. He took care of the young masters from an early age. Hans looked in surprise, and he could understand at first glance. The young master was now in some kind of trouble, so he waited for him to speak first. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He wanted to ask the servant a question. He told him to speak without embarrassment. He smiled a little worriedly. What happened to his older brother? He had seen him not long ago. How he entered the capital surrounded by guards. The boy remembered the crowd. The servant smiled, looking at the young man. According to people, Roman's brother had defeated the ranker Hector. The man replied that during his absence, a lot had happened in the family. Lauren was surprised by what he heard. He had heard the rumors about the young master going around the world, hadn't he? It was all true. The boy imagined the breaking relationship with the girl and how his brother was defeating the enemy. He had broken off the engagement with the Lawrence family. He had entered the war with the Barco family, threatening Homeros. And this time, the servant himself was surprised by what was said. He had performed a brilliant feat on the southern front. The young man was very shocked. So these weren't rumors, but the truth. His parents were very happy. Lately, even his father couldn't get enough of the change in his son. Hans gestured towards the entrance. How about not feeding yourself with talk, but meeting him in person? He will return to the manor tonight. Lauren was frightened and began to wave it off. No need, and thanked the servant. He began to quickly leave the yard. All 3 Dmitri brothers were born with different temperaments, and among them, the young master has the most vulnerable soul. Hans stood with a teapot in his hand. He suspected that the boy was being bullied at the academy. Roman took a sip of tea from his cup. He assumed that he wanted to ask for help, but did not dare to ask him. The hero thought about it. Lauren, the younger brother with a big age difference. His fingers gripped the handle of the cup. There is no need to take care of him just because he is his younger brother, but he surprised the servant with his words. He agreed to meet him. He was very happy to hear this. He thanked his master. The hero frowned. For some reason, thinking that since this was Hans's request, why not fulfill it? Both were near a table that was exposed to sunlight. Someone was walking quickly down the street. Roman's recruitment had been postponed indefinitely. The man with blue hair and a mustache was in a hurry. However, he still had a way to snatch points for the Marquis. He smiled maliciously. I'm sure he'll be happy. The man introduced a group of warriors. Although all the people's attention was focused on Roman alone, in fact, his subordinates weren't weaklings either. The man frowned. If he recruited them, he would definitely please Benedict. He remembered the blonde, especially Chris. With such talent, any aristocrat in the capital would welcome him with open arms. The Vaughns fought against each other on the battlefield. On the other hand, he himself would never have known about it if he hadn't been to the southern front personally. They were all more than worthy of joining their ranks. The knights were dressed in shining armor. He should lure all of Roman's subordinates to his side, including Chris, and instantly gain the trust of the Marquis. The guy was holding a sword in his hands. At their first meeting, the distance to the master was no more than an outstretched arm. Chris trained in the use of weapons. Therefore, he believed that someday he would be able to surpass him. But the master had already risen to a level incomprehensible to him. He remembered his fight. He thought that the duel with the butler had been a particular shock for him. How was this even possible? The stone walls were illuminated by the sun. He sighed heavily. A blue aura burned brightly around him. And yet, following the master, over the past 6 months he had made such a leap in growth that it was hard to even believe it. He could not remain at what he had achieved. Chris frowned. After all, he was seriously determined to surpass him. A man with blue hair appeared behind him. He was glad to meet the guy, and he suggested getting straight to the point. He spread his arms wide, the blonde put his sword in its sheath, said that he wanted to hire him and if he joined, but he interrupted him saying that he was not interested. The man raised his voice. This was a chance to change his life, but the guy refused without even hearing the conditions. What was the problem? He put his hand on his chest. Money. He would give him enough to last a lifetime. If in glory, then accompanying Marquis Benedict, an influential person in the central government, was a very honorable position. The blonde looked at him with an uncomprehending look. There was nothing in Cairo that they could not get, they just had to wish for it. The man emotionally stretched out his hands. If he suddenly worried that this would be regarded as a betrayal of Mr. Roman, then there was no need. He would also become the Marquis's man. What was wrong with bringing this moment closer? Chris frowned. Where did he get such confidence that the master would become his man? He imagined Benedict placing his hands on the hero's shoulders. Wasn't it obvious? There is no one in Cairo who would refuse the current government. The blonde frowned and thought that the interlocutor knew nothing about his master. He imagined Roman holding his foot on the head of another. The one he knows would never bend the knee to another. The wind blew leaves past the guy. No matter what he suggested, he was not going to leave his master. There was an army behind Roman. No one could replace him. The man lowered his head, saying that if he decided so, so be it. The guy added that if he planned to lure other comrades to his side, it would be better to surrender right away. The guy looked at him. None of them would make a choice in favor of the other. The blue-haired man turned around and began to leave. He left. He doesn't think there's anyone else who would give up such a unique chance. Kevin was outraged. His red aura was burning brightly. The master is his whole life. He'd rather die than serve someone else. These words shocked the man. The bald guy scratched his head in confusion. If he didn't get the master's consent, then it's better to pretend this conversation never happened. The other one got nervous and started waving it off. If he hadn't met the master, he would have become nobody. He wouldn't even dare to think about betrayal. The man was very irritated. He emphasized that this was not betrayal. Someone's footsteps were heard nearby. Henderson ran past. As soon as he saw the man, he immediately covered his ears and started screaming. He was confused. What was the reason for their unwavering loyalty? Lauren was training with a sword on a dummy at sunset. Another blow broke the dummy. He was breathing heavily, sweat was pouring down his face. Lately, even the Baron couldn't get enough of the change in the young master. The young man clenched his teeth. What had happened to his brother? He had hit the dummy with all his might. From the fool Dmitri to the youngest ranker, now he was being praised as a hero. He was very angry. If his older brother had changed so much, he imagined William in front of him. Then why was he still so base and pathetic? And he began to swing his sword furiously. Then he fell to the ground. He closed his eyes. Roman approached him, asked what he was doing there. The hero looked away, said that Hans had told him that he was looking for him. He stood up on half-bent legs in front of him. If he had something to say, let him say it. Lauren scratched his head shyly. Nothing serious. His older brother looked at him seriously, called him a pathetic boy. He turned around, and he started to leave. The young man screamed. He would tell everything. The hero stopped. A wooden bench stood near a stone wall. When he heard the rumors, at first he did not believe them. The young man was sitting on a bench, the hero was leaning against the wall. He was telling me that he remembered his brother, who not only could hold a sword in his hands, but asked him to go into military service instead of him. Roman lowered his head and thought. About a year ago. His memories were not that old. He continued talking. During the time they had not seen each other, he had changed beyond recognition. The young man clenched his fist. Now, looking at him, people call him a hero. How did he manage to change so much? Lauren lowered his head and cried. After all, they were the ones on whom others did not place any hope. He wants to be like that. And he imagined his father laughing and rummaging through his hair. He, too, wants to become his father's pride. The young man began to wipe away his tears with his hand. He no longer wanted to force a smile at every meeting, pretending that everything was fine and he was doing well. He wanted to show what success he could achieve. The hero looked at his brother, thinking that he was a soft child. He had barely turned 18. He was not strong enough to withstand reality. He looked at his boots. How should he treat him? Roman remembered all the people close to him. The locals accepted the new him. They did not get hung up on the already established perception, but looked at the changes with a new look. The hero thought. The same thing with him, like Lauren or Rodwell. His assessment should be based not on memories from the past, but on personal experience. He walked up and stood in front of his brother. The latter raised his head and looked at the hero. He did not want to see how a person with the same last name as him was subjected to ridicule and persecution. The sun's rays fell on his face. This spoils the authority, not only Dimitri's family, but his as well. Lauren looked at him in confusion. If he wants an answer to his question, then he should prove himself worthy in the fencing exam. The brothers looked at each other. In the past life, the brothers had no choice but to kill each other. But Roman, unlike then, in this life, wanted to give his brothers a chance. The student stood in front of the teacher. He announced the start of the fencing exam. The young man stood watching the duel. In his head, he heard his brother's words that he needed to prove himself worthy. He went next. Lauren frowned. William became his opponent. He looked at him and grinned. Life, a funny thing. The young man smiled evilly. He was put in opposition to him. This time he would be lying at his feet. The instructor folded his arms across his chest. He said that the exam was not assessed by victory. The main criterion was how successfully the knowledge they had acquired was applied in practice. He also asked them to refrain from deadly attacks. The exam begins. William rushed to attack, but he managed to block it. The red-haired guy called him a pathetic coward. He continued to deliver strong attacks, shouting that he would suffer. William raised his sword above his head and almost hit the boy on the head. This is the end. Lauren suddenly remembered his brother with his arms folded across his chest. Let him make it clear to them during the exam what would happen if they looked down on a man named Lauren Dmitri. The young man immediately responded with a blow to the chin of his opponent. He got a bruise, and he cursed at the guy. He looked at him with a crazy look. He needed to keep this attitude. He would prove his worth. He imagined his brother looking at him, deciding that he would become like him, and again attacked the enemy. William began to retreat, surprised by his attacks. He lunged, but the boy was able to dodge the wooden sword. He was also Dmitri. After some time, the boy opened his eyes lying on the floor. The teacher was standing over him, saying that he was close to death. The young man raised his head and turned to the man. The moment William's attack fell on him, he managed to avoid a direct blow. The boy remembered that moment of the fight. If he had not dodged, they would hardly be talking now. The mentor smiled looking at him. He had distinguished himself well today. Watching him all this time, he had never considered him talented. Young Lauren was trembling as he held the wooden weapon in his hands. He always got confused in his thoughts and began to tremble, so he had not been able to reveal his potential until now. The two boys stood next to each other. Both in the last sparring and in today's exam, he paired them because he believed that he should overcome this. The boy looked at the mentor in surprise, asking if he was serious. He stood with his back turned. Would he deceive the student? He needed to believe in himself more. Tears appeared in the boy's eyes. In the teacher's opinion, he was not much different from William. Therefore, one should not give in to fear in advance. The boy bowed to the instructor. If he lets his spirit break, there is nothing he can do. William was angry. His friend standing next to him tried to calm him down. He cursed at the boy. They asked him to pull himself together. He only got angrier. He thought he had been too soft with him, so he became bolder. The boy remembered the crazy look of his opponent, and now he dared to look at him with such a look. The boy turned to his friends and shouted, "He will not let this go. The boy must lose at least an arm." His comrades were shocked by what he heard. Was he really ready to go that far? Had he forgotten about his older brother? They imagined a hero in a red cloak. If something went wrong, it would escalate into a family conflict. But William lowered his head and looked at him with a crazy look. He cursed at his brother, reminding him that he was the eldest son of the Castro family. What would they do against him? He imagined two men shaking hands. He said that his father was friends with the Marquis and no matter what he did, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. He smiled evilly and clenched his fist. The hero or anyone else, he would show that his bloodline was ultimately nothing before the true power. His friends were scared of him. William demanded that his brother be brought to him. If he resisted, then let him stun him. Behind them stood Roman, who heard this, and asked to repeat it again. He frowned, and demanded to repeat again what he was going to do. The two trembled at the sight of him. William was determined, saying that he would tell. But the hero's hand immediately grabbed him by the throat. He grabbed the guy's hand trying to free himself. Does he understand what a mistake he just made? The hero held him at arm's length. Is he mocking the young man? It doesn't matter. His fingers dug deeper into his throat. The trouble is that the words got through to him. He heard everything, and how he mocked Dimitri's family. The hero looked piercingly at the guy. They dared to humiliate his family. He removed his hand from his throat, demanding to take him to his family. William fell to the floor holding his throat. He stood in front of him with a bright aura. If a negligent son made a mistake, then isn't his guilt shifted to the parents responsible for his behavior? He wants to see what true power really is. The estate stood against the backdrop of the sunset sky, so all their attempts failed. Fabius sat with his back to the window. He gave them a chance to make a career, but they were unable to give a sensible assessment. That's why the man hates dealing with commoners. The red-haired man laughed, holding a cup of tea in his hand. The faction of the aristocracy Count Castro. It's always like that, a pathetic background does not allow you to see what's under their noses. He put the cup on the table, asking if Roman was such an outstanding warrior. His interlocutor answered in the affirmative. Otherwise, would the Marquis risk his life to win him over? The man covered his mouth with his hand and spoke quietly. Since it was him, he was telling him in secret. Benedict considered the hero his son-in-law. Really? A sinister smile appeared on Castro's face. He had to meet him in person sometime. He asked his interlocutor to arrange a meeting if the chance presented itself later. Something caught his attention. His son entered the room. Roman was standing behind the guy. The boy put his hand on his chest and began to explain. Did he hear how the hero treated him? A pathetic commoner dared to threaten him? The eldest son of a Catro. The man frowned, mentally cursing. He got up from the table and turned to his son, interrupted him and demanded that he shut up. Castro grabbed him and threatened him, asking if he knew who he had just touched. Mr. Hero, who saved Cairo. He threw the boy forcefully to the floor, and he dares to slander a great man. Roman watched the proceedings in silence. The man bowed to him, asking for forgiveness. His negligent son had caused him inconvenience. He would be severely punished. He would carry out educational work so that such things would not happen again and ask for mercy. A smile appeared on his face and he gestured for the hero to sit down at the table. If he had a minute, would he like to have a cup of tea? Castro looked at the guy with a satisfied smile, and he thought that this was only to his advantage. He didn't think that the chance to establish relations with Roman would come so soon. He wouldn't reject such an apology, would he? How should I understand this? The hero looked seriously at his interlocutor, having said that it was he, not Castro, who decided whether to accept the apology or not. The hero looked at the Count. His son had created a problem affecting Dimitri's family. For a long time, William had been bullying Lauren, and right in front of him, he said that he would break his arm. The hero bowed his head and frowned. As soon as the words fly out of his mouth, they gain power. He cannot close his eyes to the current situation. The Count was indignant. What was he suggesting? Break his son's arm. But a little later he took a deep breath, offering to think and find a rational solution. What should he do? The guy was shocked by what he heard. Let William find his brother and kneel down and ask him for forgiveness in front of everyone. Roman looked into Castro's eyes. He would also have to leave the Royal Academy, thinking that he did not want his brother to breathe the same air as garbage. But if his father was not satisfied with this arrangement, the Count was stupefied. The hero would not refuse to fight. Would he fight him with his family, or would he agree to the offer? Roman looked piercingly at his interlocutor, saying that the choice was his. He turned away and sighed, saying that mongrels were nothing but a headache. The Marquis paid attention to him and he immediately decided that he was of some value. Castro turned around abruptly and pointed his finger at the hero. Nonsense. He is not worth the tip of Castro's fingernail. If it comes to that, he will show him the power of an aristocrat belonging to the central government. The man asked to look at Fabius. He had been observing the situation from the very beginning, asking Benedict to witness everything that had happened. The Count's face became angry. He demanded to convey to the Marquis that Roman had crossed the line, and he had no choice but to impose an appropriate punishment. Fabius was holding a cup of tea in his hand. He wanted to say more gently that William was to blame for the whole situation. He was confused and looked at his interlocutor. Among the aristocrats, Fabius was nicknamed the Raccoon Kairok. The man's silhouette was comparable to the silhouette of an animal. He stood behind the backs of the other aristocrats. Although the world is full of people with extraordinary abilities, in fact, those like Fabius survived to the end. His eyes shone with a bright light, eyes that can read the situation from all sides, making deals with people on the street, making useful connections. His family line was nothing special, but managed to infiltrate the central government. Two men were walking, discussing something. Count Castro, coming from a distinguished clan, had established friendly relations with the Marquis from a young age. Fabius watched the squabble between the Count and the hero. The problem was that his opponent was Roman. Although it would be more correct to side with Castro, for the sake of victory the Marquis would abandon even a close friend. The man with long hair was against the background of golden gears. The only exception could be blood kinship, but recently Marquis has been trying his best to make Roman his son-in-law. In that case, there is only one answer. The man put the cup on the table, having said that if the Count's child made a mistake in something, it is better not to hide this shame, but to assign an appropriate punishment. The Count was beside himself. Damn it, he imagined his interlocutor. The raccoon had calculated everything. Being confident, he had concluded that he would benefit by staying on Dimitri's side. If a war were to break out with the family line, he imagined everything he had collapsing. They would be cast into hell. Castro bowed deeply. He could not make the situation worse out of pride. He said that after listening to Count Fabius, he realized that he had made a mistake. The hero watched what was happening in silence. He asked him to forgive him. After all, this was his son's business. He lost his sanity for a moment. The boy was angry. Roman thought about it. Aristocrats always mistakenly assume that they have superiority. Now that he had suddenly rushed to the top, there was a chance that he and his family would suffer. The count in front of him was still bowing, because of the jealousy and envy of these ridiculous creatures. Therefore, it is necessary to show a visual example at least once. The count stood with his eyes closed. It would not be so bad if Count Castro became him. He said that he would obey the master's words. The young man could not believe what he heard. William would apologize to his brother and leave the Royal Academy. Roman smiled contentedly. He asked him to understand his father's heart. The hero turned around and started to leave. He would consider the matter settled. The boy could not believe what had happened. His father thanked him for his mercy. He watched Roman leave. What kind of person had he touched? The dark-haired boy turned around. The voice said that things were bad. They were William's friends. They were from his gang. The blue-haired boy came up to him and shouted. His brother had gotten into a conflict with William. He was angry about losing and said that he would break the boy's arm. But the older brother heard it. The boy was very surprised. The blue-haired boy was worried when he told it. After that, William had a fight with his brother and dragged him to Count Castro. Lauren immediately jumped up. Brother, the count was more than capable of killing his brother. He might be in danger this time. He ran quickly, fear on his face, that he might get hurt because of him. Tears were welling up in his eyes. He would never be able to forgive himself for this. In front of him was a communication crystal. His father's voice rang out, asking what was wrong. The young man tried to wipe the tears from his face with his hand. He was told that his brother might be in danger. He intervened to help him. His parents were listening from the other side, but he was taken to the Castro estate. His father slammed his fist on the table, cursing at them. He trembled with anger. He thought that Lauren was trying to avoid unnecessary calls, afraid of causing inconvenience. But if he was calling with tears in his eyes, something had definitely happened. Romero turned to his wife, asking what was the best thing to do. She knew that the Castro family was part of the central government and was close to the Marquis. The woman was indignant. Is that all he cared about? Now their eldest son Roman is in danger. The father folded his hands and closed his eyes. They will think about the relationship with the central government later. Dimitri's family is not that weak. He got up from the table and hugged his wife, thanking her for these words, and turning around, he extended his hand, ordering an immediate call to the vassals of the family. No one dares to refuse. A large lampshade hung on the ceiling. Everyone gathered at the large table. The father said that their eldest son faced danger due to disagreements with the Castro family. Based on Lauren's information, the last thing they saw was how he was taken to their estate. The blonde was surprised by what he heard. Although their opponent Castro is from the central government, everyone gathered listened to him attentively. He is not going to remain silently on the sidelines. Therefore, he needs their consent. Romero frowned, thinking that he might face serious resistance. The first to raise his hand was a man in armor with a red cloak, captain of the Knights Order Dimitri Jonathan. Having said that he agrees, he spread his hand. It is dangerous to oppose the central government, but this is not about just anyone, but the firstborn of the family. He introduced the loyal knights. They are ready to give their lives to protect the young master. The man in the blue bandage clenched his hand into a fist, the head of the Hendrik Forge, saying that he will immediately start all the forges. How much weapons will be needed for the war? The man slammed his fist on the table. The young master is the future Dimitri. Whoever Castro is, he will not forgive them for touching the young master. Everyone present looked at the head. The forge laborers, the miners of the mine, as well as the ordinary citizens of Dimitri. Romero looked thoughtful. Everyone was filled with great determination. Their family had always chosen peace, but from now on they will act as the rulers of the northeastern lands. The setting sun illuminated the entrances to the mines. A cry rang out. They dared to touch the hero of the family. The long-haired man looked indignant. The head of the Iron Mountain Jackok. He ordered all the miners to be gathered, even if they could not fight, but they would help others prepare everything necessary for the war. Another waved his fist in support of him. Responsible for security Morin, the capital aristocrat, attempted on the life of Mr. Roman, destroying that they would increase production, even if they had to forget about sleep. The blacksmiths worked without a break. The sooner they finished, the sooner the young master could return home. Hendrik was a hammer on an anvil. He said that everyone should forget about rest for the sake of the young master. Everyone who lived under the Dimitri family threw all their strength into saving one person. Less than an hour later, the work was in full swing. The whole city was involved in the work. The hero calmly left the estate. His brother bit his nails from excitement. No one from the capital could even imagine what kind of bomb Dimitri dropped. The boy walked down the hallway. He had contacted his father, who had definitely come to the people's aid. But what should he do until then? He broke into a run again, telling himself not to think about it. First of all, he needed to find his older brother, and he came across a group of students who had gathered and were discussing something. Why were there so many people here? And suddenly he saw something he didn't expect. In front of him, his brother was holding the bully at arm's length. Roman. He threw William to the floor, turning his attention to his younger brother. He turned back to the bully. Other students were standing around. He told him to apologize. If he couldn't, his family would pay in full instead. His father stood behind him and yelled at his son. William swallowed his pride. He began to apologize for bullying him all the time. He had only suffered because of his whim. He clenched his teeth, asking for his apology to be accepted. He was leaving the academy and would never appear before him again. The boy stood there distracted. What did all this mean? Castro supported his son, asking him to accept his apology and promising that it would not happen again. He bowed his head to the boy, sincerely apologizing. Later, both brothers went outside. He asked how the older brother managed to do this. He told him to listen carefully. Today, he had not intervened only for him. Roman looked away, saying that they had insulted the entire family, and he, as its representative, felt the need to put them in their place. Lauren listened to him in amazement. If they continued to mock him, forcing him to bow his head, people would begin to belittle Dimitri's authority. The young man lowered his head, asking for forgiveness, but his brother told him to raise it, and he looked seriously at his younger brother. His name was Lauren Dimitri. He wished that each of his younger brothers never had to experience something like this again. 2 horses were drawn on the shield, 2 hammers and a dagger were in front of him. Therefore, he must understand what his strength is and what he can do next. The boy was a little worried. If Castro had known from the beginning how powerful the family was, he would not have been able to treat him so frivolously. He was touched by the fact that he called him his younger brother. The young man frowned and put his fist to his chest. He said that he would remember the words and would not let himself be offended by pain. Roman smiled contentedly upon hearing these words, thinking that he, too, no longer wanted to be cannon fodder in the fight between brothers. The guy was suddenly struck by lightning. He was terribly scared, saying that he needed to contact the family immediately. Otherwise, his father would definitely do something. Castro hit his son hard in the face, calling him insignificant. He grabbed his cheek, and he was his son. Did he even realize what a mistake he had made? The man introduced the entire Dimitri family. Roman was a deity. The strongest kingdoms had fallen off their feet to lure him to their side. The guy was dressed in armor with a red cloak. The count began to yell at the guy again. Did he harm his younger brother? At the very moment when he, Castro's eldest son, knelt down, William turned pale. The prestige of their family had fallen to an all-time low. He pointed at him with a small finger. From now on, in the eyes of the people, they would become idiots who were unable to grasp the true state of affairs. The count grabbed his head, thinking about how he would show himself to Marquis Benedict now. Their servant ran down the corridor. He reported that a magical signal had been received from the Dimitri family. He turned his head in confusion, asking why. Baron Dimitri. Romero's image appeared before the count. The aristocrats of the central government may not take them seriously, but they dared to touch the blood of the family, and they would never stand aside. Castro was completely shocked. He was already all worked up. Why did the Baron once again raise an already decided issue? Romero raised his fist, saying that tomorrow at dawn they would submit a request to the central government for a feudal war. The gold coins fell through his fingers. From now on, the Dimitri Trade Guild would freeze all shipments related to Castro. They would get all the Castro bonds remaining in the gold bank. The count listened in silence. For an enemy preparing for war, money was a significant threat. But that was not all. People were coming to support another man. He had contacted all the forces hostile to Castro. They were ready to cooperate and invest large sums of money in the war, among other things. The man continued to listen to Romero. He told them to use any means and goals to crush his family. The speaker's face was extremely serious. No matter what price Dimitri paid for it, he would destroy Castro at all costs. The count felt weakened. This could not be allowed. He clenched his teeth. There was no mercy in his words. Romero was his father's son. The Baron lowered his head. He warned them for the last time to let his son go. This confused the count. He spread his hands and screamed. The Baron was deeply mistaken. They are not holding anyone from Dimitri's family. The man remembered the boy's apology to the other. The problem with Lauren was also solved. His son William begged him on his knees for forgiveness. What war was he talking about? Romero lowered his eyebrows. Really? He replied that it was. They had already talked to Roman and decided everything. They would be careful so that something like this did not happen again. The Baron agreed, and ended the connection. The Baron walked down the corridor, having decided that his son was a natural leader. He went out onto the balcony. Many people had gathered below. From the top, the forge masters, to the miners in the mines. At some point, Roman completely captured the hearts of these people. They looked up intently. When did he manage to grow so much? Romero extended his hand, announcing that the war was cancelled. They needed to prepare for the banquet. The crowd rejoiced. They could eat as much as they wanted, drink as if it was their last day. The streets of the city were illuminated by the sun. Someone said that he had seen it with his own eyes. Count Castro, one of the influential people in the capital, but he made his eldest son kneel and apologized to his third son Dmitri. The hand took a mug from the counter. He claimed that the Cairo power system was changing. Although it lasted no more than a couple of hours, the man refused to cooperate with people. All the merchants cooperating with the Dmitri Trade Guild said that they were ready to break off deals with the Castro family. The man smiled evilly, asking if they understood what this meant. The Dmitri family planned to start a war with the Castro family. Another guy answered in surprise. A provincial family against a clan family. But what is more frightening? Chests of gold began to appear near the Dmitri coat of arms. As soon as everything happened, large investments went to this family. The guy smiled, holding a mug in his hand. They considered that, about the confrontation between the capital and provincial families, Dmitri had a better chance of winning. The guy smiled broadly. This incident completely changed Dmitri's position. Roman sat in a chair with a cup of tea. The Dmitri family denies wars, but for him, they made this decision. The hero looked into his cup. This was not the Baron's sole choice. It was only possible with the consent of the key figures who formed Dmitri. He imagined the city outside the walls. A small community called Dmitri, settled on the outskirts, was ready to go to war to save him. He remembered his past, how he stood covered in blood. The life of a heavenly demon was held under the auspices of the survival of the strongest, in a world where everything was allowed. He remembered the eyes with which he looked at everything. He had seen many deaths, which radically changed his character. Now he drank tea with a smile. But this life is different from the past. Gray walls illuminated by stars, kingdom of Hector. Two people leaned over someone. One asked if the prince was awake. Edwin was lying in bed, all bandaged, asking how long he had been unconscious. The warrior broke through the enemies, an amazing creature named Roman. If he had the opportunity to turn back time, could he completely crush him? Edwin was covered in bandages. He decided that it was impossible. He remembered the battle. He had brought the kingdom of Hector to the deepest depths of despair with his own hands. Dead soldiers lay around. If he had not started the war, he could have bought more time to prolong the existence of the kingdom. The green-haired knight lay defeated on the ground. Instead, Kellen had substituted himself for the knife. Seeing him, the prince gritted his teeth. Because of him, Hector faced the worst possible outcome. From now on, he must do everything to find a way to Hector. Many bloody hands reached out to him, as long as there were people whose gaze was directed only at him. The prince frowned. He could not give up so easily. He woke up and saw two people in front of him, and he was all bandaged. He did not understand how long he had slept. The night sky hung over the kingdom. About a week. Although everyone involved in the war bit their tongues, the news transmitted by their Cairo plunged the entire kingdom into despair. People in the streets discussed what had happened. The demon Cairo single-handedly chopped down thousands of soldiers. But that was not all, he even wounded the captain. This battle was obviously lost. The people were depressed. They were like frogs in a well. This world was teeming with monsters that they did not suspect. The prince knelt before the king. The king asked how he felt. Edwin answered that he was fine. The king glared at him, calling him a foolish boy. He handed over the affairs of the royal family to him because of his lack of ability, but he did not want to solve the problem at the cost of his own son. The prince bowed his head, asking for forgiveness. He looked at the man. Had he heard Jackson's report? He answered positively. Black soil was around the dead tree. In Hector's village, where crop failure began due to a strange anomaly, the forest was completely dead. There were no leaves on the trees. The earth turned black and all living things died out. The skeleton stretched out his hand holding a book with black pages. Apparently, the necromancer's curse was mixed in here. This stunned the old king. The necromancer walked on the ground from which eyes looked out. It is possible that the crop failure that has been plaguing Hector all this time was sent intentionally. Moreover, the entire territory of Hector was affected. The map with the name of the settlement was burning, and this means that black magic, spread over several years, was not without it. The king looked scared. In other words, he said there was a force that was just waiting for them to attack Cairo. The sun looked at him. This force lurked in the shadows and deliberately started a war between the two kingdoms for its own benefit. The old man lowered his eyes. The curse that had spread throughout the kingdom could only be dispelled by a great priest. But they had no more power left. The boy remembered how the figure in the plaza ruffled his hair. He asked his father if he remembered how, when he was a child, the master of the heavenly tower had offered to give him anything he wanted. The young prince looked very happy. If he renounced his title of prince and dedicated his life to the magic tower, the king jumped up from the throne. The prince would sell his time to the heavenly magic tower. Edwin, he shouted. But the prince only frowned. He only needed a year. This was the only way that could solve the problem. The mug hit the table with a loud bang. The man in the dark cloak looked drunk. If he was going to die, he wanted to do it on the battlefield. He leaned over the table. Would there be room for a one-armed swordsman? Hardly. That was the reality. Footsteps were heard from behind. Someone said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Roman looked at him with a smile. He decided to ask him directly. What he heard surprised the man. Had he ever thought about joining his wing? He wondered why Mr. Roman would do that. He stood up and bowed. He said that he was sincerely grateful for the offer, but he only had one arm. The warrior stood hunched over. What use could such a man have for him? He was completely useless as a swordsman and would only drag him down. The hero looked at him with a smile. For some reason, this did not sound like a refusal to him. Or was he wrong? McBurney looked at him in surprise. The man asked if he had ever heard of a left-handed sword. A one-armed warrior walked in the middle of the forest. Left-handed swordsman Songbeek. He served as a guard for the imperial family, but devoted himself entirely to the country, losing his right arm in the war. There was a lot of gold in the open chest. The palace recognized his many years of service, rewarding him with wealth and glory, but a warrior who spent his life on the battlefield could not come to terms with a peaceful life. The man stood on the edge, looking at the mountains around. He decided to leave the soldier, even if it would lead to a miserable death. The man trained by hitting a log with a sword. He put many years of sword training until his left hand adapted to the new living conditions. After that, he began to challenge other warriors to duels using a left-handed sword he created. The warrior let his opponent's blood with one swing. The disturbed balance of the body, which was always perceived as a weakness. He skillfully turned to his advantage and used it in attacks. Many warriors died from his blade. Opposite the warrior stood a white-haired man. His last opponent was he from whose hand he met death. Roman smiled. If he follows him, he will tell him about the technique of the left-handed sword. He looked into the eyes of his interlocutor and promises to make him more profitable than anyone else. McBurney was surprised. Will bring profit. This man is his savior. He imagined himself among other warriors. If only he could live the life of someone other than a one-armed cripple. He will do whatever it takes. The warrior knelt before the hero. It was enough for him to say that he would benefit. The hero folded his hands behind his back. From now on, he will devote his life to Lord Roman. That day, McBurney found new hope. The war changed the lives of many people. The bloody sword stuck out of the ground. The prince was wrapped in a cloak. McBurney smiled. The warriors followed the rider along the forest path, and even the slob of the Albert family, Henry, they were all drawn into the maelstrom of change. The boy with pink hair looked up, tears welling up in his eyes. Mr. Roman was so cruel. After all, they had been through the war together. He was sitting on a horse. He could have taken him. The warrior had arrived at the castle walls. It was better to live among people who respected him. Oh well, he suddenly saw something. It was enough for him that he had been released from service. In front of the entrance gates with congratulations to the hero, Henry had done nothing in the war with Hector. The people on the walls were greeting him. But the truth alone that he had been with Roman on the battlefield was enough to change his status radically. The boy was very surprised. A man with a long beard appeared on the screen. He was from the Royal Academy. He couldn't give a lecture about the war that had broken out in the south. Henry was happy. That's it. To increase your Zeknanost, you need to tell how great a man Roman is. The boy was actively giving lectures. He led her praising Roman, playing the role of a mouthpiece that spread his glory throughout the world. The guy gave an emotional speech. This moment became a turning point in the life of an idle aristocrat. A few days later, the warriors followed the hero. The crowd wished him a happy journey. The king watched him from the wall. When he returned to the capital again, the marquis stood on another wall. He would have to make a choice. The guy looked at them. Until then, the entire Northeast would submit to his power, and he smiled, so that he could resist the central government. The army followed the hero along a forest path. Suddenly, someone's cry was heard, which attracted the warrior's attention. My God, this year's entire harvest is ruined. What bastards. Roman turned his head and saw 3 people in the field. They were thinking about how they would now feed their families. The guy asked who they were. Chris approached the hero. They must be farmers, his families. He asked how Dimitri's people ended up on Conrad's lands. The blonde turned to him. There wasn't much land for construction on his territory. Some of the villagers had borrowed land here to farm. Roman lowered his head and thought. Then he turned to him. Having ordered them to be brought, he had to listen to what had happened from start to finish. The peasants stood before the hero with their hands folded. They said that they had signed a contract with the Conrad family, borrowing land here for 10 years. Tears appeared in the man's eyes. In a month, it would be time to harvest, but the Conrad family had announced that they would vacate the land in a week. A knight on horseback was walking through the crops. They held on, saying that they couldn't leave, but they sent the people away, turning the land into a bare field. The man closed his eyes and screamed. That wasn't fair. If they couldn't harvest, how would they live on and what would they eat? Chris listened to the peasant and turned to Roman. He said that what had happened was sad. but they couldn't interfere in this matter. The map showed the boundaries of the lands. The land they had borrowed belonged entirely to the Conrad family. That this could cause a conflict. The blonde looked at the hero. In addition, the Conrad family, along with other aristocrats of the northeastern lands, had formed their own alliance. Their coat of arms was a shield with ornate designs and crowns on top. The Northeastern Alliance, a small union created by influential families, for their own benefit, where everyone covers for each other. The guy was surprised to hear the answer. Inaction will only make things worse, Roman said. He looked seriously at his comrade. They must get to the root of the problem before they feel permissive. But he still bowed in response. If the master has made a decision, it is the duty of the subordinate to follow his will. They were joyfully greeted in the city. The army entered through the main gate, following the hero. He greeted the people on horseback. He was their pride. The father greeted his son with open arms, calling him to him. The boy came up and they hugged each other. He noted that he had tried his best. The boy asked if everything was okay. He nodded happily. How could it be otherwise? As if something special was happening in their lands. The man put his hands on his son's shoulders. He had prepared a grand banquet in his honor. Let him eat his fill today and let him drink as much as he wants. The main thing is to have fun. Roman frowned, asking for a minute of his time. Later, they were standing in his office. Romero replied that he had heard about it, but they had no way to stop the Conrad family from taking back their lands. The man was serious. If they interfered this time, it would be difficult for their peasants to cultivate the land in their territory in the future. The hero was surprised, asking if they were Benedict's people, would they take away their peasants' lands like they were doing now? Father thought about it. Benedict stood as if above everything. Markic was the living embodiment of power. No one would even dare to think about touching his people. On the coat of arms there were horses with hammers and a sword. In that case, what place did he think their family occupied in the northeast? He imagined the burning ruins. He was more than sure now that the Barcos were destroyed. There was no family stronger than them in the northeast. Romero put his hands behind his back. He did not deny his son's words, but he did not see the need to inflate an insignificant problem. The Baron stood in front of the Marquis and his people, setting the locals against Dmitri. Roman answered calmly, saying that there was a need. He lowered his head and frowned. Now the real power is in the hands of Dmitri, but the aristocracy, including the Conrad family, flaunts its idleness. A huge estate stood behind the aristocrat. In the end, Dmitri is just another family to them, and since they are not protected by the central government, as was the case with Barco, they do not see them as a threat. A peasant woman cried in front of the destroyed crops. The Conrad family made a rash decision, daring to touch the people of Dmitri. Did Romero understand what he was getting at? The hero hit his armor with his hand. He said that for them, Dmitri is the strongest family in the northeast, but only in words. Father was a little confused. It was time to sort out the hierarchy. A sinister smile appeared on the guy's face. They must clearly understand who is on top and who is below. A glass of wine was in his hand. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. They have the power and a reason to help their people. Then why should they silently watch as the Conrad family bullies their people? He asked to transfer authority to him. His eyes became wild. He spread his fingers wide in front of him. All that is required of the Baron is to make a decision. He himself buys his hands in blood. The father sat alone in the dark study, leaning on the back of his chair. His son had grown too much. Romero remembered a small boy carrying a sack on his back. In the act, Roman had to experience every hardship of common life with him. He remembered how he put the boy on his shoulders. People called him half noble, but perhaps it was this pain he had experienced that made him who he was now. The Baron looked at his reflection in the wine. True, now Dmitri's family lacked not strength, but the determination of the owner. The moonlight fell through the window behind him. Now it was his turn to take matters into his own hands. A new era had arrived. The white walls of the estate were illuminated by the sun. A few days later, a grand banquet was held for Dmitri. It celebrated the return of Roman. People in different outfits walked to the entrance, getting out of carriages, and all the nobility of the northeastern lands gathered there. Everyone gathered in the main hall. The Bolt family arrived. Someone came to congratulate Mr. Roman. The girl laughed, covering her mouth with her hand. Although they did not acknowledge the Dmitri family as the dominant one, they did not deny its influence. The Svetlovskaya girl in the dark dress smiled. She asked if the hero remembered her. Mrs. Sophia, of course he remembered her. The boy smiled back. They had talked at the last banquet, he asked. She was surprised that he actually remembered. The girl looked at him carefully. Indeed, she thought, he was no longer the Roman he had been before. It would be wonderful to marry such a man. Another boy approached them and bowed to the hero. He introduced himself as Viscount Conrad. It was a great honor for him to greet the hero Cairo, who had repelled Hector's attacks. The hero smiled and turned to him. So it was Viscount Conrad. He replied that he was at his service. The man smiled and extended his hand. He said that he had heard that he had defeated a 5-star swordsman in this battle. He chuckled, adding that he couldn't believe that at such a young age he had achieved such heights. The boy replied that he was exaggerating. People around him began to pay attention to their conversation. In all this time, no one from the northeastern lands had ever made it into the rankers ratings, but he thought that the boy might be aiming for the very top. The hero bowed his head, saying that he had one personal question. The man smiled, thinking that the conversation was in a good mood. Even though the boy was a commoner, he was quite smart. He replied that he could ask him anything, but what he heard surprised him. The hero heard that he had unilaterally broken the contract with Dimitri's tenants, taking these lands from them. The guests were scared and began to discuss it. Could he ask the reason? Viscount began to worry and wave his arms. One trade guild offered a higher price for these lands, that's all, suggesting that they stop this meaningless talk. Roman smiled back. For that reason alone, the man looked confused. He said that everyone was here to enjoy the celebration in his honor. So why did he decide to bring up such a sensitive issue? Viscount started speaking louder and spread his arms. He had come with good intentions to congratulate the gentleman on his return, so why was he trying to tarnish his good name in front of everyone present? He turned away from the hero. With this attitude, he could no longer keep a smile on his face, and he began to walk towards the exit. With that, he would take his leave. The boy stopped him. He bowed his head, his voice becoming more serious. If he cut off the conversation now and left, he would interpret this gesture as hostility towards Dimitri's family, and he pointed his finger at the place in front of him, repeating that he should return. Viscount Conrad turned around gloomily and asked what he had just said. He waved his hand and shouted that he had indeed driven Dimitri's peasants off the land, but it belonged entirely to his family. The man angrily shouted that he was getting his own back, or should he report every little thing to Dimitri? The man's face was gloomy when he asked this. Roman, clenching his fists, stood in front of him and heard the words of people who said that Viscount Conrad was right. Baron Romero should have organized a meeting to resolve the conflict between the families himself. By what right did Roman bring this issue up for discussion? Besides, how could he be so rude to people who had gathered to congratulate him on his return? The brunette frowned forward, hearing that Conrad, the head of an entire family, was not someone to be treated with and other things. He thought, if it were Barco, would they react the same way? No, they would never allow this. He imagined a map and swords surrounding the castle. The local aristocracy, located in the northeastern lands, were ready to point a sword at Dimitri's family at any moment. There were only two options, either put them all under the knife or force them to obey their words. Roman imagined himself holding the barons on a leash and thought that he should give them a clear choice. Looking ahead, he said that he would ask directly, since when was it allowed in the kingdom of Cairo to neglect the people of other nobles? The hero approached the man and said that he had touched his peasants. He imagined the men with tools in their hands, saying that his people who lived on Dimitri's lands paid taxes to the Dimitri family, people who swore allegiance to them. Looming angrily over Conrad, he said that even in this case, he dared to mention ignorance. The mustachioed man was frightened to hear that. He hoped that he would smile and make conversation with him, even knowing that his people had suffered because of him. Roman remembered how the men sat at the table, saying that this issue had already been brought up at a family meeting. His father had given him absolute power, and he did not plan to turn a blind eye to this problem. The Viscount's eyes widened. He asked what this meant. The guests who had arrived were talking among themselves when they heard the question. He was not going to apologize yet. Let everyone listen. Roman waved his hand and said that if people from other estates were to blame in the future on Dimitri's land, he would ask them 100 times more. With an angry grin, the guy suggested checking which of those who had criticized him today could then say that this was an insignificant problem. The men looked at him in amazement, thinking that if his words came true, they would be the ones who would suffer losses. Conrad imagined the beast in front of the full moon and thought that Roman, his skill was not limited to swordsmanship. He turned out to be a real fox. The fox bared his sharp teeth, but the man thought that he had set a trap and was pressing them with force to prevent them from getting out. The man stared forward, thinking that he was not going to retreat. Now was the right time to unite the alliance's forces. The blonde man looked at Roman and said that this time he was at fault. Waving his hand, the nobleman of the Northeastern Alliance, Viscount Lawrence, said that when deciding on a matter, it was very important to maintain consistency. This concerns Dimitri's people, but he was at the door when opinions were not even informed to the family. Moving his palm, he ordered to admit the mistake and apologize. Lawrence imagined the smiling people, thinking that they did not show any sympathy when they confronted Barco. The Northeastern Alliance is only in name. Lawrence can live if they follow Dimitri's family. The man spread his arms, walking closer, and asked the ladies and gentlemen, do they also think that he is right? Conrad tensely heard the others confirm and tell him to apologize to Roman immediately. What kind of aristocrat could smile and walk over the situation? The man turned to the side, thinking that the people close to Dimitri's family had joined forces to corner them. He bowed, thinking that it was best to retreat now, and said that he would be more careful in the future. Romero asked sullenly if he was sure that their categoricalness would not cause problems. He sat at the table and told his son that the Northeastern Alliance would never retreat. Roman looked at him and said that in order to once and for all put the hierarchy in order, they had to make the rivals exhaust all their strength. He imagined angry men with burning eyes and said that only by uniting and opposing Dmitri, trying to destroy them in every way. Roman raised his palm and said that they would be able to feel absolute powerlessness and raise the difference between them and Dmitri's family. Only in this way would they be able to complete their plan. The man slammed his hand on the round table, shouting that this was an arrogant boy, once known as the fool of the Dmitri family. Now that he had gained recognition in the capital, he could not see beyond his own nose. The men gathered and shouted in displeasure that it was true. His arrogance knew no bounds. The second said that if they bowed their heads to him, people would stop taking the Northeastern Alliance seriously. Conrad frowned and asked if they had a special way to solve the problem. The men at the round table fell silent. Intertwining his fingers, the Viscount said that he was honestly admitting that he was already questioning the meaning of the Alliance's existence. He imagined Roman with warriors behind him, said that, roughly speaking, the Dmitri family had an incomparably powerful army, and they also had Roman, who had defeated Butler. Angrily looking ahead, the mustachioed man said that they could not be dealt with by conventional methods. The man sitting at the table raised his hand and asked how about contacting the central government. With hands reaching out to Romero against the background of the coat of arms, the man asked if he was proposing to use the central government to pressure the Dmitri family. The man replied that yes, after the collapse of Barco, they had spent all their efforts to establish ties with him. He imagined himself grabbing a rope with his hand and said that it was time to take advantage of it. The man sitting at the table thought that it was true. They needed to use the central government to create favorable conditions for the alliance, and he said out loud that he would contact them right away. The mustachioed man put his hand to his chest and asked Fabius to allow him to make a request, and he ordered him to speak. The blue-haired man with the mustache smiled and said that he could not help but listen to the requests of Viscount Conrad himself. This is an aristocrat of the central government, Count Fabius. The man touched his chest and said that the matter was that they had recently had disagreements with the Dmitri family. Would Fabius allow the use of the central government to pressure them once? The man and the people standing behind him saw the hologram disappear. The Viscount turned around angrily and asked, "He can't even handle the connection. Count Fabius might be offended. Let him reconnect to the connection immediately." An image of the disgruntled count appeared. The man apologized, saying that the connection was unstable. The blue-haired man said that he had to be such a fool. The man in the hologram looked angry, saying that they apparently plugged their ears on their outskirts. Were they asking to threaten Dmitri? Conrad was surprised to hear that Count Benedict guarded Roman like the apple of his eye. Now he was making every effort to make him his son-in-law, and they were talking nonsense about threats. The image disappeared, and the man finally said that they had enough of this nonsense. Let them think about how to curry favor with Roman. Conrad thought in amazement, a political marriage with the Marquis's daughter. The green-haired boy standing behind him asked why he didn't apologize first. The man stood on the stage with a scroll, and so the conflict with the Conrad family was resolved. Viscount Conrad apologized to the farmers and promised that he would not touch them until the end of the term specified in the contract. The people bowed to Roman standing next to him and thanked him. The worker touched his chest and told the young master that they heard that he fought for them. From now on they are ready to do anything if it concerns him. As expected, the Northeastern Alliance retreated. Roman smiled and said that he was only fulfilling Dmitri's duty. He thought that although they planned to involve this central government, but the current central government has no choice but to do as he says. He imagined the aristocrats from the Alliance and thought that it was not for nothing that the Alliance was called bats. If this matter was closed now, then despite their humility, someday they will stab him in the back. People waved after the guy who was leaving, who thought that if the first stage was a provocation, then the second one was to face reality. The guy stood on the balcony and told the people standing below that he had news. The Dmitri family was going to hold a sword tournament. The prize money was 100 gold. The residents were surprised to hear that for the sake of fairness, he and Captain Chris would not participate. He introduced the figures standing under the beam of light and said that this was not all. The participants would be divided into 6 groups. In total, they would choose 6 winners. Looking ahead, the brunette said that, as they already knew, he participated in the war against the Hector Kingdom. He and his soldiers had already experienced how big the world was, and this experience made them stronger. Leaning on the railing, he said that they would use the tournament to prove it to them. One of his soldiers would join each of the 6 groups. If someone could defeat the soldier and win, they would receive not only the prize. He imagined the coins falling on his palm and continued that it was also an opportunity to make a wish come true. One of the men raised his hand and asked, "Can people from other families also participate?" Looking at him, Roman replied that if they confirmed that they were a swordsman of the northeastern lands, no other conditions would be considered. The crowd in front heard that the tournament would be held in a month, let them prepare properly. He hoped that many would participate. The men sat at the table. Words were heard that the sword tournament held by the Dmitri family meant that it was a great chance for them. Conrad sat gloomy, folding his hands, and said that if the victory went to a swordsman from the alliance, then they, as the winners, would have the right to make a wish. He imagined himself extending his hand to Roman, who was standing below him, and saying that if they didn't fish for an apology but acted like adults, sensible people, offering to bury the hatchet and join forces, they would be able to strengthen the damaged relations with Dimitri's clan and regain their lost dignity. A draft swayed the candle flame. He heard that the question was, would they be able to win? The brunette said with a sad look that even without them there would be many who would be interested in the tournament. Would they be able to win, eliminating all competitors? He imagined the image of the blonde and the red-haired man and said that besides, weren't there still Chris and Kevin, who had participated in the duel with Barco? The soldiers smiled confidently, and words were heard that if these guys took part in the tournament, it would not be easy to win. The Viscount waved his hands, saying that the tournament would be divided into 6 teams. Regardless of Kevin and Chris, they just needed to select a winner for each group. He presented a chart with numbers and participants, saying that if they mobilized all the forces of each family and put up an equal number of participants, at least one of them would take the victory for their team. The man sitting at the table said that made sense. Another said that at least one sounded like a good plan. Conrad, looking serious, said that they should remember that there was exactly 1 month left until the tournament. He pictured them standing behind the barons and said that if they could not use the chance given by the heavens themselves, they would eventually be swallowed up by the power of the Dmitri family. The man pictured a mercenary with a sword and said that they needed to snatch victory by any means necessary, even if they had to put up a master from another land, a man from the northeast. The boy stood on the platform in front of a group of people and said that he was sure that they had heard about the sword tournament. Roman crossed his arms and said that from now on, for the next month, they would compete against each other to compare their skills, and he would select 6 warriors who would represent the Dmitri family in the tournament. The boys were amazed to hear that the previous assessment did not matter. Only the assessments received this month would report on their current position. The boys were surprised to think that this was a competition. The hero looked at them and thought that although they had returned from the battlefield, their war was not over yet. He imagined a boy with a sword surrounded by a red glow and thought that the power was like a sharp blade that was ready to cut off a head from the shoulders at any moment. In order for subordinates to strive for such power, they must be given a suitable reason time after time. Roman looked ahead, saying that the one who raised the prestige of the Dmitri family by representing it in the tournament needed a worthy reward. The men standing before him heard that if any of the 6 selected swordsmen were to win, he would teach the winners a top-tier technique. He presented the notebooks, sword, and gauntlet, and said that whether it was spiritual practice or sword technique, he would help him rise to a higher level. Bucky was overjoyed, thinking that even a small part of the master's knowledge would be able to ensure rapid progress. The master was on a completely different level. The soldiers thought intently that the chance to master a top-tier technique was undoubtedly a great fortune. Looking at them, the brunette thought that this tournament had 2 purposes: to make the aristocracy of the northeastern region realize reality and to train his subordinates to perfection. He smiled slightly, thinking that after the tournament came to an end, a very interesting situation would arise in the northeast. The men standing in formation responded, hearing that from now on, they would begin an endless competition. The hand clutching the sheath, the hero thought that there was exactly 1 month ahead. It was also time to equip himself. He imagined himself from his past life, thinking that the heavenly demon Junghyuk was born on the border between life and death. Looking down, Roman thought that although he was used to danger, it was rather stupid to bring trouble upon himself. In this month, not only his subordinates, but he himself must advance. The guy turned to the green-haired man, who asked, did he call him? The head of the Information Guild, Lucas, touched his chest, agreeing when he heard that the name was going to go into closed training for a month. The hero said that he would not accept any report unless some serious incident happened in the family. The guy handed Lucas the sword, telling him to take care of selling it during this time. Holding out the sheath, the brunette said that he had originally called it a firestorm, but since it would find a new owner, he decided to name it Flame. The guy looked at the sword in his hands in surprise and heard that he should decide for himself how to sell it. The main thing was not to reveal that he was its owner. The money from the sale he could invest in the capital of the Information Guild. The hero took the sword out of the sheath, a smooth blade, a shining aura. Thoughtfully looking at the sword, Lucas said that it was immediately obvious that the sword was quite something, so why would the gentleman sell it? First, he would look for a place to put it up for sale. He imagined an auction hammer, thinking that the gentleman had said that he could decide for himself how to sell it, maybe put the anonymous sword up for auction. The green-haired man grinned, thinking that it was true. Those who knew the prices of swords would definitely pay a tidy sum. There were market stalls and a monument with a sphere in the city square. This is Adelion, a city in the northeastern region with the most developed trade, since the teleport gate is located on its territory. The brunette looked at the hooded man and said that this is guest number 23. He moved the crystal over the sword, asking to let him check the thing first. The employee thought that the sword emitted extraordinary energy, and the artifact glowed blue, which means that the goods are of the highest quality. Having put the crystal in the case, the man asked what type of auction he prefers. Lucas answered that free bidding with complete anonymity of the seller. The guy in the hood heard that there is no minimum sale amount for free bidding, and you will also have to pay a 10% commission. He confidently, grinning, answered that he is sure. The man pointed to the arch and called him to come in for an assessment. The man in pince nez smiled, saying that he is Morris, the manager of the auction hall in Adelion, pleased to meet you. The bald employee examined the sword, saying that he could confidently say that the durability and sharpness of the sword were top-notch. It was rare to find such a good sword. He imagined a blacksmith at work, thinking that it also had the most optimal weight. He assumed that it was forged by a master of his craft. Such a product should cost at least 30 gold. Now they would test the resonance with mana. Next to the sword lay a crystal and stars shone. Mana resonance is divided into 10 levels. You need to reach at least 3 levels so that the sword can receive the title of a true named sword. The appraiser looked at the weapon in amazement, exclaiming that this simply cannot be. Morris turned to him in surprise and asked what was going on. The man replied that the degree of resonance reached 10 levels, although no, the resonance is so high that it is impossible to calculate. The manager opened his mouth in shock when he heard that even the signature swords would break when they couldn't absorb the flow of mana, but this sword, on the contrary, only strengthened its power. The host waved his hands in the Adelion auction hall and strongly recommended that everyone participate in this auction. In the entire history of the auction hall, nothing like this had ever appeared on its stage. The mustachioed man smiled and thought that from the local onlookers to the rich people of the capital, everyone was lured here by rumors. The host pointed to the covered stand and asked to let him introduce the main event of the evening. He tore off the cloth and presented the signature sword Flame. The auction participants looked at it in surprise, hearing that if it was an average signature sword, it would not be put up as the main lot. The red crystal on the sword shone. The host said that the true power of the flame lies in the responsive mana. Presenting the shining weapon, the man said that he remembered that about a year ago, a rapier named Needle with a 7-level resonance was auctioned for a staggering 300 gold. Let them not be surprised, resonance with the mana of flame. He solemnly announced that he was more than 10 levels, but that was not all. The people sitting in the hall chatted among themselves after hearing that he was able to expand the power of the aura poured into him. The host frowned and said that he had seen many swords with names at auctions, but he had never seen one like the flame. Raising his finger, the man finished that they would then move on to bidding. The starting bid was 10 gold. Pointing his finger, he announced 10 gold from number 12, 20 gold from number 29, 30 gold from number 18, and then exclaimed that each bid would now increase by 50 gold. The blonde man with the sign looked at his competitor with displeasure. Words were heard that 100 gold from number 39, 150 gold from number 41. The man in red smiled. A shout was heard that guest number 12 was doubling his bet. His price had skyrocketed to 300 gold. The red-haired man smiled silently, hearing that they were now raising by 100 gold. The guy glanced sideways at the man in surprise, hearing 400, 500 gold, 600 gold again from number 12. The sign with number 53 rose up. The host, like a madman, shouted that guest number 53 was doubling his bet. The final bid was 12 gold. The man in red squeezed the sign in displeasure, hearing that such a price had never been heard in the entire history of the Adelion auction hall. The head of the trading guild that operates throughout the continent and the owner of untold wealth. He imagined a bird with its wings spread. Although he always tries to remain neutral in the political squabbles of the central government, for the sake of a good thing he turns into a fighting rooster, rushing forward no matter who his opponent is. The red-haired man rested his head on his hand. This is the VIP guest of the auction hall, Marquis Valentino. He imagined himself sitting on the throne, and people standing around. At that moment no one could guess what a wave would cover the entire kingdom of Cairo because of his purchase. With his arms outstretched, the host said that guest number 53 doubled the bid. The final bid rose to 12 gold. People turned to look at the sitting man. The host said that such an amount had never been heard in this auction hall. Valentino smiled, thinking that the true value of the flame sword was not only in the degree of resonance with mana. He imagined himself holding the sword and thought that it was a symbol of someone breaking through the 10th level for the first time. A normal sword crossed with a shining one. A named sword and a magic sword, a dilemma that every swordsman faces. The man held a blade that was emitting a glow. Only by using a simple weapon can one reach the peak of one's abilities and release aura, but some swordsmen with mediocre abilities believe that a sword that enhances skills will be much more effective, and so choose a magic sword. The knight with the sword was surrounded by a red glow. But for swordsmen who rose to the rank of ranker, only a named sword that could make maximum use of their aura had value. The man grinned, thinking that such a thing would be worth all the treasures if the master who forged this sword made it a second, third time. On the pedestal lay a blade. The value of the flame could not but rise, since this sword was a kind of first in history. Valentino looked ahead, thinking that the collection of a true master receives recognition of its rarity by one mark, the very first. The participants in the auction looked at the red-haired man in surprise. A greedy collector, obsessed with a passion for collecting, the Marquis Valentino. If someone in these circles was unfortunate enough to cross his path, you can say goodbye to life, so no one dared to act hastily. The man on the stage raised his hand, shouting that 12 gold. Sold to guest number 53 for 12 gold. Valentino stood in front of the man, who asked what kind of payment he preferred, and replied that he would pay everything on the spot. Only then would he be able to see the flame at least a little earlier. The manager replied that he understood. In the chest lay stacks of coins. Words were heard that, to be more precise, there were 13 gold. Morris said in surprise that the amount to be paid was 12. The redhead smiled, asking how he could not know about it. 100 gold, it was a gift from him personally. Let him consider it a sincere gratitude of a regular customer, that's all. The mustachioed manager smiled, saying that that's how it was. He thanked the Marquis. Valentino looked at him sternly and asked in return if he could tell him who forged this sword. He wanted to meet him in person. Morris closed his eyes in fear and said that it would be difficult, and apologized. The man standing opposite said that then nothing could be done. Morris bowed and thanked him for understanding his situation. The redhead replied that it was an obvious choice from the auction's point of view. He looked with a smile, imagining the blacksmith, and asked that if this master sent the thing to the market again, let him be the first to know. 4 white horses pulled the carriage. The man thought it was amazing. A true embodiment of art, a smooth blade, and also the ability to resonate with mana. Valentino looked at the sword with a wide smile, thinking that he had acquired many named swords, but he had never seen one like this. He said out loud that from now on they would throw all their strength and resources into finding the creator of the flame. The dark-haired assistant heard that, considering that his work was first put up for auction at Adelian, they should first check the head of the blacksmith's Dimitri. The man held the sword in his hands with a smile. Valentino's dreams were not something sublime. He looked at the blade. He was driven by a simple desire, that's all. During the month-long closed training outside, a lot had happened. The blonde dodged the blade. The guy tripped the second one. Chris told the fallen opponent that it was a reckless attack. Henderson turned around, gritting his teeth. The guy was surprised to see the blade in front of him. He said that he lost. The blonde was pointing his sword at him, saying that his efforts were commendable, but his attacks always lacked insight, and that he should not forget that his opponent was waiting for him to make the decisive move. Looking to the side, Chris called the next one, and thought to himself that those who were worthy of taking one of the 6 places were he and Kevin, plus Vulcan and Bucky. He looked at the guys fighting and thought that the remaining 2 places were in question. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise. He looked up in shock. Looking ahead, he felt a hum and thought, was the air humming? 2 weeks ago, Roman, his eyes blazing, pounded his hammer on the anvil, thinking that when he first met Butler, if he had risked fighting to the end, would he have managed to return alive? He imagined the man in armor, thinking that the reason he had won so far was because he had time to prepare for the attack. But if he hadn't had that time, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the onslaught of the 5-star Aura warrior. The boy stared intently, thinking that his overconfident choice, dictated by memories from his past life, and his mistake. He still couldn't fully accept the fact that from now on he was Roman Dimitri. He imagined himself standing behind his past self, thinking that his past self had confidence in victory, no matter who his enemy was, but the current one was different. The boy quickly struck with a hammer, thinking that in the future many battles awaited him, and this could happen again. In order to survive in battles with the strongest of this world, his current level would not be enough. Even if he met an opponent superior to Butler, he must live without wasting time on doubts. The brunette imagined himself standing on a cliff, thinking that this was what was called the summit. As the sun rose and set, surrounded by flames, the hero pounded his hammer. Roman continued to pound the iron tirelessly, standing in front of the brazier's flames. There were red burns on his body. His face was red hot from the heat. His skin began to melt. The guy clenched his teeth from zeal. His body was endlessly sending signals that it had already reached its limit. The fire was reflected in his pupils. There was not a shadow of hesitation in his eyes. With a blazing gaze, surrounded by flames, Roman screamed, "Everything must be reborn." Both he and the sword that mistook him for its owner. A stream of flame appeared from the guy's mouth. This is a fire-breathing technique. He inhaled the flames, absorbing the mana inside him. Surrounded by rays, the hero held the hammer, effectively acting as a conductor between the sword and the flames. Roman's body rushed towards the ideal. Bright rays of light burst out from his eyes and mouth. The second reorganization of bones. Roman once again embarked on the path of change. At this moment, the hero walked out of the workshop door. The guy with a muscular body thought that he had laid the foundation for reaching a new level. He closed his eyes, exhaled, and thought that he would do it. An image of a man with a mustache appeared in his mind. He looked at him from the other side. He imagined the image of two men with a sword standing next to each other and thought that now he would fight two butlers at the same time. A glow remained from the swift jump. Ghostly enemies flew at him from both sides. Roman thought that the heavenly demon sword was divided into 3 levels, 3 styles on the first, 3 on the second, and 3 on the third. The blows left bright marks. The brunette reached out his hand to his sword, thinking that until now he could only use first level styles. He blocked the blows with bright purple flashes and thought that now that he had 2 bone reconstructions, everything had changed. If he could survive the 3rd bone reconstruction, he would be able to use 3 last level styles. Roman resolutely clutched the flaming purple sword and mentally promised that there would be no opponents left who could stop him. He imagined how people stood looking at the man sitting on the mountain and thought that, having the title of an invincible master behind him, which was the nickname of the heavenly demon Junghyuk in the past, bright rays cut through the image of the ghostly men. He thought that now that he had access to 2nd level styles, he could defeat the 2 butlers. The guy looked ahead gloomily, wondering if he was making a mistake by continuing to use the methods from his past life as they were. The ghostly butler glowed golden. The guy thought that the aura control that the swordsmen of this world released like an explosion sometimes showed great power, surpassing even that which existed in Muram. The ghostly opponents struck at the same time, leaving a bright trace. The hero thought that everything depended on the situation and the opponent. He needed to adopt the methods of this world. With a wild look, Roman decided that he needed to destroy the stereotype in his head that the aura control technique in this life was fundamentally wrong. Find a middle ground between this life and the past. The guy was surrounded by a bright glow and purple swirls. He thought of 3 second level styles. A bright purple explosion appeared. The ghostly butler names were shattered into pieces by his strike. Debris flew around. A drop of blood fell to the ground. Roman stood with a smoking sword in his hand. There was blood on his palm. The guy looked ahead, thinking that, returning to life again, following the path already passed earlier, he thought that nothing special could happen. He chuckled, thinking that this was really cool. There was a huge dent on the ground. The hero thought that the heavenly demon sword technique had a new method and had a completely different direction than the past. That meant the boy imagined his past self behind him and thought that the heavenly demon sword technique had room to develop. Standing under the clear blue sky, he thought that perhaps there were many variables in this world that he did not know about. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that they were constantly appearing, testing him and threatening his life. The hero looked at the sky, thinking that the trials that this world gave him would become the driving force of his life. The men climbed the steep cliff. The hero reasoned that by living as Roman, he again started from the bottom, but he would rise to the top. Chris, along with the others, ran to the master and shouted, asking if everything was okay. What happened? He looked ahead in surprise. The boys approached the huge dent in the ground and thought, how did this happen? Turning around, the brunette said that it was fine. The soldiers looked at him in shock, thinking that he didn't use magic, but he turned a piece of land into this. They heard him say that it was fine, so let them go. The subordinates bowed. Chris said that they were going back. He imagined himself standing next to the stone figure of a man. He thought that when people encounter a wall that they do not dare to overcome, they stop in awe, and Chris was such a weak person too. He gritted his teeth, thinking that the master had risen another level. What had he been doing all this time? The brunette seemed to him like he had a halo over his head. He thought that the master was constantly abusing his body and developing, which he hoped for when he showed a smug attitude towards his subordinates. The blondie bit his lip, thinking that someone like him. Clenching his fists, he stood there thinking that in this fencing competition, one victory would not be enough. He would defeat all enemies with an overwhelming difference. The soldiers walked away. Chris thought that he should become even stronger. A month later, Roman clutched the sword with purple stones and said that it was beautiful. Looking at the weapon, he said what name would be suitable. He remembered the salamander, Ifrit, if the previous swords meant new life. The brunette smiled, thinking that he wanted the 3rd sword to express his current self. He rearranged how he stood on a mountain of stretching palms and thought that this was the sword of the heavenly demon, an existence that puts opponents into despair. Resolutely looking at the weapon, he said that its name will be Darkness. Chris stood in front of the brunette's table and said that over the past month, as the master said, they held matches at intervals of every 3 days, and as a result, they selected fencers with a high percentage of victories. The guy handed over the documents, saying that here is the list. Roman carefully ran his finger over the document and read Chris, Kevin, Bucky, Vulcan. His gaze became surprised when he read McBurney and Henderson. The 4 before were expected, but these two were a surprise. With his hands behind his back, the blondie asked if they could continue. The brunette replied that they should just continue. Turning to the guy, Roman said that he believed that there was no significant defeat in the world, since this was a competition held under the name of Dimitri. The blondie nodded, hearing the order to prove that they were worthy of being his subordinates. The heroes looked at each other. The brunette said that he was looking forward to it. The day before the competition, the blue-haired guy asked his comrade that he was also participating in this competition. The pink-haired guy replied that of course, to get 100 gold for free. Does he even know how quickly he returned here? The guy pointed at himself and said he would show him how scary a mercenary's sword is, sharpened on the front lines, so let him take a closer look. The other guy exclaimed, seasoned on the front lines, he hoped he would get into a group with Chris and lose from the start. The guy exclaimed with displeasure. He introduced an angry Kevin with a dagger and said that then he would fall under him. He was just a devil. He remembered the two bald warriors and asked if he had ever seen Vulcan and Bucky. Their skills were no joke. The guy introduced the 4 warriors and said he would watch anyway. It was good that there were only 4 of them in this competition. Raising his hands, the pink-haired one exclaimed, begging for everything to go smoothly. The guys watched as the host pointed to the long lists. Soon after, the 6 groups of the fencing competition were announced, and the joys and sorrows were sharply divided into groups. Northeastern Alliance, Baron Lolo sadly clutched his head, saying that he would end up fighting Chris. The guy standing opposite said that there was no need to be so desperate. His comrade confirmed, isn't the Baron family's swordsman also excellent? The man with the mustache smiled and said that there was no need to give up so early and lose motivation, and he thought to himself that he would destroy McBurney. He looked down, thinking that their family would have a winner then. Conrad intertwined his fingers, saying that the survival of the Northeastern Alliance depended on this competition. Their family would definitely win the competition and lead the alliance to victory. The guy raised his fist and shouted that it was true. They would defeat Dimitri, and the others loudly supported the slogans. The spectators cheered as they sat in the stands on the day of the fencing competition. Lolo exhaled, thinking that he couldn't help but watch the competition. He looked at the warrior named Max and told him not to push himself too hard. There was no need to be rude. The boy replied that he had worked hard to win since he decided to participate in the competition. The boy had a scar on his face. He said that Chris was incredible, but he was also a 2-star swordsman like him, so there was no reason for him to retreat in panic. Tears appeared in the old man's eyes. He replied that he understood, let him have a duel with Chris without regrets. Lolo waved his hand and shouted that instead, if he was ever in danger, he would help him. The boy knelt down on one knee and thanked him. Max turned away, leaving, and thought that this was a chance to leave a deep impression on his master and the crowd. He would definitely do it. As he entered the arena, he was determined that he would definitely win. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He saw Chris surrounded by a blue glow and thought, what is this? The man pursed his lips. The man with the flag shouted that the first round of the competition had begun. Surrounded by a green glow, Mock rushed to attack. The blonde dodged the glowing sword. 1 second. With a sharp movement, he knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands. 2 seconds. The guy looked in surprise as the weapon approached him. The attack left a bright blue mark. 3 seconds. Chris sheathed the sword, standing over the defeated opponent. Mock lay on his back. Hearing that this round was over, the winner Chris from the Dimitri family goes to the next round. Lolo looked at this in amazement, thinking that this can't be. What difference does it make? Kevin frowned. Behind him lay the defeated opponent. Words were heard that Kevin from the Dimitri family wins and goes to the next time. The bald guy with a scar heard that Vulcan from the Dimitri family. The man with red tattoos smiled, hearing that Bucky from the Dimitri family. The competitors looked ahead in amazement, thinking that the rumors were true. These 4 were unbeatable, the only hope left. They introduced 2 more competitors and thought that McBurney and Henderson were beatable. People crowded around the lists after the group was announced. Words were heard that Henderson was participating from the Roman family. This could not be. The man crossed his arms, saying that the Henderson he knew could not even swing a sword properly. How could a guy born a farmer participate in a fencing competition? He introduced the warriors in armor, 6 representatives of Dimitri, each with their own reputation. He introduced Chris, surrounded by a blue glow, and Kevin, a red glow. They were called the Flash and the Ghost of Cairo. The warriors confidently cut down their opponents with a sword. Since many had seen their strength in reality, the participants wanted to avoid competing with these 2 as much as possible. 2 bald warriors towered over the men. Bucky and Vulcan, former mercenaries, their massive bodies were superior to others. It made the people watching them tremble in fear. Next to them stood 2 guys with swords. In contrast, McBurney and Henderson, a one-armed swordsman and a farmer, looked much more modest. The red-haired man's gaze was a little pitiful. To put it bluntly, Henderson had a reputation for being the weakest. The people in the stands shouted if he had heard about it. They said Henderson almost wet himself when he enlisted in the army. A cowardly farmer, guys like him screwed up by deciding to participate. Romero crossed his arms and turned to his son standing next to him. The man turned and said, "Is there any point in bothering to hold a competition to determine the ranking of the northeastern region?" He sat in a chair, saying that even if they held such a competition and showed a friendly attitude, the aristocrats from the association would not truly follow them. Roman replied that it was nevertheless a necessary process. He introduced the man, reaching his hand towards the mansion, and said that the Northeastern Alliance had the foolish confidence that they could handle Dmitri on their own. Looking at his father, the brunette said that if they didn't realize that they couldn't even get past Dimitri's wall, let alone win each group, they could subjugate them in one fell swoop. Roman turned his gaze darkly and said that taking control of the northeastern region began from now on. The participants stood opposite each other in the arena. The man announced the fifth group. The first round, Taylor and Henderson. One of the spectators laughed, saying that the opponent was a knight from the beginning. "This is the end. It's over." The second pointed his finger, saying that Henderson couldn't defeat Taylor. The man with the red scarf, a wandering knight from Lawrence, greeted the guy, saying that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. The warrior standing opposite him recognized him. He remembered how he hit the stone. The hero recalled that the last time they met was when he came to help during the busy farming season. That Henderson dropped his farming tools and appeared before him with a sword, like a swordsman. Taylor pulled out his sword and said that given their relationship, he would give him one piece of advice. With a confident look, the boy stated that he had recently achieved enlightenment and was now a 2-star swordsman. Since this was not the first time they met, he would give him a chance. There was no reason for one side to bleed in a meaningless battle. The red-haired man tensely heard the proposal to withdraw from the competition. Lowering his head, he ordered that this Henderson be erased from his memory. Clutching the sword, the boy said that the moment he showed even the slightest mercy, he would not miss the opportunity to destroy him. The boy pointed to his forehead, saying that he hoped he would not regret this. A cry was heard to begin. A trace was left from a swift jump. Henderson quickly rushed to attack. The hero thought it was hard. Taylor blocked the sword with effort, thinking that this was not some half-baked imitation. Henderson ran forward, leaving a bright trail, and swung his sword using the Asura sword technique. Gritting his teeth tensely, Henderson thought that he had decided that he would become someone worthy of his master by any means. He remembered sitting in a meditative pose next to the guys surrounded by aura, and thought that unlike other people who quickly began to use aura, he had a lot of trouble sensing and manifesting it. He imagined a turtle, thinking that he was the one who always followed others until the very end. He was a turtle. Frowning, the red-haired shouted that even if it was slow, he would get better, he would move forward. With a swift movement, he blocked the sword of the cursed opponent. Taylor thought that he could not lose to him like this. A bright golden aura appeared around Taylor. Henderson jumped back and looked at him. The opponent frowned, thinking that he did not want to use aura against him, and shouted that he was sorry, but this was the end. Leaping high, he swooped down from above. The image of the opponent was reflected in Henderson's eye. He remembered standing in front of Chris, who said that when he first came, he was just a weak person, but now he has changed. Henderson was chopping a barrel in training. In the past month, when others admitted defeat, he continued to yearn for victory. If he had not tried at that moment, given up and put everything aside, his life would not have changed. Henderson looked forward in surprise when he heard this. The blonde extended a clenched fist to him, saying that he was worthy of being next to the master. He would guarantee it. The warriors' voices glowed. Surrounded by a yellow glow, the opponent approached. The sword in Henderson's hand glowed blue. Bright traces were left from the movement of the weapon. The guy with the scarf flew off, falling to the ground. But then he jumped up, clenching his teeth in anger. He was surprised to see the tip of the sword in front of his forehead. Sitting in front of the red-haired man pointing the sword at him, he thought that he had lost. A shout was heard. Group 5, Round 1, the winner was Henderson. The spectators in the stands cheered in amazement. Someone shouted, "He said Henderson. He defeated the knight." The man shouted that how could a guy who does farming use aura? The gray-haired man clenched his teeth, saying that it takes more than a year to feel mana. Henderson raised his fist, hearing his name being chanted. The men sitting in the chairs looked at this, hearing the shouts. The Baron said in fear that in any case, things seemed to be going strangely. The angry brunette turned to him and asked, "Didn't they say that Henderson was the weakest in this group?" The other man in the chair raised his fist to his face and asked, "Really, such a sad event as Henderson winning Group 5 will not happen." The mustachioed man angrily told everyone not to lose their composure. He placed his hand on the railing and ordered them to believe him. The winner will definitely be the Northeastern Alliance. A shout was heard further away. The second group, Kevin. The guy in the black boot thought he was 5 seconds slower than Chris. He imagined a blonde with a glowing sword and thought that if someone asked people who the main sword master was, they would all say Chris. The red-haired man frowned determinedly, thinking that he had to prove his worth to his master. Second group, the second round begins. The guy in the stands clenched his fist, shouting support towards Miles. The brunette was clutching a sword surrounded by a green glow. Kevin's opponent, the Knight of the Northeastern Alliance, Miles. The redhead managed to dodge the swift blow, while the opponent thought that he had to give it his all from the very beginning. Kevin hit the guy hard in the torso. He swung, leaving a bright mark from the blow, and cursed. Surrounded by a green glow, the guy attacked, mentally begging to hit just once. He screamed when the blow broke his nose and knocked out a tooth. Kevin swung his sword at him with a wild look, thinking that it was just a sword, but the shock was huge, let him give up. He struck with force, leaving bright marks. Miles closed his eyes, taking many blows, and thought, could he defeat this monster? The fans looked on in amazement. The trembling guy on his knees said that he gave up. The redhead smirked contentedly, hearing that it took a little time. Kevin from Group 2 won, confirming his advancement to the third round. Meanwhile, Kevin proved himself, breaking the will of his opponent. The man stood in front of the boys before the first round and said that as they knew, this competition was being held by Mr. Roman. It was also a tournament that Chris, the former vice captain of the Knights, was participating in. The man in the red cloak, the captain of the Knights, Jonathan, said that in order to advance as a knight, Dimitri needed to watch the performance of his seniors. The boys shouted triumphantly, "Yes, sir." The blonde in armor looked away. A shout was heard that Chris from the Dimitri family had won and was advancing to the second round. The people in the stands were talking. The boy asked in surprise, "Isn't this too overwhelming?" The man looked in surprise, thinking that Chris had grown a lot. The blonde looked down, thinking that he was a sword that represented his master. He imagined himself standing next to the lying knights, and thought that he must completely crush him. No matter who his opponent was, others would not be able to take his position next to his master. Chris's swift strike left a blue trail. A cry was heard that Chris had won Group 1 in the second round. The blonde man looked ahead with a wild look, thinking that it was still not enough. A powerful blow threw his opponent back. The guy thought, more and more. The gray-haired man fell over from a strong blow. Second round, 5 seconds. Third round, 8 seconds. Fourth round, 10 seconds. The blonde man clenched his fist. Jonathan looked at him in surprise, thinking, when did Chris achieve such a level of skill? The man looked at the guy standing in the box and thought, what did he do to him? The knight captain looked at Roman carefully. The two young men watched from behind the door. The red-haired one said that it was good that they abstained. These guys were strong on their own. The brown-haired man replied that it was the right choice, to quickly give up and not risk being humiliated for no reason. The armored man stood with his back turned. They were discussing if Farrell could beat Chris. His comrade replied that of course not, the knight was on a different level than them. Looking forward, the blue-haired man said that he could probably last about 10 seconds, right? Would he really lose faster than the other opponents? The guy standing behind said that if he could last at least 30 seconds, he would get silver. The warriors stood opposite each other. The man waved the flag, saying that both participants were on stage. Farrell frowned down, thinking that, to be honest, he had no confidence in defeating Chris, but lasting was another matter. Frowning, he decided that he only needed to last for a minute. Even if he only lasted for a minute, his name would shine. A shout was heard that the last round of the first group was starting. From the rapid start, a trace and blue lightning were left. Chris cut the body of his opponent, leaving a blue trace. The audience gaped at this. They were very surprised. The blue-haired guy stood by the stairs and asked what it was. His comrade replied that he hadn't even seen him take out his sword. Farrell was lying face down on the ground, and words were heard that Chris was thus the winner of the first group. He left the arena to a shout with an offer to applaud and greet the winner. In just 5 matches, Chris's fight time was 27 seconds. This result was enough to shock the Northeastern Alliance. The guy's eyes emitted blue lightning. The first round, Chris's quick victories. Kevin held his opponent by the hair with a wide smile. The second round, Kevin's overwhelming strength confirmed his victory. The shaved-headed guys held shining swords. The third and fourth round, Vulcan and Bucky defeated their opponents with powerful physical skills. Henderson exhaled, looking away. The fifth round destroyed the expectation that Henderson would fall, but he confidently achieved victory and gave everyone a surprise. The man in the brown uniform. Now the Alliance's only hope was Group 6, which included the one-armed McBurney. Conrad stood in front of the blonde man and asked how he was doing. With a smile, the swordsman of Viscount Gabriel replied that he was in better shape. The man stood with his hands behind his back and thought that, having lived his entire life in the Conrad family, he was a secret weapon created with special care, and answered out loud that he was naturally good. Gabriel, a 3-star swordsman. The man imagined how the swords surrounded by radiance crossed. This tournament has restrictions on aura. At first glance it seems like a fair rule, but it is impossible to overcome the huge difference in strength with a 3-star swordsman. The mustachioed man turned around, thinking that he was lucky to be able to get to the third round. But this is the end. McBurney is not Roman. Conrad pointed his finger at him and told him to remember that out of all the Alliance representatives, everyone except him had been eliminated. Gabriel listened carefully to the instruction, not to show mercy to the opponent just because he had one arm, let him trample his pride. The man smirked and agreed, thinking how he could lose to a one-armed man. Gabriel stood in the arena and frowned, thinking that he had lost one arm, so his body balance was off. He looked at McBurney standing with a sword and thought that even if his right arm was healthy, a mere swordsman could not even think about becoming a knight, losing an arm and participating in a fencing competition. The host in the red cloak shouted the start. The blonde man quickly attacked, thinking that there was no need for an aura, it would show him how high the walls of reality were. The sword strikes left bright marks. Gabriel smiled as he attacked, thinking that to prevent this, they had no choice but to avoid turning to the right. He looked at his missing arm, thinking that using only one arm meant that the other side of his body was completely exposed. Gabriel raised his sword over McBurney, shouting that this was the end. The boy was surprised to see the blade approaching. Twisting, he managed to block the blow with his sword. The blonde looked surprised and thought, what kind of strange movement was this? McBurney was spinning around himself rapidly. Spinning like a whirlwind, he was approaching the blonde. Crouching, the brown-haired man pulled his hand with the sword back. Gabriel bared his teeth angrily and cursed. Red rays were spreading from him in all directions. Surrounded by a red glow, the man sullenly thought that this guy's appearance for the third time was clearly not an accident. The balance was not lost. He imagined a diagram of the enemy's silhouette with arrows and thought that he was using the imbalance of the body caused by the lack of his right arm on purpose. McBurney remembered Roman crossing his arms and telling him that the basis of all swordsmanship was to use the balance of the body. He told the boy in front of him that losing one arm was a fatal weakness for a swordsman, but a sword in his left hand transformed the lost balance into a unique sword movement. McBurney swung his sword with concentration, thinking that the creator of the sword was left-handed. Like him, one-armed, how could he possibly create such a sword technique? Was it because he was a special person? The boy imagined himself standing in front of an image of a tree and thought that no, unlike him, who had abandoned reality, he was tirelessly searching for a new path, creating this technique. The boy raked his fingers into the ground, thinking that he was useless. The one-armed man sat tiredly on the ground and thought that he had barely found hope. McBurney, his eyes shining, attacked, leaving bright golden marks, and thought that he would definitely win the tournament in the name of his master. He jumped up and swung his shining sword. He thought that his life as a swordsman was not over. A bright flash of a blow pierced the chest of the screaming Gabriel. He was lying on the ground, struck by a one-armed swordsman. McBurney raised his head and thought of Roman. He stood next to the fallen opponent and mentally thanked him for giving him a new life. In the center of the arena, 6 men stood. Words were heard that in the end, the Dmitri soldiers won the championship. The Northeastern Alliance was just a bunch of talkative people. Now the territory in the Northeast belongs to the Dmitri family. The man clenched his fist until he trembled. He thought that it was all over. Conrad imagined the soldiers standing above him and thought that because of this, the association's status would fall to the bottom. When did the Dmitri family become so strong? The man looked ahead tensely, thinking, in the end, which family did they dare to touch? Even if they borrowed the power of the central government, they could not guarantee victory over such monsters. The man behind them frowned and asked what they should do now. The Viscount replied that he really needed to ask such a thing. He walked away saying that since all the members from the alliance had been eliminated, there was no reason to stay here. It was time to leave. The blonde man said in surprise that they weren't that strong to begin with. Roman made them like this. The man in armor said that it was truly incredible. Taylor looked down and said that in a prestigious family of swordsmen there would always be the best swordsman. He introduced the guy in the red cloak standing above the others and said that someone with enough strength to gain fame throughout the continent and the ability as a leader to train others was truly an incredible person. Looking forward, the guy said that Roman had become a ranker purely through his own efforts. Did he know what that meant? He introduced the brunette with the sword and explained that it meant that Roman was the first and strongest swordsman, which would make Dmitri a prestigious family. Standing next to the other boys, he said that the future path of the swordsmen of the Northeast was clear. If anyone wanted to succeed as a swordsman, they would have to swear allegiance to the Dmitri family. Crossing his arms, Roman said that everything was fine. They tried. He stood in front of the men lined up and said that some people needed strength, some admired him. The boy with the scar looked ahead and heard that some had no other options. The brunette standing in front of them said that this is why they swore allegiance to him. He does not like complicated relationships. Roman looked at the soldiers and said that it is possible to build strong relationships based solely on emotions, but he thinks that the ideal relationship is one in which people have something to offer each other. He presented the rope and said that since they all wanted something from him, their relationship would remain unchanged, even as time passed. Looking at them with a shining gaze, he continued that he highly appreciated their passionate desire. Let them not forget. Henderson pursed his lips, hearing that they were the ones Roman chose, so let them not doubt themselves. The soldiers looked at him and heard that he never doubted their victory. The brunette smiled and said that last, he would give everyone 10 gold and 3 days of leave. Crossing his arms, he wished everyone a good rest. The men thanked him in unison. Words were heard that it was a great honor for them to serve him. He would be loyal to him for life. Lucas touched his chest and said that as the master expected, they refused to confront Dmitri. Looking forward, the green-haired man continued that perhaps they would not confront Dmitri's family until such an opportunity arose. Roman sat at the table and told him that perfect governance was impossible in this world. No matter how holy a country is, there will definitely be those who oppose it. He imagined the heroes and the shining map and thought that you never know when conflicts with the central government may arise. They must minimize the casualties in the Northeast. Lucas looked down after hearing that the Northeastern Alliance was evil in this sense. Looking ahead, the brunette thought that this provoked the Alliance and forced them to face reality. Roman smiled and thought that what was next was the victory of the barbarians. He told the guildmaster to move on to the next stage. The red-haired man slammed his fist on the table. "This is the power of North Kairos, Count Douglas." He shouted that they still haven't found those rats. The man in the suit bowed in apology and said that although they had eliminated all the nearby bandits, the location of the bars could not be found. The men shook hands. On the eve of the war, Barco had used his personal connections in addition to the gold bank to raise as much money as possible. The man stood with gold in his hand, and the brunette smiled. To prepare for the unexpected, he had borrowed money from Douglas, an influential figure in the north, and friendly forces to bring Homeros. He remembered how Roman had struck down an enemy with a sword, but Barco had been defeated by Roman. The man lay bleeding on the ground. In addition, Viscount Barco had died while fleeing that night, so the person who knew where the money was had disappeared from this world. The gold bars were stacked in neat rows. Count Douglas, in despair, remembered one thing: the Barco family's secret fund had never been revealed to the outside world. The bloody bodies of the knights lay by the carriages. Count Douglas, who had gotten an idea of him through drinking with Viscount Barco, hired the Black Moon Intelligence Guild and was able to find the secret fund, but while transporting the ingots, he encountered a group of bandits and was robbed. Douglas frowned angrily, thinking that it was impossible for a bunch of thieves to steal so much gold, and out loud he said that even if he had to search the entire northeastern region, he should definitely find the location of the ingots. Frowning, the red-haired man shouted that this was the fair price that Barco deserved, and no one else could take them. A man ran into the room, shouting that the Black Moon people said they did not know the location of the ingots. Douglas turned around indignantly and shouted for them to be called right now. The man in the cloak hit his chest with his fist. It was the guildmaster of Black Moon, Donovan. He said that after the gold bars were stolen by a group of thieves, he took refuge in the black market and found out the identity of the criminal. Douglas stood up from the table and asked who it was. The man's eyes widened in shock when he heard that the identity of the thieves was not bandits, but the Northeastern Alliance. He asked what he said. The man imagined the horseman standing in front of the warrior with the sword and heard that it was true that a group of bandits attacked the Count's troops first. However, the soldiers of the Alliance who met by chance attacked the bandits, defeating them. The men saw piles of gold bars. The soldiers stole the carriage with the bars and fled. The hooded man said that they should have known that this was Count Douglas's carriage. Donovan held out a gold bar and said that as proof, he could see the gold bars that were sold on the black market. The serial number was the same as the secret fund of Barco. He looked at the man holding the bag from around the corner and said that they confirmed that the person who sold them to the black market was an employee of an Alliance member, Viscount Conrad. The hooded man heard Douglas cursing and thought that if he hadn't told them about it, they might have committed the perfect crime. The head of the Intelligence Guild smiled, thinking that by turning the master into an enemy, they had brought on a crisis. The Northeastern Alliance, Count Douglas, he had never dreamed of the changes that Black Moon had undergone. He imagined the name holding his shoulders and thought that in fact, Black Moon, an intelligence guild with a high reputation in the Northeast, had already been absorbed by the lower district sect led by Lucas and had become a force under Roman's command. Douglas stretched out his hand and shouted, "Contact the Northeastern Alliance now. He will catch all the rats who dared to steal his money." The men sitting at the round table, one of them said that Douglas was the beast of the North. He was worried about what would happen if their relationship deteriorated. The brunette waved his hand, saying that they all knew the identity of Count Douglas. Conrad asked what they were all talking about. He folded his hands while sitting at the table and said that the Barco secret fund did not only belong to Douglas, they also lent money to the Barco family and had the right to take back their share. The mustachioed man frowned, saying that besides, wasn't Douglas the one who was trying to secretly appropriate all the money for himself? So there was no need to go to him with his head down in the first place. The men sitting at the table looked at each other. One of them asked if it was okay to say that. Conrad replied that it was not the most important thing. Could they exchange the money they earned back for bullion? Pointing his finger, he said that from now on they should all say the same thing about Douglas striking first, thus creating a big problem. Hands went up. Words were heard that in any case they could not do anything about it. They would follow Conrad's words. Everyone agreed. A man entered the room, calling out to the gentleman, and said that Douglas had sent a magical message. Conrad looked at him gloomily. The red-haired man on the hologram said what the hell this was. They were stealing his money, let them explain. Conrad spread his hands and asked them to calm down first. They understood perfectly well why he was so angry, but they also lent money to the Barco family. Spreading his arms, he said that this money did not belong to anyone. He did not know if the Count promised a fair reward, but wasn't he the one who stole all the money first? Looking at the hologram, the man thought that he had completely hidden the essence of the matter and pointed out the Count's mistake, if that were an excuse. Douglas's scream was heard. What were these people carrying after they stole his money? The red-haired man was extremely angry and scowled, shouting that it was all his money since he had discovered the Barco secret fund. The bars belonged to the Douglas family. The man put out his hand and tried to calm him down, but he heard a loud order to be quiet. Douglas told them to listen to him. The men looked at the hologram, hearing the Count's words that he would contact the central government to inform them that he was starting a war with them, to join forces with the entire Northeast and try to stop him. Douglas scowled, shouting angrily how pathetic the Northeast Alliance was without the protection of the Barco family. He would show them the reality. Conrad turned around, telling the others that he thought they were in big trouble. Lucas put his cup on the table and said with a smile, "That is the Lord expected." The Count had declared war on the Alliance. The boy brought the cup to his mouth and said that if it was the Count, he would not go back on his words after he said them, so everything was going according to plan. He saw the image of a man on the surface of the tea. He said that the Viscount was not someone to be attacked without looking back. He remembered how the man bowed to him and said that if the Count was stronger, the Viscount would be the first to raise the flag, even if he had to give up his pride. He frowned slightly and added that in order to prevent this from happening, they needed to start spreading the word right now, then fighting would be inevitable. He crossed his legs, thinking that when a person is cornered, he thought he can let go of his little pride. The old man served apples in a bag. He said that the atmosphere in the northern region is currently frightening. The girl looked at him in fear, covering her mouth with her hand. The man added that the Northeastern Alliance is preparing to attack the Douglas estate. People passing by were talking among themselves. The man added that he would have to close his business for a while. The tramps sitting in the gateway were discussing that this was true, because one of them heard it directly from the family servant. After talking with the Count, he began to smash the furniture and throw it all over the room. The old man put his finger to his mouth and added that from what he heard, they were planning to crush the Count. The other man asked if they were getting involved in a war. The master's front men were walking around the market. He thought that there were rumors in the area that the Northeastern Alliance had evil intentions towards the Count. The merchants and servants who spread the rumors, all those who lived at the bottom of the food chain, belonged to the sect of the lower district. The hooded guy smiled contentedly. The man slammed his hand on the table and said that he was going to take a look at everything, because he did not understand who dared to do this to me. The red-haired man put his hand in front of him and ordered that a conscription order be issued immediately in the name of his family, because he would never forgive those guys. The man frowned slightly at the hair, turned to the Count and said that this war was a scam, and that they were also considering financial compensation to apologize for this incident. The man looked at him in surprise. Conrad added that he should calm his anger, because the rumors spreading around were in no way their intentions. Douglas looked at the interlocutor angrily, called him by name and asked if he looked like a blind man. The man frowned deeply and added that the reason he contacted him was not to take risks and compromise, because it was a declaration of war to crush the bat like people driven by profit. He disconnected from the dialogue, finally saying that they should just take risks and fight with all their might. The dark-haired youth turned to the Viscount and said that this was a big deal, because the Count would attract the northern aristocrats. Frowned and said loudly that they would never be able to win alone. The brunette asked the Viscount to contact the central government. The man called Fabius for help. The man replied that he understood how difficult the situation was, but they could not interfere in these matters. The Count raised his hand and replied that the Northeastern Alliance was to blame for this, so they could solve it themselves. The guys looked down sadly. One of them said that it was over because they could no longer avoid war. Suddenly the crystal on the table shone brightly. The young man turned to the gentleman and said that Roman had contacted. The young man, crossing his arms, looked at the Viscount, who asked what had happened. The man closed his eyes. The guy said that according to rumors, they were having problems now. The Viscount thought that this was obvious, and, apparently, the young man contacted them to mock them. Conrad raised his hands, hearing the words that the guy contacted them because he wanted to hear the situation directly. Avoiding misunderstandings, the man thought that this was not a serious attitude, after which he began to tell everything in detail. The boy crossed his arms and asked what the Viscount was planning to do, since they couldn't just stand there and watch the northern forces advance into the northeastern zone. The man looked at him in surprise and asked if he meant to say that help would come from their side. The boy frowned slightly and replied that no matter what the relationship was between them, the Viscount didn't intend to just watch what was happening in the northeast. The man imagined the boy looming over them and thought that if they quarreled, it would be Dmitri who would benefit the most. He frowned sternly and wondered what the boy's intentions were. The boy smirked slightly, and the man thought that now was not the time to be reckless. He raised his hands and explained that they had been on bad terms before, but now they really needed help from their kind. The man frowned and added that if the boy didn't help, he would be ready for anything in the future, and then decided that now was not the time to talk about pride. He imagined how they could do the same, and thought that once they did this, they would be able to minimize the damage from the war. Roman lowered his hands and replied that it would be more logical not to help the Northeastern Alliance, but he did not want to lose sight of the big picture. The hero presented 3 regions on the map and added that even if you take into account the situation in the northern part, they all need to work together. Roman looked at the interlocutor and said that his family and the Northeastern Alliance ultimately exist within a single Northeastern region. The Viscount looked down tensely and thought that the guy was saying this out of pure kindness. The young man crossed his arms and added that his demands were not clear, after which he asked to show sincere regret for what happened in the past and a willingness to work together in the future. The man looked at him in surprise. The guy asked to do this, in exchange for which he would not ignore the Alliance's crisis. The man thought that this was ridiculous. A bead of sweat ran down his cheek. The Viscount thought that Dmitri was the one that the aristocrats looked down on because he was a commoner. The man felt sorry for the Varnish and decided that the boy looked like a great leader who could lead the Northeastern region. He looked up at the boy and said that after enough discussion with the Alliance members, they would contact again. A few days later, the army led by the Count was passing through the forest. One of the close knights said that the Count should make sure to make calculations for when this war would end. The man agreed with him. He turned back and said that this was nonsense. He imagined sand falling and added that the Northeastern region, which had lost its integrity after the fall of Barcos, was like a crumbling sand castle. The man's horse suddenly stopped. He asked if someone should take over this rich land. The soldiers agreed with him. The Count imagined a lion and thought that people thought of his family as a mindless beast. But he did not attack his opponents blindly, because if he had to face this fight anyway, the only way to survive was. The man imagined the lion killing its prey and thought that he needed to maximize his chances of winning. He imagined a castle and the image of a man, thinking that when they were under the protection of the central government, they could not act hastily. But now the northern lords could also participate in the war. The enemy army came out to meet them. The man thought that the Northeastern Alliance without Barcos was at a loss, so this was a pie that was nice to share. The Count turned around, introduced himself and asked for an answer from the enemy. A cry was heard from the opposite side. The Viscount replied that the appointed time had not yet been appointed, and then asked to wait a few seconds. Conrad looked at the enemy army. The Count said that, apparently, almost all of them had arrived, so they had no reason to waste their strength in a battle that the Viscount would lose anyway. The man timidly said that large and small issues had to be resolved in advance. The watery guy called out to the Count and said that someone was coming to them. The man thought that, apparently, the opponents had called for reinforcements. The banner of the Dmitri family rose up. The man frowned in surprise, noticing this. The guy had arrived at the scene, being at the head of his own army. The Count turned around and asked him what was going on. Roman turned to him. He frowned deeply and shouted at the man, asking if there was a special reason for appearing on the battlefield, because just like the Count brought in the northern lords, the Count and the lords were surprised to hear that he had simply brought the Union troops. Douglas thought that bringing in the northern lords had become an excuse for their family to go to war. The boys looked at the Count. One of them said that the man did not say that this could happen. The other aunt added that if he knew that this family would participate in the war, he would not have come. The Viscount looked at the enemy and said that they were ready. The Count frowned angrily. Roman called out to the Count and said that they were giving the northerners a choice. He smiled ominously and said that the choice consisted of 2 options, close combat or a battle of the strongest warriors. The man frowned tensely and thought that now that the war was declared, nothing could be cancelled. Roman frowned ominously. The man thought that if they fought him, they would definitely lose, but this did not mean that they could choose close combat. The troops stood opposite each other. The man continued to reflect on the fact that the number of their troops exceeded the number of the Northeastern Alliance. But Roman had strong soldiers who won the war in the south, so they were not terrible opponents. The man lowered his head, choosing between answers. The boy stopped his worries and said that he had one suggestion, then said that they could arrange a battle of great warriors, but he would have to deal with 3 warriors at a time. The boy smiled and added that if they felt uncomfortable, they could increase the number to 5. Douglas frowned tensely, not believing what he heard. He gritted his teeth and acknowledged the strength of the boy, then thought that making such an absurd suggestion was too much. The young man raised his hand and said that he wanted to end this war as cleanly as possible. The Viscount looked back at his soldiers. The Count replied that he had to think for a moment. He turned to his allies. One of them suggested accepting the proposal. He clenched his palm and said that no matter how strong he was, there were 5 of them, so the powerful members of each family could not be defeated by one person. The boys looked at him incredulously. The blonde said that it was still dangerous. The dark-haired youth added that the fact that the opponent had won the previous duel meant that there was a chance that the boy had reached the 5th star. The count said that he knew this. He frowned deeply and added that they had no other choice because they would have to deal with this monster anyway. He introduced his 2 swordsmen and said that they had reached the 2nd star and had once defeated a 4-star swordsman with a coordinated attack. He looked at the allies and added that the enemy must be as strong as people said, but now that he made a reckless choice to show off his strength, they have a chance. Douglas imagined the enemy's body being cut by quick strikes and said that while he was still arrogant, they might be able to cut off his breath and devour the northeastern region. The guys decided to follow the count. Douglas imagined hanging over the guy's image, thinking that he would make him regret his arrogance. The night observer stepped forward and said that the warriors' battle would be held according to the rule of 1 against 5. The swordsman brothers crossed their arms and said in a voice that they would move from both sides, not aim for blind spots, and they should attack while he was busy. One of them frowned sternly and said that no matter how good the enemy's swordsmanship was, the moment he began to counterattack, gaps would definitely appear. The other brother looked around and said that the final blow would be dealt by the allies. If the lords supported them, they could achieve glory and wealth together. The red banner rose into the air, the people cheered and announced the start. One of the brothers gritted his teeth, activating his mana, and mentally addressed his brother, declaring the start. They prepared for battle. Being embraced by mana, the younger brother agreed with the elder. They approached the guy from both sides at high speed. The men swung their swords, directing the attack at the enemy's head. The heroes grabbed the sword with both hands. In one movement, he cut both brothers in 2. The bodies of the men fell to the ground. The count was scared but looked at what happened and thought that he killed the twins with one blow. The guy lowered his head and said that an idea suddenly came to him when he learned that the count had declared war. The boy imagined a man smiling and telling something and said that when the Barcos family was in order, people always tried to solve problems through dialogue. He looked sternly at the opponent and added that they did not try to talk to them. The boys trembled in fear. The young man added that there was only one conclusion, namely that neither the count nor the northern lords cared at all about the existence of his family. The boy looked at them ominously and said that this fact irritated him. He took a step forward. Roman looked at the opponents and said that he would give them a chance to put an end to the battle of great warriors, after which he offered to compete in close combat. The count was scared but looked at him, hearing what was said. He imagined a huge number of soldiers' bodies and thought that in such a fight a huge number of them died. Roman stood in front of the opponents. The count decided that it would be better for him to sacrifice these 5 people instead. He answered with a trembling voice that there is a rule. The lords looked at him in surprise. The count added that they had decided to fight in the battle of great warriors, after which he suggested stopping there. The guy grinned and said that if the man wanted it, he agreed. The guy stood in front of the armed lords. They said that the battle would go according to plan. Suddenly someone called him. The dark-haired youth frowned and said that the mother was already finished, after which he suggested ending the battle of great warriors. The hero looked at them and said that the northern soldiers, like cowards, were raising a white flag. He plunged his sword into the ground and added that he would not use it. The guy raised his hand, threw off his cloak and asked if they liked it now. One of the lords frowned and told the guy not to regret the choice he had just made, after which he thought that it would be a shame if the swordsman backed down even under such conditions. An aura enveloped their bodies. The blonde stepped forward and said that he was not sure either, but it was worth it as long as the enemy did not have a sword. The men rushed into battle. The brunette let out a loud scream. The guy noticed the approaching blade. He smiled slightly. The young man struck the blade, breaking it into pieces. The hero continued the momentum of the blow, hitting the lord in the face. With quick and easy movements, he attacked the survivors. One of them fell to the ground. His mouth was splattered with blood. The guy kicked him with incredible force, interrupting his pleas for help. The lord lay lifeless in the resulting crater. The guy looked at him angrily and asked if there was an objection. The count lowered his head, saying that they had nothing they wanted to say. The guy stood in front of the lined-up army. The viscount bowed low to him and said that the guy had worked hard. The young man offered to continue to get along in the future. Conrad opened his eyes and thought that if they decided to fight with this family, they would kill not the opponents, but themselves. He noticed the guy beaming with joy. This was the moment when the hierarchy of the northeastern continent was clearly organized, as Roman had planned. A few days later, fluffy clouds descended over the place. The men gathered inside at a long table. The guy looked at them and said that at this meeting, Father gave him full authority, and then asked if there was anyone who was still uncomfortable about this. The men closed their eyes and lowered their heads. The guy smiled and said that from now on, he wanted to tell them something new. He folded his hands in front of him and asked them about how they thought the kingdom was moving in the right direction. He imagined a battle at the fortress wall or said that he was on the southern front during the invasion of a neighboring kingdom, and that at that time he had a hard time not because of the enemy. He remembered how the male knights looked at him with displeasure and thought that the problem was the enemies within, since the commander of the southern front did not believe him. The youth imagined how the regions on the map were cut off from each other and said that while the leadership of the central government was fighting for power, the southern front fell. The men looked at him tensely. The boy said that if it were not for him and the soldiers, even now the kingdom would be in a state of war. He raised his hand, frowned deeply, and said that if a war broke out in the kingdom, the central government would take troops from each province and use them as cannon fodder. He imagined a burning manor, and said that unlike the nobles of the manors who lost their troops and suffered, the nobles of the capital retained their power. He frowned sternly, and added that they needed to use this incident to face the reality that it was unfair. The men looked at him tensely. The boy summed up that this was why he decided that changes were needed. He put his hands on the chair and said that just as the capital government wielded power under the name of the central government, the Northeast could join forces to protect each other. He frowned deeply and thought that if his family began to move seriously, the central government would not give him much time. The men discussed his words. The boy added that they should quickly unite the Northeast region. He mentally stood in front of the gray-haired man and thought that if it worked, the central government would not act hastily. The red-haired man looked back and said that if they united the forces of the Northeast region, they would certainly be able to raise a voice against the central government. He imagined a dark, empty land and said that, however, except for some areas, in many regions, including Lawrence, the reality is that the environment in the Northeast is very harsh. He then imagined the carriage entering the fortress and added that the northeastern families brought most of their supplies from outside, and if there was a conflict with the central government, there was a high probability that trade would be blocked. The youth replied that he knew this. He imagined chains enveloping the palace and said that the trade system was directly linked to the central government. He imagined the links of the chain flying apart and said that if the chain could not be broken, the relevant nobles would have no choice but to be on a leash. The hero turned to Lucas and raised his hand, saying that if his allies would just make a decision, he would have a way to solve the food problem. The youth showed the people present a diagram and said that this was their plan for further development. The gentleman folded his hands in front of him and said that the northeastern region, compared to others, had many mountains. In particular, behind his family there was an endless mountain range. Roman imagined the defensive structures built in the mountain and said that his family had an advantageous structure for blocking enemy attacks, and first, he planned to build a large fortress where he could evacuate people. He then imagined the blooming fields on the slopes and said that he wanted to clear the area so that in the future they could grow crops and be self-sufficient. The Viscount looked at him and asked if it was possible. Because it was not such a simple matter, the boy answered in the affirmative. He imagined a man from the heavenly demon cult and thought that the cult lived in a fortress perfect enough to withstand attacks from other sects for several years. He then imagined the mountain slopes and thought that the ranges were spread out for hundreds of kilometers and that it was called 100,000 mountains. The youth imagined the appearance of the man from the cult and began to think about the mountain range and reincarnation in the family of a blacksmith. The boy let go of his gaze and decided that this could be either a coincidence or an inevitability. He took out a piece of paper and said that as they had already seen, it was possible to determine the lands that could be cultivated, and some were already being cleared, so he thought it would take some time. The hero imagined the kingdom and said that if this was successful, they would not retreat despite the threats of the central government, and they would be able to gain strength. The men looked at the papers presented to them. The old man said that it was truly amazing. The red-haired man was surprised but looked at the paper and thought that absolutely everything, from the development plan to the fortress blueprints, was carefully thought out, and instead of offering an abstract direction, the gentleman clearly stated how to act. The head of Lawrence touched his chest and said that he would follow the guy. The Viscount nodded, agreeing with his decision, and said that he would do the same. The rest of the people present also followed their example. The guy smiled and decided that the northeastern territory was finally in the hands of his family, after which he said that the name would be changed to the Dmitri Alliance. The hero's father held a glass in his hand. He took a small sip of the contents and thought that the current family would be led by Roman, and that it was moving in the right direction. He imagined the image of Rodwell and thought that he felt sorry for him for all the hard work, but now Roman was the leader of time, and this was something that no one could change. And he looked out the window and said that the moon was very bright. A month ago, Marquis Valentino was sitting at the table, sorting through papers. The letter said that the sword that Hendrik made had never been put up for auction. The man frowned and thought that if it was not the master blacksmith Dmitri, then he did not understand who the master who created the sword was. He folded the sheets of paper on which was the answer from the man, in which he wrote that this was not his sword, because recently he had not put a sword up for auction, and even if the Marquis searched the entire continent, he would not be able to find it. A dark-haired man ran into the hall, called out to the Marquis and said that in the master blacksmith's collection, according to rumors, a sword of a similar shape to the Ifrit was seen. The Marquis jumped up in surprise and told his subordinate to immediately take him to Dmitri. Hendrik put his hands on his knees and asked why they came. The Marquis sat down opposite him and said that a month ago at an auction he had won a bid for a sword called Ifrit. The blacksmith said that the man had already written about it in a letter. The Marquis smiled and added that, from his point of view, Ifrit was truly a treasure. He introduced the man forging the sword and said that he was sure that the master who had created this sword, which perfectly received mana, was the best in the kingdom. He put the blade on the table and showed it to the blacksmith. Hendrik looked at him in surprise. The Marquis noticed this and smiled, thinking that he was right. The man raised his hand and asked if the blacksmith knew this sword, because, according to rumors, a few days ago a sword similar to this one was found in his collection. The master raised his hand to his chin. The Marquis looked at him with a smile. The master said that he would show the sword, after which he thought that a successor like the Marquis would realize the value of the sword. He placed a blade with a dark edge on the table and said that it was called Salamander. The Marquis looked at it in surprise and thought that just looking at the blade made his heart skip a beat, so he was sure that the sword was made by the same person as the Ifrit. The blacksmith placed his hands on the table and said that, as I expected, Marquis, Salamander and Ifrit were made by the same person. The swords emitted a dark aura. The man added that, to be precise, Salamander was the first creation, Ifrit appeared after it. Valentino did not take his eyes off the blade, thinking that Salamander was probably his first work, and then remarked that he wanted to have it. The blacksmith bowed deeply when he heard the question of whether he could sell this sword, and then replied that this sword was not for sale. He raised his head and said that he received it as a gift, and as a collector, he feels that he cannot sell it. Mackey's probably completely understands him. Valentino was shocked by what he heard and asked if the blacksmith had just said anything about a gift. He silently looked at the master and thought that this was not his creation, but a sword he had received as a gift, which meant that the blacksmith knew the identity of the master. He imagined the image of the former baron and asked if he had created these swords. The blacksmith answered negatively. The master glanced at the blades and said that they were made by the eldest son of the family. The Marquis imagined the guy's frightening appearance and thought that he was the youngest ranker in the kingdom, but had already made the best sword. Valentino looked at the weapon in surprise and added that in every work, the story behind it is important. If the person who made the sword was just a master, he would be judged by the result, but, unexpectedly, it was created by the best swordsman. The man imagined how many hands reached for this sword and thought that people attach special importance to swords, and that the value of the sword will increase because it is incredibly rare. The Marquis gripped the arm of the chair and decided that he wanted to meet the young man right now. He looked up at the ceiling with a smile. The hero jumped back from the knight's blow. He turned his leg, placing it on the floor. The young man made several jerks, simultaneously blocking the enemy's blows. Suddenly he noticed the men looking at them. The blonde frowned and decided that this was his moment to attack. The hero looked down in surprise, noticing the approaching aura. Suddenly, a bright explosion lit up the room. The people around him looked at him in surprise. Roman gripped the hilt of his sword and said that it was a good trick. The knight was lying on the floor in front of him. The guy added that when he splashes out his strength and the desire to kill, a gap is formed in the attack, so he must have a trump card up his sleeve that will knock the enemy off balance. The knight agreed and said that he would remember this. Valentino watched in surprise. The boy called out for the next opponent. The Marquis thought that this was the level of the eldest son of the family. He remembered the boy's last battle and thought that the whole kingdom was talking about him lately, so he was curious about what place he would take in the rankings. He introduced the various rankers and added that he did not know what would be awarded to him after he defeated the number 2 in the rankings. The man frowned slightly and thought that looking at this in person, he realized that his abilities exceeded the rumors circulating around the world, and if you mention that he is also a blacksmith, then perhaps the kingdom. The hero put his sword on his shoulder and looked away. The man finished his thought by saying that the kingdom had the greatest talent on the entire continent. The butler turned to the boy and said that he had a guest. The Marquis smiled slightly when he heard the agreement, and the hero walked closer to him, extended his hand and introduced himself by name. Valentino looked at his palm with a smile and wondered if these hands had forged the Ifrit. He shook his hand and also introduced himself. The man put the sword on the table and said that he came to the boy because of it. The young man looked at the blade and thought that he had entrusted this sword to Lucas. The Marquis said that during this time he had mobilized all his forces and resources to find the master who forged the Ifrit. He looked up at the boy and asked if he was really the one who had created this weapon. The young man looked at the man's face and thought that the Marquis was the richest man in the kingdom, nicknamed the Greedy Collector, and that among the nobility, maintaining neutrality, he had the greatest influence. The boy imagined gold coins pouring into a handful and added that by owning the kingdom's trading rights, the man had amassed great wealth, the power of which was capable of shaking the balance of power. The hero imagined dark hands reaching out to the man and thought that despite 4 offers from the factions, he had made it clear that he would remain neutral. The hero smiled slightly and thought that this was an interesting person, and then confirmed the man's guess. He grinned and added that he had forged the Ifrit himself. The Marquis jumped up from his seat and said with a smile that it was a great honor for him, and that the boy had no idea how much he wanted to meet him. The Marquis remembered the first time he saw the sword and said that it was as if lightning had struck him at that moment. He raised his hands and said that, after all, their family was a shrine to blacksmiths, and that the boy must have inherited his father's talent. Valentino recalled the previous duel and asked permission to take a look at the sword the boy had just held in his hands. The young man agreed with him. The Marquis picked up the shining sword and asked what its name was. The hero replied that he called it Darkness. The Marquis imagined the crossed swords and thought that they were shockingly outstanding named swords. However, he looked at the blade of the sword with undisguised surprise and thought that the darkness that had absorbed the prevailing darkness was on a completely different level, and that each new sword showed an amazing growth trend. The man imagined the boy forging the sword and wondered how incredible a sword this monster would be able to forge in the future. He put the blade on the table, turned to the boy and said that he had an offer, the conditions of which were quite simple, because, firstly, if the boy was going to sell the sword, he must give the Marquis a chance to buy it back. The blades were lying on the table. The man added that the second condition was that if the boy created a new sword, he would like to see it first and that he did not care about time or place. Roman folded his arms. The Marquis added that even if it was a distant country or some wilderness, he would do anything to get to the boy. The man smiled maniacally and said that if the boy promised to fulfill these 2 points, his family would henceforth support the Dmitri family. The hero frowned in surprise and realized that the man could abandon neutrality. The Marquis presented the split coat of arms and asked if the boy understood what this meant, because he would abandon the neutrality that the family had adhered to until now. The boy frowned and asked him to give a specific reason. The Marquis introduced the other rulers and said that, frankly speaking, he had been under a lot of pressure from the 4 factions lately, and that they would not be able to remain neutral forever. Valentino scratched his temple and finished his sentence by saying that he had thought for a long time about which of the authorities to support. The man introduced the real youth in front and said that he had heard that the youth had approved the alliance of his own family and, in addition, the Marquis raised his hands and said with delight that he had confirmed that it was the youth who had forged the flash, after which he added that he saw no reason not to feel sympathy for him. He imagined the image of the father of the family, a former defense, and said that he understood that the family was not short of money. However, the Marquis folded his hands in front of himself and added with a smile that the more money the better, after which he thought that the youth had really touched him. The hero rose from his seat and said that the aristocrats of the alliance had sworn allegiance to him. He looked sternly at the Marquis and asked if his family was ready to follow Dimitri's family. The man smiled contentedly. He bowed to the boy and said that their family was ready to sleep on straw or jump into a fiery pit, because if it was the boy's order, they would do it with a smile. The hero grinned and thought that he could not even think about such connections, after which he said that he would rely on the Marquis. The man kept his head down, asking if he could reveal the truth about the hero forging the flash. He looked at the boy with delight and said that such a magnificent sword fell into his hands, and he would not stand it if he could not boast to an acquaintance. Roman crossed his arms and decided that the Marquis was a rather peculiar person. The bright sun hung over the Valentino family estate. Inside there were discussions about the famous signature sword. The rulers of the 4 factions gathered in front of the table on which the blade lay. The Marquis said that this sword surpassed all rumors, because it would allow a 1-star swordsman to repel an attack from a 2-star aura. He smirked slightly and added that he had never lied about the items in his collection, and besides, the master who forged the Ifrit. The rulers presented the image of the hero. The Marquis finished the sentence by saying that this is the rancor who put Hector to flight and comes from a family of blacksmiths. Roman. The guys looked at him in surprise. He said that this cannot be, because in that case, this sword belongs to the eldest son of their family. The man confirmed this and said that it was with this sword that he defeated Butler in a duel. The Marquis frowned with a smile and added that in his entire life the guy forged 3 balls, and Flash was the second of them. He presented 3 magnificent balls and thought that people dubbed them the Roman collection. Then he imagined Hendrik, who forged the sword, and thought that thanks to the guy's reputation, the business of their kind's forges went uphill so much that it became difficult to withstand such a volume of work. The youth walked along the night corridor. He turned around, hearing the voice of the man in the cloak, who said that the guy was able to repel the attack of Hector and defeat the butler. Nakin frowned and said that they underestimated him too much, and that the guy even united the northeastern region, monopolizing power. The hero stood with his back to him. The guy in the cloak added that the Empire cannot ignore the future possible threat, so he must choose either to submit to it or turn into an enemy. Roman raised his hand, smiled ominously and asked why he should follow their choice. He turned to the interlocutor, Mac, and asked if this meant that he was ready to go against them. The young man frowned slightly and said that they should call a spade since they were the ones who threatened him in the first place. He imagined himself sitting on the throne that the man held and said that he was not going to swear allegiance to anyone against his will. The young man looked at the hooded man and thought that the kingdom was a tasty morsel for the empire, which it had been trying to get for many years, and if Valhalla decided to attack the kingdom, Kronos would never stand aside. He frowned sternly and said that if they did not plan to be hostile to him, then it was worth waiting. Nakin fell into a stupor, hearing the words that the power that the young man would choose would definitely elevate the kingdom to the top, and people would begin to call his family the creators of the king. He fist and said that the young man was extremely brave in solving problems. Coming close, the guy added that if you strain your neck all the time, it will break someday. He imagined Butler and said that even he, whom the guy defeated with such difficulty, is nothing to the empire because the continent is quite large. His body began to dissolve into thin air. The guy added that they will give the young man more time and hope that he will make a balanced decision. Sheets of paper fell to the floor. With the foundation of the alliance, 4 factions contacted Roman one after another and insistently demanding to make a decision. The guy in the suit put his hands behind his back and asked the interlocutor if he was going to leave the hero alone. Benedict took the sheet of paper in his hand and said that if the guy chooses him, he will not inflate the incident. The man crumpled the paper in his hand and sternly said that if the young man prefers another direction, then he will make him pay. The young man looked out the window and decided that he could no longer use the balance of the power system. He imagined himself standing on a field full of wounded and dead soldiers, thinking that if he did not use the last year to good effect, there would be casualties in the coming war. He frowned slightly and added that first of all, he must find an effective way to ideally resist magic. The heroes imagined a gigantic building and thought that there were 13 magic towers on the continent, the very first of which, the Heavenly Magic Tower, held a scientific conference in which representatives from each of the towers participated to witness the successes. Then he imagined a hand next to which a fireball appeared and added that the Phoenix Magic Tower presented powerful magic of the 5th circle. People looked at the arena in which a fiery tornado raged. The boy added that the gazes of the magicians watching this were filled with coldness. He imagined the irritated faces of the people and thought that the reason for this attitude towards the phoenix was the fundamental problem that had been plaguing the tower lately. The old men looked down. One of them said that it was true that the Phoenix Tower had lost the magical teachings accumulated over generations. The young man finished his thought by saying that it was because the tower had no individuality. Felix grabbed his head and said that 3 years ago he was confused and agreed to temporarily replace the tower head, but this could not continue. He closed his eyes and added that due to the disappearance of the previous tower head's mentor, he was unable to inherit the magical teachings of combustion, which was the secret weapon of the Phoenix Tower, because of which the tower began to lose magicians. He sat down on the back of the chair and thought that one of the kingdoms cut off sponsorship, so he could be expelled at any moment, after which he said that his head was starting to spin. He suddenly looked down, noticing something. On the table was a letter signed by Roman. The blonde took the sheet in his hand and read the lines that the conditions were quite simple. Felix imagined the image of the gentleman. The letter said that if he became the guy's sparring partner for the next 6 months, then he would pay 1,000 gold every month. The blonde frowned tensely and was surprised at the amount, after which he decided that although it was far away, he was not in a position to go through the options now, so he needed to go. The huge wheels of the carriage rolled along the ground. The man sat with the book in his hands and thought that the Dmitri family called the flowers of the blacksmith's kingdom, and that he did not know what about swordsmen, but this place would hardly interest magicians. The blonde imagined a map of the kingdom and thought that there were 13 magic towers on the continent, and 7 of them, including the heavenly one, located in Kronos. Then he imagined a majestic building that people were heading towards, and thought that although magic towers strictly adhere to neutral authority, the kingdom where most of the magic towers are located is rightfully called the Shrine of Magicians. Then he imagined a lifeless forest with burnt trees and added that in contrast to it are the lands of Cairo, unsuitable for magic, and at the very edge of the northwest of these lands is the clan of the Lord, but if it were not for Roman's offer, he would never have ended up there. The guy crossed his legs, thinking that for him, as a representative of the magic tower, it is important to receive 6,000 gold, which is enough to extend its existence for exactly 6 months. He frowned in surprise and wondered if this was true Dmitri. The blonde stood in front of the fortress wall, which had guards. One of the knights ordered him to stop and state the purpose of his visit. The blonde showed him the letter and said that he had come from the magical Phoenix Tower at the invitation of Mr. Roman. While the guards were talking to him, one of the knights examined the carriage. The blonde thought that the system was established and the guards' movements were polished. He noticed the magical devices installed in case of war and thought that even the fortress walls were arriving in perfect strength. The guy frowned deeply and decided that for a provincial town, it had a grandeur comparable to the possessions of eminent families. Roman extended his hand to the guest, introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet them. The magician shook his hand and thought that he did not look like an ordinary person, after which he also introduced himself. The blonde frowned and said that he would not beat around the bush, after which he asked if the young man confirmed the conditions stated in the letter. The hero smiled and answered affirmatively, repeating the words that if the man became his daily sparring partner, he would pay 1,000 gold per month for 6 months. Max closed his eyes, raised his hand and said that he did not quite understand the reason, because if this was a simple sparring, then there were many other mages, so he did not understand why the guy chose him. The young man presented a fire bird and said that, according to rumors, the fire magic of the Phoenix Magic Tower is the strongest of the attacking magic. He raised his hand and added that lately the tower had not been doing well, so he decided that for a moderate fee he could buy the time of such an outstanding mage. Roman took a step forward and said that if he got hurt or died during the sparring, the blonde would not have to bear responsibility for it, but he must promise that he would give it his all. The mage frowned angrily and asked if the lord was sure he wouldn't regret it, then wondered if he was serious or looked down on mages. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the training ground. The lord said the mage could attack first. He took the sword in his hand and added that he would give up the right to choose. Felix replied that he wouldn't refuse it. He brought his hands together, created a fireball and decided that this was the first duel, so he should start by wiping the nose of the eldest son of the family. The man created shining spears of fire. The projectiles headed towards the guy at high speed. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered on the ground. Felix was surprised to see the lord behind him. He used the next technique, the release of the fourth circle. The mage put his hand to the side, created a magic circle and activated Inferno. The streams of fire blocked the escape routes. The young man looked around and thought that walls of fire appeared on both sides of him. The magician waved his hands and decided that the guy would be finished. He created a giant spear, put his hand in front of him and used the flash rune. A bright explosion illuminated the space. He frowned and thought that although the attack had weak power, he would definitely not be able to move with it. The guy in the burning shirt appeared behind the enemy and asked if the magician was going to use the magic of the fifth circle. The magician jumped back in surprise and thought that the guy did not have a single burn even after the fiery pillar. The hero put his hand in his direction. The magician used flicker and moved, deciding that he needed to retreat. The hero quickly turned around. The next second he approached the enemy again. The blonde thought that the guy had already managed to catch up with him. He put his hands in front of him and activated restraint. The hero suddenly stopped. The man thought that he had shackled him by the legs, so this would help him gain about 10 seconds. Roman sank down, gathering his strength. He gritted his teeth, straightened up abruptly and broke the shackles. The blonde clenched his jaw, frowned and thought that he would prove to the boy that he was worth 1,000 gold. He spat out streams of fire and used incomplete combustion. He turned around in surprise at the flames. He jumped up, raising his sword above his head. The mage looked at him in surprise and said that this could not be. Roman quickly approached him and offered to end today's sparring. He frowned slightly, smiled and said that they would meet tomorrow at the same time. The mage looked at the ceiling in surprise and thought that the master had predicted every spell he cast. He spread his arms and legs and added that there was no technique in the world that could predict spells, after which he wondered how he managed to do it. He rose from the floor and wondered if he would be able to defeat the boy if they clashed again in battle. The blondie frowned and decided that at this rate he would never see victory, after which he tried to think of a solution. He imagined the former leader and thought that when the head of the tower disappeared without a trace, the burning that was passed down through generations was also lost, and everyone said that the end had come for the Phoenix Tower. The guy was sitting at the table in front of a giant book, throwing himself headlong into research. He successfully restored part of the spell, for which people called him obsessed. The next day, the blonde looked at his opponent standing in front of him. He raised his hands, created a magic circle under his feet and thought that if the opponent was able to predict the trajectory of magic, he needed to make it so absurd as to deprive him of the opportunity to calculate its point. The floor under his feet suddenly opened up. The man used the stone tip and climbed up on the resulting cliff. The brunette grinned contentedly. Magu looked at him and decided that the main advantage of magic is that it is not necessary to aim at the opponent. He created a huge stream of flame using a fire wave. The gentleman jumped up, dodging the attack. The blonde decided that this was the best moment. He shot a bright beam of flame at the guy using a fire cannon. Roman stopped the attack with his sword, using a shield made of aura. The blonde frowned and decided that it could be an artifact. The gentleman struck Magu with his hand, while he thought that the enemy created a shield on his own. He knocked him off the cliff. The magician opened his eyes. The gentleman said that things would not go like this. Felix looked at him in surprise. The guy allowed him to use any methods. He frowned slightly and added that the man could bring more magicians with him and fight as a crowd, and he would also change the conditions. The blonde was surprised but frowned when he heard the words that if he managed to win even once, the master would pay 10,000 gold that same day as a reward. Felix imagined his city and thought that this amount would be enough to provide food for 40,000 people for a year. The guy looked him in the face and asked if he liked the idea. The blonde thought that the enemy did not consider him as an equal from the beginning. He squeezed his hand and timidly agreed, deciding that from now on it was a matter of honor and that he would certainly put him on his knees and empty his family's treasury. The first week began. The guy attacked the barrier mage. The blonde went through a series of endless losses and attempts to study the enemy's battle strategy. Starting with the 8th battle, he began to actively use immobilizing spells. The blonde activated slowdown, stopping the guy in place. The next time he used fog, blocking his view. During the next battle, the mage used a magical trap under the hero's feet. He grabbed his head, wondering why the enemy was looking at all his attacks every time, because 30 fights had already passed, in which he suffered 30 defeats. The blonde touched his chin and decided it was time to admit that he shouldn't dwell on his self-esteem. The man beamed, deciding that he couldn't defeat the guy alone. The robed men answered the challenge. The old man asked if the blonde was suggesting that they fight as a crowd. He frowned deeply and said that magic was a force that was difficult to control, and he was talking about duels, and besides, the guy was a trusted person of the head of the tower, so it was time for him to stop doing stupid things on foreign soil. Knox frowned and added that if something went wrong and the eldest son of the family suffered, they would not be able to cope with the consequences. The blonde lowered his head and said that he understood his concerns, but the stakes in the duel were 10,000 gold. The man was surprised by what he heard. The guy added that if they joined forces and defeated the guy, he would give them half of that amount. The man smiled and asked if they only needed to win once. The blonde confirmed it and said that they shouldn't expect it to be that easy. He looked into the eyes of the interlocutor and added that the enemy should be called the worst enemy of magicians, so they need to develop a strategy. The old man stopped him and said that there was no need for that. He put his hand out to the side and asked the guy not to worry because they would solve this issue in no time. A few days later, they gathered at the training ground. The hero said that he would give in to the first blow. They prepared to attack. The dark-haired guy created a fiery explosion. Felix smiled, thinking that in just a month he had erased the traces of his failure. Roman stood in the middle of the defeated opponents. He raised his hand and thought that thanks to the second bone restructuring, he had reached a level of dominance over cold and heat so that no fire could understand him. The beaten man exhaled heavily, lying on the ground. The guys rolled over on their backs. The dark-haired young man said that Felix said that there is a sky above the sky, but he does not understand who he is in the enemy. The one lying next to him asked what battles he had to participate in. The blonde approached them and asked them to wait in place. He quickly went to the gentleman and said that he would talk to him. Roman looked at his interlocutor in surprise. The blonde admitted that he was not sure that he could defeat him, but at the same time he could not contain his curiosity. He took a step forward and asked how the gentleman managed to predict the spell every time and neutralize it. The guy interrupted him and agreed to tell. He raised his hand and said with a smile that he would tell how he prepared for the fight. The blonde frowned in surprise. Felix looked around in the library and asked if the guy had read all the books on magic there. He imagined a book on fire and thought that mana coming from a magic cycle could resonate with nature, fire with fire. He imagined water and wind, thinking that water resonated with water and wind with wind. The blonde imagined himself gathering wind energy between his hands and thought that at the moment of casting such magic, a kind of signal and a rough attack pattern would appear. The brunette looked at him and said that it was possible to calculate in advance what kind of magic the opponent would use based on the amount of mana, its shape and attribute, which would allow him to react quickly enough. The mage looked at him in surprise and thought that, firstly, the ability to read resonance. Secondly, the knowledge that allows you to recognize the types of spells by just one resonance form. Thirdly, lightning-fast decision-making based on the information received, after which he noted that he could not believe that the master embodied all three conditions at the same time. He turned his back to him and added that his opponent was a monster that could hardly be called a genius. Felix imagined a destroyed building and thought that even such a monster tirelessly works on himself to become stronger, and he only used the disappearance of the mentor as an excuse to escape from reality, but could not achieve anything in the field of the acting head of the magic tower. The blonde turned around and decided to throw all his strength and time into preparing for sparring with the master. The soldiers stood in a row by the wall. Only 2 months had passed, and during this time the magician began to feel alienation, despite the fact that Dimitri's lands were located on the outskirts. Compared to the average families, their soldiers were an order of magnitude stronger and kept unconditional loyalty, and a man named Roman aroused more and more curiosity. A voice was heard near the blacksmith's shop, talking about the gentleman. The young blacksmith raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that the guy sometimes comes to them, but if he wants to gouge out a sword, he uses his personal blacksmith. The blonde approached him. The blacksmith whispered that he heard from the head blacksmith that when the young gentleman is at work, the flame of the brazier envelops his entire body. The blonde imagined the image of a guy engulfed in flames, forging a sword. The blacksmith added that the gentleman looked so majestic, as if the god of fire himself descended to earth. Felix remembered the conversation with the previous leader, who said that one must come into contact with fire every day in order to find his own way to accept it completely. The man raised his hand and created a source of fire. They say that in order to use combustion, one must form a deep friendship with fire, but it is not something he can learn just because he wants to. The blonde raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the words that when a huge column of flame enveloped his body and he did not feel any torment, only then could he be reborn as the embodiment of fire. Felix walked through the daytime garden, thinking about how the young master was not afraid of fire and did not react in any way even to the scorching heat. He introduced his father and added that if this family line had been friends with the flames of the brazier for generations, then perhaps he knew how to let fire into himself. Roman turned around, hearing the address addressed to him. The blonde walked up to him and said that he heard that he absorbed the fire of the brazier while forging. The brunette slightly lowered his head. The mage asked if he had some special way to merge with the flames. The blonde raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the words that he used his own unique style to cope with fire. The mage thought that he definitely had the knowledge he needed. Felix folded his hand and said that he wanted to get straight to the point. He bowed deeply and said that the magical Phoenix Tower needed this technique, after which he asked to teach it to him. The blonde imagined the stern-looking guys and thought that the past 3 years were like a protracted nightmare, and after so much torment, Felix saw the light in the gentleman and decided that he finally managed to find a clue. Roman looked at him sternly and asked why they should be so generous to them. The blonde frowned tensely. The gentleman frowned and said that he thought he was paying them a fair wage, and then asked what the Phoenix Tower could offer him. The blonde gathered the 4 mages in the hall and said that they needed to hear their opinions. Nox frowned and said that, to be honest, the blonde could be sure that the gentleman was a natural enemy of the mages. He imagined the young man standing opposite them on the battlefield and said that it was not for nothing that there was an expression that if you can't defeat your enemy, it's better to go over to his side. He imagined the tower on his hand and added that they were despised in the kingdom, so he didn't see anything wrong with giving the gentleman the Phoenix Tower. Felix was surprised, but he looked at him and asked if he really thought so. The boys looked at him with a smile and said that they had their own eyes too. The blonde frowned and thought that it was not like any of the 13 magic towers wanted to personally establish ties with a foreign country, but they had to change that prejudice. The men lined up in front of him. The boy said that from now on he entrusted the future of their tower to this family. A long procession of tunics entered Dimitri's estate. The blonde thought that after their conversation, the Phoenix Tower had taken up the move in earnest. Felix stood up from his seat and asked his interlocutor what was going on. The dark-haired guy asked him to look at the paper, saying that it was a budget project that Dimitri was allocating to them. The mage picked up the document and thought in surprise that he thought that the move would hit their budget, but the family allocated them 24,000 gold every year, so he didn't know how to feel about it. The guy imagined coins raining down on the mage and thought that people called them monsters that devoured money because in order to rise to the highest circle. He imagined crystals, coins, and books and finished the thought by saying that mages needed expensive goods, like magical teachings or stones. The dark-haired guy is tense. He frowned and said that he also did not believe his eyes, but he was told that if this was not enough to cover the tower's expenses, then they could submit an adjusted budget plan for consideration. The blonde looked at him in surprise. The interlocutor added that he thought the head should go outside for a while. The man went outside and saw a gigantic construction. He frowned, not understanding what kind of giant it was. Chris looked at the construction with a smile and said that they decided that the Phoenix Tower would want to expand its influence, so now it will be able to take on 1,000 new employees. The magician approached him and said that he was still a little confused, because he did not think that the master would do so much for them. The knight turned to him and said that the young master, more than anyone else, values Utwo 100B, Utwo 100 buys people. Magu looked at him in surprise, heard the words that they would have to get used to it. Hans raised his hand with a smile and said that Murphy should not deviate from the young master's daily routine for a second while the man was away. The boy enthusiastically wrote down instructions that he should hand him a towel on time to wipe away sweat, prepare water at the right temperature in advance. The man closed his eyes and smiled softly, thinking that although he was worried, this boy had graduated from the academy, so everything would be fine. He imagined a small blonde doll and thought that his granddaughter would like the gift. The dark-haired boy bowed to him and said that he had been waiting for him. The butler asked what this meant. The boy extended his hand and asked to go into the carriage. Hans asked if he was waiting to take him away. The man looked at his interlocutor in surprise, hearing the words that it was the young master's order. The teddy bear fell to the floor. Harrison frowned in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The gentleman's servants were cleaning up their house and putting food on the tables. The woman ran up to him. The waiters were smiling and talking. The woman said that she didn't understand what was going on, but the young gentleman had sent these people. The guy wondered why he was doing this. Lucas approached them, bowed and introduced himself, then said that the young gentleman had sent him to repay Mr. Hands for his service. The guy frowned tensely, interrupting his words about how they could trust him to prepare for his daughter's birthday. Harrison said that he didn't understand anything at all, because his father was just a butler. He turned pale when he heard the words about how the young gentleman valued the Mr. very much, then asked if his father had told him about the gentleman. Harrison imagined Roman treating his father rudely and thought that there had been a time when he had been called a fool, because he had not understood at all how his father had been rejected with the rings and how much he had sacrificed for him. And although he did not agree, his father had never completely lost faith in him. The boy remembered how the man had told him with a smile that the young master had been through a hard time and that he had lost his way, but in reality he was very kind. Harrison pursed his lips, holding back tears, and said that he thought his father was trying in vain. He wiped the tears from his face and thought of his father. A large banquet was laid inside the palace. The guests were surprised by such a feast. 3 guests entered Harrison's house and wondered if they had come to the right address. The sound of soldiers' feet was heard and everyone was ordered to move aside. The soldiers fired along the red carpet and the silhouette of a man was visible. Harrison didn't understand why the guest had suddenly arrived with security. Harrison saw his father with a gift. The blonde immediately ran as fast as he could to his father. The son hugged his father tightly, happy to see him back. A pile of chests with gifts stood in the corner. They understood that it was time to open the gifts. Harrison began to unpack the gift with his daughter, realizing that it was the first gift from her father. The delighted girl held a doll in her hands. Harrison understood that it was a beautiful doll and his daughter asked him to buy her a doll every day, so he thanked his father. The blonde looked away with a widening smile, wanting to open the next gift. He saw a red box with a beautiful ring, realizing that it was a ruby ring from Viscount Conrad. The 3 guests immediately drooped and were stunned by such an expensive gift. The red-haired girl did not understand why an aristocrat would wish a child from a commoner family a happy birthday. Then there were some more beautiful decorations in boxes with letters. It was a gift from Count Adelaine and Viscount Lawrence. Harrison and his family stood in front of the guests. They were all trying to understand why this vaunted aristocrat needed to send them gifts. All the expensive gifts were presented to the aristocrat only to prove themselves to Hans. They remembered that Hans played with little Roman. This was due to the fact that the butler looked after Roman even in the times when he was called a fool and raised this boy from the cradle. Hans's silhouette shone brightly against the background of the main character. They knew that Hans had become an important person for the aristocrats, who would act as a link between them and the boy. The little girl held her doll with delight and smiled. Harrison knew that these were 2 serious gifts for a small child, but that did not mean that he could not accept them, realizing the complexity of the situation. The blonde held the letter in his hands and timidly looked away. Harrison replied that for the last time there was a gift from Mr. Roman himself. His father with a mustache looked away animatedly, realizing that the young master had sent a gift. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened and he was stunned. He held in his hands a letter of recommendation for admission to Glory Academy. He looked at this letter in shock and understood that for the sake of his daughter, Mr. Roman wrote a letter of recommendation to Glory Academy. He imagined Glory Academy under a clear sky. It was the best educational institution that a commoner could dream of, and it was not so easy to enter, even with money. The blonde quickly turned to his surprised father, realizing what was happening. The girl looked worriedly at her dad, who was crying into the letter. He was very happy with his father and young Master Roman for such an opportunity. They were transported to Roman's castle. The butler was telling his master that it was too expensive a gift. Hans was having a dialogue with the protagonist under the window. The assistant said that the fact that Roman remembered him and recognized him was enough to feel that his efforts were useful. The protagonist stared at his assistant. He remembered how the exhausted boy was holding his chest. The mentor with white hair looked to the side and asked the bloody demon if he regretted following him. The 2 of them stood on the battlefield with corpses. The bloody demon, kneeling, replied that he did not regret anything. He mockingly looked out from under his bangs and told his mentor that he believed in him and this made him want to follow the master all his life. The protagonist understood that Hans was the connection left behind by Roman. The protagonist stood in front of his butler and told him that, looking back on the years he had lived, he realized that he had spent more time with him than with his father, and despite the difference in social status, a man named Hans was special to him. The mustachioed butler looked at his master with trepidation. Roman told the assistant that he was his man and by showing him his loyalty and sincerity, he had the right to receive something from him in return. The brunette looked at Hans with a smile and sincerely congratulated him on his granddaughter's birthday. A year later, they were transported to the Cairo branch Valhalla Temple region. A watering can was used to water the front garden and flowers. Yalas was watering the flowers and noticed that it was boring. The guy with a sad look looked through his glasses and understood that as soon as Roman returned from the southern front and mentioned the Battle of the Rankers, an unprecedented event occurred in the Cairo kingdom. He imagined the magic rankers emitting blue flames. He realized that the Cairo rankers had stopped competing with each other and had been preparing for a duel with Roman for a year. He imagined the main character in a red cloak. Yalas had a hard time telling where Roman's line was drawn, and after his duel with Homer's, he was officially awarded 100th place in the Cairo rankings. In another battle, Roman defeated the blonde, drawing blood. I didn't know that the master had also defeated Butler, who was ranked second in the Hector kingdom and thus showed his abilities. This was where the dilemma came from. He introduced the protagonist with a sly grin. Yalas was thinking that from 1st to 99th place, each of them could become his prey. The bespectacled man smirked slightly and thought about what would happen no matter what choice they made. Once Roman took action, there would be a huge change in the Cairo rankings. Suddenly, his assistant ran up to Yalas and said that a message had arrived from the master himself. Yalas looked back with a smile when he heard that Roman was about to start the official ranker battle. Benedict held the letter in his hands and was glad that the guy had finally made his move. He sat in his spacious office and knew that something strange had been happening on the border of Cairo lately. The light of the lamps was directed at the empty chairs. It all started with the head of the Phoenix Magic Tower from the Frank Kingdom, and then important figures of the magic towers located in Kronos disappeared. He imagined several gloomy towers. The Kronos Empire, which suffered the most damage, was sure that it was the tricks of other states. The ruler glowed in front of his army on the throne. The Emperor of Kronos announced to everyone about the conquest of the continent. Two lands on the map intersected, Kronos and Cairo. At such times, the smaller states suffered the most, especially Cairo, bordering Kronos, because the reality was that war was inevitable. Benedict was in the shadows and thought about how to confront the enemies. They needed a solid system of power sharing, otherwise they would not survive the era of turmoil with a weak king. He imagined the protagonist running to attack the soldiers. Benedict knew that if the aristocratic faction managed to recruit Roman, then they would no longer be able to ignore the current power distribution system. He held his glass and knew that if Roman suddenly did not give them the answer they wanted, it would be bad. He immediately broke his glass with a drink. The old man looked ahead angrily, clenching his fists and trying to find out where Roman was now. Right in front of him, the assistant spread his hands and answered that the young master was currently in the north. The old man stared ahead and thought about Roman deciding to rise from the bottom. At this time, Yalas held a letter and announced the official battle of rankers. The blonde grabbed his blade, being 99th place in the Cairo, Jaden ranking. The blonde remembered that the young master aimed for the very top and in the end, challenged him. The protagonist walked forward towards the armed blonde. Jaden knew that if the boy was truly such an incredible master as they said, he would hardly want to get involved in a protracted war, wasting his strength on low rankers. The brunette frowned through his bangs, and the blonde knew that if he looked closely, he was an ordinary boy. Roman stood in front of the blonde, preparing for a duel. Jaden heard that the boy had already scheduled the next fight for the ranker, considering him impudent. Jaden immediately surrounded himself with a blue aura, wanting to use his full strength in the fight. He immediately rushed to run into the fight. The blonde received a glowing blow to himself. Jaden ran in horror under the brunette's hand. The defeated blonde lay on the floor, when Yalas added that this fight was one-sided and there was no point in it. The bespectacled man crossed his arms and looked at his master, wondering if there was a need to go down the thorny path of duels and if it would not be better to start from 30th place right away. The main character grinned maliciously and said that even if people called him a hero, they tirelessly questioned his abilities. He imagined himself standing on the mountain and throwing off all the fighters. The nobleman realized that by defeating many rankers, he would prove that he achieved this solely due to his strength. Yalas was slightly surprised, realizing that this was true. He began to smile maliciously, raising his hands, because this was the very Roman he wanted to get. There was an opinion among the people that Roman would not be able to rise from 99th place to 1st place through a series of victories. The main character stood in front of an army of fighters. They knew that even if he defeated a person a day, he would spend at least 99 days on all this. The protagonist defeated the 98th ranked player. However, less than a week later, people's fears were completely dispelled. Yalas enthusiastically shouted that 99 Roman defeated the 98th player Deli and rose to this place in the ranking. The protagonist stepped aside with his foot. He arrogantly turned away from the fighter, wanting the next opponent. 97th place received a hard blow to his face. The brunette stood with a sword next to the defeated fighter. The two fighters looked at what was happening with alarm and realized that it was a very exciting sight, because Roman was able to defeat 3 rankers in just one day. The brown-haired one bared his teeth and realized that although they were the weakest rankers, they still had the strength of 3 stars. They saw how the red aura emanated from the protagonist, because they noticed that he spent less than 10 seconds on all 3 fighters. In just 2 days, Roman defeated all the rankers up to 91st place. The fighter's foot stepped onto the water's surface. Jaden tried to escape from the monster's mouth. The monster bloodthirstily slammed its mouth shut. The blonde immediately jumped up from such a dream. He looked ahead with difficulty, sighing heavily and trying to comprehend what was happening. The healer looked back at the player and noticed that he had woken up. The blonde tried to understand what he was doing here. The healer raised his eyebrows, holding the box in his hands, and noted for the guy that he himself should guess, because he rushed headlong at a strong opponent and fell flat with 1 blow. At that moment, the player was lying unconscious, and the healer said that a whole day had already passed since he lost consciousness. The healer began to place flasks on the rack, and he was glad that, at least out of all those who fought Roman, Jaden was the only one who woke up. The blonde became curious about how many Roman had managed to fight. The blonde was dumbfounded and amazed when he heard that the gentleman had defeated 5 rankers in one day, including Jaden. The healer reached for one of the test tubes and asked the boy if he understood what that meant. The healer introduced the main character against the background of small fighters, and said that these rankers were not his opponents from the beginning. Jaden grimaced, clutching his chest. He bared his teeth angrily and realized that his body was about to fall apart. The healer looked back at the boy and said that he would not be able to move fully for a whole month. The healer noted that he did not know what kind of magic Roman used, but the muscles in Jaden's body turned into a complete mess. The blonde frantically looked around, trying to understand if this was possible. He bared his teeth in sweat and realized that he needed to stop the others. A pile of sealed bet letters in space. It was a message from Jaden, warning that he was 99th place and he personally had to fight Roman, and he wanted to say that the aristocrat was beyond reality, like a monster. One of the rankers was reading the letter with a dumbfounded look, which said that Jaden could not stand against him for even a second, because with just 1 blow Roman turned his muscles into mush, and according to the doctor's conclusion, he will not be able to move for a month. 2 guys were discussing what was written in the letters on the table, which said that the fight with Roman was not a valuable experience and will leave only fear behind. The brunette at this time was driving the 85th place ranker into the ground. A bunch of messages popped up that the guy defeated all subsequent places in the ranking. A week passed, and there were no rumors about the main character. A bunch of hands were reaching out with white flags as a sign of defeat. Feeling the insurmountable difference in ability, all the rankers from 31st to 39th place surrendered without a fight. The blade was stuck in the letter along with the table. It seemed as if everyone had united, accepting defeat, and only the ranker in 30th place accepted Roman's challenge. The blonde in 28th place turned to the guy Fernando, trying to reason with him. The brown-haired guy walked forward without looking back when they tried to ask him why he was so reckless. The red-haired guy in 23rd place approached the blonde, who was trying to reason with Fernando. The blonde said that Roman was at least a 5-star level and only rankers starting from 10th place in the Cairo ranking could become worthy opponents for him. The curly-haired brown-haired guy adjusted his armor and said that it was his choice. He was called a fool, as if it was so important for him to fight Roman, even if it tarnished their reputation. Fernando looked at his colleagues and asked them to call a spade, because the stain would be on their reputation, not his. He looked at his friends tensely and said that they were chickening out by accepting defeat, so he asked them not to force him to give up too. Fernando saw 2 friends trying to leave the room, calling him stubborn. He clenched his fist tightly, realizing that his reputation as a ranker meant nothing to him, and all he needed was experience with a strong opponent that would compensate for his lack of ability. The fighter stood against a white background, casting a shadow. The spectators in the stadium watched the beginning of the duel between the protagonist and Fernando. They were curious if 30th place would last even a minute. The guy said he didn't know about the rest, but Fernando was recognized for his solid foundation and swordsmanship. They knew that Fernando was 1 step behind the 4-star aura swordsman. The curly-haired, brown-haired man held his blade, glowing with aura. The spectators knew that 30th place was ultimately the limit that Fernando could climb thanks to his efforts. At this time, the player understood that Roman would use him as a sacrifice. He looked at the brunette with the shining blade and understood that in exchange, he would see the world that Roman lived in, so that he himself could move forward at least 1 step. They waved the red flag and gave the command to begin the battle. Fernando rushed into the battle from the very beginning, straight ahead. He emitted a yellow light in front of the brunette. The guy tightly clutched his blade. Fernando furiously looked at his victim. He cut with his blade, but Roman managed to duck. The fiery silhouette of the player hovered above the main character. The protagonist managed to dodge his head from the blow of light. Then he stood up abruptly, waving his cloak. Out of breath, Fernando stood behind the main character and understood that his enemy was only dodging, and he thought that he was too weak in his eyes. He bared his teeth angrily and realized that Roman could trample his pride as much as he wanted because he had long forgotten what it was. A stream of purple light flashed through space and a voice was heard addressing Fernando. The curly brown-haired man frowned in bewilderment when he was told that from now on he had to direct the flow of mana as he was told. He bulged his eyes in shock, realizing that Roman had spoken to him, thinking it was magic. The brunette stared at the enemy and informed him that the reason he was weak, even with 4 stars, was because of his unstable mana output. The brunette added that if the guy continued to use the same methods, he would never be able to become stronger. He imagined 2 streams of mana running along the limb and stated that with a normal mana output, he would receive and release it through the output channel. The aristocrat imagined 2 streams of blue aura running past the silhouette. The protagonist knew that it was not only the Cairo kingdom, all swordsmen on the Salamander continent used the same internal mana channel. The brunette looked through his bangs with enthusiasm and noted to the enemy that there was more than 1 mana channel. The curly-haired player was horrified by this news, thinking that it was the delirium of a madman. The aura stream was thinning out blue light. It was an emission of aura in which a person splashes out mana through his channels, although each uses his own, different from others, technique, but the formation of a channel using a generally accepted algorithm is known to everyone and the only true principle. Fernando was surprised with a puzzled look that there was more than 1 mana channel. The fighters stood opposite each other and the brunette said that it would be difficult to master the already formed channel again, but said that it would be worth the risk once because it was worth it. The curly brown-haired man angrily grinned and did not know exactly what his enemy was thinking, but still decided to play along with him once because he did not care about other people's views and reputation. They immediately clashed in a furious fight with swords and Fernando decided to trust him, even if it turned out to be a whisper of the devil. Roman asked him to suppress the mana energy and hold it. A turbulent stream of water splashed against the wall, and the protagonist declared that then the mana itself would show him the exiting path. This stream of water tried to break through the wall. The aristocrat reported that as soon as the guy felt a new path, he should push the mana out. Fernando frowned and closed his eyes, thinking about mana. He immediately glowed with a bright light and felt mana, trying to understand how this was possible. The brunette grinned maliciously from under his bangs and thought that it was time to end this. He immediately swung his blade at his enemy. A stream of purple light flew straight into Fernando's head. A moment later, the guy was lying unconscious. The spectators noticed that the guy was flattened in 2 counts, especially since he was the head of the guard, 30 in the rating. The spectators knew that the guy only once again confirmed how incredible Roman was, and this was a significant difference in classes. Fernando immediately jumped up, thinking about his enemy. He saw the nobleman leaving the arena and tried to stop him. The men in the stands looked around and tried to figure out where Fernando had gone. The curly-haired, brown-haired man ran up to the protagonist and asked him how he knew about his dilemma. Fernando said that he thought he simply didn't have the talent for aura, but he couldn't even imagine that the problem was in its emission. The brunette looked at Fernando and said that the fact that he used a 4-star aura already indicated that he had reached a high level. The curly-haired, brown-haired man raised his eyebrows in bewilderment when he was told that compared to the level of mana, his emission power was catastrophically weak, and in this case, there was a high probability that the problem was in the aura channels. The brown-haired man clenched his fists and was about to say honestly that he saw hope in his words. The fighter put his hand to his chest and stated that so far he had only managed to grasp a thread, and he thought it would be difficult to make progress on his own. He looked closely at the nobleman and asked him if he would teach him how to pierce the aura channel. The brunette crossed his arms and stated that teaching was no problem, but he did not like deals without payment. The curly-haired, brown-haired man bowed his head and asked what the nobleman wanted in return. The brunette crossed his arms and looked at Fernando, telling him to follow him and live for him. The boy knelt down in front of the nobleman, realizing that this man must leave him on the true path. He stated his name and swore allegiance to his master. They were transported to the aristocratic faction. The high nobility sat around the table in a circle. They discussed how Roman had been acting unpredictably lately, and at this rate he could actually defeat Count Nicholas. Benedict sat on his chair and said that there was no need to rush to conclusions, although the protagonist had the merit of defeating Butler. But Count Nicholas, ranked 80th in the entire continent, was a high-flying bird. The old man introduced Nicholas against the background of another king. He knew that he was the royal knight and the first sword of Cairo, was known for the fact that others could not approach him. Nicholas stood in front of the protagonist, and the nobles knew that Roman's actions had revealed a new potential that no one could even imagine. Owen looked back at Benedict and asked, purely theoretically, what would happen if Roman defeated Count Nicholas. The old man sat with a grim grin and stated that the reason why the royal faction was still afloat was because of Count Nicholas's existence. He added that if Roman defeated him, It would create a scaffold for a new power in the Cairo kingdom. He presented the geographical location of all the regions on the map and noted that they should have prevented this. Benedict slammed his fist on the table and said that if the master did not accept their offer, they would have to eliminate Roman, no matter what methods they used. The old man thinned the light, looking at the nobles, and said that everyone should secretly summon an army with their family to the capital. He added that no matter what choice Roman made, they would not let him escape from their hands. The 10th place in the ranking, Geron, a faction of the Chronos Empire, was kneeling and surrendering to the protagonist. The brunette looked to the side. He looked at the stadium and realized that the stage was ready. He furiously shouted that he was sincerely disappointed. All the spectators were stunned and numb from such a statement. The noble said that a year ago he proclaimed the official start of the Battle of Rankers and hoped that the Rankers of Cairo would prepare to fight him. He waved his cloak and noted that after defeating Geron, the ranker in 10th place, he realized that there was no opponent in Cairo who could accept his sword except for Count Nicholas. He introduced the white-haired old man with the flaming sword and said that he now wished to shorten this meaningless process. The brunette sadly looked ahead and said that in 3 days, at this same place, he would fight the rankers from 9th to 2nd place in turn and defeat them all, wishing to challenge the first sword afterward. Roman's statement raised the whole kingdom on its ears. The guy clenched his fists and said that he was going to refuse. Being in 9th place in the faction, Bruno looked up and said that he and Geron were almost on the same level in ability, but Roman defeated him with a stunning margin. The red-haired guy, being the 2nd place in the aristocracy faction, Oscar crossed his arms and said that there was no way to back down. Oscar imagined the protagonist pointing his finger and saying that Roman had badmouthed Mr. Geron in front of everyone, saying that his abilities were not up to rank 10, and that he was going to fight them all on the same day. Oscar stood up from his chair and slammed the table, saying that if they refused to participate, people would call them cowards, so he called all the Cairo rankers. He imagined Benedict in front of a huge castle and said that they should wear the protagonist down as much as possible, and that there would be a good reward for that. Oscar frowned and swore on his life that he would definitely fight Roman and defend their pride as swordsmen for all to see. All the rankers raised their hands enthusiastically, agreeing with Mr. Oscar's plan. They wanted to show this upstart the harsh reality and unite the strength of all the rankers. The aristocrat grinned maliciously, showing his teeth. 3 days later, all armed rankers from 9th to 2nd place went to the arena. The spectators watched the events with delight. The blonde did not think that the rankers would react to the provocation, and in this case it was difficult to predict who would win. The main character looked at the crowd of rankers and realized that this was reality, because when feeling a threat, aristocrats always join forces, becoming one. Roman looked ahead, imagining the clock, and understood that Cairo would not allow him to waste time any longer. The brunette frowned through his bangs and knew there were only 2 options left. Either he would consume them or let himself be consumed. The first to enter the arena was 9th place Bruno. They pointed their swords at each other and Bruno knew that the protagonist had been aiming for a quick fight from the start. They believed that all 8 rankers would hold out until the end to turn this into a protracted war. The protagonist cut a bloody wound on the player. Bruno was spitting out his blood from his mouth. The protagonist looked back and wished for the next opponent. He immediately defeated 8th place, cutting the enemy, and again wished for the next opponent. 7th place, being a red-haired guy, he also defeated. The blonde in 6th place received a crushing blow to the face. The ranker in 5th and 4th place was also knocked down by a foot and Roman wished for the next one. The blonde in 3rd place was already lying on the ground after losing. Oscar in 2nd place bared his teeth in fear and understood that this could not be. The brunette looked closely at his victim and realized that he was the last. The knight ran to the king and said that the fight was unequal, because in just one day, Roman defeated all the rankers from 9th to 2nd place. Daniel covered his face with his hand when he heard that no one else would stop the main character from challenging the very first sword. Daniel was sad that all this led to such consequences. Daniel turned to Count Nicholas and asked him if there was a way to avoid a duel with Roman. White-haired Nicholas looked at the king. He imagined a bunch of hands reaching out to Daniel. The king noted that he had no doubts about the first sword. But if Count Nicholas was defeated in the current situation, then his already precarious position would be destroyed by the aristocratic faction. Nicholas looked ahead and answered His Majesty that this would not happen because he needed to believe in him. Daniel looked back sharply as his first sword wanted to prove once again that he had a reason to wear this title. Count Nicholas was about to leave immediately and told him to wait. The door slammed shut. The first sword met the royal faction, Vantner, on the way, who asked him if he was confident that he could handle it. The white-haired count looked back at Vantner and asked him what kind of person Roman was. Vantner imagined a black tiger and said that at birth, nature awarded him the nature of a predator, although he had not yet achieved the world calling, but he had unshakable confidence in the chosen path. He imagined the protagonist sitting on the couch, crossing his arms and asking Nicholas to be careful. Vantner closed his eyes and said that if he was defeated, then the royal family of Cairo would end. Count Nicholas immediately began to leave and said not to worry, because he would protect the royal family at all costs. The next day, the capital of Kairos, where the weather was sunny. The crowd watched as the protagonist walked into the arena because they knew that this was the day when greatness was felt in his steps. Roman entered the arena. The count grabbed his sword and ordered to attack the enemy. Nicholas grabbed his sword and said that he was the first sword of Cairo and wanted to show him the harsh reality. The main character waved his sword and calmly accepted this offer. They waved a red flag to signal the beginning of the fight. Count Nicholas bared his teeth with fiery passion. The guys clashed in a furious fight. The spectators looked away from such an onslaught of energy. The swords of the fighters cut the air, colliding with each other. Yalas watched from the sidelines at the streams of light of the fighters and was surprised. He felt the air shudder with each clash of swords. He grinned maliciously through his hand and knew that this was the fight he had been waiting for. Count Nicholas grinned maliciously and noted that his enemy was a funny guy. The brunette looked out from under his bangs and said that the title of the first sword of Cairo was not just a title. Count Nicholas cut the air with his sword to attack. All the spectators in the stands closed themselves from the flow of wind, surprised by such a fight. The brunette looked intently through his bangs. He dealt a powerful stream of light to the count. From such an onslaught, Nicholas retreated back. Count Nicholas covered himself with his sword, flying back. He realized that he was forcibly pushed back. In the distance, he saw his enemy. The brunette grinned maliciously, feeling that the blood was boiling in his veins. A powerful light strike occurred, destroying the earth. The protagonist fought with Count Nicholas in a tense duel. The blonde count covered himself with his sword with difficulty, realizing that this could not continue any longer. The red stream of light from the sword cut through the air, and the first sword understood that his enemy was practical. The main character flew back when the count realized that if he won, he would hardly go over to the royal family's side. The count swung his sword, flying back. He swung his sword, exhausting the fire, because there was no way he could lose. The main character's eyes widened in shock. He saw Count Nicholas direct a powerful stream of fire using a secret weapon. The fiery stream of light covered the count's face. This stream of fire was directed at the brunette. A powerful fiery emission of destruction skill energy occurred. The main character absorbed this stream of light using the heavenly demon sword technique. Another powerful explosion with purple flame occurred, because this was the second level of the first style. A cloud of smoke and dust enveloped the arena. Count Nicholas sat bloodied, head down, thinking that he had lost. The protagonist stared ahead. He saw the first sword barely getting up, wanting to continue. The aristocrat did not understand why his enemy was making such sacrifices. The count bared his teeth maliciously, trying to understand why he was asked this question. The wounded count pulled the sword forward and declared that it was the first Cairo sword and therefore Roman could destroy it, but he could not break its will. Nicholas ran forward through the ruins. He swung his sword at the protagonist. The protagonist inflicted a bloody wound on the count and understood that this was a man worthy of admiration. The white-haired warrior screamed in pain. He immediately plopped down on the ground without strength. The first Cairo sword, and this was the last moment of the life of a great man who took over an entire era. The spectators watched in horror. Yalas looked out from under the rubble and noted that Roman thus became the first ranker of the kingdom. The bespectacled man stared ahead. He turned away from the protagonist and understood that they had underestimated him. They realized that no matter how they thought of him, this monster would still exceed all their expectations. Yalas walked out of the arena, realizing that the nobleman was not going to bow his head to Valhalla. Yalas was already fading into the shadows and understood that therefore they had to get rid of Roman. They were transported to the center of Kairos, where the protagonist was walking with an army. People knew that he was so young and had already defeated Count Nicholas. The protagonist walked with other rankers and was the first sword of Cairo. The brunette walked forward and was called out. The leader of the aristocratic faction, Benedict, approached him and said that he heard that the guy had even defeated Count Nicholas and expressed his admiration. The armed army ran forward. They all surrounded Roman, and the faction leader said that looking at Count Nicholas's defeat made him wonder why it took him a year. The brunette stared ahead as Benedict began to comprehend everything. It was a huge castle with a gate into the forest. The leader realized that this time was needed for the Dmitri family to reorganize and expand their power. Through his mustache, the leader stated that now was the time to make a choice. Would Roman follow the aristocratic faction or choose someone else? Benedict extended his hand and said that if he chose the former, it would be good, but if he chose the latter, he would pay a heavy price. The brunette slightly lowered his head when asked for his decision. The main character looked down sadly. He remembered how the eldest master of the heavenly demon sect Koyal looked at him mockingly and said that their future relationship would now depend on his choice. Three boys in different robes looked towards the protagonist and asked him to choose whether he would follow the example of his brothers and join his ranks, enjoying fame and wealth, or appear before him as the heir to the sect. The white-haired protagonist looked up at the lord of the sect. The protagonist frowned and looked ahead, realizing that it was submission and conflict, wondering what choice would be in his favor. He began to climb the steps and wonder what he wanted. He went up to Mr. Hoyal and apologized to him. The brown-haired man looked away from under his bangs. He saw a sword being swung at him. The brunette remembered himself with white hair and said that he was not one of those who could live for someone else. Benedict clenched his fist and said that the guy had made a stupid choice. He stretched out his hand, spreading his fingers and realizing that one way or another, power and reputation were in his hands, and no matter how strong Roman was, he could do nothing about the current situation. The faction leader believed. The protagonist stood in the ranks with an army of warriors. Benedict, in the name of the head of the central government, said that from that moment on, the Dmitri family, making unjustified attacks on neighboring lands, was suspected of inciting rebellion. The old man immediately extended his hand, giving an order to the soldiers, and noted that a thorough investigation would be conducted regarding this, and asked the boy to humbly surrender himself for arrest. Suddenly, blood splashed on Benedict's face. The protagonist defeated one of the soldiers of the aristocrat faction, bloodying him. The old man cried out that the master decided to disobey and thought that this should be regarded as a rebellion. Roman's army was surrounded by other soldiers of the aristocrat faction. Roman asked Benedict to call things by their proper names, because this was disobedience not to his majesty, but to Benedict. The brunette looked forward animatedly and said that of the two of them, it was more likely that the old man was planning a rebellion. The gray-haired leader cried out that the boy was completely crazy, because the central government represented the kingdom of Cairo and acted in accordance with the will of His Majesty the King. The bloodied soldier lay on the ground, and the old man noted that with his reckless choice, the master had doomed his family to death. The protagonist frowned and said that His Majesty the King would decide which of them would be right. Chris and Kevin rushed forward to clear the way for their master. Chris began to cut the soldiers with a blue stream of light. Kevin finished off the soldiers with his red aura. The old man with a rock was angry and called the guys crazy scoundrels, because he understood that no one knew that these guys would arrange a massacre right in the middle of the square without a shadow of fear. The protagonist stepped into a puddle of blood. He immediately swung his blade, cutting the soldier. Benedict and his assistant rushed to run away while the army fought Roman. He ordered all the fighters to run to the attack, and added that if someone was found who brought the head of this guy, then a generous reward awaited him. One of the fighters angrily shouted for the guy to stop, because he was in Kairos and could hardly think that after such a thing he could get away without punishment. Roman cut off his head and told him to do what they had to do, and he would do his own thing. It was time for reprisals. They were transported to the palace of the king of Cairo, who was informed that a battle was unfolding right now in the very center of the capital. The guard was kneeling before the king and said that Roman was unilaterally exterminating the faction of the aristocracy. Daniel convulsively held his head and did not know how to understand the massacre in the capital, thinking that it was a rebellion. Simon, being a royal knight, vice-captain, shouted that everyone immediately call the royal knights and all the court guards, because the rebels could rush into the palace at any moment, and their primary task was to protect the majesty of the king. Daniel held on to the ledge of the chair and understood that in the end there was no escaping fate. The blonde king was dumbfounded when he heard Roman asking for an audience. The protagonist knelt down and placed his hand on his chest, greeting the king. The king looked at Roman warily and ordered him to skip unnecessary formalities, trying to find out the guy's actions. The protagonist knelt down and began to say that immediately after the end of the rancor battle, Benedict came to him accompanied by a couple hundred soldiers and demanded that he join the aristocratic faction. The brunette looked down with a sad look and said that he obeyed the king's majesty, not Benedict, and therefore rejected his proposals. Roman stood in front of the king and said that if his majesty promises him one thing, then the Dmitri family, like the Cairo sword, will destroy the entire aristocratic faction and eliminate the chaos standing between the authorities. The blonde looked ahead in a daze, realizing that he would be rid of the aristocratic faction. The protagonist stood in front of the king, who realized that he was being offered a deal. The brunette noted that he was on the southern frontier when the Hector kingdom crossed the border. He recalled how this ruined wall was against a gloomy background. The lord remembered that even though the Cairo defense line had time to repel the attack, it attacked in a matter of seconds. Daniel reached for the mechanical scale and realized that the root of all their city's problems were the four factions, and if only the power system was established, then the southern front would never be taken away from them. The protagonist looked forward from under his bangs and asked Daniel if Cairo had undergone any changes in the past year. The blonde leaned forward from his throne when he was told that the current situation on the continent was quite ambiguous, and Roman asked the king about how long he was going to turn a blind eye to it. The protagonist stared ahead and believed that the center of the Cairo unification should not be Benedict, who had crushed the central government and imagined himself to be the king, but Daniel. The blonde stared ahead in a daze when they said about him. Vantner closed his eyes and wondered if this could mean that Roman had chosen his majesty. Simon looked around anxiously, wondering if this was a rebellion. The protagonist sat in front of the king, glowing with an aura. Roman noted that the king might doubt his intentions, but in this matter, the Dmitri family had put their lives on the line. The brunette put his hand to his chest and asked the king if he was ready to use the chance given to them by the Dmitri family. The blonde stared ahead and said before making a decision, he wanted to ask the answer to the question. Daniel looked at the protagonist from below and asked what the Dmitri family wanted as payment for this. The protagonist presented a large tree with roots and said that he wanted the independence of the entire northeastern region, including the Dmitriev lands, and if the king proclaimed the northwestern region a duchy and also granted it independence, he would not forget that they had the same roots and would always be ready to throw forces to help Cairo. The blonde's eyes widened, thinking about the independence of the Dmitrievs. The brunette put his hand to his chest and addressed His Majesty, stating that if he could not get everything, then let him choose what was best for Cairo. The blonde, with a dejected look, thought about what would be the best choice for Cairo. He frowned at the protagonist and said, does he imagine how the Empire would react if they captured Count Denver and Count Gregory? Roman knelt down and said that it was unlikely that the Empire would act immediately, because the borders with Valhalla were too far away and there were quite a few obstacles, and Kronos was currently busy with a conflict with an alliance of kingdoms in the south. The main character looked intently through his bangs and said that their primary task was not Cairo, but resolving the conflict in the south. The blonde looked animatedly from his throne and realized that Roman planned to repel a large number of enemies in a short time and their destruction was necessary for the kingdom of Cairo, but the empty spaces after their disappearance could create new problems. He imagined Benedict crossing his arms against the background of black silhouettes. The main character, dumbfounded, noted that they would only choose the best option and their duty to eliminate them, thereby reducing the risks. Daniel looked down on Roman and understood that he did not just rely on luck to build a strategy, but immediately studied the situation on the continent. The king slightly pursed his lips, realizing that Roman was truly worthy of respect. Simon rushed to his king and said that the Dmitri family was using the noble faction as an excuse to gain their own benefits and they should not be allowed to do so. The protagonist stated, even if it was already asked if they had any other choice. Simon looked back in a daze. The brunette put his hand to his chest and stated that while everyone present here turned a blind eye to the noble faction's atrocity, he chose to draw his sword against them. The boy replied that all they wanted was to receive payment for their sacrifice. He imagined the two continents, Cairo and Dmitri, bordering each other. The lord added that even if Cairo became a duchy, it would not change their common roots. Simon bared his teeth in anger, realizing that Roman was making it clear that this would not be a rebellion. Simon looked at the protagonist and realized that there was no mistake in his proposal and the fault lay with the useless king who allowed Cairo to be torn to pieces. Daniel closed his eyes sadly and realized that this king was him. He imagined himself on the small throne next to Roman. He realized that the royal family was no longer able to restrain Roman and in that case he had to make a choice. The king angrily bared his teeth and thought about whether to continue living and be content with what he had or to give up the impossible and create a new kingdom of Cairo. He imagined how they were playing with him like a puppet on a stick. Daniel realized that even if their intentions were not pure, it would be better to join forces with Roman, who did not hide his ambitions, than to dance to the tune of vassals who perceived him as a scarecrow. The blonde waved his hand, wishing to end the conversation. The brunette smirked as he looked at the king, who said that he had named the entire northeastern region, including Dmitri, a duchy in the name of the royal family and granted Baron Roman the title of duke. Daniel looked ahead in a daze and declared that the guy should crush the rebel Benedict, who was sowing discord in the country. Count Denver held the letter with his eyes closed and realized that Roman was a truly terrible person. He squinted his eyes tightly and realized that after the protagonist attacked Benedict in the capital, neither Dmitri nor the noble faction would stop until one of them was destroyed. The count leaned back in his chair and realized that Roman had chosen the palace and must have planned to lend the king his strength in the confrontation with the noble faction. Denver understood that this was a duel between the king's faction, Dmitri, and the noble faction. The count smiled mockingly, thinking about how when the two forces collided in a mortal fight, Valhalla would be able to seize the moment and benefit from it personally. Suddenly, a guard burst into the count and said that things were bad. The guard reported that Roman, along with an army, burst into their estate. He immediately tried to scream as he was grabbed by the throat. The protagonist slammed the guard into the ground. Brunette released the fallen fighter and turned to Denver. Brunette walked forward with a frown and ordered the count to bow his head before the royal order. The count was shocked and dumbfounded, realizing that Roman had come here, although he was not involved in the aristocratic faction. The count immediately jumped up and tried to calm down, saying what kind of royal order it was and what he meant. Denver was standing at his desk when he was informed that he had entered into a secret conspiracy with Valhalla, passing secret information to Cairo, and as a result, His Majesty ordered the count to be taken into custody. Brunette stared at Denver and said that if he made even one extra move, he would execute him on the spot, considering his action as the beginning of an uprising. The Count angrily clenched his fist, trying to understand what kind of uprising this was, because everyone knew that he obeyed Valhalla. The Count, frightened, extended his hand and asked Roman if he thought he could withstand the consequences of his actions, since Valhalla would not stand aside. The protagonist reached for his sword and told the Count to watch what he said. The Count frowned angrily, thinking that he was a scoundrel. The protagonist pointed his sword at the Count's head and told him to lower his voice, since it seemed that he still did not understand the situation. The tip of the blade was aimed at Denver's neck, and the brunette explained that this was a battle, so it did not matter if they limited themselves to eliminating the faction of the aristocracy. The protagonist glared at the Count and said that he must eradicate all rebels like Denver, who obey Valhalla and Kronos. Roman declared that from now on, the Count will have a very interesting pastime. Count Gregory was also surrounded at this moment, thinking that the people would be able to escape without punishment. The Count saw Simon standing in front of him with an army and told him that he should have known what would happen if they tried to touch him. Gregory added that the Kronos Empire was using this as an excuse to bring troops into the kingdom. Simon, being the vice captain of the Royal Knights, heard the question, would Cairo be able to handle this? The knight walked forward and the vice captain understood that Gregory was right, because the Kronos Empire would use all its strength to take over the entire continent. Simon walked towards Gregory, realizing that His Majesty had made a decision and Cairo had entered a path of no return. The Count grinned maliciously, asking Simon if he was able to comprehend his situation. Simon dealt a crushing blow to the Count and told him to shut up, because he had no choice anyway. Simon scowled. If Kronos were to cross the border, he would scold him and hang his head on the fortress wall. He realized that Roman had said that they should not be left with any chance. They were transported to Benedict's domain, who was walking down the corridor. The old man was thinking about Roman joining forces with the king. The out-of-breath old man walked forward and knew that he would have to usurp the throne someday, but he did not think that this moment would come so suddenly. He imagined the pieces on the chessboard and realized that if he gathered all the military power of the aristocratic faction, it would not be so difficult to crush Cairo by force. Benedict frowned deeply, realizing that Roman had defeated Count Nicholas and become the strongest, but he understood that not everything in this world would obey his desire. Benedict's domain was shrouded in green walls and lamps. He ordered everyone to gather the aristocrats and tell them to send all the soldiers to the capital. The guard turned to the gentleman and said that Count Fabius had replied that he could not come. He immediately contacted Fabius through the blue communication crystal and explained that the Count had gone mad, because not only had he not sent soldiers, but he was also refusing to attend the meeting. Benedict was furiously angry, thinking that this was Fabius' choice. Fabius rubbed his chin through the communication crystal and said that since it came down to it, he suggested being honest with each other because he was betting on Roman to win this fight. Benedict looked convulsively at his colleague, who told him not to look at him as a lackey who would run at his first call. The old man asked Fabius if he was sure that he would not regret his choice. Fabius mockingly held his chin and said that if he made a mistake in his choice, then nothing awaited him except death. The Count frowned through the crystal and said that he might start as a traitor, but from now on he would do anything for Roman. The old man stood there dumbfounded when asked if he had heard rumors of how much Roman valued his people. Fabius looked at Benedict and said that their respected faction leader seemed to be unaware of how things were currently unfolding, much less aware that the aristocratic faction had almost fallen. Benedict's eyes widened and he was horrified to hear about the faction's fall. At the same time, Valentin extended his hand forward and swore to support the Dmitri family. A crowd of people were crowding in front of the gate with the coat of arms. Dmitri's ally Valentino had bribed all of Cairo's mercenaries. They presented the geographical location of the neutral force and the aristocratic faction. Due to the actions of the neutral forces led by Marquis Valentino, the aristocratic faction could no longer recklessly throw soldiers around. They were transported to the court conference room, where the protagonist and the king with the counts were. Roman reported that a few days ago, Count Fabius from the aristocratic faction and several families under him decided to go over to their side. The blonde was immediately stunned, realizing that these aristocrats were strong, because even if he had not accepted the Dmitriev's offer, they would have successfully carried out a coup on their own. He saw the protagonist pointing his finger at the map and understood that this war was led by Roman. The brunette said that if the aristocratic faction managed to successfully gather troops, they would move on the capital, but in the current circumstances they would be forced to take up defensive positions. The main character pointed his finger and said that now that the faction had mobilized all its forces, they had a chance to deal with all the rebels at once. Daniel looked at Roman and said that the palace would support her with all its might, and let every order given by him be considered his will. The protagonist hit his chest when he was told that the king had appointed him commander-in-chief in this war. They were transported to Benedict's castle, where the counts were sitting at a table in a meeting. The old man was informed that in a week the royal troops would invade the lands of Benedict, and first they had to lock the gates, take up defense and wait for the moment to strike back. Brown-haired looked at the old man and said that Valentino was extremely strict in his neutral position, but even such a man declared that he supported Roman. Benedict crossed his arms angrily when he was asked if they could win this war. Owen looked around anxiously and said that at the moment the faction could not use even half of its fighting power and suggested an option to turn to the supporters of Kronos and Valhalla. Benedict crossed his arms and looked down when he was informed that their leaders had also been taken into custody, and if they offered them favorable terms, he was sure that they would agree to take their side. The faction leader remarked that it sounded good. The brown-haired man looked at him as the old man wondered how long it would take to lure these leaders away. The count noted that it would take at least half a month to convince them and gather the troops together. Benedict handed over the rights to settle this matter to this guy. They all sat at the table in a meeting. They knew that although the war had come suddenly, they had been preparing for a war with the royal faction for a long time. Benedict said that those who would seize power in Cairo with their own hands would be their faction of nobles. The rays of the sun seeped into the room. The bandaged Nicholas woke up and was glad that he was not dead. He immediately decided to get up, realizing that only the external injuries already looked serious. He frowned and looked ahead and realized that Roman did not intend to kill him. He remembered how he received a powerful cut on himself from the brunette, and still did not have to worry about the consequences. The main character looked ahead and said that he had no intention of betraying the kingdom. The bandaged swordsman looked to the side and realized that he needed to scout out the situation first. He saw a guard run up to him. Simon looked at Nicholas sadly and noted that he thought he was going to die, but was glad that the count had woken up. Nicholas praised Simon for his work. The count looked at his assistant and tried to find out from him what had happened while he was unconscious. Simon looked at the captain and said that they would soon send troops to the front and entrusted Roman with command of the army. He explained that they were planning to strike at the Benedict faction. Nicholas sat with his arms folded and sighed, wishing that he would be taken to the gathering place of the troops. He looked ahead and said that he definitely had to be there. The protagonist was walking forward at this time. Roman was walking along the red carpet between the troops. Count Nicholas was handing him his sword. The protagonist looked at what was happening and knew that the stronghold of the military elite was personally handing him the sword. The brunette looked at the drawn sword and realized that King Cairo and Count Nicholas, despite the chaos in the system of power, still had not lost their sincerity. Roman immediately stepped onto the red carpet. The protagonist held the sword in his hands. He addressed the people, saying that Cairo had to endure terrible times, and now they were going to conquer the rebels. Roman looked ahead with a serious look. He noted that although the pain of killing his compatriots could not be erased from memory, Nicholas looked menacingly ahead. Roman added that when this war was over, Cairo would regain peace and tranquility. The protagonist held the sword in front of himself. He said that in this war he would always be at the forefront, so they should trust him and go forward to victory. The protagonist held the sword above his head. The people shouted Roman's name. Thus began the battle on which the fate of one kingdom depended. White clouds floated above the castle. Roman said that speed was important in this war, and the more time they gave the aristocratic faction, the more choices they would have. The protagonist looked ahead with a menacing gaze. He noted that they should forget about building a fortification and prepare for the first attack. The man looked at the catapults. He said that as expected, they were using flares. Garrison Captain Cameron. The captain looked ahead with a sly grin. He thought that a powerful magic shield was installed along the perimeter of Benedict Castle, and it could withstand dozens of flare volleys, adding that if you feed it with mana stones in time, it would instantly restore its durability. There were people in red cloaks standing in front of the catapults. Cameron wondered what the hell they were going to do. The people put their hands in front of them. They began to report that the groups were ready. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He thought that in case of such a siege, he had enlisted the magic tower to his side, adding that the task of crushing them rested on the shoulders of the Phoenix. The blonde moved his hand to the side. He told the Phoenix disciples that they had a chance to repay their master for his great mercy. The blonde looked ahead with an enraged face. The master of the Phoenix magic tower, Felix. He said that they would show the enemy why their tower ranks 13th among all the magic towers on the continent. The magicians began to cast a spell on the catapult. Felix said that they would use amplification magic to make the charge more powerful than a normal flash. The magician opened his mouth wide, using the activation of the fire attribute amplification spell. A fireball shot out from the magic circle. It attacked the castle. The captain looked at what was happening in shock. The knight looked at Cameron in bewilderment. He said that the durability of the first defensive circle was rapidly declining, and if this continued, they would not last long. Cameron gritted his teeth as he watched the scene. He wondered why the mages from the magic tower, who usually maintained neutrality, were involved in a feud. The captain looked at the mages, noting that they were of such a level. The knights ran towards the blue crystal. The captain shouted for them to activate the emergency defense system, and even if a hail of attacks fell on the mana stone in the defensive magic circle, They must protect it at all costs to prevent the defensive power from falling. Simon looked away in confusion, asking where this army of mages came from. Chris looked forward with a menacing expression. He said that not long ago, the Phoenix Magic Tower settled in the lands of Dimitri. Simon asked what the magic tower that proclaimed neutrality was in the lands of Dimitri. Chris looked at the knight with a slight smile. He said that they swore allegiance to the Dimitri family as they had decided to become the Sword of Cairo. The mages cast spells over the cannons. Chris said that it was natural for the Phoenix Tower to also express its allegiance. The mage shouted that it was time to prepare for a second volley of reinforcement magic. Simon looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. He wondered that an organization that would be welcomed by everyone swore allegiance to a family of nobles. Simon widened his eyes, thinking about the lands of Dimitri. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest. Simon added that they had acquired a fighting force comparable in level to a kingdom. The knight imagined Roman kneeling before the king. He thought that His Majesty had made the right choice, and this war would end with the victory of their king. The protagonist looked ahead with a terrifying gaze, telling him to burn everything there to the ground. The knight raised his head, looking at the sky. The sun shone brightly above the protagonist's head. Simon noted that the skies had not abandoned Cairo. The sun was faintly visible in the distance from the castle. Cries for mercy could be heard from the fighters. After sunset, the sounds of battle died down, and a short respite came for the soldiers of both camps. The nobles sat around the table. The man asked how much longer he thought they could hold out. The noble said that if attacks like that day continued, it would be difficult for them to hold out for more than 10 days. Brown-haired asked if that was all they could do. Benedict looked at the Viscount, asking what they had heard from Baron Winston. Owen said that for now, the combined forces of the noble faction were stationed in the vicinity of the northeastern region. Benedict looked ahead with a menacing expression. He asked what the likelihood was that the attack on Dimitri would fail. Owen introduced the formidable knight. He said that they would definitely win, since it was not for nothing that Baron Winston was called a great commander and the pride of the entire faction. The blonde looked at the old man, saying that 3 days would be enough for them to crush the Dimitri gang. The old man frowned, thinking about a fate. He said that was true, and there was no point in relying on one imperial faction. The old man folded his hands in front of him, saying that he was handing over command to Baron Winston. Benedict narrowed his gaze, saying that he should definitely return victorious. The soldier slapped his hand on the map. He said that if they set out from there, the lands of Count Adelian began behind that area. The red-haired guy looked at the Baron. He said that he had recently contacted headquarters, and they would not last more than 10 days, adding that if they attacked Dimitri at that very second, then 10 days would be enough for them. Winston said that pointless battles would only make the situation worse. The man held a pin in his hand, saying that in that case, they should minimize battles on that campaign. The aristocratic faction, Baron Winston. Pins were placed on the map. The Baron said that the only shortest route was through the 3 areas marked on the map: Adelian, Rollo, Conrad. The Baron presented images of 3 men. He said that these 3 were not true confidants of Dimitri, and their possessions were absorbed during the northern battle, unlike many of Dimitri's confidants in the northeastern region. Winston presented a city. He said that Adelian, as a major trading city, would not want to lose relations with the central government, adding that they would try to regain neutrality. Winston looked at the map thoughtfully. He said that on the other hand, Baron Rollo and Viscount Conrad might have grudges against the Roman family, adding that the soldiers should try to contact the 3 lords. Winston grinned bloodthirstily. He said that if they only opened the way for them to pass, they would repay them in full. An hour later, the 3 lords accepted the noble faction's offer. The horses' hooves pounded the ground. The soldier looked at his commander, asking what he trusted the nobles of the northeastern region, and what if they deliberately lured them into a trap. The commander said he knew. There were soldiers standing behind the commander. Winston said that even if it was a trap, all of Roman's elite warriors were busy besieging Benedict, and the remaining soldiers were nothing more than a bunch of ragamuffins. Winston looked ahead warily. He asked the soldier what he thought they could stand against the elite army of the noble faction. The soldier looked at the commander in confusion, saying that it was impossible. Gray clouds floated over the mountains. The commander said that in an open area like that, their forces would not be enough to repel the attack even if the entire northeastern region came running. The soldier looked at the commander in shock. He thought that Winston had thought of everything down to the last detail, noting that after all, those from the western front were birds of a different feather. A faint light appeared in the darkness. Winston widened his eyes. Many lights appeared in front of the commander. The man opened his mouth wide. He addressed the Baron, saying that the faction of Marquis Benedict were rebels, ordering them to lay down their arms, otherwise they would be tried for mutiny. Captain of the Knightly Order Jonathan. The soldier looked at the situation in confusion, turning to the commander. Winston looked at the captain furiously, telling him not to talk nonsense, noting that Marquis Benedict was not a rebel. The commander looked ahead with a serious expression. He said that on the contrary, he had a proposition for them, noting that if they were allowed to pass, the Marquis would show them mercy and accept them into his ranks. The commander began to emit a powerful aura, saying that if they continued to show hostility, he glared at the captain, noting that they would kill them all right there. The captain stood motionless, telling Mr. Knox that it was up to him. Knox folded his hands in front of him, saying that he would obey him. The mage of the fifth circle, Knox. The mage began to gather fire energy in his hands. Knox struck a fireball towards the opponents, using the fire cannon skill. The fireball was directed at the soldiers. A bright flash of fire engulfed the soldiers' bodies. Jonathan extended his hand in front of him, ordering all the soldiers to attack. The soldiers began to attack their opponents. Winston watched what was happening in bewilderment. He thought that this could not be, adding that he had never encountered such a powerful army even on the Western Front. Jonathan raised his sword, heading for the attack. The commander looked at the captain in horror. A slashing attack hit the commander. Jonathan used the Asura sword technique. Winston said that some knight from the outskirts could not do it. A fireball hit the wall. A week after the siege began, Benedict, a soldier, shouted that the castle wall had fallen and they should quickly patch the holes. Benedict looked ahead in horror. He said that at this rate they would not hold out for long, asking what was wrong with Baron Winston and why he had not yet contacted. The fighter lowered his head, approaching the Marquis. He said that a message had come from Baron Winston's adjutant. The Marquis looked at the fighter in shock. The fighter said that the entire army that stormed the Roman fortress had fallen, and the Baron had died on the battlefield. The aristocrats gathered around the table. The man said that it was all over and Baron Winston's army had been smashed to smithereens, noting that Castle Benedict could collapse at any moment. The green-haired noble looked away worriedly. He said that the connection with the imperial faction nobles had also been cut off, asking if it was still not too late to open the gates and surrender. The Viscount slammed his hand on the table, asking what they should surrender. Owen glared at the boy, asking if he knew what he was talking about. Owen noted that Roman had raised all the forces hostile to him to the ground. The Viscount glared at him menacingly. He asked the Marquis how he felt about forgetting about the imperial faction and turning directly to the Empire. The Marquis looked at the Viscount, asking what he meant. Owen said that this fight was over for them anyway. The old man furrowed his brows. Owen said that rather than meekly awaiting the coming of death, it is better to survive, even if it means bowing your head. The old man slightly opened his mouth, telling them to contact Kronos, noting that he himself would make an agreement with them. A projection of a man appeared. The man asked for forgiveness, noting that they were cooperating with Count Gregory, not with him. The Kronos Empire, Baron Charlton. The Baron looked at the Marquis, asking why he needed their help. Benedict said that King Cairo had launched a total purge, and his subordinates Count Gregory and Count Denver had been taken into custody. The old man frowned. He said that this choice would not affect the Kronos Empire in any way, adding that it did not matter who the ally was, and that all the Empire needed was to seize on a mistake, asking if that was not the case. Charlton glared at the Marquis. He said that he spoke painfully smoothly, asking him to answer his question about what he expected from the Kronos Empire. The old man looked at the Baron with a serious expression, asking him to attack the western front of Cairo. Immediately after Kronos accepted the proposal, less than 12 hours later, and 3 border lines, 2 of them were broken. Daniel looked at the crystal, thinking that he once called Marquis Benedict uncle. His Majesty clenched his hand into a fist. He thought that now he had driven him, or rather the kingdom, to the very edge of the cliff. His Majesty imagined the disposition of the troops. He thought that if he called off the attack on the Benedict fortress and the aristocratic faction, and transferred his forces to defend the western front, then the Cairo kingdom could survive. The king imagined the image of the old man. He thought that the surviving aristocratic faction would become even more impudent, hiding behind Kronos. The blonde turned his head to the side, calling out to Simon. The blonde man looked ahead with an enraged look. He noted that even if he remained a weak and incompetent king, at least he would not go down in history as a traitor to his country. Daniel told Simon to contact Roman. Daniel looked at the projection of the protagonist. The blonde man said that Marquis Benedict had made an alliance with the Kronos Empire, adding that the second line of defense on the western front had already fallen, and it was only a matter of time before the third one fell. His Majesty looked ahead with a serious look. He said that eliminating the aristocrat faction was an important matter, but the imperial army could not be allowed to do whatever it wanted. The protagonist looked at the king with a menacing look. He said that he would regret it in the future if he could not suppress the entire rebellion at once. Daniel said that he understood. His Majesty imagined a skull above the city. He said that the horror that had engulfed the West would soon engulf the entire kingdom. The protagonist looked at His Majesty with a serious look. Roman said that they had been prepared for this since they had decided to purge, and it did not matter whether it was Count Gregory or Marquis Benedict. Daniel imagined himself mired in mud. Roman asked what he thought would happen if they left the enemies who had sold out their homeland in the rear, noting that for now it was only one step back. His Majesty raised his dirty leg. Roman said that in the future, in order to go back one step forward, he would have to sacrifice many people. The protagonist looked at the king with a serious look. He thought that perhaps, if Daniel had been born in peacetime, he could have become a good king. His Majesty closed his eyes. Roman thought that the king still could not accept reality, and this was exactly what was needed to fight in such dark times. The protagonist imagined a wall with a magical sign. He said that, unlike the two previous lines of defense on the Western Front, a capable army was stationed in front of the third. Vantner and Simon looked ahead, confused. Roman said that Kronos had prepared for this attack in a hurry and had not been able to mobilize all their fighting power. The protagonist introduced the soldiers. He said that they should trust the commanders of Cairo, and if they could stall for time. The protagonist looked at the king with a menacing expression. He said that in 3 days he would deal with the entire faction of Marquis Benedict and reach the Western Front and stop the attack of the Kronos Empire. His Majesty looked at Roman with a menacing look, saying that in 3 days, at all costs, he would punish all the rebels. The soldiers fled along the ground. Roman moved his troops into the night when the aristocratic faction let their guard down. The soldiers hid in the bushes, looking at the gate. They blocked the retreat road from Benedict's fortress, waiting for the magic shield on the fortress walls to reach its limit. The protagonist stood at the head of the soldiers. Roman told the army that the shield covering the wall would not hold out any longer and that they would make the final attack the next day. Fabius walked along the ground, addressing the commander-in-chief. The soldiers stepped forward, asking to be allowed to stand at the forefront. The protagonist looked at the warrior with a serious expression. Fabius thought that as he had found out, Roman was one of those who fairly requited what was deserved. The warrior recalled the conversation with Benedict. He told Roman that he was a member of the aristocrat faction, but refused to carry out the order to gather, thus joining their ranks. The warrior looked at the commander-in-chief with a menacing look, asking for a chance to prove their loyalty. The protagonist smirked slightly, saying that he was similar after all. The protagonist introduced the old man. He noted that the blood demon was characterized by boundless loyalty, the mad demon was driven by the desire to become stronger, but the two-faced demon changed as many as 3 masters before rising to the rank of the 4 heavenly kings. Roman introduced the smirking old man, noting that he was quite bizarre. The protagonist looked ahead with the appearance of a white-haired guy. He noted that he fought for his life until the very end and remained next to the final winner, Jung-hyuk. Roman said that there was no need to flash a fake smile in front of him. Fabius held his fist to his chest. The protagonist said that if he proved his usefulness, he would turn a blind eye to his past. The protagonist pointed at the warrior with a smile. He said that he would be the one to fight in this war. Fabius smiled bloodthirstily. The traitor of the noble faction, Count Fabius. The warrior said that he, Fabius, would fight to the death. The soldiers stood on the wall. The next day, after learning of the Kronos Empire's support, the noble faction soldiers became even more spirited, filled with pride. The mage took a step forward. Felix stood in front of the gate, thinking that it was his turn to repay his lord for his faith. Felix flashed his fiery eyes. A fire dragon appeared behind the mage. Felix noted that it was the secret weapon of the Phoenix magic tower. A magic circle appeared. The mage used the burning skill. The soldier looked back with a smile. The warriors looked at the mage engulfed in flames. The soldier asked what the hell was that, telling them to look over there. Felix, with a fiery gaze, used the fire rain skill. Fire arrows poured out of the sky at the soldiers. The soldier shouted for them to run. Fireballs attacked the wall. The soldier shouted for them to grab their shields. An explosion occurred on the wall. The soldier shouted that the defensive magic had been broken. Felix looked ahead with a bloodthirsty grin. The wall had been blown up. The soldier shouted that the fortress wall had collapsed. Fabius, with a menacing look, shouted for the soldiers to follow him. The warriors rushed to attack. Fabius shouted that they would punish the evil rebels without sparing their own lives. The soldier swung his weapon, telling him to die. The warrior attacked Fabius' horse. The warrior created a magic circle in his leg using acceleration. He jumped away from the horse. Fabius took on a task that others would try to avoid, and by risking his life, he proved his worth. The warrior charged the soldier, plunging his sword into his head. Not a small age. Fabius swung his sword, killing soldiers. No one would blame him if he stayed behind the soldiers, like the other nobles. Fabius attacked the knight, but in this choice, he put his life on the line. The bloodied soldier lay on the ground. Fabius collapsed to the ground, thinking that he played his part, and from that moment on, it was Roman's time. The protagonist walked through the exploded wall. The soldier shouted at them to stop Roman, noting that the demon Cairo had appeared. The protagonist smirked maliciously. The soldier shouted at them to kill him by any means necessary. Roman said that it meant he was a demon, noting that he liked it. Cameron looked at the scene warily, saying that this was the demon Cairo incarnate. The protagonist left behind piles of corpses. Cameron said that he was truly an incredible monster. The magic crystal stood on the table. The soldier said that things were bad, and the troops broke through the fortress wall. The nobles were sitting around the table. The soldier said that the protective magic had exhausted its power, and Roman was mowing down the soldiers sent by each family in stacks. The green-haired noble looked at the crystal in shock. The soldier said that they needed to run immediately, abruptly breaking away. The protagonist took the communication crystal, asking if they, Marquis Benedict and the other traitors, could hear him. Roman held the sword and the crystal in his hands. He told them to be sure that they would not have a chance to survive, so let them resist to the last, because even if they kneeled, bowed their heads, and burst into tears until their throats were torn, he would still punish them and their 3 generations for betraying their homeland. Benedict stared in horror ahead. Roman stared at the crystal with a wild look, telling them to wait, as they would meet soon. Young Benedict knelt before the king. Several decades ago, His Majesty said that they could not endanger the people because of the war with the Empire. Benedict objected to the king. The white-haired boy looked at His Majesty in bewilderment. The king said that this was all, and he could go. In the past, Cairo was ruled by an indecisive king, and while he hesitated, the imperial faction subordinate to Kronos and Valhalla rapidly grew in strength, crushing the power of Cairo. 2 black silhouettes stood above the coats of arms. Young Benedict stood next to a silver coffin, and also the funeral of the Queen of Benedict's younger sister. The white-haired boy said that they say this is a hereditary disease of the family, and the weak medicine of the small state is to blame for everything. Benedict shed bitter tears. He said that if she was treated with the Empire's advanced methods, perhaps she could survive. Marquis Benedict was filled with doubts about the path the Cairo kingdom was taking. Young Benedict spoke to the nobles. He said that he could no longer trust the Cairo royal family and would form an independent government to lead Cairo down the right path. The people began to raise their fists in the air. Benedict addressed the Cairo nobles, telling them to follow him. Thus, the noble faction was born. Benedict sat on the throne in his later years, but her ideals gradually began to change and Marquis Benedict ascended to the invisible throne. The old man clutched his head, not understanding when everything had gone downhill. He imagined the protagonist reaching out to him. The old man noted that Roman, that bastard, had scattered his plan to absorb Cairo into ashes. The Marquis bared his teeth, noting that at this rate he would not escape death. The Marquis rose from his chair, saying that first of all they needed to escape from there, and then borrow the Empire's forces to turn the situation to their advantage. The nobles rose from their seats, running from the hall. The Marquis told them to move quickly, and if they were captured, then the faction of nobles would be finished. Benedict's eyes widened in horror. The fighter plunged his sword into the soldier's body, saying that they were late. The red-haired guy was sitting on a pile of corpses. He told the Marquis that he had been waiting for him for a long time. The Marquis looked at the fighter in fear, ordering the soldiers to attack him immediately and kill that bastard. The soldier rushed at the fighter with his sword. The fighter cut off his hand. The blonde shouted at them to protect the Marquis. The fighter broke through the knights. The fighter cut the knight's body in half. The soldier was coughing up blood. Blood splashed on the floor. The fighter grabbed the soldier by the hair with a bloodthirsty grin. The knight begged for mercy. Benedict watched in horror. He turned his back on the fighter and rushed out of there. The old man ran to the exit. Chris appeared from behind the wall, asking where he was going in such a hurry. Benedict looked at the weapon in fear, thinking that he was such a son of a bitch. Chris attacked the knight behind the old man. Chris killed the knight one by one. Benedict's eyes widened as dead soldiers lay behind him. The old man rushed away from Chris. He ran with a dejected look, thinking that he could chase him as much as he wanted. The Marquis ran out into the street, thinking that he would get out of this hell by any means necessary and would certainly take revenge. The old man noticed a cave nearby, noting that this was it. The Marquis was trying to crawl into the hole of the cave. Soldiers were patrolling near the gate, saying that it was unlikely that he could escape and that they had to find him. The Marquis barely squeezed through the hole. He noted that the throne of Cairo was right before his eyes, but everything collapsed because of one scoundrel. Benedict bared his teeth in anger, thinking that he would repay this shame. The old man looked away warily. The Viscount told the old man that it was over. Benedict wondered if it was Viscount Owen. The blonde man approached the cave. He asked the Marquis that he had not felt anything strange when he escaped, noting that they had no chance of escape in the first place. The Marquis widened his eyes, thinking that he was getting closer and closer, wondering if he had been discovered. Owen approached the cave, asking him to come out. Benedict covered his mouth with his hands in horror. Owen furiously asked the Marquis what he thought. He didn't know where he was hiding. Tears were streaming from the blonde's eyes. He said he was a complete loser for trusting a ruler like him. The sword pierced the blonde's body while he was sending the Marquis to hell. The protagonist braced his hand against the cave. He looked into the hole, telling Benedict to come out. The old man was walking on the ground in one boot. The soldier told him to move his legs. The soldier led the old man in shackles. People shouted that it was Marquis Benedict, asking what he wanted to escape alone, sending him to hell. The old man fell to his knees in front of the protagonist. He looked at Roman with an enraged face. Benedict said that he was slandered, noting that he dedicated his entire life to serving this country, asking why they were going to kill him. The old man continued to sit on his knees. He said that while a weak-willed king was destroying the kingdom, he was the one who kept Cairo afloat to prevent it from disappearing, asking if he could sincerely submit to such a king in his place. The Marquis gaped, saying that the Kronos Empire had crossed Cairo's borders more than once, and the country itself was literally crawling with traitors. The protagonist looked at the old man with displeasure. Benedict told him to try to say that he was wrong. Roman stared at the prisoner. He said that he would not criticize his choice, noting that he was sure Cairo had a chance to resist the empire's influence. Benedict looked at the protagonist with confusion. The protagonist told him to look at the results, asking what he was able to achieve in the end. The protagonist introduced the king and the aristocrats in the circle. He said that even the creation of the aristocratic faction did not change the system of power, and besides, he did not think about the safety of the country at all. Benedict looked at the protagonist in fear. Roman asked what this was the moral duty he was talking about. The brunette put his sword to the old man's throat. He said that there was nothing shameful in the weak bowing their head for the sake of protecting the people. Roman looked at the Marquis with a menacing look, telling him to think for himself what he had renounced in the first place. The Marquis looked at the brunette in horror, asking him for mercy, noting that from now on he would live for the sake of the royal family and rather for the sake of Dmitri. The brunette narrowed his eyes, saying that it was too late. The protagonist cut off the head of the Marquis Benedict. These were the last seconds of life, the outstanding personality of Cairo Marquis Benedict, who was once called the current government. Light sunlight was breaking through the window. The royal palace of Cairo. The soldier told His Majesty that he reported a victory. The knight bowed his head to the king, saying that Roman had besieged the fortress of Benedict. Daniel thought that he had succeeded. Daniel stretched out his hand in front of him, thinking that, however, now was not the time for joy, and Kronos' actions did not inspire confidence, ordering Roman. A beautiful orange sunset was visible above the city. Daniel said that later he would fully reward him for his military merits, and now let him immediately go to the border front. On the table was a magic communication crystal. Western front, third line of defense. The soldier said that this was the order of His Majesty the King. They must hold out for 3 days, during which time the rebellion would be suppressed, and he would send Roman to the Western front, asking for a little more patience. Flora sat with a serious expression. The fighter told Flora that she was right. The only woman on the Western front and a famous person. The blonde sat at a desk in the academy. After meeting Roman, Flora left Lawrence, entered the Royal Academy, learned the art of combat there, and volunteered for the Western front. The blonde pointed to the side with a serious look. She became the first female advisor in the history of Cairo, and because of the unique case, the society was divided in opinions, but she proved her competence and began to gain recognition. There were pawns on the map. The man said that from the point of view of common sense, it was impossible to suppress the Marquis' rebellion in 3 days. The brown-haired man looked ahead in bewilderment, saying that they needed to prepare for a protracted war. The head of the circle of advisors, Baron Knoll. The guys gathered around the table. Knoll said that even if the rebellion was suppressed and they used the teleportation gate, it would still take a day or two to get there, asking the man if he thought it was feasible. The fighter crossed his arms, saying that they were all right and that in the worst case, they might not be able to suppress the rebellion. The commander-in-chief of the Western Front, Count Bandenburg. Bandenburg looked at the girl in surprise, who said that she thought differently. The blonde looked at the count with a serious look. Bandenburg asked what was different. Flora noted that the 3-day deadline was most likely set by Roman himself, and in that case, it would take a maximum of 5 days. The count looked at the girl with a serious expression, asking where the guarantees were. Flora imagined the image of a formidable protagonist. She said that she could say from personal experience that he could not be judged by generally accepted criteria. Flora looked intently at the count. Bandenburg noted that this was an unfounded statement. Flora said that Kronos was also pressed for time. She looked at the count with a serious gaze, saying that they needed to invade Cairo before Marquis Benedict was defeated, noting that there was only one way. The girl slammed her hand on the table. She said that this was an analysis of Kronos' past attack strategies, and when invading simply to intimidate, they relied on close combat. The girl imagined images of mages. She said that in a case like this, when an indisputable victory was needed, they would use battle mages. Bandenburg said that they already knew that. The Kronos Empire was visible on the map. Flora said that since it was the Kronos Empire, which included 7 magic towers, it was likely that new tactics were being used to increase magic power. The blonde narrowed her eyes, saying that they should get rid of the variable in the form of mages. Flora imagined a mage. She said that since the mage's defense was critically reduced while casting a spell, they were forced to use magic from a safe distance. Flora imagined magical stones under the mage's feet. She said that they would determine the mage's future location and would set up magical traps on the ground. The commander-in-chief frowned, saying that this was impossible. He noted that they could not calculate the exact location in the first place, and the mages would determine the traps using mana. Flora looked at the commander-in-chief with a serious expression, saying that this was why they should propose a duel of representatives. Vandenberg looked at the girl in surprise, asking if that was really it. Flora frowned. She said that was correct, and that in order to participate in a duel of representatives, they would have to redeploy military forces. Flora imagined herself looking at the fighters. She said that when that happened, they would be able to determine the mage's location. The commander-in-chief looked at the blonde thoughtfully, asking what she proposed to do with the mana tracking. Flora said that the swordsman who would come out to fight would play a very important role in this matter. The girl looked askance at Vandenberg, saying that when he detected the aura, increasing the concentration of mana in the air. The girl imagined a mage in a circle of red aura. Flora noted that even a mage would not be able to detect the traps. A shadow fell on Rodwell's face. Flora looked down thoughtfully, saying that the question was who would participate in the fight. The fighters looked away, dumbfounded. Rodwell said that, frankly, the chance of survival was negligible. Rodwell made his move, saying that he would participate in the fight. He looked at the guys with a serious face, noting that someone had to do it, asking for permission to participate. The guys stared at Rodwell. Vandenberg sat with his back to him, telling Rodwell that he would be participating in this duel of representatives. An orange sunset was visible above the castle. Flora approached the brown-haired man, asking why he always took on the most dangerous assignments. The girl looked menacingly at the guy, noting that his service was already over, asking why he was still there. The blonde crossed her arms over her chest, saying that in her opinion, he was out of his mind. The brown-haired man looked at the blonde with a cold gaze. Flora said that people call him a patriot, but for her he is just a psycho who is so eager to die. The guys were standing on the wall. Flora told him to think about his future, noting that one day he will become the commander-in-chief and he cannot die there. The brown-haired man put his hand on the wall, saying that he needs it. The blonde looked at the guy in bewilderment. Rodwell said that she saw Roman's brother, asking what he was like. The brown-haired man looked down with a serious look. He said that at first he denied the changes in his brother, not wanting to accept him. The guy imagined his brother's image, noting that now he was ready to do anything to gain his recognition and surpass him. Flora looked at the guy in surprise. Rodwell said that that was why he extended the service, asking what she was doing there. The blonde looked away with a cold look. She said that she was there only to avoid repeating the same mistake, adding that it was better to end this conversation. The guys stood with their backs, looking at the sunset. Flora said that his counter-question brought her to her senses. The girl shoved her fist into the guy's hand. She said that in any case, he should return victorious. The guys looked at the beautiful sunset. Flora said that she hoped that he would definitely survive. Rodwell raised his sword above himself. He said that he was Rodwell of the Cairo Kingdom, challenging the Chronos Empire to a duel of representatives. The young man slightly opened his mouth, thinking that he might die that day. The man stepped onto the ground. The brown-haired man thought that he was now standing at the crossroads of life and death. The knight smiled slightly, saying that his name was Osbert and he would be his opponent, a 3-star swordsman with no rank. The judge waved a red flag, saying that it was time to begin. Unlike Cairo, where it was enough to rise to 3 stars to become a ranker, even the last place in the Chronos Empire ranking belonged to a 4-star swordsman. Rodwell fought with the knight. He gritted his teeth. Rodwell repelled the swordsman's attacks. Osbert asked where he was going. In other words, they lived in different worlds. The soldier smiled happily, shouting at the swordsman to finish him off. Osbert fiercely attacked Rodwell. Rodwell thought that this was an expected result. He bared his teeth fiercely, thinking that he could not close the gap between him and his brother. The swordsman held his sword in front of him, attacking the boy. Brown-haired thought that he would fight to the very end. A sword blade appeared in front of the guy's eye. Brown-haired noted that if he did not dodge, he would lose an eye, but if he dodged, he would lose. Brown-haired attacked Osbert in response. Osbert spat blood from his mouth. A shadow hung over the guy's face. The swordsman fell to the ground. Rodwell covered one eye, smiling contentedly. He told them to get out of Cairo. Rodwell's leg appeared from the shadow. The bloody knight looked ahead, asking if the plan was a success. Brown-haired breathed a sigh of relief when Flora said that it definitely was. The blonde smiled slightly. A man in armor sat in a chair. He said to prepare the Flash and the mages. The commander-in-chief of Chronos, Count Fabio. The battle mages stood near the weapons. Gray clouds floated above the castle. Flora and Vandenberg looked down. The man asked Flora when she thought about detonating the magic traps. The blonde said that a quick explosion could give the enemies time to prepare. The girl imagined a red magic trap. She noted that the trap was effective within a 300-meter radius, and if the enemy went beyond that, they would not be able to kill everyone in one blow, and according to the plan, the error in calculating the radius was about 100 meters. Flora looked down menacingly, saying that the mages were most vulnerable when the spell reached its peak. She imagined how the mages were engulfed in blue lightning. The blonde said that if they activated the traps at that moment, the backflow of mana would deprive the mages of their abilities. Vandenberg frowned, saying that he understood her, and then waited for her signal. The mage began to gather magical energy in his hands. Many mages began to cast spells. Flora widened her eyes, saying that it was time. Vandenberg looked ahead furiously, telling them to blow them up. The mages looked down, dumbfounded. A bright flash of lightning engulfed the mages. Fabio rose from his chair, saying that the pathetic bugs would not calm down. The commander-in-chief looked at the explosion site, turning to the Chronos soldiers. He opened his mouth wide, saying that they would show the true power of Chronos to this loser who thought he could stand up to the Empire. The soldiers rushed into the arena, saying to attack. The knights began to knock the soldiers off the walls with spears. The knight shouted for them to defend themselves and knocked down the ladders. A soldier with a bloodthirsty grin climbed the wall. An arrow pierced his head. The Chronos soldiers began to fall from the walls. The blonde held a bow in her hands, telling the knights not to let their guard down, noting that the enemy had lost their mages and the situation had turned in their favor. Flora looked menacingly ahead, telling them not to give up under any circumstances, and that once the Western Front fell, their families in Cairo would be in danger. The Chronos soldiers continued to climb the walls. The battle lasted until the next day and was unusually fierce. There were a lot of dead soldiers lying near the wall. The Chronos Empire, which seemed like it could immediately capture the fortress, gradually began to give up its positions. The sun was rising from behind the mountains, and on the third day, Roman's royal guard reached the Western Front. The protagonist sat on his horse. Fabio climbed onto his horse, turning to the side. Seeing the army that Roman brought, the Chronos Empire deployed its troops. The boys gathered around the table. Vandenberg told the protagonist that he was simply incredible and had dealt with the rebellion in just one day. Vandenberg sighed in relief, saying that thanks to him they could catch their breath. Roman noted that it was not time yet, and now they needed to mobilize all forces. The man looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, asking why, noting that Chronos and his minions had fallen in defeat in the siege and the enemy should retreat soon. The protagonist pointed his finger at the map. The fighter asked if he could find out the reason. Roman said that the enemies had invaded Cairo territory. Roman pointed his finger at a place on the map. He said that if they had put up with Chronos' oppression until now they should show a different side of themselves. The boys looked intently at the protagonist. Roman said that His Majesty the King had given him power in this matter, adding that they should gather troops and prepare to open the fortress gates. The protagonist looked at the boys with a menacing look. He said that they would go in pursuit of the enemies returning to the Empire and fight them back. Rodwell looked at the protagonist in shock, wondering that this man was really Roman's brother. Rodwell remembered how the protagonist sat in front of bottles of wine. He noted that he remembered Roman's brother as a good-for-nothing drunkard. The protagonist was led in by the knights from the bar. Rodwell noted that his life was far from fencing, and it was common to see how the guards kicked him out of the tavern for another rowdy behavior. The brown-haired man looked at his brother, wondering how in such a short time the man had changed beyond recognition. Rodwell looked at the protagonist, imagining him younger. He noted that his brother's voice and his face, adding that although he was no longer the same as before, he was definitely his older brother. Rodwell lowered his head, thinking that he lived only for the desire to raise the prestige of his family on the Western Front. Rodwell widened his eye in the darkness. He noted that brother Roman in the blink of an eye devalued everything he had achieved. He lowered his head. Rodwell thought that everyone around him called him future Dmitri, wondering that in reality he was just marking time. The brown-haired man looked ahead in horror, wondering what he had been doing all this time. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. Null frowned, saying that if they caught up with the Chronos army, asking what benefit Cairo would gain from this. The blonde looked down in bewilderment. She said that over the past few days, the soldiers of the Western Front fought tirelessly, sparing no effort, adding that opening the fortress gates now was akin to a death sentence. Vandenberg looked ahead in confusion. He said that the Western Front was a strategically important object and their duty was not to exterminate the Imperial Army of Chronos, but to protect the safety of Cairo. The boys looked at the protagonist in confusion. Vandenberg asked if they really needed to stir up the hive and stir up the conflict. Roman asked that they really thought that was the best way out, noting that they knew the true state of affairs. The protagonist presented a map with arrows on it. Roman said that Chronos was in confrontation with the alliance of the southern kingdoms, and the enemy could not concentrate all their forces on them. The protagonist looked at the boys in fury. He said that the kingdom of Cairo would no longer tolerate the atrocities of the empire, Kronos, and this alone was enough to understand the significance of such a decision. Vandenberg swallowed in confusion, asking what he should do then. Flora looked at the night sky. She looked up, remembering Roman. She thought that the protagonist was still the same, adding that she thought that he had changed at least a little since those carefree days, but she would never be like him. Flora widened her eyes in surprise. The protagonist stood next to his brother. He told Rodwell that he heard that he was wounded in the eye in that battle. Rodwell said that there was nothing to worry about. Roman noted that thanks to this, it was possible to deal with the Kronos mages. Rodwell looked at his brother in surprise. The protagonist said that if it weren't for him, the Western Front would not have been set up before his arrival. The brown-haired man looked away in confusion, asking what kind of nonsense. The protagonist thought that Rodwell was his blood brother. The brunette remembered images of smiling people. He noted that in this life, he built new relationships with the people around him and was going to get closer to Rodwell in the same way. The brunette looked at his brother. He said that it must be now. He is not so happy to see him, but he must remember one thing. The wind lifted the brunette's cloak. The protagonist said that if he follows him tomorrow, he will show him what the price is for touching a member of his family. Roman looked ahead with a terrifying look. He said that for his lost eye, the Kronos Empire must pay with many lives. The protagonist looked at the brown-haired man, saying that he must remember that they are brothers. The man looked at the knight with a sad look. He said that the rebellion of Marquis Benedict turned into a complete failure. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs Baron Charlton. Fabio looked at the projection of the man. Charlton said that the Royal Guard had arrived at the Western Front and he had better deploy his troops. Fabio called the Marquis a pathetic worm. Fabio said that they had gone to meet him and attacked the Western Front, asking why he hadn't lasted a day, noting that he couldn't give up and run. The Baron closed his eyes. Fabio said that they had suffered many casualties in the past few days and his honor would not allow him to run away like that. The Baron said that of course he shared his feelings. The Baron imagined the soldiers being killed. He said that the Kronos Empire was currently focused on the conflict with the Alliance of Kingdoms, and if the army's ranks were thinned even a little, the consequences would certainly be felt in the south. The Count clenched his teeth nervously. The Baron told them to think rationally. The night sky was visible above the tent. The Count agreed with the Baron, saying that the next day at dawn he would give the order to retreat. The troops stood near the cliff. The next day, the knight told the commander-in-chief that he would leave reconnaissance soldiers just in case. The Count's face darkened at what was happening, saying that it was not necessary. Fabio looked at the knight furiously. He said that he would be only glad if they sent a detachment in pursuit, and then he would have a chance to destroy them and destroy the Western Front. Black silhouettes were visible behind the soldiers. The knight looked ahead, dumbfounded. Vandenberg and Flora were galloping on their horses. A soldier approached Fabio, saying that the enemy was approaching. The commander-in-chief looked away in bewilderment. The soldier said that the enemy was attacking from the rear. The commander-in-chief grinned bloodthirstily, thinking that this should be kept up, noting that Cairo had made a stupid mistake. The commander-in-chief looked at his soldiers, giving them orders. He looked at the soldiers furiously, telling them to kill all the pathetic bugs that don't know their place. Vandenberg looked at his enemy with a menacing look, addressing his army. The troops went to attack each other. The night before, the guys were sitting around the table. Roman said that as they expected, the Kronos Empire was preparing to deploy an army, noting that their plan was simple. The protagonist presented the disposition of the troops. He said that since the enemy was stretched out in a long column, they would split their forces in two and attack them from the center and from the rear at the same time. He noted that he wanted Rodwell and Chris to strike the center, and Marquis Vandenberg with advisor Flora to strike from the rear. Noel looked at the protagonist with confusion, saying that it was a good plan, but dividing the forces was too risky, especially attacking the rear. Roman looked at the guy with a menacing look. He said that as soon as they attack the center they will send soldiers, including Chris, to the rear. The protagonist presented a broken coat of arms. He said that they need to break the column, sowing chaos among the enemy and push through their ranks, then they can gain an unconditional victory. Roman noted that Cairo will certainly win. The knight slashed the soldier's throat. The soldier looked menacingly ahead, telling them to pull themselves together. The soldier took up his sword, saying that their enemy was Cairo, noting that they were brave soldiers of the Empire did not let themselves be broken. The soldiers began to attack the knights. Vandenberg gritted his teeth in displeasure. He thought that, as expected, the Imperial soldiers, accustomed to fighting in an order of magnitude skillful, they would be outnumbered. Vandenberg opened his mouth, telling the army that they cannot retreat, and they must show the Imperial monsters the will of Cairo. The soldiers put their shields in front of them. At the same time, unlike the Vandenberg soldiers who were fighting hard, a one-sided massacre was unfolding in the center of the column. The knights attacked the soldiers by emitting a blue aura. They were using the spiritual practice of the Asura. The soldiers looked at what was happening in horror, not believing their eyes, noting that they looked like ordinary soldiers. The soldier asked how he was able to use the aura. The Cairo soldiers cut the Empire soldiers. The protagonist stood next to his brother, watching the fight. Rodwell widened his eyes, asking how to understand this. He looked at what was happening in bewilderment. The brown-haired man thought that the Roman soldiers were not just fighting on equal terms, but suppressing the Empire soldiers who were famous for their strength. The Cairo knight attacked the soldier. Rodwell looked ahead in shock. He noted that it was not that this soldier was special, but that all the Roman soldiers had turned into monsters. The brown-haired man turned his gaze to his brother, noting that his older brother Roman had started this. The protagonist looked menacingly ahead. Rodwell recalled the image and words of the protagonist. The brown-haired man looked at his brother, thinking that back then he hadn't understood what his words meant, but now he apparently understood them. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, turning to Chris. He looked at the blonde, saying that from now on, they would divide the remaining squad in half as planned. Chris looked at the protagonist. Roman told him to take the soldiers and go to the rear. The protagonist narrowed his gaze and said that he would deal with the Chronos soldiers who would move in that direction himself. Rodwell looked at his brother in horror. Chris rushed forward with the soldiers, telling the second group to follow him. The brown-haired man's eyes widened, wondering if he would actually leaving his brother. An arrow hit the soldier in the head. Flora looked away in fear, turning to the commander. She thought that they were starting to be pushed back. Vandenberg extended his hand to the side, telling the army to build a wall of shields. The knights built a wall of shields. The soldiers looked at the knights in bewilderment, wondering what the hell, noting that they themselves attacked and now went on the defensive. The knights held spears and shields in their hands. The fighter shouted for them to press their bodies against the shields and not to leave a single gap. Black silhouettes were visible not far from the knights. Vandenberg looked behind him, saying that reinforcements were already close, adding that they should remove their shields and attack the enemy. Chris's eyes sparkled, holding a sword in his hand. Vandenberg said that they will show all their strength to Dmitri. Chris bared his teeth, emitting a blue aura. He attacked the soldiers of the Empire with lightning. Flora held a bow in her hands, watching the blonde man. She thought that as expected of Roman's knights. Flora watched in confusion, noting that he had pushed back the Charon Empire with a small force. A soldier stepped onto the ground, telling them to get out of the way. The Chronos Empire, a 3-star swordsman. The swordsman emitted a green aura, saying that he would be his opponent. Chris cut off the swordsman's head, using Cairo in the light. It was at that very moment that the man who would shake the entire continent truly made his existence known. Chris stared ahead with a menacing gaze. A dusty crater with drops of blood. This was the center of the Chronos Empire army. Roman stood in the center, surrounded by the enemy army. The hero fought off the soldiers with swings of his sword coated in energy. The cloaked swordsman stared intently through the splashes of blood. Fabio watched this with disbelief. The commander said that it couldn't be when he heard his name being called. The rider looked down and saw a soldier running up to his side. The soldier said that things were no better in the rear and that at this rate they could be routed. Furious, grimacing, Fabio shouted at the soldier that first of all they needed to get rid of the foreign Roman, and if they killed him and went to the end of the detachment, he abruptly stopped. The swordsman in the red robe smiled from ear to ear. Roman, like a whirlwind, rushed through the encirclement of knights. The eyes of the commander opened in amazement at this. The Imperial thought it was madness, because the guy decided to run straight through the entire army. The man dug his foot into the ground and shouted for him to stop. Gustavo, captain of the 10th Knightly Order. He opened his mouth in rage and growled that he would be Roman's opponent. The men stood facing each other, clashing blades. Ranked 78th in the Continental rankings and 35th in the Chronos rankings. The blonde blocked the brown-haired man's blow with a surprised face. In surprise, the protagonist thought that the guy was stronger than Nicholas. The swords crossed, fighting for victory. Pushing the guy away, Gustavo flew into the air. Roman stood on the ground, blocking a hail of blows from the captain of the 10th Order. Two knights, raising their swords above their heads, walked behind the protagonist. The swordsman in the cloak turned around and stared at the arrivals. Roman spun among the opponents, striking at the attackers. The blonde opened his mouth in shock and thought that Roman did not move even when they attacked him at the same time, and this made him more dangerous than the blonde had assumed. The hero bent down, striking with his sword. Gustavo thought that if he left the guy alive, it was unknown how the war would turn out. Placing his hand on his stomach, the man was ready to risk his life to eliminate the threat. The knight stood, releasing a mass of energy after removing the restrictions. Roman stood in front of the knight, thinning the energy. Staring at the blonde, the hero thought. A golden core with cracks in the center of the stomach. The protagonist thought about the fact that Gustavo was now using innate energy and thought it was a strange action. A child with a red core against a tree. Innate is not a power that can be artificially accumulated, but the life energy that a person has received since birth. Roman was reading a book while sitting at a wooden table. The hero was thinking about how he had studied materials about the continent in the past and learned that this world had not yet invented a way to use innate energy. The guy was standing in front of a man surrounded by a pillar of light. The brown-haired man knew that if he had met him a year ago, he would have been in trouble. A beam of blinding light shattered the space. A golden pillar of light crashed into the standing hero. Roman calmly blocked the blow, looking at his opponent. The blonde, furious that the guy blocked his blow, grimaced. Stepping on the ground, Jung-hyuk used the technique of the third style of the second level of the heavenly demon. Gustavo, carried away by the waves, begged for it to stop, stretched out his hand forward. Submerged under the water, the swordsman asked the brown-haired man to stop. The surface of the water was ink-colored. The knight stood in front of the column of smoke. The two knights stood side by side, shock written all over their faces. The mangled body lay on the cracked ground. The men could only mutter that Captain Gustavo had lost. Standing in the crowd, the hero turned away from the corpse. The protagonist kicked the Imperial commander's horse. The noble fell painfully to the ground. Sitting on the ground in front of Roman, Fabio screamed that he was an Imperial noble and the hero was a bastard. The Imperial opened his mouth, his eyes bulging. The commander-in-chief screamed that he was an Imperial noble and the hero was a bastard. The noble opened his mouth, his eyes bulging. The captain screamed that even if there was a war, the brown-haired man would not be able to cope with the consequences of killing an Imperial noble and he would spend his whole life in fear of death at the hands of the Empire. The noble frowned over his bulging eyes. Roman opened his mouth and said that he knew the price of choice. The commander, in fear, crawled away from the boy. The Imperial screamed about his surrender, but the hero cut him off. Standing menacingly over the fallen man, Roman said that it was all over. The protagonist swung his sword and cut off the enemy's head. Before he died, the man thought that the bastard was planning to kill him. Standing among the dead, the man looked up. The rear area. The gaze of the standing crowd was directed at the column of smoke. The man in the cloak wondered what kind of explosion this was. Standing behind, the blonde told the count not to worry. Looking confidently at his interlocutor, Chris said that the commander would not make him worry. Count Vandenberg was shocked that the captain's deputy could be so confident. The signal flare exploded in the air. Roman Dmitri had succeeded. Vandenberg understood. The royal palace of Cairo stood against the backdrop of clouds. The king was sitting in the throne room of the palace. Daniel saw a guard run into the throne room. The king's face lit up with a smile from the news he brought. The blonde could only think about the Almighty God. The ceiling with a chandelier. King Cairo looked at the projection of the soldier. Vandenberg told the king that there had been a clash in the western region and they had managed to kill Count Fabio, the commander-in-chief of Kronos, and the remaining soldiers had been captured. The blonde man raised his head and asked the projection what the situation was with the casualties. 3 figures stood in front of the count's image, listening to his answer. Vandenberg said that thanks to Roman Dmitri's great contribution, the allies had suffered minimal damage. His Majesty thought that he had done his job too well. Daniel looked around, thinking that they now needed to successfully negotiate with the Kronos Empire. Raising his hand, the king ordered the 2 people in front of him to ensure the safety of the Empire's prisoner in order to complete the matter without any additional casualties. The 2 figures in front of the king knelt down, saying that they listened to him and obeyed him. The plain of the western front was ablaze. Flames rose from the ground. Roman stood with his eyes closed and his hand on his chest. The protagonist ordered the soldiers to deal with the encirclement. Hearing his name, the guy turned around. Baron Knoll, standing behind, asked for a little time. Bowing his head, the Baron asked to forgive him for disputing the hero's decisions all this time. Standing and bowing in front of the guy, the man continued to speak. Knoll certainly wanted to apologize to the commander and also express words of gratitude, because thanks to Roman, it was possible to save the Western Front. Looking straight at the interlocutor, the protagonist thought that Baron Knoll was a good person. Looking at the interlocutor, Roman replied that it was not worth it, because unconditional faith on the battlefield was like a deadly poison, and the opposite opinion was also necessary. The Baron sighed with relief and thanked him for hearing the words that he was only doing his duty. The men stood nearby, looking at the colony of prisoners. Knoll said that capturing prisoners would give him an advantage in negotiations with the Empire, but he refused. The shocked Baron looked at Roman, who continued the thought that there was no point in hoping for negotiations. The protagonist, frowning, said that the Empire would never agree to that. A group of armored knights walked forward. They were aggressors, who always invaded other people's territories first, using their strength. If they were attacked in response, they would certainly use it, since wars between states needed a compelling reason, but this was nothing compared to logic. A figure in the shadows, sitting on a throne, towered over Daniel. The surprised Baron looked at his interlocutor, listening to his thought that the Empire only cared about them losing to a small kingdom. Knoll asked what they should do then. Looking at the brunette, the guy replied that they would have to endure this someday for the sake of the kingdom's continued prosperity, since the side that took a step back would have to bear all the losses. Roman moved a chess piece. He said that in this way, they would have to endure another war, which would be called negotiations. The palace in the kingdom of Cairo, the projection spoke, frowning. On behalf of His Majesty the Emperor, announced Kronos' position, noting that the empire had attacked the kingdom at the request of Marquis Benedict, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Baron Charlton. The trio stood in the hall, looking at the projection. The Baron said that, however, since Marquis Benedict, who had been the reason for the attack, had been defeated, the order to deploy had been given, thus clearly expressing their position. In anger, looking ahead, the minister asked about what Cairo had done. Roman was killing the surrounding soldiers. The Baron said that not only did the kingdom attack the retreating Kronos troops, but they also massacred the empire's valuable personnel, such as Count Fabio and Captain Gustavo. The hero cut off the head. The king exclaimed in shock that they were at war, asking if it was wrong to punish the enemy. The blonde raised his eyebrows at the answer. The Baron replied that it was wrong, so the empire wanted a fair price to be paid. Daniel, standing in front of the projection, shouted that Kronos attacked first. The blonde shouted in anger that Cairo would officially raise this issue with the world community. The minister grinned evilly, telling him to do as he knew. Even with the captured prisoners, Kronos would never sit down at the negotiating table. Charlton, grinning and looking at the king, said that in exchange, they would give him a choice. His Majesty's eyes widened. The Baron told him to give him one of his hands. The protagonist was on his knees, clutching his hand. The Baron said that if he personally came to the empire, presented his hand on a platter, knelt down and asked for forgiveness, the empire would no longer remember what happened. The Minister of Foreign Affairs looked ahead, saying that if he did not agree, then he should wait for a large-scale war with Kronos. The blonde stared at his interlocutor in shock. Daniel's lowered hand was tightly clenched when he thought that due to weakness the country should endure these insults. The Baron gave a period of 10 days, during which he must give an answer. Standing behind, the man called out to His Majesty. Narrowing his eyes, the brunette shouted that Kronos was going to eliminate Roman in advance, knowing that in the future he would become a threat to them. Daniel opened his mouth and said that Roman is the hero of Cairo. The protagonist rode a horse in front of the soldiers. His Majesty said that not only those present knew about this, but also the entire people of Cairo. The king raised his hand and asked what would happen if they renounced the hero, saving their own lives, adding that then there would be no people loyal to their kingdom. Staring at his interlocutor, the blonde ordered Roman to be called so that he could talk to him himself. The protagonist was kneeling before the king 2 days later. Daniel, having explained the situation, asked what they should do. The hair on the back of the guy's head fluttered. The hero replied that by accepting the offer, Cairo would become a vassal of the empire. Raising his head to the king, the brown-haired man looked at him. The guy glared at the king, telling him that he would go to the empire himself to solve the problem. The blonde, shocked by Roman's request to send him as an ambassador, opened his mouth. The king screamed, sitting on the throne, that he would never fulfill this request because Kronos was eager to punish the hero. Leaning forward on his throne, the king declared that if the protagonist boy came to the empire on his own, at worst he would lose his life. The servants stood there, confused by what was happening. Fabius bowed to the king and asked for permission to speak. Daniel looked at the man and allowed him to speak. Approaching the throne, Fabius said that Roman's desire to go to the empire was a dangerous choice. Fabius placed his hand on his chest, asking that in that case, why not send a person to the empire who could fully express Cairo's opinion. King Cairo looked at the count in surprise and asked if he himself wanted to visit Kronos as an ambassador. Smiling predatorily, Count Fabius answered the blonde's question that on behalf of the kingdom, he would convey the kingdom's position to the barbarians. The raccoon Cairo suggested a new solution, because perhaps Fabius was the best fit for this role. The protagonist stared intently at the elder. The king's eyes widened, looking at his subject. The courtiers stood nearby, watching what was happening. The raccoon, shrouded in a red aura, stood in the shadows. There were only a few politicians like Fabius and Cairo, able to read the situation quickly and confidently, making decisions that would benefit him. The count stood next to the kneeling hero. Although Fabius was the core of the noble faction in the past, looking at how he was not afraid to speak out in front of Roman, his abilities could not be called just talk. Fabius's eye, looking forward, glittered in the light. A dark figure with a blue aura in the crown. Daniel said that the count could lose his life as soon as he set foot in the empire. Is he sure he is ready to take such a risk? Confidently looking at his king, Fabius replied that he will do his best to complete the mission. Reaching out his hand to Roman, the blonde king asked him what he thought. A dark, gloomy corridor lit by the moon. The protagonist stood with his back to Fabius. Turning to the count, the hero extended his hand, asking what the raccoon's purpose was in volunteering to be an ambassador, telling him to tell him what he wanted. Fabius placed his hand on his chest and said that he, being a traitor, did not dare ask for unconditional trust, but was ready to swear an oath to him here and now. He closed his eyes, placing his hand on his chest, said that he did not expect Roman to treat him the same way as his men, but Fabius wanted to devote his entire life to serving him from now on. A squad of knights stood in the group. The Count asked Roman to consider that his ulterior motive was to prove his loyalty to him. The main character stood with a puzzled look when asked to use the Count for good in the future. Fabius looked sarcastically from under his brows and said that he was ready to do anything if he could live near him as a powerful man, possessing wealth and glory. The protagonist stared ahead and realized that the offer of this Count sounded surprisingly sincere. Fabius got down on one knee and begged him to accept. The Count stood in front of the protagonist, who thought that Fabius, moreover, if he dared to say such a thing, had already learned the true nature of his relationship with his subordinates. The protagonist bared his teeth sarcastically and realized that he liked the Count more and more. The protagonist looked down on Count Fabius. He looked animatedly at his man and told him that he would be able to enjoy everything he wanted. A few days later, sunny weather stood over the fortress. The diplomatic delegation of Cairo, led by Fabius, was leaving the fortress with soldiers. The protagonist watched what was happening from the tower. The Count was riding horses with his assistant, who asked him how he managed to survive after betraying his masters. The old man looked back at the young man, who said that he did not understand at all, because usually if he went broke on all fronts, but this time the Count managed to stay alive under the wing of an influential person. Fabius looked away haughtily and said that people are mistaken about some things. The brunette was slightly surprised when he heard that even betrayal has its own romance. The Count imagined himself standing in front of arrogant people. He said that next to the powerful of this world there are those who give everything to climb to this place, so he always served faithfully and truly. He imagined how a black heart was held on a plate and noted that if there was someone who would bravely make sacrifices that even loyal vassals were not ready for, and wondered what the master would do. He assumed that he would probably keep it to himself to use. He imagined himself handing the heart on a plate to the master. He tried to understand that this was a unique chance to use it, and he was given a reason to accept even traitors. Fabius looked back and declared that the lecture was over because he did not like the life of a traitor either. He walked forward on his horse and understood that the reason he decided to betray was because there was no one to whom he could swear allegiance. Fabius slightly lowered his head and thought that maybe Roman was that person. They found themselves in the capital of the empire, Alexander. Fabius looked at the empire with a little surprise. The Count looked to the side when he was told to follow his assistant. They walked along a huge corridor with statues of knights. He saw the sun pattern on the knight's armor. He saw how the blue color thinned from this guy. The Count understood that this guy was only from the 7th Knightly Order, but he already had such a powerful energy. The Count followed the grim warrior and tried to understand from this energy that this man was stronger than Count Nicholas. The courtier was about to open the large door in front of his majesty. A bright light seeped through the gate and announced that an ambassador had arrived. Fabius looked at the bright light with anticipation and understood that right now he was going to enter an unknown world. He and the king's assistant stood in front of his majesty on the throne. The Count realized that just one wrong word and he would say goodbye to life. The healthy king rested his head on his hand because he was the Emperor Kronos. The emperor looked at the guest with narrowed eyes and thought that it was Roman. The Count sweated slightly, feeling that his majesty had taken his breath away. Just as he was about to introduce himself as the Count, he was immediately grabbed by the face. The king's assistant abruptly pinned Fabius to the ground. The emperor watched what was happening and noted that his representative clearly said that Roman must appear in person and give his hand. The Count bared his teeth with the hand on his face and began to justify himself. The emperor looked ahead sadly and said that he understood Cairo's intention. The assistant held the Count's head, and the emperor said that he should have cut off the hand and declared a full-scale war. The Count immediately pulled away from the hand and turned to his majesty, saying that Cairo did not want war. He was pinned to the ground again, and he asked for another chance to explain himself, and after that they could cut off anything they wanted. The emperor looked at the Count haughtily and told him to remember what he had just said, and if he could not convince him, he would die on this spot. Fabius put his hand to his chest and closed his eyes, realizing that what he was about to say should convince them that for Cairo these were forced measures and that the empire was not in a position to act rashly. The knights in armor stood in a row. Without yet fawning or belittling the pride of the opponent, Fabius spoke ingratiatingly. The scroll was open on the table, emphasizing that the empire had no serious reason to interfere in the rebellion and that all 5 kingdoms, with the exception of Valhalla, agreed with Cairo's point of view. The protagonist stared ahead and said that even if a war broke out with an alliance of these kingdoms, Kronos would emerge victorious and the question would be what would happen after. Roman stood opposite the Count under the nightlight and said that when the empire was noticeably weakened, the threat of war with Valhalla would loom over it, and by mentioning it, Fabius would make them tense up. This was the best path they could choose. The Count at this time bowed before the Emperor and said that their kingdom wanted peace, and if with all this Kronos still wanted war, then let him cut off his head. The Emperor looked at the Count with disdain and said that he was quite clever. Fabius' eyes widened when the Emperor ordered the release of the prisoners from Kronos, and in return he would turn a blind eye to the problem. The Emperor smirked slightly and tried to figure out what to do with Roman, because that was another matter, and from now on an assassin would come to him every night. The Count tried to understand this phrase. Fabius's mouth opened in horror when the Emperor said that Roman had killed his people and he should take payment for the spilled blood. The Count clenched his fists in anger and realized that the Emperor of Kronos had not wanted a large-scale war with Cairo from the very beginning. His hand reached for the dim rays of light above the map. The Count understood that the Emperor had driven the kingdom to the edge of a cliff to free the prisoners and staged this whole farce, intending to raise the prestige of the empire by killing Roman. He imagined the bloody corpse at the Emperor's feet. The Emperor slightly opened his mouth and said that next time such a clever trick would not work. The protagonist wanted to prove his abilities. Fabius bowed sharply, wishing to ask for forgiveness. The next moment, the Count looked at the protagonist at the window and did not expect that Roman knew that it would be like this. The brunette looked back and said that there was not a single time that the Kronos Empire made concessions because they had him as their target from the very beginning. The Count frowned and opened his mouth, asking Roman if he was sure he could handle it. The protagonist said that he would solve this problem, and asked the Count not to take it to heart. The brunette looked forward animatedly and understood that this was the endless thread of murder that was part of the life of a heavenly demon. He looked ahead sarcastically, imagining the smirk of the Emperor, because he wondered who the Emperor would send. The king sat on the throne and looked down menacingly. He stated that Count Gregory had colluded with the Kronos Empire, thereby putting the country in danger. The man was kneeling with his hands tied. He looked at the ruler and admitted his action. The Count frowned and asked if he had done anything wrong. Gregory jumped up and exclaimed, "Is it a secret for anyone that he obeys the Kronos Empire?" Daniel frowned and said that his confession alone is enough to dub the aristocrat a rebel. The Count chuckled and noted that the king was mistaken. If they killed him, the empire would not stand aside. Gregory's gaze was full of determination. He warned that His Majesty the Emperor would take revenge with blood. The prisoner looked at the ruler and asked to hand him over to the Kronos Empire so that it would be safer. Daniel frowned and thought that his words were not without meaning. The king also wanted to deal with the imperial faction once and for all. But in this case, it is possible that an even greater wave of anger would fall on Roman Dmitri. The hero looked at the blonde. He asked to speak out. The brunette looked seriously at the king and said that the Kronos Empire plans to make the swordsman pay in blood. But the Count's words have nothing to do with this matter. The prisoner was surprised. The guy said that Count Fabio and the knight Captain Gustavo were such important figures for the empire that Gregory was no match for them. The man looked at the hero in shock. Kronos was already paying full attention to him. The brunette looked at the criminal and noted that even if the king executed the Count, it would not change anything. The guy looked at the ruler and added that the peace in Cairo had ended the moment Benedict was sentenced. He asked the blonde to make a decision in favor of the country. Daniel looked ahead in confusion. The man thought that he was once again indebted to Roman. The ruler stepped forward and said that the royal dynasty would not forget the dedication of the Dmitri family. The king looked down at the Count and said that he had not only conspired with the Kronos Empire, but had also tarnished the good name of Cairo. Gregory became nervous and tried to object. Daniel extended his hand and declared that he was sentencing the rebel who had endangered the country to death. Cairo's square. Count Denver looked ahead, devastated. He said that the hero should not have been treated as a target for recruitment. He should have immediately realized that he was a threat to the empire and eliminated him. The man turned to the swordsman and said that it was not too late to swear allegiance to the empire. He was nothing compared to the world of the empire. The criminals stood on the platform before their execution. Denver said that there were countless talents in Valhalla that the hero could not hold a candle to. The man looked at the brunette with fury and exclaimed that even if the conversation with Kronos was over, the same could not be said about Valhalla. If his head fell from his shoulders, the relationship with Valhalla would also be over. Roman smiled and said that he hoped so. The Count clenched his teeth. Nooses were placed around the necks of the criminals. The redhead muttered that the boy was a fool who had set two giants of the continent against him. The floor slipped out from under his feet. The execution had taken place. Thus, the three factions of Cairo had set out on the path to destruction. The knight knelt. The commander-in-chief of the Western Front, Count Vandenberg, had bravely repelled the attack of the Kronos Empire, raising the prestige of Cairo. The king stood over him and said with a smile that as a reward he would grant the hero the title of Marquis and land. The blonde looked away and added that there were other heroes who had risked their lives in the war with the empire. Behind the Count sat three more warriors, Baron Knoll, Flora Lawrence and Rodwell Dmitri. They had achieved brilliant success, for which each was granted a promotion and 1,000 gold as a reward. The ruler smiled and said that of course, if it weren't for the help of Roman Dmitri and their entire family line, they would never have been able to win this war. Everyone stood up. Daniel said that they won this battle thanks to the hero, and he was obliged to reward him accordingly. The nobles were outraged that Dmitri already had so much power that all three destroyed factions could not compare with them. The officials looked at the ruler with concern and noted that he was giving the hero power that exceeded the influence of the royal family. The advisor frowned and shouted at them not to talk nonsense. They looked at him in surprise. The man reminded them of how their country had caved in under traitors. If they acted for profit like these politicians, then the past would inevitably repeat itself. The king furrowed his brows decisively and agreed. Cairo was powerless to restrain Roman. In this war, he showed that he had much greater power than Cairo, so Dmitri should not be treated as a duchy, but as an equal and friendly country. The blonde folded his arms and declared that he wanted to wisely use the chance he had earned with hard work and show the world the birth of a new Cairo. For this, on the day Dmitri was officially proclaimed a country, King Daniel would congratulate them with all his heart. Kevin and Chris smiled. The ruler granted the Dmitri family the title of Duke. The man spread his arms and proclaimed the entire northeastern region, including Dmitri Fortress, a duchy. The protagonist smiled. On this day, the land that was once considered a god-forsaken outskirts took its first step as the Duchy of Dmitri. The townspeople discussed the hero's contribution to the country and his impossible rise. On the entire continent, no one his age had ever reached the 5-star level. Who knows, maybe for the first time in the history of the kingdom, a swordsman will appear who rises above 50th place. Maybe it was the exceptional nature of his actions, but people all over the continent, regardless of country, were talking about Roman. Street musicians were composing songs about his exploits. With the mention of Roman, the prestige of the Dmitri family itself skyrocketed. But this whole chain of rumors did not appear on its own. It was started by one estate, Cairo. The butler approached the gentleman and reported that everyone now knew Mr. Roman. The man grinned and said that the master's plan was perfect. The man objected that this was not enough. It took only 2 years for the baron's modest family to turn into a duchy. The voice said that their goal was the entire continent from beginning to end. It had a wild look. It wanted the people of the continent to idolize the main hero. The aristocrat looked out the window and said that it was necessary to spread the fame of his exploits so that he would become a hero of the continent. Henry grinned and said that meeting Roman was destined for him by fate, so he should rise even higher. How Henry Albert's life turned out during this time. By igniting people's interest in Roman's achievements, he raised his own prestige to the skies. The Royal Academy of Cairo invited him to give a lecture that he could not even dream of in the past. He had the chance to teach the offspring of famous families. Just one lecture caused an unprecedented furor. Henry's relatives became proud of Henry and recently stopped caring about their financial situation. Fame and wealth followed him closely. The professor of the academy put his hand on his heart and said that while listening to the lecture, he could not calm his raging heart. The aristocrat looked at him in surprise. The old man exclaimed that he made him look at reality. The heroes of Cairo sacrificed themselves on the southern front so that they could live in peace. So why did they not even think about gratitude? At that moment, Henry had an epiphany that changed his life into before and after. The reason why people honored him was ridiculously simple. People watched Roman Dmitri through him. People started to recognize him because of the main character. Looking back at history, you wonder how exactly heroes whose names thundered throughout the world managed to earn such fame. It's all because people like me spread the word about their heroic deeds. Since then, Henry found his purpose. He told the world about Roman's achievements. The guy twirled the glass in his hand and said that he and the hero were not close. But for his own comfort, he would tell the whole world how great he was. The aristocrat smiled. This is Henry's method of survival. Dmitri's fortress. The young man stopped and looked up. Rodwell thought that for the first time in many years he was here. The guy showed the knights a pass. The city was lively. There was a loud conversation in the tavern. One of the men smiled and said that since Mr. Roman equipped the mine shaft with magical artifacts, they had never heard of anyone dying. The guy was sitting at the bar. Behind his back, everyone was praising Roman. He took a sip darkly and thought that there was no place for him here anymore. The young man had lost his way. Now he would have to choose, stay or go back west. Romero's office. The two brothers went inside. They stood before their father. The leader said that he had called them over the matter of the family line's succession. In a few days, Dmitri would have a new beginning in the duchy. This meant that they would have a much greater responsibility and duty on their shoulders. Rodwell looked down. Romero looked at his sons and said that he wanted to choose an heir. The young man with the bandage lowered his head and said that he was renounced as heir because he believed that his brother was more suitable. The man looked at him in surprise. Rodwell continued to look at the floor. He said that he had made a choice in favor of the family line and asked to let him go. The leader was shocked. The hero looked at his brother. He added that he needed time to sort himself out. The door slammed shut. Romero looked at Roman. He sighed and lowered his head. The man said that he had once wanted to place a heavy burden on Rodwell's shoulders. People always said that commoners like Dimitri had a limit set by their origin. So he mastered the sword and watched the middle son, who excelled all the others. The headman thought that he would be the heir to the family and would be responsible for the future of the family. So Rodwell lived with hopes placed on him from an early age. Today, his father was going to tell him that he could not allow him to take the place of the heir. The man squeezed his hand and said that he felt guilty before him. He frowned and said that even now he did not think that he had made the wrong choice. The brunette looked at him confidently. For the sake of the future of the people of Dimitri, Roman should become the heir. The man looked at his son and said that he had a request. He put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to take care of his brother. The hero looked at his father carefully. This was his last request before the boy inherited the family. Roman agreed. The boy furiously swung his sword and hit the target. Rodwell frowned and clenched his teeth. The sword sank into the ground. The young man was sure he was aiming for the head, but as soon as he swung, the target was a little further. The difference in sensations. Rodwell leaned on his weapon and exhaled. The hero approached him and said that he would never be able to defeat the enemy in front of him like that. His brother looked at him in surprise. Roman explained that his body movements were honed by long training, and the loss of one eye meant more than just a visual limitation. The swordsman walked up to the younger one and said that the error was in the sense of distance and information, and the fear that came from it. Everything that the brother knew before had changed, but if he stopped clinging to losses and wisely used everything he had in addition to this, he would be able to see another world, different from the one in which he relied entirely on vision. The brunette looked closely at his brother and offered his help. The young man stood up and grinned. Rodwell asked why he should listen to him. The hero listened silently. The boy wondered why the swordsman cared about him so much if he had already become the heir. He gritted his teeth and asked to leave him. The brothers stood opposite each other. Roman turned to his brother and said that their family had faced great changes. Kronos and Valhalla disliked them. It was unknown what kind of intrigues they were plotting. In addition, the alliance of kingdoms could not be fully trusted. The brunette looked confidently at his interlocutor and said that they must grow strong so that they could defend themselves. He looked down and said that so far he had managed to pull everything off alone, but time would pass and the hero would inevitably reach his limit. If the Empire attacked them with an army, then he would have to go to the battlefield. The young man with the bandage looked at the guy, dumbfounded. Roman turned to him and reminded him that he was his younger brother, his blood. If they needed a person to lead Dimitri in the hero's absence, it should be Rodwell. The swordsman put his hand on his brother's shoulder. The young man's eyes widened. In the southwest of the continent there were 4 kingdoms, Umberto, Redford, Odelia, and Frank. Situated on the border with the empires, they founded the Alliance of Kingdoms for their own protection. United in order to survive, they instinctively felt how important Roman Dimitri was. A few days before Dimitri was proclaimed a duchy, the Kingdom of Umberto, Assembly, one of the officials approached the king and said that the rebellion that unfolded in Cairo was quite a big threat, but Roman resolved the problem without a single hitch. Count Verdi frowned. He added that the hero attracted the Alliance of Kingdoms to his side, anticipating the wrath of the Empire. This clearly shows that he has not only physical strength, but also high intelligence. The man looked closely at the ruler and noted that there was no guarantee that the union of the southern kingdoms would last long. He waved his hand and suggested that Roman was the key to the continued existence of their kingdom. The count put forward an offer to marry the princess to him. King Umberto frowned and said that the princess had a lover. The man banged the table and exclaimed that it was not the time to worry about some insignificant feelings when this was their only chance. The official looked at the king. He agreed and ordered his subordinate to marry Roman Dimitri at all costs. Time passed, Dimitri was proclaimed a duchy, and it was plunged into a festive atmosphere. The hero's parents smiled. The interlocutor reminded them that their son was already in his 20s, and wasn't it time to think about marriage. The man smiled and said that Princess Umberto was called the treasure of their kingdom. She had it all, beauty and intelligence. She graduated with honors from the famous academy. The official clenched his fist and exclaimed that the wedding of Umberto's first girl and Dimitri's first man sounded wonderful. A man came up from behind and added that the princess already had an admirer. Viscount Ringo grinned and said that, according to rumors, the lady often meets with the son of some baron. The official looked at him in surprise and exclaimed that someone was spreading rumors. The red-haired man bowed to the Duke and said that the kingdom of Redford had many girls from noble families. Marquis Marthin joined them and noted that for Umberto and Redford, marriage to the Duchy of Dimitri was an unaffordable luxury, and only Odelia suited their status. Romero and his wife watched the aristocrats argue in surprise. The Duke looked serious. He asked them to stop because they were not interested in a marriage of convenience. The head smiled and said that if his son met a girl who won his heart, they would accept her with open arms. The men looked at the Duke in surprise and bared their teeth. At the same time, the terrace, a man with blonde hair stood on the balcony. He was called. The blonde turned around and saw Baron Larson. Felix asked if he had come as a representative of the Frank Kingdom. The man approached the blonde and said that the sudden disappearance of the Phoenix Tower had confused His Majesty the King. He asked how the other man felt about returning to Frank. The Baron looked at the guy seriously and said that from now on they would spare no expense in financing it. The other man looked ahead and said that the Frank Kingdom had broken the agreement with Phoenix. The man shuddered and exclaimed that this time everything would be different. The blonde smiled and said that it was useless to offer him. The guy put his hand to his chest and said that they had found a man who recognized their value and swore allegiance to Dmitri. He told the other man to return to Frank and convey that from now on Phoenix had nothing to do with the kingdom. The hero watched the guests in the hall. As expected, both empires did not send representatives. The brunette frowned and thought that Kronos had declared his intention to kill him, so it was no surprise, and Valhalla was not going to turn a blind eye to the death of Count Denver. Both empires had shown a desire to conquer the entire continent. Battles between empires and an alliance of kingdoms awaited them ahead, but the alliance with neighboring kingdoms was also short-lived. Ultimately, the hero would have to confront the empires on his own. Hans approached the gentleman and said that a guest was waiting for him in the office. The guy turned around and asked if he had an appointment. The butler looked at the host excitedly and said that this was the prince of the kingdom of Hector. Edwin bowed politely and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The brunette looked at him carefully. The redhead congratulated him on the proclamation of Dmitri as a duchy. The swordsman sat down on the sofa. The prince expressed admiration that his interlocutor had dealt with the rebellion in Cairo in one fell swoop and even repulsed the Kronos Empire. The brunette looked at the guests seriously and replied that they were not on the right terms to praise each other. Edwin sat down opposite him and said that he himself did not expect that they would meet somewhere other than the battlefield. He looked closely at Roman and said that the war between Cairo and Hector was provoked by someone behind the scenes. Hector started the war because of a crop failure that had been going on for many years. Then evidence came to light that the crop failure was artificially caused. One after another, reports began to come in about blackened earth and piles of animal corpses. This was directly related to the necromancer's curse. The prince looked down gloomily and said that black magic was an area that a person should not touch. During the investigation, they managed to find out something. 10 years ago, the Kronos Empire suffered the same crop failure as Hector. They deliberately hid this truth, but it turned out that these signs were the results of experiments in the field of black magic. They will subjugate the entire north of the continent and begin a full-scale takeover. This problem does not only concern Hector. The guest lowered his head and said that this could happen to the future duchy of Dmitri. The guy leaned forward and looked at the hero. He suggested joining forces to stop Kronos. The guy looked nervously at the brunette. The hero crossed his legs and said that he expected this. The prince was surprised and wondered if he had really learned the truth before them, which they had managed to uncover with difficulty with the information power of the kingdom. Roman said that his sources had found circumstantial evidence. In addition, it was too obvious who benefited from the two kingdoms shedding blood. The hero looked at his interlocutor and asked why they should participate in a plan led by Hector. Edwin looked at the guy in surprise and asked if he was rejecting the offer. The brunette frowned and corrected himself by asking if Hector was in a position to offer such a thing. The Hector kingdom was at a dead end. It would take time to restore fertility to the parched lands, and the support of the Sky Tower alone would not be enough to completely solve the country's problem. The hero looked at the prince with a predatory look and demanded good reasons why they should join forces. Everyone in the hall was chatting noisily. Edwin sat opposite the swordsman and was silent. His hands were shaking. The guy said that he would not deny Hector's weakness, but he could not understand. He was offering support in a war that the hero would have to shoulder entirely. The redhead exclaimed, "Besides, isn't Hector's plan a continuation of the fact that you dragged the alliance of kingdoms into the matter?" He shuddered in surprise. The hero agreed that the alliance could only survive against the enemy of the empire if it united. The swordsman looked at his interlocutor and asked if he trusted the alliance. Could he guarantee that this relationship would last until the very end? Roman stood up and decided to tell how Kronos would destroy the sand castle called the Alliance of Kingdoms. He looked down at the prince. Human relationships are extremely complicated. They express trust and loyalty to their people and suspect everyone who remains behind a high fence. The prince looked at the swordsman carefully. The hero said that the kingdom of Umberto bordered Kronos the closest. Systematic losses had shaken domestic policy, so, first of all, they would decide to recruit Umberto. King Redford had spent the entire state treasury on gambling. His vassals tried to solve the problem, but eventually turned to the gold bank. The brunette looked at his interlocutor and smiled. He said that betrayal would be the way out for the debt-ridden Redford. Then Frank and Odelia's fate would hardly be any different. They have the same problem as Cairo in the past. Cairo restored stability by eradicating the aristocratic and imperial factions, but don't expect those kingdoms to follow Cairo's example. The brunette stood by the window. He said that the 4 kingdoms of the alliance had enough weaknesses to bend under the empire. This included Hector. The prince shuddered. The hero was right. The alliance of kingdoms was nothing more than a sand castle that could collapse at any moment. Roman turned around and said that he saw the sincerity of the Hector kingdom. Unlike the other kingdoms, they had a good reason to take revenge on the Kronos Empire. The only question was whether the current Hector with its bad situation had any value. He asked again why Dimitri should join forces with Hector. Edwin threw his head back and smiled. The guy said that the other one was merciless. He said that if this continued, the kingdom would begin to crumble from within, following an inevitable path of collapse. The prince agreed that Hector did not deserve to lead the plan, but even so, they were not going to give up on revenge. The brunette looked at the boy carefully. The redhead stepped towards him and said that war was a battle of attrition, and even Dimitri would need cannon fodder to pave the way for him. Edwin stood in front of the hero and promised that Hector would always be on the front lines. In his opinion, an alliance with Hector, who had a clear goal, suited him better than an alliance with a hypocritical alliance. The brunette smiled. He told the prince to remember these words. Edwin turned around and before leaving, added that when he met the hero on the battlefield, he realized for the first time that there were variables that could not be influenced. Locked in the sky tower, the prince worked tirelessly to make himself as variable as the swordsman. The redhead frowned and declared that Hector would definitely become stronger. Explosive magical power just bursting out. He became incomparably stronger. Roman smiled after him. Thanks to Edwin alone, the kingdom of Hector deserved to take a place in his future plan. A week ago, Flora was playing chess with an old man. She looked at the interlocutor and said that after the battle that unfolded in Kairos, Roman Dimitri went to the Benedict castle to deal with the rebels. Ultimately, the rebellion was instantly suppressed, but this decision had many dangerous consequences. The girl frowned and noted that if the battle dragged on, the imperial faction would certainly join the rebellion. The interlocutor took the piece and said that this bold decision was supported by the magical Phoenix Tower. A protracted rebellion would only play into the enemy's hands. He looked at the interlocutor through his glasses and asked what she thought about the decision to open the fortress gates. The blonde asked if it was necessary to endanger the Western Front. The old man agreed that it was a risky choice, but the hero had an unshakable confidence that he could defeat Captain Gustav on his own. The man looked at the lady and said that war was an experience that could not be acquired in a book. Even risky decisions could turn into brilliant moves depending on the situation. There was a fine line between courage and recklessness. Her eyes widened. The old man added that this war had become a game played by Roman's personal forces. He placed a piece. Checkmate. The blonde stood in the street. She was calm. She turned around. Her father was coming down the stairs. The man said that he sincerely supported her desire to learn strategy, although he did not understand the reason for it. The Viscount looked at his daughter and said that he would not spend a day without worrying if something happened to her on the Western Front. They stood in the garden. The leader suggested that she return to Lawrence. The girl said that she had experienced a lot on the Western Front. The blonde looked up and said that she couldn't just stand there silently and watch houses burn and people die every time the Kronos Empire crossed the border. The man looked at his daughter in confusion. Flora continued that the war was approaching, and by that time she should gain as much experience as possible and become more skilled. The aristocrat turned around with a smile and said that she was going to join Dimitri's army. Chris looked at the gentleman and asked what he would do with her. The brunette sat in a chair and reasoned that Flora was a valuable asset, but they had to think about accepting her into the army or not. He ordered to tell her that the girl had a week. The hero looked at his subordinate and explained that the aristocrat had to join the training and prove that she was fit for the army. Only then would he officially accept her into service. The blonde nodded and thought that, in fact, this meant a refusal. Early in the morning, the soldiers were running. The girl was breathing heavily and was surprised that just running lasted an hour. The strain was serious. She had fallen far behind. A blonde soldier was running ahead. The girl looked at him in surprise. Chris turned around and ordered everyone to run 10 times to the top and back in the order of their arrival. The soldiers rushed forward. The blonde watched as the warriors walked away. Flora leaned on her feet and thought that the only thing left to do was to run. The knight folded his hands behind his back and told them not to expect that they would always be able to fight in the best shape. Every day they had to exhaust themselves to the limit. The warriors looked at the commander. The man said that physical training was necessary for everyone, regardless of the position they occupied. The girl caught up with them. The blonde continued that in order for no landscape to prevent them from fulfilling their duty, they had to stand on their own 2 feet to the last. Flora fell to the ground and thought that this was a stone in her garden, but she honestly worked through the entire physical training. an hour for a warm-up run, an hour to climb the mountain. In total, the basic training took 2 hours. The blonde frowned and announced that they were going to spar with swords. The soldier swung. His opponent parried the blow. Chris passed by and said that on the battlefield, the most important thing is your effectiveness in combat when you reach your physical limit. The real war begins when you are so tired that your whole body feels like it is chained. The blonde was lying under a tree. She was sweating and looking away. Was this their usual training? The training bar was too high. The soldiers resisted willy-nilly, but Dimitri's fighters did not show even a bit of discontent. On the contrary, she felt enthusiasm burning in them. The blonde stood up and thought that she could get used to training gradually. The girl was not going to give up like that. She determinedly knitted her brows. A few days later, Roman's training area. The hero was training with a sword. Chris stood next to him and reported that Flora was serious about continuing her training. The brunette turned around. The blonde said that the girl was a decent bowman, but very weak in hand-to-hand combat. She definitely needed to practice this. And in tactical training, which began on the 3rd day, her team won 9 out of 10 times. Roman looked at the scroll and asked the knight if Dimitri needed the girl. The blonde looked resolutely at the master and replied that their family needed such a person. The hero smiled. The end of the rebellion. The foundation of the duchy Dimitri. Half a month had passed since then. Dimitri Fortress, Alley. A man was running down the street. He crashed into a man in a cloak. Kronos commander Sierra turned around and told him to watch where he was running. Innkeeper Thomas apologized. The man disappeared around the corner. Sierra muttered that they would put the plan into action tonight. She ordered to gather information about the Duke's guards without making unnecessary noise. Dimitri Square. The woman sat on a bench and watched the guards. There was an aura around them. Sierra noted that they were ordinary soldiers, but they could easily compete with knights. If something went wrong, you could lose your life. A figure appeared behind the tree. The woman glanced sideways in that direction. The man reported that, judging by the results of the mine survey, in the event of an emergency, the Duke's guards would arrive at the scene within 5 minutes. The commander frowned. Same thing at night. The man reported that there were many strong soldiers in the duchy. The woman chuckled and thought that they had increased security, expecting an attack from Kronos. She smiled and imagined how she would break through all the guards and plunge a dagger into his heart. The woman ordered to tell the guild members that they were acting according to plan. Night. Several people in cloaks gathered in front of her. Sierra said that they needed to get inside in 15 minutes. Everyone nodded. She smiled and thought that no matter how strong Roman was on the battlefield, they were predators in the dark. Invisibility. A magical artifact, an invisibility cloak. The figure jumped above the guards and pointed a blade at one of them. The guard parried the attack. He took the artifact and reported the discovery of an intruder on the fortress wall. The soldiers stood in front of Sierra. She clenched her teeth nervously. The 2 intruders were surrounded. The woman turned around and shouted to quickly deal with the guards and leave. The man took a step and greeted the right hand of the Ecorch Guild. The man stood in front of the woman and smiled. She asked who he was. The man took off his face mask and introduced himself as Lucas. The head of the Information Clan smiled. The woman looked dumbfounded. Could it really be that same Information Guild operating in Cairo? The guy smiled and said that they knew about their invasion of Dimitri's territory 2 weeks ago. The owner of the inn where they stayed and the merchant they met in the square during the day, these are all their people. And also the blacksmith, the miner, the homeless beggar, they are all Dimitri's eyes and ears. Sierra looked at him darkly and thought that if he lingered here, he could lose his life. She raised her hand and ordered that the path be cleared. They rushed forward. The guard cut down one of the intruders. The commander watched in shock. Her eyes widened and she noted that the enemies were strong. Lucas stepped forward and gave her 10 seconds. He pulled out a blade and released an aura and asked her to explain why he should leave them alive. She grabbed the dagger and exclaimed that there was another, true sword in Ecorch, which had just penetrated inside and killed Roman. The guy grabbed her by the face and threw her to the ground. Lucas grinned and said that they knew that too. The woman looked at the enemy in fear, surprised that they already knew everything. The man said that if she had nothing to add, then all she could do was die. The former mercenary wiped his sword and ordered the second group to clear the surroundings, and the first to surround the courtyard with a tight ring. The guard asked if they needed to go into the estate. Lucas smiled and replied that they just needed to let him have fun. Dimitri's inner estate. A girl jumped in the window. The sword of the Ecorch Assassins Guild. Special class Assassinilia. Her targets are big shots. Not only had she successfully completed 9 out of 9 orders, but she had also distinguished herself by her particularly cruel behavior, flaying her victims. And this was her 10th order. She smiled and thought that there was no more attractive prey than a hero who had become famous across the continent. The assassin summoned her familiar. The mouse ran across the room and stopped near the bed. Judging by the sound of his breathing, he had fallen asleep about an hour ago. Ilya thought that he was a fool who was peacefully indulging in sleep, not even suspecting what awaited him. The door opened. She took out the medallion and used hold. The woman grabbed the blade and smiled. With that, the mission was over. The hero looked at her and asked if she had controlled the rat. The assassin swung and thought that failure was impossible for her. The man deflected the blade with his finger. The hand with the weapon jumped back. She clenched her teeth. The hero rose up on the bed. He was radiating a dark aura. The woman looked on in shock. She saw her body being cut into pieces. The killer jumped back screaming. Ilya grabbed her throat. Was it really an illusion? The brunette approached her and said that she was too noisy to be a killer. He swung his hand and struck. The woman took out the ball and thought that she needed to run. A bright light appeared. The killer ran down the street and held her severed arm. Even with the arrival of the guild members, she could not count on the success of the mission. She heard voices around the corner. Her main goal was to survive. She looked around the corner and saw a blonde man. This guy had defeated several enemies with lightning and a sword. According to the plan to kill Roman Dmitri, he should be avoided at all costs. Like Cairo, Chris, the woman froze in fear. She did not understand how they guessed about their plan. The killer changed her route and ran. The woman was breathing heavily. A soldier, engulfed in a red aura, was walking towards her. He stepped over the corpses and said that he was afraid that the mercenary would escape another way. The boy came closer. The red-haired man bared his teeth and asked if the master had cut off her hand. The demon Cairo, Kevin. He stood in front of the intruder. The woman pushed away and attacked the boy. The boy quickly dodged and moved to the side. He swung and struck. The killer sat down on the ground. Kevin stood behind her. The warrior came closer and said that if the master had not given the order to leave her alive, he would have cut her off piece by piece while she was still breathing. The boy looked down. His eyes were burning. The woman looked at him in fear. They should not have taken this task. A week later, the tower, a scream, bloody tools on the floor. Blood was coming from the woman's mouth. She said that she would tell everything. All crippled, she sat in front of Lucas and asked him to just kill her. The man smiled and said that they were not planning to get rid of her yet. The traces of torture left on her body were an example of retribution for their crime. He grabbed her by the hair. Lucas brought a bottle and ordered her to drink. She wondered if it was medicine or poison. The killer drank. The bottle fell to the ground. The man said that the master had left for the Kronos Empire a week ago. The mercenary was coughing. The warrior stood in front of her and said that they had found out where the Ekorch base was. Now he was going to let her go. The man smiled and advised her to hurry if she did not want to let her master die. The Ekorch base. A whole week had already passed. The woman looked at the ball and asked to wait a little longer. The head of the Braha Guild frowned and said that it was too early to draw hasty conclusions. The interlocutor agreed. The crystal was glowing. The voice said that if they failed, they would have to pay a heavy price. The guild leader frowned. She thought that so far there was no news from her subordinates. If they failed, then they would have to cancel all previously taken assassination orders and direct all forces to eliminating Roman Dmitri. The casualties would be colossal, but this was the only way they could enlist the support of Kronos. The woman stood up and noted that she did not think she would have to intervene personally. The protagonist stood behind her. The leader turned around abruptly. She grabbed the daggers and threw them at the brunette. The blade stopped in front of his face. The guy used a protective barrier. Braha recoiled in fear. She tried to feel for the button on the table. The swordsman quickly reached out and grabbed her by the throat. Roman lifted the enemy off the ground. The leader of Ekorch was caught. The hero bared his teeth. In order to catch the enemy, he crossed the border of the empire. The swordsman pressed the button instead of the guild leader. The alarm went off. The leader was out of breath and said that hundreds of killers had heard the alarm and were already heading here. The guy replied that there were about 30 people left at the Ekorch base. Braha was surprised. The Duke had already calculated their reserves. The brunette smiled and asked how she thought he had gotten into the estate. There were corpses in the corridors. The hero pushed the killer away. The head hit the wall and fell. The guy looked at the scrolls. Ekorch is an organization of hired killers whose main client is the Kronos Empire. The swordsman took the scroll and unrolled it. Their list is not only his murder. Based on who became their target, one can guess the intentions of Kronos. First rank assassination Calderon Drake. First rank assassination Count Rondon, the eldest son of the head of the military leadership Umberto and the magnate Redford. The man burned the scrolls. Kronos' intentions are gradually emerging. At the same time, Dante Assassin's Guild branch in Cairo. The man in the cloak was shouted that he needed to contact Ekorch immediately. Ilya appeared all bandaged and said that there was no time to explain. Crystal could not establish contact. The woman frowned and thought that the situation was difficult. If the base does not respond, there was the second option. She ordered to contact Kronos. The assassin stood before the figure of a man above the crystal. He noted that the mission had failed. The woman exclaimed that Roman had guessed their plan and had set traps. Ilya looked at the interlocutor with alarm and reported that the entire group of mercenaries had been destroyed, and Roman himself had crossed imperial borders to attack the Ekorch base. The man asked if that was the entire report. She stared at him in surprise. The man grimaced in displeasure. The assassin looked at him in shock and asked if they had really been used as bait. The interlocutor said that if they had carried out the mission as originally planned, they would have paid the promised reward in full. His Majesty the Emperor had officially announced his intention to kill Roman Dmitri. The entire continent knew that they were after his head. What would happen to their reputation if the assassination failed? Ilya looked at the man with fear. He continued that they had only made a wise choice, and, on the contrary, they were grateful to them for it. Because of Ekorch, Roman left his domain. The girl coughed up blood. She vomited. She remembered the liquid she had been given to drink. It seemed Lucas had used a slow-acting poison to lure her into talking to Kronos. Roman Dmitri was much more dangerous than they could imagine. The girl did not want to tell her interlocutor about it. She fell to the floor. Thus, the best assassin of the century met her miserable end. The estate was on fire. The hero looked at the flames. He turned and left. Night. The swordsman stopped in the forest and demanded to be seen. Figures emerged from behind the trees. They approached the guy. They were 3 shadows that had grown, devouring the darkness of Kronos. As expected, the Emperor had attracted the most dangerous force to kill him. The shadow's eyes flashed. He asked how long ago the guy had discovered their presence. The brunette smiled and replied that from the very beginning. The enemies rushed at him. The guy took out his sword and cut the assassin. The enemy's body was restored. The boy looked at the shadow in surprise. Attacks don't work on them. His eyes lit up. Lightning. A dark attack pierced the enemy. This is unusual magic. The boy braced himself for the attack. He doesn't know the nature of this strange power, but he has experienced something similar in Murim. Creatures that use the now forbidden power to suck the strength out of the living. It seems that here it is called black magic. The hero repelled the attacks. The Kronos Empire has stepped onto the path of evil. The energy is approaching the swordsman. He bared his teeth. An aura was burning around him. A heavenly demon that will trample evil and rise to the top. He clenched his fist. The shadow froze. The brunette appeared in front of the enemy and attacked. Dark liquid splashed onto the ground. Roman looked down and crushed the substance. Another figure looked at him, wondering how the boy managed to stop the regeneration. The shadow stared at the swordsman in shock. Only divine power will work against black magic that uses the aura of darkness. The brunette frowned. The enemy has a weakness. First, when the shadow's bodies gather together after dissipating like smoke, they cannot escape physical attacks. You just need to wait for that moment. Second, when the shadows take on an incorporeal form, they leave a barely noticeable trace of mana. Even after dissipating like smoke, they will return along the connecting links of mana. So the hero only needs to destroy this chain at once. Brute force was used. Roman bared his teeth. His eyes were burning. He will not stand on ceremony. The hero grabbed the enemy by the head. Bloody tears of a demon. The guy pressed the shadow into the ground. The fighting skills of the demonic sect, based on strength alone, were called devilish skills by people. The last enemy looked at the hero and thought that even together they could not defeat him. The plan failed. The enemy tried to escape. He rushed to the side. Roman Dmitri turned out to be more dangerous than expected. They used his past battles as a basis and developed a plan, taking into account the possibility that he had become many times stronger. It seemed that even this could be considered excessive vigilance. Shadow frowned. He did not understand where this devil came from. The killer froze. He found himself on the ground without legs. The brunette looked at him carefully. He was slowly approaching. Shadow tried to crawl away. The hero handed him the artifact and ordered him to contact the Empire and report what had happened. The killer looked at him with fear. He contacted the customer and reported that the plan had failed. The voice asked what this meant. Shadow sat under the sword and told Baron Charlton that they had completely wrong ideas about Roman. Shadow used as many as 18 demons, but none of them could leave a scratch on him. Even shadow abilities are powerless against him. The man looked at the artifact and muttered that the hero was hiding his true power. The voice turned to Roman and said that he was incredible. The brunette grinned. Not only did he destroy the Ekorch base, but he also dealt with all the shadows. The Baron frowned and admitted that the plan had failed. He clenched his fist and warned that this would not make Kronos surrender. The man folded his arms and said that he would send assassins until the hero gave up the ghost. How long could a mere mortal withstand the onslaught of the Empire alone? The swordsman grinned and said that it was his turn to warn them. He grabbed the shadow by the neck and squeezed. The assassin groaned. The Baron shuddered. The hero said that he sent him a gift and it was somewhere in the estate. The guy turned to Charlton and said that it was a deadly poison that he was using on him. Roman smiled and said that if they wanted to kill him, it would be better to declare war. The man was horrified. He jumped up and ordered everyone to search every corner of the estate. There were no signs of forced entry into the estate, but they found a vial in the warehouse. The Baron looked at the find and wondered if this clear liquid was a deadly poison. The man flinched and ordered a carriage to be prepared for a trip to Behemoth. The Behemoth Magic Tower is an organization specializing in various poisons and is also considered the best in the entire continent in the art of creating antidotes. The magician Mateo looked at the bottle through the magic circle and noted that they had brought a very interesting thing. The Baron yelled at him and demanded to know if it could be neutralized. The old man nodded. He went to the tied man and poured it on his face. He screamed. Mateo used cure for poison. He looked at the test subject in surprise. He screamed. The antidote did not work. Charlton watched in shock. The wizard asked where he got this terrible poison. The old man trembled and said that at the moment he could not neutralize it. The Baron froze. What did Roman Dmitri create, if even the magic tower could not do anything? Charlton bowed before the emperor and reported everything about the movements of the main character. The ruler looked at him and asked what kind of person he thought this Roman was. The aristocrat replied that he considered the swordsman indestructible and he would not bow his head before anyone. The emperor ordered him to summon the demons of the abyss. The Baron was horrified. The king leaned on his hand and demanded to show the hero what happens if you go against Kronos. They will tear the famous hero Roman Dmitri to pieces as a warning to everyone, so that they will not even dare to think about rebelling against the empire again. The Baron bowed and obeyed. The hero walked and thought that even with the help of magical power it will not be easy to neutralize the poison. This poison belongs to the Tang family, which own thousands of deadly Murim poisons. The Kronos Empire will have to act more carefully. The butler hung up the master's armor. The guy shook himself and thought that the threat of retaliation with murder would make them refrain from actions that would harm them. But this was only a temporary measure to delay the moment. The brunette adjusted the scarf on his neck. The war would break out anyway. During this time, he needed to prepare to be fully armed. He was handed a letter with an invitation from Valhalla. The guy unfolded the paper and read the contents. He was invited to a festival celebrating the warrior spirit. If in 100 days, the day before the festival, he did not arrive in Valhalla, it would be regarded as a refusal. Chris looked at the gentleman and said that this year the representative of Valhalla, Barbossa, who was nicknamed the 12th Sword of the Continent. Obviously, he intends to officially avenge the murder of Count Denver, a 6-star swordsman and 6th in the Valhalla ranking. Monster Barbossa, 11th in the continent's ranking. The brunette grinned. The methods of Kronos and Valhalla are completely opposite. While Kronos did not shy away from any methods and means, the Valhalla Empire was absurdly straightforward and attacked openly. The blonde stood in front of the master. He noted that he saw no reason to accept the invitation. Now that Dmitri had become a duchy, their safety was of the utmost importance. Roman threw the letter aside and agreed that refusing the invitation would not cause any problems. He looked at his subordinate and added that if he ignored the invitation, the Valhalla Empire, which attached great importance to military honor, would proclaim itself the winner and undermine his reputation. The brunette looked at Chris and said that in the eyes of his subordinates, he must be an unshakable authority and instill in them the confidence that being in his ranks meant being a winner. The blonde looked at the master, stunned. The hero could avoid the threat if he refused Valhalla's invitation, but just one refusal would cause a crack in the people's faith. He clenched his fist and declared that he would accept Valhalla's invitation in 100 days. The swordsman frowned and looked forward with determination. This was his duty. With these events, the second season ended. Around this time, a rumor spread among the assassin guilds. The Ekorts who were supposed to kill Roman Dmitri were killed. Thanks to this, the number of assassination orders in the northeastern region dropped sharply. In particular, people were afraid that they might accept orders related to Dmitri. Just one precedent was better than hundreds of words. It struck fear into the hearts of people. Kevin sat and thought that this time, the master went to the Ekorts headquarters alone again. The boy frowned. How long would he just watch his master's actions and do nothing? Many people say that their growth is abnormally fast. But for him, this is not enough to be a person who can walk the path that his master is walking. Kevin folded his arms and thought that he must become stronger in order to defeat the predators ruling this continent. He glanced at the voice from the corridor, saying that this time they invented a magic circle that increases the concentration of mana in a certain area. The red-haired boy looked out at the voice. Felix said that the invention was not yet perfect, but most of the errors could be corrected in half a year. The boy told the knight that the circle not only strengthened magic when used, but it could also be used for training purposes by swordsmen with an aura. Kevin was peeking around the corner. Felix looked at the soldiers in shock and said that this was reckless. The protagonist's knight stood in front of him. The wizard repeated that this magic circle was not yet safe. Kevin did not smile. He said that the most important thing for them was the opportunity to help the master in the future. The blonde looked at them intently. The enemy they would have to fight was an empire that had undergone hundreds of years of training. The wizard frowned and said that safety was the most important thing. The soldiers looked at Felix. The blonde said that if they became cripples before they could help the master, how would they look him in the eye without shame? The soldiers smiled. 15 days later, the earth shook. The workers were shouting that the ceiling was about to collapse. The air shield artifact was activated. The guy looked at Morin and called him over. The miner came up and looked at him in surprise. There was a passage in the crevice. The workers were looking at the gate. Runes were glowing on the doors. Morin said to call the magician Felix immediately. The guy touched the door and said that it was saturated with magical energy throughout the area. The blonde crouched down. The hero stood behind him. The magician said that if they tried to open it by force, there was a high probability of an explosion. First, he would try to use mana. The guy's eyes were glowing. He was casting a spell. The hero crossed his arms and watched. The door opened. Flash. A gust of wind reached Roman. Arrows flew at him. The guy protected himself with a mana shield. The arrows fell to the floor. Felix looked nervously at the gentleman and noted that there seemed to be a dungeon with various traps inside. The brunette moved there and said that he would check. The mage looked at the swordsman with alarm and said that it was too dangerous because they did not know what traps were installed there. He asked to give him time to determine their type. Roman looked at him and refused. The aristocrat said that if someone lived inside, then they already knew of their presence. The brunette went inside and said that the longer they delayed entering, the greater the danger would be. He ordered the mage to wait. The guy walked through the dungeon. The tile beneath him collapsed. The secret passage with the Eagle family's traps was the same. Spikes appeared from the wall. Sharp slabs fell on the hero. Spears flew from in front. He reflected all the attacks with mana. His eyes were burning. The swordsman moved on. The brunette looked ahead. From the depths, a voice demanded to stop and said that this was their land. Roman pulled out his sword and introduced himself. The guy said that these endless mountain ranges belonged to the Duchy of Dimitri. He demanded to reveal himself and his identity. The bearded man objected. The swordsman frowned and said he was not negotiating. The endless mountain ranges were part of Cairo. They were inherited by Dimitri. Someone came out of the shadows. It was a short, red-haired man with pointed ears. He exclaimed and asked not to impose his human laws. The guy looked at him in surprise. The man's hands were shaking. He said that they had been living under these lands for many years. The brunette stood in front of a group of dwarves and thought about what to do with another race. The guy looked at them decisively. An aura surrounded him. Roman said that this land may belong to them, not Dimitri, but it is important to him to be assured that they do not pose a threat. The red-haired man frowned and became indignant, but suddenly fell silent. He turned his attention to the hero's sword. The guy was holding a shining weapon. The dwarf asked to take a closer look at it. The brunette looked at him in surprise. The man blushed and smiled. He asked for at least 3 minutes to look at the sword, and then they could think about accepting a compromise. The dwarves looked at him in admiration and wondered how in the world such a sword could exist. It was perfect. The men crowded around the blade and wondered if the dwarves had made it somewhere else, because the sword was soaked with the energy of nature. The redhead turned and asked who had made it. The hero replied that it was him. The sword was shining. The dwarf was surprised. He looked at the weapon in shock. The memory of the sword. The dwarf saw the process of creating the blade. Tears flowed from the dwarf. The swordsman looked at him. The man said that if this was a hero, then this was possible. He sank to the floor and bowed. The dwarf asked to restore their land. The brunette crossed his arms and asked what he meant. The interlocutor looked at the warrior and decided to tell why the dwarves migrated to this place. The name Endless Mountain Ranges was given to this place by people, but they have an end. What lies beyond them, the dwarves call Arcadia. It is a world where all races live in harmony. The dwarves came from there. Once upon a time, in the times when the human world had not yet developed as it does now, a wave of severe frost came to the mountain ranges, causing the entire land to freeze. Even the world tree, the foundation of this world, froze. This was the beginning of a catastrophe. The different races that inhabited Arcadia began to die of cold and hunger. The ancestors of the dwarves were forced to leave that place in order to save their people. The brunette frowned and asked to get down to business. The dwarves settled here in the endless mountain ranges. Several decades ago, they found the fire demon underground. It was such a dangerous force that it could burn the entire world. But if used correctly, it would become the only hope for thawing the world tree. The dwarf looked at the interlocutor and said that in the sword's memory he saw him freely wield fire. He believed that their meeting was the will of God. The guy looked at the man seriously. He begged him to bring the fire demon. The dwarf looked at the swordsman and said that if he fulfilled this request, they would do everything the guy asked. He made a promise on behalf of Brown Boulder that he was leading the dwarves. The brunette thought about it. Living as Roman Dimitri, he had met similar people in the past. Was it a coincidence? Dimitri came from a family of blacksmiths, and the endless mountain ranges were similar to the hundreds of thousands of great mountains of the heavenly demon sect. And although he was following a different path than in his past life, his experience from it was very helpful. Roman looked resolutely at the interlocutor and said that he would help. The dwarf happily looked at the warrior. Lava Brown Boulder led the hero to the fire and said that they could not go further. He added that the fire demon was dangerous and asked to be careful. The brunette looked down and said that there was no need to worry. He stepped onto the hot ground. The guy walked on lava and thought that no matter what brought him here, he would live for what he believed in. The fire core. It glowed above the surface, almost like a small sun. The hero's cloak was charred. The guy's face was burning. It was dangerous. He stepped closer. Immunity to cold and heat no longer worked. The only way to cope with this heat was to absorb it. The warrior's eyes flared. The art of flame. The flame reached out to the hero. He extended his hand and demanded the fire demon to come to him. The skin on his fingers was burning. The guy thought that if the path he was walking and the goal that fate wanted for him coincided, then this was not the result of fate. He almost reached the core. This was the life that was formed from his decisions. The brunette's eyes widened. A fireball was reflected in them. He, who had received the blessing of the flame, would accept it. There was a strong connection between the fate of the core and the hero. The hero's astral body looked at the ball and replied that it did not care what kind of creature it was. If it wanted to join him, it would obey. The spirit noted that this was an amazing answer. The swordsman grabbed the ledge. He climbed up, holding the core in his hands. The dwarves looked at him in shock. The hero looked closely at the ball. He handed it to the man. The dwarf looked at the core. Their ancestors always said how disgusting human greed was. However, the hero was different. The dwarf accepted the ball. The others bowed their heads to Roman and thanked him. They would always be loyal to their master. The boy smiled and replied that this was enough. Dimitri would not be an enemy to the dwarves. Fiery energy shone in the swordsman's belly. A particle of the demon's flame settled in his dantian. The hero will have to think about how to use it in the future. There is a letter on the table. The Golden Bank has sent an ultimatum. Count Rondon is sitting at the table. The servant in front of him said that if 100,000 gold pieces are not paid in 2 weeks, they will exercise their rights as a creditor. In this case, Redford will collapse. The man folded his arms and asked if there was no possibility of negotiations. He was told that the Golden Bank categorically refused any concessions. The Count frowned and sighed. He had been trying his best to save the country for the past few years, but there were still many problems. He exhaled and asked what His Majesty the King was saying. The servant replied that he was no longer the man they knew. The ruler was immersed in drunkenness and women every day, and in his free time he went to the gambling tables. There must be external forces pushing His Majesty to such antics. As long as they exist, the problems will only get worse. The Count frowned and wondered what they should do. A photograph of him with his father. People were condemning the new heir to the Rondon house. Unlike his respected father, he was known as a money-grubbing nonentity. The man stood up and ordered a list of those who could help them. The Count frowned and said that they first needed to settle the debt to the Golden Bank. 10 meetings and 10 refusals. First, he turned to those with whom he had good relations, but most refused even a meeting, reacting extremely coldly. He stood in front of the gate. The Count had gone so far as to ask for help from the newly founded state. He looked up and thought that now was the time to grasp at any straw. Quick steps. The butler was breathing heavily. The month the young gentleman had spoken of ended today. Now they could pay a visit. Hans approached the workshop and said that the hero had been expecting a guest for several days who wanted to meet. The door opened. The brunette went outside and said that he was just about to leave. The boy was radiating energy. His mood changed again. The butler looked at the owner and asked if he had trained well. The hero replied that he was able to concentrate thanks to him. He frowned and asked who was looking for him. Count Rondon bowed and introduced himself. Roman was sitting across the table from him. The Count was the one the boy had seen on Ekorch's assassination target list. Chrono's top target. They were sitting across from each other. The Count apologized for the meeting and asked to borrow 100,000 gold. The man said that if they were unable to repay the debt to the Golden Bank, Redford would inevitably fall. The nobleman looked at his interlocutor seriously and clarified that he understood the importance of Redford. The brunette smiled and sipped his tea. He thought it was smart to talk about the importance of the request and not just beg. Rondon looked at the swordsman and said that if Redford fell, the Alliance of Kingdoms would lose one of their strongholds against the Chronos Empire. He moved forward and asked Roman to give them a little support. Redford can't survive without outside help. The man was surprised. The guy said that he had heard rumors about the Count. Everyone was talking about a rich man from Redford who robs everyone around him and has already amassed a huge fortune through brutal business methods. People called him trash or a heartless miser. The brunette smiled and noticed that the Count he had met seemed like a completely different person than in the rumors. He asked why the interlocutor was trying so hard for Redford. The man lowered his head and said that he was being watched. He did not want to look like a patriot and a rich man like his father, so he created the opposite reputation for himself. Rondon exhaled and said that everyone whose property he allegedly took and ruined were associated with traitors to the motherland. He no longer wants to see people suffer and the country destroyed. The man is sure that the Kronos Empire is behind this. As collateral for this deal, the Count is ready to offer Rondon lands and the family heirloom of their house. If Redford returns to its former glory, then the Rondon house and the entire country will never forget the hero's mercy. The man leaned on the table. He bowed his head. The swordsman agreed. The boy smiled and took the cup. Roman told the Count to try his best, just as Cairo did, so Redford should endure at any cost. The man looked at him in surprise. The boy smiled and said that then the chance will definitely present itself. The Count looked amazed. He remembered his father's words that if he does not give up until the very end, the chance will definitely appear, and he must not miss it. The Count lowered his head and exclaimed that he will definitely repay the mercy of the Duchy of Dimitri. In the tavern, they were discussing the upcoming festival in honor of the souls of Valhalla warriors and the fact that one of the 12 swords of the continent challenged Roman to a duel. People were talking about the hero chickening out and not accepting the invitation. The brunette looked at the letter with a smile. He squinted and thought that Valhalla was clearly up to something, so it was necessary to answer them properly. Kevin turned to the master. He frowned and asked why he was excluded from the trip to Valhalla. The brunette leaned on the balcony railing and replied that the danger of this trip was not limited to him. The guy frowned and said that without him, Dimitri was in danger. Therefore, the one he trusted the most should stay here. The redhead blushed. The master said that the guy was the best for this role. The young man was happy and thanked him for his trust. He promised to do everything possible to protect Dimitri. The swordsman turned to him and thought that Kevin was a simpleton. The brunette looked ahead and thought that a difficult battle awaited them ahead, which they must win. Therefore, it was imperative to create a precedent showing that the 12 swords of the Empire are not invincible. Roman grinned. For this, he was going to Valhalla. The wind blew the leaves off the trees. The men walked along the path. The guy said that there were many ways to protect the country, then asked why not reveal the truth. The interlocutor imagined a man sitting in an embrace with a woman, and said that Redford's problems were not limited to His Majesty's behavior. He imagined rioting people against the backdrop of a burning building, and said that even if he were overthrown, the country without a king would plunge into even greater chaos. He frowned slightly and added that he thought it would be better if he took on the condemnation of the people. He smiled awkwardly and added that, therefore, until they created a basis for Redford's survival, the people should not know the truth. Heroes looked at him. He remembered the smiling guy and his words about the hero being able to blame him if he wanted. Yu Haiyan lifted his fan. The guy thought that the hermit scientist was a very unusual person because he believed that people are born kind. The scientist carried a little girl on his shoulders. Roman finished his thought by saying that although he was the heir to a noble family, he still did not strive for power. The hero imagined Yu Haiyan and Jung Hyuk standing back to back and thought that perhaps because he did not live quite like the gray-haired guy. Yu Haiyan put a checker on the board. The guy finished his thought by saying that, apparently, because of this, they were drawn to each other, often spending time together. The men sat opposite each other. The gray-haired man and the guy said that, according to rumors, they went to poor areas to help people. He took the checker and added that, probably, the enemy acted with the best intentions, but people will endlessly wait for him because of such actions. He frowned slightly and added that if he didn't show up again, people would get angry and blame him. Jung Hyuk looked at his interlocutor and said that it was human nature, because if you help once, people will wait for the second time, and it doesn't matter if it's a poor person or a rich person who does it. The interlocutor smiled contentedly. He slightly lowered his head and said that maybe he was right and people would blame him, but he was just doing what his heart told him to do. The gray-haired guy looked at him tensely. The young man raised two checkers of different colors and said that if there were people like Jung Hyuk in the world, there should be people like him too, to maintain balance. The gray-haired guy smiled and agreed with him. He remembered the dead body of the guy covered with a cloth and thought that although he was different from him, he liked this man, Yu Haiyan, but a year later he was found dead in a poor neighborhood. His body was naked. The young man put his hands behind his back, looked down and said that this was great stupidity. The entire poor neighborhood was on fire. The guy thought that on the day of Yu Haiyan's death, Jung Hyuk turned the entire poor neighborhood upside down. The man dressed in the dead guy's clothes fell to the ground in fear. The guy thought that the fox, after sending many people to the next world, managed to find the killer. The man apologized with tears in his eyes and said that he simply coveted his clothes, but did not want to kill. The young man's hand suddenly twitched. He tore the head from the shoulders of the killer with incredible force. The boy frowned angrily and thought that a person remains a person, whether he is rich or poor, but if you sacrifice yourself, in the end it will become a compulsion. Roman looked at the smiling interlocutor, remembered a comrade from the past and thought that the man reminded him of Yu Haiyan. Early in the morning, standing by the cart, the man bowed to the boy and thanked him for his help. He smiled broadly and said that he would return to Redford and pay off the debt in full for a long time. The men shook hands. The boy asked him to take care of himself. The gentleman watched the cart leave. The wheels of the cart quickly rolled along the stone floor. Night hung over the center of Redford. The chests in the cart were noisy from the shaking. The man looked at them and remembered the boy's words about him being careful. Rondon remembered how the young man looked at him and said that if the people realized that there was no high wall between the family and the kingdom, anything could happen. The boy frowned slightly and added that self-sacrifice was not the only way to serve the people. The man lowered his head with a smile and thought that it would be very good if the boy was a man from his region. He touched the lid of the chest and added that duty was only the beginning, and that he would use this opportunity to change the balance of power in the kingdom. The men with sickles shouted as they noticed the carriage. The knight swung his sword, blocking the way to the carriage, and then he noticed a small child with a sword. The boy threw sand in his eyes. The knight fell to the ground. The men loomed over him ominously. The next second, the man's blood spilled across the floor. Another knight quickly turned around and thought that this was an unusual rebel. A dart hit him in the neck. The man in the cloak stood behind them all, with a pipe in his mouth. The knight staggered and thought he was losing consciousness. He bowed his head. One of the rebels swung a club at him. The carriage door swung open, and an order was heard from it to stop immediately. The man came out and said that the valuables in the carriage were important money to pay off the national debt. The guys looked at him. The count added that if they were citizens of the kingdom, they should not attack them. He frowned and shouted at them to stop, because without this money the kingdom had no future. The guy with the club climbed onto the roof of the carriage and said that this was nonsense, and called the man a traitor. He hit the count on the head. The man fell to the ground. They were robbing the gold. He watched as they rejoiced at the stolen treasure. The man began to lose consciousness. Roman walked down the street on a horse. Under the loud shouts of the crowd, people asked him to wipe the noses of the people from Valhalla. Soldiers walked behind him in neat rows. People led the principality of Dimitri. Kevin smiled, put his hand to his chest and thought that he would definitely protect this family. The butler smiled softly and blessed the guy for a safe journey. The horse galloped along the forest path. Lucas frowned tensely and thought that he urgently needed to tell the master the news. Jacqueline was sitting at the bar. The bartender said that, according to rumors, the count's family was trying to steal state money. The man introduced the count riding in a carriage and said that there was information that tomorrow morning they were going to escape to the principality of Dimitri with this money. The guy slammed his glass on the table and said that they were dirty traitors. He went upstairs and shouted at everyone, saying that he was not going to tolerate this anymore, after which he offered to stop the count together. The people inside began to shout the guy's name. After the assassination attempt, the guys were stunned to find a huge amount of money and said that, apparently, there was at least 10,000 gold coins there. Jacqueline approached the chests and thought that with this money the people of the kingdom could not worry about food for at least a year. He clenched his jaw and decided that the count's family really turned out to be traitors. The commoners came out of their houses, hearing the guy's call. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that he would give everyone a coin from the gold taken from the traitorous count. The woman smiled with tears in her eyes. Seeing the outstretched money, Jacqueline firmly believed that he was a noble robber. The guy smiled widely and closed his eyes. He believed that he was doing the right thing, returning the villain's money to its rightful place. The bank representative sat opposite the treasurer and said that, as it seemed to him, the Golden Bank showed understanding for the situation in the kingdom. He frowned with displeasure, raised his hand and added that they still not only had not repaid the principal debt, but had not even paid the interest. The treasurer spread his arms out to the sides, apologized and said that the count was not one to break time agreements. He was worried, but he tried to justify himself by saying that something must have happened to the messenger on the way. The bank representative shut him up. The blonde man frowned angrily and said that they had taken on the responsibility of representing the kingdom, but were constantly putting off paying off the debt. He glanced at the empty chair and added that today, on the appointed day of the meeting, the count had not even shown up. He smiled sarcastically and said that apparently the count had abandoned the kingdom and decided to save his own skin. The treasurer rose from his seat and turned to the bailiff. Suddenly, there was a noise behind the door. One of the soldiers frowned in surprise. Roman entered. His name was announced. The men at the table looked at him in surprise. The guy apologized with a smile for being late and offered to get down to business. He took up a cup of tea. The bailiff asked him what he was doing there. The guy, with his eyes closed, picked up the cup of tea and said that the count had had an accident, so he had come as his representative so they could contact him with any questions. The blonde frowned angrily and said that since he was the representative, he should understand the situation well. The bailiff folded his hands on his stomach and said that the bank had classified the Redford Kingdom as a malicious debtor. He imagined a burnt-out battlefield and added that they were ready to use any means to repay the debt, and that time was money for them. The brunette smiled and told the interlocutor not to beat around the bush but to get straight to the point. The bailiff took the watch in his hand and said that they should collect interest for a 5-minute delay. He raised one eyebrow, grinned and said that they should add 10% of the debt amount, which meant that if they immediately paid 110,000 gold, they would forget about all the troubles with the kingdom. The treasurer frowned in surprise and said that the count had an accident on the way to the kingdom. The young man put the tea on the table and asked if the only way to solve the problem was to pay 110,000 gold. The blonde explained that they were not obliged to take into account the debtor's obligations. He presented the calendar sheets and added that only the date promised for repayment was important, so they should receive interest for the delay. The brunette looked at him and said that he had a question. He frowned slightly and asked if they needed the money or were using this as an excuse for a conflict. The treasurer looked at him in surprise. The bailiff frowned angrily and asked about what the young man had just said. Roman looked at him sternly and said that he did not understand the bank's intentions, because not a single creditor in the world would unleash a war to collect a debt. The blonde jumped up from his seat and said that their bank was different from ordinary creditors, and that debt relations with them were based on trust. The bailiff presented a burning castle and said that the reason everyone always repays their debts to the bank is because they are setting an example. The young gentleman looked at him and said that he still did not understand it. He presented a chest of gold coins and said that the kingdom was already in a difficult financial situation due to the king's departure, and repaying the debt was difficult, but the bank still gave them a loan. He crossed his legs and said that the words about a debt relationship with a reliable partner and the actual actions contradict each other. The bailiff frowned angrily and asked if the young man wanted to say that they lent money wanting the kingdom to collapse. He slammed his hand on the table and added that this was an absolutely outrageous statement, so the negotiations were over. The bailiff quickly headed for the exit. The young man looked at him with a smile and asked him to listen to the end, after which he added that the kingdom would repay the debt. The document and the pen lay on the table. The creditor said that the debt was repaid, but the principality made a big mistake. He looked back at the boy angrily and added that he hoped they would meet again in the future. The treasurer smiled awkwardly and thanked the boy heartily, saying that thanks to him the kingdom could avoid a major crisis. The young man brought the tea to his lips and said that he did not need gratitude, because he helped for a reason, after which he suggested that they go to the count. The man opened his eyes slightly. The young gentleman asked him if he had come to his senses. The count jumped out of bed and shouted something about gold from the carriage. Roman remembered how Lucas told him the news and said that when they arrived, having learned the news. Then he remembered how his men found the count lying unconscious on the ground and finished the sentence by saying that the people who attacked him had already distributed all the gold to the people. The count frowned tensely and thought that now their kingdom was definitely over. Suddenly he looked at the guy in surprise, hearing the words that he had settled the matter with the bank. The men looked at each other, discussing what had happened. The count closed his eyes, tears streamed down his cheeks. He said in a trembling voice that the kingdom would be in great debt to the principality, after which he sincerely thanked the boy. Roman looked at him and, calling him by his last name, said that he thought the man was very much mistaken. Rondon looked at him in surprise, hearing the words that now was not the time for gratitude. The man pursed his lip. The boy frowned slightly and added that the kingdom's incompetence led to the worst-case scenario. The man remembered the moment of the attack and decided that the young master was right, because perhaps the culprits of this whole situation were the king's incompetence and himself. Tears appeared in his eyes. He decided that his ideas were too soft. The young master turned to the exit and said that from now on he would decide everything himself. He frowned and added that he would do it not with the count's methods, but with his own. He suddenly stopped and said that he had warned the count. Looking at the front door, the boy added that fragile tolerance would rid people of fear, but then anything could happen. The young man remembered how the count reminded him of a friend from the past and said that the man still trusted the people. The count silently listened to the words that his choice was reckless, because as a result, he broke the promise he made to the young master, and even 100,000 gold could not solve the problem. The young man imagined the battlefield, on which dead soldiers lay, and said that if it were not for him, the kingdom would have been drawn into the war. The count trembled, heavily apologizing. The young master turned to him. The man said that he knew that words would not fix anything. He clutched the blanket and added that the master did not abandon their kingdom and paid off the debt, so he thinks he definitely needs something. Rondon raised his head and said that the young man could speak frankly, since he would do whatever Roman wanted. The young master smiled and said that the promise between the kingdom and the principality was still valid. He turned to the count and added that the debt of 210,000 gold had no deadline for repayment, but it would double after that. He smiled widely and said that he wanted the count to tell the people the truth about what he had really done. The young man remembered his comrade from his past life and thought that perhaps this was what he wanted to do for him. He imagined Yu Haiyan's smiling face. The young master walked over to the bed and added that he wanted everyone to know that the count was a patriot, not a traitor. He smiled maniacally, raised his hand, and ordered a rebellion to seize the throne. The count looked at him in surprise. The people at the bar were drinking, praising the kingdom. Jacqueline looked around in confusion and asked where the pub owner had gone. The guy sitting next to them said with a smile that it doesn't matter because the man told them to drink all the beer so they can enjoy this moment to the fullest. The guy in the green shirt smiled and asked if they saw the guards fall. He remembered how the bayonets pierced the knight's body and said that if they joined forces, even the Sorrow swordsmen couldn't do anything, so they didn't have to worry about anything. The people raised their hands above their heads, saying that even if the royal family came from the knights, they would defeat them. Chris and the guards went inside. The blonde man ordered to find and bring Jacqueline. Jacqueline looked at them in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The people grabbed their weapons. One of the guys rushed at the knight and asked who they were, then said that they would not allow the hero of the kingdom to be touched. He directed the attack at the blonde man, wishing him death. The next second, the knight was beheaded by the man. The woman raised her hands and screamed in horror, noticing what had happened. The people around were stupefied. The man said that this was not the emblem of their kingdom. The blonde put his sword in its sheath and said that whoever stood in their way would be executed. The people wondered who they were. Suddenly, the knight noticed something. Jacqueline came up to him and said that he was the one they were looking for. The blonde grabbed his head and slammed it on the floor. He dragged the guy along with him. The people noticed this in a rage and said that they did not dare to raise a hand against the hero of the kingdom. The citizens raised their pitchforks, rakes, and serps, saying that the guy was a hero who saved the kingdom from oblivion, even having abandoned the royal family, that this time they would save him. The people ran after the knights, calling out the guy's name. A huge crowd gathered in the square in front of Roman. The guy thought that the perfect stage was ready. He addressed the people with a calm expression on his face. The tied-up youth was kneeling next to him. The Lord said that he would punish the criminal immediately. Jacqueline lowered his head. The Duke added that his crime was inciting rebellion and inciting citizens to rob the carriage with the Count's gold coins. The people stopped his speech, saying that the Count was a traitor to the homeland. They frowned in rage and shouted to prove that they knew that the Count was plotting against Dimitri's family, and that they had heard everything, and the gold coins were the property of their kingdom, so they learned that the Count was planning to escape with this money to his principality. The guy silently listened to their words that he was a foreigner and had no right to judge the guy, so he must immediately release him. The young man looked at them sternly and asked if they had any evidence. Jacqueline frowned and said that it wasn't even 10,000 gold, because he was carrying a huge sum of 100,000, which he was trying to steal. If the Count wasn't going to use it to escape, then they didn't understand why he needed it at all. The gentleman looked at him and asked if it was just their guess. The guy said that he was twisting his words. The young man frowned angrily and said that it was a fact, because the Count was scum and everyone knew it. The young gentleman threw him the list and ordered him to read it out loud. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. He timidly read out the lines that with this document the bank confirmed that Roman had paid off the kingdom's debt of 110,000 gold coins to the bank. The young gentleman presented 3 chests of gold and said that according to the people, it was 100,000 for his escape, but a few days ago the bank issued an ultimatum about the money, so the Count went to him and borrowed it from him. The boy then imagined how Jacqueline called the people together and said that because of their foolish behavior, in addition to the 100,000 gold, they also had to pay interest of 10,000. He frowned sternly, saying that this was the truth that they had ignored until now. The boy frowned and said that this was nonsense, and this document was definitely a fake, because the Count was just trash who turned his back on the people who were experiencing great hardship. He imagined mountains of gold splashed with blood and said that while the people were starving, the Count was making a huge fortune for himself. Then he imagined a luxurious hall with servants and added that the man enjoyed luxuries that they could not even dream of. The young master looked at him sternly and told him to show him the evidence. The boy was confused but raised his eyebrows. The master added that his words alone could not serve as proof that the Count was a traitor. He looked at the citizens and added that they could only believe the terrible rumors that the Baron spread because of his conflict with the Count. The boy introduced a slyly smiling man and added that he was the traitor who was engaged in the slave trade with the Kronos Empire, so the Count put his life on the line to expel him. The people looked at the boy confusedly. The master asked what they saw, after which he said that they hated him only because he did not starve like them and did not sacrifice himself. The hero waved his hand and firmly said that if someone could prove that the Count was a traitor, he would release Jacqueline. Jacqueline looked at the boy confusedly. The gentleman asked if the Count was really the traitor they called him. The men began to whisper, saying that if you think about it, their friends had disappeared after going to the Baron's mansion to look for work, and they thought they had decided to look for better jobs in the capital. The gentleman frowned and said that he had asked the Count why he had not told them the truth, at the risk of being called a traitor. Roman remembered their conversation and said that the man had told him that in an age of hatred, the one who deserves criticism will become king. The hero produced a flaming map of the kingdom and said that the man knew that it would not be a riot like today, but an uprising that would turn the empire upside down. He looked at the prisoner and asked if this uprising was his own idea. The boy frowned tensely and asked what he meant. The young gentleman introduced the man riding in the carriage and said that the information that the gold coins would be transported in the carriage to pay off the bank was kept secret, but he and his men knew about it. Roman looked at him sternly and asked who had given him the information. The people looked at each other. The young man also asked if that person was among them. The people around suddenly realized that it was the owner of the pub. The boy frowned tensely, thinking that he was the one who had not been seen since yesterday. He remembered how they killed the soldiers. The young master asked him if they thought it was strange that they were able to defeat the swordsmen with aura. He frowned and added that they had the opportunity to see the truth, but they did not. Roman imagined the prisoner crossing water and said that they succumbed to the imperial agitators and crossed a river that could not be crossed back. He then imagined the bodies of the dead guards and said that although the count was the one who cared about the kingdom more than anyone else, because of them, his innocent soldiers died. The young man frowned and asked the prisoner if he thought that he was a hero who saved the kingdom. Jacqueline looked at him, lost. Weapons fell from people's hands. Tools fell to the ground with a clang. The guy looked down and realized that it was all a provocation, and that he had done terrible things. Suddenly he remembered a conversation with one of the guys in the bar. He said that the stranger must be having a hard time too, because working for a trader is not an easy task. He scratched his neck and added that Rondon probably even steals wages. The guy behind the counter replied that the count is not as bad as people think. Jacqueline looked at him in confusion. The stranger smiled and said that he could not tell everything, but there was no need to hate the count so much. The guy exhaled, frowned suspiciously and thought that the stranger had problems with his head. He howled in despair, thinking that he had made a mistake. The young gentleman turned his attention to him, hearing an apology in a timid voice. The prisoner lowered his head and begged for forgiveness. His pitiful voice echoed across the square. The boy asked what they should do now. He grabbed the gentleman by his clothes and screamed for him to tell him what they should do now, because he didn't understand anything. He was kneeling in front of Roman, saying that even though he now knew the truth, he found it hard to accept this situation. The young gentleman looked at him, interrupted his words and said that the boy had not robbed the carriage for his own benefit. He had given the coins to the people, thus confirming the reason why they had taken up arms. Jacqueline despaired, hearing the words that the water had already flowed under the bridge, and even if he cried, those who had died because of their mistake would never return to life. The gentleman took hold of the ball's handle and added that he wanted to prevent such situations from happening again. He placed the blade on the boy's shoulder and said that the prisoner must take responsibility. Looking at the prisoner, he turned to the citizens and told them to remember today. The people around looked at what was happening in confusion. The young gentleman said that Jacqueline was not a hero of the kingdom, but would be remembered as someone who accepted death for her sins. The young man raised the blade above his head and added that when people in the future made the same mistake, Roman's sword reached for the sun. The boy added that they should remember that no one would be responsible for their sins except themselves. The prisoner smiled in panic. The next second, the young gentleman beheaded him. The horses were unlikely to follow the count down the street. The man lowered his head and thought that the people's anger had reached its limit, and if the root of the problem was not eliminated, everything would happen again. He imagined bloody hands fighting for the crown and thought that in the end, the future of the entire kingdom was at stake, so someone had to take up arms and overthrow the king from the throne. He pursed his lip and added that he never thought that this person would be him. Rondon turned to the commander of the knights. He turned to the boy and said that if the imperial knights attacked them, they should not hesitate to neutralize the commander and take control of his subordinates. The man imagined a silhouette of a man standing against the backdrop of bloody splashes and said that this battle would decide the fate of their kingdom. He looked back at the road and added that the boy should remember that if they could not take the throne, the kingdom would cease to exist. The man approached a large building in the capital of Redford. The door creaked open. The man frowned tensely. A squad of imperial knights came out to meet him. The count frowned and thought that there would probably be no other choice but to fight the imperial knights. The man with a scar on his forehead said that the imperial knights were protecting the kingdom for the king's family. He looked at the count and added that they knew that their obedience to the emperor was considered treason, but they decided to change the situation of the empire. The man closed his eyes and added that this time they would close their eyes and cover their ears. The knights bowed and said that the count could do what he had to for the kingdom. The man looked at them in surprise and thought that he was not the only one who wanted the kingdom to change. He took a step forward. The man opened the doors. He looked inside in fear and turned to His Majesty. The emperor was lying on the floor. The man rushed to him and tried to call out to him. There was a letter next to the ruler's hand. The man ran up to him. His Majesty wrote in the letter that when he learned that the count had been attacked, he could not contain his anger at himself. Rondon desperately tried to shout to the emperor. The letter said that he only regretted that although he knew how devoted the man was to the kingdom, he continued to treat it with disdain, but he decided to leave this letter to reveal the whole truth. Blood was flowing from the king's mouth. The man wrote in the letter that he once received a letter that said that if he did not indulge in fornication every day, the lives of his children would be in danger. Rondon was shocked when he read what was written. The emperor added that he considered these words a joke, ignored them, but in the end it became reality and that there was a force threatening the members of the imperial family. The count frowned tensely and wondered who they were. He held the letter in his hands. The emperor also wrote that in the end, the contents of that letter became reality. The count imagined a bloody toy and a hand lying next to it, reading the words that the force took the lives of not only his eldest son, but also his little daughter. Rondon also imagined the image of the emperor's second son, reading the line that he was now poisoned. The count introduced the emperor as he was having fun and read the lines that in exchange for his wild lifestyle, he received an antidote from them, which he secretly gave to his son, which is the only reason he is still alive. A tear rolled down the man's cheek. The emperor wrote that he could not protect either the kingdom or his own children, and that he was an absolutely incompetent king. Rondon was kneeling, reading the lines that if he became even more greedy for the sake of protecting his children, then a huge number of the kingdom's inhabitants could suffer. The throne was illuminated by a direct beam of light. The emperor added that he himself would end his life so that they would not have to stain their hands with blood. He squeezed the sheet of paper, seeing the last line in which the emperor asked to take care of the kingdom that he destroyed. The door leading to the prince closed. The man entered, bowed and said that his majesty had passed away some time ago. The blonde sat with his head down. The man asked him if he really knew about everything. The prince put his hands on the arms of the chair and said that he was sure that there was some kind of conspiracy behind all the events happening in the kingdom, because he couldn't help but know. The count raised his hand and asked with a cry why he didn't tell him about it if he knew the truth. The young man replied that it was empty talk that wouldn't change anything. He smiled pitifully and added that he was ashamed to admit it, but he didn't want to die from poison. The count frowned and asked if the prince wanted him to inherit the throne. The guy smiled slightly. Light rays of light penetrated inside through the window. The guy said that for the empire to survive, it was not enough for him and his father to simply renounce the throne. He imagined the sprout rising in the bloody ground and said that in order for all power to pass into the hands of one person, it is necessary to destroy absolutely everyone whose venom has royal blood flowing through it, so that they do not become sources of chaos. The blonde looked ahead and added that, knowing that the man had dedicated himself to the kingdom for many years, he believed that he was the right person. Sweets and coffee were lying on the table. The count asked in a trembling voice if this was really the only way. The prince imagined the bloody floor on which the crown lay and said that his father had already made his choice. Now he could make the same decision with peace of mind. The count squeezed his hand and said in a timid voice that if it were not for such troubled times, the young man would undoubtedly become a wonderful ruler. The blonde smiled softly. The poison began to spread throughout his body. He thanked the man for these words. Rondon looked at him in surprise. The prince said that he had one last request. He closed his eyes, blood trickling down his chin. The young man asked to make sure that their deaths were not in vain, because he had to bring the kingdom back to life. The prince lowered his head and died peacefully. A huge fire burned in front of the building 10 days later. The bodies of the prince and the emperor were consumed in the flames. The earl touched his chest, closed his eyes and decided that he would not let Redford fall. The soft rays of the sun illuminated the building. He thought that he would create a kingdom that would constantly question the truth in front of it, listen to the voice of the people and would not fall victim to plans like the Chronos Empire. The man frowned sternly, tears streaming down his cheeks. He decided that he would avenge them personally. He, standing by the fires, ordered the coronation to be held in a few days. The soldiers addressed him as the king. The man went out onto the balcony. The people below rejoiced in the name of the kingdom. The count put on his crown and robe, thinking that he would now rule over this nation. He remembered how the young lord approached him and said that now those who called him a traitor and those who shouted that they respected him, they were all just citizens of the kingdom. The count looked at the boy in surprise. The young man raised his hand and added that from now on, how they would treat him would depend only on his rule. The man frowned and decided that his kingdom. Rondon raised his hand above his head and finished his thought by saying that they would not make the mistakes of the past. The young lord watched the count from the window, thinking that if Redford got back on his feet, he crossed his arms and smiled softly, deciding that his family would have a strong ally. He looked at his soldier, turned to him and said that they would go to the Valhalla Empire. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the border town of the empire. A knight in a light cloak with a spear in his hand said that they should conduct an inspection. The young gentleman appeared before him and thought that the reaction was unusual because they had an invitation. The guard extended his hand to the young gentleman. Chris frowned tensely. The guard asked not to make a fuss inside because strangers were not welcome in the city. People in light clothes or with bare chests were walking inside. The young man imagined the city from afar and thought that the empire was quite closed, because it was surrounded by southern jungles, and since we were formed in such an environment, then they also do not like strangers. Chris looked and said that everything looked exactly like in the rumors. The young gentleman frowned slightly and replied that, as they say, the most difficult opponent on the continent is the inhabitants of the empire. He imagined evil people and added that if the people are not local, everyone will be hostile, because strangers will not be given a warm welcome. The blonde looked at him and said that they had no manners at all, because they sent an invitation and did not even send anyone to accompany them. The brunette smiled maniacally and said that he thought this meant that despite the invitation, the empire did not recognize his existence. There was a sign above the door on the street that said hotel. The guys went inside and sat at the bar. One of the people slammed his glass on the table and said that because of them the taste of alcohol would be spoiled. He approached the young gentleman and said that although I do not know where they came from, strangers had better quietly go upstairs and go to bed. He smiled, leaned over and added that it seemed to him that they did not have difficulties in life. Keeping a smirk on his face, the guy said that they were like slaves. The young gentleman silently lowered his head. The local exploded in rage, insulted the guy and said that he should not pay attention to him, after which he again repeated the words about the hero leaving. The people at the table were laughing and discussing something. The guy said that the gentleman was annoying him and that he would deal with the weaklings now. He smiled widely and shouted that if the guy did not get up from his seat right now, he would grab him by the hair and drag him upstairs himself. The brunette turned to his knight with a smile. The young gentleman closed his eyes and said that now they would let the people know that they had arrived in the empire. The local guy frowned angrily. The knight's hand moved towards him at high speed from the side. The guy asked Roman what he was carrying. The blonde slammed him hard against the counter, agreeing with the commander's order. The rebel lay face down in the broken table. He rose heavily, cursed and asked if the knight thought that the fact that he had struck first would help him. He hung over the blonde and said that he would show him what Valhalla was. Chris frowned sternly. He punched the troublemaker's body. The guy spat out his own blood. The young gentleman handed the bartender a bag of gold and said that it was compensation for the mess he had made. The man was stunned when he saw the glitter of gold. Roman crossed his arms, smiled and asked what was the busiest place in the city. The man happily replied that he would take them to the busiest street in the city. People had gathered in the square. The local man said that from there you can get to any point in the city, so there are always a lot of people around. He raised his hand and quietly told the guy that he should not make a mess like he had before. The young man smiled and thought that even though they called themselves an empire, but it was just a country that had not yet acquired the dignity of an empire. The locals were going about their business. The young gentleman added that if Kronos could not control his extraordinary greed, then Valhalla could not get rid of its savagery. He frowned slightly and decided that he would act accordingly. He crossed his arms and shouted at the top of his voice, saying that he was the heir to the Archduchy of Dimitri. People turned around in surprise. The guy added that if anyone wanted to challenge him, they should feel free to do so. The man from the bar awkwardly turned away and walked away. People indignantly discussed what the guy had just said. One of them stepped forward and said that he did not dare to come to their empire and commit tyranny. A very tall man approached him, threw his weapon over his shoulder, and said that he would be the guy's opponent. He swung his axe. The young man leaned back, moving away from the trajectory. The man noticed that he had not even wounded his opponent. The young gentleman looked into his eyes. He instantly came closer, smiling right into his face. The guy slapped his opponent with incredible force. The man froze for a second. The guy thought that this was the most humiliating gesture towards a warrior. He scowled angrily and insulted the boy with a swollen cheek. The young gentleman immediately slapped him again. The opponent tried to say something again, but the boy shut him up with a blow to the face. Every time the opponent tried to say something, the boy gave him a powerful slap. The man fell to his knees and said that he surrendered. People began to shout in discontent that it would be better for him to die, because it was a great shame. One of the men said that the loser should leave, because he himself would show the will of the empire. A little while later, he received the same slap from the young gentleman. The boy lost his bearings and thought that this was definitely not a human hand. Roman continued to strike with a stern look. The local thought that if he simply retreated, he would laugh, but since there was no other way out, he would pretend to have lost consciousness.
But there was no other way out, so he pretended to lose consciousness, and fell to the ground. The protagonist silently looked at his opponent, when suddenly he kicked him hard in the chest. Smiling madly, Count Dmitri ordered him to get up, because he had not yet passed out. After some time, a man ran into Baron Paulo's office and reported that he had learned that right now in the square the protagonist had arranged a duel with the residents. Hearing this, the man smiled broadly and said that he assumed that this would happen. For the same reason he did not send a guide to him. Then the guy stretched out his hand and said that all the warriors who challenged him could not stand it, and began to beg for mercy. The Baron, hearing this, began to write a letter, saying that he could not even imagine that the famous warriors of Valhalla would shamefully beg for mercy. After a short pause, the man placed the pen on the table and mockingly said that he would personally show Jung Hyuk what kind of place Valhalla was. After a while, 4 defeated opponents lay in front of the protagonist. Baron Paulo approached him from behind and shouted in rage, asking what he should understand, adding that he was an outsider and only a guest of Valhalla, but he had committed such an outrage. A small army of soldiers stood behind the Baron, who continued to shout that if the guy did not give a worthy reason, they would have no choice but to arrest him. Hearing this, the protagonist turned around and said that he did not understand what he was talking about. Imagining two warriors fighting each other, he added that Valhalla proclaims the cult of strength, after which he asked if he did not expect him to testify to his strength. Hearing this, Baron Paulo gritted his teeth and replied that even if it was so, they could not turn a blind eye to what had happened, while saying to himself that he never thought that he was more warlike than the people from Valhalla. Introducing the guy who raised his sword to the sky, the man added that for Valhalla, a duel is a sincere and majestic event, and there is no rule that you can trample the loser into the ground, so first of all, he must let them watch him in accordance with the order. Spreading his arms in different directions, the Baron finished that after that, he would personally escort him to the capital, to which the protagonist firmly said that he refused this. As soon as the man heard this, his eyes filled with anger, and he shouted loudly that he had no right to refuse while he was on the land of Valhalla. Then Jong Hyuk extended his hand towards him and said that in this case, he would act in accordance with the laws of Valhalla, so he demanded a judicial duel. Smiling slyly, he added that if the Baron wanted to search him, he should try to seize him personally, involving the entire army in an escort. Hearing this, the man waved his hand and loudly ordered the soldiers to arrest Count Dmitri, simultaneously asking himself if he really thought of provoking him. Suddenly, a fur appeared from under the soldiers' armor. The warriors threw away their helmets. In a few seconds they turned into enraged beasts. From what he saw, surprise appeared in the eyes of the protagonist, and he asked himself if this was really a savage. For monsters appeared before him, surrounded by an incredibly strong aura. They were savages, a small tribe discovered on the outskirts of the southern region, and even by the standards of Valhalla they had the highest fighting ability. They were fed with animal milk and underwent the ritual of adopting a beast's appearance. These people drenched themselves in the blood of the animals they killed and became true savages, after which they formed an elite squad of the reborn Valhalla. At this time, Baron Paulo put his hands behind his back and said that the protagonist had better not look down on Valhalla. Furrowing his brows in anger, he suddenly shouted loudly, ordering everyone to attack at once. One of the savages rushed to attack at that very second, but before his claws could reach their target, Jong Hyuk quickly struck him in the jaw. Blood spurted in all directions, and he said with a smile on his face that, whatever the case, they were just animals. During the fight, one of the savages took a strong blow to the face. Less than a minute later, the protagonist defeated everyone who attacked him. He stood with one foot on the savage's head and said that if they said they surrendered, he would let them live. Suddenly, he looked at the beast with a wide smile on his face and mockingly asked if they could not speak. Then one of the savages slowly opened his mouth. He was shaking with fear, and with a trembling voice he asked for mercy, because he was wrong. Hearing this, Jong Hyuk smiled even wider and asked if he really knew the human language. At this time, Baron Paulo's eyes were shocked by what he saw, and he asked himself if Count Dmitri had really defeated the savages so easily, with whom even the swordsman of the aura had a hard time dealing, adding that it seemed to him that he had underestimated him too much. After a short pause, descending from his place, he admitted his defeat and said that, as promised, he would send a man who would guide him to the capital. Hearing this, the guy smiled contentedly. After a while, Lucas' report was lying on the table, from which it could be understood that Valhalla was a country of double standards, and although they were satisfied with the current empire, at the same time, like Kronos, they were obsessed with the desire to unite. Having said this, the guy imagined someone holding a king chess piece. Folding his arms across his chest, he thought that Valhalla had taken the path of provocation without waiting for him to get on stage, and this was fundamentally different from the times when they were called the barbarians of the south. Imagining how he would soon defeat Barbossa, Jong Hyuk said to himself that the conservative authorities who honored traditions would recognize his victory, but at the head of the current Valhalla stood a progressive generation relying on intelligence. Thinking about this, he imagined several people who ruled all of Valhalla. Leaving his imagination, the guy placed his hand on Lucas' report. Smiling madly, he suddenly said that no matter how the battle ended, danger could not be avoided. The next day, a man from Valhalla came to him and his army. Sanchez put his hand to his chest and said that he, by order of Baron Paulo, would lead them to the capital. After some time, everyone followed the guide, who talked a lot. The main character looked at the guy with displeasure in his eyes and said to himself that, surprisingly, he was too talkative. That night, they sat around the fire, and Sanchez said that he had heard rumors about Jong Hyuk, and he did not even know how much he admired him. He folded his arms and added that although he was not from Valhalla, he felt as if a great warrior had stepped out of the pages of Valhallan history in their time. The guide suddenly introduced the warrior and said that he, from the fictitious stories written in history books, could cut both the earth and the sky with one swing. Abandoning his imagination, he grinned and said that Count Dmitri was quite real, and then asked if it was true that he had defeated Captain Gustavo, and didn't rumors usually embellish. When Chris heard this, his expression changed. Angrily knitting his brows, he ordered Sanchez to be careful with his words. But the protagonist smiled and said that it was no big deal, adding that the guy seemed to want to tell him something, so he should get straight to the point. Hearing this, the guide frowned and asked by what right he had been honored to be chosen as Mr. Barbosa's rival. Barbosa, 6th in Valhalla, and Morales, 12th in Valhalla. The fatal connection between the two is known throughout Valhalla. They were born in the same area, and had been rivals since childhood, which is why they were always compared to each other. Morales was called a genius for his innate talent, but because of Barbosa's noble origins, a chasm inevitably arose between them. 6 months have passed since then, and at an ancient festival, Morales was chosen as a rising warrior. There was a belief that whoever died at the festival, glorifying the souls of fallen warriors, regardless of the outcome of the battle, would go to Valhalla. Morales accepted his fate with joy, smiling widely, especially since his opponent was Barbosa. Morales felt that there was a deity behind him and sincerely believed that the god of warriors had organized this fight especially for him. Sanchez was Morales' student, having inherited everything from his teacher. The guide, frowning in displeasure, said that the chance he had taken away was the dream of all the warriors of Valhalla. Without taking his eyes off the protagonist, he continued to say that he did not believe the rumors circulating around the world, because they were too baseless. Veins appeared on his face from anger, and he added that even the strongest sword on the continent could not reach his level by the age of 20, after which he asked if he really thought he deserved the right to replace Mr. Morales. After listening to the guy, Jung-hee closed his eyes and asked what he based his conclusions on, to which he asked in response if he really needed evidence, after which he firmly said that his exploits were not proven. Hearing this, the protagonist frowned and asked if he really did, adding that in that case he would prove it. Standing up, he ordered Sanchez to tell everyone that he would gladly fight anyone who came to him before the festival, and he swears by his title. His eyes suddenly lit up, and with a wide smile on his face, he added that it would be nice if he also challenged him. Hearing this, the guide grabbed his sword and shouted in anger that he was honored with such an honor and dared to talk such nonsense. But suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes from what he saw. Chris revealed his insanely powerful aura. Lightning struck in all directions around him. Sanchez froze in fear and wondered if it was really him, the Light of Cairo. Carefully putting the sword back in place, he realized that if his subordinate was at that level, then the rumors were true. Biting his lip in anger, the guy added that even if that was true, the Valhalla holiday existed for warriors who had received recognition. After a short pause, he turned away from the protagonist and shouted that he should not even think of regretting his words. The next day, they reached the capital of Valhalla, Marin, which was brightly illuminated by the rays of the scorching sun. Viscount Jonathan met Jong-hyuk and said that he would be his guide. He smiled widely and said that he heard from Sanchez that in order to prove the right to fight Barbosa, he was ready to accept the challenge from the warriors of Valhalla. After some time, they were sitting at the same table, and the Viscount was asking the guest if he was sure he could handle it, to which he firmly replied that it was his personal problem. While they were talking, the servants were pouring them tea. Suddenly, Jonathan, folding his hands, said that Valhalla has a tradition that in order for the festival to be a success, blood must necessarily be spilled on the night before. Imagining a soldier standing knee-deep in blood, he said that 30 warriors simultaneously fight in a huge arena, where there is no talk of mercy. There you can either emerge victorious or die. Imagining his hand in divine light, the Viscount added that the warrior who remains alive will personally receive a blessing from His Majesty the Emperor. Abandoning his performance, he narrowed his eyes and finished by saying that in order to illuminate the night before the festival with light, he suggests that he bring one of his subordinates into the arena. After a short pause, when the tension in the air disappeared, Jonathan said that the swordsmen participating in the duel of 30 warriors should not be included in the continent's ranking. Closing his eyes, the Viscount introduced Chris and said that he heard that Cairo's light was quite good, after which he asked if he was now Dimitri's light. The protagonist sipped the tea poured for him, and coldly said that he would do as he wished. Hearing this, Jonathan stood up and said that in that case he wished him a good rest. When suddenly he raised his hand behind his head and said that he completely forgot about the phrase he said to Sanchez, which meant that he would hardly be able to rest. As he left, he smiled maliciously, continuing to say that he had 2 days, and he sincerely hoped that on the night before the holiday they would be able to smile at each other again. The protagonist with a wide smile on his face saw off the departing Viscount out of the corner of his eye. The next day, one of the Valhalla warriors was punching the gate and shouting for the protagonist to come out, because he had come to challenge him. The guy frowned, continuing to shout that he would now taste his sword. His comrades stood behind and asked each other if Jung-hyuk really lived here, adding that the 89th in the ranking, Batalo, wanted to fight him. The gate suddenly slowly opened. The protagonist slowly walked out to his opponent, but unexpectedly for Batalo, Count Dimitri passed by him. After taking a few more steps, he stopped and said that from now on, he would fight everyone who challenged him until it got dark. After saying these words, he glanced at Batalo out of the corner of his eye and ordered to attack. The guy showed his powerful aura and said to himself that he wondered how long he could pretend to be tough. After these thoughts, he rushed to attack. The Valhalla warrior made a quick attack that left a mark, but before his sword could reach the protagonist, it cut off his head. Jonghyuk lowered his head and said that his skills were too mediocre for such big words. The people present looked at the severed head of their comrade in horror. They frowned tensely and asked each other if Batalo had really been killed in one blow. Crimson blood stained the ground, and if this were any other side than Valhalla, the people would have already fled from here at breakneck speed. But here, realizing that the protagonist's strength was real, they felt a surge of competitive spirit, and their eyes lit up. One of the Valhalla warriors opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly that this time he would be his opponent. He waved his hand and threw shurikens at Count Dmitri. Seeing them, the protagonist frowned, but unexpectedly for everyone, his eyes lit up. With one blow, he deflected the shurikens flying at him and killed his opponent, after which he ordered the next one to come out. Fear appeared in the eyes of the spectators. Less than a minute later, another warrior of Valhalla rushed into battle, but even while he was running at the main character, he missed several blows that were barely noticeable to the eye. Blood spurted in all directions, and Jonghyuk, raising his sword, ordered the next one to come out. His next opponent was killed with a quick blow. Then the main character cut the warrior of Valhalla into two parts. He killed his opponents one after another. This continued until the ground was strewn with corpses. Then Jonghyuk raised his empty gaze to those who were still alive and said that it was still a long time until sunset. Did no one else want to challenge him? The people who were spectators began to back away. Seeing this, the guy turned around and said that there was still a day left before the festival, so if there was another brave man, let him knock on his door. After these words, Count Dmitri left. Evening came, and the sun began to set behind the horizon. A man with a hood on his head walked through the center and heard people talking about how it was all over. A whole crowd had gathered in front of the gates since early morning, but everyone who challenged the main character said goodbye to life, and so now they do not believe at all that he is so strong, and it is not even known where all the rankers of Valhalla have gone. Sanchez, hearing this, widened his eyes in shock when he heard that the first one to lose his head was Batalo, one of the rankers. The warrior of Valhalla suddenly raised his head and said that he wanted the top rankers to challenge the protagonist, since he could not be allowed to stand on the stage of the festival. Sanchez slightly lowered his head when he heard someone suggest that Mr. Morales should intervene, since he was the one who was originally Barbosa's rival. Having heard enough, Sanchez turned around abruptly. He began to leave with firm and hurried steps, while people continued to say that no matter how capable Jonghyuk was, he would never be able to defeat Mr. Morales. That same night, a bright light came from the fire. Morales was sitting on a tree trunk nearby. He ran a rag over his sword and asked his student if he knew why he wanted to fight Barbosa. Sanchez looked at his teacher and asked in return if it was not because of the fatal connection in the past. Morales, the 12th in the ranking of Valhalla, exhaled heavily and answered that this too, but there was another main reason. Looking up at his student, he explained that Barbosa, one of the 12 swords of the continent, so praised by Valhalla, did not know what a warrior's honor was. He remembered how blood spurted from his mouth. All this time, someone was watching him from around the corner. In the observer's hand was a bottle of poison. Morales lost the fight to Barbosa due to the effects of the poison. Barbosa smiled madly, looking at his defeated comrade. Leaving his memories, the man furiously drew his eyebrows together and said that he despised the upper classes, who knew neither honor nor a good name, and their trumpeter Barbosa. Remembering his grueling training, he said that this was why he wanted to fight him, because he diligently honed his fencing, wanting only one thing, to defeat him. Suddenly, the image of the main character popped into his head, and Morales screamed in rage that he had appeared out of nowhere and taken his place. Resting his hands on his legs, he asked Sanchez to call the people of Valhalla. Proudly straightening his back, the man said that he must prove to everyone that a place in the arena of the festival rightfully belongs to him. It was at this moment that the monster of Valhalla, the 12th furious warrior in the ranking, finally raised his mighty body. The next day, the people of Valhalla shouted with wide smiles for Lord Morales to protect the good name of their empire. Morales, with his sword slung over his shoulder, walked forward fearlessly, and his comrades shouted that some protagonist would not be able to take his place in the festival. Jonghyuk met his opponent, who said that he only wanted to ask him one thing. He remembered the hanged counts, one of whom was Count Denver, and said that the Valhalla Empire called him here to pay for his death. So why did he accept this offer, knowing the true motive? The protagonist looked at the powerful warrior without a drop of fear in his eyes and asked in response what this even meant, an invitation out of revenge. The warriors of Valhalla, hearing this, looked at each other. Count Dmitri suddenly smiled and added that the Valhalla Empire would not be able to kill him. Hearing this, Morales smiled and asked if this meant that he could defeat Barbosa, to which he replied that otherwise he had no reason to accept the invitation. Receiving this answer, the man, putting his hand to his face, laughed and shouted that this was the answer of a proud man. At the same moment, he showed his powerful aura and added that he was madly in love with warriors like him who knew what pride was. But he came here to show him his place. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled madly and, showing his strength in response, replied that this was a rather curious statement. Before the fight began, the protagonist, looking at his opponent, said that so far among those who competed with him, there was no one who admitted the thought of losing. Taking his sword out of its sheath, he asked if Morales really thought that he was any different from them. Smiling widely, the man replied that he wanted to check which of the two was more suitable for the festive arena. Immediately after these words, his aura became several times stronger. In the same second, he rushed to attack. Morales made a quick strike with his sword, but his opponent dodged. With surprise in his eyes, he looked away, shouting where he was going. Then he made another attack, which the protagonist blocked. Without any emotion on his face, Count Dmitri held back his opponent's sword. Morales pressed on his weapon and said to himself that he blocked his strike. And this is amazing, because he has reached such heights in his 20s. After a short pause, he raised his leg and shouted that he wants to see how he will try to block it. A second later, the man stomped on the ground with all his might, splitting the pavement. Jung Hyuk flew into the air and asked himself if his opponent was really going to use the landscape, adding that he is not only huge, but also knows how to use his head. Suddenly, a blow whistled through the air, leaving a magical trace behind it, and Morales screamed in rage that now he could no longer escape. But at that moment, a small piece of stone appeared under the protagonist's foot. Without thinking twice, he touched it with his foot and used the Qigong technique. The guy began to jump away from the stones at great speed, which did not have time to fall to the ground. The man looked at this with surprise in his eyes and asked himself if he was really moving by stepping on the stones. But how was this even possible? And while he was asking himself about this, Count Dmitri rushed towards him. At high speed, he carried out a powerful attack, which the enemy barely managed to block. Without stopping, the guy continued to attack, when suddenly he raised his leg. The protagonist kicked Morales in the face with all his might. From such a blow, the man flew into a nearby building. The spectators opened their mouths in shock at what they saw. Jung Hyuk carefully lowered his leg. His eyes suddenly showed surprise when he heard a faint laugh that suddenly burst out across the entire street. Two eyes lit up in the darkness, and Morales shouted loudly that it was fun, because from now on he would no longer think about the consequences. The bear's huge paw caught on the broken wall, and the man shouted that he would fight with all his might to defeat him. The protagonist was presented with the stage of true fusion with the savage. The bear's paw was completely enveloped in mana. The guy frowned at what he saw and said to himself that his claws were enveloped in aura. When Morales suddenly made a quick attack, shouting that it was time to put an end to it. Dodging and blocking several subsequent attacks, Jung Hyuk said to himself that he did not just change his appearance. His speed increased several times, but none of this mattered. His eyes suddenly lit up with purple fire. Then he blocked the bear's attack. Immediately after that, Count Dmitri made a quick strike using the first style of the intermediate level. He struck Morales with two quick swings of the sword. Blood spurted out from the bear's body, and he said that it was amazing. Jung Hyuk sheathed his sword, and his opponent fell to his knees. The guy lowered his gaze, saying to himself that he was a true warrior, and this was the true spirit of Valhalla, so he was glad that he met him. The bear did not move. Blood flowed from his mouth, and he said to himself that today was his last refuge, but he did not regret it at all. When suddenly he raised his head to the sky and shouted loudly to all the warriors of Valhalla to remember this day, because Dimitri's heir, Count Dmitri, answered Valhalla's invitation, even knowing that it was a trap. The spectators looked at the defeated Morales with surprise in their eyes. Tears suddenly started to flow from the bear's eyes as he continued to shout that the warrior's pride was running through his veins. He suddenly imagined a statue that was still in the making, and added that this was good news, because the current Valhalla had lost its roots, and it was an age where power was taken away through political strategies, so they should praise the main character, enjoy his performance, and tirelessly ensure that no one could interfere with his fight with Barbossa. Jung Hyuk, hearing this, turned around in shock to face his opponent. These words caused shock and confusion to appear in the eyes of the audience. After speaking, Morales returned to his normal form. Bowing his head, he said to himself that Barbossa would soon be found by the messenger of death, who would replace him in this. A tear flowed down Sanchez's face from these words. He suddenly remembered the flames of the fire that night, when his teacher said that he could die fighting Barbossa, but that did not mean that he would refuse to fight, because he believed that the people of Valhalla and the warriors of Valhalla would see him fight and understand at least a little bit about the past that Valhalla had its roots in. Morales smiled as he said this. Closing his eyes and smiling even wider, he asked if he had thought of it well. Leaving his memories, Sanchez lowered his head and said to himself that his teacher was too irresponsible, because if he left because of his principles, then what would they do, those for whom he had become the only example? Everyone present silently looked at the battlefield. Suddenly, Sanchez began to look around in surprise when the citizens and warriors of Valhalla began to raise their fists and chant the name of the main character. They opened their mouths wide and continued to shout loudly. Jung Hyuk, hearing this, turned to the crowd. Evening had come, and the rays of the setting sun illuminated the estate. Marquis Belfer stood by the window with a glass of alcohol and said that it had become known that Morales had lost the battle with Count Dmitri, which meant that things were taking an interesting turn, after which he asked if there really was a talent capable of defeating Morales. Behind him stood a subordinate who, bowing his head, said that only one order was needed, and they would deal with him before he even entered the arena. Viscount Jonathan raised his head in surprise when the Marquis said that this did not need to be done, because that damned bear had thought of everything. Belfer remembered how Morales raised his head before his death, and set the crowd so that they would not be able to interfere with the course of events, and one rash step, and suspicion would fall on them. Leaving his memories, the Marquis, closing his eyes, smiled and asked how well Jonathan knew Barbossa, to which he, spreading his hand to the side, asked in response, wasn't he one of the 12 swords of the continent, representing Valhalla? Then Belfer, imagining a huge snake against the background of Barbossa, said that he was very cunning and would not skimp on either means or methods, just to emerge victorious. He remembered how Barbossa poisoned Morales a long time ago, and said that he should be entrusted with the battle with the main character entirely, as was then the case with Morales. Leaving his memories, the Marquis opened his eyes and said to himself that Count Dimitri could try his best, but he would not be able to return alive. At sunset, the duel with Morales was over. Jung-hyuk folded his arms across his chest and asked why Sanchez had sought out a meeting with him. The young man bowed and sincerely apologized for his inappropriate behavior. He had come to the protagonist because of his teacher's will. He handed the man a scroll and explained that his mentor wanted to use the arena to reveal the truth to the people of Valhalla. While the former cultivator studied the paper, the guide added that this matter would not end with a duel with Barbossa. Sanchez added tensely that even if the aristocrat won, there was no guarantee that he would be spared. Morales will stated that some of the rulers of Valhalla had conspired with Kronos. The young man continued that the Kronos Empire had a hand in getting Jung-hyuk invited to the celebration. Valhalla was not going to let him go alive. The guide frowned and added that the man should leave the country immediately, and he was willing to help him. Sanchez flinched when the former cultivator said he knew this. The protagonist frowned at the scroll when he said that the relationship between Kronos and Valhalla was like walking on the edge. Although people said that Valhalla silently watched Kronos' atrocities, in reality, there was something like a temporary alliance between them. The young man's face lengthened in shock. The hero continued that if the two countries joined forces until they eliminated the neighboring countries, they would have a reason to minimize the damage to the two great empires. Jung-hyuk grinned and added that based on this, one conclusion could be drawn that the two empires had entered into a secret conspiracy. The young man clenched his fists and asked in surprise that if the interlocutor knew about this, why did he still accept the invitation? The guide was shaking. He asked if the man was sure he could withstand it, although he acknowledged his strength. His fist tensed when Sanchez added that every person had a limit. The youth continued that the teleport to Dimitri would be blocked. In fact, the hero would not be able to free himself from Valhalla's hands. The former cultivator took the glass and interrupted the guide. With a smile, the protagonist stated that even if the hidden truth came to the surface, nothing would change. Jung-hyuk admitted that this was the reality that the small states of the continent, including Dimitri, would have to accept in order to protect their own country. Valhalla could try to lure him into a trap as much as they wanted, and Kronos could kill him with conspiracies, but he would have to defeat the continent's 12th sword and return alive. And the former cultivator crushed the glass, finishing that this would be the beginning of changes, and in the upcoming war, his actions would be the reason for the conflict with the empire. Sanchez opened his mouth and thought that his interlocutor was crazy, but there was truth in it. The young man remembered how the teacher told him that if he suddenly met a true warrior, let him learn from him about life. And while the guide continued training, Morale added that even if he could not live the same, he would be an example for him of how to live further. Sanchez walked away, thinking that hard times would soon come. The host with an enthusiastic face announced that on the night before the celebration, 30 people would simultaneously enter the arena. He asked permission to introduce the great warriors. The man stood in the middle of the arena and asked questions. Which of them would win? What kind of person? Because it was impossible to predict the outcome in the arena. The spectators thought about it. Someone was curious about what Dimitri's light really was, and others were sure that despite the anticipation, he was not equal to the other warriors. Although Lord Roman Dimitri had defeated Morales, it did not mean that Chris was his equal. At this time, the first warrior entered the arena, Gonzalez of the Jonathan clan. His opponent followed suit, and they were Naraven of the Isel clan, Kargvan of the Rilfoth clan, and Galaha of the Diga clan. The last to be announced was Chris of the Duchy of Dimitri, and he recalled the words of his lord, that this journey to Valhalla had promised nothing but danger from beginning to end. That night, the Duke had told his subordinate that they would try to kill him in the arena. The knight had then flinched in surprise when Jung-hyuk said that he was the sword he trusted. With a smirk, the former cultivator ordered that the lives of all 29 people be taken and that he would prove his existence. The blond man fell to his knees before his lord. He bowed low, and promised to glorify the name of his native country. And now, while the electric charge surrounded Chris, he thought that in order to cut all the warriors, he should not hesitate for a second. He rushed ahead, reminding himself that he needed to keep attacking so as not to interrupt the flow of lightning. The spectators in the stands went crazy, shouting words of encouragement to the knight. While the young man was rushing around the battlefield, no one could believe how fast he was. At this time, behind the blonde's back, the strongest warrior was also laying down another enemy. The guy turned sharply, cursing mentally. Chris clenched his teeth, and did not believe that he was able to defeat them all. At this time, one of the fighters, engulfed in fire, shouted to the young man so that this insignificant worm knew his place, and brought down a blow of the blade on him, but the knight managed to parry it. True, the blonde himself was slightly thrown back. The guy barely stayed on his feet, and looked at his enemy. He looked angry as he screamed that everything inside him was boiling when he saw such bastards as Chris, who came from tiny countries. Chris pointed his sword at the man who continued to accuse him of being overconfident. The young man did not let his opponent finish, rushing at him with an attack. The man, covered in blood, collapsed on the tiles, calling the knight a bastard. The protagonist folded his arms over his chest, and called it amazing. The crowd in the stands waved their fists, and rejoiced that the arena was washed with blood before the festival. Chris was kneeling, pressing his palm to the wound. The young man clenched his teeth, realizing that the wound was deeper than he thought. The knight's eyes widened when he heard the voice of his master, who ordered him to breathe aura into his body and stop the bleeding. The blonde did as he was ordered. The wound really did stop bleeding. When the boy stood up, the crowd greeted him with joyful shouts and chanted his name. The host enthusiastically demanded that the winner of the night pay respect to His Majesty the Emperor. Chris looked at the ruler of the country, and thought that there was only one person he would kneel before. The young man knelt down. The spectators were horrified, not understanding how this was possible. The knight ignored the emperor, and extended his blade to his duke. The spectators looked at each other and wondered if this was possible, because even if the winner was an outsider, it was still a spit in the direction of Valhalla. The emperor calmed the crowd with a gesture. Then he looked at the boy and clarified his name. Chris nodded. The ruler said his name correctly. The man leaned forward and began to say that it was not easy for an outsider to win in the pre-festive arena, and he deserved admiration, and thanks to him, he enjoyed an excellent spectacle. Still with the same grin, the emperor asked what the reason for his actions was. The young man looked tensely at the owner of the arena when he added that he was not trying to shame him at all, because he did not intend to impose the laws of the empire on a stranger. The man folded his hands on his knees and remarked that he was curious. There was hardly anyone who would do the same standing in front of him. The knight frowned and replied that just as the brave warriors of Valhalla sacrificed their lives in the arena for His Majesty, so he rose to the arena for his master. The emperor chuckled. The blonde gripped his sword tighter when he heard that his outstanding abilities at such a young age and unconditional devotion to his master made him an excellent shot. The ruler added that since ancient times Valhalla praised talents, therefore, it is like a paradise for those who possessed abilities. The emperor extended his palms to the guy and said that he had an offer for him. Continuing to smile, the man offered Chris to swear allegiance to him right here and now, and for this he would grant Dmitri an unimaginable reward for winning the arena on the eve of the holiday. The boy's eyes widened as the ruler asked what he thought. The knight imagined his master and admitted that without his instructions he would not have been able to make such progress. Still frowning, the blonde added that the value that His Majesty desired was not himself, but his duke. The boy bowed, thanked for the offer, but was forced to refuse it. The emperor lowered his head and admitted that if the winner said so, then nothing could be done. The master of the arena rose to his feet and announced that this was the end of the pre-festive night, and the winner should be gifted with infinite riches. From a strong blow, the Viscount fell to the floor. Belfer angrily shouted at his subordinate that he had fallen in the eyes of His Majesty to a fool who only knew how to make empty promises. Jonathan trembled as he asked for forgiveness. The Marquis slapped the man in the face, demanding that he shut up, since all he could do was blab. The subordinate covered his head with his hands, begging his master to give him another chance. He would definitely deal with Roman. Belfer breathed heavily, and said that he could forget about it. Barbossa had already begun to act, and the Viscount had better pray that he would succeed. They still had a chance to change the outcome of the game. That same night, in the protagonist's chambers, a servant brought a tray with dishes to serve tea. He poured the drink into a cup. Suddenly, the servant whispered that he should not eat anything. The young man smirked, because poisons would not work on him. Jung Hyuk looked at the drink, and told the servant that if he really wanted to help him, he would be able to confirm from the remains that there was poison in the tea. He whispered that it was possible, but the problem was in time. Barbossa did not use poison for nothing on the night before the holiday. Even if there was evidence, no one would believe it, especially if these were the words of a loser. The man smiled and advised not to worry about it. The former cultivator tilted his cup and added that if the boy got what he asked for, he could get what he wanted too. Why not grab his tail first? The girl pressed herself against the wall in horror, and screamed that she had nothing to do with it. The Duke raised his hand over the innkeeper and said that if he felt injustice, he should call someone who could take responsibility for the situation. Quick footsteps were heard in the corridor. The Viscount flew into the room and demanded that they stop immediately. He was asking what the protagonist was doing. Jong Hyuk turned around and said that the servants here had just given him poison tea, and the owner of the house offered the servants a bag full of gold, as if as a reward. Jonathan gritted his teeth, and when he heard the suggestion that someone wanted the Duke to lose in the festival arena, he decided that Barbossa was caught. The man looked straight at the former cultivator and accused him of slandering Valhalla. The festival was a sacred arena. The Viscount squeezed his eyes shut and continued shouting that if something like that happened, they would personally intervene and punish the culprit to the fullest extent. But his statement was baseless. Jonathan extended his hand to the guy and added that if he was so cowardly and distrustful, let him forget the way to the arena. They would choose another warrior to replace him. To which the protagonist grimly replied that he would go out to fight as planned, but he was not going to ignore today's incident. Jong Hyuk approached the interlocutor and said that if poison was found in the teacup, they would have to bear responsibility for their words. In the morning, the question was raised whether everything would go according to plan if the Duke learned of the existence of the poison. Barbossa folded his hands behind his back and reassured the Marquis that the chosen poison was on a completely different level than ordinary poison. At first, it did not have a strong effect, but gradually the poisoned person's face turned pale due to mana distortion. The enemy must have been sure now that the poison did not work as it should. Belfer smiled and admitted that this man could really be trusted, and he knew it. The swordsman licked his lips and asked to believe him. As always, it was not for nothing that he was the loyal dog of the progressive faction, and there was no more suitable character to decorate the finale. At the same time, the city was gossiping that it was better not to pin hopes on tomorrow's holiday. In the tavern, they said that they accidentally learned from the servants of one of the clients that in the house where Roman was staying, there was a noise because of the poison, and everyone was sure that the Duke was poisoned, and that it was quite possible that this was Barbossa's doing, and it was noted that every time this man entered the arena, such a noise arose. But there was no evidence, the instigators could not be found either, and everything died down, because it was impossible to defeat Barbossa in a poisoned state. But nevertheless, Roman announced that he would go up to the arena to defend the military honor, and the gossips decided that although he was an outsider, he was worthy of recognition. On the day of the holiday, the emperor heard that there was a strong resonance among the people. Count Gomez gloomily reported that now that people suspected that poison was involved, they were obliged to find out the truth, even if they had to postpone the holiday. The emperor looked tiredly at Marquis Belfer, and clarified what he thought. The man put his hands behind his back, and told his majesty that these were just rumors. Barbossa was strong enough to defeat Dmitri. He did not need any poisons. The ruler chuckled and said that since he said so, he himself was all in anticipation. The Marquis glanced sideways at Gomez and thought that these rumors were definitely the work of the conservative faction. Now it depended only on Barbos whether he could bury the truth. But Belfer was sure that his subordinate would prove the overwhelming power of the 12th sword of the continent. And so, on the evening of the festival, the host announced the entrance of the main characters into the arena. The famous warrior of Valhalla and one of the 12 swords of the Barbos continent came out first. His opponent was a young stranger who arrived from Dimitria named Roman, and he clenched his fists. The protagonist's gaze was gloomy when the opponent suddenly expressed concern for his well-being. The swordsman licked his lips when he added that the poison he drank needed time to take effect. In response, the former cultivator took out his sword and said that he had once learned about this world for the first time. The man pointed the blade at the villain, adding that he was then curious about the 12 swords that people considered the strongest. And now that it was time to make a decision, he responded to Valhalla's invitation. Jong Hyuk grinned, and warned in advance that the effect of the poison that Barbossa so craved would not come. The swordsman launched his aura, and laughed that this was empty bravado. The hero looked at the enemy, and thought that he would be an excellent training for future opponents. If the fight with him seemed difficult to him at all, the war with the Empire was impossible. The man's gaze filled with rage, and he declared that if the sly man repelled all his attacks, then he would admit that the threshold of Valhalla was too high. The flag flew into the air, and the start of the duel was announced. The former cultivator immediately rushed from his place, using the technique of the heavenly dragon sword. Barbossa reflected the first style of the first stage. The force of the blow sent a bang across the arena, throwing the opponents away from each other. The swordsman barely managed to stay on his feet. Then he rushed into battle again. The protagonist parried his attacks with the second style of the second stage. A wave of air from the blow washed over the first rows of the stands. Jong Hyuk slid to the side, and immediately sent aura across his hands. A wave of powerful energy washed over the surprised opponent. Barbossa clenched his teeth, not believing that such power could be in a poisoned state. The swordsman began to parry the Duke's attack, cursing at him. A bright flash lit up the stadium. The villain stood in the middle of the dissipating smoke. The strongest Mirima called the style of the third stage of the heavenly demon the level of heaven. And now the first style of the third stage fell on the shocked Barbossa. His silhouette simply dissolved in the bright light of the aura. Only Jong Hyuk was standing on his feet when it was all over. He looked up to make sure that his opponent had disappeared from the face of the earth. The spectators in the stands were shocked. They could not believe their eyes that the strongest swordsman of the empire simply disappeared without a trace. The host's face expressed horror, but he declared Roman Dmitri the winner. Under loud screams, the man put the sword in its sheath, and the host shouted that this was the birth of a new 12th sword of the continent. At that moment, the former cultivator turned to the one who had entered the arena. The same servant brought the ill-fated cup to the Duke. With a serious look, the young man reminded him that he had put his life on the line for him. The blonde handed the cup to the protagonist, asking him to reveal the truth and help Valhalla get on the right path. The former cultivator took the cup, under the puzzled whispers of the crowd. Jong Hyuk turned to the stands, and announced that last night someone had put poison in his tea. Viscount Jonathan winced when the man added that he had brought up the matter, but the man accused him of insulting Valhalla. The people in the stands listened with their mouths open as the stranger was disappointed not by the poison in the cup, but by the way the Empire had reacted to the incident. The protagonist showed the cup and announced that he now held proof that there was poison in the tea. Everyone could clearly see that the cup had turned black, and no one could believe that poison had actually been used before the sacred duel. And the Duke continued that if he had lost in Barbossa, the truth would have been buried, and he himself would have disappeared into the backwaters of history as a miserable man. So he wanted to ask His Majesty the Emperor a question. Jong Hyuk showed the cup to the ruler and asked if these were the warrior origins that Valhalla had been striving for, to blame him for wanting to reveal the truth. The Emperor looked furious and muttered that his country had been made a laughingstock. His Majesty did not look at Jonathan, and when he asked if Roman was telling the truth, he began to apologize. When the Lord ordered him to come forward, the man fell to his knees and screamed that he had served all his life in the name of Valhalla, and begged him not to kill him. But the Emperor's sword plunged into his chest. The ruler towered over the negligent Viscount, and ordered him to shut up for tarnishing the honor of the Empire. While Jonathan screamed from the blows of the sword, the Emperor shouted that he had ruined the festival that celebrated the souls of fallen warriors. When it was over, blood dripped from the blade. With a mad look, His Majesty turned to the Duke and asked if this was enough. But the hero grimly replied that it was not enough. Jong Hyuk added with a frown that the Viscount's punishment was a special case. He asked for legal measures to prevent such a thing from happening again. The Emperor chuckled. Then he walked away with his entourage. The Marquis clenched his fists, thinking that the plan had failed. Jonathan was dead. He too could not escape death. The man flinched when the ruler asked him what he thought of Roman Dmitri. Belfer frowned and said that the Duke was so dangerous that he could deal with Barbossa with one blow, and he was one of the 12 swords of the continent. The Marquis dusted his hands and added that what scared him most was the fact that Roman Dmitri did not retreat before His Majesty. The Emperor gritted his teeth and agreed that this scoundrel dared to speak out about his punishment, and ordered that Kronos' plan be given full support. The ruler turned around and added that it was impossible to let the Duke leave Valhalla alive. The next morning, near the teleport gate to Martin, Jong Hyuk looked gloomily at the priests, who apologized for the problem with the teleport gate, and for some time he would not be able to use it. With a smile, one of the mages promised that it would take no more than 2 weeks, and suggested staying in the city. But the man's thoughts were gloomy. As expected, they blocked the teleport. Then there was only one way: to get to another trading city, Walter, and spend a month on the road. Most likely, they thought so too, which is why they blocked the teleport. It was obvious that they would try to kill him during this month. The Duke turned to his guys, and suggested that they go. At this time, the Marquis was standing near the window, when a servant told him that Roman Dmitri had left Marin and was heading to the trading city. He asked when the attack was planned. The guy raised his hand, and said that some problems had arisen. With a tense look, the servant explained that too many eyes were turned on the Duke. As Belfer knew, the Valhalla festival had brought Roman great fame, and the people of Valhalla followed him around as if they were making a pilgrimage to sacred lands. The man did not move when the servant added that if they attacked him now, the citizens of the Empire would certainly suffer as well, and countered that there was no need to worry about the commoners. The Marquis turned around with a grin and reminded that the Duke's murder would fall on the shoulders of the Kronos Empire anyway, and no matter what they did, they would not be held accountable, and asked him to tell them that they should do whatever they wanted. Jong Hyuk shuddered. His followers were frightened when the protagonist announced the attack and ordered the people to be taken to a safe place. The pilgrims immediately began to ask questions about who dared to attack a warrior who had entered the arena of Valhalla. Monsters, which everyone recognized as the shadows of the Kronos Empire, rushed at Dmitri's warriors. The fighters fought back, but the blades seemed to pass through the enemies. Chris closed his eyes, concentrating on the flow of mana. Then he suddenly opened his eyes in order to break this connection. With a flash of lightning, the young man managed to destroy the enemy. The head flew to the ground. The former cultivator pointed his finger and ordered Vulcan and Fuki to attack the enemies. The swordsmen immediately rushed into battle with passion and determination on their faces. The men tore apart the shadows, shouting that they were no obstacle to them, and would cut everyone up. Blow after blow, the monsters flew into pieces. The battle passion turned out to be stronger than some shadows. Soon silence fell on the battlefield. Vulcan glanced sideways at his comrade and asked him to control himself. The enemy reinforcements froze. The look of the squad leader was surprised by the conceit of Dmitri's fighters. But the next moment, a blow fell on his face. The shadow fell apart, but threatened them not to think that this was the end of it. The protagonist lowered the blade, and declared that there was too much chatter. He turned to one of the pilgrims, and asked if he had recorded it, and in response he heard that everything had been successfully saved. Jong Hyuk glanced at the magical recording device, and asked to distribute this recording throughout Valhalla. With a grin, the man added that this would prepare the ground. The city really started talking about it, No one could believe that some madman dared to commit atrocities on the lands of the Empire. But the video clearly showed everything. The assembled people recognized the shadows of the Kronos Empire in the attackers, and were outraged by this. In the square, they began to shout that Mr. Roman personally showed what the pride of Valhalla is. If death overtakes him on their lands, how can they stutter about military pride in the future? The crowd shouted that the people of Valhalla would rise from their knees and make a statement. The heated chorus of human voices reached the imperial palace of Valhalla. The palace announced that it was outraged by the attack of the Kronos Empire and would definitely investigate their goals. But no further action followed. The emperor did not send troops to help, and justified himself by saying that the matter needed to be approached consciously. Meanwhile, Roman soldiers had to fight off constant attacks from the shadows. One day, Sanchez came to the protagonist, announcing that they had come to protect him. But the man frowned and said that he was grateful for their initiative, but they could do nothing to help, only bring their own death closer. The young man stubbornly looked at the Duke, and added that they would not have come here if they were looking for salvation. The Duke sighed wearily, and called the brave men fools. The guide froze in surprise when, under the growing noise, the former cultivator added that it was too late to regret his choice. Someone with a dark aura entered the clearing. A whole crowd of figures in dark cloaks emerged from the forest thicket. Sanchez and his friends grabbed their weapons, and he declared themselves ready for battle. The enemy was approaching, and the young man was sure that they were obliged to help Roman Dmitri on behalf of Valhalla, in order to attack them first. The guide rushed forward, reminding himself that they knew about confronting the shadows of Kronos. Therefore, a squad consisting only of swordsmen of the aura attacked the monsters. But then Sanchez's face filled with horror. He realized that in front of him were not shadows, but their highest form. The demon of the abyss soared into the air above the young man. The guide immediately took a step back and ordered to stand in a defensive formation. The dry lips of the demon parted, calling for dark lightning. Sanchez looked at the enemy in horror. A bright flash of lightning illuminated the forest. But Jonghyuk had already come to the aid of the young man, covering him with a shield. The guide looked at the Duke in confusion when he ordered a retreat. The man looked at Sanchez when several demons descended. The enemies opened their arms, releasing dark flames towards the protagonist. His strength was only enough to break the shield, but the former cultivator rushed forward, cutting the nearest monster in half. Something came out of the ground where the protagonist stepped. Jonghyuk looked back at the roots that were bursting out of the ground. The fetters closed around the hero, only to be blown to pieces by his sword strikes the next moment. The demons were shocked, and their leader ordered the Duke to be stopped. He raised his hands to summon a dark arrow. As the demon addressed the former cultivator, flames swirled around him. The flames in the opponent's hands thickened, freeing the sixth circle, and he declared that the protagonist's pathetic attempts had come to an end. The flame cannon shot out a stream of fire, but Jonghyuk walked through the fire, and noted that if they publicly announced the presence of dark mages, they must be extremely confident in their victory. With a gloomy look, the man added that regardless of the presence of reasons, the Kronos Empire was too self-confident. The Duke looked straight at the enemy as he added that if they wanted to live, they should try to the last. The demon opened his mouth, not believing that even the magic of the sixth circle did not work. The opponent stretched his hands forward, releasing the spell of the seventh circle, and a firestorm covered the former cultivator. But he waved away the flames with his sword, after which he himself attacked the enemy. Holding the blade in front of him, the protagonist asked to tell Emperor Kronos that the path to Dmitri was not close, and if he wanted to kill him, now was his only chance. Chris bowed to the master, and reported that their sides suffered minor losses, but almost half of the warriors of Valhalla died. Jonghyuk looked at the bodies and asked to take care of them. It was necessary to consign the dead to fire, and immediately moved to the trading city. Suddenly, the magician ran to the Duke, shouting that he had to check something. Due to the lack of clear evidence, the missing person case was forgotten over time. The young man sat down next to the body and reported that this dark mage looked like the previous tower leader. Looking at the dead enemy, the man thought that the burn covering half of his face could be a coincidence. But the former cultivator mentally acknowledged that his methods of using magic were very similar to Phoenix, and his Mala origins had a fire attribute. The protagonist frowned, thinking that the tower leader had fallen to the shadow. Maybe there was a forced method of subjugation in dark magic that he did not know about. Jonghyuk turned to Chris and asked him to record the faces of the corpses on the device to later establish their identities. The knight put his hands behind his back and said that what happened needed to be brought to the attention of the world community. Even the Kronos Empire could not escape responsibility. The Duke looked back, thinking out loud that even though the Empire knew about the possibility of exposure, it clearly showed that there was a dark mage among the three shadows. The man patted the blonde on the shoulder, and added that since their enemy was a great power, they would only bring to light the truth buried due to the unwillingness to accept reality. After which he walked away, said that in an hour they would move towards the trading city, and ordered the troops to be prepared. Sanchez frowned as he asked the master to tell them how to resist the shadows. The former cultivator looked away from the fire, and agreed, adding that Chris would teach them the technique, which even surprised the young men. The protagonist smiled, and explained that the warriors of Valhalla had already proven their will, so they deserved to ask him for knowledge. The young man even felt embarrassed, after which they all bowed, thanking Jonghyuk. Chris put his hand on his hip and began to explain that there were two ways to attack the shadows at their weak points. The first way was to wait until the moment of recreation of the physical body. Finally, the group arrived at the trading city of Valter. The protagonist flinched when his name was called. At the entrance to the city, the Duke was met by a man who introduced himself as Rodriguez, the leader of the Green Fields of Valhalla squad, and said that they would be his guides. The man frowned and demanded that they stop pretending he did not need their help. The former cultivator was sure that the shadows would not create chaos in the territory of Valhalla without the Emperor's permission. The green-haired man smirked when the protagonist added that they specially sent soldiers, afraid of the people's reaction, but advised him to come up with a suitable excuse and retreat. The commander's smile widened and he admitted that the Duke was as incredible as they said. Rodriguez extended his hand to Jonghyuk, suggesting not to aggravate the situation and to stay in the city for a while. The commander was sure that the only way for them to leave Valhalla alive was to protect them. The man's eyebrows rose when he heard that they had mistaken the conditions. An aura activated around the hero when he stated that they would not be able to kill them, and moreover, if he returned to Dmitri, they would pay a high price. The man stood in front of the enemies, and added that if they wanted to kill him, they should not waste their strength on tricks, but attack head-on. The commander clenched his fists, and expressed annoyance that the Duke had rejected his escort. Rodriguez turned around, and said that they could continue to flounder alone, and that they would meet again soon. In the trading city, the former cultivator again heard from the local mages that the teleport to Adelian was unavailable. After the recent invasion of the shadows of Kronos, a state of emergency was declared in Valhalla, and all international teleports were blocked in both directions. The wizard added that in order to get home, they would have to walk to the outskirts of Palo. Sanchez looked at the protagonist stubbornly while he explained why he boldly looked danger in the face. The young man bowed and declared that he would go with Jonghyuk, for whom he was ready to risk his life. But the man only smiled and asked him to stay in Valhalla. To all objections, the Duke explained that as soon as the guide crossed the border, he would witness the shameful side of Valhalla. The protagonist rose to his feet, and added that everyone associated with Sanchez would be eliminated so that the truth would not come to light. On the outskirts of the south of the empire lived a hermit, Duke Vieto. A former cultivator advised the young man to unite with him and his kind in order to gain power that could resist the palace. Jonghyuk patted the guide on the shoulder, and said that this was the only way to fix Valhalla in the future. And with a smile, he added that everything that happened from now on was the burden of his duchy. The next day, the protagonist group was heading to the border of the empire, but then their way was blocked. Rodriguez, sitting on a horse, asked the Duke if he slept well last night, and with a grin, he reminded him that he had spoken of their imminent meeting. The commander added that if the former cultivator had sworn allegiance to Valhalla, he would have enjoyed a rich life, but after such hostility, they could not let him go alive. The protagonist folded his arms over his chest and noted that those who consider themselves the strongest are deluded by staying at the top for too long. Jonghyuk took out his sword and added that such people develop an unshakable faith that they will always be able to control everything. And pointing the blade at the enemy, he declared that he himself was waiting for their appearance. The warriors of the green fields rushed forward on command. Stones flew out from under the horses' hooves. Rodriguez flew over the rows of soldiers, being sure of everything that Roman Dmitri was capable of. And swinging his sword, he thought that the enemy would have to jump out of his pants to win. He brought down a secret technique of the evergreen truth on the Duke's head, but the man parried the blow with his weapon. The green-haired man grinned. The protagonist looked at him straight on, not at all surprised by the enemy's blood gushing out. The commander's head fell onto the grass. The former cultivator's face was emotionless. The emperor crossed his legs and noted that Roman was a curious fellow, and there was no longer any sense in the guerrilla's tactics. His closest subordinates stood before the throne of his majesty, to whom he said that they would not be able to tie his legs unless the strongest rankers of Valhalla intervened. In any case, the responsibility for what happened lay with the Kronos Empire. The ruler added with a grin that the defeat would also be on their conscience, and ordered to recall the soldiers to see what the ally would do. As soon as they crossed the border, Valhalla stopped all attacks, but the general offensive of Kronos began. Even Dmitri's soldiers, who had undergone severe training, reached their limit after 2 weeks of endless raids. But looking at Roman, fighting the enemies on the front line, they endured, gritting their teeth. The warriors did not have time to put away their blades, as the first line saw the army of Kronos on the horizon. Chris gritted his teeth. At first he was just angry that they were not even given a chance to breathe. But then he noticed something. The army of Edwin Hector was approaching the soldiers of the duchy, who ordered to help the allies and attack the enemies. The prince immediately activated the aura. The fire field absorbed the shadows of Kronos. This inspired the soldiers, and they rushed into battle again, wishing death to the monsters. Jonghyuk looked around in surprise. Edwin's horse stopped next to him, and the young man shouted that the Duke needed to return to Dmitri immediately. The man's eyebrows rose when he heard that Kronos had attacked his country, but then he smiled. The man folded his arms and said that the entire continent knew that he had accepted the invitation from Valhalla. He suggested that the soldiers take the place of the Kronos Empire. The commanders' faces turned gloomy when the Duke asked if they would have missed such a chance, knowing his exact location. McBurney stepped forward and replied that since the enemies had officially announced their intentions to kill the former cultivator, they had no reason to sit on the sidelines. Henderson raised his hand and stated that this was why they were worried about the commander-in-chief's safety, but in response he heard no. The protagonist, without showing his eyes, stated that he thought differently. He lowered his head and explained that the Empire did not care about the surrounding countries. There was a high probability that at the same time as the assassination attempt on him, another event would happen. Jong Hyuk looked up at his men and announced that they would directly attack Dmitri. The banner of Kronos fluttered in the wind. A man in a cloak with 2 soldiers came out of the portal. The informant bowed to the master, and when asked about the situation in the duchy, he replied that nothing unusual. The knights listened silently that, in addition to everything else, Roman Dmitri was still on the border of Valhalla. No matter how much he hurried, there was no way to return home in 3 days. The mystic took off his hood and said that this was good. The troops approached the walls of Dmitri, and the man announced the beginning of the assault. The soldiers on the walls of the city noticed something. Their mouths opened in surprise. The sky above the city was shining with lightning. This was the enemy beginning his spell. A rain of lightning fell on the city walls. But the next moment the magical seal of the Great Shield reflected this blow. Alarm signals and cries of an enemy on the horizon immediately sounded over the city. Lights immediately flared up on the fortress walls. The mystic opened his mouth in surprise. Dmitri had an unusual security system, and he did not expect such preparation. The magician did not lower his hands, and although he noted to himself that the reaction was lightning fast, but everything was within the permissible limits, and ordered the troops to fight to the last. All the same, their end was already predetermined. The soldiers approached the city walls under orders to attack and destroy the enemy. Captain Jonathan pointed his finger at the troops of Kronos, gave the order to the 3rd company to load shells, and the 2nd to start firing. Fiery shells flew down. The magician covered his face from the fragments, and realized that this was the magic of the 6th circle, and now he was convinced of it. His face took on a satisfied expression when he realized that although Dmitri was only a duchy, it was a serious threat, possessing power capable of opposing the empire. The man waved his cloak. He decided that if they took the chance and razed this country to the ground, it would be a good lesson for the kingdoms of the continent. Demons were floating out of the shadows in the alleys of the city streets. The squad leader ordered to destroy important equipment, and if they ran into interesting individuals, they were to be killed on the spot. But his eyes expressed surprise. Something was wrong. The squad of demons moved through completely deserted streets. The commander turned to his people and asked them not to worry about any trifles. The mission came first. But then he began to choke. Henderson cut the villain in half and roared that there were damned mongrels of Kronos here. McBurney looked around with concern and admitted that, as the master said, they were indeed targeting Dmitri, and they were making them regret it. Rodville watched the events unfold and thought a lot about what he could do for Dmitri in the future. At that moment, enemy soldiers appeared on the wall, remembering that this man was on their list. They rushed at the Duke's brother, intending to kill him and open the fortress gates. 2 at once jumped on the man, wishing him death. On the day Fernando expressed gratitude to Roman Dmitri, he became the sword that protected the Duke's Dmitri family. And now he was flying straight at the enemy, swinging his blade. A bright wave of aura knocked the nearest demons off their feet. The killer squeezed the dagger, and realized that the enemy was stronger than he thought. The commander turned to the others, and said that he would take him on himself, and let them split up with the people on the list. And the shadows were thrown in different directions. But Fernando asked where they were, after which he glanced to the side and ordered the knights of the duchy to stop the enemy. They immediately accepted the fight with the shadows. The swordsman dealt a fatal blow to the enemy, because only by using the blade did he find the meaning of his existence. All this time he lived as a weakling, trying his best to go beyond his origins. And for the sake of Mr. Roman, who removed his restrictions, he will live as the sword of the ducal family Dmitri until his last breath. At this time outside the fortress, Mystic, who was watching what was happening, could not believe that even the shadows were defeated. He glanced sideways at the knight, who reported that a state of emergency had been declared in the northeast. The territories subordinate to the Duchy of Dmitri sent reinforcements, and the Kingdom of Cairo also sent troops to the border. The commander looked away, and when he heard that at the very least, the enemy's reinforcements would arrive within 12 hours, he noted that the more he learned about this small state, the more dangerous it seemed to him. Defeat in this battle was unacceptable. They must certainly trample Dmitri, while there is no Roman. At this time, in Dmitri's castle, one of the soldiers turned around at the noise, after which his head was slammed into the wall. The attacker stood over the fallen enemy, and called him a pathetic bug. Sven turned around with a grin, and from the noise outside, he decided that the rest were already defeated. The 3 factions of the Shadows of Kronos, hired killers who turned the flow of black aura into physical force, were called shadows, and creatures using black magic were called demons of darkness. And Sven belonged to the last faction, the Knights of Darkness. And this knight was walking along the corridor, and noticed a young, but fierce, like a wild cat face. His path was blocked by a warrior whom the scoundrel recognized. He heard that among Roman's subordinates there was a man shrouded in an aura of malice and madness. Kevin glared at his enemy as he called his name. Sven smirked and declared that he was lucky to have such a chance to get rid of the Order and Duke Dmitri at once. And releasing his aura, the knight declared that he would kill his target right there. Jung-hyuk placed his hand on the balcony railing and declared that the one he trusted the most should have stayed home. And with a smile, he told his best friend that he was perfect for this role. Kevin's aura spread in waves, although he knew that he could not stand against the power of the Knight of Darkness. But the youth clutched his sword. The master believed in him, since he left him here. In that case he had a duty. The swordsman gritted his teeth, deciding that he had to stall for time so that the Duke could escape, even if he had to give his life for it. Blood gushed from the wound left on his neck. The assassin rushed past him towards the doors. Sven turned around, surprised that he barely hit him. And he grinned, feeling an incredible intuition for the thirst for murder, and out loud agreed that the boy would rage to the last, to entertain him. Kevin looked at the enemy with indignation, realizing that his head was almost cut off. The blades collided with a ringing sound. The floor cracked under the young man's feet. The swordsman clenched his teeth, realizing that he was no match for the Knight of Darkness. Sven was on par with Cairo's first sword, Count Nicholas, if not stronger. In a one-on-one duel he had no chance. But Kevin only gripped the blade tighter, and he broke away. The young man went around the enemy from behind. He swung for a blow, deciding that he needed to act now. But the killer grinned and called the trick stupid. Then he rushed at the boy, squeezing his palm into his head. With all her strength, the Knight of Darkness slammed Kevin into the floor. Then he swung and said that if that was all, then let him be so kind as to die. The surprised young man suddenly heard that he would never win and that he had to run. And he slipped out from under Sven's blow. The fighter, looking forward, realized that the chaotic thirst for murder had gathered together. Looking at his opponent, the warrior thought about his sword. Blood was streaming down the opponent's face when Sven realized that his gaze reflected amazing concentration. Smiling, the swordsman noted that he had apparently pulled himself together. The man, opening his mouth, screamed that this was not enough for victory. Then he was no longer there. The warrior was already right in front of his opponent. The young man quickly dodged his blow. Immediately after, the fighter jumped back. Sven was already near him. They both attacked. Blood spurted from the knight's leg. Smiling broadly, the fighter shouted that it was admirable and that Dmitri was truly an amazing country. The fighter held the blade in front of him. Sven, standing in front of him, said that they had a fun time. A bright aura began to emanate from his body after the words that it was time for them to finish. The guy's eyes suddenly opened wide. This aura struck his body. Immediately after, blood spurted out of him and thoughts appeared that apparently this is the power of a 6-star swordsman. The fighter's body fell to the ground. Sven suddenly turned around. Someone else attacked him. The man clenched his teeth with force. Immediately after, the warrior jumped back. His gaze was fixed on his defeated comrade. Imagining the throne, the warrior remembered that Duke Dmitri was not here initially. He also remembered how they left and thought that as soon as Kronos began his attack, he evacuated to a secret place, and Kevin remained in its place. Holding the blade in front of him, the swordsman knew that this was because if the shadows noticed the Duke's absence, they would turn the whole country upside down, and he apparently held on until he fell at death's door, which was extremely stupid of him. Someone also ran into this hall. 2 fighters, with their mouths wide open, shouted that they had arrived to help. The man turned around and shouted that their opponent was a 6-star swordsman. Turning to the enemy, the commander shouted for them to put all their strength into the attack. Someone suddenly jumped from their place. Another man did the same. The captain opened his mouth and shouted loudly. He and his opponent immediately exchanged attacks. One of his charges also attacked his enemy. The second comrade did the same. Sven, opening his mouth, called them annoying bugs. His aura pushed these fighters back. His eyes suddenly opened wider. The old man, holding his hands in front of him, began to use a fire cannon. A bright yellow beam was directed straight at the enemy's back. The swordsman immediately put his hand in front of him. The flame began to cut in two. Opening his mouth, the knight could not understand what kind of hone movements these were. The enemy, pointing his finger forward, said that he would start with him. The man's eyes suddenly opened wider. Some shadows began to approach him after using the shackles of darkness. His mouth was wide open. His comrade, looking at the commander, realized that if Mr. Fernando fell, then they were finished. Remembering himself earlier, the swordsman remembered that being enchanted by the protagonist, he wanted to choose the path of a swordsman, which was not connected with his life. He also remembered a certain battle and realized that during this time he managed to achieve colossal progress. But it is obvious that he can still be called an ordinary person. Imagining how he stood behind everyone, the fighter thought that having meager abilities, he had to rack his brains for a long time over how he could be useful to the protagonist and Dmitri. Remembering how he put his hand on his chest, someone's bloody blade appeared. The man, opening his mouth, called out to his ward. The young man grabbed the enemy's blade. Smiling, the guy said that this monster would go with him, as he had decided to put his life on the line to play the role like the others. Sven, looking at the enemy, did not understand why he did not let go of the sword and called him a pathetic insect. The man, opening his mouth wide, screamed, as he realized that his ward had bought time with his sacrifice. Immediately, a certain split sphere appeared, which showed innate energy. The man, raising his hands, knew that he could not miss such a chance. The opponent's eyes immediately opened wide. Immediately after, the warrior attacked him in the back with a blade. The commander, opening his mouth wide, also attacked. The enemy's head flew off after this blow. 3 fighters ran up to their comrade, when Sven thought about losing to some non-entities. Henderson's body fell to the ground and someone called out to him. The man, crouching next to him, asked him to hold on a little longer, because he could not even think about dying here. The boy opened his eyes slightly when the commander shouted that he would bring more elixir and that he should not fall asleep. The captain, gritting his teeth, listened to his ward's words about stopping. The young man, lying on the floor, said that the war was not over yet and he should do what was necessary. The commander's hand immediately dropped. Rising, the fighter asked him not to die and to wait for them here. Frowning, the warrior said that they would destroy the remnants of Kronos' army. The magician's eyes suddenly opened wide. A bright fireball hit the forest. The fighter put his hand forward when the opponent realized that this was the power of the hero's newly founded state. A seal appeared on the enemy's hand after his words that the enemy state should not think that everything would end there. His leg immediately turned slightly. A bright golden beam hit him straight. Only his image was visible through the light, and his words were heard that she asked them not to get caught. The man, gritting his teeth, shouted that these were indeed curses. The girl, opening her mouth, said that today she would definitely reveal the location of the king's hiding place. A bright flash illuminated the entire battlefield. A crater appeared and someone thought that several days had passed since the mystic escaped after the failed attack of Kronos. A portal also appeared and it was said that the protagonist's kingdom finished rearming in the shortest possible time. The hero himself appeared in this place. They walked along the streets and people shouted that they had really worked hard. Smiling, the residents congratulated him on his promotion in the continental ranking. The young man bowed and greeted the master. The man, opening his mouth, explained that he should have asked about the well-being of his ward, but the situation did not tolerate delay and he should understand this, and also asked a question about the best way to solve this problem. After introducing the rebellious people, the king said that despite the protagonist's outstanding performance, the entire kingdom was filled with anxiety and anger due to the recent attack by Kronos. The boy, frowning, asked him not to worry, because everything would be resolved. They walked through the castle and someone said that the states had suffered considerable losses at the moment. The assistant, walking behind, said that they assumed that the Kronos Empire had moved troops without using the teleport gate. The boy, looking ahead, thought about his words. The ward, with his mouth open, said that he would report this after conducting a thorough investigation, and also added that Kevin and Henderson were in an extremely poor condition. After introducing them, the ally said that a 6-star aura swordsman had dealt them fatal wounds and they were both on the verge of life and death. The hero, looking ahead, said that this meant that they were alive and he should lead him to them. The man opened his mouth and said that today would probably be the decisive moment. The doctor standing next to him explained that they were somehow keeping them alive with the help of elixirs and the power of the priests, but their condition left much to be desired. Looking at the wound, the doctor also added that the questionable aura in their body was hindering their recovery. The young man, looking down, thought that everything was repeating itself. Remembering that enemy, the protagonist knew that the madness demon who followed the heavenly demon always stood at the forefront of the war with the 9 sects and destroyed many enemies and eventually led the demonic sect to victory. He also remembered his corpse and realized that the man whom the heavenly demon trusted the most had found death in his blades that had pierced his body. Imagining how he looked at him, the hero realized that he was furious, but he considered the death of comrades in the war a natural outcome. A multitude of bones appeared behind him, and at that moment the boy realized that he had to live his life in battles and use other people's sacrifices as a scaffold to climb even higher. Looking at the fighter, the boy understood that the sacrifice of these two was the best choice for him and the kingdom. The hero immediately imagined himself in the past. Looking down, the protagonist thought that for some reason this made him even more angry and he could not let them die. The boy, opening his mouth, said that from now on he would personally take care of their treatment and they should leave them alone. A dark aura began to emanate from his body. His eyes began to glow purple after thinking that he should begin his exploration of the body from the source of life. Imagining a yellow ball, the hero remembered that innate energy is a power that is bestowed at the moment of birth, and if it is depleted, then inevitable death occurs. Placing his hand on the chest of one of them, the boy decided to pour some of his innate power into these fighters. Looking down, the protagonist knew that even if it shortened his life, he had the desire to do it for the sake of his subordinates. The window of this building appeared and it was said that 2 days had already passed. Someone was walking towards this room after saying that at some point a whole week had passed. The fighter, frowning, said that he needed to meet with the master. The butler, holding his hand out in front of him, said that he couldn't, since he was currently busy with treatment, and would not be happy with such an unexpected visit. Imagining someone shaking hands, the guy said that the kingdoms of the Salamander continent had called an international meeting to discuss the problem of this state. The fighter, looking down, explained that they needed to unite the efforts of the alliance and punish Kronos, and therefore he should let him in. The old man's eyes immediately widened. Moving away from the door, the assistant asked him to tell the young master to take care of himself. The young man, sitting on the floor, asked what had happened. Chris, coming closer, explained that an international meeting had been called and that it was an extremely important matter, and also added that he knew that he had disturbed the master, but he had no way not to come here. The hero bit his lower lip. The assistant, with his mouth wide open, shouted that he knew how hard he was trying to save these two, but they simply did not have time to put this matter off any longer, since they needed to punish the Kronos Empire for their atrocities. Frowning, the boy explained that if he did not take part in the meeting, the Alliance of Kingdoms would simply let them get away with everything. The protagonist's face was not visible when he said that even if their kingdom took part in the meeting and was able to convince the Alliance, until they achieved sincerity from the Alliance, there could be no talk of true revenge. The assistant, putting his hand on his chest, tried to object. His eyes immediately widened as the boy said that he understood the reason for his comrade's anxiety. Turning around, the boy explained that he had to throw all his strength into these two fighters now, just as they had given it their all for him, and therefore his comrade should be trusted. The rulers gathered at a round table due to the beginning of an international meeting, and someone said that they had an extremely difficult matter on the agenda. The man, frowning, explained that the Kronos Empire had attacked Dimitri without any reason and their atrocities deserved punishment, adding that he was worried that this would serve as a catalyst for a large-scale war. The king, sitting at the table, also noted that if the problem grew, then the ambitions of the Kronos Empire, seeking to conquer the entire continent, could speed up this process. A large blue hand appeared and it was said that, as planned, the Alliance of Kingdoms was gripped by fear. A group of warriors also showed up and it was explained that the Kronos Empire had used the war with Dimitri to announce the existence of a method of travel that ignored the presence of the teleport gate. That mage also showed up and someone explained that it was a warning message that no country on the continent was safe. The king looked at another man as he said that none of them wanted this. But to prevent it from happening again, they should formulate a clear answer on behalf of the Alliance of Kingdoms, leaving room for compromise. Someone interrupted the man with their mouth open. The man, looking ahead, said that he could not agree with his decision. The ruler sat on the throne and someone shouted that Valhalla and Chrono had formed an alliance, planning to kill the hero who saved Redford and he needed help. The king, putting his hand on the handle, replied that he thought the same. After introducing the protagonist, the head of the kingdom explained that their country was steadily sliding towards oblivion, but his help gave them a chance to revive. The man, with his mouth open, noted that they were trying their best to turn a blind eye to the essence of the problem, as he understood that he was ready to even enter a war for the sake of the protagonist. Someone also looked at him when he said that the Kronos Empire had made an unfounded attack. After introducing one of the fighters of the warring kingdom in the air, the king also added that, moreover, Valhalla had turned a blind eye to the assassination attempts carried out in its domain. Someone, slamming his hand on the table, shouted a question about whether they all did not understand what this meant. Everyone else looked in his direction when he said that from now on, if Kronos considered someone a hindrance, then no one present here would be able to guarantee that they would avoid the threat of an attack by the Empire. The man added, frowning, that if they escaped reality, the problem would not disappear, but would only grow to catastrophic proportions. The king, looking ahead, asked if they were really afraid of the scale. The ruler, still sitting at the table, explained that during this time, the Kronos Empire would further widen the gap between itself and the Alliance, and then one of them would join the Empire, acting according to the situation. One of the members of the assembly, his mouth wide open, shouted that this was complete nonsense. The king, raising his hand, shouted that the words of his interlocutor could be called that. The eyes of the other two opened wider when the ruler shouted a question about whether they would really say the same thing if the Empire attacked them. Rondon, closing his eyes, said that from this moment on, the Redford Kingdom would leave the Alliance of Kingdoms. The man, with his mouth slightly open, added that he would see if the others could say the same when the Empire's sword was pointed at them. The ruler began to leave the room. The door slammed shut. The boy, with his eyes closed, said that when he heard about the international meeting, he expected a completely different development of events. Looking at the others, the king noted that he did not know if the others remembered and said that the first international meetings were extremely pitiful. An image of himself, as a child, immediately appeared in his head. Edwin also remembered some negotiations earlier and said that when he first took part in an international meeting, it was not about punishing the Kronos Empire for the atrocities it had committed, but about resolving the problem peacefully. The boy, with his eyes wide open, explained that he understood that back then the Alliance did not have the strength to resist the Empire. Looking ahead, the young man explained that now everything would be different. Introducing the enemy troops, the king said that even having gathered a squad of shadows, high-ranking magicians and a 6-star swordsman, the Empire still could not subjugate Dimitri's kingdom. Introducing the protagonist, Edwin noted that he was disappointed that even the appearance of exceptional opposition in the person of this man did not change the alliance of the kingdoms one bit. Getting up, the ruler added that although Hector was not initially part of the alliance, from now on they would be the ones to resolve issues on their own. Leaving the assembly hall, the guy said that they should not regret in the future that they chose to turn a blind eye to injustice today. The hero's hand was still on the wounded man's chest. His eyes were closed. Looking at them, the young man understood that he had done everything in his power and now they must get out on their own. Looking at one of them, the guy knew that if they let go of the thread of consciousness and accepted death, there would be no way to help them anymore. His eyes were open. Looking down, the boy did not understand why he could not look around. Remembering himself earlier, the young man knew that his cruel and endlessly sad life was filled with the deaths of comrades and subordinates. Imagining his face in the past, the hero realized that at the end of such a path, only regrets remained. This face also appeared next to his current one, and thoughts came to his head that in this life he did not want to regret anything and therefore fighters need to live on. The assistant, with his mouth open, told the gentleman that he really worked hard. The young man, putting on his shirt, asked him to gather all the dukes of the kingdom. People were already sitting at the table. The butler, with his mouth wide open, said that the young gentleman had arrived. Someone entered this room. The protagonist sat down at the table and everyone greeted him. They all looked in his direction. The others did the same, listening to his words about how he had heard rumors that opinions on how to solve the problem were divided. Looking down, the guy explained that those who were used to the atrocities of the Kronos Empire had forgotten what anger was. The hero opened his eyes wide and said that he did not like this whole situation. The young man, sitting on a chair, said that they would definitely make them pay for attacking the kingdom of Dimitri. The man, with his mouth open, asked if the Lord was really going to start a war. The fighter, looking at him, noted that the war with the Empire had begun from the moment when Kronos' assassins attempted on his life. Presenting the corpse of the fighter, the guy added that this war had also begun because the blood of his loyal subordinates had been spilled. The dukes opened their eyes in surprise after he said that each lord would have to declare martial law and gather soldiers in preparation for war. The young man raised his hand and said that from this moment on, the duchy of this kingdom officially declares war on the Kronos Empire. The man's hand was shaking. Edwin, his mouth slightly open, could not believe that the hero had started a war with the Empire without any consent from the alliance. The boy jumped up from his chair and ordered that this ruler be contacted immediately. The image of Fabius appeared. The ruler, standing in front of him, shouted a question about what this man was thinking. Because they should also be aware, the same one answered that everything was as they had been informed. The count, smiling, said that the master wanted to take revenge with the forces of the alliance of Cairo and Dimitri without the participation of Redford and Hector, and they should immediately announce this at an international meeting. The crystal was still glowing. The image of the man had already disappeared. The boy clenched his fist tightly, knowing that he needed to understand what the protagonist thought about this. Because apparently if he wasn't going to attend the international meeting, there had to be a reason for it. Imagining the man in the round table, the boy realized that he thought the alliance didn't support revenge. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Looking away, the king knew that he would have to attend the international meeting again. The man, his mouth wide open, was shouting a question about what he wanted to say. The ruler, his hands down, was asking why Dimitri's declaration of war didn't apply to the other two countries, because wasn't this position any different from what was announced at the last meeting? Edwin, raising his hand, explained that he also couldn't know all the details, because Dimitri had rejected them, and they had all ended up taking part in this meeting. Closing his mouth, the boy knew that the hero was trying to achieve only one thing through the international meeting, namely, a split in the alliance. The man, gritting his teeth, said that Cairo and Dimitri would be destroyed. They were still sitting at the table when someone said that the problem was that their collapse would have a direct impact on the alliance. Having presented a map, one of the kings also added that if Kronos took over the lands of the northeastern region, he would gain a foothold to conquer the entire continent, while simultaneously throwing all his forces into suppressing the alliance of kingdoms. Someone shook hands and then one of the members of the meeting explained that in this case they should boldly renounce Dimitri and strengthen their alliance more strongly. Someone suddenly refused such a proposal. The man, opening his mouth, reminded that, as he said at the last meeting, but the kingdom of Redford plans to share Dimitri's fate, and all the words of those present will be useless in this case. The king gritting his teeth hard, listening to the words of the interlocutor that Redford will prepare for war, and will wait for Dimitri's call. They were still sitting at the round table, and it was said that as expected, a rift had appeared in the alliance. One of the kings was walking away and it was explained that this man had left the alliance, and the second meeting had not led to positive results. A certain castle appeared and a cry was heard that at this rate, everything would end. The king, walking along the red carpet, said that the protagonist had given in to his stupidity, putting them all in danger. The man, with his mouth open, added that the alliance of kingdoms would not be able to hold back the onslaught of Kronos with just force. His foot stopped in place. Looking at the crystal, the ruler knew that he could not let his state perish, even if he had to bend. Frowning, the leader understood that survival was the duty of the king, An image of a certain man appeared and he asked about the reason for the interlocutor's call. The man standing in front of the crystal said that the kingdom's alliance was currently over and asked it to tell them what they should do to save the kingdom of Odelia. A map appeared and someone said that 2 of the 3 kingdoms, except for Frank, had submitted to reality. The eastern outpost of Rascal appeared and someone said that they would bet 1 gold that Dimitri would not be able to hold out for even a month. The guard raised his hand and asked if their comrade was overestimating when he spoke of a month, since how could a duchy the size of a pea last for a month, and added that he would bet 1 gold on half a month. Smiling, the warrior explained that no matter how strong they were, they simply could not hold out alone. Someone's hand was suddenly at the back of his head. The man immediately slammed his head into the ground. The second knight suddenly opened his mouth wide in surprise. The intruder instantly cut off his head when he tried to say something. Chris's gaze was directed back. Picking up the stone, the guy said that the targets were captured. The crystal began to glow, and words were heard that there were about 6 hours until the main forces of the Kronos Empire arrived at this place. The hero, opening his mouth, ordered him to kill as many enemies as possible during this time. The assistant, bringing the transmitter to his face, agreed with the master's order. This fortress appeared and it was said that at night, when everyone fell asleep, Dimitri publicly announced the beginning of the war. A certain document appeared, which said that a small state had encroached on the empire, not knowing its place, and they immediately needed to mobilize their troops. The man, propping his head up with his hand, read that they needed to erase the names of Cairo, Dimitri and all their allies from the map of the continent. One of the fortresses appeared and the count said that anyway, when the main forces arrived in Rascal, Dimitri would not hold out for long and would be destroyed. As he put the paper away, the man noted that it didn't look like anyone would come to their aid, which was why they had no chance of winning. The messenger opened the door and shouted that the fortress was on fire. The count immediately ran. His blazing fortress was in front of him. The commander opened his mouth and shouted an order for all of Rascal's soldiers to put out the fire immediately. Gritting his teeth, the man thought about the smell of oil. Looking down, the man realized that this wasn't just a fire and that someone had started it on purpose. Turning around, the soldier shouted that his charge needed to go to the ammunition depot right away. The flames began to flare up even more. The warrior raised his hand and shouted that everyone else needed to get into the depot and save the magic scrolls. The knight, looking away, said that if anyone wavered, their throat would be slit. Suddenly, something began to appear in the flames and the man noticed it. It was the protagonist. The man, pointing his finger, ordered the fighters to stop him immediately. Suddenly, someone disappeared from the spot. They rushed at the guy. His hand suddenly reached forward. The young man grabbed one of the opponents. The enemy's body immediately flew into another opponent. The protagonist's gaze was directed forward. The blade pierced 2 enemies at once. The commander, raising the transmitter to his face, shouted about the red alarm code. Someone's gaze was directed to the side. The man, looking forward, asked if their exit had really come. They walked forward and it was said that in Rascal there was a 7th knightly order led by Captain Vento, the 7th sword of Kronos. 2 more people appeared and it was said that there was also an organization that controlled water, namely the magicians of Blue Island, and it was they who gave the count confidence in victory. The man, smiling broadly, shouted that the invader was finished. The hero continued to chop his opponents with his blade. Smiling, the guy said that this was enough for now. There were 3 more enemies in front of him. The same smile was on his face. Immediately, his body was covered in fire. The warrior, looking at the flames, could not believe that this man simply disappeared into the fire. Clenching his fist, the count thought that he had fled like a coward. Turning around, the leader shouted that the protagonist had personally come to his death, and they could not miss this chance, and they must certainly find him and kill him. The flames engulfed the fortress, and someone shouted that he had seen him. Cuts from the blade appeared on the bodies of 2 people. The young man stood in front of the flames. The warrior, holding the transmitter in his hand, said that this was a report from the 1st district, and explained that they could not stop the invader. The hero was already near him. The flames appeared and the screams of this man were heard. The crystal glowed brightly and words were heard that this man had disappeared into the flames, and they could not catch up with him. The warrior, holding the stone in his hands, listened to the words of the interlocutor about their enemy being the king of the state of Dimitri. They stood next to the flames, listening to the words of different warriors about how they all needed help. Vento, looking down, did not understand what kind of tricks this was. One of the warriors was lying in front. The fighter, looking at him, asked where the intruder had disappeared to. The man, with his mouth slightly open, said that he did not know and added that this man had single-handedly cut down all the soldiers and disappeared into the fire. The man, with his mouth open, could not believe that he had done it alone and decided to first put out the flames. The warrior, looking up, shouted that they needed to ask for help from the mages of Blue Island. One of these fighters appeared. A bright blue sphere appeared near his hand. A huge amount of water burst out from the hands of the 3 mages after using the water field. This water collided with the fire. The head of the mage suddenly opened wide. The flames only continued to spread. Looking at how the water and fire collided, the mage did not understand why it could not be extinguished even by the magic of the 5th circle. Noticing the flame emanating from the body of the protagonist, Verge realized that this was not an ordinary flame, since this raging fire had a special origin. Opening his mouth, the warrior said that they needed to get rid of the source of the fire, because they simply had no other way to extinguish this flame. Vento, opening his mouth, realized that the source was the protagonist himself. A gate engulfed in flames appeared and someone said that the northern gate was also blocked. Turning around, the warrior also heard words that the same thing had happened to the western and eastern gates. But he could not believe it. All these troops were in a fiery circle. The fortress buildings were engulfed in flames. The man, with his mouth open, realized that they would never get out of here and the 10,000-strong army was trapped in Rascal. Something engulfed in flames appeared and someone shouted that the way out was blocked and apparently they were lured into a trap. One of the fighters, looking at the allies, asked if they really had no other way out. Looking at the gates engulfed in flames, someone said that there really was no exit in the usual sense. But the wall near the northern gate was older than the others and they could break through it to get out. The count, holding out his hand, shouted that they should stop the pursuit for a while and ordered everyone to retreat. Vento, running ahead, shouted that they would get out of Rascal through the northern gate and that they needed to gather all the soldiers there. The leader, standing behind, thought that the intruder was a true monster and that he must certainly be eliminated at least by the forces of the Empire. They stopped in front of a wall of flame. The man, with his mouth wide open, shouted a question about what was going on. In front of them was the protagonist. The count, raising his hand, shouted that he had first run away with his tail between his legs, and now had finally shown up. The leader, standing in front of the soldiers, continued shouting that if he considered himself a warrior, then they should fight in a fair duel. The young man, raising his hand, asked whether the fire was really a mean move, because his duel against an army of 10,000 was really unfair. The man, clenching his fist, shouted that everything was so, because if it weren't for this vile arson, everything would have been different. The guy, opening his mouth, said that in that case he would have lost a long time ago. His hand immediately rushed forward. The flames immediately parted before him. The man clenched his teeth hard. The gates were no longer engulfed in flames. The hero, standing in front of the army, said that if they defeated him, they would be able to escape. The count, opening his mouth wide, shouted for the soldiers to rush into the attack. The knight, rushing forward, ordered the 7th knightly order to follow him. His body was engulfed in a blue aura. The man quickly attached himself to the intruder. The guy, opening his mouth, used the technique of the heavenly demon sword. The swing of his blade left a wide black trail behind it. A bright explosion illuminated the entire fortress. Many small stones rose into the air. A huge crater appeared in front of him and the protagonist realized that from the very beginning they had no tactics and the fire was only a way to block the escape routes, since the original goal was to deal with the 10,000-strong army with their own hands. The ground in front of the city gates was engulfed in fire. Smoke was coming from the armor. Burnt warriors were lying on the ground. With their legs apart, the guys thought about Vento. With his mouth wide open, Fablo shouted to his assistant to attack Songhyuk with magic. Sweating, Yul was afraid that he would hurt his allies. Frowning, the count shouted that if this was not done, they would lose the entire army. With his head down, the mage listened to the words that it was better to sacrifice his life for the Empire than to die at the hands of the enemy, after which he said that he would carry out the order. Raising the magic lamp, the sorcerer ordered his subordinates to prepare to read the spell. The subordinates stretched out their hands and began using a skill called Water Ball. Yul clenched his fist and used an ability called Water Cannon. A stream of water rushed forward. The warriors looked back. The stream washed away everything in its path, and shrill screams could be heard behind them. Thick smoke rose on the battlefield. The protagonist could be seen from behind the steam. Opening his mouth, the sorcerer saw the protagonist approaching him. Sweating, the sorcerer used a memorization technique called retention. Thin threads wrapped around the boy's body. The web dug into the youth's skin. Yul's pupil narrowed. A second later, the young man prepared to strike from above. Blood gushed out from the enemy's body. Looking down, Jong-hyuk used a lightning strike. A powerful surge of energy shook the ground around him. The flash punched a hole in the soil. The battlefield was shrouded in haze. Blood dripped from the sword. The protagonist walked forward. The protagonist lowered his head. The aristocrat bared his teeth. Placing his hands on the ground, the man asked why he had to go to such extremes. Kneeling, Rascal's commander-in-chief said that the Dmitri family had no choice but to lose the war, so there was no need to rush things. With his mouth wide open, Fablo shouted that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to survive in an all-out war against Kronos, because Rascal's army was just a grain of sand in the sea. Looking down, the young man listened to the words that this was the retribution for his crimes. Standing in front of the mountain, after the death of the madness demon, Zonghyuk went to Hunan province alone. Looking at the intruder, the entire Shaolin of Songzhan mountain was confused by such a sudden visit. There were blood stains on the floor, which meant that the once sacred place was drowned in blood. Standing in front of a pile of corpses, the celestial demon was the only one left alive. Lowering his head, the monk asked why this happened. Looking at the wounded old man, the protagonist explained that his man had died. Opening his mouth, The protagonist said that despite the fact that Shaolin ruled over the 9 schools, they still had no right to touch his people. Zhang Hyuk grabbed his opponent by the face. Lifting the enemy with one hand, the protagonist asked if his interlocutor knew why he decided to go to war with Kronos. Looking forward, the protagonist explained that their organization entered Dimitri's lands and threatened his people. With his eyes wide open, the Count could not believe that this man had committed an unthinkable attack just because they had touched him on the raw. Closing one eye, Fablo shouted that it was impossible to manage state affairs with the mindset of a boy. Standing in the middle of the fire, the man said that because of one person, everyone would die. The boy smiled. The fire raged behind the young man. The fighters, making frightened expressions, called for help. Covered in flames, the young man spoke about running away out of fear of dying in the fire, or dying, reporting to the Empire about what happened in Rascal. Looking ahead, Jong Hyuk offered his interlocutor to choose what he could. A charred body lay on the ground. In the hands of the dead man was some object. From the huge castle came cries that the message said that the army of Rascal had fallen. Putting his hand on the table, Memphis ordered that reinforcements be sent to the scene and everything be checked. In the room with the bed, someone listened to the words that according to the information received, the army had indeed fallen. Kneeling, the aristocrat reported that the flames had turned their warriors into ashes, so it was necessary to form an encirclement to pin down Dimitri. The assistant bowed his head and apologized for not expecting an army of 10,000 to perish like this. Someone opened their mouth and addressed the Marquis. Sitting on the bed, the emperor assumed that this was a message from their enemy. Sweating, Memphis listened to the guess that Dimitri had launched a preemptive strike, as if denying the truth that Kronos ruled the entire continent. Jong Hyuk smiled, and the monarch said that his appearance had tarnished the history of the invincible state. Looking away, the man asked the mystic about their current location. Opening his mouth, the servant stated that they were constantly monitoring their actions. The woman looked ahead, and the scout said that the appearance of this creature in Dimitri was a warning that they would not ignore their plan. Smiling, the man listened to the words about how this was a great chance to get rid of 2 problems at once. Looking down from above, the emperor ordered a forced mobilization to take over all the kingdoms on the continent, starting with Dimitri. A bright light was visible from the doors of the world that had long ago been opened. Looking at the strong snowstorm, it was clear that the icy energy had shrouded the lands in cold, and the disaster that had been walking around the world had lasted for an eternity. God, standing on the mountain, said that one day, the guardian of his will would appear and save the world from this disaster. Looking at the snow whirlwinds, the creature warned that if this did not happen, the world would forever be mired in despair. The emperor held a scroll in his hands. Lowering his head, the monarch understood that because of the seers of God, he could not realize his ambitions to conquer the continent. But now everything would change. Holding the ancient text in his hands, the man was glad that the doors had opened again, and they had received the strength to resist them. The privatel descended the steps. Looking ahead, the emperor promised to prove that Kronos' failure to enslave the continent was not due to weakness. The city was on fire, so it was clear that it was the massacre of the 10,000 army in Rascal, which was the outpost of the empire. Looking at the ruins, Jong Hyuk knew that he had not lost a single man during the battles. Presenting the map of Kronos, it was clear that this act had enraged the empire, after which mobilization was declared. The rulers were sitting in a luxurious hall, and for them, what was happening on the continent became a reason to hold a third international meeting. Banging his fist on the table, the king of Odelia asked how to understand this. Lowering his head, Frank said that everything was exactly as he said. Closing his eyes, the monarch said that if there was even a small hope for victory, he would continue to follow Dimitri, because otherwise he would have to tremble in fear every day under the empire. Looking back, the king announced that he was forced to talk to Dimitri. The ruler of Odelia was sure that they were all doomed. Someone quickly walked forward. Sweating, the fat man realized that as soon as Dimitri's alliance fell, Kronos would switch to conquering the continent. Baring his teeth, the monarch decided that he needed to make connections as soon as possible. The man, opening his mouth, declared that all the worries initially had a false background. Smiling, the aristocrat told about the emperor's anger at what happened in Rascal. The ruined walls of the castle were visible, and the interlocutor said that even if all the kingdoms supported Dimitri, now that mobilization had been declared, they would be wiped off the face of the continent. Raising his head, the king listened to the words about the empire having a task for the kingdom of Odelia. A few days later, at the first defense post, the men approached each other. Putting his hand to his chest, Borat thanked his guests for having come such a long way. The experienced commander, looking ahead, asked if they had been the first to finish off. Bamford was proclaimed the symbol of the Kronos army with a furrowed brow. The soldier opened his mouth and asked what the current situation was. Looking at the stone walls, the count explained that Dimitri had currently allied with Cairo and was gathering troops at the western front. Looking ahead, the aide said that they were unable to discern their true intentions, but it seemed that they were preparing to attack the fortress. Clenching his fists, the warrior explained that Redford, Hector, and Frank had joined the mobilization order, but Odelia and Umberto were planning to join their ranks. Frowning, the old man was surprised that so many kingdoms had joined the war against Kronos. Standing on the roof, the men discussed how this war was a point to take over the continent, so they needed an unconditional victory. With his back to his men, the Duke declared that in 10 days they would begin a general attack on Cairo and Dimitri. All the soldiers stood in line and shouted that they understood the order. Blood was pouring out of the warrior's mouth. The entire squad was on their knees. Looking at the many corpses, someone said that something strange has been happening to the soldiers since the morning. Clenching his fists, Borat explained that 10,000 soldiers had already fallen ill with symptoms of fever and vomiting. Looking at the floor, Bamford thought about the fact that Jonghyuk had used a deadly poison, and the assistant shared information that out of 10,000 people, almost 300 people had gone to the next world. The man stood still. Opening his mouth, the commander ordered that the wells and provisions be immediately checked for poisons, and that reinforcements be requested from the magical behemoth tower. Looking at the doctor, Bamford asked if his soldiers would live. Opening his mouth, Borat shouted that a similar situation was happening at all 8 defense posts, including the first one. The tower's owner put his finger to his mouth. Looking at the healer, the old man realized that he was still the same arrogant guy. With their heads down, the disciples listened to the order that it was necessary to begin detoxification and study this poison. Covered in a green aura, the leader of the behemoth tower and 32 other mages began to analyze the green liquid. Stretching out his hand, the man used a skill called Poison Search. The leader of the behemoth tower introduced the main character. Sweating, the mage could not believe his eyes. The snake showed its fangs, and the healer understood that this was a completely new poison that did not fit the standard classification, which meant that this liquid had been developed for many years. Turning his head, the leader realized something. Kneeling down, the healer shouted for everyone to get out of the way. Raising his hands, the disciple turned to the master. With his eyes wide open, the man thought that this was not just poison. Opening his mouth, the commander asked to explain what happened. Without turning around, the magician asked for some time to check something. Bamford began to sweat. Looking at several vials, it was known that 32 types of poisons were found at 8 defense posts in total. The protagonist smiled, and the sorcerers knew that they had never met on the continent before. Baring his teeth, the leader said that now, when war was approaching, he had no way to neutralize such poisoning in such a short time. The warrior, frowning, realized the fact that if the vain leader of the magic tower admitted that he was powerless, then there really was no solution. Looking at the fire, the commander ordered that all poisoned soldiers be isolated and the bodies of the dead be set on fire. Looking from under his brows, the commander said to act carefully, because they could not let other soldiers know about this. Leaning on the table, the old man asked to immediately contact Dimitri in order to hold him accountable for using poison, according to continental military laws. From behind the door, they could hear talk about a request from Kronos for a conversation. Frowning, Brandenburg said that it was ironic to hear words about continental laws from those who had done so much evil, completely devaluing the laws. Opening his mouth, Noel declared that such was the empire of Kronos. Placing his hand on the table, the Marquis listened to the report that the enemy had reacted earlier than they expected. Opening her mouth, Flora suggested contacting the opponents in order to buy time. Looking ahead, they would need someone else to talk to the enemies. A few days later, an old man was walking to the border of Cairo. The man clenched his fists. Looking up, the commander listened to the words of greeting. Putting his hand to his chest, the aristocrat introduced himself to the guest. Looking into each other's eyes, the interlocutors decided to get straight to the point. Frowning, Bamford reminded that according to continental laws, the use of poison that entails death is strictly prohibited. The nobleman listened with narrowed eyes to the question of why Dimitri used poison. Smiling, the count replied that these laws were merely recommendations. Placing his hand on the back of his head, the man added that this was not a truism. Standing in place, Fabius said that their enemies, who stormed foreign borders without warning, would not worry about some poison. Lowering his head, the commander turned to his interlocutor. Making an angry expression on his face, the old man advised him to be careful with his words. Presenting a torn map, the warrior of Kronos said that Dimitri had forgotten why the use of poisons was prohibited on the continent of salamanders. Green liquid poured onto the ground, and Bamford stated that in order to preserve their territories, each of the kingdoms used extremely different poisons. Looking at the huge mountain of corpses, the warrior said that in the end, this situation resulted in a huge catastrophe, because the population of 3 states decreased by 30%. The count clenched his fists, and said that he knew all of this. Looking at the commander, Fabius reminded him that after all of those events, it was the Kronos Empire that had swallowed up the shrinking states. Raising an eyebrow, the nobleman said that the empire had no right to condemn its opponents for using poison, since they themselves had used dark magic to achieve their goals. There were corpses on the floor, and the count said that poisons, in comparison, were child's play. The mystic extended his hand, after which Fabius added that dark magic could pose a serious danger to all of humanity. Smiling widely, the man heard the question of whether they had proof that Kronos had used dark magic. The fighters fought each other, and Fabius said that the Empire's dark magicians were secretly trying to invade Dimitri. Standing in place, Bamford said that this was a very bold statement. The Count bowed his head and said that if they wanted to cause mass deaths, they would spray poison in the center of the imperial capital. The nobleman frowned and suggested that they treat each other more calmly. since they all had their own plans. The old man looked ahead and listened to the words that there was no point in appealing to the conscience of both sides. The men stared at each other in silence. The general closed his eyes and wanted to tell why he had left the battlefield. Bamford looked askance and explained that he was confident in the strength of the Kronos army, so even without him, the Empire would rule the entire continent. Jong Hyuk looked back, and the soldier said that he was a very amazing person, since the steps he had taken had greatly surprised everyone. The little protagonist stood before the huge emperor, after which the commander added that in the face of Kronos, all the boy's attempts were pointless. Standing in place, the old man resigned himself to the fact that the boy would rage until the end of his demise. Turning around, the Duke was confident that he would outlive his enemy. Turning his head, the commander-in-chief said that he was looking forward to the next move. The boy was sitting under the water. Kevin raised his eyebrows. The man smiled creepily. Looking at the fighting people, the boy could not understand why he was fighting this opponent. The man clenched his fist. Blood gushed from the boy's mouth. The young man pulled his knees up. Kevin's face began to sweat. Suddenly, the boy saw something in front of him. Raising his head, the boy realized that it was his master. Opening his mouth, Jong Hyuk asked about what he had told him earlier. The young man made a surprised expression and replied that he had to live for his master. The boy opened his eyes. The butler, frowning, shouted that the patient had woken up. Putting his hand on his chest, Kevin asked him to tell him what had happened while he was unconscious. Sitting on the bed, the boy listened to the recent news. The boy's hand grabbed the sheet. Running away, the swordsman said that he was going to the front right now. The young man frowned. Holding the sword in his hands, Fernando advised his comrade to go back to bed and rest. Opening his mouth, the soldier said that he knew how his friend felt. However, even if he went there right now, he would definitely not be able to do anything. Sweating, Kevin explained that this was impossible. Looking ahead, the soldier said that his whole life belonged to his master. The boy jumped up. A moment later, the swordsman, bending down, said that he should be on the battlefield right now. The boy ran away. Opening his mouth, Fernando admitted that there was nothing to be done with this young man. Opening his mouth wide, the guard shouted that they were under attack by an enemy. Standing on the wall, the commanders discussed the fact that the poison did not allow them to waste time, but the opponents decided not to sort out the situation for now and just go on the attack. Frowning, Bandenberg explained that their enemy was Prince Pamford, who was famous for being an old warrior. Looking at the magician in a dark robe, the guys could not understand who he was. In the hands of the old man was some kind of staff, and someone said that perhaps he was a messenger. But another answered negatively and explained that if he was this person, he would have declared his lack of intention to participate in the conflict with a raised white flag. The man, looking down, ordered the ballista to be prepared, as he thought that this could be a magician. The warriors began to pull the arrow when the commander realized that if the enemy was a mage, then this weapon could interfere with his spells. The fighter's eyes opened wide. The old man, hiding his eyes under the hood, began to chant some spell. The warrior, with his mouth wide open, ordered to open fire. The arrow flew out of the ballista. It was heading straight for this man. The mage's eye glowed bright blue when he said that they were all dunces. The arrow suddenly stopped right in front of him. The man, with his mouth wide open, remembered that the 5-star rank is equal to the 6th circle, and the 6-star rank is equal to the 7th circle. Some blades appeared, and it was said that if the 12 swords of the continent are 6-star rank, then mages of the level of the Master of the Magic Tower are mostly 7th circle. A bright blue aura appeared around Schiefer, and it was said that everyone knew that this man existed, but no one had encountered him personally until this moment. A blue seal began to appear above him. Opening his mouth, the old man used the fury of the heavens. Lightning struck from the seal. It struck straight at this castle. Another seal appeared from which lightning also began to strike. The man, looking up, understood that the defensive formation created by the mages of the Phoenix Tower had been destroyed. Looking at the heavens, the commander knew that even a person far from magic could easily understand that at this rate they would not be able to hold out for long, and the defensive formation had been smashed to pieces. Turning around, the fighter shouted for the others to raise their defense to maximum power. The vessel in the hands of the mages began to glow brighter after the words that they needed to stall for time by any means necessary. A green seal appeared in front of their hands. Blood spurted from the mage's mouth, and the man realized that the magic of this gray-haired man was definitely higher than the 7th circle. Imagining the army and the ruler, the commander understood that even without this power, the Kronos Empire was already considered the strongest country on the continent. The green seal began to crumble. Lightning struck the castle again. The warriors began to move forward, shouting that the fortress wall had fallen, and that they needed to attack. The leader, looking down, shouted that the enemy was advancing and that they needed to defend themselves. The old man, arms crossed over his chest, ordered the soldiers to break through. A bright beam of fire struck from the sky. Someone's image was visible through the dust, and this person said that until life left him, they would not pass. The warrior, gritting his teeth, realized that this was the man once known as the First Sword of Cairo. The old man, his mouth wide open, shouted that his warriors should not give up, as the Western Front would not fall so easily. The warrior, his mouth wide open, shouted that there was only one here and they needed to simply kill him, as he realized that the Count had finally appeared on the battlefield. The swordsman's eyes glowed bright orange. Immediately after, the fighter swung his blade. The enemies immediately rushed to attack. They immediately flew into the air. Looking at them, Nicholas thought that it could be the Knights of Kronos. The three of them were flying at him. Chris, with his mouth wide open, shouted for him to dodge. The warrior immediately jumped up. The boy attacked these opponents. They immediately flew back. The old man's mouth opened, as he could not believe that the man known as the Light of Cairo was so strong. The young man, turning around, shouted a question about whether he was okay. A smile immediately appeared on the man's face. The swordsman, coming closer, said that they could fight together. The sky seemed overcast and someone thought that in order to carry out the protagonist's plan, at least 3 days were needed. The girl, looking down, remembered that they had decided that it was quite feasible. But now the fortress wall had fallen on the first day, and all calculations were meaningless. Looking at the commander, she screamed that they had no chance of winning and they should move on to the next plan. The captain, looking down, said that it had happened after all and they would have to abandon the fortress and go to the rear. The man, standing on the wall, ordered the soldiers to retreat. Imagining the explosion, the commander knew that this plan was a risky tactic, according to which they would retreat, abandoning all ammunition, and when the enemies penetrated the fortress, they would destroy them by detonating the installed bombs. Chris, looking back, realized that they had activated the next plan. Standing next to the swordsman, the guy said that they needed to help their comrades retreat. Someone was walking towards them. The fighter's eyes suddenly opened wider. His hair swayed in the wind when he asked about who the protagonist was. Because not only was he a 6-star himself, but he also raised a swordsman like Chris in the desert lands. Their mouths dropped open in surprise. The man, grinning, said that they should capture the swordsman alive and interrogate him, peeling off his flesh, layer by layer. A bright aura emanated from his body. Crick, his eyes wide open, understood that if Hannibal was here, then the Second Knightly Order of Kronos was also participating in the war, and if he entered into a duel with him, then he would meet with immediate death. Looking up, the warrior understood that he would probably not be able to surpass his master. His blade was already at the ready. The old man, walking forward, asked to give it to him. Turning around, the fighter also added that he was currently needed to win the upcoming war and noted that he would catch up with him after the battle with this enemy. Opening his mouth, Chris called out to his friend. Baring his teeth, the guy listened to the words that he must not forget today. The young man ran away. Looking back, the first swordsman of Cairo hoped that his comrade would take care of the future of his country. Smiling, Hannibal said that anyone would do for him. The warrior swung his sword. A moment later, a powerful blow flew through the air. A strong explosion scattered stones around. A pillar of flame destroyed the ground beneath it. Lowering his head, Nicholas expressed his joy at fighting such a high-ranking opponent. Licking his sword, the warrior of Kronos asked about his opponent's rank in Cairo. Taking the sword in both hands, the count declared that he was the strongest in the kingdom. Smiling, the scoundrel said that he had never heard of this warrior. The swordsman rushed forward. A moment later, Nicholas was delivering a series of blows. Baring his teeth, the count thought about how he had wanted to reach the 6th rank all his life. Swinging his weapon, the man understood that thanks to the battles with Dmitri, he had managed to overcome himself. Holding the blade close to his face, the first swordsman knew that he had crossed that insurmountable level that he had been waiting for. Opening his eyes, the warrior was glad that he had reached the 6th rank. Summoning a wave of fire, Nicholas used a skill called Colossal Strike. The count began to sweat. The tips of the enemy's blades met. Smiling, Hannibal was surprised that the first swordsman Cairo was so weak. In an instant, many blows cut the man's body. Blood gushed from the warrior's wounds. The fighter fell to the ground. Lying on the ground, the wounded man listened to the words that the enemy wanted to share something with him. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the knight said that although he ranks second by international standards, there are many people in Kronos who are stronger than him. Looking at the trusted opponent, the Kronos fighter said that if they did not have the strength to resist even him, it means that they could not count on any victory from the very beginning. Smiling, the swordsman added that their plan to blow up the fortress was too obvious. Nicholas began to sweat. Raising his sword behind his head, the scoundrel wished his enemy rest in peace. People were standing in front of the castle walls. Flora, her mouth open, screamed that they needed to start right now. A bright light illuminated the barrels. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion. The mage raised his staff above his head. Looking ahead, the girl could not believe that the explosion had stopped. The wall of fire was sealed in a magic circle. A moment later, the sphere began to shrink. After that, the object almost completely disappeared. Looking up, the commander was pleased that every step of these weaklings was predictable. Putting his hand to his chest, the commander-in-chief thanked the sorcerer for his help. Bamford, his mouth open, screamed that the enemy was now cornered, so they needed to take advantage of this chance and burn Cairo to the ground. The soldiers lined up in ranks. Covered in sweat, the old man felt strange because everything was going too smoothly. Looking ahead, the man couldn't understand why they were trying to stall for time if they were going to surrender the fortress anyway. Jong-hyuk stood with his back to the enemy, and the commander thought that the attempt to stall for time was connected with the fact that the young master still hadn't shown up. The protagonist stood in front of a cliff, looking at the camp in the eastern lands of Kronos. The assistant said that it was hot on the border. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that he would now take care of everything himself. The guy stepped off the ledge. A moment later, the young man was running down the stone wall. After that, the young man climbed up the vertical wall. Nelson raised his head up. The engineer looked at the rope. The assistant slowly climbed up the rope. The scientist began to sweat. Looking at the guards, the servant thought that they were standing there like dead people. Opening his mouth, Jong-hyuk called his friend to follow him. The invaders were descending the stairs. The guys passed by many corpses. Looking at the doorway, the protagonist assumed that what they were looking for was here. Looking away, the protagonist reminded that it was Nelson's turn. Closing his eyes, the guy accepted the order. The guys were approaching a device called the Kronos Warp Gate. Looking at the magic sign, the engineer noticed that there was a siren. Frowning, the swordsman asked his comrade to think only about the matter while he dealt with the enemies. Vantner frowned and asked if his leader was really going to seize the Kronos teleport gate. A member of the assembly called this decision too rash. From the table, the man stated that the difference between their forces was colossal, so they were at a disadvantage. Sitting in his chair, the protagonist said that he understood perfectly well what was bothering them, but his opinion on the matter differed. Jong-hyuk's eyes widened with wildness, and explained that even if blood was spilled, they had to flay the skin off Kronos with their own hands and make them tremble in fear. The nobleman pursed his lips tensely. The advisor raised his hand and said that it was not that they did not trust him, and asked if the enemy had not teleported from Dimitri without a teleporter. The mystic smirked and the boy agreed that they could not ignore that unknown teleporter. The youth frowned and suggested that his abilities were limited. The cultivator imagined a burning castle and explained that if the teleporter had no limitations, they would not have been stuck on the western front and would have immediately attacked Cairo and Dimitri. Vantner's mouth dropped open in surprise. The member of the assembly knitted his brows in confusion and thought that the fact that the enemy had waged war on the western front proved that they were limited in their actions. The wolf opened his mouth. This war the kingdom must show the empire that proclaimed itself the ruler of the continent that they are not their lapdogs. Someone lowered the corners of his lips and asked if he could speak. The master frowned and gave him permission to do so. Marquis Valentino smirked and asked if the young master could promise to create a new sword when the war was over. Sitting at the head of the table, the warrior asked what this meant. The protagonist frowned in displeasure when the man said that he could not wait for his collection. The nobleman clenched his fist and promised to gather all the strength of the family to fully support his brave plan if he created a new sword. His eyes sparkled. Even when the existence of an entire country was at stake, the nobleman did not lose his passion for collecting. The soldiers opened their mouths wide and rushed to attack. Jong-hyuk cut their bodies with his sword. Behind him, near the teleporter, sat a man. Nelson frowned and began to solder the gate. The magic stone caught fire. The man looked back and shouted that he had succeeded. The boy grinned and decided that he should not have expected anything else from the Marquis Valentino. There were dried traces of blood on the floor. The gate began to emit a bright light when the young man asked his comrade to activate it. The knight came out of the teleporter. An entire army followed him. The swordsman knelt down and greeted the young master. The cultivator smiled and noted that his friend had defeated his inner demons. Kevin put his hand to his chest and stated that he was able to do this thanks to his instructions. The master looked to the side and explained that they would turn the east of Kronos into a scorched desert, starting with Krotos. Standing in front of the army, the warrior asked them to punish all enemies. The nobleman took out his sword. The nobleman opened his mouth in anger and ordered the soldiers to carry out the order. The fighters clenched their fists. The east of Kronos was a strategically important object. It had not been an hour since it fell. Marquis Valentino looked happily at the weapon that he had finally managed to draw. Bamford raised his eyebrows in shock and asked if Krotos had really been destroyed. His hand trembled. The man realized that the lack of a teleport meant that the enemy had completely isolated them. The old man frowned menacingly and decided to call a meeting of the leaders. The commander-in-chief put his hand on the table and concluded that they would have to prepare for a protracted war. Hannibal yawned discontentedly. The captain explained that at this rate they would have no choice but to break through to the capital Cairo, sacrificing 300,000 soldiers. There were bars on the window. The villain assumed that reinforcements would arrive within a month, and realized that they would be able to ruin the enemy's plans only by holding out until that moment. The villain lowered his gaze and said that they needed to quickly find somewhere to move to. The boy raised his hand and asked why they didn't just wait here. The fortress wall was completely destroyed. There were food items on the shelves. Thanks to Schiefer stopping the explosion, the provisions of the escaped enemy remained untouched, and the soldiers checked for poison. Standing in the middle of the room, Bamford agreed with his subordinate. Frowning sternly, the man suggested holding out until reinforcements arrived, destroying the enemy and getting out of here, and thought about not knowing what plan his eldest son, Dimitri, had come up with. The old man grinned and decided that he would break it anyway. The sun was shining over the outpost of the eastern region of Kronos. Holding a letter in his hands, the scoundrel read the order to lock the gates if an enemy army appeared on the horizon and asked why they were ordered to guard the fortress and not go to the battlefield. Baron Jackman pursed his lips and wondered if the enemy really thought that an army of 30,000 could defeat Tesla. A silhouette appeared in the cloud of smoke. The aristocrat noticed that it was not a messenger, and that he did not have a white flag. The protagonist furiously knitted his eyebrows. The nobleman opened his mouth wide and ordered his subordinates to prepare for an attack and not let the enemy approach the fortress. There was an army behind Jung Hyuk. The knight was outraged that the enemy was proud of the defeat of Crotus. The archers pulled the bowstring. The villain wanted to crush the dreams of the eldest son Dmitri about victory over the empire of Kronos. His eyes flashed. The villain ordered to open fire. A hail of arrows fell on the guy. The young man lowered the corners of his lips and used an iron shield. The shells hit the protective barrier around him. Baron Jackman widened his eyes in horror and ordered the soldiers to stop him. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. The cultivator raised his sword above his head. The master threw a mad look ahead and said that there was no teleportation here, so they can do whatever they want. A powerful dark aura enveloped him. The man smiled widely and shouted that their fortress had several layers of defensive magic installed. Magic circles hung in the air in front of the walls. The warrior swung his shining sword. A wave of black energy crashed down on the fortress. The protagonist's eyes lit up. A huge amount of aura rushed high into the sky. The nobleman looked up in amazement. Jung Hyuk abruptly cut the air with his blade. The released energy destroyed the fortress wall. The nobleman opened his mouth in fear. In 2 counts, Tesla's defense turned into a grand failure. A satisfied smile appeared on the guy's face. A city appeared behind the destroyed wall. The knight fell to his knees in front of the young man and surrendered. To track one prisoner, an armed force several times greater than his number was needed. The swordsman grinned and thought that the enemy would not be able to kill him, since the existence of the prisoner at any moment could ensure a deal. The cultivator lowered his weapon in front of him. The master pressed the villain's head to the ground with his foot. The villain turned it on its side and asked what was going on. The warrior looked down at him and asked if this was the commander-in-chief of the Tesla fortress. Lying on the ground, Baron Jackman confirmed it, and asked why the enemy was treating him like this, since such behavior with prisoners harmed both sides. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and replied that he did not need anything from him. The man's eyes widened and asked what this meant. Jung Hyuk raised his sword in front of him. The servants came running at the noise. The aristocrat asked for mercy and shouted that his salvation would ensure the safety of the prisoners Dmitri. The guy looked ahead and concluded that his enemy was mistaken. The young man raised his sword to strike and declared that there was no mercy on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the heroes were sitting at the table. The nobleman explained that the young master had achieved impressive success in conquering Rascal and Crotus, and asked if they should send him reinforcements. Edwin clasped his hands and replied that they should not do so now, because his eldest son Dmitri was going to prove that he could stand against the Empire with only his own strength. Rondon closed his eyes and reminded that Bamford was not a weak opponent. The boy smiled and admitted that he felt real fear when he heard that the young master had managed to get the Crotus teleporter. The snake grabbed its kinsman by the tail. The reptiles curled up in front of the cultivator, who had managed to implement the strategy he had been working on all this time. The prince's hands trembled. He declared that the war on the southern front had become a crushing failure for Hector. Powerful blows rolled across the ground. None of the strategies worked. The knight experienced defeat for the first time in his life. The swordsman remembered how he had raised his hand in fear and explained that the only reason for the failure was the huge change in the face of the master. So without him, victory in this war would have been Hector's. The nobles bowed their heads. Edwin said that he was much more afraid of Kronos than the young master who was progressing and sweeping everything in his path. The prince frowned tensely and suggested that they trust him and wait. An ominous aura enveloped Kevin. The boy closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The energy spread to his opponent. Sven's eyes flashed with fire. The boy jumped off the ground. The opponents rushed towards each other. Their weapons hit each other and created a bright flash. The commoner tensely clenched his teeth, parrying the blows of his opponent. The youth grinned maliciously. He managed to decapitate the commoner. The Death Knight looked up and saw how the flesh was torn. The fighter put his hand to his chest and realized that again he could not do anything. The warrior's eyes widened and he wondered what he would do if an equally strong opponent appeared on his path. Standing in the middle of an empty field, Kevin realized that he could not lose and let his master down. The heroes followed the protagonist. In fact, they had not helped him even once during this entire time. The boy frowned furiously and decided that he did not want this to happen again. Jung Hyuk approached him from behind. The commoner looked back sadly. The boy sternly knitted his brows and said that he had something to tell him. The soldier knelt before him. The youth explained that the aura analysis showed that this world's method was completely wrong. His hand caught fire. The cultivator thought that pushing the destructive power to the limit by randomly releasing it was some kind of new method. The master introduced Barbos and Morales and concluded that he was wrong when he fought the strongest people on the continent. The blade was enveloped in an aura. The art of wielding a sword in Murim was not only determined by destructive power. People trained to keep their balance on the rocks. In this world, Everyone could find their own way of the sword, where softness was sometimes able to restrain power. A bright energy appeared in the hands of the man. In the real world there were strange methods of managing chi. The heroes stood with their backs to each other. Compared to the level of magic, the swordsman's methods could safely be called meager. The heavenly dragon drew his weapon. This made the warrior convinced that his fencing was the strongest on the continent. Standing in front of his comrade, the protagonist explained that in a life-or-death battle, the power of the aura does not guarantee victory. Kevin's eyes widened in surprise. Jung-hyuk said that he must clearly understand the true nature of the aura and achieve the strength corresponding to it in order to defeat even a 6-star swordsman. The boy furrowed his brows resolutely. The guy turned around and extended his hand to him. The cultivator narrowed his eyes and said that he wanted to teach his friend the technique of the heavenly demon sword. That day, not only they could not sleep, Chris stood at the border of the defensive camp of the Western Front. In his hands was a sword. The young man carefully looked at the blade. The deputy saw his reflection in it. In the memory, Count Nicholas, looking back, said that they were needed to win the coming war, and promised to catch up with his comrades when Hannibal was defeated. The wounded soldiers approached their comrade and reported that the commander had died. The knight sadly lowered his gaze and thought that he cowardly wanted to believe the words of the captain, but perhaps he understood everything even then. A powerful energy enveloped the enemy. The swordsman realized that he had surrendered in the face of great horror. The man smiled widely. Chris decided that everything could have been different if he had been strong enough to ensure him. Clenching his fist, the young man concluded that all the problems were in his weakness, and wondered what he should do to become stronger. The deputy introduced his friends and thought about how he wanted to receive instructions from the master himself, like they did. The protagonist extended his hand and said that he could find the answer himself. The knight frowned tensely and realized that even the young master believed in him. His weapon was enveloped in a blue aura. The swordsman cut the air with his blade several times and wondered what he should do now. Chris gritted his teeth, trying to figure out how to find the answer himself. The ghost of Jung-hyuk behind him asked him not to focus on the explosive power of the aura, because it would be enough to simply follow its essence. The young man looked around in amazement, but there was no one behind him. The deputy widened his eyes and concluded that the aura was not a raw explosive power. A flash of light flashed in the darkness. The aura is a force that permeates all things. The knight realized that it originally existed in his body. A huge amount of energy burst out from his stomach. The sword fell to the ground. A bright light illuminated the swordsman. His hair glowed. It became noticeably longer. Chris clenched his fists and closed his eyes. His body underwent a colossal change. The sun rose over the mountains. Fuki rubbed his eyes and asked what his friend was doing this morning. The guy noticed that his face was shiny. The deputy said that this was nonsense, and asked him to prepare for morning training. The soldier scratched his chin and thought that he had seen this somewhere before. The young man clenched his fist and thought that what he learned was not the master's martial art, or the secret technique of Captain Jonathan. The knight smiled and decided that this belonged only to him. There were barricades at the gate. The scoundrels were seated at the table, and a messenger reported that the eldest son, Dmitri, was on his way with his army. The man in armor opened his eyes wide and said that only a madman would risk attacking an army of 300,000 soldiers. Frowning, the commander asked him not to jump to conclusions and suggested that this attack was intended to confuse them. The man looked away and suggested that they guard their positions and not fall for this trick. Sitting at the head of the table, Bamford asked everyone to tone down the heated discussion. Frowning, the old man said that it did not matter what their opponent's goals were, and asked if it was not foolish to believe that a pathetic kingdom could win against an empire. An army stood behind the protagonist. The commander-in-chief explained that they would become the laughing stock of the entire continent if they did not knock him down a peg. The heroes looked at him carefully. The captain declared that from now on they would personally take care of the pacification of Dimitri's eldest son. The villain frowned angrily and decided that now only force would determine the winner of the war. Jong-hyuk smiled confidently. The troops gathered in the deserted area. The guy took a step forward. Raising his hand, the young man introduced himself and challenged the Kronos Empire to a refereeing duel. Hannibal grinned and wanted to be his opponent. Blocking his way with his hand, the villain objected and thought that there was clearly some catch in this offer to measure strength. The cultivator smiled broadly and offered to change the conditions if they were so afraid of his victory. Crossing his arms over his chest, the master said that he would not participate in the duel and offered to have a 2-on-2 fight. Bamford frowned angrily. The warriors said that they could forget about his offer if they were not satisfied with it. Standing at a distance, the man asked why he thought Kronos was the strongest empire on the continent. The old man extended his hand and explained that they had enough top-notch talent to cover an entire landmass, and agreed to have a duel. Chris and Kevin approached the young master, the protagonist declaring that they now represented Dimitri's side. The boys frowned sternly and thanked him for the chance. The commander-in-chief stood behind them. The captain opened his mouth wide and ordered Diego to take the soldier's life. The knight ranked 12th on the continent stepped forward. The warrior raised his sword and said that the loyalty of Dimitri's subordinates was admirable. The young man stopped in front of him. The scoundrel added that he did not know how long the duchy would remember his loyalty. The deputy, shrouded in a bright aura, asked if his opponent had decided to fight with his mouth. A smirk was visible on the man's face through his visor. Diego immediately jumped up. The knight delivered a slashing blow and offered to see how long his enemy could be so sarcastic. The swordsman easily blocked his attack. The warrior opened his eyes wide and thought about how this man was nicknamed the first talent Dimitri. The heroes entered the battle. The villain decided that people had misjudged him. The protagonist confidently frowned and concluded that there was no talent on the entire continent that would surpass his comrade. Chris delivered a strong stabbing blow. The blast waved through the opponents apart. The man's eyes widened in amazement. A fire ignited under the young man's foot. The deputy made a sharp dash forward and attacked the enemy. The knight turned around, blood spurted from the wound. Frowning, the swordsman wondered if it was too weak, and decided that he had not yet gotten the hang of it. A light aura enveloped the enraged warrior's armor. It spread across the battlefield. The fighter narrowed his eyes sternly and thought that the words and actions of the master had previously been inexplicable. The soldier rushed forward and realized something. The opponents approached each other and crossed swords. Suddenly Chris jumped to the side. A large distance appeared between the heroes. Frightened, the villain shuddered, assessed the speed of the enemy, and decided that his nickname Light Dimitri was not an empty phrase. The aura concentrated in the boy's stomach. He realized that he had to stretch it from dantian to the sword so that it could circulate. The deputy squeezed the hilt of the sword and wanted to show the enemy what insight was. The swordsman swung the blade and thought that this was his unique technique, which surpassed the flash of lightning. A thin but very sharp beam of light pierced the man. Blood immediately sprinkled his armor. A long trail appeared on the ground behind him. Diego asked how this was possible. At that moment, the knight fell dead. Bamford's mouth dropped open in shock. The fighter approached his opponent lying on the sand. The soldier raised his sword over him. There was a sound of impact. Chris narrowed his eyes and looked away. The enemy army stood in front of him. Hannibal smiled widely. The soldiers joyfully raised their hands and began to chant their comrade's name. The man's eyes widened in amazement, and he wondered how Diego, one of the 12 swords of the continent, could lose to a man with 4 stars. The old man frowned menacingly and suggested that logic did not work when it came to the sons of Dimitri. The commander-in-chief imagined the opponents looking at each other, and realized that he must save his main weapon if he ever had to fight the heir to the duchy. Blanco approached his leader when the latter called out to him. The scoundrel looked around menacingly, and explained that the next opponent was only a 3-star, and warned him in advance that his family would be destroyed if he lost. The ranker drew his weapon from its sheath and replied that he understood. Kevin approached him and drew his blades. The man looked at him and introduced himself. The boy remained silent. A powerful energy enveloped him. The knight raised his blade in front of him and decided that words were of no use to them. The swordsman, enveloped in a bright aura, realized that the life of his family depended on this victory and wanted to finish off the enemy with one blow. The scoundrel rushed forward. The commoner blocked his attack. A bright flash appeared from the impact of their swords. A cut was left on the soldier's cheek. The armored fighters watched the fight from the sidelines. Blanco continued to strike and asked how a man with 3 stars was able to parry his sword. The warrior swung his blade and opened himself for a blow. The man noticed this. A bright light burst from his helmet. The ranker delivered a powerful blow. The blade of the sword approached his neck. The knight threw his head back and dodged the attack. The swordsman jumped back and landed on one knee. Kevin grinned maliciously and thought that the enemy probably knew that this blow could cut his throat. The boy licked his lips and wondered if this man really had multiple lives. The scoundrel raised his head and mentally called him a demon. The commoner looked at him from under his brows and said that he did not want to fight him, but the owner of 6 stars. Blanco flinched and asked what this meant. The soldier got into a fighting stance and offered him to try to parry at least one blow. The fighter raised his sword above his head and used the technique of the heavenly demon. An ominous energy enveloped the man, who did not understand at all what was happening. Kevin released powerful streams of energy in different directions. The ranker's eyes flashed with cross stripes. A bright flash illuminated the protagonist. Since the boy's body was made of the demonic mastery of the phantom soul, it was only able to withstand the initial stage of the technique. Jung-hyuk looked back and declared that this would be more than enough for now. A crushing blow knocked the knight down. After the attack, nothing was left of him except a pool of blood on the ground. The commoner gritted his teeth and thought that this was his master's technique. The swordsman wiped his chin with his hand and declared that he wanted to fight a man who had 6 stars. Bamford looked at the enemy from the side. Gritting his teeth, the man wondered what kind of eerie energy this was and called it witchcraft. The soldier frowned tensely. The old man asked how he could tarnish the sacred duel and declared that he would not recognize this victory. The commander-in-chief clenched his fist and ordered his subordinates to bring the barbarians of the tiny state who do not know the honor of war to their knees. The empire's fighters rushed into battle. Kevin said that it was very mean. The boy put his hand on his shoulder and praised him. The young man stepped forward and said that it was his turn. The boy looked back in surprise. The commoner looked after his master and wondered what he was planning. The cultivator looked forward with confidence. 10 years after the death of the heavenly demon, the heroes were sailing in a boat. The young warrior wanted to know the truth. Holding an oar in his hands, the fighter said that when he got to the central plane of Murim, the entire celestial kingdom was already at the feet of the demonic sect. The master was enveloped in purple energy. The boy asked if everything they said about him was true. The fisherman looked away and confirmed it. That day, the protagonist dealt with the Shaolin Arhats, so the others resigned themselves to the thought that they would not see victory. Jong Hyuk frowned menacingly. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the heavenly demon had achieved all this alone. The young warrior looked forward and explained that this man was the only one in the history of the demon sect to have reached the heavenly stage. The fighter introduced the divine being and asked if the boy's skill was the strongest martial art in the world. His teacher smiled and replied that no one knew for sure. The fish swirled around the hook. The boy asked what it meant. The great master raised his hand over the youth. He managed to gain insight and reach the heavenly stage, but even dominating all of Murim, he was still stomping on the earthly stage. The cultivator meditated on the stone. The human stage was the most basic. It formed the foundation of divine skill, developed feelings and allowed one to accept nature. The protagonist closed his eyes. The earth stage went beyond simple body training and meant complete fusion with nature. The man raised his sword. The heaven stage was a stage that allowed one to surpass other stages. The young warrior opened his eyes wide. The man caught a fish and said that the heavenly demon was beyond explanation. Jong Hyuk's eyes flashed with fire and concluded that he had finally risen to the earth stage. The boy took a step forward and thought that he had not tried this for a long time. Chris and Kevin opened their mouths in surprise. Cracks appeared under the young man's feet. It was said on the central plane that if there were 9 sword styles representing the strongest heavenly demon, then there were also 9 auxiliary steps. The enemy soldiers began to fall into the ground. The cultivator stood in the center of the battlefield. Hannibal gritted his teeth and wondered what kind of pressure was that could tear even the air. The master swung his sword. The warrior cut the air in front of him. A powerful blast waved through the fighters into the air. The man opened his mouth in fear and screamed. The knight jumped off the ground and realized that he had to kill the enemy as soon as possible. The swordsman got close to him. The protagonist kicked the ground. Bright energy concentrated in his hand. The villain frowned tensely. A black wave washed over him. Water surrounded him from all sides. A powerful explosion of energy was heard. Bamford covered his face with his hand. A giant hole appeared in the center of the battlefield. There were traces of blood on the ground. Hannibal was lying nearby, breathing heavily. The man opened his mouth wide and realized that he had lost his leg. The knight grabbed his knee and screamed. Jung Hyuk looked down and asked him to shut up. The swordsman rolled over and thought that he could not lose so easily. The guy lowered his weapon and said that he knew about his sadistic tendencies and constant torture of captured people. The blade of the sword shone. The young man declared that what happened on the battlefield did not concern him, and promised to give his enemy torture many times worse. The cultivator swung the blade and declared that this was his method of survival. The villain begged for mercy, but the master chopped off another leg and arm. Hannibal raised his head and asked for help. Squinting, the warrior said that he was not finished yet and asked him not to move. The protagonist grabbed the enemy by the hair. Jong Hyuk turned his head and pulled out his tooth. The old man opened his mouth in rage and asked him to stop. Standing on the other side of the pit, the commander-in-chief shouted that this was too cruel, and declared that his enemy had irrevocably crossed the line with his actions. The captain tensely clenched his teeth. The boy replied that this was all nonsense. Bloody armor lay on the ground. The young man's eyes flashed and explained that they should be prepared for this if they were going to fight him. The true heavenly demon had come back to life. He was enveloped in dark energy. The soldiers shuddered tensely. At the same time, a bright lightning struck them. A dark silhouette was visible in the flash. The soldiers parted when they saw Schiffer. The man raised his head and looked sternly ahead. Lightning flashed around the cultivator. But he still stood up. The old man realized that the first sword of the continent was in front of him. The magician bowed his head and said that he was interested in him because he was curious about who dared to oppose the empire. Raising his hand, the sorcerer explained that ordinary soldiers cannot be used to fight a monster like him, and declared that he was also a monster. A cloud of energy appeared in his hand. The 8th circle is a level whose existence in reality is questionable. The villain, shrouded in a blue aura, recognized his opponent and decided to fight him with all his might. The villain opened his eyes wide and challenged him to try to hold out. Darkness fell on the battlefield. From it, the hands of fallen fighters appeared. The living dead rose to their feet. The warrior frowned and realized that this was forbidden black magic. Hannibal, lying on the ground, trembled and coughed. The protagonist immediately cut off his head. Jung Hyuk frowned sternly and declared that this was quite an interesting trick. Thunderclouds thickened in the sky. Schiffer opened his eyes wide and wished death on his opponent. Another lightning fell from the sky. A black haze enveloped the sword. The guy got into a fighting stance and used the first style of the final stage. The young man swung the blade. His attack cut the lightning in half. The man looked at the sky in shock and wondered how this was possible. The cultivator made a dash towards him. The old man raised his hand and ordered his subordinates to stop him. The monsters rushed to attack. Darkness surrounded the master from all sides. The warrior pushed off the ground and used the dominant step of the heavenly demon. With a few blows, the protagonist dealt with the living dead. Jonghyuk opened his eyes wide. A giant demonic hand appeared in front of him. It slammed its palm onto the ground with force. The guy was able to stay on his feet even after such a blow. A sharp swing of the sword cut the hand in half. The magician's eyes widened in horror and thought that for the first time in hundreds of years, an alarm signal about a possible death sounded in his head. The sorcerer gritted his teeth and realized that he was going to use this in another fight. Summoning a clot of energy in his hand, the villain decided to use it now and asked the enemy to be grateful that he was able to see this technique. The young man frowned tensely. A giant black dome appeared around the heroes. Dark magic swirled around him. At that moment, the dome disappeared along with the opponents. Kevin frowned in fear and called out to the young master. A giant crater appeared on the battlefield, as if from an explosion. Bamford raised his hand and froze in amazement. The man gritted his teeth and decided to take advantage of the chance while his eldest son, Dmitri, was not here. The old man stretched out his hand and ordered the soldiers to attack. The fighters rushed into battle. Standing in the middle of the field, the knights wondered what they would do without their master and whether they would be able to withstand Kronos. Chris looked around and concluded that without a leader, a feeling of defeat arose within them. The young man frowned furiously and realized that he had to replace him. The deputy stepped in front of his comrades and called out to them. The swordsman clenched his fist and asked the others to trust him. The enemy army was approaching. The soldier made a dash towards them. The fighter drew his sword from its sheath. The ground shook under the feet of the enemies. The knight cut the air in front of him with his blade. Several blows wounded the opponents. The heroes stood still. Chris ordered them to follow him. The troops rushed towards each other. The commander-in-chief clenched his teeth in anger and wondered what was wrong with them. The villain raised his hand in order to release the power of the mages and use all available methods and means. Suddenly, the people froze when a bright light illuminated them. A girl descended from the sky and ordered them to stop. A golden glow surrounded the girl and she said that she warned them. The knights clasped their fingers on the handles of their weapons while the rivals said that ultimately, for the sake of conquering the continent, they touched the forbidden darkness. Waving her fingers in the air, the lady said that in the name of the Lord she would punish evil. Light rays flew along the trajectory of the sphere around her, and it turned out to be a blessing. The guy dropped his jaw in bewilderment. Chris looked at his palm and noticed that his wounds were healing, and he didn't understand if it was divine power doing it. Mounting a magical horse, the Queen of the Moon ordered the warriors to follow her. The knights in armor rushed after the leader. A bright yellow trail on the ground remained behind the heroes. Bamford, his mouth wide open, did not believe that they could be here, because at this rate they would all end. Waving his hand to the side, the old man ordered his army to retreat. The Duke, his pupils bulging in fear, shouted that they would return to the fortress and wait there with all their troops. Suddenly, an arrow pierced his iron breastplate. At the same second, it seemed as if the girl let go of her hand from the bowstring. The fighters stood at the top of the defensive fortress. Frowning furiously, the commander-in-chief Kronos began to worry about their defensive camp. Bamford clenched his teeth and shouted that it was a curse. The old man fell to the ground and said that he had lost. The mage raised his hands and called for a rain of fire. Flashes of flame could be seen on the ground. Energy streams flew around Isabel, and it was said that the army of Kronos, surrounded by the Phoenix mages who occupied the fortress in front and the Dmitri family alliance in the rear, was slowly thinning out. Chris, tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, shouted that the advantage was on their side, so they needed to punish the remaining enemies. Leaning her hands on the fence of the fortress wall, the archer reported that the enemy commander-in-chief was dead, so they could attack the enemies who had been pushed back. Clouds of smoke hung over the defeated warriors on the battlefield, and it turned out that the war in which everyone was confident of the victory of Kronos turned into a resounding defeat for the Empire. The knights raised their hands and cheered, shouting that they had won, and Chris thanked the army of the Queen of the Moon for their help. The deputy commander of the warriors lowered his eyebrows and asked who she was. Opening his mouth, the girl began to speak. Standing opposite her interlocutor, Isabel said that behind the endless mountain ranges there was the only country of people in Arcadia. Closing her eyes, the lady said that she was the Queen of the Moon. Bright eyes were visible in the shadows, and it was said that this was a subspace that was teeming with dark and evil energy. The monsters stood in a row with each other, and someone was heard saying that everything was subject to his will, and the shadows of death were incomparably stronger than some earthly undead, but he did not understand why he always lost. With his pupils bulging in alarm, Schiffer began to scream loudly. Streams of black magic hit the ground. The boy grinned and remarked that it was curious. Putting his palm to his chest, the eighth circle mage was indignant at the source of his aura. Suddenly, the hero took a dominant step of the heavenly demon forward. After completing the seventh step, a bright light appeared on the ground under Junghyuk, and he declared that this was the end, and then added that in the entire Murim of the middle plane, no one could reflect this blow. At the same moment, the protagonist's pupils noticeably narrowed, and he suggested that he try to stop him if he could. A powerful energy pillar rose above the ground, and it turned out to be the heavenly demon sword technique, namely the second style of the final stage. Inside the huge crater after the blow, a silhouette of a man was visible. Shifer, covered in earth, screamed in pain and thought that this was not even a divine power, so he did not believe that he had lost. The old man looked away when Jung-hyuk asked him not to die yet. Clenching his fist tightly, the protagonist said that he still had to find out why the Empire hid a power that could take over the entire continent. Suddenly, a magical glow surrounded his hand. Bright eyes were visible behind the unusual bowl, and it was said that this was the secret art of the illusion demon that kept all of Nirim in fear. The souls opened their mouths wide, and it turned out that once it penetrated someone's thoughts, it confused their consciousness and could turn a person into a cripple, so it could be said that it was a sharp sword that even Jung-hyuk had a hard time withstanding. Grasping the magic stone with his fingers, the protagonist thought that he had 3 seconds to dig up information during this time. The ominous red eyes seemed blurry. At the same second, Sven began to fall down. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Mystic's face. A sharp sword was seen moving from top to bottom. The nobleman was surprised by what he saw. His lips pressed together in confusion. The fragments of the stone silhouette were flying to the ground. The swordsman of Aura was walking along the cliff. The corners of his lips were lowered, and the protagonist wondered if this was where the endless mountain ranges began. The red cloak of the Baron's son was fluttering in the wind, and he thought about how the black subspace magic had dissipated with the death of the sheriff, but he did not understand why he was here. The silhouette of the successor of the Dmitri family was hidden behind the mountain, while he decided that he needed to return home first. Hans raised his hand and asked if the young master should be on the battlefield. Approaching a small pedestal with a magic stone, the young man replied that it happened that way, and that tomorrow he would leave for Cairo. Jung-hyuk lowered the corners of his lips and realized that he needed to check something before that, and it turned out that when he learned of Isabel's existence and victory through magical communication, he promised to meet her in Cairo. The protagonist saw the entrance door to the library of the Dmitri family. The guy began to take out the book with one finger. Suddenly, the aristocrat opened the pages of the teaching. Looking at the textbook, the swordsman of Aura realized what he had found. The silhouette of a man in armor appeared, and it was said that Maximilian was a wandering swordsman who had alarmed the entire Salamander continent. The knight's coffin was strewn with white flowers, and it turned out that he had managed to attract the attention of Emperor Kronos and rise to the title of Count, after which he devoted his entire life to this empire and met a peaceful death at the end of history. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist thought about the fact that Sven was the name of the shadow that attacked the lands of the Dmitri family. The guy in the cloak turned his head back slightly, and the book said that Mystic's identity was questionable, because he managed to develop magic that controlled space, raising a new wave of noise on the continent, but at some point disappeared without a trace. The old man looked to the side, and it turned out that this was the genius magician of antiquity Ellington, and even the eldest son in the family, and he was mentioned by several names, such as Sherney, Scherf, Schiefer, and so on. Lowering his chin, Jung-hyuk decided that this was not all, because he needed to check another name that popped into the sheriff's memory. The book was sealed with a gold chain, and it spoke of Alexander the Great, who was the creator of the aura. The moon was shining brightly in the sky above the elegant castle. Suddenly, the man's pupils noticeably narrowed in fear. Emperor Kronos jumped out of bed in bewilderment, and began to exhale heavily. Opening his mouth, he asked if there was anyone here. The guards were standing near the doors to the room, from behind which a cry was heard that the king was asking if there was anyone here. At the same second, the ruler grabbed his head with his hand. It seemed like someone was quickly walking along the corridor of the palace. Moving his hands back and forth, the guy thought about the fact that 300,000 elite soldiers of the Duke of Bamford suffered a major defeat at the hands of the successor of the Dmitri family. So he imagined how angry the emperor would be. Gritting his teeth tightly, the assistant mentally said that the commander-in-chief Kronos was a damned man, because he was so confident in victory. And everything ended terribly. An empty throne was visible on a high pedestal. A moment later, the door to the room opened slightly, and the servants greeted His Majesty the Emperor. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man moved forward. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Sitting on the throne, the ruler admitted that he was aware of the responsibility for the war, which had begun for no good reason. Frowning menacingly, the king declared that he was therefore declaring a temporary truce. His mouth wide open, the subordinate was indignant at this. Raising his palm, the assistant shouted that even if they had failed in the battle with the heir to the family line, Dmitri, part of the troops were already heading to Umberto and Odelia to implement the plan. No one understood what kind of truce, and the emperor lowered the corners of his mouth and began to speak. Looking down, the man asked if his servant was ready to go against the order. Suddenly, the boy's pupils noticeably diminished in alarm. Putting his palm to his chest, the subordinate replied that this was absolutely not true, after which he added that he would follow the will of His Majesty and declare a temporary truce. The servants bowed to the leader at the same time, and it was said that due to the decree of the Emperor Kronos, the plot took an unexpected turn. At the same time, the news of the victory on the Western Front brought a festive atmosphere to the capital of Cairo, and the citizens joyfully rejoiced, raising their hands to the sky. Lowering his chin, Jung-hyuk introduced himself as a member of the Duchy of the Dmitri family line. Isabel looked at the interlocutor, and said that she was the ruler of the kingdom of the moon. Suddenly, the heroes sat down at the dinner table. Frowning, the protagonist noted that the historical figures who appeared on the pages of ancient books, namely Sven, Mystic, Schiffer and Alexander, were people who should not exist in the present, but they themselves openly walked around Kronos. The girl closed her lips in confusion, until the aristocrat said that he would ask her directly about what this empire was hiding. The ruler closed her eyes and explained that in order to understand the truth, he needed to know about the moon's prophecy from God. It seemed like a wind was blowing through the wide open doors, and the lady explained that long ago in the distant past, the doors of the world opened and icy energy enveloped the lands in cold, and the disaster that walked the world lasted for an eternity. A huge tree towered towards the sky, and Isabel noticed that in fact, the Arcadia world tree froze shortly after God's prophecy. Lowering his brow, the Aura swordsman wondered if this was the same world tree that the brown stones spoke of. Lowering her head, the girl explained that the disaster was not the cold or death at all, but the true meaning was that a man fell through the open doors of the world onto the Salamander continent. A bright flash of light was seen from the open doors, and the protagonist thought about the man who had fallen to the continent. Streams of magic emanated from the boy's body, and the Queen of the Moon said that this man, who had a greedy nature and ambition, accepted the power of darkness and absorbed the empire of Kronos. Sitting on a chair, the lady noted that their ancestors had been holding back the disaster for generations, acting as guardians, but now they had reached their limit. Lowering his chin, the Baron's son asked who this person was. Opening his mouth, the ruler answered that it was Alexander, who became the emperor of Kronos and created the Aura. Jong Hyuk's eyes widened in alarm, realizing that with his birth, the swordsmen of the Aura were born and the knights gained power. The old man extended his hand forward, and Isabel explained that this king was a soul from another dimension that had inhabited this body, and that he was a creature that came from another world and knew how to control the Aura. A small boy stood near the window, and the Moon Queen noted that there were manuscripts that when he first revealed himself to the world, he called himself by a name that was difficult to pronounce. The child's eyes were shining brightly, and it turned out that he was Master Murim, who had come from the Middle Plane. One day, the man was collecting herbs on Mount Shawandishan. A bright flash appeared in the distance, and it turned out that then a dark cloud had covered the sky and began to suck something in, as if echoing the wrath of God. The basket fell from the boy's hands, which surprised him greatly. Suddenly, the boy flew high into the air, and it was said that Alexander, fascinated by this sight, was also sucked into the sky, and the fact that a simple layman was chosen was pure chance. The maid's eyes widened in fear and asked if everything was all right with the young master. The boy was sitting on the floor, and asking what his name was. At that very moment, the child raised his eyebrows in surprise. A view of a table filled with exquisite dishes opened up, and it turned out that the eyes of a poor man who struggled with hunger every day, along with the noble status of a prince, appeared to the luxurious life in a new world. Eating meat with his hand, Alexander thought that he was very happy and wanted it to last forever, and it was said that time passed, and in this happiness there was a split. The silhouettes of three guys appeared, and it became clear that at that time the young master was a bastard and was aware that he could be expelled with the arrival of a new emperor. Clutching his head with his hands, the young man did not understand what such a simple and illiterate poor man could do, because there must be some way. People were standing near a high staircase, and a man was shouting that he needed to make thousands of bows to the heavenly demon. Alexander's pupils bulged, realizing that there was a way. Behind him, the silhouette of a mentor was visible, and he thought that there was magic on the continent, but no martial arts. The heavenly dragon spread his fingers wide, and the guy exclaimed in his mind that if only he could use martial arts, he would become the next emperor. The boy wrote various symbols on the walls, and it was said that from then on, he locked himself in the room every day, trying his best to pull out the memories of his past life. The man raised his finger and said that martial arts were easy, and then added about internal energy. Alexander's pupils bulged in alarm, when suddenly the words of a passing third-rank master surfaced in his memory. The boy lowered his head, thinking that anyone would take his talk for nonsense, but in order to survive, he had to cling to the memories. A bloody hand lay on the ground, and it turned out that after countless defeats, he began capturing slaves to experiment on the body. Long metal chains hung from the ceiling of the room. A bright flash of light appeared between the hands of the future emperor, and it was said that when a mountain of corpses of dead slaves gathered, he witnessed the accumulation of mana in the Dantian and the formation of aura energy. At that very second, a young man in knightly armor was visible, and thus began his legend. The silhouettes of the guards were surrounded by magical energy, and it turned out that the knights, who had always been cannon fodder to protect the mages, had regained their dream of holding a sword in their hands thanks to the aura. Alexander knelt before the emperor, and it became clear that he, who had once been relegated to the bottom of the list of heirs, had suddenly gained power and firmly strengthened his position. The blade of the golden sword shone brightly, and Alexander thought that the aura he had discovered was nothing more than the result of superficial knowledge of martial arts, and the higher the level, the more obvious this shortcoming. The stone table in the shape of a human body was stained with blood, and it was said that the ruler's desperate unwillingness to lose power was growing stronger and turned into obsession and madness, and ultimately a new future unfolded before him. A dark creature hung over the old man's head, telling him to follow it, after which it would be able to gain power. The red eyes of the demonic entity glowed brightly. With bulging pupils, the emperor heard the whisper of the devil. Suddenly, the sword fell from his hand to the floor. The old man thoughtlessly walked forward, and it turned out that Alexander had thrown down the sword that day and accepted the mana of darkness. And this is the real truth about the aura, which was the truth for everyone. The mystic knelt on the ground when he was asked if Emperor Kronos had declared a temporary truce. Closing his eyes, the boy answered that most likely the death of Schiffer had broken the connection, after which he added that because of this, they temporarily lost control of the body. Yellow hair covered the face of Alexander, who said that he was a persistent little boy. Sitting on the throne, the man explained that for generations they had controlled the emperors of Kronos, and then added that the current ruler did not want to part with his mind under any circumstances. Looking up, the member of the empire turned to the master and inquired about how to get rid of the heir of the Dmitri family. The Aura Paladin placed his fingers on his chin and thought about the Baron's eldest son. The man placed his finger between his eyes and mentally said that his strength was unpredictable. Jong Hyuk stood in front of the old man, and Alexander noted that she also reminded him of his martial arts, in which case there was a high probability that he had also crossed the dimension. Squinting his eyes, the aura creator realized that, unlike him, he was a true martial artist. People could be seen rejoicing at the sight of the protagonist who had saddled his horse, and Emperor Kronos realized that if he were in his place, he might not have accepted the power of darkness, and would have been able to shake the entire continent. Closing his eyes, the boy decided that he wanted to see his strength with his own eyes. Sitting on his knee, Mystic called out to his master, and then added that he had no need to hurry. While the subordinate kept his hand on his robe, the ruler said that he acknowledged that his existence was a threat, but he was still an aura swordsman who had a limit, and then thought about not telling him all the details. Alexander frowned angrily and asked if his servant thought that this man was his equal. The member of the kingdom opened his mouth wide and shouted that this was absolutely not the case, because in front of him sat an immortal mage who had already reached the level of a god, so he could not even imagine his defeat. Putting his hands on the chair, the boy explained that the emperor's order was not easy to change, so for now, everything could go on as usual. As he descended the stairs, the king remarked that in the distant future, they would once again have a war with that damned Isabel. The silhouette of the Aura Paladin was surrounded by magical currents, and he stated that in that case, she would no longer be able to interfere with the great plan of the Kronos Empire. Hearing the gist of the Grand Millennium Plan, Mystic began to smile widely. Sitting across from him, the Moon Queen explained that the reason she had revealed the truth to him was because he had defeated Schiffer without the power of a god. Opening her mouth, she asked to borrow his power, then added that it was for the sake of saving the Salamander continent. Frowning angrily, the protagonist replied that he did not want it. Lowering her chin, the ruler asked if he would turn his back on humanity. Sitting on a chair, Jung-hyuk noted that this was another matter, then added that he would go all the way and bring about the death of the enemy of the Dmitri family, namely the Kronos Empire. Closing his eyes, the protagonist objected that he was not someone who was willing to sacrifice himself for the continent. With her eyebrows lowered, Isabel stated that they had the same goal, and then asked if that meant he had no reason to refuse. The nobleman said that they did not have the same goal, when suddenly the girl clenched her fist tightly and wondered if her interlocutor was a warrior from a divine revelation. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist explained that he wanted to crush Kronos for personal reasons. Sitting opposite the Queen of the Moon, the Baron's son asked if she could renounce them and cut off Alexander's head if Kronos threatened her with the lives of many people. It seemed like the successor of the family, Dmitri, was holding the head of his opponent in his hands, and at the same time, he said that this was the difference, because he personally would not hesitate for a moment if such an opportunity arose. Holding out his palm, Jung-hyuk explained that this did not mean that he wanted to make an enemy of the Luna Kingdom, and then added that even without an alliance, he would destroy Kronos. Isabel looked ahead while the protagonist said that this was the only promise he could make to her as a selfless protector of Salamander. The girl narrowed her eyes, not understanding what was going on in his head. Walking down the corridor, the guy asked about the situation, and it turned out that the decree on a temporary truce had changed the situation. The informant opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that everything was going according to plan, because the soldiers had teleported to the capitals of the Umberto and Odelia kingdoms, and then added that the Odelia kingdom was currently holding the fortress defense, but they had almost defeated its army. The advisor noted that the longest time was a couple of days, because soon both kingdoms would announce their capitulation, to which the young man slightly bowed his head and declared that it was too late to back down. The knights were approaching the castle, and it was said that attacking the Dmitri family line with the 300,000 army of Duke Bamford, deceiving the kingdoms of Umberto and Odelia under the pretext of an alliance, was an ideal plan, and it was assumed that the capture would take place without losses. The emperor frowned angrily, and the subordinates thought that they had half achieved success, but the emperor's decree tied their hands and feet. Looking at the marquis's back, the informant clarified what they should do, to which he replied that first of all they needed to continue following the plan. The member of the empire frowned and noted that they would crush Umberto and Odelia, and use them as hostages to extract favorable conditions during negotiations with the Dimitri family for a temporary truce. The advisor muttered about the emperor's decree, when suddenly the back of a young man appeared, who said that he himself wanted to report to His Majesty that they needed to remain silent. The subordinate, his eyes wide with alarm, ordered the young man to tell the commander-in-chief that they needed to seize complete control over Umberto and Odelia in 3 days. In the capital of Odelia, houses were engulfed in powerful flames. The knight, his mouth wide open, shouted that 2 battalions of the royal army had been destroyed. The swordsmen fought with each other, until their commander exclaimed that the teleport gate was also in enemy hands, so they had no way to block the path of the arriving Chronos soldiers. The king pressed his palms to his ears and thought that it was all over, while his servants shouted that the royal guard had fallen at the hands of the knightly order, and even the escape route was blocked, so they could not escape. It seemed like the knights were piling on each other, and the ruler remembered that when he planned the future with Chronos, he believed that although it was a cowardly, it was the right choice for the future of the kingdom, but the reality that unfolded before his eyes was absolutely hopeless. Doors framed with golden patterns appeared, and they began to knock loudly. The emperor waved his hand and shouted that the fortress gates must not be opened under any circumstances. The magic crystal in front of the servant's face began to glow brightly. Putting his palms forward, the guy exclaimed that the successor of the family line, Dimitri, had won the battle with the Chronos Empire alone. The man's jaw dropped in confusion. He was surprised by this, and then wondered where everything went wrong, and if it was his problem that he couldn't see the potential of this man. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, the ruler realized that he should concentrate. It seemed like representatives of 2 empires were standing in front of each other, and the duke thought about the Dimitri family opposing Chronos, and if he had not yet abandoned the alliance of the kingdoms with Odelia, then this could be an opportunity. On the contrary. Sitting on the throne, the emperor ordered to immediately contact the successor of the Dimitri family. The silhouette of Jonghyuk appeared on the hologram, when suddenly the members of the Odelia kingdom shouted that he had contacted. Running forward, the man exclaimed that the Chronos Empire had attacked them, so there was no time, and then began to beg for help. With the corners of his mouth lowered, the protagonist asked why his family should help them. At that moment, the ruler clenched his teeth. In the beams of teleportation, the silhouette of an aristocrat was visible, who noted that the Chronos Empire had attacked the capital of Odelia directly, after which he clarified whether this meant that they had given them access to the teleport. With his mouth wide open, the ruler shouted that they had made a mistake, but if Odelia and Umberto fell under the rule of the empire, then a split would occur in the alliance of kingdoms, and then asked whether the baron's son wanted this. Lowering his chin, the protagonist said that his interlocutor was mistaken in some things, because he had stepped on the road of no return. The successor of the family line, Dimitri, said that all 4 kingdoms, except for him, had fallen under his protection, to which the king of Odelia anxiously spread his arms out to the sides, and wondered if it could be Hector, Redford, Frank, and Umberto. A moment later, Jonghyuk looked down and explained that there was no room for another one in the new alliance of kingdoms. The man looked at his interlocutor, and asked why he had come here. Lucas smirked and replied that since he had been asked directly, he would not beat around the bush. Writing on a piece of paper appeared, and the boy explained that his young master had obtained a document called the List of First-Rank Elimination Names in the process of destroying an organization of hired killers. The Marquis frowned angrily and asked if his name was on the list. Sitting on the sofa, the Hao clan member answered negatively. Suddenly, the young man looked to the side. There was a man standing behind the military representative Umberto. A memory of a knightly battle appeared, and it turned out that Drake's eldest son Calderon was a swordsman genius who awakened a 3-star aura after turning 30. The heroes stood with their backs to each other, and it was said that the father and son Drake were exemplary figures, on whose shoulders lay the responsibility for the future of Umberto. Suddenly, the man slammed his fist on the table and shouted that they were the remaining creatures who were targeting the eldest son of the Drake family. Extending his palm forward, Lucas said that after killing his son, they planned to blame it on the traitors of the Umberto kingdom. A large manor was seen burning in flames, and the guy noted that as soon as internal strife began in their empire, they would lose their last strength to resist the external enemy. A member of the Hao clan said that he came on orders to warn them, to which the Marquis lowered his head and clarified if that was all. Frowning in anger, the man noted that he could already thank him for that alone, after which he added that it was unlikely that he came to him personally just for this. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on Lucas's face as he suddenly announced that he would now tell them how things would develop from here on out. Jonghyuk could be seen standing in front of the world's door, and the boy said that his master would finish his journey to Redford and go to Valhalla, and after that, there was a very high probability that the war with the Chronos Empire would become a reality. A golden scale could be seen behind Marquis Drake's head, while the Hao clan member noted that in that case, the Umberto kingdom would have to make a decision. Smiling, the young man explained that if they continued to avoid battles, they would forever lose the chance to change the boundaries of the continent's holdings. The man lowered his chin and asked if the guest wanted to say that they would face Chronos head-on. The protagonist's silhouette appeared behind Lucas, and he declared that the successor of the family line, Dmitri, would not retreat. The king dropped his hands in confusion when he was told that there was no place for Odelia in the new alliance of kingdoms. Sweat was pouring down the man's face and he remained silent. The emperor opened his mouth wide and ordered his servant to connect him with Umberto immediately. The silhouette of a man in armor appeared on the hologram. Suddenly, a drop of blood fell to the floor. The king of Odelia was surprised when he saw Calderon. The man's pupils bulged, not knowing what to make of this. The wounded baron lay on the ground, and the ruler wondered if the eldest son of the Drake family had killed the king. With an evil grin, the boy said that judging by the expression on his face, the Kronos Empire had betrayed them. The hologram rose above the emperor, and the heir of the Drake family noted that this was why it was not worth doing. Calderon lowered the corners of his mouth, and said that King Umberto had fallen for Kronos' sweet words and opened the teleport gate. The knight army's armor was shining brightly, and the young man said that the Drake had received information from the Dmitri family, and knew in advance about the sudden attack of Kronos. The eldest son could be seen hiding behind the corner of the building, and now he was reporting that they had secretly placed soldiers at the teleport in the capital, neutralizing the armed attack force of the empire, and thus were able to prevent Umberto's collapse. Putting his hand to his chest, the emperor of Odelia asked how long ago they had abandoned them, having entered into a relationship with Dmitri. The eldest son of the Drake family asked to call things by their proper names with his jaw dropped. A green aura surrounded the knight's silhouette, and he explained that the loyal vassals of the Umberto kingdom, led by the Drake family, had never even considered bowing to Kronos from the start. The man clenched his fists tightly when he was told that on the day Dmitri declared war, they had sworn allegiance to the young master. Lowering his head, the king thought about how war was not a reckless move for the son of Baron Romero. Looking at the floor, the king realized that they had secured the support of most of the kingdoms on the continent by starting a war to prove that the Dmitri family line could overthrow the empire on their own. The guards were holding the entrance doors to the room with great effort. Covering his face with his hands, the man mentally said that even without realizing it, he had made such a stupid decision, and therefore was not worthy of the crown. The emperor of Odelia spread his fingers wide, wondering why his father had made him such a weakling. The knights carried the ruler under their arms. The heads of the slain men were visible on long sticks. Suddenly, the warrior turned around when someone shouted that the fortress gates had been breached. The eyes of the king of Odelia were closed. A huge estate in the capital of Cairo opened up. Charlton smirked and said that this war had started with a small conflict. Folding his hands behind his back, the man said that he understood the reason for declaring war, and then asked why they did not declare a temporary truce. The baron extended his palm forward and said that His Majesty the Emperor did not want any more thoughtless sacrifices, which is why he had made such a noble decision. Closing his lips, Daniel thought about how such an impudent man had come to ask for a temporary truce. With a wicked grin, the Kronos representative asked if he was sure he could bear the consequences if he went all the way. The man had a big smile on his face and pointed out that it was only once, then added that one should not make a decision based on one victory. The king of Odelia and his army were tied up on the floor, and Charlton explained that if they agreed to a temporary truce, he would guarantee the safety of the king of Odelia as a sign of peace, and asked the ruler to make a balanced decision. Daniel clenched his teeth and thought that this did not sound like a request from the losing side. Emperor Cairo turned his head to the side and asked what his partner thought of Kronos' proposal. Jong Hyuk stood there with the corners of his lips downturned, and suddenly he was addressed. As he walked down the stairs, the protagonist said that he would ask one question, then clarified by what right he came here. The baron opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was there as a messenger, then exclaimed that he should have some manners. Approaching his interlocutor, the aristocrat recalled that the continental law obliged him to protect the messengers, and then asked if he had followed the rules as a messenger who complied with the rules. The Aura swordsman grinned and noted that the man had not asked for permission or raised a white flag, and had even brazenly used the messenger's teleport. The protagonist's eyes glowed brightly, and he asked if he called himself a messenger after all the broken rules of the continental law. Frightened, his pupils bulging, the successor of the family line, Dmitri, said that the war was still in full swing. Suddenly, Charlton brought his fingers to his neck, and it turned out that even without drawing his sword from its sheath, and with just one look, he was able to suppress a person. With his fist tightly clenched, Jung Hyuk warned that if he was the messenger of the enemy camp as he claimed, he should kneel before him instead of the raised flag. With his mouth wide open, the boy shouted that he had come here by the will of His Majesty the Emperor, and then asked if the heir of the Dmitri family was so eager to destroy relations with Kronos. With his arms folded, the protagonist asked if his knees were a good reason to cancel the truce. The aristocrat's silhouette was surrounded by streams of magical aura, and he said that if they were to wait for a truce, they would first need to learn culture, otherwise they would cut his head off to show their intentions. With his pupils bulging in alarm, the baron mentally exclaimed that this man was a complete psycho. Jung Hyuk appeared under the influence of a hand of dark magic. Beads of sweat ran down the baron's face. At the same second, a black fist flattened the body. The man bowed to the floor and began to loudly beg for forgiveness. Charlton lowered his head and cried out that he should have followed proper procedures. But he had not looked at the fact that they were at war, so he had made a rash mistake. The Baron placed his palms on the floor and begged him to moderate his anger. Daniel dropped his jaw in disbelief and began to think that no one would have thought that a representative of Kronos would behave so shamefully and submissively, which was unheard of. Lowering his chin, the protagonist stated that he did not believe his offer of a truce. Metal chains were wrapped around his fist, and the nobleman noted that no matter what the terms, the logic of the strong cannot be limited by a treaty. Standing directly in front of his interlocutor, Jung-hyuk explained that if the Kronos Empire truly wanted a truce, they must show sincerity that matched that desire, to which he asked what he meant by that. Furrowing his brows, the protagonist offered to back up their offer with 500,000 gold as war reparations, then added that he would agree to a truce in that case. Charlton dropped his jaw in anger, exclaiming that this was already outrageous impudence. The nobleman's eyes began to glow brightly, and he noted that innocent lives had been lost during this war. A battlefield filled with wounded soldiers opened up, and the Aura swordsman said that the state had an obligation to prove to its citizens that their families had not died in vain. The Baron sat on the floor in front of the protagonist, while he stated that if they could not accept his terms, they would continue the war. The man asked him if he meant to say that the kingdom of Odelia was not included in the terms. His eyes wide with alarm. The head of the family's son, Dmitri, looked down and asked why he should care about the fate of those who were in no way related to his people. Charlton looked into the cold, terrifying eyes of the successor to the family line and knew in the depths of his soul what kind of person he really was. The view of the Gothic castle of the Kronos Empire opened up and someone was heard talking about the current situation. The assistant bowed his head to the floor and noted that the emperor could only give an order and they would stop the negotiations and show the world the greatness of their kingdom. Putting his fingers to his forehead, Alexander stated that he had given a clear order to ensure the success of these negotiations. The Baron looked up sharply when he heard the king begin to talk about this insolent demand for 500,000 gold. The guards stood on either side of the subordinate, while the emperor declared that this angered him far less than the fact that he had knelt before him. Suddenly, the lord made a gesture with his finger. At the same moment, the knights crossed their swords in front of the Baron's body. The man's pupils visibly narrowed in fear, and he shouted that he had committed a grave sin that deserved death, so he begged for forgiveness just this once. Narrowing his eyes, Alexander explained that this temporary truce would be the final step before the continent itself would be conquered. Majestically spreading his arms out to the sides, the emperor declared that in the future of the empire that Kronos represented, even when they were defeated, dignity must never be tarnished for anything. Pointing his finger forward, the king asked the subordinate to accept death with honor, to which he shouted that he had dedicated his entire life to Kronos. Charlton, his pupils wide, declared that he had groveled like a dog before his orders, and now he was going to be executed for just one bow. A moment later, the man shouted that his spirit would haunt him after death, when suddenly blood splashed from his body. It seemed that the head of his subordinate lay meekly on the floor. Behind the emperor, the silhouette of Alexander from the past appeared. Smiling widely, the lord mentally said that he was incredibly curious to know who the successor of the family line, Dmitri, really was. Suddenly, beams of magical energy hit the cliff, and the paladin of the aura asked to be allowed to show the reason why he had to abandon martial arts and choose magic. A small grin appeared on Alexander's face. A view of the houses in the capital of Odelia opened up before him. A magic seal appeared between the man's palms, and words in an unknown language were heard. At the same second, a dark beam rose to the heavens. A moment later, huge stones began to fall straight from the clouds. The boulder caught fire from the use of magic powers. Suddenly, a meteor fell on the houses in the city, and it turned out that the capital of Odelia was wiped off the face of the earth with one spell. Alexander watched the wisps of white smoke. The creator of the aura looked down, and wondered how much time it would take him to bring the entire capital to such a state. It was said that the Kronos Empire declared a truce with the Dmitri family, when suddenly the citizens raised their hands up and did not understand what kind of madness this was, and were surprised that the enemies agreed to pay war reparations in the form of 500,000 gold. The guys closed their eyes with joy, and the townspeople wondered about the fact that the young master unleashed a war, and the Kronos Empire was paying reparations, after which they exclaimed that this was incredible, but in fact this means that the enemy empire admitted defeat. The people of the continent raised their fists to the sky, and it turned out that their joy did not last even a day. People in dark robes wandered around the ruined land, and it was said that the news of Odelia's destruction spread quickly. Lucas lifted the bandage on his neck with his fingers and thought about how the city was destroyed so quickly that even the intelligence agents did not report it in time. Looking at the cracks in the ground, the boy realized that this was only possible with magic. Suddenly, the Hao clan member looked back as someone shouted that this was some kind of nonsense. Walking closer to the man in black robes, the boy asked if something was right, to which he shouted that such a thing should not happen in principle. Holding a magic item in his hands, the man shouted that one detection of the residual mana in the capital was enough to break the mana detection device. The mage's pupils visibly narrowed and he said that it was 8th circle magic, although it should have been a spell beyond that. Lucas' jaw dropped in disbelief, wondering if it was a spell beyond the 8th circle. After that, it was said that representatives from the 6 nations, excluding the fallen kingdom, had convened a meeting, when the man suddenly furrowed his brows and noted that according to witnesses, massive objects had fallen from the sky, and then added that they had wiped out the capital in an instant. Sweat trickled down his cheeks and he said that such power could not belong to a human. Edwin folded his hands on the table and explained that the destruction of Odelia meant that Kronos had not signed the truce because he was weak. The boy looked up and noted that this incident was their warning to the others. Jong Hyuk furrowed his brows angrily and said that the word truce should not be misleading, then added that the Kronos Empire would declare war again as soon as it was ready. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away when the prince of the Hector kingdom asked if the young master believed that there was a chance of winning the war with Kronos. The nobleman smirked and replied that he did. Sitting at the round table, the protagonist said that it did not matter that they had gathered under the flag of a new alliance of kingdoms, because he did not intend to force everyone to sacrifice themselves. Smiling maliciously, the baron's son noted that sooner or later the war would resume, and then added that if they sided with the Dmitri family, its members would never betray this belief. A human heart surrounded by magical rays was visible, and it was said that the human body was unable to withstand the impact of the 9th circle spell, and in an instant the 9th circle was cast on the heart. It would burst, unable to contain this natural energy. Walking down the street near the castle, the successor of the Dmitri family thought that even if he gave it his all, it would be impossible to cope with the legendary 9th circle spell in his current state. Jong Hyuk's red cloak fluttered in the wind, and he did not understand if this was the reason he was summoned to this world. Grinning, the protagonist decided to give it a try in that case. Isabel was sitting in the middle of a forest clearing. The girl's hair was filled with bright sunlight. The Moon Queen turned to face the trees with lush foliage, when suddenly she was called out. Leo bent his arm and asked if it was time for her to return to Arcadia. Standing behind the lady, the boy informed her that now that Kronos had declared a truce, there was no longer any reason to stay here, to which she replied that she could not afford it. Imagining a powerful explosion, the Empress explained that Alexander had used 9th circle magic, which was beyond human capabilities, and added that he had done so in the capital of Odelia. The Aura Paladin stuck his hand through the chains, and Isabel explained that this meant that his restrictions had been lifted, and he would soon unleash a continental war without regard for others. Closing her eyes, the girl began to reflect on how light and darkness were forces that oppose each other, and at the same time coexist. Approaching the trunk of the huge tree, the Queen of the Moon noted that as he became stronger, so too did she become more powerful. But the real problem was the descent of the essence that gave him this power, so they had to prevent it. Lowering her hands, the lady declared that this was her destiny. Standing behind the Empress, Leo said that as the captain of the Royal Knights, he would remain by her side until the very end. Smiling happily, Isabel thanked the assistant for this. It seemed like the townspeople were standing on both sides of the street and greeting Jong Hyuk, and it turned out that the army of the Dmitri family had returned to the duchy. Tears flowed from Hans's eyes, and he quietly called out to his master. The protagonist closed his lips when he heard the news that Henderson had died. A moment later, the nobleman appeared in front of the table with the boy's body. The man lay with his eyes closed, and the swordsman of the Aura asked to prepare a funeral ceremony for the fallen, after which he added that it must be done immediately. A view of many flaming slabs opened up. The protagonist and his army stood near the burning bodies. The townspeople began to cry and scream with sadness. The girl fell to her knees on the floor in frustration. The young man's body was enveloped in streams of fire. The face of the Baron's son was incredibly sad. The mentor stood on the edge of a cliff and said that the conquest of Murim was near, and then added that his student had spent a lot of time with him. The man's tail fluttered in the wind, and he asked if the henchman was satisfied with the life that was lived for the sake of others. The blood dragon looked away and asked the interlocutor not to call himself someone else, because from the moment he gave him his hand, he became his life and his dream. As he approached the cliff, the sky dragon said that these were very stupid words. Smiling widely, the warrior said that he would live to the very end and see with his own eyes how his mentor's dream would come true, and the latter thought that even so, when the goal of uniting the Murim was finally achieved, the blood demon was no longer near him. Grey smoke was visible from the large chimney. The assistant looked at the master's back and asked if they should return. Jung Hyuk stopped, and his subordinate noted that he had endured countless forced marches, so he needed rest. The protagonist's eyes were hidden by his hair, and he began to speak. The nobleman asked if he had ever told him that he wanted Chris to be the commander in his absence, to which the protagonist closed his eyes and replied that he remembered it. The commander-in-chief appeared on the cliff face, and the Aura swordsman said that one word from the captain was worth many lives, and that was his life. Slightly tilting his head down, Jung Hyuk explained that if he showed too much humanity and they tried to get close, they would have to be treated like tools and lose trust. The protagonist noted that in order to live the life of a commander in the future, he must remember this forever, to which Chris looked down at the floor and remained silent. Heavy rain fell from the sky on the heroes, and the aristocrat said that he needed to show that he did not take the lives of his subordinates lightly. after which he added that at the same time he must provide worthy compensation for their sacrifice. A drop of water flowed down the protagonist's cheek, and he asked his assistant to call the officials of the Dmitri family. Approaching a large metal box, the Baron's son said that they would begin discussing compensation for the victims of this war. The Viscount sat at the table and asked if he was serious. The man's jaw dropped as he admitted that they had thought about compensating the families of the dead, but it didn't seem possible to provide 1,000,000 gold. The view of the Redford family estate opened up, and the Count's deputy noted that even that family had almost fallen from a debt of only 100,000 gold. Sweat trickled down the lord's face, and he wondered why they didn't just use the 500,000 gold they had received from the Kronos Empire. Jong-hyuk folded his fingers and asked how the people would feel about them only giving back what they had received in reparations, to which he was told that they would be grateful. Leaning his elbows on the chair, the protagonist stated that he wanted to instill confidence in the people that the sacrifices made in the name of the Dmitri family line would always be properly compensated. Lowering his chin, the aristocrat said that this was only the beginning, and then added that moving forward, their empire would establish a system of merit for the nation. A view of snow-white coffins opened up, and the Aura swordsman explained that this would not only apply to the victims of the war, as individuals like Henderson had made significant contributions, and they would be revered as heroes of the nation and would be rewarded accordingly. A handshake between two people was shown, and the Baron's son said that Cairo had agreed to distribute all 500,000 gold from the reparations to this case, and even offered to help cover part of the remaining 500,000. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist noted that they had lost a lot in this war. The guys smiled contentedly, and the successor of the family line, Dmitri, said that they must show everyone who follows their empire that for them, the greatest loss is precisely the people. The Viscounts looked at the leader diligently, who said that they had won the war. The assistants dropped their jaws in bewilderment when Jong-hyuk said that now they need to focus on restoring peaceful life so that no one in Dmitri is left to mourn. Frowning, the protagonist noted that at this time they should rejoice in triumph, to which everyone agreed. A view of a small house opened up. There were tears in the photo of the couple, and someone could be heard muttering that he was a cruel man. The girl was sitting on a chair and crying, and it turned out that Henderson and Chloe were an ordinary farming family. The guy was showing off the muscles in his arm, and his wife was recalling that he would occasionally say the funniest things, like that he should be a soldier, not a farmer. There was a memory of the young man smiling broadly and exclaiming that he respected the young gentleman from the Dmitri family, so for him and for the family he would become even stronger. The little child, closing his eyes, exclaimed that his dad was strong, to which he replied that at least his son understood him, and it turned out that life in the province was full of risks and uncertainties. But he always looked genuinely happy. Suddenly, the girl looked up when she was asked if she was home. The man was holding a box with an award for the hero of the nation Henderson in his palms. Chloe lowered her chin and asked if her husband had really helped the Dmitri family. Chris looked sadly at the ground and replied that it was true, then added that without him there would have been many more victims. Pointing to the chest, the deputy captain of the knights said that it contained compensation for the families of the heroes of the nations, and then asked her to verify this. Inside was a mountain of gold coins, and the lady exclaimed in surprise. Raising her palm, Chloe muttered that she thought they had mixed up the chests, because at first glance there were hundreds of gold coins in it, and then added that if they made a mistake with such large sums, there would be big problems. Narrowing his eyes, Chris said that there was no mistake, to which he was asked again. The girl clenched her teeth in sadness, while the guy said that their young master said that Henderson deserved this compensation, so he asked her to live with pride and happiness in her heart. At that very moment, the hero of the nation's wife fell to her knees on the ground and began to cry loudly. The entrance to the tavern appeared, and a question could be heard as to whether Dmitri had made the reward fund the whole 1,000,000 gold. There were two guys sitting at the bar, and one of them said that in addition to the compensation from the Kronos Empire, they themselves had thrown in another 500,000, and maybe they had gotten rich from their iron mines, but it was still hard to believe. Jong-hyuk, with his mouth slightly open, asked if everyone had heard of Chloe. The young man, introducing the woman with the child, replied that in memory of Henderson's merits, they had not only recognized him as a national hero, but also given her 300 gold. The teenager, holding his chin, added that a new system had appeared, where the families of those who had dedicated themselves to serving the country were provided for until the end of their lives, and even in the Kronos Empire such an attitude could not be expected. Suddenly, the youth clenched his fist. The young man closed his eyes and exclaimed that he wanted to join Dmitri's army. His father lowered his eyebrows in confusion and asked what he was talking about, as he was an ordinary farmer. The boy looked down and explained that Henderson was also an ordinary farmer, and at first he did not even know which end of the sword to grab. It was clear that the warrior held his weapon tightly, after which the young man added that he had become a great swordsman under the guidance of Mr. Dmitri. Standing in front of his parents, the teenager said that there was no reason why he could not do the same, and therefore he could be like Henderson. Small houses appeared in the distance, and then the youth exclaimed that he would return safe and sound, and it was also said that one day people would remember these times, and this phenomenon would be known as Henderson syndrome. After some time, Edwin, looking at his father, asked if he had heard of war compensation in the Duchy of Dmitri. The man, looking down, replied that Dmitri had finally defeated Kronos and forced them to sign a truce, and he was truly an outstanding man. Squinting, the prince noticed that Hector had now crossed the point of no return. Placing his palm on his chest, the boy added that they could no longer live under the same sky with the Kronos Empire, and therefore offered to do great things together with Dmitri. The lord, sitting on the throne, said that from this moment on, Hector would begin preparing for war with Kronos. Suddenly, Rondon, opening his mouth wide, shouted that they were deeply indebted to the heir of the Dmitri family, and Dmitri. The knights were near the king, and he said that if it were not for them, Redford would have set out on the path of self-destruction. Stretching out his hand, the man asked to remember that the moment Dmitri decided to go to war, they would demonstrate the blades along with them. A tall building appeared, and it was heard that they were for Redford, and also that Dmitri should bless himself. It was seen how the gentleman put his palm in front of him. Danielle's expression was stern, and it was said that Cairo, Umberto, Frank, and everyone else supported this sentiment, and thus began the First Continental War. The guy put his head on his hand, and at that moment the protagonist explained that Kronos was defeated for the first time, while Valhalla remained neutral. Frowning seriously, the protagonist added that the old alliance had transformed into a new alliance of kingdoms, centered around Dmitri. About 2 weeks later, a document opened up, which was written about recruitment into Dmitri's personal army. The warriors, looking at the paper, read that at the moment applications were accepted from people who do not live in the Duchy of Dmitri. The boy's jaw dropped in joy when he learned that current residents of Dmitri could apply for a change of location after passing a qualification test. Clenching his fists, the young man exclaimed that he finally had the opportunity to join Mr. Dmitri's personal army. The boys raised their hands in satisfaction, and it was heard that a lot of soldiers from Dmitri's standing army would also show up, and a huge crowd was expected. There were many young people on the street, and one of them shouted that he had to pass this time. The salamander card was shown, and Jong Hyuk said that the moment the news spread, a wave of excitement swept across the continent, far beyond Dmitri itself. After a while, a letter appeared on the table, and the count asked what it was. Logan, holding his hands behind his back, said that as he could see, it was a resignation letter, and he decided that he could no longer achieve what he wanted here. Suddenly, Clive tore up the document, and objected that there was no way. Opening his mouth wide, the man asked where he was going and who dared to take the swordsman away from home. Closing his eyes, the ranker replied that he was not planning on transferring to another house within Valhalla, after which the gentleman asked where. Then the guy opened his mouth slightly. Introducing a serious aristocrat, the swordsman said that he could not get out of his head how the heir of the family, Dmitri, proved his valor at the festival. The warrior, lowering his eyebrows, added that Valhalla had lost all its romanticism, and there was not a trace of military honor left on this land. Sweat suddenly ran down the count's face, hearing that no matter what conditions he proposed, he would not stop him. A moment later, Logan turned around and said that the dream he pursued as a warrior existed only with Dmitri. The ranker thanked him for everything, and at that very second Clive's pupils turned white. A huge building appeared in the distance, and a man could be heard addressing a boy. There were people sitting at the tables, and someone said that he had once been a knight of a respected man in Umberto. But after he learned about Henderson, it all seemed to lose its meaning. Suddenly, the knight put down his glass and laughed. The warrior, smiling, noted that he looked quite old, and then asked where he was from. The guard, turning his gaze to the side, said that he came from Frank, and at that moment the guy clarified what made him make this long journey. The swordsman, raising the corners of his lips, replied that as soon as he heard that Dmitri's hero was recruiting warriors for his personal army, he immediately dropped everything and ran here. Looking down, the fighter added that if he was destined to live his life on the edge, he would prefer to serve someone who treats death responsibly, to which the young man noted that it was well said. Grabbing a large mug, the young man said that he was from Hector, and this call lit a fire in him. The warrior turned sharply and asked the stranger where he was from. The guard, with his mouth slightly open, said that he was from Frank and was not interested in their conversation, and therefore should not pester him. Smiling, the knight said that he was lying, because Frank did not have such an accent. Sweat ran down the hooded boy's face, hearing that from his experience he would say that he was from the Empire of Kronos. One of the teenagers turned his gaze to the side, and at that moment the fighter said that he understood their reaction to a resident of a hostile nation. Placing his palm on the table, the young man exclaimed that he was from Kronos. Squinting, the warrior added that he was already sick of the evil actions of the Empire. Clenching his fist, the guard explained that, at least as a father, he decided that he could not raise children in such a country. Then the youth grabbed the gold pendant. The boys stood in front of him, and they could hear that it turned out that he had run away with his family in the middle of the night, and it was true that it was also quite cruel there, and there were rumors that Baron Charlton had been executed. The knight, scratching his head, said that even if people from Kronos were flocking here, it would be almost impossible to pass the test. After some time, the guy, walking behind Jonathan, asked how many candidates he thought there would be this time. The captain, lowering his eyebrows, replied that even when the heir to the family, Dmitri, was not as famous as he is now, there were many candidates. Frowning, the man said that at least 10,000 could see, which made the youth exclaim that it was unimaginable. Moving his feet, the captain of the knightly order of the family Dmitri added that they had already begun to accept applications, and thousands were expected today alone. Jonathan looked ahead in bewilderment, and a commotion could be heard. Someone asked the captain for help, and he, pursing his lips, wondered if there really were more than 10,000 of them. The man picked up the letter. Through the sweat on his face, the captain of the knightly order of the Dmitri family read that his name was Faber, and that he would be 39 years old this year, and that he had previously served as a member of the knightly order of the prestigious house of Umberto, and that he was currently capable of manifesting a 3-star aura. Opening his mouth, the warrior was very surprised that the swordsman was so eager to join not even a knightly order, but an ordinary private army. The guy, lowering his head, said that he did not expect that even such people would respond to the recruitment ad. The knight showed up, after which Jonathan muttered that in addition to Faber, there were many talents gathered here. Imagining the formidable protagonist, the captain thought that they all came to learn from the young master, and that was precisely why they were here. Suddenly, the man narrowed his eyes in bewilderment. Leaning on the table, the warrior asked how he got here. A former commander of the Knights of the Memphis family of the Kronos Empire named Fred was visible. After some time, a view of the palace opened up. The Marquis, lowering his eyebrows, said that just one victory, and they flew to Dmitri, and then clarified what he had just said. The guy, touching his shoulder, said that Commander Fred had not reported for duty for a whole week. The Duke, sitting at the table, exclaimed that he should send someone to check on him, to which he received the answer that there was no one in his house. The Lord's pupils narrowed from the fact that the assistant said that today they had received confirmation that Commander Fred and his family had used the teleportation gate. A magical portal appeared, and the young man added that the destination was Cordas. Imagining people in hoods, the nobleman thought that Cordas, the lands captured by the heir of the Dmitri family. The Baron clenched his fist and asked if the commander of the Memphis family knights had defected to Dmitri. Suddenly, the Marquis knelt down and explained that this was the current situation. Facing Alexander, the Duke said that they would not be able to stop the drain of talent from the Empire with such a move. Sitting on the throne, the Emperor noted that everyone who betrayed Kronos, regardless of their position, should be destroyed along with their families. Splashes of blood appeared, and then the creator of the aura added that the future Kronos did not need such people, and the Baron said that he would fulfill his will. It was visible how the paladin tried to get up. Frowning seriously, the man thought that they were saying that he was teaching his personal warriors unique fencing. The gentleman narrowed his eyes sharply, and it was said that Alexander was the founder of the aura, and although he abandoned it halfway, taking the path of a magician, he was curious about how incredible these martial arts could be. The Emperor then bit his lips. Looking ahead, the paladin muttered that if the fragments he sent passed the test, he would be able to test his techniques on himself using mind control. Tall stacks of documents were visible, and Zonik explained that as many as 100,000 people had applied to join Dimitri's private army, and even after the initial selection, tens of thousands remained, and the Hao clan members had to mobilize entirely and conduct a basic investigation into their qualifications and identity verification. Some of the participants' photos were crossed out with crosses, and it turned out that any deviation from the submitted information would lead to disqualification. The guy opened his mouth wide, and then the protagonist announced that after 2 weeks of qualification tests, the lists for the third round were completed. A huge army was revealed, and then the protagonist added that out of the 5,000 candidates, only 500 would be accepted into the private army, and the rest would be given the opportunity to join Dimitri's army. Chris, with his hands in his pockets, shouted that he would now tell them the format of the third test, and added that the test was simple. Lowering his eyebrows, the blonde said that their senior comrades were behind him, and they had accomplished great feats in the name of Dmitri, and let them choose one of them, including him, to fight. Opening his jaw, the deputy captain of the Knights of the Dmitri family exclaimed that victory was not the only condition for passing, and even in case of defeat, let them show a sufficient level of ability, and they can achieve success. A moment later, Chris asked the first candidate to take a step forward, and then Faber smiled happily. The warrior, squinting, thought that the test itself was simple. The faces of his opponents were menacing, and he muttered that the question was rather whether to choose an unknown opponent, or one whose strength he was confident in. Raising the corners of his lips, the fighter decided who he would fight. McBurney's gaze was serious, after which the knight said that he was a graduate of the Southern Training Camp, known for his extraordinary left-handed fencing. Looking towards the guys, the swordsman added that he himself was left-handed, and therefore this was nothing new for him, and at the same moment announced that he chose McBurney. The blonde, standing between the warriors, explained that the time limit was 3 minutes, and whether it would pass or fail would depend on how the match went. A sharp sword appeared, and it was heard that they could begin the duel. Suddenly, the fighter rushed from his place. The knight was quickly approaching his opponent, and also realized that he would not have many options left with only his left hand. Unexpectedly, the fencer jumped to the side. It was seen how the warrior slammed his foot on the ground. Then the swordsman swung his weapon furiously. McBurney leaned back sharply. The guard clenched his jaw and wondered if his winning streak was over. A second later, the young man began to roll over. It seemed like the fighter was spinning quickly. The young man launched a series of blows at the enemy. Faber held back the onslaught of his opponent, holding his sword in front of him. The guy, looking at his opponent, wondered if he was controlling the distance with some strange footwork, then muttered that with only one arm, he had to give in one day. The swordsman's eyes widened in fury, realizing that this was his chance. The knight opened his jaw sharply. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. A thick smoke appeared. Sitting on the ground, the fighter said that he lost. Chris said that the next candidate was Thames, and at the same time, he, holding his chin, thought that with his level, he should definitely choose someone weaker. Then the warrior narrowed his eyes and could not figure out who to choose. Noticing the young guy, the fighter realized what he had found. The guard, extending his index finger, said that he chose him, and then the blonde asked Hunt to take a step forward. Smiling, Thames whispered that he was very lucky, because this name was unfamiliar to him. The hooded youth said that this candidate would definitely fail, to which the knight, turning his gaze to the side, noted that judging by his weight category, he was more likely to win. The swordsman, opening his mouth, explained that the soldiers of the heir of the Dmitri family, who fought on the southern and western fronts, as well as in the battle for Valhalla, are invincible warriors who have never experienced defeat, and weaklings simply would not live to see this moment, after which it was heard that they could begin the duel. Unexpectedly, Hunt quickly rushed towards his opponent, and at that moment the warrior added that no one had yet realized the true purpose of this test, and everyone missed the point. It was visible how the guy powerfully hit the fighter in the face. A moment later, Thames began to fall, and then the guard said that if you think only about your opponent, and not about your own abilities, you will not pass the third test. The candidate hit the ground face first. The young man was holding a sword in his hand, and it was heard that Thames was out. The warriors, looking at the fighter, were very surprised that he had such a small build, and Thames had knocked him down. The swordsman, lowering his eyebrows, called the next one, and then asked if there really was not a single blockhead left who would challenge him. With their mouths wide open, the guys shouted that he was an insolent youth. Suddenly, the candidate, moving his foot, announced that he was next. The big guy stood in front of his opponent. Hunt smiled slyly. Frowning seriously, one of the warriors muttered that those who overestimate themselves and underestimate Dimitri's personal soldiers are eliminated on their own. Rushing from his place, the fighter thought that there was only one way to victory, namely to show what he was worth. Chris clenched his fists, and the guard said that he chose it. The blonde, looking forward, answered positively. Taking off his hood, the guy explained that he followed the path of an elite warrior as the captain of the Knights of the Memphis House. Taking out his sword, the ranker added that he was the 10th in the ranking of the Kronos Empire, and in order to throw off the guise of an imperialist and become a citizen of Dmitri, he must leave a solid impression. A second later, the elite warrior pulled out his weapon. The deputy captain of the Knights of the Dmitri family, opening his mouth, asked to give it his all. Suddenly, Fred rushed forward. It was visible how the fighter pushed off the ground. The swordsmen quickly approached each other. The blonde's blade appeared. The captain menacingly clenched his jaw. Suddenly, the guard swung his weapon in front of his opponent. A powerful aura surrounded him. Opening his jaw, the guy screamed loudly. A bright flash was visible. The warriors left behind magical rays. Chris lifted the corners of his lips. Then there was a powerful explosion. Fred stretched out his blade in front of him, realizing that Chris's aura was obviously not up to the level of 5 stars, and then wondered how their sudden bursts of power were equal. The guy was surrounded by a blue aura, and at that moment the captain muttered that Dmitri was truly an incomprehensible place. Opening his mouth wide, the fighter said that he could not afford to retreat, and all for the sake of his family. A trace of a sword swing appeared. Suddenly, the young man rushed from his place. Smiling, the deputy captain of the Knights of the family Dmitri said that Fred had passed. The blonde sharply attacked his opponent in the chest. It was visible how the weapon collided with the warrior's body, and he wondered when he had managed to return the sword to its sheath. The guard opened his jaw in pain. After some time, the swordsman, lying on the blanket, wondered if he really lost. Raising his fist to his forehead, the knight muttered that his judgment was correct, as Dmitri was the only one with the power to stand against the Kronos Empire. A crowd of people appeared. Fred bit his lips and asked if Kevin and Chris were having simultaneous matches. The boy was surrounded by a dark force. A gray shield was visible. Logan's expression was serious, and at the same time, the captain recognized him. Turning his gaze to the side, the guard could not understand who had challenged Chris. A white haze swirled around the boy, and then the swordsman said that he was the 3rd in Valhalla and the 6th on the continent, and at the same time the only one of the first 12 who had reached his position with only a 5-star aura. The ranker opened his mouth wide and said that he almost fell asleep while waiting, after which the knight added that he was the greatest swordsman of the continent, the wandering swordsman Ares, and also wondered if it was really him. After introducing the fallen warrior, the man explained that he was born in Valhalla, broke all records, became the youngest warrior in history to rise so quickly in the ranks, and was a genius of an entirely different order. The swordsman jumped high into the air, and the captain then explained that the reason he was called the greatest swordsman on the continent was because he had defeated all the highest-ranking aura masters without even using aura power, just the blade techniques he had developed himself. The former emperor of Valhalla extended his palm, and the warrior muttered that he had spent over a decade trying to win his loyalty, but Ares had never sworn allegiance to anyone. Jonathan crossed his arms and added that although he was from Valhalla, Ares had spent his entire life as a wandering swordsman who belonged to no one. The man, sweat on his face, could not believe that someone like him wanted to join the personal army of the heir of the Dmitri family, and no matter how he looked at it, it was completely unfair to the others. A moment later, the youth rushed forward. A bright flash appeared in front of the fighters. Chris, clenching his jaw, noted that this was in no way comparable even to the way Diego demolished everything in his path with just aura. The guy smiled slightly, and the blonde thought that such fencing skill was worthy of all comparisons even with the technique of wielding the sword of Azura. Suddenly, the warriors jumped back. Baring his teeth, the deputy captain of the Knights of the Dmitri family muttered that he did not leave a single opportunity. A second later, the guard used the skill instant cut, after which he left behind a magical trace. A sharp blade was visible in front of Ares' forehead. Suddenly, the fencer parried the attack of his opponent. Chris, lowering his eyebrows, was very surprised that he reacted to an instant cut, because no one had been able to do this before. Opening his jaw, the young man said that it turns out that Dimitri's flash is worthy of its name, and hopes that he will not disappoint him until the very end. Frowning angrily, the guy realized that if his blade trembled even a little, he would be defeated. A moment later, a bright flash appeared. The guys, looking ahead, were stunned by the level of destructive power of Logan's aura alone, and also added that the nickname Iron was clearly deserved. One of the warriors was bleeding. Kevin sighed heavily, and it was heard that perhaps both of Dimitri's pillars would fall today. The knight, raising the corners of his lips, noted that now the advantage was on his side. The swordsman of the aura clenched his jaw. Unexpectedly, the fighter pushed him with his shield. The main character's subordinate quickly flew back. The youth lowered his eyebrows in confusion. Logan, with his mouth wide open, used the hidden technique of Aura Wave. A powerful force circled around him. Dodging the magical rays, Kevin thought that the blade that represented his master was not Chris or Fernando. Blades stuck in the ground appeared, and then the boy decided that he should become the sword that represented him. With his veins bulging, the warrior screamed loudly. Grinning menacingly, the fighter said that therefore Logan would be defeated, and his skill would be recognized by the whole world. The candidate, with his mouth slightly open, wondered if he was laughing, and also whispered that he would see if he could relax like that when he gave it his all. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The swordsman of the aura swung his weapon sharply, using the skill of the first technique. It was seen how two powerful forces collided with each other. The knight clenched his jaw, surprised that he could take it. Then the subordinate protagonist lunged forward. Kevin lowered his eyebrows and said that it was his turn to parry. The boy left a trace of magic after the blow. The youth began to attack his opponent furiously. Holding his shield in front of him, Logan muttered that he was continuing his suicidal charge, and that they could both fall. The aura swordsman's eyes glowed red, and at that moment, the candidate wondered if he really was a demon. The warrior firmly planted his feet on the ground. Kevin's eyes widened sharply. The teenager was surrounded by a dark force, and then he used the ability of the third technique. The fighter clenched his jaw tightly. A second later, a powerful explosion was heard. Logan's shield hit the ground. Falling to the ground, the candidate said that he surrendered. The guys opened their mouths in shock. Then the aura swordsman sighed heavily. Opening his jaw, the main character's subordinate turned to Chris. At the same time, the blonde turned his head to the side. The guy held the handle of the blade tightly. Looking forward, the young man said that if the deputy captain of the Knights of the family Dmitri beat him, then he would be next. Kevin's pupils glowed red. The warrior, standing in front of the youth, wondered if he wanted to replace him, and also thought that he was being quite impudent. Baring his teeth, Chris muttered that people thought that he and Kevin were competing, but this was really getting to him. Raising his hand, the blonde explained that he was already born with an aura, while Kevin was a brat from the slums, and they thought that he was his rival. Suddenly, a blue aura surrounded the blonde's body, after which he added that he would prove that he would always be the true number 2 in Dmitri. Ares looked towards his opponent. A second later, the deputy captain of the Knights of the Dmitri family rushed from his place. The guy was quickly approaching his opponent. The swordsman smiled calmly and said that this was a new technique that combined a flash of aura with instant movement. It was visible how the youth hung in the sky. The fighter raised the corners of his lips. A moment later, a multitude of powerful blows were heard. The swordsman quickly slowed down with his feet. Then Ares rushed forward. Chris parted his lips in confusion. Through the sweat on his face, the blonde wondered if their speed was almost equal. The swordsman swung his weapon sharply. A scar remained on the cheek of the deputy captain of the Knights of the Dmitri family. It seemed as if two forces collided with each other. The warrior grinned contentedly. The fighter's blows left magical traces. Looking at the joyful face of his opponent, Chris noted that, except for their master, he had never seen fencing of such a level. and therefore his reputation as a genius of the blade was not just a rumor. Menacingly lifting the corners of his lips, Ares said that now, since he had already tested his full strength, it was time to finish. The blonde's pupils quickly narrowed. Suddenly, Jung-hyuk, opening his mouth, said that it was enough. Crossing his arms, the protagonist explained that the exam would end here. The boys turned their heads in his direction. Raising his eyebrows, the blade genius asked if this was the heir of the family, Dmitri. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist thought that this guy must be Ares. Imagining the insides of the swordsman's body, the aristocrat muttered that the movement of his aura did not follow a typical system, after which he asked himself if he had really made his own personal flowchart. Lowering his sword, the fighter said that it was an honor to meet him. His pupils glowed blue, and then he clarified that although his request may seem rude for a first meeting, he would not mind teaching him everything in a personal fight, and also added that the blood in his veins had already boiled and refused to cool. A warrior appeared in a fighting stance, and then the Baron's son said that the sword demon was one of the 4 heavenly kings who followed Jung-hyuk, who had lived an incredibly outstanding life. Several swords were visible, and the protagonist added that every time he encountered a new martial art, he incorporated it into his own, paving his own personal path. Ares smiled slightly, and at that moment, the protagonist noticed that this guy was very similar to the sword demon. Jung-hyuk crossed his arms and thought that if he continued to develop his techniques in a new direction, his current position would be much more complete. Lowering his eyebrows, the aristocrat said that he did not like people who did not know their place, and if he really wanted it, he would gladly accept his challenge, but let him know one thing, namely, that after their duel, he would be disqualified. Turning his head, the Baron's son asked if he still wanted to fight him. Raising the corners of his lips, the blade genius asked if he wanted to say that even the greatest genius of the continent was of no use to him if he disobeyed orders. Folding his sword, the swordsman muttered that he had not even touched the blade, and that he could smell the fighting spirit from afar, and it turned out that the rumors about the heir of the Dmitri family were not exaggerated. Leaning forward, the guy said that he did not want to be disqualified, and therefore apologized for his indecent behavior. Jung-hyuk looked to the side with satisfaction. A huge number of warriors appeared, and the protagonist said that in a few days the 3rd test was completed, and about 600 participants passed, who were gathered in the appropriate location for the 4th test. The fighters stood next to each other, and one of them clarified what he thought would happen this time, to which he received the answer that he had no idea, but doubted that it would be easy. The faces of the swordsmen were visible. Fred frowned seriously. Ares smiled contentedly. The protagonist slammed his foot down. The aristocrat crossed his arms and congratulated them on passing the 3rd test, as each of them had shown impressive abilities. Opening his lips, the Baron's son announced that the 4th test would begin now. The boys opened their mouths in surprise when they heard that he knew that there were spies from other nations among them, and that they had exactly 10 minutes. Standing in front of the candidates, Jung-hyuk explained that anyone who revealed their identity within the allotted time would be spared, and swears by Dmitri's honor. Sweat was running down the boy's cheeks. Then the protagonist took out his sword. The protagonist lowered his gaze and noted that anyone who did not confess would be executed with his own hands. Suddenly, the warrior clenched his fist and wondered if he had already been exposed. Looking ahead, the young man thought that the heir to the Dmitri family was known as the devil of the battlefield, and did not take prisoners. The fighter closed his eyes, hoping that God would save him. Raising his palm, the swordsman asked if he would really spare them. Coming out of the crowd, the boy said that he had taken part in this test on the orders of the state of Valhalla. Stretching out his hand, the knight asked for mercy, to which he received the answer that it was a wise decision. Disham, through the sweat on his face, was surprised that he even knew his name. Lowering his blade, the protagonist said that he would keep his word, after which the young man thanked him. Suddenly, the warrior, opening his jaw, shouted that in fact he too, and asked for mercy. It was heard that he was a spy for Kronos, and then Chris, perplexed, parting his lips, wondered how many spies had infiltrated Dmitri. Descending the stairs, the protagonist said that there was one last chance. Moving his feet near the candidates, the aristocrat added that there was only a minute left. Suddenly, the Baron's son approached the red-haired boy, who muttered that his family was under threat and therefore could not reveal himself. Clenching his jaw, the boy wondered if this was how he would die. Opening his mouth, Jung-hyuk announced that the 4th trial was over. Sweat trickled down the knight's cheek. Squinting, the protagonist explained that those who confessed were excluded, and the rest passed him. Walking past the crowd, the protagonist said that he knew that there were still spies among them. Parting his lips, the aristocrat noted that the reason they were still alive was because they had not harmed Dmitri yet. 2 passages appeared, and then the Baron's son said that now they would have to make a choice, namely, to reject the past and follow him, or to betray Dmitri. Suddenly, Jung-hyuk, smiling, congratulated the candidates and added that from now on and forever they were his brothers. After a while, Chris, holding his hands behind his back, asked why he spared the spies, and also said that he sincerely did not understand. Then the protagonist tapped his finger on the table. Imagining a web, The protagonist replied that even being the head of a significant intelligence organization, he still would not be able to perfectly control spies who were hiding themselves. Sitting on a chair, the aristocrat asked if he could control all the actions of each member of the intelligence of the entire empire, to which the blonde replied that he could not. A second later, the baron's sun began to rise. Looking out the window, Jung-hyuk said that, unlike total control, he would show them how things are done in Dmitri. Smiling, the protagonist said that he should now imagine that he was a spy for Kronos and met him personally, after which he clarified that he could betray him without any doubts. The guy's pupils sharply narrowed. Placing his palm on his chest, the young man exclaimed that he would never betray him for anything, and added that they would begin preparations for the next stage. After some time, a blond man appeared on the top of the mountain. A bright flash appeared in Alexander's hands. The emperor's eyes suddenly lit up yellow, and he muttered that he was beginning preparations for the next stage. A moment later, the creator of the aura released a powerful force. A powerful explosion was heard in front of him. The paladin raised the corners of his lips. Everything around quickly burned, and then the soul from another dimension said that he would see if the heir of the Dmitri family could really withstand his power. Lowering his head, Alexander thought that his fragments had successfully embedded themselves in Dmitri, and soon they would reveal the secrets of his combat skills and give them to him. Imagining himself as an old man in the past, the emperor noted that he was the originator of the aura, and would dissect his techniques to the smallest detail, and show the whole world how pathetic he was. Standing in front of the protagonist, the paladin added that he would wipe him off the face of the earth, just to prove that the path of magic is truly true. A magical portal appeared behind him. A scroll hovered in the air above Mystic's palms, and he turned to the master, saying that a message had arrived from Dmitri. Turning around, the creator of the aura read that these were invitations to a fencing festival. Holding the letter in his hand, Alexander asked if he had organized some kind of festival. Grinning menacingly, the emperor said what kind of impudent idea had come to his mind this time.
Alexander seethed with anger as he read the invitation from Dmitri concerning the new aura system. The letter claimed that the aura emission technique developed by Alexander, the emperor of Kronos, had been flawed from the very foundation. It went on to declare that a gathering would be held to redefine the entire system of aura, and to announce a new direction for swordsmanship, inviting everyone to attend and witness what it called a historic moment. After finishing the letter, Alexander burned it in a fit of rage directed toward Roman Dmitri. Aura was his reverse scale, his untouchable pride. He thought bitterly that if he had not been so ignorant in the past, if he had been a true martial master, or even if he had simply understood what martial arts truly were, his life might have turned out completely differently. Overcome by fury, he screamed into the air, demanding to know whether Roman truly considered his achievements so petty and worthless that he would dare call them fundamentally wrong. A storm of emotions, rage, jealousy, humiliation, and inferiority boiled inside him. Finally, he declared to himself that he would keep his eyes wide open and observe Roman Dmitri's presentation very carefully. Meanwhile, at the auditorium of the Salamander Continent Swordsmanship Association, murmurs spread among the gathered swordsmen. Some remarked that Roman Dmitri had gone so far as to deny the accomplishments of His Majesty Emperor Alexander, even sending out an invitation to a swordsmanship presentation, as though mocking every swordsman on the continent. Others questioned what on earth Roman Dmitri could possibly be thinking by organizing such an event. Among them was Sergei, the head of the Swordsmanship Association. He stated coldly that Roman Dmitri had not merely challenged Alexander's legacy, but had denied the very existence of aura itself. If they were to sit idly by and tolerate such behavior, he warned, the Swordsmanship Association would one day lose its authority and respect. Therefore, he insisted that they must attend in person, and if there was even the slightest flaw in Dmitri's theories, they would utterly destroy his reputation and trample it beneath their feet. It was not only the association that felt provoked. Nearly every nation on the continent, except Dmitri's own, harbored deep suspicions about this event. Within Dmitri's faction, Baron Conrad, one of his vassals, reported that news of the swordsmanship presentation had caused an uproar across the continent. He questioned whether it was even necessary to persuade others to attend anymore, warning that if aura were truly redefined through this presentation, it could lead to the dangerous leakage of valuable techniques. Another vassal agreed, insisting that the techniques unique to Dmitri should never be shared with outsiders. As his subordinates bickered, Roman Dmitri remained silent, his thoughts drifting back to memories of a past life. In that life, he had been Namgong Jinshin, once celebrated as the greatest genius in the history of the Namgong clan. He had witnessed firsthand the fall of the righteous martial world. The sword of the Namgong clan, once proud and unmatched, had been shattered by Baek Jungkook. The image of that defeat had been burned deeply into Jinshin's mind. He remembered the old saying, "Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated." Driven by this belief, Namgong Jinshin had sought to understand the demonic sect completely. He dedicated himself to mastering the martial arts that had formed the foundation of the heavenly demon, Baek Jung-guk, hoping that by doing so, he might reach a similar level of strength. A year passed, then 2. After 10 long years of training, he came to a painful realization. The martial arts of the demonic cult were not particularly special. What had made them terrifying was not the techniques themselves, but Baek Jung-guk, the man who wielded them. In frustration and despair, Namgong Jinshin had once shouted to the heavens, demanding to know why the heavenly demon had ever chosen to reveal such martial arts in the first place. For 10 long years, Namgong Jinshin had devoted himself to mastering the demonic arts, yet even after a decade of relentless struggle, he could not reach the level of the heavenly demon, not even to the tips of his toes. In bitterness and despair, he questioned whether the heavenly demon desired for people like him to recognize the vast difference between them and fall into hopelessness. The heavenly demon, Baek Jung-guk, coldly affirmed that this was precisely his intention. He explained that as time passed, the sting of defeat would eventually fade, and those who failed to remember that day would begin to harbor resentment toward the heavenly demon divine cult. That was why he wanted them to study the martial arts of the demonic cult, to experience firsthand the greatness of their achievements and understand how insignificant they truly were in comparison. The heavenly demon told Namgong Jinshin to remember that despair well. If he lacked the resolve to overcome it, then he was to kneel down and bow his head, for above all others in the martial world stood the heavenly demon divine cult. And he, Baek Jung-guk, was the truth that ruled over them all. From that day on, until the heavenly demon's death, no one in the martial world ever dared to rebel again. Years later, Roman declared that what he intended to reveal in his swordsmanship presentation was merely the foundational principle, a redefinition of aura itself. He vowed to seize the fame that Alexander had built and etch into history the name of Dmitri. He claimed that the latecomers would never surpass them, that they would only ever grasp fragments of the truth, while the entirety of it would belong solely to Dmitri. Roman instructed his followers not to fear revealing this discovery, for by doing so, they would usher in a completely new era. A few days later, at the grand presentation held in Dmitri Castle, the king of Drake, Umberto, appeared visibly irritated. He questioned why, if Roman Dmitri had truly developed techniques far superior to the current system, he would invite even the Kronos Empire to witness them. Another noble suggested that perhaps Lord Roman viewed the new aura system as knowledge worth sharing with others. Umberto demanded clarification, and the noble explained that Roman was a man born with the nature of a conqueror, that through this presentation, if he managed to claim the title of first pioneer from Alexander, Dmitri would no longer be seen as a frontier province of Cairo, but as the birthplace of the man who redefined the system of aura itself. At that moment, a soldier announced the arrival of Lord Roman Dmitri. Roman entered the presentation area with composed grace. He began by stating that Alexander's method of aura emission was fundamentally flawed. According to him, Alexander had taught that by releasing mana, one could unleash explosive force to manifest powerful aura. But Roman called this method inefficient. The unrefined bursts of mana, he said, amounted to indiscriminate release, and such lack of control could never lead to true efficiency. Roman then asked the audience why none of them had ever questioned Alexander's method. Was it simply because Alexander was the first pioneer? Because the system had become an unquestioned truth everyone followed blindly? His words stirred anger among the Kronos delegation. Sergei, in particular, clenched his fist and ground his teeth in fury, unable to tolerate Roman's open belittlement of Lord Alexander. Roman continued his explanation, asserting that aura and magic were fundamentally the same. He pointed out that magic worked by stacking mana into circles, refining it, and then manifesting it as spells. If so, he asked, why had no one ever thought to stack aura in the same way? He revealed that what he was about to demonstrate was not an indiscriminate emission of mana, but a technique that utilized a storage space, a dantian, to gather and refine aura just like magic circles. As he began to release aura, the energy gathered calmly around his sword, its flow quiet and controlled. Through this, he explained, one could manipulate mana with precision according to the situation. The audience watched in astonishment as the aura shimmered steadily instead of erupting wildly. A massive block of stone was brought forth for the demonstration. Roman, maintaining a casual stance, swung his sword once. The blade sliced cleanly through the stone, splitting it perfectly in half. A silent yet overwhelming display of the new era he had promised to create. Roman explained that the method of releasing mana from a storage space was called magic. To demonstrate, he sliced a rock into small fragments with ease, leaving everyone around him deeply astonished. He then clarified that when he released mana from the dantian, he referred to it as martial arts. According to him, the power of martial arts that stemmed from the dantian could not be denied nor dismissed. A revolution in swordsmanship that overturned the old system, he declared, had already begun. After completing his presentation, Roman announced that he would now take questions. The president of the Swordsmanship Association raised his hand and introduced himself. He commented that Roman's theory was indeed remarkable, noting that the idea of using the Dantian as a mana storage, similar to how mages used theirs, was innovative. However, he pointed out that there were practical challenges with this concept. He questioned how Roman planned to guide the freely flowing mana into the Dantian and ensure it remained bound there. He reminded everyone that even the mana circles located near the heart, where life energy was abundant, took too long to activate, making them inefficient for swordsmanship. If Roman could not resolve these problems, he concluded, then his entire theory would amount to nothing more than a fantasy. Roman ignored Sergei's provocation and calmly responded that the solution lay in understanding why he had chosen the Dantian as the storage place for mana in the first place. He explained that mana circulated throughout the body, with several points where it naturally lingered. These included the upper Dantian, or brain, the middle Dantian, or heart, and the lower Dantian located below the navel. While the upper and middle Dantians were generally unsuitable for storing mana, the lower Dantian, he said, was different. He then stated that he would present experimental data demonstrating the stability of mana stored in the lower Dantian. Upon hearing this, Sergei became visibly flustered. He suggested that instead of rejecting Lord Alexander's aura technique entirely, perhaps they should consider merging it with Roman's method to enhance its explosive power. If the two approaches could complement each other, he argued, the result might be even greater. Roman, speaking in an arrogant tone, dismissed the idea outright. He asserted that the very foundation of Alexander's theory had been flawed from the start. Once a Dantian was formed, he explained, mana could be controlled completely. Even without the need for reckless bursts, a warrior could still wield immense power. Unlike mages, who had to release mana outward, swordsmen needed to circulate mana throughout their entire body, requiring them to store far more of it. That, he insisted, was why Alexander's theory was fundamentally wrong. This time, Sergei could no longer contain his anger. He stood up abruptly and shouted, demanding to know why Roman was revealing such an important theory to everyone, even inviting representatives of the Kronos Empire, Dmitri's sworn enemies. He accused Roman of harboring ulterior motives and questioned what Dmitri's true intentions were. Roman only laughed. He explained that there was no hidden reason behind his actions. The Kronos Empire, he said, had repeatedly sent spies to steal Dmitri's techniques. To spare them the trouble, he had simply organized this presentation so they would no longer need to resort to such measures. Through this event, he hoped that every nation except Dmitri would accept the new system and advance further. Hearing those words, Chris felt his heart begin to race. What started as a faint tremor soon turned into a fierce throb that he could barely contain. To him, Roman was a being who guided the flow of history regardless of the prevailing trends, a man who acted according to what he believed was right. That was the kind of master Chris had pledged himself to serve. Excitement welled up within him, and he thought that if he ever surpassed his master one day, such a position would undoubtedly be the greatest on the entire continent. At last, Roman announced that the presentation had come to an end. At the Kronos Empire, Alexander reflected deeply on the new aura system that stored inner energy within the Dantian. He contemplated that if aura could indeed be utilized like a circle, then its potential applications could be limitless. His thoughts drifted back to his past life, recalling how someone had once told him that martial arts were nothing more than the natural flow of energy within the body. Now that he revisited the memory, he realized that the man who had called himself a martial artist had looked shabby and unrefined. Despite his arrogant words, that man had never once mentioned the term Dantian. Alexander found it foolish that he had based his understanding of aura on such nonsense. It felt like a complete waste of time. However, since Roman had clearly referred to both Dantian and martial arts, Alexander was convinced that the man must be a top-tier martial artist from the Murim world. He began to wonder which sect Roman might have belonged to, perhaps one of the old factions, the Alliance of Evil, or even the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. He questioned whether someone like himself, who had no connection to Murim, could ever hope to uncover Roman's true identity. Eventually, Alexander decided that it did not matter. Whatever Roman had been in his past life, on the Salamander continent, he was nothing more than a trivial being. Alexander saw himself as the one who had created something from nothing, using only the fragment of knowledge that Roman had revealed. Determined, he resolved to demonstrate to Roman the results of that revelation. He then summoned Mystic and ordered him to instruct the spies currently infiltrating Dmitri to uncover every detail about Dmitri's martial arts by any means necessary. From that moment, a revolution of aura began. Roman's presentation had turned the entire continent upside down. People everywhere began to question what would happen to the existing aura swordsmen. It was said that those who adapted to the change would survive, while those who resisted would be left behind. Even the ranking system itself was expected to undergo massive upheaval. Speculation spread quickly. Many began to wonder what Roman Dimitri's true intentions were. Why would he openly reveal such groundbreaking knowledge? At a tavern, one man dismissed the question, saying it did not matter. What was clear, he said, was that the balance of power would now shift dramatically toward Dimitri. Those who did not want to be left behind by the times had no choice but to go there. Before long, the Duchy of Dimitri was no longer viewed as a frontier territory, but rather revered as a holy land for swordsmen. For the first time in history, the two great powers that had stood as twin pillars of the continent were now joined by a third, and cracks began to appear in the balance of power. In one of the back alleys of Dimitri, a suspicious-looking figure appeared. Holding a communication device, he attempted to contact someone. The man was revealed to be Scott, a spy from the Kronos Empire. Speaking into the device, he questioned whether it was truly right to continue the mission of stealing Dimitri's martial arts information under the current circumstances. Roman Dimitri, he said, existed beyond common sense. Not only had he ignored the presence of spies, but he had even revealed the very information they were trying to extract. From the other side of the communication channel, a voice told Scott to remain in Dimitri for the time being and observe the situation. If Dimitri truly possessed the power to overthrow Kronos, and if the Empire's leadership became convinced of that fact, they might soon have to consider ways to evacuate their families to safety. Meanwhile, Chris congratulated a group of new soldiers on officially becoming Lord Roman Dimitri's personal guard. He explained that through a simple procedure, their names would now be recorded as official members of the personal guard. Among them stood Scott, who quietly wondered if his assigned number was 98. One by one, the recruits were called into a tent. When Scott's number was announced, he entered and sat down as instructed by the clerk. The clerk read from a document confirming Scott's identity. 38 years old, from the kingdom of Umberto, and asked if the information was correct. Scott responded affirmatively, concealing his true mission behind a calm expression. The clerk informed Scott that Lord Roman's personal guards held a particularly special position, receiving a monthly salary of 30 silver coins, with additional life allowances provided in exceptional circumstances, such as war. He then asked Scott whether he had a family, to which Scott confirmed that he did. The clerk further inquired about who his family members were and where they lived. Scott replied that he had a wife and a son, both residing in Kronos. Upon hearing that, the clerk commented that the information matched what their investigation had found. This statement startled and frightened Scott, who began to feel uneasy. The clerk explained that he only asked for such details as a formality, but Scott, overwhelmed with anxiety, silently prayed for the situation to pass without incident. The clerk then stated that if Scott were to die in the line of duty, the state would grant his family compensation as a national meritorious benefit. This revelation astonished Scott. With a grave expression, he asked the clerk whether having family in the Kronos Empire would pose a problem. Smiling reassuringly, the clerk told him it would not be an issue. After leaving the tent, Scott recalled the clerk's parting words, that as long as he did not cause trouble himself, his past would not matter. The scene then shifted to the Dimitri workshop, where Master Blacksmith Hendrik was introduced. Examining Scott, Hendrik remarked that he had heard Scott used to be a mercenary in wars and observed that he seemed to be in excellent physical condition. After a closer inspection, Hendrik noted that the length of Scott's legs was slightly uneven, causing minor misalignment, and that his fingers were short, which might make it difficult for him to handle thick grips. He concluded that this was a problem to consider. Scott was astonished that the blacksmith could discern such details merely by observation. Hendrik then explained that since Scott was serving as the young master's personal guard, they would craft custom equipment specifically for him. Hearing this, Scott was taken aback and asked whether that meant all of Lord Roman's personal guards received custom-made gear, remarking that such things could not be cheap. Hendrik replied that within Dimitri, Lord Roman's direct forces were unique. Because their commander personally fought on the front lines, it was the duty of his guards to support him closely. Therefore, such customizations, though small, greatly improved the soldiers' chances of survival. Scott began to wonder if this sincerity and attention to detail were given simply because they were part of Roman's direct unit. Was this the reason behind such dedication? Hendrik assured him that he would engrave his own name on the equipment and promised to present the finest armament for him. Training for the new personal guards soon commenced. Chris, their instructor, addressed the soldiers, telling them that carrying 40 kilograms of gear was no excuse for moving slowly. Stamina, he said, was directly tied to survival. It was better, he added, to collapse from exhaustion after giving their all than to hold back. Dimitri would take responsibility and push them forward. Scott thought to himself that this brutal regime was only the basic training, and to his surprise, Roman himself was leading from the front of the formation. He could not understand why. During the drills, Scott met another of Roman's personal guards, a man named Hunt. Hunt asked him whether he had seen commanders who did nothing but shout orders from behind. Scott admitted that he had. Hunt then explained that their lord was different. Roman always led from the very front. If the guards could not keep up with his pace, they did not even deserve to follow him onto the battlefield. Reflecting on this, Scott wondered if Hunt meant that Roman Dmitri was deliberately slowing his pace for their sake. Hunt simply encouraged him to give his best, saying that true training began now. The grueling exercises continued until afternoon, leaving Scott breathless and realizing how dangerous this was. As they returned, one of the guards collapsed from exhaustion. Scott was deeply shocked when he saw another trainee collapse. One of Roman's personal guards announced that he would carry the fallen man on his back and instructed Hunt to lift the gear. Watching Roman's guards carry the others with ease, Scott was once again struck with disbelief, wondering if all of Lord Roman's personal guards were actually monsters. On the 10th day of training, Chris gathered the group and informed them that they had all endured without a single person dropping out. He stated that it was time to move on to the next stage of basic acclimation training, the mind-heart technique training. He then began explaining the method to them in detail. Scott grew excited, thinking that they were finally about to learn the secret behind Dimitri's formidable strength. However, Chris instructed them to set aside all prior concepts for now. The martial art they were about to learn, he said, was called Sura Simbep. Hearing that name, all the personal guards, including Scott, were filled with joy. Following Chris's directions, they sat cross-legged and began training in the basic stage of the technique. Sensing. Hours passed, yet Scott still could not feel any trace of mana. Despair started to settle in, and he began to think he might truly have no talent. 1 hour turned into 2, and 2 into 3. Scott recalled all the years he had spent as a mercenary, doing everything he could to become an aura swordsman. He had tried every method available, yet his talent had never allowed him to reach the level he dreamed of. Just when hopelessness was about to consume him, he suddenly felt something strange, a faint, indescribable sensation. At first, he could hardly believe it. Could it be mana that he was feeling? The energy was sometimes warm, sometimes cold, and it seemed to tingle softly against his skin. If even someone as talentless as he could sense mana after only 3 hours of training, then soon, he thought, it would not be an exaggeration to call Roman the true founder of Aura. Scott tried to recall what Chris had called the technique, Sura Simbep. He wondered if he were to bring this knowledge back to the Kronos Empire, would he be rewarded with wealth and his family's safety? He felt as though he had already fulfilled his duty, but a faint doubt lingered. Was that really all there was to it? Chris then addressed the group again, explaining that from that point on, all training would proceed under the principles of Sura Simbep. Their future progress would depend on how well they mastered it. He added that anyone who demonstrated rapid growth or remarkable achievements would be taught a new martial art suited to their individual traits. At that, one of the personal guards voiced a question, saying that Surup was already an excellent martial art and wondering why a new one was necessary. Chris's gaze hardened as he told the man that his question was based on a false premise. For in Dmitri, Sura Simbep was merely a basic martial art, one designed solely for beginners. Scott was deeply conflicted, unsure whether he should report what he had witnessed or keep silent. Staring at the transmitter on his wrist, he questioned whether he should fulfill his mission as a spy or remain a private soldier serving under Dmitri. His thoughts wandered as he reflected on himself and his past. He recalled how many Aura swordsmen had once told him they possessed no talent for Aura, yet through Dimitri's training method, they managed to sense it in less than a single day. Scott realized that soon Dmitri would have thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of Aura swordsmen under his command. It was only a matter of time before they surpassed the Kronos Empire. Moreover, he knew that Kronos would discard him the moment he made a single mistake. By contrast, Dmitri would never abandon him or his family as long as he remained loyal. After reaching his conclusion, he decided he wanted to stay among people like them. Calling a man named Pike, he instructed him to secretly help his family escape from Kronos and flee to Dmitri. Scott declared that he would risk his life for the future of Dmitri, a future he had witnessed with his own eyes. He told Pike that once his work was done, he should also come over so they could start anew together in Dmitri. Suddenly, someone called his name, startling him. It was Chris, who congratulated him on officially becoming a member of Dmitri. Only then did Scott realize Chris had overheard his conversation. Chris thought to himself that from this day forward, things would change. The spies who had learned the Azure cultivation technique would now stand at a crossroads and choose their own destinies. Moments later, someone knocked on Chris's office door and asked permission to enter. Chris invited the person in, and it turned out to be Fred, the former captain of the Memphis Night Order. Curious, Chris asked what had brought him there. Fred replied that he wanted to know if it was still possible for him to serve Dimitri. Fred's story was a complicated one. He had originally been one of the Emperor's men from the Kronos Empire and had sworn to serve Marquis Memphis under Imperial command. By that same command, he had been assigned to join Dimitri's private army. However, during his time there, Fred had witnessed Dimitri's true strength firsthand. Seeing how sincerely the people of Dimitri treated others, he found himself wanting to live for Dimitri instead. He admitted that his choice might cost him his life, yet he would have no regrets. Fred then confessed that the people who had accompanied him were not his real family. His true wife and child were still being held hostage in Kronos. He explained that if his betrayal were ever discovered, his family would be tortured to death in the most horrific ways imaginable. Pleading earnestly, he begged Chris to either take him and his family under Dimitri's protection or send him back to Kronos. Even if he returned, he vowed never to reveal Dimitri's secrets. Chris, speaking in a calm and measured tone, told Fred that if he truly wished to become one of Dimitri's people, he must answer the next questions honestly. Chris asked whether Fred had ever heard reports about the Emperor of Kronos using mental restraints to control his subjects, and if he himself had ever experienced memory loss or a foreign presence in his mind. Fred appeared puzzled at first, but then a memory surfaced, a flashback of his wife asking whether he had been forgetful lately. At the time, he had brushed it off, thinking he was simply tired. Returning to the present, Fred admitted in shock that he indeed had such experiences. Chris instructed him to follow, and together they descended a staircase that led to a glowing door. Upon entering, Fred was stunned by what he saw. When he asked what the place was, Chris explained that it was the House Sect, Dimitri's intelligence organization, where countless operatives worked diligently. Worried, Fred asked whether it was truly safe to bring someone like him there, someone who might still be under a mental restraint. Chris reassured him that the place was not easily compromised. He then said they would first address the most important matter. If Fred swore loyalty to Dimitri, the House Sect would move to rescue his family. They had already bribed key figures and located where his family was being held, with everything prepared to respond perfectly depending on his decision. Chris further explained that individuals under mental restraint would undergo a month of anti-magic training to sever all links to the restraint. When Fred asked why they would take such a risk to accept him, Chris answered that Fred's loyalty to Dimitri would be worth the risk. Once he swore allegiance, Dimitri would never abandon him. Overcome with emotion, Fred knelt and declared that from that moment on, he would dedicate everything he had to Dimitri. The scene then shifted to another man training with a sword, practicing the azure cultivation technique. As he stopped and gazed at his blade, he reflected that the answer he had long sought was within Dimitri all along. He contemplated that the azure cultivation technique was an ideal system that resolved the problem of mana control, defining countless channels for storing energy within the energy core. He marveled at how such a flawless theory could even exist. Though some people might doubt Roman's motives for publicly revealing the concept of the energy core, for Dimitri, who already used the azure cultivation technique as its foundation, it posed no threat whatsoever. The man then pondered in awe what kind of being Roman Dimitri truly was. He smiled to himself and concluded that as long as there was something he could learn, he would remain with Dimitri. The scene then shifted to the Kronos Empire, where Marquis Memphis was reporting to the king. Memphis explained that none of the spies they had sent to Dimitri were responding, suggesting that all of them had likely defected. Enraged by the news, the king declared that those worthless insects had chosen Dimitri over their own empire and ordered the termination of all agents associated with Dimitri. As Alexander left the hall, he reflected that the chains linking the fragments had been severed. Whatever the cause might be, even he had not foreseen such an event. He thought to himself that within a year, the Millennium Grand Plan would be completed. As the power of the World Tree weakened, the energy of darkness grew ever stronger. He inwardly mocked Roman Dimitri, saying that no matter how much Dimitri raged or resisted, the future would remain unchanged. Around that time, 3 guests arrived in Dimitri. The first guest was Hoffman, president of the Golden Bank. While sitting in a room and sipping tea, Hoffman remarked to Roman that even Valhalla had tried to avoid friction with Kronos, yet Dimitri had not even accepted war reparations. He expressed his astonishment at Dimitri's actions, saying that Dimitri might soon rise as a new power. He then proposed that if the Golden Bank were to back Dimitri, everything would proceed far more smoothly. With a stern, cold expression, Hoffman urged Roman to make the Golden Bank his patron and cooperate with them. In return, he said, they asked for only one thing, that the Golden Bank would not be excluded from Dimitri's future. With that single condition, he promised to lend Dmitri 1 million gold, interest-free, an amount beyond the imagination of small states. Roman observed him silently for a few seconds before asking curtly if Hoffman planned to walk a tightrope between Kronos and Dmitri. He reminded Hoffman that the Golden Bank had been more than willing to assist Kronos during the Redford incident, and that all those schemes must have come from him as the bank's president. Yet now, Hoffman had come to ask for cooperation. Hoffman replied with mild disappointment that he preferred to discuss Dmitri's future rather than dwell on past scandals. He said that the Redford affair was behind them and that what truly mattered now was mutual benefit, precisely what a true banker should pursue. He urged Roman to look ahead, saying that with the Golden Bank as a partner, Dmitri could secure 1 million gold simply by agreeing to include them in his future. Roman's gaze turned icy as he flatly refused. Stunned, Hoffman rose in anger and declared that the Golden Bank was a neutral power, a kingmaker, and that with one small pledge, Roman could gain enormous benefits. He demanded to know why Roman would throw that away. Cold as ice, Roman replied that any relationship with the Golden Bank was unnecessary, as they had never suited his taste. Enraged, Hoffman stood abruptly and warned that the Golden Bank would remember what had happened that day, for it never forgot a grudge. At that moment, Roman released his power and ordered him to stop. He then told Hoffman that he seemed mistaken. Hoffman began to sweat as Roman stood and turned toward him, asking whether Hoffman truly believed he could display hostility toward him and still walk away alive. Terrified, Hoffman stammered and asked if Roman intended to kill him, reminding him that he was the president of the Golden Bank and warning that the institution would not remain idle if he were to die. Roman coldly replied that it did not matter to him and asked if Hoffman truly did not know his reputation across the continent. At that, Hoffman thought of Roman's infamous title, the Devil of the Battlefield, and hastily apologized, claiming that he had misspoken. Roman took the contract from Hoffman's trembling hands, burned it with his power, and declared that it was now his turn to make a proposal. He set the price of Hoffman's life at 1 million gold, saying that it was the only deal they could make. Hoffman, terrified, accepted. A few hours later, the second guest arrived, Edwin Hector. He requested an audience with Lord Roman and asked him to explain the concept of the upper energy core. Edwin then began outlining his reasoning, recalling that Lord Roman had once described the brain as the upper energy core, the heart as the middle energy core, where mages formed their circles, and the region below the navel as the lower energy core, a vessel for mana. If the lower energy core was optimized for aura swordsman's accumulation and use of mana, Edwin wondered what purpose the upper energy core served. He believed that unlocking its secret could spark a revolution in magic. Roman observed him carefully, thinking that Hector was surprisingly blunt in revealing his intentions. This honesty, however, pleased him. Roman then said that although Dmitri and Hector were allies within the Kingdom Alliance, that alone was not sufficient reason for him to divulge the secrets of the upper energy core. Edwin admitted that his request was indeed bold, acknowledging that sharing such knowledge without compensation would be a one-sided sacrifice for Dmitri. As payment, he promised real and practical results, the fusion of the upper energy core's principles with magic. Together with the Heavenly Palace's magic tower, he intended to research and uncover the secret. He reminded Roman of how the mages of the Kronos Empire had suffered and argued that the Kingdom Alliance needed power to counter that threat. He asserted confidently that Hector would become that power. Roman asked whether Edwin believed that the Phoenix Mage Tower and Dmitri could not help in discovering the secret of the upper energy core. Edwin replied that he did not doubt the Phoenix Tower's abilities, but insisted that if it joined the research, he would welcome it. He emphasized that he did not seek exclusive control, only a result that would benefit everyone. Roman then told him to follow, saying that he had something to show him. Together, they went to see Felix, master of the Phoenix Magic Tower. Felix greeted Roman respectfully and asked what had brought him there. He noticed that Edwin Hector from the Heavenly Palace's magic tower had arrived together with Lord Roman. Congratulating him, he remarked that he had heard of Edwin's enlightenment after entering the Heavenly Palace and his ascent to the Fifth Circle. Edwin modestly replied that he was flattered. Roman then instructed Felix to summon Nox and prepare the magic arena equipment. They soon moved to an area that looked like a training ground for mages, with 2 wooden targets standing before them. Edwin wondered why they had suddenly come there. Roman addressed him respectfully as Lord Edwin and explained that the place was layered with powerful defensive wards, encouraging him to use his strongest magic without restraint. Surprised, Edwin thought that although he didn't yet understand Roman's intentions, he would prove himself worthy. He faced one of the wooden targets and began his spell. A great sphere of thunder mana formed before him as he unleashed a 5th circle thunder cannon. The target disintegrated completely under the impact. Though exhausted, Edwin felt satisfied, thinking that the power had been sufficient. Roman then turned to his mage, Nox, and told him it was his turn. Unlike Edwin, Nox swiftly conjured 2 fire spheres. Shocked, Edwin realized Nox was simultaneously casting multiple high-level spells without any memorization, a feat considered impossible at that speed. Nox then unleashed a 5th circle fire cannon that obliterated the target with overwhelming force. Roman turned back to Edwin and explained that Dimitri had already succeeded in integrating the theory of the upper energy core into practical magic. It was then elaborated that the upper energy core was the true key to a magical revolution. When mana flowed through the middle energy core and was released through the upper one, the resulting spell possessed vastly greater destructive power. The speed of processing became so rapid that it seemed the casting step itself had vanished. This innovation made spellcasting 2 or 3 times faster, and even within the same magic circle, the difference in performance was immense. Edwin Hector, astonished by Nox's display, understood that this was the result of merging the upper energy core into magic. He thought that if this secret ever became public, every mage and every magic tower across the continent would rush to Dimitri in pursuit of knowledge. Roman then told him that, as things stood, Dimitri had no reason to share the knowledge of the upper energy core with Hector. Edwin found that disappointing, but realized he had no argument left to persuade him. Roman added one final condition: if the kingdom of Hector swore an oath of fealty, a master-vassal bond, then Dimitri would not only share the knowledge of the upper energy core, but also take responsibility for Hector's future. Edwin contemplated the weight of a master-vassal oath. Roman, meanwhile, reflected that Edwin Hector had always been a fascinating man, bold in judgment, decisive in action, and a war mage who fought on the front lines. A commander who led from the front was a priceless asset on any battlefield. Thinking back to his past life, Roman mused that believing one man could control everything was mere arrogance. True wisdom lay in accepting those who could fill the gaps one could not. As Edwin turned the proposal over in his mind, old memories resurfaced. He remembered how there had never been a day of peace in his heart. From his youth until he became known as Hector's Star, he had carried countless burdens to protect his small, fragile kingdom. In the end, all he had ever wanted was peace for Hector, a wish that had become the very core of his existence. In the present, he declared that if Roman Dimitri promised to secure Hector's future, then he would gladly devote his life to him, and he knelt before him. That day, Dimitri did not merely gain the allegiance of a kingdom, he gained Edwin Hector himself. As dusk fell, an uninvited third guest appeared, Mark Valentino. He chided Dimitri for being excessive, saying that he had tried to restrain himself from acting like a madman, but demanded to know when Dimitri would forge the new sword he had promised. Later, while they dined together, Valentino admitted that he had been trying to be patient, waiting for Dimitri to speak first. Tearfully, he confessed that the stress had become unbearable and that he could no longer sleep, asking if Dimitri understood how he felt. Amused and slightly embarrassed, Roman thought that Valentino truly was an entertaining man. While cutting his steak, he explained that he planned to craft the sword once things settled down, but he needed 1 more month to test certain components. Valentino, overjoyed like a child, thanked him profusely. Later, in Roman's office, his butler Hans reported that the Golden Bank had sent 1 million gold. Roman thought to himself that they had indeed kept their promise. If they had broken an oath sealed by their official mark, all their contracts would have lost meaning. Everything was finally in order, and it was time for him to act. Things progressed smoothly with Chris's training of the soldiers. As they headed off somewhere, Roman informed Hans that for about a month he would remain in the forge, instructing him to handle any unimportant matters himself. Hans agreed without question. Roman entered his workshop and stripped off his shirt, revealing his hardened physique. He thought that forging swords had always been his identity, repeated countless times even unto death. It represented both the pinnacle of his mastery and the essence of what he now pursued. As he began to hammer and the fire rose around him, he reflected on the power he had attained in this life and wondered what kind of sword might be born if he forged it using the flames of a fire demon. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hoffman fumed that Roman Dimitri had dared to threaten him. Furious, he thought that Dimitri had chosen the wrong man to provoke. He vowed to show him what it truly meant to make an enemy of the Devil of Gold. Hoffman asked a subordinate if they had gathered the information he had requested. The subordinate answered that they had, and explained that Dimitri was currently trading iron in large quantities with 4 major figures: Valentino from the Kingdom of Cairo, Zenith from the Kronos Empire, Muriel from the Valhalla Empire, and Vincent from the Kingdom Alliance. He added that these wealthy magnates controlled 70% of Dimitri's iron distribution and that Zen of Kronos had already cut ties with them after the war. With a malevolent smile, Hoffman thought that as his business partners abandoned Dimitri one by one, he would see whether Dimitri, who had wronged him, would come crawling back to apologize. He then told his subordinate that their first target would be Valentino and ordered a warp gate to Cairo to be prepared immediately. He declared that his revenge would not begin with Kronos or Valhalla, but would start with betrayal from Dimitri's closest ally. At the Valentino estate in Cairo, Valentino welcomed Hoffman. Hoffman observed someone standing behind Valentino and asked who the gentleman was. Valentino explained that he was Count Fabius and said he had thought it a good opportunity to introduce him since they were in discussion. He offered to have the Count leave if Hoffman felt uncomfortable. Hoffman replied that there was no need, and Valentino appreciated the consideration. Hoffman then explained that the reason for his visit concerned an issue related to Dimitri. When Valentino said he did not understand and asked what he meant, Hoffman said that he had had a serious conflict with Roman and that, although emotional feuds were common in their business, Roman had threatened his life as leverage. With a threatening look, he told Marquis Valentino that the relationship between the Golden Bank and Dimitri ended there and that he would stop at nothing for revenge. He added that he had come to Valentino first because he valued their relationship and demanded that Valentino cut all ties with Dimitri. Valentino's eyes widened at the request. Hoffman, his aura menacing, said that if Valentino accepted his demand, the Golden Bank would waive all interest on his debts for the next 10 years, but if he refused, his loans would be called in immediately. Valentino replied that he was sorry but could not betray Dimitri and that he would repay the Golden Bank's debt as soon as possible. Hoffman warned that if Valentino rejected the offer, he would have no choice but to destroy both Dimitri and Valentino. Furious, Valentino shouted for Hoffman to leave at once and asked whether Hoffman would take responsibility if Lord Dimitri refused to sell him swords after this. Count Fabius, meanwhile, sipped his tea calmly. Valentino then ordered his men to escort the guest out politely. Hoffman was thrown out of Mark Valentino's house, the door slamming shut behind him. As he walked away, resentment burned within him as he wondered how they could dare treat him in such a way. He began to question whether targeting Mark Valentino first had been a mistake. After all, through the Cairo Rebellion and the Kronos War, the Valentino family's bond with Roman Dimitri must have deepened considerably. He reflected bitterly that Mark Valentino had grown too sentimental, too old, entrusting the family's future to foolish emotions. Shaking his head in disgust, he dismissed the thought, deciding it no longer mattered. His next destination would be the location of the Golden Bank's headquarters. There, he believed, failure was not an option. With determined strides, he headed toward the carriage, declaring that they would return to the Valhalla Empire. The scene then shifted to the Valhalla Empire, at the Muriel Grand Estate. Upon arrival, Hoffman remarked that they met again in this place, but his words froze midway when he saw Count Fabius present. Shocked, he demanded to know why that man was there. Count Muriel calmly replied that Fabius had a prior appointment and politely offered to guide Hoffman to another reception room. Hoffman's jaw tightened, and he cast them both a cold, cutting glance before following in silence. A short while later, in the reception room, Hoffman inquired after Count Muriel's father. Muriel replied that his father was in good health, well enough to consider returning to active duty, and that retirement had become dull for him. He now spent his days tending his garden. Muriel added that his father wished to thank Hoffman personally for the gift he had sent, and curiously asked where Hoffman had managed to find such rare herbs. Leaning back with a confident air, Hoffman replied boastfully that there was nothing in the world money could not accomplish. He said he had gone to special lengths for someone of great importance. Then, his expression hardened as he shifted the conversation toward his true purpose, explaining that the reason he had come to the Muriel family was because of Roman Dimitri. Count Muriel, visibly uneasy, acknowledged this with a brief response. Hoffman went on to assert that Roman had completely lost his mind, perhaps becoming arrogant after defeating Kronos. He claimed that Roman had even threatened his life during a business meeting. Because of that, Hoffman explained, the Golden Bank intended to financially isolate the Dimitri family. He noted that Count Muriel was currently trading in Dimitri steel and requested that all dealings with them be ceased. In return, he promised that the bank would supply steel at a lower price and waive the interest on Muriel's loans. Count Muriel drew a deep breath before replying that he could not accept such a request. Hoffman's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Muriel continued, saying that while he would like to take Hoffman's side if possible, the Muriel family were merchants first and foremost. He explained that Dimitri steel was irreplaceable, the highest quality on the continent, and that Valhalla's warriors would accept nothing else. Without it, they could not monopolize the market, which was his first reason for refusal. Listening to his reasoning, Hoffman thought that he understood, but he questioned inwardly whether such justification was truly worth turning one's back on the Golden Bank. Muriel went on, stating that the second reason was even more important. He reminded Hoffman that the Dimitri family had led the swordsmanship revolution and shared their knowledge generously. The Muriel family's livelihood depended on the strength of their warriors, and if they went against the current of Dimitri's real military power, the consequences would be disastrous. Muriel bowed deeply, pleading that Hoffman understand the Muriel family's position for the sake of the ancestral ties between their houses. Hoffman exhaled heavily, realizing at last why Roman had been so confident. His shoulders slumped in defeat, and he muttered to himself like a beaten dog that there was now only one person left. Vincent, the great financier of the Kingdom Alliance. Hoffman thought of him as a man much like himself, not one of loyalty, but one who would always put profit first. Clenching his fist with renewed determination, Hoffman vowed silently that not everything would go Roman's way. The first meeting had been by coincidence, the second by fate, and the third by inevitability. Hoffman froze mid-step, shocked to see the familiar face once more, and demanded to know why Fabius was there again. Fabius only grinned broadly, remarking that they met again. Count Vincent then intervened, explaining that both Hoffman and Fabius had scheduled appointments at the same time, so he had arranged a three-way meeting instead, since they appeared to have come for the same purpose. He suggested that they proceed together. Hoffman straightened his posture, regaining his composure, and acknowledged that Count Vincent seemed to understand the situation well. He clarified that the relationship between Dimitri and the Golden Bank was over, with no intention of restoring it. Going straight to the point, he urged Viscount Vincent to cease all trade with Dimitri, promising in return that the Vincent family would be accepted into the Golden Bank. Hoffman explained that the Golden Bank was a lending institution where members of the Golden Line could borrow money on their name alone, a rare privilege. He added that the bank would purchase Vincent's goods at low prices and introduce him to existing Golden Line companies. Vincent chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with calculation, thinking that it was a chance to kill two birds with one stone, or perhaps something even better. He then admitted that it was indeed a good offer, but reminded Hoffman that his family's base was within the Kingdom Alliance, and thus he could not ignore the political implications of such a move. Hoffman questioned why the Viscount insisted on remaining confined within what he called the small well of the Kingdom of Sank, promising instead to help him establish a base in Kronos or Valhalla. Viscount Vincent then turned slowly toward Count Fabius and asked what he thought of the offer. Fabius paused for a few seconds before replying that it seemed like a very good deal to him as well. Both Hoffman and Vincent looked confused by that response. Vincent thought that something about the situation felt wrong. He then asked Fabius if he truly meant that it was acceptable for him to join hands with the Golden Bank. Fabius calmly replied that Dimitri had no intention of granting any special favors to the Vincent family, nor could he offer the same terms as the Golden Bank. Count Vincent remarked that very well, if that was Hoffman's stance. Before he could finish, Fabius leaned forward with intensity and asked whether, as Vincent could see, all members of the Golden Line were truly equal. Vincent said he did not understand and asked what Fabius meant. Fabius's voice dropped and grew more serious as he told him to face reality and asked whether he really believed they would stand by him to the end as allies. He added that the Golden Bank was the sort that swallowed when things were sweet and spat people out when things turned bitter. Hoffman's face flushed with rage. He flew into a fury, pounded the table violently, knocked over a wine goblet, and warned Fabius to watch his tongue. Fabius, calm, replied that the Golden Bank was a power built on credit and insisted that Dimitri did not betray relationships once formed. That, he said, was the only promise he could give to the Vincent family. Hoffman pointed an accusing finger at Vincent and urged him not to be swayed by empty words, reminding him how precious it was to join the Golden Line. Vincent closed his eyes and weighed the two offers in silence. He reasoned that the Golden Bank carried risks of discrimination and betrayal, but Dimitri had shown he kept the relationships he formed. What he needed most at that moment was reliability. Slowly he rose from his seat, bowed respectfully, and accepted Count Fabius's offer, stating that he would stand with Dimitri. He believed people were mistaken about one thing: Philistines did not act recklessly. Hoffman's face contorted with fury as he shouted at Vincent for daring to refuse his offer, hurling insults and vowing that either the Golden Bank or he himself would drag Vincent and Dimitri into ruin. Fabius's eyes flashed dangerously. Fixing Hoffman with an intimidating look, he warned him to lower his voice unless he wanted to die. Hoffman, filled with fury, recalled how only a few years ago, Fabius had been the one flattering him. He found it unbearable that the man now dared to challenge him. Rising abruptly from his chair, he exclaimed that Fabius had completely lost his mind. Fabius, however, responded calmly that it was Hoffman who failed to grasp the reality of the situation. Standing as well, he reminded Hoffman that Dimitri had never yielded, not even to the Kronos Empire. His tone then grew darker and more threatening as he warned that no amount of gold could solve every problem in the world. Dimitri, he said, understood those limits in a gentlemanly way, but if Hoffman Hoffman continued to oppose them, they would have no choice but to take decisive action. He questioned what gave Hoffman such confidence to act as he did, and asked if Hoffman truly believed his precious gold would protect him if Dmitri ever decided to assassinate him. The words struck Hoffman deeply. The idea of an assassination order from Dmitri had never crossed his mind, and the thought sent a chill down his spine. Fabius went on to say that if Hoffman wished to avoid starting a war with them, he should learn to lower his gaze. Enraged, Hoffman stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Once he was gone, Fabius turned to Viscount Vincent with a satisfied smile, remarking that now the nuisance was out of the way, the real players could have a proper conversation. Count Vincent, taken aback, asked what he meant by that. Fabius explained that cutting ties with the Golden Bank would have a direct impact on the Vincent family, but assured him that proper compensation would be provided. Releasing a faint trace of his aura, Fabius stated that Dmitri was not a cold-hearted nation. Baron Vincent, bowing his head slightly, expressed his gratitude for being spared. Meanwhile, Hoffman, now alone, seethed with rage. He reminded himself that even Kronos, the most powerful empire on the continent, had acknowledged his influence, and yet Dmitri had dared to humiliate him so openly. Slamming his hands onto the table, he roared in anger. Then, standing before the portrait of his ancestor, he muttered that he had been taught a lesson for times like this. If he ever faced a situation that money could not solve, he was to seek the hidden secret of the Golden Bank, a teaching passed down through generations. Grimly realizing that such a moment had come during his own tenure, Hoffman took a dagger and without hesitation severed his own hand. He then pressed a button beneath the ancestral portrait with the severed hand. The massive button began to glow faintly. It was said that one of the continent's greatest mysteries was the true origin of the Golden Bank. No one knew where it had come from or how it had amassed such extraordinary wealth. Moments later, a hidden doorway appeared where the button had been. What lay beyond confirmed one thing. The first director of the Golden Bank had never been an ordinary being. Inside the secret chamber, golden bars filled the space, and at its center stood a sculpted bust crowned with gold. As Hoffman approached, the bust began to emit a radiant glow, releasing waves of strange sound that reverberated through the room and echoed around him. Hoffman knelt down before Lord Alexander, expressing his reverence and declaring that his servant had finally come to greet him. In that moment, Hoffman realized he was standing before the true essence of the Golden Bank's existence. A month later, Marque Valentino inquired whether Lord Dmitri had yet emerged from his workshop. Hans responded that he would inform him immediately once the Lord did. Valentino instructed Hans to contact him first without fail, and then left, leaving Hans to watch his departure. As more time passed, Valentino asked again, only to learn that Dmitri still had not come out. After several more days, he began to suspect something was amiss and remarked to himself that perhaps something had happened. He told Hans that he could no longer wait in the guest room and demanded to wait in front of the workshop instead, asking Hans to show him the way. Hans, however, replied that such a thing was not permitted. Agitated, Valentino protested, insisting that he merely wished to wait. Yet Hans, though apologetic, firmly refused his request. Hans soon began to worry himself, wondering why Lord Dmitri was taking so long this time, and whether something had gone wrong. Later, he stood in front of the workshop with Lord Felix and asked if Felix could use magic to check what was happening inside. Felix agreed and activated a resonant sensing spell. What he saw shocked him. He muttered in disbelief, wondering what on earth was occurring within those walls. Inside the workshop, Roman was surrounded by blazing flames as he forged the sword. He spoke to himself about the power of the flame demon he had obtained beneath the endless mountains, acknowledging that though it was bound to him, it still refused to be fully controlled. He recalled that if fate had indeed tied them together, then the demon should obey his will quietly. Employing the flame fire. Divine art, Yoma Shingong, he pushed his limits. A memory surfaced of a dwarven smith warning him that the flame demon was a power no being could truly control. The smith had told him that when the gods first granted fire to the world, it became both warmth and disaster, capable of nurturing life and destroying it. He had advised Roman never to try to control such a force, but instead to accept it for what it was, for that was the nature of the flame demon. Reflecting on those words, Roman questioned whether something uncontrollable was truly the natural order. Then, defying that notion, he declared to himself that it was not. He had always managed to obtain everything he desired, and this power would be no different. The flames surged around him as if responding to his will. Outside, one of Mark Valentino's subordinates reported that it had already been 15 days and suggested that the Mark should return to Cairo, reminding him that he had neglected his family affairs for too long. Valentino refused, insisting that he could not leave now. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he explained that he had been waiting for this exact moment. the sacred instant when the sword would finally be completed. The subordinate seemed resigned, but just then someone burst through the doors to announce that Lord Roman had finally emerged from the workshop. Valentino immediately stood up and ordered that they head to Dimitri Castle at once. In Dimitri Castle, Roman gazed intently at the sword he had forged. As he observed its flawless craftsmanship, a thought crossed his mind. It was perfect. With this sword, he believed, he could finally attempt what he had long envisioned. The swords crafted by Roman continued to reach new heights of perfection with every creation. The difference between each one was not merely a matter of improved technique, it was a leap into an entirely new realm of mastery. When Marche Valentino rushed to see Roman, he was filled with admiration, exclaiming that he could not even begin to imagine how extraordinary the next sword would be. However, when he encountered Hans, he was informed, with an apologetic tone, that young Master Roman had gone straight to the training grounds after leaving the forge. Devastated, Marche Valentino fell to his knees in disappointment. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Roman examined his latest sword with quiet awe. He reflected that even in his previous life, he had never forged a blade of such exceptional quality. He attributed its magnificence to the flames of the fire demon, which had blessed the forging process. As he gazed upon the sword, a new martial art technique, one that perfectly matched the sacred inferno art, began to form vividly in his mind. Entering a deep state of meditation, he allowed the image to take shape. When he opened his eyes, fire burned within them, and flames began to dance along his sword. He resolved to embrace the power of the burning flames and charged his strike. With his first technique, Flame, he slashed at the ground, sending searing waves of fire outward. He vowed to sweep his enemies away in a blaze, and as he swung again, his sword released torrents of fire that engulfed the entire training field. Progressing to the second technique, Flame Wave, he concentrated the fire's power into a single point, declaring his intent to pierce through all that stood before him. The sword responded by releasing a concentrated jet of flame. Then, invoking the third technique, Fiery Explosion, he prepared to unleash the flame's ultimate extremity. Driving the flaming sword into the earth, he caused the ground to fracture, flames erupting violently from beneath. Finally, using the fourth technique, Fire Demon, he summoned an explosion brighter than the sun, leaving behind a vast crater. Roman then explained that this sword technique mirrored the flames of the Fire Demon itself. It was a martial art born in the barren lands of Dimitri, a place where blacksmiths had lived alongside fire for generations. Declaring that the name of this art would be the Fire Demon's Flame, he proclaimed it a fitting creation for the soul of a heavenly demon, one capable of bringing existence forth from nothing. Sometime later, a delighted Marche Valentino approached Roman and asked whether the sword had been completed. Roman confirmed that it had, adding that he was satisfied with the result. Overjoyed, Marche Valentino expressed his faith in Roman's ability, saying he had known from the beginning that Roman would succeed. Roman kept his word, promising that before the auction, Marche Valentino would be allowed to see the sword. When Hans brought the blade and placed it upon the table, Roman mentioned that if Valentino could offer an acceptable price, he might even become its owner. He further added that he intended to submit only this single sword for the upcoming auction. Gazing at the gleaming weapon, Marche Valentino was struck speechless, thinking that this must be the new masterpiece forged by Lord Roman. Awed, he asked for permission to measure it with his device, which Roman granted readily. As he placed the device over the blade, it began to glow brightly. He noted with astonishment that the mana resonance easily surpassed level 10, just like Blaze. Pondering the possible auction price, he estimated that since Blaze had been worth 1,200 gold, this one could fetch twice that, perhaps even 2,400 gold. Yet he soon realized that even that might not suffice and began to sweat nervously. Gathering himself, he asked Roman what name he had given the sword. Roman replied that it was called Third No Name. Shocked, Marche Valentino protested that such a magnificent sword deserved a name of grandeur and dignity, not one as simple as No Name. Roman calmly explained that among the 4 swords he had crafted this time, Third No Name was actually an experimental piece made as preparation for the final sword. To him, the meaning lay in the process itself, which made it particularly special. Marche Valentino was stunned to hear that there were 4 swords in total. He immediately asked whether that meant Third No Name was the least refined of the 4. Roman admitted that, relatively speaking, it was indeed the one with the lowest level of completion, though it was by no means a low-grade weapon. The No Name series, he explained, stood several levels above Blaze in both craftsmanship and performance. Dumbfounded, Marche Valentino then requested to see the 4th and final sword. After observing him for a moment, Roman granted permission. When Marche Valentino finally held the last sword, he gazed upon it in pure awe, murmuring that it was a blessing from the heavens that such a weapon could even exist. He now understood why Roman had described the No Name series as experimental. To create a masterpiece like this, even the process itself must have been an art form. He concluded that collectors across the lands would surely compete fiercely to obtain one of the no-name series, even if it meant paying a great premium. The symbolic value alone, along with the pursuit of perfection in its creation, made the third nameless sword worth a fortune. Roman explained that the final sword would be called Disaster. After leaving, Mark Valentino reflected that Disaster was a masterpiece beyond mortal reach. He thought that although he might never possess Disaster, he would surely obtain the third nameless sword, yet a question soon troubled him. Why hadn't Darkness been submitted for auction? The scene then shifted to Roman handing the sword Darkness to his brother, Rodwell Dimitri. Rodwell, puzzled, asked why Roman was giving it to him. Roman answered that he believed Rodwell was the only one who could take his place in his absence, and that he wanted his brother to carry on the symbol of darkness. Surprised, Rodwell asked what Roman meant by his absence. Roman explained that Rodwell Dimitri stood at the edge of a cliff. If they retreated even a single step before Kronos, they would face a miserable end. He said that even if he were gone, he wanted Rodwell's mere presence to bring comfort to their people and urged him to become a true pillar that everyone could rely on. Rodwell protested that it was impossible, insisting that no matter how hard he tried, he could never truly replace Roman. In response, flames appeared in Roman's palm as he declared that from that moment he would pass the flame of the fire demon to his brother. He explained that the sacred inferno art allowed those of the same bloodline to share its heat. Since Rodwell shared his blood, it was possible. Roman said that it was only a small seed for now, but if Rodwell nurtured it well, it would make him stronger than ever before. The choice, however, was his. Rodwell then took the sword and agreed, saying that if it meant he could become stronger, he would accept anything. Roman told him that the martial art he would teach him was called the Blazing Flame Sword Art. Roman placed his hands behind his brother's back and infused him with mana. Flames began to coil around Lordwell Dimitri as he struggled, unable to contain such immense power. Roman reflected that even though he was only channeling a fraction of it, the fire demon's flame was a force no human could withstand. He thought that if the heat of the flame fire divine art had not already been merged within Lordwell Dimitri, his fragile body would have been reduced to ash. Eventually, the pain subsided, and a faint ember settled into Lordwell Dimitri's dantian. From it emerged a swordsmanship reminiscent of the fire demon's blaze, the mastery of the flame fire divine art itself, and its new vessel was none other than Lordwell Dimitri. Afterward, when Mark Valentino returned home, he immediately convened a meeting. His subordinates reported that they had secured luxury goods following the war and had already amassed vast quantities of gemstones. They spoke confidently about the profits to come, yet questioned why their lord had suddenly ordered a withdrawal. One anxious aide warned that even though the trade of such goods was not their main enterprise, the losses would still be significant, and asked if there was a hidden issue they were unaware of. Marque Valentino responded that to obtain Lord Roman's new sword, 3,000 to 4,000 gold pieces would not suffice. Some among them doubted his decision, but he insisted that gemstones and luxury goods no longer held value. What mattered now was not missing this opportunity. When one subordinate objected to spending such astronomical sums on a single sword, Marque Valentino explained that the world would soon revolve around Lordwell Dimitri. He declared that they had seized the reins of Roman and would ride his power across the continent. He named Hector Umberto Redford Frank as Lord Roman's masterpiece, a sword that would shatter the established merchant houses and open the gates of the four kingdoms to them, positioning their family as the foremost supporters of Lordwell Dimitri. He asserted that even if they managed to obtain the third unnamed blade and make themselves known, the entire continent would recognize Dimitri standing behind their family's banner. Marque Valentino then stated that he was no longer content with being merely Cairo's wealthy man and challenged his men to rise beyond their current station. They pledged their loyalty and vowed to follow his will. Meanwhile, Roman handed the two swords he had forged to Chris and Kevin, the first unnamed sword to Chris and the second to Kevin. He told them that as their martial skills grew, the blades would come to perfectly reflect their desires. Chris expressed his gratitude, while Kevin remained silent, visibly discontented, which puzzled Roman. At last, Kevin spoke in a grave tone, admitting that his request might be presumptuous but asking if he could receive the first sword instead. Roman inquired about his reason, and Kevin solemnly explained that he could not stand seeing anyone else being named first by his lord. Chris observed quietly. Roman smiled faintly, remembering how even in the past, the so-called mad demon had always stirred trouble. In his previous life, he had once seen that same man kneeling before him, confessing that he had always wished to be the one his lord trusted most, the first sword at his side. Roman had thought then that whether one was the blood demon or the sword demon, all were foes he would one day surpass. Returning to the present, Roman told Kevin that his blades were granted by merit alone, and if Kevin wanted the first, he must prove himself worthy of it. Without hesitation, Kevin turned to Chris and challenged him to a duel, declaring that he would prove through skill that he was the rightful bearer of that sword. Chris accepted calmly, telling him that if their lord had given him the first unnamed blade, Kevin could see for himself the reason why. Chris remarked that the situation reminded him of the old days, when he had already known how Kevin perceived him, like a child charging forward with a flushed face. He added that an adult had no reason to respond to every challenge. Though Kevin might now be called Lordwell Dimitri's devil, in Chris's eyes he was still a child and posed no threat. They prepared themselves for battle. Chris told Kevin to show him everything he had, saying he would prove his worth through strength alone. He questioned whether Kevin truly thought his ambitions were so small that he could be easily caught. Kevin lunged forward in response, shouting how long Chris intended to keep fighting with words instead of action. He thrust at full speed, but Chris vanished with his flash lightning technique, leaving behind only an afterimage. Kevin struck the illusion, only for Chris to reappear behind him and launch a counterattack. Kevin managed to parry in time, then slammed his weapon into the ground, sending stones flying into the air. Using the distraction, he dashed forward and unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, all of which Chris blocked effortlessly. At the final clash, Chris admitted that Kevin had indeed changed since before. His eyes began to glow as he activated his lightning technique, stating coldly that this was all Kevin could manage. Lightning enveloped his body, forcing Kevin to step back, realizing that Chris understood his strength better than anyone else. Then, Chris moved at the speed of light and struck. But to his surprise, Kevin laughed. Kevin remarked that perhaps he knew Chris even better than Chris knew himself. His swordsmanship, his habits, his tendencies, nothing escaped him. He declared that he would now unleash everything he had honed to surpass Chris. Observing from the sidelines, Roman noted that with the ghost soul demon arts sharpening Kevin's senses to their utmost limit, Kevin had grown capable of predicting even the trajectory of flash lightning. As Chris pressed his assault, Kevin shouted that he could see everything, Chris's right arm, his shoulder, every motion. In that moment, Kevin invoked the Heaven Demon Sword Style's first move and launched his attack. Kevin performed the Heaven Demon Sword Style's first move and struck at Chris, declaring with burning certainty that this would be the end. The moment the sword strike was about to reach him, just as the air seemed to freeze from the sheer pressure of Kevin's blade, Chris's eyes flashed with cold resolve. At the last second, he performed the technique known as single flash. In an instant, the two warriors' blades collided, and the world seemed to erupt in light. The clash rang out through the air, echoing across the battlefield like thunder rolling from the heavens. The force of their collision sent ripples through the air, as if even the sky itself trembled in awe of their power. The brilliance of the two swords illuminated their faces, Kevin's expression fierce and unyielding, Chris's calm but sharpened like steel. Sparks scattered like fireflies in the night sky, and the two figures seemed to hang suspended for a single eternal moment before the outcome revealed itself. Unable to withstand the tremendous power behind Chris's counter, Kevin's body was thrown backward. He fell from the sky, his body striking the ground with a heavy thud. A cloud of dust rose around him, swallowing the battlefield in smoke and silence. When the haze finally began to settle, Kevin could be seen on one knee, panting heavily. His face was drenched in sweat, his body trembling from exhaustion. He had clearly been defeated. The proud energy that had surrounded him moments ago had faded into the dull pain of failure. Chris, though victorious, was no less spent. He stood tall, but his chest heaved with labored breaths. The duel had pushed him to his very limits. He pointed his sword toward Kevin, not in malice, but in acknowledgement of his opponent's resolve. The tip of his blade gleamed faintly in the sunlight that pierced through the smoke. Even as he stood victorious, Chris's eyes softened for a brief moment. He thought to himself that he could no longer see Kevin as just a boy from the slums. There was a time when he had dismissed Kevin's background as a limitation, but after witnessing his courage and skill firsthand, that notion had vanished. Kevin had grown, and he had fought with everything he had. Chris lowered his sword slightly, and his thoughts drifted inward. Just as Kevin sought to become his lord's first sword, Chris's own goal burned even brighter, to surpass his lord himself and become the continent's greatest swordsman. That dream, born from a mixture of ambition and pain, had guided his every step. But as he stood over Kevin's fallen form, he couldn't help but wonder, why did I start walking this path in the first place? The question pulled him deep into the recesses of his memory. In his mind's eye, he saw again the battlefield of his youth, a place painted in blood and ashes, corpses scattered as far as the eye could see. He saw himself as a boy, barely old enough to hold a sword, clutching the lifeless body of his mother. Her blood had stained his hands, and all he could do was cry. The world had taken everything from him, leaving behind only grief and rage. Amid the endless despair, a shadow had loomed over him, a soldier reaching out a gloved hand. That man was Captain Jonathan. His expression was stern, but filled with something deeper, understanding. The young Chris had taken that hand, and in that moment he made a vow to himself. He would never let something like this happen again. Never again would he be powerless. Never again would he lose someone because of his weakness. He would become stronger than anyone, strong enough to protect everything he held dear. Returning to the present, Chris looked down at Kevin. The young warrior had fallen unconscious from his injuries. He sheathed his sword and thought to himself that perhaps his goal, the dream of surpassing his lord and standing as the greatest swordsman, was something absurd. Perhaps even decades of training would not be enough to reach that distant height, but even so, he would not accept the walls of reality as they were. He would keep walking, one step at a time, no matter how far the path stretched. From nearby, Roman watched the scene unfold, his lips curving into a faint, approving smile. He saw in Chris's determination the fire that burned in all true warriors, the refusal to give up, no matter how hopeless the dream. Later, as Kevin's wounds were treated, the physician sighed and muttered, "Why does he always push his body so recklessly?" The doctor's hands moved carefully as he cleaned the cuts and applied salve to the bruises. He added quietly, "Still, Sir Chris is amazing. Without even grazing the internal organs, he sliced only the flesh with surgical precision. His admiration was genuine. He had treated many duelists before, but few had the control to inflict wounds that were both painful and non-lethal." Kevin stayed silent, eyes half open as the physician spoke. The physician, addressing him as Lord Kevin, continued speaking, perhaps trying to comfort him. "Sir Chris has been famous since the very beginning. Despite his handsome face, his ferocity in battle is unmatched. Under Captain Jonathan's guidance, he awakened his mana in no time. All of Dimitri was abuzz with talk of a genius swordsman, and meeting young Lord Roman only gave him wings. He would have become great on his own, but with Roman's guidance, his growth has become unstoppable." The doctor paused, then smiled faintly. "But you, my lord, are remarkable too. Sir Chris never injures his sparring partners, so if he drew blood this time, it must mean he believed that was the only way to win." Kevin's gaze lowered. The physician's words lingered in his mind long after he stopped speaking. A genius and a boy from the slums, he thought bitterly. What chance do I really have? Soon Lord Roman will be surrounded by men like Chris, by talent so bright that even their shadows shine. Fernando, Ares, Fred, each of them already famed as rankers, would only grow stronger under Roman's leadership. And me? Am I slowly being left behind? The thought gnawed him for a brief moment, but Kevin quickly crushed it before it could take root. He clenched his fists and forced himself to breathe deeply. "It doesn't matter that my origins are humble," he thought. "It doesn't matter if I was born in the slums. Whether it takes 1 year or 10, I will not live a life where defeat feels natural." His eyes, though weary, began to burn once again with unshakable determination. He would master the ghost soul demon arts. He would push beyond his limits, even if it tore his body apart. Only then could he surpass the constraints of his birth. Meanwhile, in the bustling city, the Adelian auction house was alive with noise and anticipation. The hall was packed so tightly that there was barely room to breathe. People from every corner of the region had gathered, their eyes gleaming with excitement. News had spread that Lord Roman Dimitri's newly forged sword would be up for bid, and the entire city had erupted into chaos over it. The auction, held exclusively for the wealthy, began with a starting price of 100 gold coins. Ordinary citizens weren't even allowed through the door. As the murmur of the crowd filled the grand hall, the auctioneer stepped onto the stage, bowing deeply. "Thank you all for waiting," he announced with pride. "As you all know, the piece presented today at the Adelian auction house is none other than the masterpiece that caused a sensation throughout Blaze, Lord Roman Dimitri's newest creation, Third No Name." The audience buzzed in excitement, whispers of admiration spreading like wildfire. The auctioneer's voice rose with energy. "We will now begin the auction. Starting bid, 100 gold." But before he could even finish his sentence, participant number 1 raised his hand and shouted, 10,000 gold! The entire room fell silent. The auctioneer froze mid-sentence, eyes wide in disbelief. Participant number 1 has opened with 10,000 gold. He stammered. Murmurs erupted across the hall, disbelief spreading among the gathered nobles. It was Marquis Valentino. The man himself leaned back casually in his chair, his lips curled into a smug grin. "Go on," he said mockingly, glancing at the others. "Join in, all of you. I'll crush you with money." His words carried the arrogance of someone who had never lost a bidding war. The other participants exchanged uneasy glances, but remained silent. No one dared to challenge such a reckless and overwhelming offer. Finally, the auctioneer swallowed hard and raised his gavel. Third No Name, sold for 10,000 gold, the highest opening bid in this auction's history. His voice trembled, the moment sinking into the stunned silence that followed. Mark Valentino burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the hall as he reveled in his victory. After the auction ended, Mark Valentino turned to his retainer with excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Schedule meetings with the nearby families immediately," he ordered. "Split them between morning and afternoon. I'll meet at least 2 per day." The retainer hesitated, clearly puzzled. "My lord, may I ask why?" Valentino grinned proudly. "Because I've won a magnificent treasure. Of course, I must visit them all and boast in person." The retainer blinked, momentarily speechless, wondering if this was truly for the sake of the family or just his master's vanity. Meanwhile, far away in the communication room of Dmitri, a magic stone suddenly began to glow. A voice came through, trembling with desperation. "Please help us. This place, it's a prison." The sound was faint, nearly drowned by static. The scene shifted to a grim prison camp. A soldier of Kronos kicked one of Dmitri's captured soldiers mercilessly, sneering down at him. "Bastard," he spat. "Didn't I tell you that if you just stayed quiet and behaved, I wouldn't kill you? Why can't you ever listen when someone talks to you?" He bent down, his tone laced with mockery. "You tried to smuggle a magic communicator to contact Dmitri. Huh? How impressive of you." The Kronos soldier tilted his head, curious. "I'm honestly curious about something. Did you really think that would save your life? Roman Dmitri doesn't even consider prisoner exchanges. He slaughtered every last Kronos soldier he faced. That's your lord's true nature." He smirked cruelly. "The ceasefire talks are already over. Dmitri isn't coming to save you." He struck the prisoner across the face, then barked, "Don't deny it. Take him to the torture chamber. Let's show everyone what happens to a rat that disobeys orders once and for all." When the Kronos Empire had struck the Western Front, many soldiers of Dmitri were captured as the fortress fell. Those who survived were sent to the quarries of Machidon, where slaves toiled endlessly in the dark. Those taken by General Hannibal were secretly moved deep into the Kronos Empire's eastern territory, far from rescue, far from hope. There, in a place forgotten by the world, the prisoners of Dmitri became ghosts. After the torture, the soldiers brought the boy back to the other prisoners, and it was revealed that his name was Carol. The other prisoners approached him and asked how he was, but he could not speak and only trembled. The prisoners cursed the tormentors, expressing their outrage at how humans could inflict such cruelty on one another. A prisoner sitting behind them murmured that it seemed the Kronos Empire had not mentioned their existence during the ceasefire negotiations. He added that the soldiers listed as missing were already considered dead by Roman Dmitri. The same prisoner went on to say that because Roman Dmitri had already finalized the ceasefire, neither side would want to bring up the existence of the captives, and he concluded that, cruel as it was, this was their reality. The scene then shifted to Roman Dmitri, where one of his advisors began sweating while reading a report and remarked that the situation was extremely troublesome. The advisor privately reflected that provoking Kronos over the prisoner issue at this moment could plunge Roman Dmitri, who had only recently regained stability, back into chaos. Yet he also worried that if they acted without solid evidence, the enemy would destroy the prisoners and erase all traces of them. Roman Dmitri threw the documents onto the table for all the advisors and instructed them to read. They each took a sheet and began examining the contents. The advisor, who already knew about the prisoners, looked at Roman Dmitri and implied that Dmitri must have known of their existence all along. Roman Dmitri then addressed the council, asking them why they thought he had rejected the prisoner exchange and pushed the enemy to the brink. None of the advisors could answer. He explained that the reason he had pursued victory, even at the cost of sacrifice, was because only the victor possessed true rights. He clarified that they had won the war while standing upon those sacrifices, and because of that victory, they now had the right to reclaim their prisoners. He declared that this was the right of the victor. He then ordered them to gather the troops and prepare to retrieve the soldiers stranded beyond the Western Front, announcing that he was willing to wage war again if necessary. Some advisors were shocked by the decision, but ultimately they all obeyed. At that same moment, inside Baron Mac Hitton's meeting room, 2 men, one with white hair and the other with long black hair, were seated at a table alongside the guard who had ordered Carol's beating. The black-haired man asked the guard, Jason, whether the enemy might have discovered the existence of the prisoners. Jason replied confidently that there was absolutely no chance of that happening. He added that the brief moment during which the prisoner had managed to connect the call had been far too short for any meaningful message to be delivered. The white-haired man, Baron Makitton, remarked that the situation had arisen because Roman Dmitri had slaughtered all of their prisoners and should have considered the consequences of such actions. He asserted that as long as they deliberately concealed the existence of the captives on their side, Roman Dmitri would have no way to uncover the truth. Jason affirmed that this was exactly the case, and he added that since the ceasefire had already been established, overturning the situation would not be easy for their opponents. At that moment, someone opened the door and called for the Lord, reporting that Roman Dmitri had just mobilized troops and crossed the border. Baron Midden was left stunned by the news. The scene then shifted to the Kronos frontline defensive base, where the commander, Count Muniz, spoke into a magical transmitter, reporting that the enemy had been sighted and had crossed the border. A voice over the transmitter responded that Roman Dmitri seemed to have realized that prisoners of war existed and instructed Count Muniz to try to initiate negotiations for the moment. If negotiations failed, the voice warned that they would kill all the prisoners and erase every trace of the incident. Count Muniz reacted with fury, admitting he had known matters would eventually come to this. Roman Dmitri soon appeared before the fortress walls with his soldiers, and Count Muniz, watching from above, ordered that a white flag messenger be sent to him immediately. The messenger, however, met a gruesome end, his head cut off by Roman Dmitri. Roman Dmitri then declared that there would be no half-hearted negotiations. He demanded that every Roman Dmitri prisoner be brought before him within 2 hours. In a menacing tone, he warned them not to even think of killing the prisoners or trying to destroy evidence. Count Muniz reeled at his words. Roman Dmitri went on to state that he already possessed all related evidence, and that if even a single person were missing, he would regard it as a declaration of war against him. As he began to release his power, Count Muniz realized he could not take the threat lightly and found himself cornered. Later, Count Muniz reported the situation through a video call, explaining that, judging by Roman Dmitri's actions so far, the ceasefire agreement truly risked collapsing. On the other end of the call, Marquis Memphis commented that Roman Dmitri had dared to cross the border without warning. He admitted that he wanted to punish him brutally, but also explained that His Majesty had ordered all diplomacy to be handled strictly defensively, had granted him full authority, and then entered a year of seclusion. He reasoned that he could not allow their plans to be ruined by a moment of anger. After finishing his explanation, he warned Count Muniz that if they caused a disturbance with Roman Dmitri and disrupted His Majesty's rest, the consequences would be severe. Count Muniz acknowledged this and apologized. Marquis Memphis, however, told him there was no need to apologize and suggested that they should handle the matter quietly. Since the prisoners had been used as labor by the Eastern nobles, he said they would simply declare that the misconduct belonged to the nobles. Count Muniz was taken aback, realizing that the higher authorities were merely cutting off the tail to save themselves. Seeing his reaction, Marquis Memphis remarked that this was simply how the world worked and ended the call. Count Muniz was furious but powerless. He contacted Baron Hidden and explained the situation. Baron Hidden lost his temper, smashed the magic phone, and cursed them. Enraged, he shouted that for the sake of the Emperor's peaceful rest, he was expected to cover up the prisoner incident as Eastern noble misconduct, meaning, in essence, that he was simply supposed to die at the hands of Roman Dmitri. He then turned to Jason and asked if he had any solution. Jason replied that no method remained now that the Empire had abandoned the Eastern nobles, and that Roman Dmitri's mercy was their only hope of survival. He explained that if they handed over the prisoners as demanded and managed to appease Roman Dmitri's anger, they might survive. Furious, Baron Hidden ordered his men to bring every prisoner immediately, without a single one missing. The scene then shifted back to the prisoners being gathered. Jason suggested secretly hiding the ones who had been tortured, but Baron Hidden rejected the idea, pointing out that Count Muniz had insisted that the tortured prisoners themselves were evidence. Jason, nevertheless, insisted that they had concealed the existence of the prisoners thoroughly, and that the other side should not possess the complete list. Faced with this reasoning, Baron Hidden ordered that those in the worst condition, beginning with the one nearest, be removed from the prisoner list. 2 hours later, Baron Hidden appeared with Jason and the prisoners, lining them up before Roman Dmitri. The Baron announced that they had brought all of Roman Dmitri's prisoners, and he went on to express a sincere apology for having concealed their existence. Bowing his head in respect, Baron Hidden explained that the sudden ceasefire agreement had thrown the situation into confusion, causing them to panic and miss their opportunity. He pleaded for punishment if necessary, but asked Roman Dmitri to reconsider his relationship with Kronos, insisting that Kronos desired peace. Before the Baron could finish, Roman Dmitri struck him in the face, causing him to bleed. Grabbing the Baron's head, he demanded to know what he had previously said, releasing a surge of power as he reminded him that he had given a clear warning not to omit even a single one. As Jason watched in shock, Roman Dmitri seemed to crush the Baron's skull. Then, in a menacing tone, Roman Dmitri unleashed his power once more and ordered them to bring his people. The long-haired man wore an anxious expression and insisted that they had already brought all of their prisoners. Lucas checked the list and then informed Roman Dmitri that the number did not match the records provided by the Information Guild. Roman Dmitri asked calmly whether that was so, and Lucas confirmed that there were still prisoners who were unaccounted for. Panicking, the long-haired man hurriedly denied it, claiming that they truly had brought everyone. He added that he did not know what criteria had been used for the list, but if some prisoners were not present, then they must have already died during the war. He emphasized that most of the captives had been in terrible condition when they were first taken and insisted that it was not their fault. Internally, however, he feared that they must not be allowed to discover that they had actually killed them. Roman Dmitri examined them with piercing eyes and remarked that, from what he could see, it appeared that the prisoners had been tortured. He then stepped forward and declared that they would confirm it immediately. Raising his hand, Roman Dmitri cast a restorative spell, channeling mana into one of the prisoners lying sprawled on the ground. The man soon opened his eyes and regained consciousness. Suspicious and confused, Carol wondered where he was and whether the person before him was truly his lord. Roman Dmitri called him by name and demanded that he explain exactly what had happened to him. The long-haired man watched nervously as Carol knelt before Roman Dmitri, trembling and sobbing as he spoke. Carol confessed that he still could not forget the sight of his comrades being crushed to death beneath the rubble as they screamed. He said that what was even more unbearable than the pain of his fingers and skin being torn apart was the lies they had been told. He declared that Dmitri was not a kingdom that abandoned its people, but that Kronos was evil, hiding the truth and forcing a ceasefire agreement upon them. Roman Dmitri's expression darkened as he demanded to know who had done this to him. Carol's hands trembled as he slowly raised them and pointed directly at Jason, who was standing nearby. Roman Dmitri repeated the name coldly. Jason cursed under his breath and suddenly fled, shouting for everyone to get out of his way. Chris reacted instantly, stepping in front of Jason to block his escape. Overwhelmed by Chris's imposing presence, Jason screamed in panic before being ruthlessly slammed into the ground. Struggling to his feet, Jason then found himself facing Roman Dmitri once again. Desperate, he begged Sir Brighton to spare his life. Without mercy, 2 sword strikes came down upon him. Jason's face drained of color as he screamed in agony, desperately crying out about his legs. The long-haired man, trembling with fear, protested that they had already fulfilled Roman Dmitri's demands and brought all the prisoners, demanding to know why this was happening. Roman Dmitri responded coldly that the trash before him had tortured his people, and that he was merely returning what they had done. He added that if not for this, he would have done something far worse. Inwardly horrified, the long-haired man realized that this was bad and that they would need higher command to intervene directly. At that moment, Memphis's voice echoed through a communication device. Wearing a grave expression, Memphis stated Roman Dmitri's name and accused him of not only crossing the border without notice, but now personally executing their people. He declared that Roman Dmitri had gone too far and offered a compromise, saying that if Roman Dmitri stopped now, they would acknowledge part of the accusations and end the situation immediately. Roman Dmitri questioned what accusations they were referring to, his voice turning sinister as he replied that if they admitted their wrongdoing, he would give them a chance to prove their sincerity. However, for the lives of his citizens who had been tortured to death, he swore that he would slaughter everyone on their front lines. He concluded that if they still desired peace after that, he would end it by burning their headquarters to the ground. Marquis Memphis responded that the man was insane. The moment his words ended, a blade flashed horizontally, slicing straight through the long-haired man. The air fell into a terrifying silence, the event unfolding so fast that no one could fully grasp what had happened. Half of the long-haired man's body crashed heavily onto the ground. Roman Dmitri calmly ordered that they were to kill them all. The armored troops of Kronos immediately prepared for battle, while Chris and Kevin hardened their expressions. Suddenly, from behind, Ares' voice was heard as he respectfully addressed his senior and suggested that they let a rookie handle the situation. Without waiting for a reply, he charged straight into combat. Muniz furiously shouted that it was a war mage and demanded that Dmitri's forces be stopped. The Kronos troops formed ranks, murderous intent radiating thickly around them. 2 streams of magical light twisted together and shot toward Ares. He easily dodged the first, while the second slammed into the ground, causing a massive shockwave. Ares' eyes burned with determination as he prepared to launch his attack. Countless sharp blades rained down while Kronos' mages cast spells from above. An elderly mage wore a sinister grin and mocked that Ares would have to do far better than that. Ares responded with a confident smirk and moved like the wind, disappearing in an instant before landing cleanly on the ground. The mage stared in shock. It was made clear that Ares possessed innate genius. In only a short time under Roman's guidance, he had achieved astonishing growth, and that progress was now being fully displayed. Ares coldly uttered a playful phrase before swinging his sword down, an attack powerful enough to destroy an entire fortress. Muniz immediately fled in panic, thinking that everything was already over. He believed that Dmitri could no longer be stopped and that staying any longer would only lead to his own death. As he climbed onto his horse to escape, he urged himself to leave immediately. However, before his plans could be carried out, he widened his eyes in shock. Flames surrounded him on all sides, and standing before him was Roman Dmitri. In despair, Muniz realized that from the moment he had stood before Roman, there had never been any chance for him to survive. Later, in the conference room of the Kronos Empire, Croit burst through the doors. Enraged, he accused Marquis Memphis by shouting that his son-in-law, Count Munez, had been killed. He demanded to know whether Kronos still intended to uphold the ceasefire even after being attacked unilaterally, questioning since when Kronos had become so cowardly and declaring that this was equivalent to publicly exposing the Empire's weakness to the entire continent. He insisted that their true enemy was Roman Dmitri. Memphis responded in a cold tone by asking how Croit planned to take revenge on Roman. Croit clenched his teeth and questioned what Memphis meant. Memphis glared at him warningly and told him to think carefully, addressing him as Marquis Croit. He then stood up calmly and stated that every time they confronted Roman, Kronos had made reckless decisions and left behind dangerous precedents. Memphis asserted that although they had believed they deployed sufficient force to the front lines, the result had been nothing but a crushing defeat. With a threatening tone, he emphasized that Roman was not an opponent to be taken lightly and that fighting him with half-hearted preparations was impossible. He then asked once more, his killing intent filling the room, how Croit intended to punish Roman Dmitri. Unable to accept this, Croit protested and demanded at least an explanation for why His Excellency had secluded himself and what the true plan over the past year had been. Memphis's eyes flared with anger. Croit let out a bitter laugh, remarking that this was how Memphis chose to act, and accepted it. Disappointed, he turned to leave, declaring that he would return to his territory, gather like-minded nobles, and bring the matter to the public. Just as Croit was about to step out the door, Memphis called out to him. Croit warned him not to do something he would regret. The moment those words left his mouth, Memphis launched a sudden attack. Blood flashed in Croit's eyes as he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Struggling, Croit asked why this was happening. Memphis coldly answered that everything in Kronos began and ended with the will of His Majesty the Emperor, and that fools who dared to question that will did not deserve to live. After that, Memphis raised his hand and issued an order. He commanded Castro, invoking his authority as the noble representative, and ordered him to dispatch the troops immediately. He instructed him to eliminate everyone connected to the Croit family without leaving a single survivor and to restore discipline to the Kronos Empire. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present visibly darkened. Castro accepted the command, stating that he would comply with the order without fail. Memphis then slammed his hand down on the table and urged everyone to place their trust in the nobility. With a face full of ambition, he declared that the history of victory would forever stand on the side of the Kronos Empire. He sternly warned the remaining people never to doubt the Empire's might again, as the foolish Croit family had done. The scene then shifted to the prisoner's room. Chris explained that they had begun treating the wounded as soon as they arrived in Dmitri, but their conditions were far too critical. He emphasized that Carol's injuries were especially severe, as her body had been crippled by the effects of torture, and that even if she recovered, permanent damage would be unavoidable. Roman Dmitri walked around, carefully assessing the situation, and stated that those who had suffered serious injuries like Carol should be reassigned to non-combat divisions, such as units under the 3rd Division. He informed Chris that if they wished to live as civilians, they should be honorably discharged and provided with fair compensation. Chris immediately agreed and said that he would carry out the instructions. At that moment, Carol spoke in a trembling voice, saying that she did not want to retire. Struggling to sit up, she insisted that she would transfer to another division and declared that even if she could no longer wield a sword, she was prepared to give her life for Dmitri. Chris tried to calm her, telling her that she did not need to go that far. However, Carol firmly reaffirmed her resolve, insisting that she would do it no matter what. The other prisoners also sat up at once and voiced their determination, stating that they felt the same and begging to be allowed to continue serving. Roman Dmitri curled his lips into a satisfied smile and told them to do as they pleased. Overjoyed beyond words, they expressed their gratitude. Dmitri thus continued to solidify his foundation as a growing empire, building an unshakable fortress that no one could challenge. In the kingdom of Hector, Edwin fell into deep contemplation. He reflected that every move Roman made surpassed even his wildest imagination. He noted that Kronos, once so proud, was now suppressing its anger, and that this silence was merely the calm before the storm. He realized that a direct confrontation was inevitable, and that when the time came, the balance of the continent would change forever. He acknowledged that he could no longer protect Hector as he was now, and that what the kingdom truly needed was not Prince Edwin Hector, but a mage powerful enough to defend the realm. After Dimitri's bold assault across the border along Kronos' defensive line, the responses of the kingdoms began to diverge. King Frank laughed with great satisfaction, boasting that once again the Frank kingdom was expanding thanks to its cunning and wise king. Sitting upon his throne, he asked how they could assist Dmitri. Count Samir replied respectfully that a special event was approaching. He reported that Loren Dmitri, Roman Dmitri's younger brother, had been promoted to Class A at Cairo Royal Academy. He further explained that the promotion ceremony would take place in 5 days and that there was a high likelihood Duke Dmitri would attend. The king responded cheerfully, expressing delight at the news, and immediately ordered a council meeting to be convened. He said that through discussion, they would decide what kind of gift should be sent to Dmitri. With the recent prisoner incident, attention from across the Salamander continent had begun to shift toward Cairo Royal Academy. Loren placed his sword on the ground. His entire body was drenched in sweat as he gasped for breath. A companion beside him approached and asked why, despite having already passed the promotion examination, he was still pushing himself to the point of complete exhaustion. With a weary sigh, Loren explained that this time was different. He said that there were no competitors left in Class B, and that even the seniors of Class A had begun to keep a wary eye on him. He added that the only reason he remained in Class B was due to procedural formality, as he had already surpassed the Academy's level. Summoning his strength, Loren forced himself to stand. He admitted that, even so, he was still nothing compared to his older brother. A bright smile appeared on his face as his resolve hardened. He recalled that Roman had once told him that he, too, could achieve it. As the heir of a family whose influence was spreading across the continent, Loren Dmitri was growing into a man worthy of bearing that name. Samir fell into thought, recalling what he had heard about a renowned professor who was said to be close to Loren Dmitri. He led his entourage toward the front gate, and a hint of anxiety crossed his mind. Since they had agreed to seek the professor's advice, he believed they first needed to win his favor, hoping that the aged wine from Frank would please him. A servant bowed respectfully and guided them inside, welcoming them politely. Samir's expression flickered with emotion as he realized that the man before him was the author of That Day, At That Place and How Legends Are Born. The professor introduced himself as Henry Albert, a distinguished scholar of Cairo Royal Academy. At first, Henry Albert had pursued Roman Dmitri solely for fame. However, over time, he became utterly fascinated by him. After using Roman as the inspiration for his life, Henry's entire world changed. He rose to become a renowned author whose books spread throughout the continent, and eventually a permanent professor at Cairo Royal Academy, an esteemed figure admired by all. Count Samir could barely contain his excitement. He expressed that it was a great honor and confessed that he had been deeply moved by That Day, At That Place, having read it repeatedly. He said that the more he read it, the more he felt as though he were standing on the southern front lines himself and wondered how such a masterpiece could have been written. Henry replied calmly that he had merely recorded what he witnessed on the battlefield. He explained that, as everyone knew, Roman's brilliance shone most vividly during the battles in the southern territories. Even when Hector's rear lines collapsed and the warp gate fell, when everyone else prepared to negotiate, Roman was different. Henry stated that he had seen it with his own eyes, a single man changing the course of a war. That sight made him wonder how such a being could even exist. With a stern gaze, Henry concluded that the reason Roman Dmitri stood apart from everyone else lay in the unconventional choices he had made. Count Samir grew tense as well, voicing his concern that such a choice seemed unusual. Henry responded seriously that when everyone else said no, Roman Dmitri had proven them wrong through results. He explained that by defying common sense, Roman had achieved extraordinary outcomes, and those very results had shaped the Roman Dmitri they knew today. Count Samir showed a flicker of unease, wondering whether such a path was something only Roman himself could walk. Henry confirmed that he agreed with that assessment, but he added that what truly mattered was possessing the resolve to walk one's own path without wavering because of others. He elaborated that Roman had rejected the mainstream current and, because of that, had been scorned, yet in the end, he had ushered in an entirely new era. Count Samir became visibly excited, expressing that being able to hear such teachings directly was an incomparable honor. Henry smiled brightly and said that he was flattered. Bringing his hands together calmly, he explained that the real reason he had met Count Samir that day was to ask about Loren Dmitri. The corner of Henry's lips lifted slightly as he stated that Count Samir was free to ask anything because within the Royal Academy, no one understood Loren Dmitri better than he did. The scene shifted back to a time when Loren had confided in Henry. Loren, looking dejected, admitted that lately he had been feeling frustrated. He confessed that his eldest brother was the strongest swordsman on the continent, while his second brother had graduated as the Academy's top student, and no matter how hard he tried, he felt he would never be able to catch up to them. From Henry's perspective, Loren was a talented child, officially acknowledged by the Academy itself, who only appeared inferior when compared to his exceptional brothers. Henry said that he understood that feeling well, as he himself had once been treated as a scapegoat within his own family. However, he explained that things were different now, and that through living this new life, he had come to understand something important. Speaking firmly, Henry told Loren that while his brothers were indeed remarkable, comparing himself to others would only cause him pain. Raising his thumb, Henry pointed out that even someone like himself had succeeded in becoming a professor at Cairo Royal Academy. He urged Loren not to waver, but to continue walking the path he believed in, assuring him that one day, Loren would leave behind a truly meaningful mark. From that day on, Henry and Loren became more than just teacher and student, they became friends. In the present, even when Henry merely mentioned Loren, his face was filled with pride. He explained that any gift should be tied to what Loren valued most at that moment, and that at this stage, Loren favored anything that helped him grow stronger. Count Samir reacted with delight, saying that he understood. He thought joyfully to himself that it should be something that would aid Loren's growth. After that, Count Samir sprang to his feet and bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude and swearing that he would never forget Henry's kindness. The day before the promotion ceremony arrived. On the day of the event at the Royal Academy, the students cheered excitedly, chanting the Dimitri name. Roman Dimitri's cloak fluttered in the wind, his expression cold and unapproachable. As the students called out to him, they addressed him with respect, declaring it an honor to stand before Sir Roman Dimitri. The Duke pushed the door open and stepped inside, at which point the organizers welcomed him and declared that he was being warmly received. At that moment, Daniel, the King of Cairo, came forward to greet him, stating that they had been waiting for him and that there was something important he needed to inform him about. The Duke froze in place. He reacted with shock and questioned whether what he was hearing was true, that Cairo was to become a vassal kingdom. The Duke went on to explain that Dimitri originated from within the kingdom of Cairo itself, and asked why matters had gone this far, addressing Daniel with visible confusion and concern. Daniel responded calmly and diplomatically, explaining that he was not asking the Duke to immediately accept the idea of Cairo becoming a vassal state. He clarified that such a situation would only occur once Dimitri officially claimed the title granted by the emperor. This explanation only deepened the Duke's panic, and he attempted to object further. However, Daniel continued by asking Duke Dimitri what his impressions had been upon arriving in Kairos. Daniel pointed out that the streets had been filled with people who viewed Dimitri as a hero of Kairos. He explained that because they shared the same roots, and because Dimitri was the one who had protected this land, the people accepted him sincerely and without fear. Daniel then revealed that the greatest reason behind this decision lay in the ongoing war against the Kronos Empire. Daniel concluded by stating that the world had changed and that he believed Dimitri was capable of protecting Kairos from the ever-expanding ambitions of the empire. Daniel slowly stood up and bowed politely in a gesture of respect, declaring that when the day came for Dimitri to proclaim himself an empire, Kairos would swear its loyalty without the slightest hesitation. The Duke let out a long, helpless sigh. He then turned to Roman and asked for his opinion. Roman Dimitri replied that he agreed with His Majesty's wishes. He stated that true peace would only arrive once Kronos had fallen completely, and that if Valhalla were to take Kronos' place afterward, the cycle of chaos would simply begin anew. His voice grew heavier as he added that whether it was Kronos or Valhalla, the root of the conflict had to be cut off entirely, and that he would shoulder that responsibility himself. Roman then declared that he would unite the alliance of kingdoms, surpass the influence of Kronos, and bring order to the entire continent. Daniel smiled in satisfaction. The scene then shifted to the day of the Cairo Royal Academy promotion ceremony. The host, Baron Alvin, nervously asked whether the script was ready. A maid handed him a thick stack of papers and confirmed that it was. Alvin reacted in shock, asking whether he truly had to read all of those names out loud. The maid replied awkwardly that, by tradition, the names of every distinguished guest attending the ceremony had to be announced, adding that even she had never seen anything like this before. Baron Alvin then began the ceremony, announcing that the promotion ceremony of the Cairo Royal Academy would now commence. He stated that they would first take a moment to honor the distinguished guests attending the event, announcing the presence of the King of Cairo and Duke Dimitri, along with Baron Grassel, Viscount Conrad, Count Adelian, Viscount Lawrence, Viscount Bolt, Marquis Valentino, Count Fabius, Viscount Vale, Viscount Ringo, Count Verdi, Baron Larson, and Marquis Jarva. The students listened in stunned silence, inwardly remarking in disbelief at how many nobles had gathered just to attend an academy promotion ceremony. Even after the ceremony ended, not a single noble rose from their seat, and with that, the silent battle of wits among the nobles began, as each of them sought to win the favor of the Dimitri family. A man stepped forward and introduced himself as Count Christine of the Umberto Kingdom. Christine bowed politely and stated that he sincerely congratulated Duke Dimitri on his son's promotion. Dimitri responded with mild surprise, remarking that the name Christine sounded familiar. Christine laughed lightly and explained that he had come solely to offer his congratulations after hearing about the third young master's promotion. Dmitri smiled in return and remarked that it was so. Christine then added that he had prepared a special gift for young Master Loren. Loren reacted in surprise at the mention of a gift. Christine clarified that it was merely a token of celebration and assured him that there was no need to feel burdened. He then presented the gift, explaining that it was a sword crafted by a master artisan of the Umberto Kingdom. He elaborated that the sword's exterior was decorated with pure gold, accented with gemstones such as diamonds, and most importantly engraved with the Dmitri emblem as well as young Master Loren Dmitri's initials. As an awkward expression crossed Loren's face, Christine asked whether the sword was not truly beautiful. Loren hesitantly expressed his thanks. Seeing this reaction, Christine grew uneasy and wondered inwardly why Loren was responding that way, questioning whether the young master might dislike luxurious items. At that moment, Samir suddenly appeared and laughed loudly, praising the sword as truly magnificent. He remarked that had Loren carried such a sword to the day's event, he would have looked splendid. Samir then bowed and sincerely congratulated young Master Loren on his promotion, adding that he too had prepared a small gift. However, he cautioned that it was not a flashy artisan sword and expressed uncertainty as to whether it would be pleasing. Samir presented a gift box of considerable value and explained that the contents were magic artifacts recently crafted for Aura swordsmen. He demonstrated by placing them on Roman's wrists and ankles, explaining that they were worn on those parts of the body, would automatically adjust in size to fit the wearer, and allowed the user to set their weight anywhere between 10 and 100 kilograms. Loren responded with excitement, expressing amazement that such an artifact existed. Samir was secretly delighted and internally praised the situation. He added that the artifact's greatest strength lay in its mana circulation function, which he believed to be absolutely essential for young Master Loren's growth. Loren enthusiastically accepted the gift box from Samir and expressed his deep gratitude. Suddenly, a voice rang out, remarking in astonishment that such a gift had been prepared for his son and declaring that the giver would be treated generously in return. The surrounding people hurriedly responded upon realizing it was Duke Dmitri, stating that they too had prepared gifts. Someone announced that the Hector Kingdom had also prepared a special offering. A man then respectfully asked whether Duke Dmitri knew who Turkan was. Dmitri replied with suspicion, repeating the name and asking whether he was referring to the man once known as Hector's Swordmaster, the strongest swordsman of the Hector Kingdom. The man calmly confirmed this and explained that the gift was Turkan's training journal, which had been preserved by the Hector royal family. He acknowledged that the methods were old, but emphasized that since it was Sir Turkan's personal record, it would undoubtedly prove useful. A representative from the Redford Kingdom then joined in, remarking that everyone had prepared incredible gifts before announcing what the King of Redford had sent. He revealed that it consisted of 12 types of training artifacts and 30 magic scrolls. He assured them that more could always be provided if they ran out, adding that this was merely a small repayment for the favor they had received from Dmitri and urging them not to feel burdened. Samir, observing the situation, thought to himself in dismay that he had not been the only one to receive advice, wondering in panic how he was supposed to report this when he returned. Half a month later, Dmitri proclaimed that the Dmitri Dukedom had become the Dmitri Kingdom, taking its first step toward forming an empire. The Kronos Empire remained silent, while the Alliance of Kingdoms, including Dmitri, rapidly established its structure. However, the real problem lay with Valhalla. Following Morales' death, the Imperial faction and the faction led by Duke Vieto were locked in a fierce and escalating conflict. Everyone began whispering among themselves, saying that they had heard the news and that rumors were spreading about the Emperor of Valhalla gathering troops to suppress Duke Vieto's rebel army. One disgruntled guard cursed Valhalla and Kronos, expressing his bitter wish that they would all be struck by lightning from the sky. Suddenly, a mysterious man emerged from the bushes, muttering the name of Luna under his breath. Startled, the two guards demanded to know who he was. The man then collapsed to the ground and begged for help, causing the guards to exclaim in shock that he was actually a person. Inside the palace, Roman sat upon the throne and questioned how someone from the Luna Kingdom could have crossed the endless mountains. Caden, a knight of the Luna Kingdom, answered cautiously that before explaining his purpose, he would first describe the situation in the Luna Kingdom. He explained that right after the war with Kronos, Isabel, the queen of the Luna Kingdom and also a saintess, had remained on the Salamander continent to stop their plot. Since then, they had lost contact with her 3 months ago. After her disappearance, the divine power that had protected the kingdom had gradually begun to weaken. Caden stated that Lady Isabel's divine power had been the only force capable of bringing warmth to the frozen land of Arcady, and once that power vanished, they could no longer hold back the cold, causing the kingdom to fall into collapse. Caden then knelt down and earnestly pleaded with Roman, begging him to help them find Queen Isabel. Roman frowned in thought, recalling that Isabel was the one who had uncovered Alexandro's true identity, and reasoning that if she had tried to stop a plot, it could not be unrelated to Dimitri's future either. He finally replied that he would look into Queen Isabel's whereabouts. Caden reacted with joy and thanked him, but hesitated as if he still had something more to say. Roman, surprised, asked whether there was another request. Caden explained uneasily that after the divine power disappeared, chaos had spread throughout Arcady, and as a result, the Luna Kingdom and the other races had begun to suffer from hunger. Eventually, the Orc tribe, once known as the Wanderers of the Grey Wasteland, had broken the peace treaty and declared war. The nobles were taken aback upon hearing that it was the Orcs. In a grave tone, someone questioned whether Arcady was not supposed to be a land of harmony where different races lived together, and how war could possibly be breaking out. Caden confirmed that this was true, explaining that originally the races of Arcady did not harm one another. However, unrest had begun when a new orc lord named Graxar rose to power. He described Graxar as extremely aggressive, with the goal of turning all races into food. With a sorrowful expression, Caden continued that at this rate, Arcady would inevitably fall to the orcs' onslaught. Roman then spoke up, stating that helping the Luna Kingdom would not be simple. In a cold tone, he questioned why they should take on such risks, citing the endless mountains and the bitter cold. Caden lowered his head anxiously and said that he understood Dimitri's position. Nevertheless, he warned that Graxar was an existence that would someday threaten Dimitri as well. After devouring all the other races and exhausting everyone's stores, that threat would eventually cross the endless mountains. He added that if Roman still lacked justification, then the danger would soon make itself undeniable. Caden took a specimen out of his pocket and spoke with sincerity, explaining that Lady Isabel had instructed them that if trouble ever arose, or if Arcady collapsed, they were to seek out Sir Roman and swear their loyalty to him. Roman was taken aback and wondered internally whether that woman had truly said such a thing. Caden then continued, stating that the Luna Kingdom would guard the lands beyond the endless mountains and devote itself to Dimitri forever. A man spoke up, asserting that the Luna Kingdom's argument had merit, because if Graxar were to take Arcady, the next place he would set his sights on would undoubtedly be Dimitri. However, as soon as this opinion was voiced, a marquis rejected it, saying that he thought differently. He argued that no matter how dangerous the orcs were, it would not be easy for a large army to cross the endless mountains, and that even if they were to win, the losses would be severe. Roman remained silent as he pondered the situation, thinking about the cold and feeling as though he had experienced something similar in a previous life. He recalled a land where snow fell all year round, and a force that used the cold to its advantage. The scene then shifted to the Northern Sea Ice Palace. A year had passed since Baek Jungyuk ascended to the position of the Heavenly Demon. During that time, a half-brother who had fled even after the fratricidal war had ended finally revealed himself and allied with the remnants of the old regime. Baek Jinmyong declared that as long as he himself remained alive, the reason that half-brother had been able to seek refuge in the Northern Sea Ice Palace was because his mother originated from that place. Upon hearing this, the others reacted in chaos, insisting that negotiations were necessary. They argued that the man must have joined forces with the Northern Sea Ice Palace, the family of his maternal line. They further claimed that Baek Jinmyong had deliberately exposed himself because he knew they could not harm him while he remained in the Northern Sea. They urged that everyone should wait for the right opportunity and repeatedly emphasized that they must never be the ones to strike first. From the throne, the emperor responded coldly, stating that there were no exceptions within his demonic cult. He asserted that even the brutal conditions of the Northern Sea would not be enough to stop him, directly addressing Baek Jungyuk as he made his stance clear. Returning to the present, Roman stated that what truly mattered was whether the proposal was worth pursuing. He explained that from the moment Caden had mentioned the existence of the orcs, they could no longer be excluded from Dimitri's future. Even so, he emphasized that there was no need to take excessive risks, and therefore he intended to accept the proposal conditionally. He then laid out the first condition, stating that in exchange for helping the Luna Kingdom, Dimitri would take them in as a vassal state. For the second condition, he declared that if there was no way to cross the endless mountains in a short time, the proposal would be rejected outright. Roman then asked Felix how many people could be transported at once if a teleport scroll were used. Felix replied that with their current technology, 30 people was the absolute limit. Hearing this, Roman continued by stating the third condition, explaining that only 30 people, himself included, would depart for Arcady. Caden was momentarily stunned. Internally, he reflected that only 30 people would be going, yet Queen Isabel had once said that Roman was a being who had surpassed human limits. He reasoned that even if they only managed to kill the monster Graxar, it would still be worth it. With that thought, Caden responded joyfully, expressing his sincere gratitude and thanking Roman wholeheartedly. Roman then moved straight to the main issue, instructing Caden to tell him the directions to the Luna Kingdom and outline the plan moving forward. Caden replied in a serious tone, affirming his understanding. He explained that along the route across the Endless Mountains, they had set one-time coordinates in advance, and that using those coordinates would allow them to arrive in Arcady in about a week. However, he warned that Arcady's cold far exceeded imagination. He added that after adapting to the cold using a special drug they had developed, they would still need to learn how to survive in the snow for an entire week before attempting to cross. Roman responded calmly, saying that they would handle that entire process themselves. Caden grew anxious and tried to dissuade him, warning that the extreme cold was capable of freezing even Aura and that it was far too dangerous. Before he could finish, Roman firmly asserted that he would personally ensure Dimitri was fully prepared and that they would depart in a week as planned. Caden, deeply concerned, thought to himself that this was a serious problem and that Roman was being far too foolhardy. Hesitating briefly, he acknowledged the decision and said that he understood, adding that Roman could ask for his help at any time if needed. The scene then shifted to the Luna Kingdom. Sebastian stated that it could not be helped and told Caden that he understood, instructing him to travel carefully. Caden, shocked, asked if only 30 people were truly coming. Sebastian confirmed that this was indeed the case, explaining that it was a choice Dimitri had made while fully accepting the risk. He added that their arrival would be 2 weeks from now, and until then, they would focus entirely on holding the fortress. At that moment, Gyro entered and addressed the high priest, arguing that with such a small number, they could not possibly face tens of thousands of orcs. He insisted that under these circumstances, the Luna Kingdom had to make a decision, as they could not entrust Luna's future to Roman Dimitri alone. He emphasized that they were the only human nation in Arcady, a country that had protected this land since ancient times. Sebastian responded coldly, telling Gyro to face reality and stating that Luna's strength alone was insufficient to hold back tens of thousands of orcs. Gyro ground his teeth in anger and argued that they could not simply sit idle until Dimitri's reinforcements arrived. He insisted that they needed to set the board in such a way that they could wipe out the enemy in a single decisive strike. Gyro then declared that he would take the vanguard himself and proclaimed that with their strength, they would defeat the orcs. Sebastian let out a helpless sigh and finally accepted the situation, asking what method Gyro was planning to use against the orcs. The scene shifted to a snowy forest. Gyro, filled with resolve, declared internally that this was where Groxar would be buried. He explained that the orc army's route overlapped with the snowmen's territory. He described the snowmen as a race over 3 meters tall, covered in fur, and possessing monstrous strength that could even overwhelm orcs. While a small snowman tribe could not handle an orc army numbering in the tens of thousands, he reasoned that this alone would be enough, because in the end, they would be the ones to finish the fight. At that moment, the growls of monsters echoed through the area. Shouts rang out, warning that enemies had appeared and that the snowmen had emerged. Standing on high ground, Gyro looked down and analyzed the situation, considering that if they triggered an avalanche now, they could deal with all of them at once. Suddenly, Gyro's gaze met that of a monster riding a wolf. In the brief moment he lost focus, the creature looked directly toward him. Gyro's eyes widened in horror as the orc leader shouted that the enemies had appeared. Another monster spoke up mockingly, stating that just as expected, the humans were resorting to petty tricks. They had been discovered and surrounded. Gyro turned pale, cursing inwardly as he realized the situation had gone wrong. He questioned himself in despair, wondering whether he had been the one who had fallen into the trap. The scene shifted back to Roman's legion on the day of their departure. Felix wore a stern expression, while Ares yawned repeatedly. Caden observed them carefully, thinking that they all looked strong. He reflected that it was astonishing Dimitri possessed warriors of such caliber, and he could feel a pressure from them that did not fall behind that of the 3 swordsmen of the Luna Kingdom. Those 3 swordsmen were Leo, Gyro, and himself, Caden. He further acknowledged that aside from them, he himself was also considered one of the top swordsmen in Luna, yet he questioned how many of these warriors he could actually defeat. With fighters of this level, he reasoned that even 30 men would be enough to win against the orcs, especially since they were led by the strongest swordsman of all, Roman Dimitri. Roman stepped forward with commanding presence. Caden bowed his head and said that he would guide the way. Roman evaluated this gesture internally, noting that even without being instructed, Caden had naturally shown proper courtesy. Elsewhere, Gyro had already been beaten to a pulp by the monsters. They dragged his body across the ground, their expressions ferocious. Beneath the freezing cold of the snowy wasteland, it seemed as though Luna's history would come to an end on that very day. On a winter day thick with snow and frost, Roman's group sped across the white expanse. Caden was stunned, wondering how they were possibly moving across the snow like that. He immediately recognized it as Arcades' method and was certain he had never taught Roman how to run atop snow. This led him to suspect that Dimitri might have figured it out on his own. At that moment, information was transmitted through the staff in Caden's hand, warning him that the situation was not good. Caden reacted in confusion, asking what had happened. The voice replied that Gyro had led the troops in an attempted surprise operation, but had fallen into the enemy's trap and lost the entire force. It was currently unclear whether Gyro was alive or dead. Graxar's orcs were heading straight for Luna Fortress, and at this rate, the attack could begin before Caden arrived. Caden clenched his fist, thinking in anguish that he had clearly told Gyro not to fight and questioning why he had done so anyway, since all he needed to do was wait for 2 weeks. With that thought, Caden responded through the staff, urging Gyro to hold on somehow and promising that he would get there as fast as possible. He then turned to Roman and explained that Luna Fortress was still a day away. To save time, they would move at full speed. He said he would guide Roman along the shortest route and told him to call his name at any time if things became too difficult. Fear flickered across Caden's face as his eyes met Roman's. He marveled at the fact that Roman was not even leaving footprints in the snow, realizing that at this pace, they could reach Luna before an entire day had passed. Through the staff, King Sebastian informed Caden that the enemy was beginning to come into view and that from that moment on, the battle would be one where lives were on the line. Startled, Caden replied that they would arrive soon and that they only needed a little more time. Sebastian hesitated before explaining that the enemy was interfering with their communications. He apologized and told Caden to abandon the place and survive. Meanwhile, a battered soldier knelt with his hands clasped, desperately explaining that Roman Dimitri had agreed to help them. However, he added that he had heard only 30 people were coming as reinforcements. He said Gyro had set the trap because he intended to turn the situation around using Luna's strength alone, and that was all he knew. Nearby, Gyro lay sprawled across the ground. The soldier pleaded for mercy, begging to be spared, or at the very least, to be killed without pain. One of the monsters observed this silently, thinking that Roman Dimitri was an unfamiliar name and questioning whether he was really coming with only 30 men. The creature then ordered its subordinate, Calrot, to report on whether Luna Fortress was still holding. Calrot replied that they were just about to break through the divine power barrier and added that he would step in personally. After that, the monsters immediately went out to hunt. Their leader clenched his hand into a fist and loudly ordered the others to follow Graxar. Atop the fortress, the guards detected signs of danger and reported that Graxar had appeared. One of them cursed under his breath, realizing that the monster was finally on the move. The massive feet of the monsters pounded heavily across the white snow as they advanced, carrying a gigantic blade and moving forward with savage intent. From behind the defensive line, Sebastian ordered everyone to hold their positions and commanded the priests to raise their divine power. On the fortress walls, the mages began chanting their spells. The monster bared its sharp fangs as the mages lifted their staffs and invoked a blessing. The creature swung its blade in a wide arc, and a blinding force slammed into the sturdy fortress, shaking the space within. Sebastian prayed fervently, asking God to grant them strength. The monster then leapt high into the air, lifting its body to strike down Sebastian. In a cold voice, it mocked him, saying that he truly believed he could stop it without Isabel. Sebastian's face filled with terror. In an instant, everything was engulfed in a sea of flames. Soldiers staggered forward, their bodies covered in blood, begging desperately to be spared just this once. The monster grew irritated and cursed them, stating that they were annoying pests and explaining that they intended to keep the humans alive in storage, warning them not to invite death upon themselves. Another monster noticed something unusual below and immediately reported to Lord Calrot that humans had appeared. It added that Roman Dimitri must be among them and declared that the human would now be required to put on an act. The monster then ordered a soldier to lure the humans as close to the walls as possible, making it appear as though the fortress had not yet fallen to the enemy. It threatened that if the order was carried out, it would spare both the soldier and his family. The scene shifted to outside the fortress. A guard pretended that nothing had happened, while behind him, monsters lurked menacingly. The guard shouted for the approaching party to stop, declaring that the land belonged to Luna. Below the walls, Roman halted his advance. The guard then demanded that he state his identity. Roman took a deep breath, then shouted loudly as he proclaimed his identity, declaring that he was Roman Dimitri of the Kingdom of Dimitri, and that he had come to help Luna at Luna's request. The soldiers on the city wall immediately voiced their suspicions, stating that they had heard Dimitri's reinforcements numbered 30 and questioning why there were only 3 of them. Staring down at Roman with doubt, they further asked whether Lord Caden had not come along with him. Not far away, 2 orcs silently observed the situation. Roman drew his sword from its scabbard, raised it high, and called out for the people of Luna to listen. With pride, he asserted that Luna had been placed under the protection of Dmitri, and that, from that moment onward, it would follow his command as Roman Dmitri. Seeing the shocked expressions on the soldiers' faces, Roman calmly added that if they swore loyalty to him, he would never abandon them. At those words, everyone was left utterly astonished. Amid the snow-covered ancient fortress within the silent and freezing air, his proud voice continued to echo as he vowed that he would fight to the very end and save them all. Hearing this, Graxar frowned and thought to himself that it could not be helped. Filled with rage, he issued the order to attack. At the same moment, Roman's eyes blazed with energy as he silently chanted the heavenly demon sword art, first form of the first phase. Instantly, he swung his sword with tremendous force. When the thick dust finally settled, Roman calmly instructed Chris and Kevin, warning them that even if they managed to rescue the prisoners, their own safety could not be guaranteed. Staring at the breached wall ahead, he emphasized that their objective was to slaughter every enemy standing before them. After hearing this, Chris and Kevin erupted with aura and resolutely responded that they would keep that in mind. Time rewound slightly to the past. Caden lowered the staff in his hand and, as he gazed at Roman's approaching group, muttered in a daze that Luna's fortress seemed to have fallen. Powerlessly, he added that he would not ask them to stay any longer, sincerely thanking them for coming all the way from Arcadia and apologizing that Luna could not repay their kindness. After speaking, he bowed deeply in earnest. Caden then thought helplessly that he could not ask people of another nation to fight to the very end for Luna, and that, at this rate, he had no choice but to part ways and go to Luna alone. Seeing this, Roman remained silent for a moment before speaking indifferently. He told Kaiden that from the moment Dmitri made a contract with Luna, Luna had become a vassal state of Dmitri. With a cold expression, Roman added that the fate of that vassal was not decided by Caden, but by him. Looking straight at Caden with sincerity, Roman asked him to tell him everything about the fortress. Returning to the present, Caden's group moved with all their strength through the raging snowstorm, and the plan began to take shape in his mind. It was a pincer operation using Luna's secret passage, in which Roman and a small group would draw the enemy's attention at the main gate, while the remaining forces infiltrated through the secret passage with the highest priority of rescuing the prisoners. At the same time, the group swiftly rushed through the underground tunnel. Caden hesitantly asked whether McBurney truly believed the operation would succeed. From the rear, McBurney answered decisively that it would. Caden was deeply astonished by this and reflected on the presence of a commander who inspired unwavering loyalty and trust. He silently concluded that what Luna truly needed was an ideal leader, Roman Dmitri, and that becoming a vassal of Dmitri might not be such a bad thing after all. Suddenly, Caden's eyes widened in shock. Ahead of them, two orcs stood firmly on either side, blocking the path. McBurney decisively declared that he would take the left, while the other fighter firmly stated that he would take the right. Immediately afterward, the two charged forward and swiftly took down the orcs with clean, efficient strikes. Terrified, Caden wondered if this was the true strength of Dmitri. Looking at the orc corpses lying on the ground, he reflected that at first he had thought it was merely 30 men, but as time passed, it became impossible to measure just how valuable those 30 truly were. Overcome with emotion, Caden thought that God had not abandoned Luna after all. Elsewhere, an orc peeked out to scout the situation and shouted that the enemy numbered only 3 and ordered the others to kill them. Shortly after, several orcs rushed forward, yelling commands to attack and kill them. What followed was the entire horde charging out together. The orcs brandished their maces as they rushed ferociously toward Roman. In response, he lightly pushed off the ground and launched himself upward, releasing an eruption of purple energy that flooded the surrounding space. One after another, the tip of Roman's sword cut down the orcs at the front of the formation. From the opposing side, the orcs swiftly activated what was known as an aura of killing intent. A strange red light flared beneath their feet, and the entire horde began to roar madly. They raised their axes high and swung them toward Roman. In turn, Roman lowered his center of gravity slightly, gathering all the energy within his body. He stepped lightly onto the edge of an orc's axe, used it as a foothold, and then sprang backward, driving his sword straight into the creature's head. In a low murmur, Roman invoked the heavenly demon sword art, specifically the second form of the middle phase, known as the 3-move form. Instantly, a violent explosion erupted, sending rocks and the orcs themselves flying helplessly in all directions. Several orcs farther away stared in stunned disbelief at the scene. Amid the blinding snowstorm, the ground collapsed into a massive crater, with Roman standing silently at its center. Seeing this, one orc flew into a rage and screamed that Roman was a monster. Elsewhere, Kevin also released his aura and engaged in combat with another group of orcs. One of them turned back in panic and urgently warned that the situation was dire, as enemies had appeared in the rear as well. Standing atop the fortress wall, Kalrot cursed inwardly, realizing that if those enemies were on the same level as the three leading the assault, they were in serious trouble. He was shaken by the thought of just how powerful Dimitri truly was. Watching Chris and Kevin handle the battle with apparent ease, he was horrified as he wondered whether even the 10,000 soldiers Lord Graxar had left behind were incapable of stopping them. Irritated and pressed for time, Kalrot sharply ordered the shaman to perform the ritual. At the same moment, someone on the wall cast a forbidden spell, channeling energy down to the orcs below. Empowered by the spell, the orcs grew even more frenzied. One of them hurled an axe with tremendous force straight toward Kevin. When Kevin turned back, he was struck with sheer terror, realizing that the axe had already closed the distance and was dangerously close. The moment the axe came flying toward Kevin, someone immediately leaped into the air and raised a sword, striking the weapon aside. Chris stepped in front of him and cautiously warned him not to let his guard down. Hearing this, Kevin clenched his teeth in resentment as his aura erupted, then angrily pushed past Chris and charged forward. He delivered a fatal strike straight to the orc's chest, used the creature's shoulder as a foothold, launched himself into the air, gathered his strength, and decisively finished the orc in a single blow. Turning his head back toward Chris, Kevin coldly asserted that even without Chris's help, it had been an attack he could have avoided. Chris, hearing this, slyly suggested that they place a bet on who could kill more orcs. Kevin scowled and snapped that he did not need to be told twice. Meanwhile, Roman moved at an astonishing speed. Watching him cut down the orcs effortlessly, Chris reconsidered and muttered that they should cancel the bet. Kevin immediately agreed. Seeing this, Kalrot was horrified and thought that by this point, they should have been reaching their limits, so he could not understand why that was not the case. As he watched Roman casually slaughter the orcs, he cried out in disbelief, wondering why the gap between them seemed to be shrinking more and more. Enraged, Kalrot shouted for the shaman to use stronger spells, but before he could finish speaking, a surge of energy shot toward him, slicing across the ground beside where he stood. On the opposite side, Roman remained coldly in the same attack stance as before. Kalrot panicked, turning around on the fortress wall and looking down. As he fled in terror, he thought in disbelief that a human like that could exist in this world, and swore that he could not die there and would survive no matter what. Driven by fear, he forced his legs to move even faster as he ran. Elsewhere, several people choked back tears as they thanked Lord Kaiden for saving them. Watching the knights escort civilians to safety, Kaiden stood in a daze, thinking that he had believed the battle was already lost. Nearby, McBurney issued firm orders, instructing Squad 1 to continue searching for prisoners while Squad 2 gathered the rescued captives and headed for the main gate with him. The others respectfully acknowledged the command. Observing them, Kaiden reflected that with only 30 men, McBurney was leading an impossible war toward victory. Suddenly, an orc roared and ambushed Kaiden from behind. In an instant, Kaiden spun around and slit the creature's throat with his dagger. He decisively shouted for everyone to follow Dimitri. Seeing this, the civilians echoed the call, repeatedly shouting Dimitri's name. At the same time, outside the city walls, orc corpses were scattered across the ground. Chris and Kevin sat on opposite sides of the gate, exhausted and leaning against the wall. Chris gasped for breath and thoughtfully admitted that it was not bad. Kevin, barely able to breathe, fumed internally that he was falling behind Chris once again. Looking at Roman standing proudly in the distance, both of them helplessly acknowledged that neither of them could compare to their lord anyway. Suddenly, someone approached Roman and informed him that there was a problem. Roman immediately asked what it was. The man reported that an orc named Kalrot, their commander, had occupied a building and taken prisoners hostage. Recalling the orc he had seen on the fortress wall, Roman realized that it was the same one. He then calmly ordered the man to guide him there. On the other side, Kalrot seized a child as a hostage and threatened that if his conditions were not accepted, he would detonate a magic bomb and kill all the prisoners. Gripping the bomb tightly, he added that he would give them 10 minutes and demanded a way to guarantee his survival. With a sinister smile, Kalrot thought that humans were weak and overly attached to their own kind, and that using this method would allow him to return alive. At that moment, Roman stepped forward calmly and remarked that Kalrot was trying to make a deal with him now. He added with disdain that it was interesting and asked whether Kalrot knew why he had not killed him earlier. Driven to desperation, Kalrot screamed, demanding to know what kind of nonsense this suddenly was. Roman pointed at him contemptuously and declared that abandoning his subordinates and fleeing in fear marked him as a cowardly commander with no honor, and that this perfectly described him. Enraged, Kalrot shouted back that Roman was a bastard and that his foolish words were getting people Seeing the blood-stained bomb drop straight to the ground, Calrot froze in shock, realizing in disbelief that it was a magic bomb and grinding out a hoarse curse. Roman spoke coldly, reminding him that he had already warned him that he held no value whatsoever. The moment those words ended, Calrot's shoulder was slashed, and he screamed in agony as the pain tore through him. Roman let out a faint, amused laugh and remarked that Calrot had finally gained a small measure of value. He then grabbed Calrot by the nape of the neck and dragged him across the ground before smashing his face straight into the dirt. Leaving Calrot lying among the others, Roman announced in an emotionless tone that Calrot was the only surviving commander of the orcs. He declared his intention to execute him and stated that he would hand the sword's hilt to one of them. With clear interest, he asked who would be the one to take that hilt. Hearing this, Calrot lifted his head in rage and cursed them furiously, vowing that he would kill them all. At that sight, everyone's faces instantly turned pale. Suddenly, one man stepped forward, raising his hand and declaring that he would do it. That man was Smith, the one who had lost his friend to Calrot. Smith slowly drew his sword. Lowering his head as his voice trembled with sobs, he accused Calrot of being the reason his friend had died, describing him as a kind man who could not even bring himself to kill an ant. He bitterly recalled how Calrot had skinned him and eaten his flesh right before their eyes. Smith then stabbed Calrot repeatedly, shouting in anguish as he demanded to know why Calrot had gone that far. Seeing this, the others surged forward as well, crying out in grief and hatred, calling Calrot the enemy who had killed their families and accusing him of stealing away those most precious to them. Their footsteps grew faster as they rushed toward Calrot, beating him until nothing remained of him. Witnessing the scene, Caden was left trembling, unable to find any words. Looking at the faces filled with seething hatred, he hesitated before asking Lord Roman if they should stop there, pointing out that Calrot was already dead. Roman turned back and questioned him coldly, asking whether Kaiden found the sight cruel. Kaiden choked for a moment before anxiously replying that it was not that. Rather, he could not bear to watch Smith fall any further. Roman responded indifferently, stating that Kaiden was gravely mistaken if he believed this was a fall. Gazing at the raging blizzard sweeping through the land, Roman calmly explained that the peaceful Arcadia no longer existed. He said that the people now carried wounds they could never forget, and that for Luna to move on from the past, they had to trample their enemies. He declared that this was war, and that the war was not yet over. Beyond Luna's fortress, he added, the same tragedies Caden had witnessed were happening again. Upon hearing this, Caden stood frozen in shock. Roman then spoke in a firm, commanding tone, telling him that if he truly wished to reclaim peace, he must not show meaningless mercy to his enemies. He concluded by stating that this was the way of Dimitri, and that it was the path Kaiden would have to follow from now on. Caden thought helplessly about Roman Benar, believing that Arcady could no longer return to what it once was. He reasoned that in order to stand against monsters, they themselves would also have to become monsters. The next day, a high-level command meeting was convened. As the city gate opened, Caden looked down at the map laid out on the table and reported that after seizing Luna Fortress, Graxar had left Calrot behind with 10,000 soldiers and was moving east toward the elves' territory. He added gravely that now that Luna had fallen, if the elves were also defeated, there would be no remaining force in Arcady capable of stopping the orcs. He pointed out that the worsening blizzard was the real problem, as it made movement through the snow extremely difficult. However, he noted that for orcs who had mastered the White Wolf, this terrain was ideal for battle. Kaiden concluded heavily that if they fought the orcs on the icy plains, defeat would be inevitable. Roman calmly tapped his fingers and stated that this was a war against time. After some thought, he continued that as long as Graxar still believed Luna had completely fallen, this would be their last chance to change the course of the war. Kaiden hesitated before saying that there was no way to move through such a storm. Roman responded firmly that within 30 minutes, Kaiden was to gather every soldier Luna could still mobilize, and that he would personally show them how Luna could survive. Sometime later, as the soldiers stood lined up amid the raging snowstorm, Roman spoke calmly, saying that he knew they were struggling to endure Arcady's environment and that he did not doubt their hardship. However, he added that their suffering was still not enough. Caden asked in astonishment whether Roman meant that they were not desperate enough. Roman answered decisively that this was correct. He then reflected silently on Luna and the Northern Ice Palace, questioning what truly distinguished them. He concluded that it was the guarantee of peace bestowed by the World Tree and Isabel's power. After pondering for a moment, Roman remarked that when the cold had first arrived, they had fallen into despair. He then stated coldly that once Queen Isabel was born, Luna had grown complacent. With a furrowed brow, he emphasized that this was the core problem. Having grown accustomed to divine blessings and warmth, they had never prepared for extreme temperatures and had only learned how to survive, not how to endure independently. He analyzed dispassionately that the Luna he saw had lost its self-reliance, and that a kingdom which collapsed into chaos merely because a queen had disappeared could not be considered a properly functioning kingdom. Finally, Roman concluded coldly that Luna now belonged to Dmitri. He added decisively that he himself would give them the strength to stand on their own again. Roman then calmly explained that what he was about to teach them was called the Heavenly Snow Martial Art. He elaborated that it was not merely a method for moving across snow, but a technique that concealed one's presence, erased all traces, and even allowed one to perceive enemy positions within an overwhelmingly dense blizzard where almost nothing could be seen. In every respect, he stated, it was far superior to Luna's existing methods. One soldier murmured hesitantly that perhaps Roman was a representative of the gods. Hearing this, Caden shot him a glance before calmly stating that Roman was not a representative of the gods. Looking at Roman's silhouette, Caden silently reflected that for a moment, he too had fallen under that illusion. However, what he felt from Roman was not divinity, but the fighting spirit of a warrior. He then stated evenly that Roman had stepped into the realm of transcendence by his own power. 2 days later, the city gate slowly opened. Roman led the way and declared decisively that it was time to depart. Elsewhere, in the middle of a raging snowstorm, 2 orcs stood guard. One of them smugly recounted that under the will of the great Graxar, Luna had fallen. Looking down at the people crawling on the ground, he proclaimed with satisfaction that Arcady was now nearly within their grasp. Hearing this, Gyro's expression went blank as he repeated in disbelief that Luna had fallen. He sank to the ground, hanging his head as he blamed himself, thinking that he had brought his homeland to the brink of ruin. Suddenly, a severed hand was thrown onto the ground. At the sight of it, everyone was struck with unspeakable horror. The orc sneered contemptuously, calling Gyro a slave and stating that if he wished to live, he should eat it. After saying that, the man slammed the door shut and left. Seeing this, everyone panicked and cried out in horror, remarking that it looked like a human hand and cursing him as a cruel monster. When they saw Gyro staggering forward in an exhausted state, a young man called out to him hesitantly, wondering if it was really Sir Gyro. On the other side, Gyro picked up the severed hand and then collapsed heavily onto the ground. The young man leaned closer and asked suspiciously what Gyro was doing, but Gyro cut him off in a cold voice, ordering him to be silent. With crazed eyes, Gyro declared that even if he were to die, he wanted to drag several of them down with him. The others turned pale at his words. Clenching his teeth, Gyro questioned himself, realizing that they had only 30 reinforcement troops. He wondered whether the situation could have changed if he had waited for Dmitri, but he also acknowledged that a kingdom with no ties to Luna had no reason to sacrifice itself for them. From the very beginning, he concluded, there had never been any hope. Trapped in despair, he silently asked the gods whether this was truly what they wanted, questioning whether they had to sacrifice themselves for the Salamander continent and whether Kanara had to end up like this. With that thought, Gyro clenched his fist tightly and let out a deep breath. His face stiffened as he accepted that his life as a swordsman of the snowfield was ending here. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside the door. Gyro quietly pressed himself against the wall beside it, thinking that the last thing he had to do was not curse the gods, even if it meant... At that moment, the door suddenly burst open. Gyro immediately charged forward with his dagger, telling himself that he would die as a human, with his humanity still intact. Witnessing the scene, Caden's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. He let out an awkward, strained laugh and shouted Gyro's name. Gyro, equally stunned, exclaimed in disbelief that it was Caden. After that, the group led by Caden quickly supported Gyro and the others and moved along the tunnel. Gyro, still in shock, wondered what had happened there, believing that Luna should have already been destroyed. Caden spoke excitedly, telling Gyro to wake up because the war was not over yet. Hearing this, Gyro asked in astonishment what Caden was talking about. Caden then explained that Dimitri's forces had defeated the orcs and reclaimed Luna. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Gyro's eyes as he choked with emotion, realizing that Luna had not been destroyed after all. He then asked curiously about Roman, correcting himself and wondering where Roman was now. At that moment, Roman stood majestically atop a rock amid the falling snow, holding his sword. Thousands of arrows rained down upon the orcs, and the people shouted resolutely, urging everyone to attack and stop the enemies so they could no longer advance. Graxar strode forward boldly and swung his blade straight at an opponent, sneering arrogantly that someone with a body like bare bones could never hope to stop him, and that the very idea was ridiculous. On the fortress wall, the blonde-haired young man clenched his teeth as he stared, thinking to himself whether this truly was the greatest orc lord in history, Graxar. Suddenly, an orc cried out in panic, warning that it was a surprise attack and that the humans were assaulting them from the rear. Graxar turned back in shock, muttering in disbelief that humans were involved and wondering if what he feared was coming true. Elsewhere, amid a raging snowstorm, someone sprinted forward. Kevin rushed ahead, and together with Chris, he swiftly cut down the orcs with their swords in a matter of moments. Witnessing this, an orc froze in shock and shouted that enemies had appeared. Watching the intense clash unfolding ahead, the others could only stare in stunned realization, thinking that the people beyond the endless mountains were truly this powerful. On another front, they saw a middle-aged man strike decisively, a young boy fighting with unwavering determination, and another warrior charging straight toward the orcs with shield in hand. The orcs gaped in astonishment as they realized that this must be Dimitri. Meanwhile, Roman frowned thoughtfully, analyzing that since Luna had already fallen, the orc army, having turned their backs on Luna, had sent their elite forces straight to the front, and that very decision had become their weakness. He then raised his hand and loudly ordered everyone to follow Dimitri and exterminate all the vicious orcs. He declared the first operation, explaining that they would strike the rear where enemy forces were not concentrated and overturn the numerical disadvantage. Seeing this, Graxar hastily barked orders to block the rear first and kill the humans. Roman, hearing those commands, merely curled his lips into a faint smile and casually instructed his forces to execute the second operation. As soon as the order was given, thousands of orcs wielding axes and riding snow wolves charged forward. The wolves halted at a fixed distance, marking the start of the second operation. Immediately afterwards, several black-armored knights suddenly rushed in and launched a surprise attack. Several orcs were struck at once, their mouths hanging open and eyes rolling back as they groaned in pain, realizing too late that this was a trap using the concealment arts of the Northern Ice Palace. As the snowstorm intensified, the enraged orcs shouted curses, calling their enemies filthy rats and ordering a pursuit. The knights instantly scattered and hid. When the orcs turned around to look again, they found nothing but empty space ahead. One of them looked around in frustration, cursing and wondering where the enemies had disappeared to. At that very moment, two figures suddenly emerged. The orcs cried out in agony one after another, screaming as they were struck down. Seeing this, one person felt a surge of excitement, thinking that they were winning and recognizing this overwhelming display as the martial art of Snow Heaven. Hearing the loud disturbance behind him, Graxar finally cast a glance backward. He cautiously assessed the situation and concluded inwardly that the enemy commander was no ordinary man. As his energy surged violently, he questioned whether these opponents were foreigners from beyond the endless mountains, and decided that he had to intervene personally to disrupt their momentum. He immediately lifted his blade and ordered his subordinates to fall back, warning them not to be drawn into the enemy's intended strategy. Graxar rose lightly onto the tips of his toes and then burst forward in a continuous sprint, letting out a ferocious roar as he charged. At that moment, something strange stirred behind a massive block of ice. A white-haired man suddenly dashed out, raising his sword high and bringing it down in a decisive strike. Graxar swung his blade up to block the attack. Startled, he realized that the man had endured a single strike from him. Meanwhile, the white-haired swordsman judged inwardly that if he did not become serious, he would inevitably lose. Graxar, eyes blazing with fury, openly challenged what he believed to be the leader of the humans, demanding a duel. He solemnly vowed that if he were defeated, the Grey Wasteland tribe would admit defeat. At that instant, an excited voice echoed through the battlefield, expressing interest in the offer. Graxar was struck with fear and inwardly questioned the identity of the speaker. He stared at the white-haired man before him and wondered whether this person was truly not the leader of the humans after all. In the distance, Roman's figure gradually emerged through the raging snowstorm. With a cold frown, he asked what fate Graxar believed would await those who had followed him if he were to lose. Graxar replied indifferently that such matters would be decided by the victor. Roman then drew his sword and calmly stated that he accepted the proposal, adding in advance that if he won, the orcs who treated humans as food would be eradicated from the continent of Arcadia. The killing intent radiating from Roman's words caused Graxar to stiffen in shock. Regaining his composure, Graxar tightened his grip on his weapon and swore in return that if he emerged victorious, he would trample even the country beyond the endless mountains. In the next instant, Roman swiftly swung his sword forward, and Graxar responded just as quickly by slashing back with his blade. Their attacks collided head-on, sending tremors rippling through the surrounding air. Roman poured even more force into his strike, driving Graxar's blade down into the snow. However, Graxar quickly recovered his stance, and the two exchanged relentless attacks in rapid succession, neither yielding ground. Spotting an opening, Roman immediately lunged forward with his sword. Graxar hurried to block, panic surging through his mind as he realized that he was being overwhelmed in raw strength. Seeing this, Roman contemptuously remarked that this seemed to be the limit of Graxar's power. Hearing those words, Graxar focused his energy even further, roaring in rage as he questioned how such a monster could truly exist among humans. Roman murmured softly as he invoked the first slash of the heavenly demon's sword art at the mid-stage, and in the next moment he calmly passed by Graxar's body in a single, effortless motion. The atmosphere immediately fell silent as Roman slightly lowered his head, revealing his sharp and cold face. Opposite him, Graxar wore a stunned expression as he took Roman's slash directly to his shoulder. Afterward, he collapsed helplessly onto his knees. A sword quickly pressed against Graxar's neck from behind. Clutching his severed shoulder, Graxar muttered absent-mindedly that, in the end, it had been just as that man had said, and that there truly was a monster beyond the endless mountains. Hearing this, Roman whispered in suspicion, asking who that man was. Graxar lowered his eyes gloomily and clicked his tongue, explaining that a few months earlier, someone had come to see him. The image of that person gradually surfaced in his mind as he calmly recounted that the man had told him that if he offered everything he possessed, he would be granted power equal to that sacrifice. Graxar added bitterly that he had refused until the very end because he had known the man was a demon and could not sell his very being. Hearing this, Roman was slightly surprised. Graxar somberly reflected that he had indeed rejected that proposal. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and wondered how he had known that the man was a demon. Clutching his chest in shock, he questioned whether he had truly met him for the first time back then. Orcs and humans were different. Born with monstrous strength and deep green skin, they were similar to humans, yet differed in many ways. The natural blessing of the orc race was high fertility. However, as Arcadia became buried in cold, that blessing turned into a curse that shackled the orcs. At that time, Graxar stood frozen as he witnessed two orcs devouring another orc. Amid the blizzard, he cradled his mother's head and choked out a cry, addressing her as his mother. She comforted him by telling him not to be angry and that this was their fate. On that day, Graxar felt that the world had gone terribly wrong. Filled with resentment, he wondered that if there was a god, why such a being had created orcs in this manner. At that moment, a man dressed in a black cloak approached and remarked gently that it was tragic that they had to eat their own kind to survive, calling them truly a cursed race. Hearing this, Graxar turned his head and shouted, demanding to know who he was. Seeing no one, he was briefly startled. The man then leaned close to Graxar's ear and quietly tempted him by suggesting that he could feed on another race instead. Graxar was shocked and thought about humans and Arcadians before reconsidering. The man extended his hand forward, and bands of writhing shadows appeared in his palm as he calmly declared that he would grant Graxar the true blessing that would link his consciousness with his own. He further stated that one day Graxar would come to seek him. Then, under Graxar's vacant gaze, the man vanished into the air like smoke. Dark energy began to manifest from Graxar's body as he blankly reasoned that, rather than devouring his own kind, he could subjugate another race and make them his food. With that thought, Graxar's energy surged with greater determination. Returning to the present, Graxar realized in a daze that he had already met that demon before. He raised his voice as if testing whether the demon was listening. Then he threw his head back and roared, declaring that the demon could take everything from him but must grant him power strong enough to protect his people. At the same time, elsewhere, the man sat leisurely on a chair while calmly gathering energy. Upon receiving the signal, he bared his teeth in excitement and declared that he would grant the request. On the other side, Graxar's body suddenly erupted with violent power. Seeing this, Roman quickly leapt backward. He frowned as he recognized the familiar aura and reflected that after the war with Dmitri, Alexander had entered a period of repose. Roman noted that although Alexander had outwardly proclaimed peace and strictly maintained the ceasefire, everyone knew there had been another intention behind it. Roman steadied himself while gripping his sword and silently assessed that Graxar, who had accepted that power, would now reveal how strong he had become. Immediately afterward, Graxar's body began to transform, his eyes glowing with ferocity. He slowly turned around, and the arm that had been severed earlier regenerated. Graxar smiled with hidden excitement. He then leapt off the ground, pulled out a massive sword with one hand, and delivered a powerful slash toward Roman. At that very moment, Roman swiftly raised his sword to block it. He calmly observed the scene before him. Looking at Roman, Graxar frantically declared that only if Roman died would his people live. He then resolutely raised his blade again and launched a series of relentless attacks toward Roman, who countered each strike in return. Witnessing the scene, a white-haired young man standing outside was extremely alarmed, while the remaining orcs were equally anxious, continuously watching the battle. Meanwhile, Graxar clenched his teeth and thought that to obtain this power, he had sacrificed everything. He then stomped his foot onto the ground and intensified his offensive pressure against Roman. When his attacks had no effect, Graxar furiously wondered why his attacks could not reach Roman. He strained himself even more, causing sparks to burst from his blade. Roman calmly blocked the assault and stated that he had even taken all of Graxar's attacks head-on, yet Graxar had abandoned himself merely to gain such insignificant power. Roman then surged forward and knocked Graxar back. In that instant, Roman coldly asked whether Graxar knew what he hated the most. Just as Graxar brought his blade down in a powerful strike, Roman slightly tilted his body to dodge it, then swung his sword to send Graxar flying. Roman casually concluded that what he hated most was a life in which no worthy opponent existed. Roman suddenly unleashed his energy and blocked Graxar's attack, forcing it to halt midair. He coldly and calmly told Graxar that he had hoped Graxar would be more prepared than that, so that he could release all the power he possessed. At the same time, Graxar bared his savage fangs and growled in pain. Seeing that expression, Roman remained completely unmoved, only slightly frowning. He then stomped heavily on the ground and executed the Heavenly Demon Sovereign Step 8-step, approaching calmly from afar as cracks spread across the ground. A murderous glint flashed in Roman's eyes as he silently thought that this was the power Graxar would have to face from that moment onward. Darkness surged violently, and the Heavenly Demon Sword technique was activated. After he unleashed the second form final phase, a purple flame immediately appeared and engulfed Graxar, burning him at the center of the blaze. When the flames disappeared, a deep pit appeared amid the shattered ground, and no one remained there. Witnessing the scene, one orc muttered in a daze, wondering if Lord Graxar had been killed. As cold air swirled around the empty pit, his face turned pale as he despairingly thought that they would die and that if they did not surrender, they would all be killed. Looking at Roman's back, the orc became even more certain of his conclusion. The orcs immediately threw down their weapons and collapsed onto the snowy ground, desperately begging Roman to spare them. They swore that they would devote their lives to serving Dmitri from that moment onward and pleaded with him not to destroy their tribe. Roman stood calmly and said that it seemed they had their reasons. One orc fearfully and hesitantly thanked him. Roman then turned his foot indifferently and remarked that when they had turned humans into food, orcs and humans had become creatures that could not live together. Tightening his grip on his sword, he coldly added that he did not hold a grudge against them, but simply did not want to create a precedent by showing them mercy. Hearing this, the orcs immediately grew tense. With half his face submerged in shadow, Roman decisively declared that they would all die. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword, slicing through all of them at once. Time passed after the battle ended. In the middle of a forest, a group of elves dressed in white cloaks approached Roman. A blonde-haired elf stepped forward and introduced himself as Tertia from the elf clan, respectfully greeting Roman as their savior. Observing the elf's ears, Roman thought to himself that the elf had snow-white skin and pointed ears, confirming that he was indeed an elf. Tertia smiled warmly and said that if it had not been for Roman's help, all the elves would have perished and that they were truly grateful. Roman gently replied that their goals were the same and nothing more. He added that after the issue in the Kingdom of Luna was resolved, he planned to hold a meeting to discuss the chaos spreading across Arcady. Hearing this, Tertia placed a hand on his chest, nodded, and replied that they would certainly attend. He then seriously asked whether Lord Roman would be willing to accompany them to their territory. Roman raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Tertia then explained that when the orcs had first started the war, the elves had borrowed the wisdom of the World Tree and glimpsed part of the future, which was why they had defended the World Tree's territory until the very end. Upon hearing this, Roman was slightly surprised and wondered whether the World Tree truly possessed such an ability. Tertia calmly continued, saying that they believed the prophesied human would appear and come to help them. Under Roman's doubtful expression, Tertia hesitantly added that the problem lay in what would happen afterward, explaining that Graxar's power was extremely dangerous and capable of shaking the very foundation of the world, and that because of this issue, the Mother Elf wished to speak with Roman directly. At that point, the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Imagining the figure of the one he was about to meet, Roman curiously thought that the Mother Elf was new information to him. He then moved toward the agreed entrance and said that he agreed, adding that it was convenient since there was something he also wanted to confirm. After stepping inside, Roman quietly stood in the middle of the ruins. His expression stiffened as he absent-mindedly thought that elves did not age and that he had heard they maintained the appearance of someone in their early 20s until death. At that moment, the figure standing opposite him spoke, saying that it was an honor to meet Lord Roman Dmitri. Sitting calmly on a tree root, the Mother Elf then asked Roman whether he knew anything about the demon realm. Roman fell silent for a moment and responded by mentioning the celestial realm, the demon realm, and the mortal realm. He calmly continued by explaining that one of the three dimensions formed this world and that he had once read in a book that the demon realm was the world where demons resided. Seeing this, Mother calmly affirmed that the demon realm was indeed the world where demons lived. She explained that initially, according to the laws of the Creator God, each world had been separated so that they would not interfere with one another. However, she recounted that one day a rift had appeared and an alien creature had fallen onto the salamander continent. As a result, the rift had widened further, and the cold air flowing from that dimensional gap had been what froze the Arcady continent. After hearing this, Roman silently thought about dimensional travelers and wondered whether that meant Alexander, before realizing that he himself was also included. Mother gently continued by explaining that over centuries, the wall separating the dimensions had weakened. Through those gaps, she said that Groxar had absorbed the power of the demon realm and had become a demon. She then asked whether Roman understood what that meant. Roman speculated by asking whether it meant that demons from the demon realm were targeting the mortal realm. Mother Elf gravely continued by saying that, at present, it was only a level of assimilation of demonic power, but as time passed, they would exert far greater influence. She heavily added that Lord Roman must confront the being that was destroying the balance of the world. She warned that as long as that being still existed, the dimensional wall would collapse and demons from the demon realm would flood in. She further explained that the king of the demon realm was someone who had reached a godlike level. At present, she said, he was bound by the laws of this world, but once a full descent occurred, they would have no way to stop him. Roman looked up at the sky thoughtfully and remarked that he now understood why Kronos had set aside his pride and declared a ceasefire, concluding that they were waiting for the dimensional wall to weaken. He reasoned that if Groxar was merely a subordinate of the Demon King, as Mother Elf had stated, then human strength alone would not be enough to stop them. Clenching his hand, he seriously thought that perhaps his existence in this world as Roman had been destined from the beginning. He reflected that even the Murium warriors had been unable to withstand the Earth stage of the Heavenly Demon technique, and that he had never once had the chance to unleash the Heaven stage. Covering his face while glancing aside, he anxiously considered what would happen if the demons from the demon realm appeared. Seeing that he remained silent, Mother Elf cautiously called out to Lord Roman. Roman clenched his hand and seriously stated that he could not promise to fulfill Mother Elf's request, adding that he had already gathered sufficient information. He decisively declared that if they blocked his path, he would not remain idle. Mother Elf then spoke again, asking him to wait a moment, and explained that they had prepared a gift for their savior. She calmly stated that if he communicated with the World Tree, he could gain a chance to glimpse the fate of the past, present, and future that he needed most. Roman questioned her with suspicion, saying that he had heard only the Mother Elf was allowed to touch the World Tree. Mother Elf smiled kindly and replied that Lord Roman was the hero of Arcady who had saved the elves, and therefore, it was an exception. Upon hearing this, Roman became excited and thought that it was a good opportunity, deciding that he very much wanted to examine the World Tree directly. Roman stepped forward and gazed ahead, thinking that it was a gigantic tree he had never seen before, not even in his previous life. As the branches spread wide and overlapped against the pale blue sky, he reflected that standing before it made him feel powerless. Yet the World Tree was now withered and frozen, its branches devoid of life, and its desolate form revealed the bleakness of the continent. After observing it carefully, he widened his eyes and thought that this must be the World Tree, the one rumored to be the foundation of the world. He then reached out and gently touched the trunk, and time seemed to momentarily stand still. Suddenly, a strange surge of energy erupted from his body, and he was overwhelmed with shock. As Tertia approached and witnessed the World Tree emitting energy that flowed into Roman, she was stunned and murmured in confusion, wondering what was happening. Meanwhile, the energy from the World Tree grew increasingly violent, and a dazzling golden light spread along the trunk like surging lava. Seeing this, Tertia was aghast and thought that the World Tree seemed to be seeking something. At the same time, Roman's consciousness began to be drawn inside. Observing his current state, he fell silent and thought that the sensation was strange. A voice suddenly commanded that the situation be reported, prompting Roman to turn toward the source of the sound. There, a blonde-haired man sat upon a high stone throne in the dark space, with two cloaked figures kneeling below him. One of them reported that after the incident involving Roman Dmitri, Duke Virto and former power holders had risen, that Valhalla, which once glorified the romance of warriors, had been stained by cowardly actions, and that the Duke was attempting to gather troops. If matters continued that way, civil war would only be a matter of time. Hearing this, Roman's brows furrowed slightly as the man continued that, if the Emperor of Valhalla persisted in ignoring the voices of the people and forcibly suppressed the rebellion, Valhalla would face an unavoidable catastrophe. At that, the blond man, Alexander, let out a scoff and stated disdainfully that their plan was proceeding smoothly and that Dmitri was merely a minor variable. He then added ominously that they should incite the public and that when Valhalla fell into war, their time would come. Before Roman could observe further, his consciousness dissipated again. When he opened his eyes, the scene had shifted elsewhere. Isabel, her clothes soiled, was leaning against a large tree, clutching the wound on her abdomen as she bent forward and let out a soft groan. Leo approached resolutely and insisted that Her Majesty must return to Luna as soon as possible. He expressed his concern that Kronos had already discovered their plan, and that if they continued fighting after losing many troops, only she would be in danger. He pleaded for her to listen to him this time and knelt earnestly in supplication. Isabel hesitated and replied that it was impossible. She explained between heavy breaths that since her birth she had been chosen by the divine oracle and had followed the will of the gods all her life, and she questioned how she could betray that will. After Leo stood up, she stubbornly added that she could not abandon those who believed in her and followed her into the clutches of Malit simply to escape alone. Hearing this, Leo's expression darkened, and his gaze grew distant with thought. Isabel then held her abdomen and slowly straightened before stepping past him and coldly addressing him as Leo, captain of the Royal Knights, ordering him to return to Luna immediately, declaring that she alone would bear that cruel fate and that it was an order from the Queen of Luna. With that, she walked straight into the forest. Leo silently clenched his fists, lowered his head, and muttered a curse under his breath. After witnessing the scene, Roman's consciousness gradually faded and returned to his present body. Lowering his eyes in contemplation, he wondered whether this was part of his destiny, Valhalla and the demon realm, Alexander and Isabel, and thought that if he followed in Isabel's footsteps, he might uncover fragments of the truth. He then turned his head to look back, where Tertia placed her hand over her chest and solemnly proclaimed for the savior of Arcady to accept the loyalty of the elf clan. The other elves also knelt and earnestly begged for their loyalty to be accepted. A few hours earlier, when Roman had first been infused with energy and connected to the world tree, the mother elf had asked Tertia in alarm what exactly was happening, and Tertia had replied in astonishment that she did not understand either, as the golden-orange energy slid down along the trunk of the tree. Mother Elf muttered in a daze that it looked like a fire demon. Tertia, equally stunned, added that she had never expected there to be someone capable of controlling a fire demon. On the other side, as the world tree began to sprout and regenerate, Tertia's eyes welled with tears as she thought emotionally that the world tree was regenerating, the deepest wish long cherished by the elves, and that there was no doubt he was the savior of Arcady. She then urgently turned back and shouted for all the elves to listen to her. Tertia firmly declared that their savior, Lord Roman, had proven himself to be someone capable of saving this world and urged them to follow Lord Roman. Returning to the present, Roman stood in silence, watching the elves kneeling in prayer across from him. Suddenly, one man resolutely struck both hands against the ground and dropped to his knees, loudly proclaiming that his humble self paid respects to the hero of the Kingdom of Luna. Seeing this, Roman thought in surprise that the man must be one of Luna's captives whom Caden had rescued. The man then urgently pleaded for Roman to accept them, saying that although they might be worthless, they would do anything for the hero. Roman calmly asked Caden what the contents of their agreement had been. Hearing this, Caden immediately knelt down and replied composedly that in return for helping Luna, they would swear loyalty to Dimitri. He affirmed that Dimitri had indeed fulfilled his part of the agreement. Roman then looked toward the elves and stated indifferently that he did not wish to receive loyalty given without compensation, asking what the elves desired in exchange for their allegiance. Mother Elf immediately answered seriously that the fire demon had saved the world tree and that Arcady had been given a chance to recover. She closed her eyes in contentment and added that this alone was more than enough for the elves. Upon hearing this, Roman's eyes widened in astonishment and his heart stirred slightly. He then clenched his fist and firmly declared that in that case he would make it known that, in return for their loyalty, from that moment onward, both the elves and Luna would be under Dimitri's protection. Roman sat at the head of the banquet table, surrounded by representatives of various factions, and stated in a low voice that Arcady's top priority was survival through its own strength. He then looked toward the opposite side of the table and coldly ordered that the elves begin cultivating the land within the territory, while humans and the other races would divide the remaining labor among themselves. As a radiant sphere of energy shone beneath the roots of the world tree, Roman issued another authoritative directive, saying that with the power of the world tree, they were to build a warp gate connecting to Dimitri in order to establish a trade route to the Salamander continent. Looking over the entire banquet table from his seat, he sternly warned everyone to remember the point of the meeting well, emphasizing that Arcady would be destined to decline if they could not secure their own power. After the meeting ended, it was said that Roman returned to Dimitri beyond the endless mountains. He strode forward proudly amid the resounding cheers of countless different races who welcomed him enthusiastically. Standing solemnly before the trust of his people, it was noted that he had returned to Dimitri beyond the endless mountains. Soon, the magnificent castle at the foot of the snowy mountains came into view, with the royal flag fluttering vigorously before the main gate. At that moment, an urgent voice reported that there was something to report. Inside the meeting room, Lucas sat at a long table and seriously briefed the other two, reporting in a grave tone that the situation in Odelia was worsening day by day, and that with the royal family gone, conflicts were breaking out across each region. Maintaining a tense expression, Lucas continued analyzing the circumstances of the southern nations and explained in detail that the three kingdoms of southern Kronos, Umberto, Redford, and Frank, believed the matter must be discussed directly. Roman sat at the head of the table with his hand resting on his chest as if deep in thought, his serious gaze fixed on Lucas, and asked about the matter he had previously ordered to be investigated. Lucas slightly turned his head and continued providing the results of the investigation, reporting that after looking into Isabel's movements, they had found her last trace in the kingdom of Umberto. The scene then shifted to a dark forest where a group of soldiers was escorting a woman away, as Lucas continued narrating that after reorganizing her forces there, she had departed somewhere, though they were unable to determine where she went afterward. Back in the large stone meeting room where the three men remained seated around the table, Roman nodded to show he understood, and moved on to another matter, saying that he understood before turning his gaze toward Jonathan and asking about Knight Commander Jonathan. Jonathan, sitting across the table in a red cloak with a serious expression, reported that two visitors had arrived from Valhalla. As images of the two men appeared, one a tall red-haired man shown from behind and the other standing in front with sharp eyes, Jonathan continued introducing them, stating that one was a man named Sanchez and the other was Count Bragan. A frame introducing Sanchez appeared with a fierce image looming behind him, explaining that Sanchez was a disciple of Morales and currently a key figure among the rebel forces. Meanwhile, Count Bragan was shown standing upon a gigantic palm with a glowing golden feathered ring above him, symbolizing the authority of Valhalla. And it was noted that Count Bragan must be a man of the Emperor of Valhalla. Returning to the meeting room, Roman leaned back calmly in his chair with a sharp gaze, his fingers interlaced as if weighing the situation, and he quietly concluded that there was a lot to deal with now. He then firmly declared that the meeting was adjourned. Elsewhere, Count Bragan was seen leaning forward on a sofa in a luxurious room, letting out a dissatisfied sigh as he lamented that out of all the missions, he had to receive that one. In a flashback, Bragan was sternly assigned the mission as someone pointed straight at him like an order, instructing him to persuade Roman Dmitri somehow and insisting that, at the very least, they must stop him from siding with Duke Vieto. Returning to the present, Bragan lowered his head and pondered heavily, his tense expression revealing the difficulty of the task as he reassured himself that although it was difficult, Roman, who lived in a world of power, would not simply reject them outright. Inside a room in the castle, Billy stood beside Bragan and politely informed him that he was sorry, but Bragan would have to wait a bit because Roman had a prior engagement and could not meet him right now. Bragan immediately lifted his head with a shocked expression, his face stiffening as he seemed to realize something. With suspicion in his voice, he wondered whether Roman might be meeting Sanchez before meeting him. Meanwhile, Roman stood before a large window, the light behind him casting his face into shadow. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he mentioned the rumors spreading everywhere, saying that he had heard through rumors that Sanchez had joined Duke Vieto's faction and was leading the rebellion. Sanchez stood opposite him in the grand hall. He slightly bowed in respect, though the sharpness in his eyes suggested he was not hiding anything, and he acknowledged that it was true and that it had happened thanks to Roman's advice. Remaining calm, he explained that in order to oppose the Valhalla Emperor, he had needed Duke Vieto's help, and that the Duke had willingly accepted his proposal. Roman tilted his head slightly while looking at him, his cold gaze examining Sanchez as if probing for his true intentions. He asked what business had brought Sanchez to him. Sanchez gave a small smile as though he had anticipated Roman's reaction from the beginning, and remarked that Roman Dmitri was someone who always drew a clear line. He then began to explain the situation in Valhalla, describing how two great forces were secretly confronting each other within the shadows of power. He stated that the Valhalla Empire was currently divided between the Emperor's faction and the rebel forces following Duke Vieto. He continued with a serious tone, saying that what the rebels sought was the restoration of Valhalla's true foundation. However, he added that the problem was that Valhalla's top-ranked warriors had always followed the Emperor, and the military also displayed blind loyalty toward him. Looking directly at Roman, Sanchez finally revealed a sense of urgency in his eyes as he spoke frankly, admitting that they desperately needed Dimitri's help. Roman lifted his head under the light shining down and looked at him with calm but sharp eyes, clearly weighing every word he had just heard. He responded in a composed yet firm tone that if Sanchez was asking him to directly participate in the rebellion, then he could not accept that proposal, Sanchez widened his eyes in shock, clearly not expecting such a blunt refusal, and reacted with disbelief. Roman turned his back toward the window and clasped his hands behind him, slowly analyzing the situation. He explained that no matter how good his reputation was in Valhalla, if he were to lead Valhalla's rebellion, the rebels' justification would lose its strength. Turning his head slightly toward Sanchez, he pointed out the fatal weakness in the plan by asking whether the rebels would still have any chance of winning if they also lost the support of the people. Sanchez fell silent for a moment. His expression tightened before he finally admitted that they would not. Footsteps echoed in the quiet room as Roman turned around to face him again. Looking straight at Sanchez, Roman spoke firmly, stating that removing the Emperor from his throne would only have meaning if it was accomplished by Valhalla's own strength. Sanchez stood frozen, his eyes wavering as he realized Roman was not acting out of emotion. Roman lowered his voice slightly, his cold gaze hinting at another possible path. He said that helping indirectly was possible. Extending his hand forward as if setting the terms of a new negotiation, he explained that the condition he wanted was simple. A temporary alliance that would last until Kronos was defeated. All he wanted was for Valhalla not to become an obstacle to him. As the sun gradually set beyond the horizon and the golden light of sunset spread across the forest, the tense meeting between the two men came to an end. That evening, Count Bragan requested another meeting. Count Bragan sat on a sofa in the luxurious hall with his arms crossed, waiting with a stern expression. Hans approached and bowed politely, informing him on Roman's behalf that the young lord was currently handling personal matters and asked him to wait in the guest room until they notified him. Bragan clenched his hands as unpleasant thoughts began to surface in his mind. He wondered whether Roman was refusing to meet him entirely and suspected that Roman might still harbor resentment toward the Valhalla Emperor. In his thoughts, he imagined Roman standing beneath the Dimitri emblem wearing a red cloak. Even so, he believed that making a guest wait in a matter between nations was not an appropriate response and thought that Roman was still young. Time passed slowly, 1 day, 2 days, and then the third day. After being left waiting in the guest room for 3 days, Bragan finally lost his patience. Slamming his hand onto the table, his face flushed with anger, he cursed and demanded to know how long he was supposed to wait. Still sitting irritably on the sofa, he suddenly shouted for Billy. Billy immediately responded from behind. Bragan struck the armrest again, his face full of anger as he ordered Billy to find a way to secure a meeting date immediately, no matter what means were necessary. Taking a deep breath, he added that if any problems arose, the Empire would smooth them over. Billy smirked slightly with a confident look in his eyes and replied that he understood. Not long afterward, Billy went to see Hans, Roman's close steward. However, the moment they met, Hans immediately refused his request, apologizing and stating that Roman could not meet him at that time. Billy looked at the short steward in front of him and calmly began calculating his approach. Addressing him by name, he confirmed that Hans was Roman Dimitri's closest aide serving right by his side. Maintaining a polite tone but carrying a hint of pressure, he remarked that he knew Lord Roman was busy. Privately, however, Billy was already considering how to resolve the difficult situation and thought that since Hans was still only a servant, perhaps giving him a little scare would work. He continued by emphasizing the status of the person waiting, pointing out that Count Bragan had come as a representative of the Valhalla Empire and therefore could not wait forever. He then suggested that if Hans would simply give them a meeting date, he would return without complaint and inform Count Bragan. Hearing this, Hans remained silent for a moment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In the end, however, he repeated Roman's order exactly, stating that until the young lord's personal matters were finished, no one was to be allowed in. Billy let out a small laugh, though his eyes turned cold as he told Hans not to keep repeating that it was impossible and insisted that he could at least convey their request. Hans maintained his composure despite the pressure from Valhalla. Looking directly at Billy, he calmly replied that he understood their impatience, but that forcing a one-sided appointment was inappropriate. The moment those words ended, Billy's expression immediately changed. Raising his hand as if preparing to strike, the veins in his neck bulged with anger as he cursed. At that exact moment, however, a cold voice sounded from behind them, ordering him to put that hand down. The entire room instantly fell silent. Kevin stepped forward with heavy footsteps, his overwhelming presence dominating the space. When Hans saw him, he reacted with surprise and addressed him respectfully. Billy also turned around, his face briefly changing as he recognized him and muttered Kevin's name in shock, realizing that he was the infamous demon of Dimitri. Kevin continued walking forward, a dark red, killing intent radiating from him and making the atmosphere unbearably heavy. Billy instinctively stepped back and hurriedly tried to explain that there had been a misunderstanding and that he had only come to see Lord Roman. Kevin, however, had no intention of listening to that explanation, his blood-red eyes fixed on Billy as he coldly demanded to know who Billy thought he was to threaten Hans within Dimitri's territory. Billy frowned at Kevin, looking confused by the accusation that had just been made. Tilting his head slightly, he questioned whether Kevin was exaggerating by calling it a threat. Kevin turned his face aside, his gaze turning cold as the red killing intent around him thickened. In a low, demanding tone, he reminded Billy that he was certain he had already told him to explain his actions. Billy immediately lost his temper. Widening his eyes, he shouted back defiantly, insisting that Kevin should not speak to him as if he were giving orders and declaring that he was not from Dimitri, but a knight of the Valhalla Empire. Stepping forward arrogantly and lifting his chin, he bluntly admitted that he had threatened the servant, asking what the big deal was. Kevin instantly stepped closer until the two stood face to face in a suffocatingly tense atmosphere. In a cold voice, he demanded that Billy repeat what he had just said. Grinding his teeth as the veins on his neck bulged, Billy's anger exploded even further. He laughed mockingly and remarked that Kevin had quite the nerve, sarcastically asking whether being one of Dimitri's private soldiers made him think he was special. As his rage surged, Billy clenched his fists and shouted that all he had done was scare a mere servant, demanding to know why Kevin was making such a huge fuss. His eyes reddened with anger as he vented his frustration, claiming that things would not have escalated if Dimitri's people had not looked down on them from the start. At that very moment, Kevin suddenly made his move. He struck so quickly that Billy had no time to react. Staggering from the unexpected slap, Billy was instantly driven into a frenzy after being hit in front of everyone. Pulling a weapon from his belt, he roared furiously, demanding to know how Kevin dared to slap his face. Without hesitation, Billy swung his weapon and charged straight at Kevin, determined to attack right there in Dimitri's hall. However, the moment Billy lunged forward, Kevin moved first. He grabbed Billy's wrist and slammed it down, breaking the attack instantly. Immediately afterward, Billy received another full slap from Kevin, the mark still clearly visible on his face. Billy's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unable to comprehend how he had been overwhelmed so quickly. Kevin remained standing firmly in place, his hand lowered after the strike, looking down at his opponent with icy eyes. Without giving Billy any chance to recover, Kevin launched another lightning-fast attack. The blow landed decisively, and blood immediately sprayed from the impact. Billy was struck again and again, his head violently snapping to the side from the heavy blows. Before he could regain his senses, another strike landed, nearly twisting his face from the force. After the overwhelming barrage, Billy could no longer endure it. He finally collapsed to his knees on the floor, gasping for breath in a dazed state. Standing above him, Kevin looked down coldly. Placing a hand over his chest, he firmly stated that Hans was not merely someone who belonged to their lord, but also their benefactor, the one who had taken care of their families. Staring at Billy with icy eyes and a dark red killing intent covering his face, Kevin gritted his teeth and warned that Hans was not someone a person like Billy could treat carelessly. Kneeling on the ground with his face swollen from the beating, Billy trembled as he shouted, trying to threaten Kevin with his status. He demanded to know whether Kevin could handle the consequences of what he had done, reminding him that he was a knight of the Valhalla Empire. Still refusing to remain silent, Billy continued to protest from his knees, insisting that he was not someone a mere ducal soldier could mess with. Hearing that, Kevin merely curled his lips into a faint smile, his eyes turning mocking as he slowly asked Billy whether he wanted to hear something funny. The scene shifted to a memory from the past. Kevin recalled that he had once attended one of House Barco's parties while accompanying his lord. He continued recounting that at that time, his lord had turned the men who insulted Dimitri into a bloody pulp. Kevin then remembered the lesson his lord had given him afterward, telling him that from then on, he should learn to judge who he could and could not mess with. The memory ended, and Kevin's gaze returned to the present as he stared coldly at Billy. Calmly, he concluded that he had now judged the situation. A cold smile appeared on Kevin's face as the killing intent around him surged violently. Delivering his final verdict to Billy, he stated that Billy was someone he could mess with. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy as Kevin swiftly dealt with the obstacle before him. Billy later stood silently with a bruised face and a bandage on his cheek, his heavy gaze reflecting as he summarized how things had ended up like this. Count Bragan slammed both hands onto the table in front of Billy, his face flushed red with anger as he cursed the enemies, furiously calling Dimitri's people damned bastards. He then quietly analyzed the situation, suggesting that Hans and Kevin's actions were probably Roman Dimitri's orders, meant to provoke them into anger. A calculating smile appeared on Count Bragan's face as he quickly formed his own judgment, remarking that Roman Dimitri apparently had a childish side, and deciding that he would let the matter slide just this once. Leaning comfortably back on the luxurious sofa, Count Bragan smiled confidently, explaining that revenge began with patience, and that he wanted to see whether Roman could maintain that attitude when they met face to face. At that same time, Roman Dimitri stood before 3 stone pillars, where the magical images of the 3 kings of the southern kingdoms appeared as if attending a remote meeting. Through a magic communication device, Roman Dimitri was holding a video conference with the kings of the 3 southern kingdoms of Kronos. Within the meeting, Roman remained calm as the matter was discussed, and it was decided that the refugee issue in Odelia would be handled through the combined efforts of the three kingdoms and Dimitri. After the meeting ended, Roman turned to the butler standing behind him and calmly stated that it was time to meet Count Bregan. Hans immediately bowed respectfully and replied that he understood. With a faint smile on his face, Roman thought that at last, the moment Count Bregan had been waiting for had arrived. Inside the luxurious reception room, Count Bregan leaned back on the sofa and looked at Roman with a mocking smile. He laughed sarcastically and remarked that Roman seemed to have been quite busy, adding in an irritated tone that Roman had dared to make him wait an entire week. Roman sat calmly in the chair opposite him, holding a teacup, his composed demeanor completely contrasting with the other man's agitation. He casually replied that he had indeed been busy and suggested that next time Bregan should contact him in advance. Hearing this, Count Bregan reluctantly accepted the response and said that it was all right. Inwardly, however, he assessed the opponent in front of him, thinking that Roman was merely a young man in his late 20s and that he himself was the experienced one, so he would take control of the flow of the conversation. He then shifted to the main topic and asked how Roman intended to deal with Billy's matter before getting to the main point. His expression turned serious as he directly questioned whether Roman's actions were not trampling on the honor of a Valhalla knight. Roman maintained his relaxed posture, raising the teacup to his lips as he calmly explained that he had heard the knight had threatened Hans first. Count Bregan immediately responded that he was aware of that. However, he frowned, and his gaze sharpened as he refuted Roman's reasoning, emphasizing that a servant and a knight clearly had different statuses. Roman set the teacup down, and his eyes gradually turned cold upon hearing that statement. He calmly declared that Hans was not an ordinary servant. In Roman's recollection, Hans appeared standing before a massive treasury filled with gold behind him as Roman recalled that he had acknowledged Hans's merits and had intended to grant him a title. However, Hans had refused the offer, saying that he was satisfied remaining a servant. Roman added that Hans was like family to him. Upon hearing this, Count Bregan immediately frowned again and protested with an unwilling expression, stammering that it still did not change anything. Roman remained seated calmly with the teacup in his hand while Count Bregan stood opposite him and continued his argument, insisting that considering Roman's relationship with Valhalla, his man should never have struck Billy. Roman gently placed the teacup back onto the table, the sound soft yet decisive. He raised his head and looked directly at Count Bregan, his gaze so calm that it felt cold as he asked a simple question: why they had to avoid laying a hand on Valhalla's people. Count Bregan froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief at the question he had just heard. His thoughts became chaotic as he wondered why Roman had asked such a thing and whether he had truly just questioned it. Roman sat opposite him with the same composed demeanor and corrected his assumption, telling Count Bregan that he was gravely mistaken. A memory surfaced in which Roman stood firmly with his cloak fluttering after defeating Barbossa, coldly recounting what Valhalla had done. He stated that Valhalla had once tried to kill him under the pretext of a festival and that after he had brought down Barbossa, the Emperor of Valhalla had arranged for Kronos to attack him. Returning to the present, Roman's eyes remained icy as faint purple energy spread around him while he concluded that he believed he had been more than polite to Count Bregan. Count Bregan's face grew tense as he found himself cornered, but Roman continued questioning him. Roman demanded that Bregan answer this. If Roman were to match Bregan's demand that he take responsibility simply because a single knight had been struck, then what kind of order did Bregan think he should give? Roman sat silently in his chair with his fingers interlocked as the purple killing intent spread around him. Staring directly at Count Bregan with cold eyes, he calmly warned Bregan to do his best to persuade him and to explain why he should send him back alive. Count Bregan turned pale as he felt the overwhelming pressure coming from Roman. Sweat began to slide down his temples as panic filled his thoughts, realizing that the situation was bad and that Roman truly was as extreme as the rumors claimed. He quickly tried to ease the situation, asking nervously whether it was not true that yesterday's enemy did not have to remain today's enemy. Seeing that Roman remained silent, Count Bregan hurriedly continued persuading him, urging Roman not to be ruled by emotion and to focus on politics. Desperately trying to offer an exchange of benefits to save his life, he proposed that if Dimitri promised not to intervene in Valhalla's civil strife, then Valhalla would also absolutely not interfere in the fight between Kronos and Dimitri. He even added that they would help Roman if necessary. Roman slightly raised his head, his cold gaze hidden within the shadows as he listened to the proposal. In a low voice, he concluded that if that was all Bregan had to say, then it sounded like there was no reason to spare him. Count Bregan was stunned, completely unable to understand what he had said wrong, and he stammered in confusion as he asked for pardon. At that very moment, Kevin suddenly appeared behind Count Bregan, radiating blazing red killing intent. The The scene then shifted to the office of Marquis Delphire, where a group of people stood around a large table covered with maps, discussing their affairs. One subordinate hurried in carrying a wooden box and urgently reported to Marquis Belfier that a special delivery package had arrived from Count Bragan. Marquis Belfier slightly turned his head and frowned in surprise upon hearing that name, murmuring in confusion about Count Bragan. As he picked up the box, a hopeful thought crossed his mind as he wondered whether Bragan had finally persuaded Dmitri. Thinking about that possibility, he smiled with satisfaction and remarked that it was finally some good news as he prepared to open the box. However, when the box was opened, there was no gift or letter inside. Instead, it contained Count Bragan's blood-soaked head, his eyes closed, and his pale face lying neatly inside the box. Marquis Belfier froze instantly, his pupils shrinking in horror. Overcome with explosive fury, he roared with killing intent, shouting Roman Dmitri's name. The majestic exterior of the Valhalla imperial family's estate stood solemnly beneath a clear blue sky when a hurried voice urgently called for attention, asking others to look at what had been brought. Marquis Belfier then knelt down, raising a box with both hands, his tense expression suggesting he was reporting a grave matter, as he stated that Roman Dmitri had beheaded Count Bragan, who had gone as Valhalla's representative, and had sent the head to him. Inside the vast hall, Marquis Belfier remained kneeling as a heavy silence filled the space. The emperor, resting his chin on his hand, reacted with a mixture of interest and mockery, remarking in mild surprise. Another man, unable to contain his agitation, exclaimed in anger that he had expected this outcome, insisting that Roman had never been someone capable of compromise. The meeting room quickly grew tense as the nobles stood on opposing sides, shouting over one another in heated debate, proposing that they should first gather troops, eliminate Duke Vieto's rebel forces, and then join hands with Kronos to attack Dmitri. At that moment, Count Gomez stood in the center of the hall with a hand placed over his chest and intervened, suggesting they wait and consider alternative options. Tilting his head thoughtfully, he analyzed the complex political situation and questioned whether anyone had a better idea, pointing out that Roman's meeting with Sanchez clearly indicated an alliance with the rebel forces. With a cunning look in his eyes, Count Gomez declared that this was precisely what they would exploit, explaining that Valhalla's pure-blood ideology was extremely closed off. He continued by reasoning that the people of Valhalla wished to restore their foundation as a nation of warriors, and questioned how they would react if an external power were to lead that process. Kneeling down, he earnestly asked the emperor to grant him a chance, promising that he would contact Roman and secure definitive proof capable of shaking public sentiment. Marquis Belfier then stepped forward with a stern expression and voiced his support for Count Gomez's plan. The emperor lowered his foot as if preparing to leave, and as he turned away, he gave a final order that they could proceed as they saw fit. Marquis Belfier's face hardened with cold determination, while Count Gomez smiled with satisfaction and malice, stating that they would move forward according to the plan. Elsewhere, a gemstone emitted a brilliant blue light, signaling the start of a long-distance communication. Standing before it, Count Gomez mockingly remarked that he had received the gift well and questioned whether this was how Dmitri handled matters. As Roman's image appeared through the blue light, Count Gomez coldly asserted that with that single action, Valhalla and Dmitri had become irreversibly estranged. Roman met his gaze and responded firmly that such words were amusing, stating that from the moment Valhalla had openly attempted to kill him, he had had no intention of compromising with them. Count Gomez smiled slyly and pressed him further, asking whether Roman already felt as though the world belonged to him. Spreading his arms in feigned sincerity, he claimed to find the situation regrettable, acknowledging that although Roman came from Cairo, he had risen to become the leader of the Kingdom Alliance and thus deserved recognition. However, Count Gomez's eyes soon sharpened as he issued a warning, emphasizing that there should be limits to how far Roman overstepped. Behind him, a subordinate watched nervously while secretly activating a small device, as Gomez had prepared a recording device in an attempt to trap Roman. Standing arrogantly before the projection, Gomez declared that siding with Duke Vieto had been a fatal mistake, mockingly questioning whether Roman truly believed that helping the rebels would allow him to bring down the Valhalla Empire. Growing impatient, Count Gomez urged him to speak, insisting that if they obtained proof of his collusion with Duke Vieto, it would all be over. However, Roman appeared calm and unbothered as he questioned what Duke Vieto had to do with him. Startled by the response, Count Gomez was left momentarily speechless. Roman then looked straight ahead and reaffirmed that he had already made himself clear, repeating that from the moment Valhalla had openly tried to kill him, he had had no intention of compromise. At that, Count Gomez's expression changed drastically, sweat forming as unease set in, realizing that this was not the outcome he had intended. Roman coldly stated that whether Valhalla was consumed by civil war or not held no real importance to him, adding that the true issue was their laughable attitude. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Count Gomez realized that his attempt to record incriminating evidence had failed, as he had allowed personal revenge to cloud the situation, rendering the recording useless. Finally, Roman raised a finger and declared that from that moment on, he would make them a proposal. Roman pointed straight ahead and firmly stated that there was only one way to restore their relationship, which was for the Emperor of Valhalla to come to him personally and beg for his forgiveness. Count Gomez widened his eyes and shouted furiously, demanding how Roman dared to utter such outrageous nonsense. He then clenched his teeth and glared as he angrily questioned whether Roman truly intended to see this through to the very end with them. Roman responded with a decisive and stern warning that if they refused, then from that very moment, Dmitri would officially declare the Valhalla Empire an enemy nation. The surrounding soldiers began murmuring among themselves in shock, wondering if he had really just declared war on the Valhalla Empire. Marquis Befir stepped forward with a tense and worried expression, stating that Roman had meant it sincerely. Standing firmly under the light, he affirmed that Roman was more than the kind of man who would actually follow through with such a declaration. Count Gomez bitterly admitted the dire situation in front of Marquis Befir, remarking that it seemed they had fallen into a trap and that Roman truly was a cunning bastard. As a map displayed Dmitri's clear military strategy, it was stated that Roman would move his troops as a declaration of war. Marquis Befir decisively issued orders to coordinate the allied forces, explaining that Hector was Dmitri's ally and that they would likely open a route through the northern border that connected to Valhalla. He then sternly warned about the danger of delay and urgently ordered that part of the army be sent to the northern front, adding that if they hesitated even slightly, there was no telling what kind of crisis they might face from both the rebels and Dmitri together. A subordinate rushed in and urgently reported that there was an emergency. He continued by informing them that Duke Vieto's rebel army had attacked Hernard. The scene shifted to Hernard, which had fallen into a sea of flames and desperate screams. It was reported that the fortress wall had completely collapsed amid the fire and destruction. Cries to attack echoed everywhere, while the city guards, in panic, tried to stop the enemy and shouted for them to be halted and for Duke Vieto to be killed. Amid the chaotic battlefield, Duke Vieto appeared with imposing presence, his white hair and muscular frame standing out. He swung his blazing great axe and delivered a devastating strike to his enemy. Charging forward bravely, he commanded his entire army to follow him. He then raised his weapon and addressed the opposing warriors, declaring that they were warriors of Valhalla just like his own forces, and that if they surrendered, he would spare their lives. He further proclaimed loudly to all the people of Valhalla that he, Vieto, would restore the glory of warriors to Valhalla. Meanwhile, Count Gomez and his subordinate were gathered in a meeting room focused on a map, as it was stated that the commander of the punitive force sent to eliminate the rebels was Count Gomez. A subordinate reported to him that just moments earlier Hernard had fallen and that Duke Vieto had occupied the city and appeared to be preparing for a siege. Count Gomez reacted in shock, exclaiming that Hernard had already fallen. He immediately ordered his subordinate to summon all of Valhalla's top-ranked warriors except for Caesar, stating that the only powerhouse the enemy could field was Valderus. Clenching his fist in anger, he continued by declaring that no matter what preparations the enemy had made, if they mobilized the top-ranked warriors, the enemy would not be able to stop them. Suddenly, another subordinate hurried in with alarming news, addressing Count Gomez and saying that the situation was terrible. He then reported that the top-ranked warriors had been called to a duel of decision. Count Gomez was stunned and repeated in disbelief that it was a duel of decision. It was explained that this was a term that should not have surfaced at such a time. A Valhalla tradition befitting a nation of warriors in which only top-ranked warriors could participate. It was further explained that a duel of decision could not be refused under any circumstances, as it carried immense authority and required participants to stake their lives. Count Gomez reacted in shock and anger, demanding to know who on earth had done something so absurd. As he thought of a possible high-ranking warrior, the subordinate revealed that Rank 3, Ares, had declared a duel of decision against Rank 2, Alvarez. Count Gomez was left stunned as he called out Ares' name in disbelief. Inside the Great Hall of Valhalla, it was announced that, by the Imperial summons order, Valhalla's top-ranked fighters had gathered in the capital. Standing in the middle of the hall with visible disappointment, Alvarez remarked in a low voice that this was all there was and that Valhalla was no longer what it used to be. In the luxurious banquet hall, Tron was devouring his food while Schneider sat across from him. As Alvarez approached with irritation, Schneider coldly concluded that everything was because of Roman Dmitri, adding that, because of him, Morales, Barboza, and Rodriguez had all died. Tron, roughly biting into a large piece of meat, added in a gruff tone that even Ares, who had been ranked third, had declared he would follow Dmitri and had left Valhalla. With his eyes half closed in frustration, Alvarez let out a weary sigh and said that the mutant called Roman had overturned the entire situation. bitterly adding that it was a ridiculous state of affairs. At that moment, the doors of the great hall burst open in a blinding light, causing everyone to freeze at the sudden entrance. Ares stepped in, smiling brightly as he raised his hand in greeting and cheerfully said that it had been a long time and asked if everyone had been well. Alvarez turned sharply toward him, his expression filled with hatred, and harshly questioned what kind of confidence a traitor had to come there. Tilting his head with a faint smile, Ares calmly replied that, as far as he knew, he had not been removed from the Valhalla rankings. With a challenging smirk, he emphasized in a low voice that he was still Valhalla's rank 3, Ares. Standing in the center of the hall, Ares pointed directly at Alvarez and firmly declared that he challenged rank 2, Alvarez, to a deciding duel. Enraged, Alvarez shouted angrily at him, while Schneider, sitting at the banquet table, loudly objected that a traitor to Valhalla had no right to ask for a duel and that he would never allow it. Ares stepped between them with a hardened expression and stated in a low voice that a deciding duel was the privilege of top-ranked fighters. He suddenly grabbed Schneider's wrist with swift and powerful precision, leaving him no time to react. Schneider gritted his teeth in pain, clearly shocked at how easily he had been restrained. Surrounded by a deep blue aura, Ares looked down at him coldly and arrogantly stated that someone ranked below him had no right to interfere. At that moment, a sandal-clad foot stopped on the red carpet, and Alvarez's stern voice ordered Ares to stop. Standing behind him amid a rising wave of heat, Alvarez coldly declared that he accepted the duel. Under a bright blue sky, the Valhalla temple came into view as many people hurried up the steps. On the wide arena platform, Alvarez walked ahead while Ares followed silently behind. In a cold tone, Alvarez stated that history only repeated itself and mocked Ares by asking where his confidence came from when he had already lost 3 unofficial times. Ares merely smiled faintly, showing no reaction to the harsh provocation. In the sacred hall, a figure in a golden robe stood holding a document and solemnly announced that the sacred deciding duel would now begin. As the circular arena appeared under ritual flames, the 2 warriors faced each other within the ring, and the officiant respectfully instructed the audience to watch their battle with reverence. As soon as the signal was given, both Alvarez and Ares dashed toward each other, and the officiant loudly declared that the duel had begun. Ares slid forward at incredible speed, his sword slicing through the air with a sharp metallic clash just before Alvarez. Alvarez immediately pivoted and counterattacked, swinging his blade upward with tremendous force as if to split his opponent in 2. The 2 continuously exchanged blows in the arena, sparks and shockwaves erupting each time their swords collided. Watching from the outside, Schneider could not hide his astonishment and exclaimed inwardly that it was an incredibly intense exchange. Tron narrowed his eyes and remarked to himself that, in the end, Alvarez would gain the advantage. As their blades clashed violently amid bursts of light, the deafening sound echoed throughout the hall. Golden and blue streaks intertwined like a storm, shaking the entire arena with each close-range collision. Surrounded by a blazing aura, Alvarez gritted his teeth and mockingly praised Ares' swordsmanship, saying that it was impressive, but that it was all he had. As a golden aura explosion erupted, he shouted that the difference in aura could not be overcome. Amid the white-blue smoke, Ares moved like a shadow, leaving overlapping aura after images that were difficult to track with the naked eye. Seeing this, Alvarez expressed surprise at the sight of aura after images, but maintained his defensive stance and coldly remarked that Ares was still relying on such cheap tricks. As Ares lightly stepped onto the arena floor with precise control, he stood among floating blue aura trails, narrowed his eyes, and calmly stated that the situation was more manageable than he had expected, questioning whether Alvarez was holding back. With golden aura surging around him, Alvarez tightened his grip on his swords and thought to himself that his next attack would decide the battle. He then shouted for Ares to try blocking this as well. Standing like a blazing flame in the arena, his body engulfed in dazzling golden light, Alvarez unleashed a massive wave of golden energy that surged forward like a tidal fire, crashing toward Ares with overwhelming force. The entire hall seemed to be torn apart by the enormous slash as his secret technique, Explosion Smash, erupted with devastating power. Ares smiled with confidence, clearly believing that the match had already been decided by that attack. The explosion of sword energy struck the arena, shaking both the ground and the air under its destructive pressure. Amid the swirling dust, Alvarez smirked in triumph, convinced that victory was already his. However, in that very instant, Ares suddenly burst out of the white dust cloud in a streak of emerald speed, causing Alvarez to freeze in shock. Ares was described as dashing past like a streak of blue lightning, his blade carving a cold arc through the air and leaving a blood-red trail in its wake. As the dust settled, Aluarez was seen collapsing to his knees in a blood-soaked arena littered with fallen swords, while Ares stood upright and stated in a low voice that before he had left for Dimitri, he had definitely been stagnant. Aluarez's eyes were said to tremble as a cold blade stopped just beside his face, while Ares, surrounded by a surging turquoise aura, looked down at him and affirmed that this was the reason he had gone to Dimitri. A close-up of Aluarez showed his face turning pale as he stammered in disbelief, saying that it was impossible. As the blue aura flared around Ares like a ghostly flame, Aluarez was described as crying out in shock, realizing that it was a 6-star aura. Aluarez was then depicted with a blank expression, his voice trembling as he came to the realization that from the very beginning, Ares had not even been going all out. Ares was described as charging forward in a blinding blue light, each of his strikes seemingly tearing through the air itself, while it was asserted without doubt that Ares possessed the greatest talent in Valhalla. Schneider was said to stand frozen under the white light, choking out in disbelief that it could not be possible, while Tron remained silent, his earlier arrogance completely gone and replaced by shock and cold sweat. It was then described that a head fell onto the stone floor with a dull thud, leaving behind a chilling trail of blood across the arena. Count Gomez was said to stare wide-eyed at the scene, unable to believe that the battle had ended in such a manner. From afar, as he looked toward the dust-covered arena, Schneider was described as inwardly crying out, questioning what had happened in Dimitri, and calling out Ares' name. Count Gomez, his face twisted with pain and fury, was said to grit his teeth bitterly and conclude that they had been played. Behind a strategic map, Count Gomez was described as visualizing Ares within his deductions, stating that Roman Dimitri had first sent Dimitri's forces to the northern front to scatter the emperor's army and then dispatched Ares to eliminate rank 2 Aluarez. As the image of Roman appeared in the darkness with a faint smile, Count Gomez was said to grow even more alarmed, questioning whether Roman Dimitri was attempting to aid the rebels in this way. In a panic, Count Gomez slammed both hands onto the edge of the table and tensely concluded that at this rate, they would be completely controlled by his plan. Lowering his head into the shadows, Count Gomez was described as quietly declaring that they would abandon Valhalla's principles. He then immediately issued the order to arrest Ares. Finally, from the balcony above, Count Gomez was said to shout furiously, ordering them not to stand there in shock and to arrest the traitor Ares at once. In his memory before departing for Valhalla, Roman had stood with his arms crossed by the window, while Ares had silently listened to his final instructions, and Roman had concluded in a low voice that Valhalla had completely lost a warrior's pride. As a close-up showed Ares with a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek, Roman had continued to warn that even if he won the duel of decision, they would ignore the victor's rights and try to kill him. Maintaining absolute composure, Roman had slightly curled his lips and calmly advised that they should prepare themselves as well. Returning to the present, Ares lowered his gaze slightly and silently absorbed all the guidance with a calmer and more composed demeanor. Standing upright in the arena with his sword in hand, he declared in a low voice that just as his lord had said, they had all become completely rotten. At the same moment, a clenched fist suddenly tightened in midair, signaling a certain plan. From behind a stone pillar, a hooded figure quietly revealed himself, already holding a magical transmission device. 2 hooded figures then activated the broadcasting devices together, and a blue light from the crystals spread silently. Count Gomez turned his head in surprise and wondered who those people were. As the scene zoomed in on a hooded figure holding the glowing crystal device, Count Gomez realized in shock that what they were holding was a magic communication device. A surge of blue light shot up across the arena. In many different places, news of the duel's result immediately spread, as people questioned whether Ares had won, what this meant now, and whether Ares was now ranked second. Groups of young people gathered around the projected images, whispering among themselves that he had already reached second rank at such a young age, and that it was so impressive. Count Gomez exclaimed in astonishment, wondering what on earth was happening. In the blood-stained arena, Ares stood straight and loudly declared that Count Gomez should know that the duel of decision had been broadcast across all of Valhalla. Count Gomez's face twisted with anger as he hissed that Ares was a conniving bastard. Ares then shifted his foot slightly on the blood-soaked ground, signaling that he was ready to proceed to the next step of his plan. Elsewhere, the public watched the projection intently, while Ares recalled in a low voice that there had once been a time when Valhalla had not lost its romanticism. Before countless watching eyes, he raised his sword in the grand hall and firmly declared that he wanted to restore that former Valhalla. Pointing his sword directly at Count Gomez, he loudly proclaimed that, by the authority of Valhalla's ranked second, he challenged Caesar, the top ranker. Count Gomez stood frozen as cold sweat formed on his cheek, feeling as though Ares' words had struck like a thunderbolt. Schneider and Tron both stiffened in the stands, their eyes widening as they realized that the balance of Valhalla had been overturned in a single duel. In the blood-stained arena, a man in yellow stood motionless within the circle, while the surrounding atmosphere grew heavy from the bold challenge that had just been issued. On the high platform, the king sat silently on his throne with an unreadable expression, while the person standing before him held his breath, awaiting his reaction. In a close-up, the king appeared with a cold expression, resting his chin on his hand, and he indifferently stated that they could do as they saw fit. A short while later, the sound of sandals striking the stone floor echoed repeatedly. Marquis Befir turned and called out to Count Gomez in the corridor, asking for his opinion on who would win between Caesar and Ares. Count Gomez tilted his head cautiously and replied that he did not think anyone could say for certain who would win. As the image of Caesar appeared like a radiant symbol of swordsmanship on the continent, it was noted that Castro was the continent's strongest swordsman, and that Caesar, the only one capable of standing against Castro, had been considered Valhalla's strongest swordsman. Looking ahead thoughtfully, Count Gomez then analyzed in a low voice that it would be natural for Caesar to win, but Ares had followed Roman and reached the realm of six-star aura. Marquis Befir turned and walked away down the corridor, remarking slowly that this was quite interesting and questioning whether Caesar was not guaranteed to win. In a close-up, he curled his lips with calculation and concluded in a low voice that, as things stood, there was no way to stop the authority of the ranked second, and that at this rate, they had to seize Henart as quickly as possible. Behind him, Count Gomez acknowledged the order, saying that he understood. Suddenly, someone rushed forward across the stone floor, shouting that there was big trouble. The messenger ran through the corridor in panic and reported that Dmitri had begun attacking the northern front line. Count Gomez halted abruptly, his eyes widening as he inwardly exclaimed in shock that it was so soon. The scene then shifted to Valhalla's northern border, where Roman stood with two subordinates overlooking the battlefield. Standing beside him, Felix reported in a low voice that approximately 100,000 troops had gathered at Valhalla's foremost defensive position, and that it seemed they had judged suppressing the rebel forces to take priority over the northern front line. In a close-up, Roman appeared with a faint smile at the corner of his lips and calmly concluded that it was just as expected. Roman stood gazing toward the distant fortress of Valhalla and silently assessed that the situation still favored the Valhalla imperial family, adding that the imperial family must not be given even a moment's respite if the rebel forces were to achieve any meaningful results against them. He then turned toward Felix and briefly asked how much time he would need to bring down Valhalla's walls. Felix placed a hand on his chest and replied with absolute confidence that 1 hour would suffice. Atop the high walls, Marquis Killian stood with his arms crossed, looking down at the battlefield as he asked about the situation of the enemy forces. A red-haired soldier standing behind him hurriedly reported that the Allied forces were estimated at approximately 100,000 troops and warned that they needed to be particularly cautious of Felix from the Phoenix Magic Tower. Hanir smirked confidently under the blue sky, prompting Marquis Killian to turn and question whether countermeasures were in place. Hanir calmly assured him that there was absolutely nothing to worry about. Stepping forward with his attendants, Hanir explained in a low voice that their mountain's defensive magic could sufficiently block both flare and magic attacks, and that they had brought 100 mages from the magic tower for that purpose. It was noted that Mountain, one of Valhalla's magic towers, was especially specialized in defensive magic suited for fortifications, as the enormous structure glowed with layered blue magic circles. Marquis Killian then remarked that the Imperial forces would take about 10 days to occupy Hernard, though they might need to hold their position for even longer. Suddenly, a soldier on the wall pointed outward and shouted that Dimitri's forces were appearing, adding that there were Flare and Phoenix mages among them. In the distant desert, towering pillars of attack erupted from the ground, signaling that the siege had officially begun. Felix raised his hand and silently concluded that the enemy's plan seemed to be to bombard the walls thoroughly with long-range attacks first, then push in troops to force close combat. He then decisively ordered all forces to fall into formation and commanded Flare to prepare to launch. As a blazing circular fire construct ignited in the sky, ready to unleash the first bombardment, Hanir stood within a magic circle with his cloak billowing under the heavy flow of mana he was drawing into the ground, invoking Stone Shield. From the ground before the fortress, a massive wall of rock rose abruptly like a natural barrier, blocking the entire direction of attack. However, almost immediately after forming, the structure trembled violently as its surface began to crack under an unseen nullifying force. Large chunks of rock exploded and collapsed in chaotic ruin, leading to shocked voices realizing that the stone shield had been destroyed. Hanir's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed in shock whether it could be Dispel. It was then explained that Dispel was a magic incantation capable of canceling an opponent's magic, with its power determined by the difference in strength between the user and the opponent. Though it might appear to be a simple incantation, it was noted that if the opponent's abilities were overwhelming, Dispel would become harder to use than any other form of magic. Amid the pale golden flow of mana, it was observed that Dimitri's response clearly demonstrated contempt toward his opponent. Grinding his teeth in anger, Hanir shouted furiously how the enemy dared to try to gain the upper hand against Mountain using Dispel. He then ordered the black-cloaked mages to prepare their own Dispel, commanding them to neutralize the enemy's magic and uphold Mountain's dignity. As luminous magic circles layered across the sky and fragments of rock continued to be torn apart, a cloaked mage cried out in panic that the enemy was moving too fast and that they could not stop the incoming Dispel. Hanir's face turned pale with shock as he realized that the enemy's 50 Dispel casters were faster than their own 100, concluding in disbelief that such a thing was impossible. Standing behind him, Marquis Killian shouted at Hanir, demanding to know what he was doing, to which Hanir responded in panic with an apology. Meanwhile, a half-shadowed mage began gathering flames around herself and invoked Flame Cannon. A massive pillar of fire descended onto the defensive formation, erupting in a blinding explosion that seemed to tear through both the sky and the fortress walls. Jagged black cracks spread across the white barrier, signaling that Mountain's defensive magic had finally been breached, as voices reacted in shock to the appearance of a fracture. Felix paused briefly in surprise before evaluating the newly appeared figure, remarking with admiration that achieving such a level in just a few months was remarkable, and predicting that in 5 more years, the individual would be known as an archmage who would astonish the Salamander continent. Standing beneath the open sky, Edwin Hector responded calmly with a faint smile that he still had a long way to go. He then spread his arms, forming layers of blazing red magic circles in the air, and proceeded to unleash his technique, known as Wide Area Multi-Dispel. Felix stretched out his hand and ordered the mages of Phoenix to help Edwin dismantle the enemy's Dispel, upon which a group of robed mages raised their hands and repeatedly cast Dispel magic as blazing orange mana erupted and clashed in the sky, where red magic circles collided with fragments of blue barriers, sending shockwaves across the air. Hanir widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed that it was impossible, while Edwin Hector charged forward in a faint red aura and shouted that they had broken through the enemy's Dispel. Seizing the opening, Felix immediately took action as massive overlapping fire magic circles formed in the sky and combined into a powerful attack known as Flame Cannon X Fire Cannon, which exploded against the barrier and engulfed the sky in flames and shockwaves, causing cracks to spread across the blue barrier as if it were about to collapse completely. Hanir turned around in panic and shouted angrily for them to repair the magic barrier at once and to hurry, but the fortress wall shook violently before exploding under the intense assault, sending debris and dust flying everywhere. Roman, charging at the front line, declared that the fortress wall had collapsed and ordered all troops to advance, prompting waves of soldiers to surge forward as the battlefield filled with the sound of pounding footsteps. Meanwhile, Count Gomez walked through a dark corridor and observed that Roman was moving more boldly than expected, reasoning that with 100,000 troops stationed and even the Mountain's mages deployed, they should be able to hold out for at least 2 weeks, but he then concluded in a low voice that the real problem lay in the duel between Ares and Caesar. As the grand doors opened and white light flooded in, he grew concerned that if Ares were to win, the situation would become very complicated. From the balcony overlooking the plaza, Count Gomez silently watched the duel that had drawn everyone's attention, while the crowd below argued over who would win, with some insisting that Caesar would of course be the victor, while others countered that with Ares, one could never be certain, noting that Alvarez had been overwhelmingly defeated. Hearing these conflicting opinions, Count Gomez reflected that this was a duel Caesar absolutely had to win. When Caesar finally appeared, the crowd cheered loudly at his arrival, recognizing him as the top ranker of Valhalla, as he stepped forward with a calm yet imposing presence to answer Ares' challenge, while Ares stood opposite him with a composed expression, gazing at him as though he had long awaited this moment, a faint, cold smile forming on his lips. As the two faced each other in the vast arena with lowered swords and rising killing intent, Caesar turned his head toward Ares and remarked coldly that there had once been a time when Ares had sought his teachings, and that it was surprising that he now dared to challenge him. Ares replied with a sharp gaze that it was quite a long-winded way of welcoming him. Standing tall within a red aura, Caesar lamented that it was truly unfortunate, adding that had Ares become his disciple, he would have inherited everything he possessed, and he criticized it as a foolish choice before drawing his sword and ordering Ares to kneel and beg forgiveness for his poor judgment, further demanding that he swear to live for the emperor from that day forward, declaring that if he complied, he would spare his life for the future of Valhalla. Ares, however, calmly turned his head aside and recalled that 10 years ago he had indeed received Caesar's teachings, explaining that as both a swordsman and a warrior, he had sought instruction from anyone without prejudice so long as he could grow, yet he had always ultimately reached the same conclusion, that he could surpass them. He continued that whether it took hours or mere days, once he judged he could transcend his opponent, he would leave without hesitation. Returning to the present, Ares pointed directly at Caesar and declared decisively that Caesar had been no different and that there was nothing left for him to learn from him, adding that the only thing he had lacked was time. He further explained that after leaving Valhalla and settling in Dimitri, months had passed and yet he still could not leave, asking Caesar if he understood what that meant. Recalling events 1 week after returning from Arcady, it was noted that Ares had been tasked with defeating 2 major figures, Alvarez and Caesar, and he had wondered to himself whether, despite learning how to utilize his energy core, he could truly defeat them. In a quiet courtyard, Ares sensed someone approaching from behind and turned with his sword in hand, whereupon Roman emerged from the shadows and ordered him to draw his sword, declaring that from that moment on, he himself would be Ares' opponent. As both swords were drawn simultaneously, Ares realized in shock that the style of dual wielding before him was unmistakable. Roman charged straight ahead within a swirl of purple aura, while a colossal shadow loomed behind him like an overwhelming pressure, and Ares exclaimed in shock that it was like Alvarez. Ares was knocked back onto the stone ground, his whole body writhing from the violent impact, and he bitterly reflected that he had been sprawled on the ground for more than half a day. As Roman stood silently within the violet energy, with 2 swords crossed before him, Ares despairingly admitted that he could not think of any method to defeat him. Roman then drove both swords into the ground and coldly declared that it was enough with Alvarez. Walking toward the weapon rack in the stone tower, he calmly added that he would now raise the difficulty somewhat. As Roman drew another sword, his gaze grew sharper, and he declared that he would face Ares in Caesar's style. Seeing this, Ares appeared in close-up with cold sweat on his forehead as he realized that on that day he had witnessed a world that could not be reached, and he stammered in shock, asking what it meant. Returning to the present arena, the announcer solemnly proclaimed that the duel of decision would now begin. Caesar immediately rushed forward to attack, while Ares smoothly sidestepped with a precise and clean sword movement. Caesar's face tightened as a fierce killing intent burst forth from the very first clash of blades. He surged forward in a storm of crimson slashes, his strikes relentless as if to crush his opponent in an instant. Recalling the past as their swords clashed and sparks flew before him, Roman had once stated that Caesar was called a barbarian warrior because he drove his opponents back without mercy. In contrast, Roman had calmly asserted that a single strike was enough against Caesar. Back in the present, Caesar's expression twisted in astonishment as he furiously demanded how Ares dared to do such a thing, and he was further shocked as he realized that Ares had slipped through that tiny opening. In the midst of the arena, Ares narrowly evaded a dangerous slash and counterattacked in that fleeting moment, inwardly affirming that his choice had been correct after all. As memories overlapped with the present, Ares recalled the time he had been relentlessly trained by Roman in Dimitri, realizing that training against a far more brutal monster had made Caesar's attacks seem unthreatening. Caesar then unleashed a blazing surge of crimson sword energy and roared that the insolent bastard should die as he executed the secret art known as Crimson Lightning Slash. Standing beneath a sky streaked with red energy, Ares recalled the time he had spent in Dimitri, remembering how he had once seen a world covered in destructive power. Closing his eyes, he reflected that in the depths of his mind he summoned a memory etched with fierce clarity, where Roman appeared behind him within a radiant purple aura, invoking the heavenly demon sword art. In that instant, Ares proceeded to unleash his ultimate technique, identified as the first technique. Ares focused all his mental strength but suddenly halted, subconsciously thinking of the heavenly demon sword technique, realizing that even for someone like him, who was called a genius of swordsmanship, it was a technique he had never dared to attempt. As a surge of blue sword energy erupted and he descended with an overwhelming strike from above, he acknowledged internally that his attack did not even reach a tenth of the true heavenly demon sword technique. Caesar widened his eyes as sweat poured down, recognizing that even so it was enough to deal with him, before the slash pierced through and tore his body apart midair, blood scattering across the arena. After delivering the strike, Ares bent forward, breathing heavily as he evaluated himself, wondering if mimicking it was the best he could do for now, then steadied himself and admitted coldly that he was glad, as it meant he could become even stronger. As Caesar's body collapsed to the ground and the battle ended in a stunned silence, a trembling witness announced with a stutter that Lord Ares had defeated Lord Caesar and risen to rank 1 of Valhalla. While the crowd below erupted into thunderous cheers, the emperor merely turned his head slightly with a meaningful click of his tongue, before silently standing up and leaving, as if no longer interested in staying. Ares turned away, sweat rolling down his cheek, his mind still unsettled, before suddenly raising his sword and calling for attention, declaring to the people of the Valhalla Empire to listen. He then proclaimed loudly before the entire arena that from that moment onward, he would renounce his status as a Valhalla ranker. As the crowd stood frozen in disbelief, Ares raised his sword again and reminded them that 10 years ago, Caesar had been a swordsman stronger than anyone, but that the man he had become had not changed from his past self. He explained that this was because Caesar's hunger for higher realms had been clouded by politics and power, warning that pride vanished when one relied on power, and that a sword that had lost its pride would rot. Lowering his head in the light, Ares stated that Caesar's sword had stopped there, and that Valhalla had stagnated along with him, before calmly declaring that they could brand him a traitor. Clenching his fist against his chest as his aura surged, he asserted that he had been born a warrior and would die a warrior, shouting that only in Dmitri did he truly feel alive. Turning to the crowd, he called out for all of Valhalla to remember that they had been born with the blood of warriors. As his image spread throughout the city, the citizens looked up in shock, with one person wondering in confusion when Valhalla had become like this. It was then reflected that the people of Valhalla had originally taken pride in being a nation of warriors, and that the ranking system had been born from that very spirit. Yet the warrior who once represented it, Caesar, had fallen far behind, which was deeply contradictory. Someone in the crowd observed that although Ares had not shown loyalty to the imperial family, he had been the pride of Valhalla. Lucas, pulling down his hood with a tense expression, angrily criticized that such a man had now abandoned Valhalla. As it was recalled that the moment Ares stepped outside Valhalla's fences, he defeated Caesar and proved his choice was right, the crowd began to murmur uneasily. Lucas then pointed out that it had not even been long since Ares had moved his allegiance to Dmitri, questioning whether Valhalla had truly been falling behind all this time. Suddenly, as a firm step echoed against the stone floor, Lucas stood above them, raising his hand and condemning the current state, questioning whether a reality where those who could not even properly wield a sword, strutted arrogantly with power, could truly be the Valhalla they once knew and took pride in. As the crowd was drawn in, one person resentfully remarked that at the very least, an incompetent 14th son who knew nothing should not have taken power in Valhalla simply because he was protected by those in authority. Their confusion and shock soon hardened into rage toward the imperial family, and finally, the thoughts they could no longer suppress were voiced. A group stepped forward with firm expressions, as one of them called for action, stating that they must rise up, that they could no longer ignore the reality of Valhalla, and that now that Duke Vieto had raised his voice, it was time for them to step forward, prepared for death. Another man shouted passionately that they should all risk their lives for Valhalla, as it was concluded that Ares' speech had ignited the hearts of the people of Valhalla. In a study filled with books, Marquis Befir leaned against the desk and, in a low voice, remarked that Roman Dmitri was someone he had long expected would one day block Valhalla's path. As a war map lay spread across the table with golden pieces already pressing toward the center, he sternly declared to Count Gomez that it was now an all-out war, adding that whichever side retreated first in this fight would meet ruin. Count Gomez turned sharply, visibly shaken by such an extreme decision, and questioned in astonishment whether that meant the Marquis intended to abandon the North. Marquis Befir coldly replied that he was only half right. Recalling Ares charging with his sword as evidence, he calmly analyzed that Dmitri's strategy had always been consistent, explaining that Dmitri had used Ares to eliminate Valhalla's top rankers and, through a direct assault on the northern front, was preventing them from focusing on the rebels. As the image of Romans standing atop a rocky outcrop amid a massive army came to mind, Marquis Befir composedly assessed that the enemy's allied forces numbered 100,000, which alone was insufficient to bring Valhalla down, and concluded that the entire commotion was merely a performance meant to draw their attention. He then tightened his jaw and coldly pointed out that their true objective was to support the rebels in Hernard. Count Gomez's face paled slightly, sweat forming at his temples, as he anxiously raised the possibility of what might happen if Roman pushed past the north and continued advancing. Marquis Befir responded with a faint smile and a quiet but firm tone that, in that case, they would have to exploit the broader continental situation. Gradually regaining his composure, Count Gomez showed visible relief as Marquis Befir explained that Kronos could not intervene directly due to the truce, but that it was possible for them to deploy troops at the Cairo border. Feeling reassured, Count Gomez inwardly praised the Marquis, thinking that he had truly found the best path for Valhalla and that it was a perfect plan. Just as Count Gomez was about to voice that thought aloud, the door burst open and a soldier hurried in while the two were still caught up in their confidence. The messenger urgently reported that there was a message from the northern front. As Count Gomez and Marquis Befir turned simultaneously, their expressions stiffened with a sense of foreboding, and the messenger insisted that they should hear it for themselves. In the grand hall, a magical projection appeared, and Duke Vieto, his voice trembling, apologized and reported that the north had fallen to Roman. Before he could finish speaking, however, his body collapsed as Roman's mocking voice cut in, addressing Marquis Befir with disappointment. Roman looked straight through the projection with an eerily calm expression and coldly mocked that he had gone through the trouble of sending Count Bragan's head as a gift, yet had been welcomed in such a manner. Marquis Befir and Count Gomez were left stunned, unable to hide their horror as the truth unfolded before them, realizing that the northern front had already collapsed. Roman then indifferently declared that he had no intention of dragging the war to the bitter end, before spreading his arms slightly and coldly, proposing that if the Emperor of Valhalla were to come before him, kneel, and beg for forgiveness, he would stop the war. Unable to endure such blatant humiliation, Marquis Befir ground his teeth and furiously shouted for him to stop the nonsense. Facing the projection, Marquis Befir waved his hand in warning and, in a breathless, urgent tone, declared that Kronos' troops were already gathering at the Cairo border, insisting that whatever Roman was plotting would not matter. Stepping forward in the hall, he decisively ordered that they would immediately dispatch troops to wipe out the rebels in Hernard, and, after that, he would erase Dimitri from the continent. Standing amid a hall littered with the corpses of soldiers, Roman coldly warned that he would show them exactly what it meant to have both Kronos and Valhalla as enemies at the same time. He then turned his head slightly, his sharp gaze steady, and calmly stated that he had clearly heard Valhalla's stance. Looking at the projection with a mocking expression, Roman remarked that it was naive of them to believe such actions would solve the problem, and declared that he would continue pushing forward until he had brought the war to an end, telling them to maintain that attitude until the very end. As Count Gomez's face turned pale, Roman revealed a chilling smile, his killing intent spreading through the surroundings, and he slowly concluded that, in the end, they would have to face him. A glowing blue crystal had been placed on a stone pedestal in a silent chamber, and Count Gomez, standing behind, had tensely reported that the person they were dealing with was Roman Dimitri, and that he was certainly not someone who would bluff under any circumstances. Marquis Befir, standing in front, had coldly replied that he was fully aware. Overcome with anger, Marquis Befir had kicked and shattered the stone pedestal, cursing Roman Dimitri in frustration. He then turned his back and, in a low voice, had asked Count Gomez what kind of catastrophe he thought would unfold if they were to leave Roman as he was. Count Gomez had gravely assessed that, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to push into the capital with only 100,000 troops. As the image of Roman standing amidst a sea of flames came to mind, he had emphasized that Roman had a track record of overcoming overwhelming differences in military strength, citing his victories against Kronos during the occupation of Laskal and Gortas. Looking toward the battlefield with concern, Count Gomez had added that even with only 100,000 troops, the damage Valhalla would suffer would be considerable. With tension evident in his clenched fist, Marquis Befir had decisively declared that he must meet with the Emperor. It was known that there was a taboo in Valhalla. Those who sought an audience with the Emperor without being summoned would suffer his wrath. Nevertheless, Count Gomez and Marquis Befir had entered the vast hall where the Emperor sat high above, and both had knelt down in fear as a figure approached slowly. The Emperor had slightly lowered his head and had calmly called out Marquis Befir's name. Marquis Befir, trembling, had responded that it was him. Without warning, the Emperor had struck him across the face with great force, leaving Count Gomez behind him too shocked to speak. The Emperor had coldly repeated his name, and despite his reddened face, Marquis Befir had forced himself to respond affirmatively once more. After another powerful strike that had sent blood splattering across the floor, the Emperor had again called his name, and Marquis Befir had struggled to answer. The Emperor had then kicked him, sending him flying backward. Looking down with contempt, the Emperor had remarked disdainfully that the reason he had given them power was simple, so that they would not bother him. With suspicion and anger in his eyes, he had questioned why he should trust them if this was the result. Marquis Befir and Count Gomez had immediately prostrated themselves and repeatedly offered their sincerest apologies. The emperor had tilted his head back and laughed mockingly, covering his face as he remarked that they should indeed be sorry, adding that he did not particularly like those born in Valhalla. He had dismissed those who boasted about manliness or lineage, stating that such people spoke nonsense and failed to face reality. As his gaze grew distant, he had reflected that whenever he looked at Roman, it reminded him of the past, of those who had claimed he was not the rightful heir and had told him to follow the laws of the imperial household. He had then observed that Roman, despite coming from a lowly frontier, carried the deeply ingrained customs of Valhalla. As Marquis Bifir knelt trembling before him, the emperor had suddenly let out a soft laugh, the space filling with an eerie crimson hue and echoing laughter. Raising his hand with interest and wearing a dangerous smile, he had wondered whether Roman would appear before him first, or whether his army would crush the rebels and cut off Dimitri's escape route first. With a cruel smile, the emperor had ordered that their forces be sent to Hernard and commanded that not a single soul be left alive, that they should slaughter them all. Count Gomez and Marquis Befir had responded in unison that they would carry out his command. Covering his face as he laughed with satisfaction, the emperor had concluded that he had made his choice and had wondered what Roman Dimitri would choose. The scene had then shifted to the following day, where under a vast sky at a military camp, someone had asked whether they would truly proceed with the plan. Standing beside a strategy table with Felix, Roman had replied firmly that it was already a battle they could not avoid, and that if they retreated now, it would not end with just a single defeat. Sitting down with a cold gaze, he had stated that the moment they had cut off Count Bregan's head, the struggle had already begun. Roman had affirmed that the rebellion in Hernard could not succeed without their aid. In a low voice, he had analyzed that if the rebellion were to fail, Dimitri would have to face both Kronos and Valhalla simultaneously. As Felix listened with a serious expression, Roman had added that the moment either side backed down, the loser would lose everything, and that what mattered to them was eliminating the threat that was Valhalla. Placing pieces onto the strategic map, Roman had pointed out Luenos, Port Bell, and Santino, explaining that these were the three territories along the shortest route to Valhalla's capital. With calm eyes, he had further explained that once they passed through Santino, there would be a warp point which they would use to travel throughout Valhalla. The scene depicted Roman standing over a map while facing the emperor, symbolizing a strategic confrontation. Roman proposed that if they were to bring down 3 locations within a week, they would become the greatest threat to Valhalla. With a confident smile and a sharp gaze directed at the emperor, he silently challenged him by questioning whether the emperor of Valhalla could continue to ignore him. The scene then shifted to the vast land of Luenos, where Viscount Luenos was seen observing from afar as he warned that the worst had come. With a tense expression, he assessed that an allied force of 100,000 troops had arrived. A scroll containing strict and cold orders was opened, stating that Viscount Luenos was to hold his current position even if it led to defeat, and that even if all soldiers were pushed to their deaths, he would be greatly rewarded if he could buy a few days of time. A close-up of Viscount Luenos showed him sweating as he tried to calm himself, thinking that he only needed to hold on for a few days. Clenching his jaw with determination, he internally declared that he would show his resolve to Roman Dimitri. The scene then moved to the first day at the military camp, where preparations for battle were underway and food was being distributed. Someone reminded everyone not to let their guard down. On the following day, Viscount Luenos stood above and looked down in confusion, wondering why the enemy was moving so leisurely and questioning whether their objective had truly been a siege. As he observed the distant camp, he speculated that perhaps they had given up, reasoning that no matter how skilled Roman was, there were limits to occupying an empire with only 100,000 troops. Suddenly, a soldier ran in panic and urgently reported that the situation was terrible. Viscount Luenos turned and demanded to know whether Dimitri had begun his attack. However, he was shocked to learn that this was not the case, as news had just arrived that Port Bell was currently under attack by Roman. Stunned, he questioned how that could be possible since Port Bell was located behind Luenos. Looking out over the seemingly empty battlefield, he became bewildered and wondered what had happened to the Dimitri forces in front of him. The narrative then shifted to 3 days earlier, where Duke Vieto was seen reading a report with a tense expression, having received news of the fall of the Northern Front and the deaths of Alvarez and Caesar. Sanchez, smiling confidently as if he had foreseen the outcome, asserted that accomplishing the impossible and turning it into reality was something he had already predicted. As Roman was shown standing in darkness with an overwhelming presence, Sanchez evaluated that Roman was a man capable of surviving without any aid, even when Valhalla's imperial family had openly attempted to assassinate him. Seated across a table, Duke Vieto explained that the only way to topple Valhalla's imperial family was to spread the reasons for their rebellion to the people. The image of a group standing in the shadows with determined eyes accompanied his encouragement that the longer they endured, the louder their voices would grow, and the more the people of Valhalla would see this as their last chance to set things right. Tightening his fist with firm resolve, he added that because of Dmitri, the imperial family could not exert their full strength, and that if they could hold out for just half a month, the people would rise up and support them. Returning to the present at Hernard, two soldiers stood anxiously, wondering how they were supposed to stop the overwhelming force. The scene revealed that the Emperor of Valhalla, who had abandoned the north, had sent 1 million troops to seize Hernard. Finally, the armored army advanced in unison with overwhelming momentum, identified as the Emperor's personal army, the Royal Knights. The heavy ironclad boots stomped forcefully onto the sandy ground, producing dry, grating sounds and clouds of dust as a disciplined army in gleaming armor marched forward in endless ranks stretching to the horizon. From above, Duke Vieto looked down at the approaching legion and exclaimed in horror that even at a glance, their forces clearly exceeded several 100,000. Standing beside him, Sanchez, his face pale with worry, trembled as he confirmed that it seemed the information had indeed been true all along. Gritting his teeth in tension at the enemy's appearance, Sanchez thought bitterly that the Emperor of Valhalla had truly abandoned the north and sent his entire million-strong army to reoccupy Hernard. As a great golden banner fluttered high in the sky, Sanchez noticed it and murmured about the flag, only to widen his eyes in shock upon recognizing its symbol, after which he declared in alarm that it was unmistakably the Royal Knights, the Emperor's direct army, that had been mobilized. Duke Vieto, gazing toward the battlefield, anxiously questioned whether the Emperor of Valhalla believed he could suppress the rebel army before Dmitri could create any variable. Sweat poured down his resolute face as he concluded in fear that it was impossible to block them with a mere 200,000 troops. Falling into silence, his eyes shadowed, he admitted pessimistically that both quantitatively and qualitatively they were overwhelmingly outmatched and wondered whether, let alone 15 days, they could even hold out for a single week. Under a gloomy sky that loomed over the fortress, it was with such anxiety that the battle determining the fate of the rebel army began. Two massive flaming catapults launched their attacks into the smoke-filled evening sky, followed by a terrifying explosion that released immense heat and blasted everything around in a crimson glow. Straining against the overwhelming pressure, Duke Vieto grimaced and demanded to know how long the defensive magic could hold. Suddenly noticing enemies ahead, he shouted that there were mages in front and questioned in alarm who they were. A group of mysterious mages in black hooded cloaks silently entered the battlefield, identified as one of Valhalla's magic towers, the mages of the Vagabond Magic Tower. As one enemy mage gathered eerie purple energy in his hand, Duke Vieto realized the gravity of the situation and exclaimed in shock that even the Vagabond mages had been mobilized. The group then cast a grand spell in unison, unleashing a catastrophic fusion of lightning and raging winds, described as lightning rain combined with wind field. Standing beside Duke Vieto, Sanchez, overwhelmed by the fury of nature, cursed in fear and declared that with such an onslaught it was only a matter of time before they fell. Meanwhile, Count Gomez, a victorious smile spreading beneath the shadow covering half his face, coldly ordered all troops to advance. With an angry expression, he extended his hand forward and commanded that every last one of those heinous traitors be executed. At his command, the armored army surged forward, shouting for the advance and calling for the slaughter of their enemies. As a massive structure loomed beneath the darkened sky amid the thunderous sounds of marching troops, grappling ladders were thrown up and latched onto the stone walls. Duke Vieto, visibly tense, urgently called upon his soldiers to block the enemy, declaring that if they fell, the future of Valhalla would be over. The soldiers below roared in response, their morale surging as they pressed toward the fortress. On the 6th day of the diversionary operation, the Dmitri allied forces arrived at Santino, where Roman firmly set foot upon the land. With a resolute face and sharp gaze as he surveyed the battlefield, he stood before the formidable army and boldly declared that he was Roman Dmitri of the Dmitri kingdom. Raising his sword forward toward the enemy, he issued a challenge to the Lord of Santino for single combat. The soldiers atop the fortress froze upon hearing this proposal and questioned it in disbelief. Count Santino, sweating nervously as he recalled the enemy's strength, remarked that even though Valhalla was a nation of warriors, Roman was the powerhouse who had slain Barbossa, and he shakily asserted that if someone like himself were to engage in single combat, he would certainly lose. He then loudly refused the challenge, shouting from above that Roman's intentions were obvious and questioning why he would ever accept such a proposal. Roman, looking toward the fortress, expressed clear disappointment and remarked that it was truly unfortunate, as he had heard Valhalla was a nation of warriors who did not shy away from duels, yet now it had degenerated into one that only weighed practical interests. After a brief pause, he suggested another idea, asking how about doing it differently. Placing his hand on his sword, he proposed boldly that if they opened the gates, he would face all of their elites at once and would not retreat from that very spot. Clutching the wall tightly, Count Santino could only remain silent in the face of such overwhelming confidence. Roman then calmly took something out from within his cloak and concluded that if that was how they wanted it, he would go there himself. Count Santino stared in horror as he realized that the object in his opponent's hand was a magic scroll. A surge of deep blue energy erupted violently in the air as Roman commanded himself to fly. With massive wings of light spreading behind his back, he moved forward with overwhelming authority, then shot through the night like a streak of blue light at terrifying speed. As Roman descended from above with a cold gaze and his red cloak fluttering in the wind, Sanchez, panicking, urged his soldiers to stop him and ordered them to shoot Roman down. The archers fired in unison, creating a dense rain of arrows aimed at him, but a blazing magic circle appeared around Roman, blocking every arrow as he activated a fire shield. Sanchez could hardly believe his eyes upon witnessing the scene and exclaimed in disbelief that it was shield magic. Meanwhile, Felix focused intensely, forming a radiant and powerful golden magic formation with both hands. Smiling confidently with eyes burning with fighting spirit, Felix maintained his stance as Sanchez shouted furiously at the approaching Roman, repeatedly ordering his men to stop him. Suddenly, a massive surge of blue energy struck down from the sky, causing a devastating explosion that shook the ground. Thick smoke rose from the ruins left behind by the overwhelming attack. Sanchez collapsed on the ground, blood pouring from his head and soaking a large area amid the wreckage, while the enemy soldiers lay scattered and broken, no longer able to resist. Count Santino gritted his teeth in pain as a hand tightly gripped his head, letting out a strained groan. Roman coldly lifted him off the ground with one hand amid the drifting smoke, his overwhelming killing intent radiating outward as he ordered the man in his grasp to immediately contact the Valhalla imperial family and inform them that Santino was in danger. Elsewhere, Marquis Befir, sitting in a luxurious room, was surprised when the communication stone on the table suddenly began to glow. He quickly picked up the device and asked what the matter was. From the other end, a trembling voice reported that it was Count Santino, then continued that Roman Dmitri was currently right in front of them. In extreme panic, the speaker urgently pleaded that although it sounded absurd, at that rate Santino would fall, and they needed reinforcements. However, the response was a chilling silence before Marquis Befir coldly stated that Count Santino should understand that imperial reinforcements would arrive only after Hernard had been completely dealt with. Shocked by the answer, the person tried to protest, but was swiftly cut off as Marquis Befir warned him not to test his patience any further with such incompetence. Desperate and terrified, the voice on the other end cried out helplessly, questioning how they were supposed to stop such a monster. Before the communication device was completely cut off, a final desperate plea begged for reinforcements. With cold, merciless eyes carrying a deadly message, Marquis Befir declared that Count Santino should die for the sake of Valhalla. Roman's black-gloved hand tightened around a glowing green device amid the ruined landscape. With one hand gripping Count Santino by the throat and lifting him into the air, Roman coldly asked what he was supposed to do when someone had told him to just die. Count Santino desperately begged for mercy, stammering that he would do anything if only he were spared this once. Roman looked at him with complete indifference before mercilessly throwing him away, sending him crashing into the rubble behind him. Count Santino collapsed onto the ground, his face covered in blood and dust as he groaned in agony. Standing above him with a piercing gaze that seemed to bore into his mind, Roman questioned what Count Santino could possibly do for him. Scrambling back to his feet, Count Santino frantically offered anything in exchange for his life before suddenly revealing that he could provide information regarding the warp gate. In his panic, Count Santino continuously exposed crucial military secrets, explaining that Dmitri's current strategy was likely to occupy the warp gate in order to pressure the Valhalla imperial family, but that the warp point Javier would not be easy to seize. Roman's expression darkened menacingly upon hearing the useful information, and he demanded a detailed explanation. Trembling with relief at seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, Count Santino thanked him repeatedly before continuing to disclose confidential information amid the shattered ruins. With blood and sweat covering his face, Count Santino pitifully asked whether the information was enough to spare his life. Roman looked down on him with contempt and coldly replied that it was not enough at all. In the next instant, a sharp blade swung decisively through the air, spraying blood everywhere as Count Santino, overwhelmed with shock, cursed Roman before his words could fully leave his mouth. Meanwhile, in Marine, the capital of Valhalla, furious citizens gathered together and shouted that they would march to the Valhalla Imperial Palace because they could no longer stand by and watch the Empire continue down the wrong path. The people's anger erupted exactly as Duke Vieto had planned, and the crowd boldly cried out for Valhalla. Their voices echoed throughout the streets as they urged one another to rise up and raise their voices, declaring that just as Duke Vieto's rebel army was risking their lives, the citizens of Valhalla also had to do what was necessary. At that moment, one man stepped forward before the crowd and proudly declared that he was speaking to His Imperial Majesty on behalf of the people of Valhalla. He proclaimed that Valhalla had always been a nation of warriors who had never been ashamed of their identity and who had always lived according to the warrior's code. His face burned with fury as he bitterly accused the current Valhalla of having lost both its roots and its dreams, claiming that it now sought to maintain power through conspiracies rather than bravery. Standing in the great square and facing the palace, he earnestly begged the emperor to correct this misguided path and become a monarch supported by the people. His cries continued to echo throughout the majestic atmosphere of Valhalla as he pleaded for the emperor to become a wise ruler and restore the foundations of Valhalla. Suddenly, the massive palace gates swung open, revealing the figure of a knight emerging under an atmosphere of immense pressure. The heavy metallic footsteps striking the stairs created a harsh echo, causing one terrified citizen to shout that the emperor's soldiers had come out. Hoping for a positive response, another man joyfully exclaimed that His Majesty must have heard their voices, but before he could finish speaking, a cold-hearted knight thrust a sword through his back. Stepping on the victim's corpse, the merciless knight loudly ordered the execution of all the heinous traitors. With innocent blood dripping from his blade, the soldier proclaimed that they would demonstrate the dignity of the imperial family. The Valhalla square descended into chaos and terrified screams as the soldiers began slaughtering the crowd. The man lay motionless upon the cold stone floor, his eyes wide with resentment as he used his final breath to declare that the Emperor of Valhalla had gone mad with power. Standing beside the bloodied body, another soldier questioned whether the Emperor believed such power could last forever while treating his people like livestock, insisting that the citizens of Valhalla would clearly witness their deaths. As the dying man attempted to continue speaking, a guard clad in shining armor slightly tilted his head before swinging his sword in a deadly arc that severed the man's head from his neck in the silent imperial courtyard. The soldier then solemnly declared that they were merely following the orders of His Imperial Majesty. Inside the Grand Palace Hall, Marquis Befir respectfully reported that all citizens who had participated in the rebellion had been suppressed. He further explained that according to the Emperor's command, they would proceed with identifying everyone connected to the rebels. Reclining arrogantly upon his throne, the Emperor contemptuously referred to the rebels as vermin-like bastards who had forgotten their place and therefore received what they deserved. Smirking confidently with one hand supporting his chin, the Emperor mocked Roman and Duke Vieto, claiming that they were making a tremendous mistake by believing they had any chance through inciting the people of Valhalla. With a cunning expression filled with ridicule and triumph, he sneered that such thinking was utterly foolish. The Emperor then coldly recalled that his own brothers, who had once tried to block him and had also believed in the power of public sentiment, had all become cold corpses overnight. Finally, he ordered Marquis Belfier to contact Roman Dmitri immediately. Roman appeared through a magical communication screen and calmly remarked that the Emperor of Valhalla had contacted him at a good time. The Emperor stared at the screen in surprise as Roman questioned him about the situation. Standing in a room littered with the corpses of enemy soldiers, Roman casually smiled in a provocative manner and commented that it was quite a sight to behold. Marquis Befir and the Emperor were both horrified by the bloody scene visible through the transmission. Grinding his teeth in fear, Marquis Befir inwardly cursed Roman as a madman. Unexpectedly, the Emperor burst into excited laughter at the unforeseen outcome. While clapping enthusiastically, he praised Roman, declaring that the situation was truly amazing. Looking at Roman standing amidst the pool of blood, the Emperor admitted that although many people had shown hostility toward him before, not a single one had ever proven themselves through results the way Roman had. Staring directly at Roman's unchanging expression, the Emperor formally acknowledged that perhaps Roman was someone who suited Valhalla even better. Roman coldly observed that the Emperor seemed to find the entire situation amusing. Covering his mouth with one hand as he laughed meaningfully, the Emperor replied that it was indeed entertaining and that everything still remained within his expectations. As Roman calmly listened to the Emperor's analysis, the Emperor continued by explaining that Roman had likely believed that by quickly dealing with Luenos, Port Bell, and Santino, Valhalla would withdraw its troops to defend Javier, where the warp gate was located. Wearing a sly and confident smile, the Emperor stated that Roman had made one major mistake. He then revealed the harsh truth that the warp gate in Javier had already been destroyed. Glowering viciously at Roman, the Emperor declared that even if Roman occupied Javier, he would no longer be able to threaten Valhalla. He then mockingly asked what Roman intended to do now. Through the magical projection, the Emperor issued one final challenge while Roman stood alone in the Grand Hall. The Emperor declared that Valhalla had already accepted massive losses and abandoned the warp gate, then questioned what Roman could possibly accomplish anymore. Roman lowered his head, darkness covering his eyes as he listened to the Emperor's declaration. The Emperor vowed that on the day Dmitri fell, he would personally witness Roman's face. Behind Roman, the image of a gigantic golden serpent appeared like a symbol of malice, while the Emperor could barely contain his excitement. He wondered aloud what expression the demon of Dmitri, stained with defeat and despair, would show him, adding that he was truly looking forward to that day. On the 10th day at Hernard, Count Gomez advanced with overwhelming killing intent as he led the army forward, proclaiming that the day had finally come to wipe out the rebels. The soldiers began raising ladders and fiercely climbed the fortress walls amid thunderous battle cries as they launched their assault. Suddenly, a heavily armored soldier leaped upward from below. Roaring with murderous intent, the armored soldier charged forward and cursed the rebel scum before attacking. A brutal slash tore through the soldier's armor, sending blood spraying through the air. Duke Vieto swung his weapon and unleashed a powerful wave of force that drove the enemies backward while furiously demanding how they dared to target that place. Another soldier cried out in terror at Duke Vieto's overwhelming might. Enduring the strain as his body finally reached its limit, Duke Vieto bitterly admitted to himself that this was the end of their strength and that surviving for so long had already been a miracle. He accepted that the day would mark their final stand. Staring directly at the enemy forces, Duke Vieto proudly declared that they should come at him because even if he died on that very spot, he would never turn his back on them. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, Roman silently observed everything with his cold, violet eyes. Amid the thick smoke and dust from a massive explosion in Hernand, Count Gomez stood at a distance, watching with an irritated expression, and muttered that they were persistent bastards. Within the gunpowder smoke, armored soldiers fought fiercely with swords, while Count Gomez secretly calculated that once the rebels were all dealt with, Roman would not have anything left. In the middle of the brutal battlefield, Count Gomez crossed his arms and watched coldly as he contemptuously thought that Duke Vieto could have lived a life of wealth and honor if he had simply gone with the flow of power, and questioned why he had chosen a path that invited his own death. A close-up of the communication necklace glowing brightly on his chest revealed Count Gomez freezing in shock as he realized something was wrong and exclaimed that it was an emergency signal. Holding the communication device with a grim expression, Count Gomez listened as Marquis Bafir commanded authoritatively from the other end for him to immediately withdraw a portion of his forces. Count Gomez asked in astonishment what the matter was. Tightening his grip on the communication device, he angrily protested that the goal was right before their eyes and that if they pulled back their forces now, the rebels might get a fighting chance. Before he could continue, Marquis Bafir harshly interrupted and shouted for the brat to listen carefully because it was an order from His Imperial Majesty. Marquis Bafir continued yelling through the magical device that if Count Gomez did not want to hang from the gallows, he was to withdraw some of his forces at once. Sweat poured down Count Gomez's face as he cried out in bewilderment, asking what the bloody hell was going on. 4 hours earlier in another location, Marquis Bafir delivered a powerful kick to a man's face, causing him to spit blood and cry out in pain. At the central square of Morin, one man lay collapsed at Marquis Bafir's feet while soldiers and citizens surrounded the area and whispered among themselves. Marquis Bafir loudly declared to the people of Valhalla that they should look upon the scene before them. He then fiercely accused the kneeling man of daring to raise a rebellion against His Imperial Majesty and proclaimed that such was the fate of those who committed the capital crime of treason. His hand tightened around his sword as he prepared to execute the trembling rebel. The blade came down decisively, sending blood spraying through the air. Marquis Bafir coldly ordered the soldiers to bring out the next person to be executed, and a soldier responded obediently that he understood. A knight hurried over to urgently report to Marquis Bafir that they had received an order to return to the imperial palace. Marquis Bafir revealed clear surprise and suspicion as he repeated the word, return. The soldier continued reporting that Roman had pulled some kind of trickery and that terrorist attacks were occurring simultaneously throughout all of Valhalla. In Cairn, located in eastern Valhalla, a group of people wearing black cloaks secretly and swiftly moved through the streets. Roman quietly divided the attack routes, ordering Unit 1 to take the right and Unit 2 to take the left, while Lucas immediately responded that he understood. Under the cloudy night sky, 2 guards stood watch in front of the Cairn armory. Lucas, hidden beneath a mysterious cloak, suddenly approached and struck one of the guards in the neck with a fatal blow. The 2 guards collapsed to the ground as Roman and Lucas silently cleared the entrance. A skillful hand manipulated the intricately designed lock and opened the hidden door. After successfully infiltrating the facility, Lucas and Roman exchanged confirming nods. The entire military district remained silent beneath the night sky moments before disaster struck. A terrifying explosion erupted in flames and completely destroyed the structure below. Nearby citizens panicked and screamed that the building had exploded and asked what was happening. Standing before the enraged crowd, the leader of the cloaked group spread his arms and proclaimed to the citizens of Valhalla that they must not forget the atrocities of the imperial family. He declared that the citizens of Marin had offered sincere advice for the sake of Valhalla, only for the imperial family to slaughter them. The stranger furiously shouted that they themselves might be the next sacrifices to the emperor's madness and urged the people not to turn away from reality. Amid the ruined cityscape, anxious civilians listened as he insisted that they had to solve Valhalla's problems themselves. Standing before the shattered city wall, a dignified knight ordered the armored troops to chase down those instigators. A close-up of the leader's scheming expression showed him smiling meaningfully in the darkness. He suddenly turned and fled, while the knight behind him furiously shouted for him to stop right there. In an instant, the man made a spectacular escape leap through the dark alleyways. Faced with the target's sudden disappearance, the heavily armored soldiers stared in confusion and shock, asking how they had just disappeared. A warrior's boot slammed onto the edge of a wall as someone concluded that it was a well-orchestrated play between the instigators and those disguised as soldiers. Watching the entire situation from above, the leader and his companions revealed themselves, while it was explained that they were all special agents trained in martial arts and members of the House sect. Back in Javier, while Roman sat upon his throne, Felix stood beside him and reported on the chaos unfolding across the land, stating that a rebellion had broken out in eastern Valhalla and that all the granaries in the north had been burned down. Looking toward Roman with unwavering eyes, Felix continued by stating that the Emperor of Valhalla had already lost the people's hearts. He then anxiously expressed concern that if it were revealed that they had incited the turmoil, the Empire would attempt to control the internal chaos by pointing to them as the external enemy. A close-up of Roman's resolute eyes showed him firmly denying that such a thing would happen. As the image of the Emperor smiling cunningly in the darkness appeared, Roman asserted that what mattered to the people now was not the truth, but how the Emperor would respond. Standing beside the throne, Felix worriedly warned that many people would die. A close-up of Felix's tense face followed as Roman reminded Chris not to forget that Valhalla was a foreign nation. Roman, with a cold and determined gaze, emphasized that their highest priority was the future of Dmitri. Standing with Felix in the ruined hall beneath the moonlight, he thought to himself that they now had to proceed with the alternative plan they had prepared in advance. When the Emperor appeared behind him with a challenging smile, Roman wondered to himself whether that Emperor had said he was curious about what Roman could do. At the same time, Duke Vieto was shown wielding his battle axe and resisting proudly while surrounded by enemies. Filled with fury amid the fierce battle, Duke Vieto demanded to know whether they truly thought they could stop him when such threats already existed. Meanwhile, silver-armored soldiers were seen chasing a distant figure as someone declared that the wrong opponent had been chosen. The Emperor revealed a worried expression as he fled together with his subordinates across the cracked earth. Roman's enormous shadow then loomed over the Emperor and the remnants of his forces as Roman boldly proclaimed that he was not merely the eldest son of Dmitri. Suddenly, Roman's face transformed into another visage altogether. The true appearance of the heavenly demon emerged majestically within the purple smoke, and he declared that he was the one who had swallowed the central plains with nothing but power, the heavenly demon. Chaos soon engulfed the main palace hall as urgent reports concerning the rebellion flooded in. The officials reported that rebellions and terrorist attacks were occurring throughout all of Valhalla, adding that it was not only the armories, but even the granaries of Valhalla that were burning. One panicked subordinate urgently proposed that they had to withdraw their forces and suppress the enraged citizens. Marcus Bafir clenched his teeth in frustration at the desperate situation and bitterly reflected that he had never expected Roman to do something like that, realizing that if they withdrew their forces now, they would lose both the north and Hernard. At that moment, the Emperor's sharp and calculating eyes revealed the immense pressure he was facing. Soon afterward, an armored knight entered and reported that a request for magical communication had arrived from Roman. Marquis Bafir glared intensely at Roman's projection and demanded to know whether Roman Dmitri truly intended to see things through to the very end with Valhalla, asking if he no longer cared about the safety of Dmitri. Roman calmly faced the furious gaze through the screen and replied that he believed the relationship between Valhalla and Dmitri had already been established. Marquis Bafir then glanced toward the Emperor seated behind him and silently resolved that the Emperor seemed intent on leaving everything to him and that in such a case he would fulfill his role. Standing before Roman's projection, Marcus Bafir firmly declared that, just as Roman had said, Valhalla and Dmitri had crossed a river of no return. He further stated that Roman's actions, which shook the very foundation of Valhalla, were only fueling their malice and desire for revenge even more. Pointing triumphantly toward Roman through the communication screen, Marquis Befir guaranteed that the rebels in Hernard were already on the verge of collapse and would likely be completely annihilated before sunset. He concluded by declaring that Roman's pathetic struggle had failed. However, Roman coldly revealed a truth that left Marquis Befir stunned, stating that he had known from the very beginning that overthrowing the Valhalla Empire with only 200,000 rebels had been an impossible task. Shocked by the revelation, Marquis Befir exclaimed in disbelief. Roman then displayed a cruel and meaningful smile as he admitted that this was precisely why he had decided to abandon the rebels.